Order collapses, reality becomes a dungeon, and everyone is forced to advance to the Lord Era. Airdrops refresh randomly, treasure chests can be fished everywhere, extreme weather conditions bombard one after another, and unknown opportunities and deadly crises rush side by side. Orcs roar, elves shoot arrows, vampires stalk, dragons coil in the sky. Myriad races vie for supremacy, and murderous intent lurks on every side. Others start with a single acre of wasteland, relying on their bare hands and their strength to scrape resources. But this man has directly awakened the Lord Intelligence system, giving him a head start. 3-star dangerous intelligence. A small group of orcs have been spotted at the edge of the forest. They suspect you're their target. Hide immediately or face the consequences. He dove into the brush, only to see the orc roar and crush a boar's skull with a single punch. Blood splattered, and the ground shook. Cold sweat soaked his back, but the next piece of information quietly popped up. A black market merchant appeared at the coordinates of Dongshampo, trading slaves, rare resources, and forbidden equipment. The man stared at the gold pot that the orc had casually discarded, and the corners of his lips slowly rose. Great. Can we talk business right from the start? When a man traded 5 gold coins for a dying beast-eared girl, the system suddenly marked the coordinates of a nearby detoxification grass. The man finally realized that the so-called danger warning could actually be used in reverse, turning it into a treasure-hunting radar. Intelligence tip. There is a cool heart grass on the river bank 1 kilometer away, which can cure the fox girl's poison. Intelligence analysis. The fox girl has excellent combat abilities and strong growth potential in the later stages. Having her as a slave can help the Lord get through the early stages well. It is recommended to take her down. Adventurer, what do you think? Seeing that Sumu had not responded for a long time, Chaosena asked again. Sumu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Mr. Chaosena, this slave looks very bad. I dare not gamble. Let's talk about other slaves." 5 gold coins, no less. Jonathan stretched out 5 fingers, with a hint of impatience in his tone. Sumu pretended to be embarrassed and bit his lip and said, "Since Mr. Chaosena is so sincere, then fine. But you have to give me some axes, pickaxes, iron swords, and other things." Foolish adventurer. Jonathan sneered inwardly. He knew full well that this fox girl wouldn't survive the night, so what good would it do to give her some equipment? Greedy people deserve to be deceived. Haha. Jonathan is the most astute dark slave trader on this continent. How could he possibly suffer a loss in such a transaction? Of course there is no problem. After all, you are my most distinguished guest. Chaosena smiled, but was actually sarcastic. Sumu silently complained about this black-hearted businessman in his heart, but he still had a smile on his face. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chaosena. Get a refined iron axe. Get a refined iron pickaxe. Get a refined iron knife. Get a torch. Get a firebox. Get a water bag." Sumu almost took all the wool he could from Jonathan, and then handed the 5 gold coins to Jonathan. "Wake up. Stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and leave your new master." Jonathan poured a basin of cold water on the fox girl's head, waking her up completely. The fox girl opened her eyes slightly, and her light pink pupils were full of confusion and weakness. But when the fox girl saw Jonathan, her eyes suddenly burst out with hatred and disgust, the demon who ruined her life. The fox girl cursed Jonathan in her heart. "You, a money loser, dare to glare at me." Jonathan was obviously enraged. He opened the cage and raised his hand to attack. "Mr. Chaosena, what are you doing?" Sumu's voice came coldly from behind. "She is my slave now. You splashed water on her, which is already a great disrespect to me. Do you still want to hit her in front of me now?" Jonathan paused, pulled back his fist awkwardly, and put on a smile. "Dear guest, how dare I? I just want her to understand the difference in status between slaves and masters. This is also a form of education. I can educate my slave myself. I don't need your help." Sumu's tone was full of displeasure. Sumu walked straight forward and stretched out his hand to the fox girl in the iron cage. "Come, follow me." The fox girl didn't respond, but just looked at Sumu quietly, as if she was lost in thought. After a moment, the fox girl's body softened and she fainted again. Jonathan quickly explained, "Adventurer, the fox girl just fainted from exhaustion. Don't worry, she's absolutely fine." "I know," Sumu replied calmly, then bent down and entered the cage, carrying the fox girl out. The fox girl looked very good and should not be light, but at this moment she seemed like nothing in Sumu's arms, probably because she had suffered too much. Sumu was about to leave with the fox girl in his arms when he suddenly turned around and asked, "By the way, Mr. Chaosena, the slave won't hurt me, right?" "Don't worry. The slave necklace around her neck is inlaid with a magic forbidden stone. Anyone who dares to disrespect her master will die. Jonathan said as he stepped forward and handed over a sheepskin contract. This is the Fox Girl's slave contract. As long as you drop a drop of blood on it, the power of the contract will take effect, and she will be unable to do anything to you. Then why didn't you give it to me just now? Sumu glanced at Xiao Sena. Xiao Sena's face twitched. I just forgot for a moment, Sumu chuckled. It was impossible to forget. Xiao Sena simply thought that the Fox Girl would not survive the night, so whether the slave contract was handed over or not was irrelevant. Jonathan watched Sumu's retreating figure and sneered inwardly. He picked up a gold coin, put it to his lips, bit it, and muttered sarcastically, 5 gold coins for a dying slave. I wish I could have idiots like this every day. Jonathan said, what a shame. If that Fox Girl had been more obedient, she could have been sold for at least 50 gold coins. It's a pity that she sought her own death and lived in obscurity. Territory member +1. As Sumu entered his territory, holding the Fox Girl in his arms, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Finally the first member. Although she's just a slave, it's also the first step. Sumu gently put the Fox Girl down and wiped the sweat from his forehead. If Sumu hadn't been exercising regularly, he would have been exhausted by this long walk. However, it wasn't just the exercise that kept Sumu going the entire distance. It was also the Fox Girl's alluring figure. With the beautiful scenery as his companion, he naturally forgot about his fatigue. Sumu looked at his bare territory, devoid of even a shade, and sighed softly. Since it was agreed that the game would come to reality, shouldn't there be a more convenient way? For example, an item crafting tree, or a workbench like those used in survival games. Wouldn't it be more efficient if these existed? But Sumu couldn't find any. Did he really have to do everything himself? As Sumu was daydreaming, he suddenly caught sight of a screenshot in the regional chat channel. Lord, Luo Tianchuan. Brothers, I finally know how to make a torch and unlock the item synthesis tree. The screenshot shows how to craft a torch, wood X3, gel X3. Lord, Guitianfei. Is there even an item crafting tree? I've been manually crafting for ages and can't find anything. Lord, Luo Wuxi. Can I ask how to unlock it? A bunch of people popped up below, asking about the unlocking method. Luo Tianchuan didn't hold back, replying directly. I found a torch crafting scroll, and after learning it, I unlocked the item crafting tree. However, there's only one item for torches right now. I guess I'll need other scrolls to unlock other items. Everyone suddenly realized that scrolls were needed to unlock it. No wonder they couldn't find it. If that's the case, then the workbench should also exist, but the scroll needs to be unlocked. Sumu pinched his chin and whispered to himself. Sumu quickly realized that there were many ways to obtain scrolls. Perhaps they'd drop from monsters? Or perhaps they'd be found in a tribe of indigenous people? Or perhaps they'd come across some unique merchant in the wild. All of these are possible. After all, today is only the first day of the game, and there are still many unknowns waiting to be explored. Just as he was thinking about it, another message popped up. Slave, Zhang Dahai. You don't need to learn how to make a torch. You can make one with some wood and resin. How complicated is that? Zhang Dahai's prefix successfully caught everyone's attention. Lord, Guitianfei. No way, brother, everyone else is a lord. Why are you so outstanding, but you're a slave? Walking ahead of everyone else. Lord, Luo Wuxi. What's going on? A bunch of confused players appeared one after another, and Sumu was also confused. Slave, Zhang Dahai. Damn, it's so frustrating just to talk about it. The crystal in my territory was destroyed by a skeleton monster, leaving me a refugee. Who would have thought that right after escaping, I'd run into the goblins and be captured and enslaved? Oh, stop talking, guys. The goblins are hitting me again. I have to get back to work. At this moment, in a stone mine somewhere in a valley, a tall and thin man was being whipped by 4 green-skinned, equally thin female goblins, and his wailing echoed in the valley. Can you do it? If not, there are plenty of people who can do it. One of the older female goblins cursed and whipped even harder. I can do it, I can do it. I am very capable. Zhang Dahai had a sad face and swung the hoe in his hand quickly, not daring to stop for a moment. Zhang Dahai had witnessed these goblins killing people earlier, so he naturally didn't dare to resist. Zhang Dahai didn't want to die. When a person dies, the birds fly to the sky, and if they live, they will live for 1,000 years. As long as they are alive, there is still a chance to turn things around. This is Zhang Dahai's unshakable belief. Looking at the regional chat log, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sumu not only did not end up as a slave, but instead had his own slaves and even got a lot of tools from Xiao Sena. Compared with the experiences of others, Sumu's start was as if he was chosen by the god of destiny. However, Sumu also realized an important problem. The identity of a lord is not absolutely safe. Once the territory crystal is destroyed, he will become a refugee or even be captured as a slave by the indigenous people. This was the first time Sumu knew this, and he immediately looked towards the flat ground behind him. There was a prismatic crystal, quietly suspended, emitting a faint light, looking sacred and solemn. Sumu quickly stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the crystal surface. Do you want to check the status of the territory? Yes. Unnamed territory. Territory attribute. Level 0. Lord. Sumu. Lord talent. None. Lord strength. 15. Excellent. Lord strength. 13. Normal. Lord agility. 16. Excellent. Lord wisdom. 17. Excellent. Lord skills. None. Lord equipment. Refined iron axe. Refined iron knife. Refined iron pickaxe. Torch. Water bag. Firebox. Simple stone axe. Lord charm. 12. Charm affects territory talent recruitment. He had checked these properties when he first entered the territory. The only difference was that the territory's name was still not modifiable. Sumu guessed that this was because the territory's level had not yet been upgraded, and the relevant functions had not yet been unlocked. At the bottom of the page, Sumu also saw the conditions required for upgrading. Territory upgrade tips. 1. Absorb 10 lives to become territory residents, currently 1 out of 10, not completed. 2. Make a simple territory fence to show your ownership, unfinished. 3. Reclaim a piece of wasteland and successfully plant seeds, unfinished. 4. Successfully build a cabin, unfinished. Completing the above conditions will upgrade the territory to level 1, unlocking corresponding features. These 4 conditions seemed complex, and each one required time and effort. Ultimately, Sumu was just a lone commander, without any manpower, so development was naturally slow. To quickly upgrade, the population must be increased. Population equals productivity. Sumu casually gathered fallen leaves and weeds from the surrounding area and simply covered the territory crystal to prevent it from being discovered by the enemy. After doing all this, Sumu turned around and found that the fox girl had woken up. The fox girl still looked very weak, but her eyes fell on Sumu again with a complicated look. The fox girl was silently sizing up the human, her eyes filled with apprehension and doubt, and even a hint of fear and resistance. Sumu said nothing, but turned and left. Looking at Sumu's departing figure, the fox girl Winstia frowned slightly. Winstia didn't understand what this human was trying to do. Logically speaking, since Sumu has already bought her with gold coins and become the new owner of Winstia, shouldn't the first thing he does be to give Winstia a warning and thereby establish sovereignty? Beating someone severely, or humiliating and torturing them, forcing Winstia to submit and fear from the bottom of her heart. This is what humans always do. Winstia had witnessed too many slaves being abused by their masters. Those heart-wrenching screams were still deeply engraved in Winstia's mind, becoming an unforgettable nightmare. From the moment humans purchased slaves, they did not hesitate to use violence to assert their dominance. This has never changed. However, while Winstia was still pondering, the human returned. Sumu was holding a water bag filled with clear water. Sumu had just gone to the river to fetch water for her. At this moment, Sumu was sweating profusely and looked very hurried. Come, have a drink, your lips are chapped. Sumu handed the water bag to Winstia. However, Winstia subconsciously shrank back and rejected Sumu's kindness. Winstia stretched out her pink tongue and gently licked her cracked lips, but she didn't dare look at the water bag again, as if she would pounce on it if she only took one look. Over 30 days and nights had passed since Winstia was captured, signed a slave contract, and followed Jonathan through numerous locations. During these 30 days, Winstia hadn't had a full meal, not even a sip of clean water. Of course, Winstia is thirsty, but Winstia knows more about the sinisterness and cunning of human beings. Winstia has seen too many so-called tenderness and care, but behind them are often carefully woven traps. Humans are best at deceiving slaves with a mask of tenderness. Their kindness is only to train you into a loyal, powerless plaything. Winstia resisted, didn't believe, and refused to give in. It seems you don't trust me. Sumu looked at the resistance in Winstia's eyes, sighed, and gently put the water bag aside. Drink it yourself. I still have some things to do. I will try to be back before sunset. Be careful, Sumu said, turned and left. 2-star value intelligence. In half an hour, a random airdrop will land 1 kilometer southeast of the territory. Intelligence tip. Please note that the airdrop will automatically disappear 15 minutes after landing. Lords, please arrange a time to pick it up as soon as possible. Also, the airdrop may attract monsters in the forest to fight for it, so please be prepared for battle at any time. Not long ago, When Su Mu went to the river to fetch water, the system had already issued this reminder. Time was running out for Su Mu, and Su Mu had to speed up. As for Wednesday's condition, Su Mu knew that Wednesday couldn't escape. As for whether monsters would invade, Su Mu was not worried. While forging the stone axe, Su Mu had already walked around the territory. As long as he didn't get close to the edge of the forest, the territory would be safe for the time being. After watching the human's back completely disappear, the fox girl Wednesday slowly withdrew her gaze. She lowered her head and looked at the water bag beside her. Chapter 5. Picking up the airdrop. First goblin kill. Beside the small river in the southeast, Su Mu discovered the airdrop that the intelligence system had indicated. Su Mu guessed that this might be a blind box reward in this world, similar to the airdrop mechanism in the chicken-eating game. However, this airdrop was very well hidden. If it weren't for the intelligence system's warning, ordinary people passing by would probably not have noticed it at all. Su Mu immediately quickened his pace, and while no one was nearby, he quickly approached and planned to strike first. Successfully picked up airdrop supplies, obtained a musket, obtained 100 musket bullets, obtained a crude iron dagger, obtained a linen shirt, obtained a simple fishing rod, obtained the insight skill scroll, obtained 5 capture collars, obtained 10 fresh meat chunks, obtained a linen backpack. This wave of airdrops made Su Mu smile brightly, feeling like he had found a small treasury. Previously, he had worked for 2 hours to make a stone axe, and he had to deal with that black-hearted slave trader named Josena for a long time. Now, just by changing the route, they were able to collect all the supplies at once. The efficiency difference was not a little bit. Su Mu once again experienced the horror of the intelligence system. It would not miss any opportunity. It was simply a treasure trove. However, the only drawback is that there are no manufacturing scrolls in the airdrop, which means that Su Mu still cannot unlock the item synthesis tree. Su Mu didn't dare to delay any longer, and quickly stuffed the supplies into his sack, preparing to leave the same way. Just as Su Mu turned around and prepared to leave, he suddenly heard a sharp scolding. "Damn human, put down what you have in your hand. That is the property of our great goblin clan." Su Mu looked back and saw 2 goblins with green bodies, yellow hair, and sharp claws standing 10 meters away. The goblin was holding a sword and was very aggressive, obviously coming to grab the airdrop. Before Su Mu could think about it, Goblin A had already raised his sword and rushed towards Su Mu with a roar at an extremely fast speed. But Su Mu's movements were more swift. His musket was already loaded, and he fired directly. Bang! The flames from the musket directly hit Goblin armor in the face. The huge impact knocked Goblin armor over, and green blood sprayed all over the ground. "Despicable human, you actually used a musket. You will be punished." Goblin B shouted, turned around, and fled into the depths of the forest. His first reaction was not to save people, but to call for help. This intelligence was truly impressive. Su Mu certainly wouldn't give Goblin B a chance. With his rifle in hand, he gave chase. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the grass at its roots, it will grow back in the spring breeze. Su Mu knew very well that if he let this goblin go today, he might have to face the siege of the entire tribe tomorrow. After 2 consecutive shots missed, the 3rd musket bullet finally hit Goblin B's thigh. Goblin B fell to the ground, tumbling and begging for mercy. "Human, I was wrong. I give up the airdrop. I am willing to pray for you before the goblin god. Please spare me." Su Mu didn't even give Goblin B a chance to finish his words. He raised his musket again and blew a bullet into his head. The bloody scene made Su Mu collapse on the ground, his hand holding the musket trembling slightly. Sweat soaked Su Mu's back, not hot, but a chill rushed straight to his scalp. An ordinary college graduate who had not even killed a chicken a few times, but killed 2 humanoid creatures in just a few minutes. And all of this was too real. The blood that flowed out of the goblin when it fell to the ground was almost exactly the same as that of a human. Su Mu was not a heartless person. His previous actions actually caused him great psychological pressure. Su Mu took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then began to search the goblin's body. Obtained a thick iron knife. Obtained 5 copper coins. Obtained a wooden fence crafting scroll. Seeing the word scroll, Su Mu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this was the key item to unlocking the synthesis tree. Su Mu chose to learn the scroll without hesitation. Successfully learned to craft a wooden fence. Unlocked item synthesis tree. Su Mu couldn't wait to open the system interface to check. Wooden fence. Wood X20, fiber X10, must be crafted on the workbench. The following was filled with question marks, meaning that Su Mu hadn't yet obtained other scrolls and couldn't unlock them for the time being. But even so, Su Mu was already quite satisfied, as this meant that he could finally start building his own survival base. Su Mu returned to Goblin A's corpse and continued searching. Obtained 1 silver coin. Obtained a thick iron sword. Obtained a goblin cave map. Sumu picked up the map and glanced at it briefly. It was a detailed map of the cave where the goblin tribe was located, with the paths and corridors clearly visible. Unfortunately, Sumu didn't know the location of the cave yet, so it was of no use for the time being. So Sumu put the map away and took out the skill scroll he had just received from the airdrop to continue studying. Insight skill scroll. After using it, you can identify the name and function of objects. This skill is incredibly useful, especially in the early stages. It can quickly identify item functions, greatly improving exploration efficiency. Sumu immediately chose to use it. Then, Sumu checked the newly acquired backpack. Linen backpack. Can store 5M times 5M times 5M of items. The space is large enough. It's perfect. Let's look at those capture collars. Capture collar. Contain low-level life forms to assist in combat or transporting resources. Ineffective on high-level life forms. There is a chance of taming failure. You can capture wild beasts as helpers, and this function is also very critical. Finally, Sumu began to sort out the copper and silver coins in his hand. After some conversion, Sumu finally understood the monetary system of this world. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. Sumu had previously purchased the red fox slave, Winstia, for a full 50,000 copper coins, equivalent to 5 gold coins. No wonder that black marketeer named Xiaosena smiled so cunningly. Money is truly valuable in this world. Before finishing, Sumu dragged the goblin's body into the bushes and covered it. There were many wild beasts in the forest, so he figured he would be able to quickly remove all traces. After finishing all this, Sumu dusted himself off and returned to his work. At this moment, the sun was approaching the top of the mountain, and its afterglow was spreading through the forest. Elsewhere, the demi-human red fox Winstia finally slowly opened her eyes, feeling the last bit of sunlight. Winstia could feel the toxins in her body rapidly spreading, and her life was entering a countdown. The wind blew, and Winstia's body trembled slightly, so weak that she could hardly stand. In the past, she thought she was not afraid of death, but when death really came, her heart could not stop trembling. Winstia recalled her hometown in the Andean mountains, with its beautiful mountains and clear waters, harmonious tribesmen, and Winstia's beloved sister. Winstia wondered if her sister was still safe and sound, whether she was still fighting, or whether she had suffered the same fate as Winstia. Thinking of this, tears welled up in her eyes and finally fell. Winstia hadn't cried the day she was captured, nor the day she signed her slave contract, nor the day she was beaten and insulted. But today, Winstia finally broke down in tears for her sister and for the approach of death. Just then, rustle, a sudden movement was heard in the silent forest, accompanied by a low whimper. Chapter 6. Foxgirl Winstia. A low whimpering sound came from the depths of the forest. Winstia's nerves immediately tensed up, and her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Winstia held on to her weak body and curled up into a ball, trying to avoid being seen. Sure enough, a spotted leopard was approaching silently, its posture clearly indicating its intention to hunt. The leopard opened its mouth, stinking saliva dripping continuously, and its sharp fangs gleamed coldly in the sunlight. The distance kept closing, 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. The air was filled with the smell of danger. Winstia felt a chill run down her spine. She closed her eyes, as if she could already see herself being torn apart. She didn't want to die, but fate never let her make a choice, always forcing her into a desperate situation. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the woods, startling Winstia, but she felt no pain. Winstia opened her eyes abruptly, just in time to see Sumu, who was standing in front of her, being knocked several meters away by the leopard. How come this beast didn't die after one shot? Sumu cursed while rubbing his butt. The leopard, which had been shot, roared angrily and pounced again, obviously not intending to give up its prey easily. Without hesitation, Sumu fired again, this time accurately hitting the leopard's head and finally killing it completely. What a pity, it was too fierce. If it hadn't been killed, I could have tried to catch it with a collar, Sumu said to himself. He searched the leopard's corpse and put the spoils into his backpack one by one. Obtained iron axe crafting scroll. Obtained leather X10. Obtained teeth X10. Obtained copper coins X20. After Sumu had dealt with everything, he walked towards Winstia, lowered his head, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" In fact, he was able to arrive in time because the intelligence system reminded Sumu that a ferocious beast had entered the territory. Sumu returned just in time, not only protecting the territory crystal, but also saving the red fox girl. Winstia silently turned her head and shook it gently. Although she didn't speak, it was already a response. Sumu didn't say much. He took out wood and a tinderbox from his backpack and lit a bonfire in front of Winstia. Come closer and warm yourself up, he said casually, but his tone was gentle. Winstia glanced at him a few times, her eyes no longer wary, but she felt a little shaken. Sumu didn't say anything else, took out the meat and started grilling it, sorting out the ingredients he had collected. Sumu was quick and agile, and in no time he began to build a simple triangular shelter. He had learned a lot of these survival skills from watching short videos and had watched almost every kind of wilderness survival program. So now, starting to do it didn't feel difficult at all. Instead, it felt like a sense of relief, like returning to a speed bump. Soon, a small shelter that could protect against wind and rain was built next to the territory crystal. Although it was a bit simple, at least he didn't have to sleep in the wilderness tonight, and Sumu was already very satisfied. Huh? You didn't drink a single sip of water today? Sumu picked up the water bag and glanced at the fox girl. Winstia licked her cracked lips, her eyes subconsciously staring at the water bag, thirst written on her face. Sumu deliberately took a sip, then handed the water bag to her. It's not poisonous. I'll drink it first. Winstia hesitated. Her lips moved, but she didn't take it after all. Sumu said, Don't forget, I spent all my savings to buy you. If you want to die, I won't agree. Believe it or not, I will pry your mouth open right now and force you to drink it. Sumu's tone suddenly turned cold, and he actually pretended to stand up. A hint of fear flashed in Winstia's eyes, and she quickly took the water bag, turning her small sip into a big one, and drank it gulp gulp. When Winstia realized what was happening, she realized the human had a playful smile on his face. As Winstia clenched the water bag, a complex mix of emotions welled up in her heart. Not bad, quite obedient. Sumu nodded with satisfaction. Sumu asked casually, By the way, my name is Sumu, what's your name? Winstia hesitated for a moment and whispered, Winstia. Although her voice was hoarse, it was as soft as the wind blowing through the grass, making people want to listen to more. Winstia? What a nice name. Sumu repeated, nodding with a smile. Winstia looked at Sumu with a complicated expression and suddenly said, Actually, you were deceived. Cheated. Sumu casually replied as he flipped the barbecue. I'm poisoned and won't live long. You might be wasting your money buying me. Winstia lowered her head, bit her lip, and whispered, You should just send me back to the slave trader. Maybe I can be returned. Hearing this, Sumu's heart moved slightly. This little fox actually still has a conscience. Sumu said, Aren't you afraid that he will continue to beat you and torture you? I'm scared. Winstia raised her head, her eyes still firm. But I will die sooner or later, and I don't want to drag you down with me. Sumu looked at Winstia's rosy eyes, was silent for a moment, and handed over a piece of freshly grilled meat. Sumu said, Why are you looking at me? Didn't you say you were going to die? Eat some meat. At least leave yourself with good memories. This is your last meal, eat more. Winstia didn't refuse anymore. She took the barbecue and took big bites, as if chewing on the remaining obsession. Sumu looked away, ate his own portion, and opened the regional chat channel to see what was going on with other people. Lord, Luo Tianchuan. It took me a whole day to make a stone axe and a stone hammer, and I don't even have a place to stay at night. Lord, Qinsheng. I'm still in the savage stage, squatting under a tree looking for fruit to eat. Lord, at least I built a simple shelter and can sleep in tonight. I'm lucky. Is anyone else like me, hiding from wild animals all day? I have no time to collect resources. Hearing how miserable you all are, I suddenly feel relieved. Each lord was complaining. It seemed like everyone's progress on this first day was not going well. Sumu thought to himself that this survival challenge was even more cruel than he had imagined. At this moment, a glaring message suddenly appeared in the chat channel. Chapter 7. We're not even in the Stone Age yet, but you're already in the Iron Age. Lord, Guotianfei, you guys are so inexperienced. You only managed to come up with this in one day. TSK, this efficiency is too bad. Guotianfei's words immediately irritated everyone in the regional chat channel. They'd been incredibly busy all day, and were already filled with resentment. Now, this little spark instantly ignited the powder keg. Lord Luo Tianchuan, wow, you're so amazing. Can you tell me about your progress? Lord Muyi, yeah, don't just talk, show us your achievements. Lord Qinsheng, no way, brother, it's the age of universal lords, and you're still playing the game of talking big. I'm the pinnacle of the immortal world. I own the world as long as I have a keyboard. Keys in. The regional channel was filled with mocking voices, which immediately annoyed Guotianfei. Unexpectedly, the next second, Guotianfei threw out 3 screenshots. Poor quality iron sword, a crudely made iron longsword, rough iron spear, An iron spear of average workmanship, but decent lethality. Poor quality iron axe. A roughly polished iron axe, just enough for use. The channel fell silent for a moment, the once lively atmosphere suddenly feeling like it had been doused with cold water. Lord Guitianfei, why are you all silent? Where did all that energy go? At this moment, in a wilderness, Guitianfei was sitting with his feet up, staring at the screen with a smug look on his face. Guitianfei had done nothing today, but while strolling around, he found a small wooden box containing these 3 pieces of ironware. Guitianfei didn't take it seriously at first, but seeing that everyone else in the area was in a worse situation than the other, he immediately felt incredibly proud. If he didn't show off, wouldn't it be a waste of his good fortune? Lord Luo Tianchuan, you didn't pick up all 3 of these, did you? Are you pretending to be so? Lord Muyi, if you could really make them yourself, I'd be impressed. Lord Guitianfei, didn't anyone tell you? Luck is also a part of strength. After a day, you're still using stone tools. Don't you feel ashamed? Reflect on yourself for not working hard and blaming me. Although Guitianfei's words were quite pretentious, they also left everyone speechless. Yes, he was indeed lucky. This kind of thing can't be obtained by envy alone. Everyone was speechless for a moment, and the channel fell into a brief silence. And then, 3 new screenshots appeared in the channel without warning. Refined iron axe, crafted from fine iron, high strength, doubles efficiency. Refined iron pickaxe, crafted from fine iron, suitable for mining or resources, improving efficiency. Refined iron knife, tough and sharp, suitable for combat and defense, a must-have for home and travel. This wave of pictures was released, and the scene instantly exploded. The channel was originally still discussing Guitianfei's 3 low-quality goods, but now no one mentioned them at all. Because of these 3 pieces of refined ironware in front of him, Guitianfei was far superior. Lord Luo Tianchuan, holy shit. This thing is too advanced. Lord, I'm still in the Stone Age, and they've already advanced to the Iron Age. This is a true mastermind, a perfect start. I'm so envious. This efficiency has doubled, it's taking off. Who still wants to use a stone-breaking axe? This brother named Su Mu is awesome. The channel was flooded with messages at a rapid speed, and everyone's attention was completely absorbed by that Su Mu. At this moment, atop a tall tree, a graceful, beautiful girl sat in a simple treehouse. Her name was Luo Wuxi, and she tapped lightly on the screen, a look of confusion and curiosity on her face. Lord Luo Wuxi, how did you acquire these fine iron tools? Could you please share? Luo Wuxi hesitated, sent the message, and received no response. After a while, Luo Wuxi sent the message again, but still received no reply. Sumu didn't seem to be paying attention to the chat channel, or rather, he didn't intend to reply to anyone at all. Luo Wuxi felt a little disappointed. She clicked on Su Mu's name to chat privately, but found that the system didn't allow this function yet. If she could chat privately, Luo Wuxi really wanted to ask him how to obtain refined iron. Meanwhile, Su Mu, who had everyone talking about him, was sitting at the edge of the camp, munching on barbecue with a calm expression. Actually, when he posted those 3 screenshots, besides slapping Guitianfei in the face, he was more of a preemptive move. Sumu knew that the range of this chat channel was limited, and the lords who could speak were most likely in the area near him. Since they would have to deal with each other sooner or later, it would be better to show off their skills in advance to shock them and attract some potential allies. As for those girls who sent pictures to tease him, Sumu didn't even bother to look at them. Lord Zhangzi, brother Sumu, you are so awesome. It's so hard for a girl like me. Can you take me in? Woo-woo, a selfie was also included. In the photo, there was a girl with a beautiful face and a good figure, which made many male lords stare straight at her. Sumu glanced at her casually. She looked good, but compared with the red fox girl next to him, haha, it's quite a difference. Sumu simply ignored the message and continued to grill his meat, his heart calm. However, with this opening, the regional channel instantly exploded. A bunch of female lords rushed to post selfies, all using similar tactics, seeking cooperation and development and protection. Some even dressed scantily and flirted in the photos, hoping to attract the attention of boss Sumu. All of a sudden, the male lords were completely unable to sit still. Damn, Sumu posted 3 pictures of ironware, and he actually unlocked the right to choose a spouse directly? This is outrageous. I want to get some ironware too to attract girls. Tomorrow's goal is clear. Make an iron axe, iron sword, and iron hammer, and show them all off. From this moment on, Sumu's screenshots became not only a symbol of strength, but also a kind of social capital. In a treehouse in a dense forest, Luo Wuxi rested her chin on her hand and muttered softly, Sumu didn't reply to any of my messages? He doesn't even look at the photos these girls sent him. Luo Wuxi repeatedly checked Sumu's speech records, confirming that he had indeed not responded to anyone. Aloof, mysterious, powerful, this man suddenly captured her full attention. At the same time, Sumu, while eating meat, suddenly looked up with a look of surprise on his face. He looked at Wednesday, frowned slightly, and couldn't help but say, "You." Chapter 8. You eat so much. How can I afford to feed you in the future? You ate all 8 pieces of meat. Sumu looked at the empty campfire grill, confused. Sumu had just glanced at the chat channel, but when he looked back, he saw that the meat was gone. He looked down again and saw that Wednesday's belly was round and bulging like a small balloon, which was indescribably cute. Noticing Sumu's gaze, Wednesday's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pulled the corner of her tattered clothes, trying to cover her lower abdomen. Wednesday whispered softly, her tone full of embarrassment. You just said it was the last meal. I ate too much without realizing it. Did you eat yours too? I'm sorry. Wednesday couldn't resist this meat. It had been so long since she'd had a proper meal, and by the time she realized what was wrong, all the meat had already gone into her stomach. She felt a little guilty, thinking she had really lost her sense of propriety. Sumu looked at Wednesday's annoyed look, but smiled and shook his head. No need to say sorry. I'm just curious about something. What is it? Wednesday raised her head, her eyes full of questions. You eat so much. How am I going to support you in the future? Sumu said, shrugging his shoulders jokingly. He was just making a casual joke, but unexpectedly, Wednesday's expression suddenly darkened. Wednesday said, I'm full. Please send me back. If it's any later, the slave trader might not acknowledge it. Send you home. Sumu curled his lips. I was just teasing you. Do you really think I will send you away? If I didn't say that, how could you eat so freely? Wednesday was stunned, staring at Sumu blankly, her red eyes shimmering with a faint light. She felt the frozen spot in her heart seemed to melt a little. You're not stupid. Wednesday bit her lip and spoke seriously. I know I won't live for many days. My only value may be to have enough to eat now. The dark slave traders actually left this forest a long time ago. I know. Sumu nodded, then suddenly handed over a herb. This thing is called liangxin grass. It can cure the poison in your body. Because of it, I was almost beaten by the goblin squad. My life was hanging by a thread. Sumu spoke with great excitement and an exaggerated tone like a storyteller, which immediately made Wednesday's mind emerge with a scene full of dangers. Are you okay? Wednesday looked at Sumu with concern, her tone a little hurried. At this moment, she no longer cared whether the herbs could detoxify her, nor did she care how he knew she was poisoned. Wednesday only cared about whether the man in front of her who saved her life was okay. Sumu patted his chest and grinned. Look at me. I look strong. Do you think I will be hurt? But you have to eat this herb and expel the poison. Then you can really thank me. Sumu placed the liangxin grass in her hand, leaving no room for doubt. Okay, Wednesday murmured, swallowing the herb without hesitation. The herb tasted sweet, not as bitter as she had imagined. But the next second, Wednesday's face changed, and she suddenly fell to the ground holding her stomach, curled up and whimpering in pain. What's going on? Sumu suddenly became nervous and rushed forward, picking up Wednesday. The intelligence system and insight had clearly confirmed that Liang-Cinco could detoxify, so there was no way they were wrong. Just as she was wondering, Wednesday suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood with a woo-woo sound. It wasn't ordinary blood, but thick, poisonous blood with a rancid smell. I feel much better. My body feels so relaxed. Wednesday said while trying to endure the pain. Sumu said, Are you sure? I'm sure. Wednesday nodded gently, but her face was still pale and her body was still very weak. Okay, don't be so stubborn. Go in and rest first. Sumu didn't say anything else. He just picked her up and carried her back to the shelter. Unfortunately, the shelter was too simple, without even a bed, so she could only lie on the haystack for the time being. Sumu looked at Wednesday's frail appearance and comforted her. You rest first. I'll go take care of something. Wednesday watched Sumu's back slowly disappear, her eyes slightly lost in thought. She didn't know what he was going to do, but a strange sense of security rose in her heart. Soon, Wednesday could no longer bear the exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. That night was the most restful and peaceful sleep she had ever had since she was sold into slavery. In her dream, Wednesday saw Sumu making a straw bed for her, feeding her water, and wiping the sweat from her forehead with a cloth. The water was sweet, as if it had been sweetened with honey. She drank it mouthful after mouthful, and her heart was warmed. And in this warm atmosphere, morning quietly arrived. 1-star intelligence. 3 slimes are approaching your territory and are showing strong interest in this place. Sumu was just about to go out and look for some wild fruits when the system suddenly popped up a notification. Slime? Interested? What does that mean? Just as Sumu finished wondering, another message popped up on the intelligence system. 2-star dangerous intelligence. The scent of honey has attracted 2 injured roaring bears, and they are rapidly approaching. Warning, arriving in 2 minutes. Please be prepared for battle. What the hell? They're here to bring you warmth so early in the morning. Sumu didn't have time to think about it, and immediately climbed up a tall tree to observe the situation. 2 minutes later, as expected, the first thing to appear was not a bear, but 3 slimes that gurgled. They bounced around like jelly, 2 large and 1 small, looking silly. Sumu quickly cast an insight spell, and instantly a message popped up in his mind. Slime, water element can split and fuse, won't die easily, loves peace, dislikes fighting, can participate in basic labor and construction, and is a superb delicacy. Huh? A truly delicious delicacy? Are you kidding me? Sumu almost laughed himself out of the tree. Could this thing actually be eaten? But if it could actually be used for labor, that would be another matter. After all, there was a shortage of manpower. Sumu was just about to get down from the tree to try and catch one when suddenly the ground shook. 2 large brown bears, each over 4 meters long, roared and rushed into view. A faint aura swirled around the roaring bear, making it clear he wasn't to be trifled with. Sumu's breathing hitched. This was going to be a lively scene. 3 adorable slimes and 2 grumpy giant bears. They hadn't even had time to make breakfast, and they were already starting a fight? Chapter 9. Conquer the Roaring Bear. Members +3. Roaring Bear, a giant creature that lives on the outskirts of Myriad Forest. It's greedy and loves sweets, especially honey. It knows a little magic and is quite powerful, but it seems to be injured now. When the 2 roaring bears suddenly appeared, the first thing they did was not to rush into Sumu's territory, but to target the 3 helpless little slimes. The 2 roaring bears quickly cornered the 3 little creatures under a large tree, pressing forward aggressively. The 2 larger slimes tightly clung to the smallest one in the middle, their eyes filled with fear as they huddled against the tree, trembling and unable to move. Sumu was hiding behind a tree. Seeing this scene, he thought to himself, could it be that these 3 little guys have no fighting power at all? Without hesitation, Sumu quickly raised his rifle and pointed it steadily at the head of a roaring bear. It was still dark in the woods, and the 2 roaring bears didn't notice Sumu's presence at all. Just as one of the roaring bears roared and raised its paw to crush the slime, Sumu decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise pierced the silence of the early morning, followed by 3 consecutive bullets being fired. Sumu's spearmanship was incredibly accurate, hitting the roaring bear's head with every strike. Without a moment's hesitation, each strike was fatal. The immense force of the impact blew the bear's head into a bloody mess, and its massive body lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. The other roaring bear sensed the danger, turned around, and looked at Sumu with a roar, and slapped the tree hard, causing the whole tree to shake violently. Sumu nearly fell from the tree. He gritted his teeth and clung to the trunk, preparing to reload and fire back. However, the roaring bear didn't give him a chance. A strong wind suddenly rose from its body and rushed towards Sumu. Damn! Magic attack! Sumu's heart tightened, and he quickly jumped down from the tree, rolling to avoid the attack. Before Sumu could stand firm, he felt the wind whistling behind him. He instinctively turned around and saw the roaring bear had flashed behind him. The roaring bear raised its paw high, as if ready to crush Sumu right there and then. At this distance, it was definitely too late to dodge. Sumu could only steel himself and pray that it would be gentler and not cripple him. But surprisingly, the roaring bear stopped moving, its paw raised high in the air, motionless. The roaring bear seemed to be in a state of confusion, with a blank look in its eyes, as if it didn't know what it was doing. Are you okay? Wenstia's voice suddenly sounded. She appeared out of nowhere and looked at Sumu nervously. Sumu narrowed his eyes and guessed. Did you do something to this bear? Well, I've temporarily charmed it. Wenstia nodded, a hint of fatigue in her tone. She had been awakened by the sound of gunfire while still asleep, and upon discovering Sumu was under attack, she rushed to his aid without a second thought. Then try to control it for a while longer. I'm useful, Sumu said as he took out a capture collar from his backpack. I'll do my best. Wenstia bit her lip lightly, a hint of red in her eyes, which quickly faded away. Capture failed. Sumu was stunned. Failed? This luck is too bad, right? Sumu suppressed the disappointment in his heart, forced himself to calm down, and decided to try again. This time, he finally got what he wanted. Capture success. Gain the explosive bear's obedience. Sumu saw that the collar was securely fastened around the explosive bear's neck. The system notification sounded, and Sumu knew he had succeeded. It's okay. Sumu looked back at Wednesday and found that sweat had already appeared on her forehead. It was obvious that she had exerted too much force just now. Luckily, I have you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to take it. Sumu said with a smile, and he was reassured of the fox girl's ability. Yeah. Wednesday responded softly, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Wednesday was still a little weak at the moment. If her body hadn't recovered yet, controlling the bear wouldn't have been difficult. However, Wednesday could feel that the toxins in her body had been completely eliminated. She had finally survived. Wednesday looked at Sumu, feeling a surge of genuine gratitude. Sumu hadn't lied to Wednesday. Obtain leather X10. Obtain teeth X10. Obtain a scroll for making a normal workbench. Sumu's eyes lit up, and he was very excited. This was the workbench blueprint he had been looking forward to for a long time. Sumu immediately chose to learn. Ordinary workbench can be used to craft required items, improving efficiency. Required materials: wood X50, iron or X10, leather X20. Woo, a soft sound interrupted Sumu's thoughts, and two big slimes brought the little guy to Sumu. The two big slimes jumped excitedly and kept shouting, "Wow, wow," at Sumu, as if to express their gratitude. Although they couldn't speak the same language, Sumu could tell that these little guys weren't hostile at all. Instead, they seemed to be thanking him for saving them. Sumu also wanted to catch a slime to take back to his territory for observation, so he took out his collar. Cannot be used on higher-level life forms. Sumu was stunned. Slime is actually a higher-level life form? A soft, jelly-like thing is actually higher level than the roaring bear? Who would have thought? Sumu suddenly remembered that the system had said that the slimes were interested in Sumu's territory. So Sumu simply invited them. Would you like to go back with me to take a look? Sumu walked ahead, with roaring bear quietly following behind, and the three slimes also hopped up. Members +3. The system prompt sounded again. He is actually considered a member of the territory? Sumu was immediately curious and hurried back to the shelter to check the territory crystal. Sure enough, the mission data changed. 1. Absorb 10 lives as residents of the territory, currently April 10th, not completed. Sumu suddenly realized that slimes were a native species of the continent, so they could be considered residents, while roaring bears were just tamed wild beasts and did not fall into the category of residents. Sumu smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that his first batch of residents would not be humans, but slimes? However, since it would advance the upgrade process, Sumu decided to keep them. How are you feeling? Sumu asked Wednesday as he brewed some honey water. Much better, though still a little weak. Wednesday's eyes fell on the honey, then glanced at the hay in the corner of the shelter, a thoughtful expression on her face. That dream hadn't been a dream after all. Sumu said, "Give me some honey water. Sweet things can replenish your strength." "Thank you." Wednesday took the cup and took a sip. The sweet taste reminded her of the taste of last night. Whoa! The little slime drank with a satisfied look on its face. Its eyes narrowed into a line, and it looked like it was enjoying itself. Sumu simply made another cup and fed the little slime a full drink. In this way, the 2 cups of honey water easily captured the little slime's heart. It stuck to Sumu and acted like a spoiled child. As Wednesday looked at the scene of the interaction between a man and a slime, a long-lost smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of her mouth. 3-star value intelligence. Blessed by the river's spirit god, fishing by the river in the next 2 hours will yield unexpected gains. Just as Sumu finished breakfast, another message popped up on the system. River spirit blessing? Fishing. Sumu immediately remembered the simple fishing rod he'd picked up from the airdrop yesterday. Wednesday, you rest well in the territory. I'll go to the river. I understand, Wednesday nodded. Sumu left Roaring Bear behind to guard the territory and headed to the river to fish. He soon discovered that no one understood the loneliness of a fisherman. And for a fisherman who didn't even have bait, that loneliness was doubled. Sumu boredly opened the national chat channel to see if there was anything new. However, he found that the trend had changed drastically, and many people were discussing the fact that a certain Dragon Kingdom lord had his territory occupied by a group of foreign players. Everyone was asking, shouldn't foreigners play on their own servers? Why were they playing on ours? Some even wondered if those foreign lords were actually indigenous NPCs. But soon, more and more evidence showed that those people were indeed lord players from other countries. Now everyone realized that this continent was not just an arena for domestic lords. It turned out to be a global melee. Chapter 10, Get Rich. Blessing of the River God. Is the competition already this fierce? Sumu muttered softly, and suddenly a thought popped up in his mind. Then, are there any foreign lord players near me? It's not impossible, Come to think of it, with 6 billion people vying for one world, how can we sift out the truly capable without being cruel? Survival of the fittest is the very nature of this world. However, Sumu quickly regained his composure and returned his gaze to the water. By the way, where's the promised blessing from the river god? It's been almost half an hour, and I haven't seen a single fish. Sumu frowned, wondering if there was something wrong with his fishing posture. Just as Sumu was daydreaming, the fishing rod moved, ripples appeared on the water surface, and the system prompt sounded. I caught a silver scale fish. Finally, Sumu's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the fish's attributes, the fishing rod shook violently again. A giant's thigh bone was caught. Oh my, this is too sudden. Sumu grinned as he reeled in the line. This is not fishing at all, it's a lottery. Then, caught a giant salamander. Caught a damaged sheepskin map. Caught some useless algae. Caught a silver scale fish. Iron hoe fished up. Wooden box fished up for crafting scrolls. As the 2 hours drew to a close, the last hook appeared. Silver treasure chest fished up. Put the rod back. Sumu suppressed his excitement and carefully checked all his spoils. Silver scale fish, a common fish with delicious meat that can fill you up, but it's just mediocre. Ordinary ingredients? That's fine. However, when Sumu saw the description of the giant salamander, his eyes suddenly fixed. Giant salamander can purify water, making it sweet and clear. But it seems that there is more to it than meets the eye. Sumu looked down at the giant salamander in his hand. It was glowing with a golden red luster, with a round head and big eyes, and looked very cute. What was even more shocking was that this fish had been out of the water for almost an hour, and it was still alive and kicking. On the other hand, the silver-scaled fish had already died a long time ago. This contrast made Sumu feel that this giant salamander was not simple. Let's keep it and see. Sumu made a decisive decision and kept the giant salamander. Then Sumu looked at the giant's leg bone, which was over a meter long. Giant's thigh bone. A giant's bone that fell into the river. It is so hard that it seems it can be used as a blunt instrument. While it looks like a weapon, using it in a fight feels like a bone club in a street brawl, and the art is a bit abstract. But as long as it works, I'll keep it for now. When Sumu's eyes fell on the damaged sheepskin map, a hint of excitement finally flashed in his eyes. This thing is much more valuable. When everyone was still confused about the direction, a regional map was a rare treasure. Sumu saw the name, Myriad Forest, written on it at a glance. It was indeed this area. Sumu carefully put the map away, then placed his hand on the silver treasure chest that shone with white light. Who could resist the temptation of a blind box? Get silver coins X566. Get the connection code. Obtain charm potion. Obtain Lord Talent, Pride of the Chief. Obtain a complete set of crafting scrolls for the exquisite wooden house. Obtain a crafting scroll for the repair station. Obtain a crafting scroll for the furnace. Obtain a crafting scroll for the bonfire. Holy crap, this is a steal. Sumu nearly jumped up in excitement. He quickly checked the descriptions of the key items. Connection code. You can specify a race to establish a connection, increase your favorability, and enable communication. Charm potion. Increases charm upon use, ranging from 3 to 20 points, with a random fluctuation. Chief's Pride. Lord's Talent. You possess innate leadership qualities, allowing any race to become your residents. You can also discern their talents, leading the territory's overall combat effectiveness, plus 10%. Note, you can only possess a maximum of 3 Lord's Talents, and these cannot be replaced. Hiss. Sumu took a deep breath, extremely excited. This is a Lord's Talent, a true cheat code. Without hesitation, Sumu clicked to use it. Lord Talent obtained, Pride of the Chief. Sumu clicked on the charm potion again. Successfully used the charm potion, gaining an 18-point charm boost. The maximum is 20 points, and I rolled 18. I'm pretty lucky. After collecting his spoils, Sumu filled a tank with water, placed the giant salamander inside, and prepared to return to his territory. After all, no matter how beautiful the outside world was, it couldn't be as safe as home. As soon as he returned to the edge of the territory, Sumu was stunned. He saw the 3 slimes he had taken in were working hard. One of the big slimes was holding an axe and chopping trees like flying, his movements smooth and flowing. The other 2 were also busy, carrying wood back and forth. And in the open space of the territory, a mountain of wood had been piled up, taller than the trees. Sumu was a little confused for a moment. Sumu said, I really didn't ask them to work. They did it on their own initiative. Moreover, their efficiency was comparable to that of an automated factory. Sumu couldn't help but look at these soft little balls again, his eyes filled with awe. Could it be that slimes were born to be workers? If 3 were so formidable, what about 30? 300? Even 3,000? Sumu's eyes nearly lit up, and a slime empire was already emerging in his mind. At this moment, the little slime came running over, made a woo-wah sound, and pounced on Sumu's legs. Sumu smiled and reached out to touch it. What? Little guy, you want to stick to me again? The next second, a familiar system prompt popped up. Water, slime. Female sign, age, 6 months. Work adaptability. Handcrafting LV3, irrigation LV2, special talent tags. Workaholic, praise me quickly, loves to act like a baby. Sumu was stunned. This information, is it my innate ability? It turned out that this was the passive ability of Pride of the Chief, being able to see the abilities and potential of the residents at a glance. Sumu recalled that such information had never appeared before. Now Sumu realized that the true value of this talent was not just a combat bonus, but all-round talent management. Sumu quickly looked through the explanations of several labels. Handmade indicates crafting and production capabilities suitable for building and crafting items. Irrigation improves agricultural efficiency, suitable for use in farmland planting, irrigation, and other operations. That is to say, this little slime is not only a capable builder, but also a qualified farmer. The more Sumu thought about it, the more he felt that this talent was really amazing. Sumu seemed to have a glimpse of the future, an automated territory populated by slimes, plowing the land, chopping trees, and building houses all automatically, even with emotional communication. I'm not just a lord, I'm a CEO. Sumu felt an unprecedented sense of anticipation. His territory was just beginning to shine. Chapter 11 Master? Can I touch your hand? Workaholic. Likes work, enjoys work, and makes work enjoyable. Work speed increases by 20 and work endurance increases by 30. Praise me now. You will feel happy after being praised, and your abilities and talents will be slightly improved. Love to act cute. Slimes that know how to act cute have the best life. No one can resist their adorable demands. When Sumu saw the first 2 labels, his eyes lit up and his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Workaholic. Plus, praise me quickly. The combination of these 2 labels, if this isn't an innate working saint, what is it? And the last one loves to act like a spoiled brat. No wonder he couldn't resist when the little slime asked for honey water in the morning. It was probably because the little guy used his talent on him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little guy, did you cut those woods? Sumu asked while touching the little slime's soft head. Whoa. The little slime responded to him with duong duong, with a hint of expectation in its big eyes. Well done, little one. You're amazing. I'll reward you with honey water later, so keep up the good work. Sumu was not good at praising people, but with just these 2 simple sentences, the little slime was obviously very satisfied. The little guy turned around twice on the spot, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he obviously enjoyed the praise. After giving a signal, it jumped back to work and seemed to be working even harder. Sumu was very satisfied with this. Territory members +2. As Sumu stepped into the territory with his left foot, a prompt sounded in front of him. What's going on? How come the number of territory members suddenly increased to +2? Sumu expressed his doubts, but he soon reacted. Pride of the Chief. The Lord's talent states that no matter what race, they can become a member of your territory. Regardless of the race, this largely means that animals are also included. In other words, from the moment he stepped into the territory with his left foot, his Lord talent came into play, and the roaring bear squatting at the door was also counted as a member. So what about the extra one? Could it be? Sumu couldn't help but look at the silver box in his hand, where a giant salamander was lying quietly. When Xiao Yuer saw his gaze sweeping over, he also looked at him, his eyes full of wisdom. Does the giant salamander count? In order to verify his inference, Sumu planned to go into the shelter to check the territory crystal. But before he could even step into the shelter, Winstia had already walked out. Host. Master, welcome back. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's and could not be heard clearly. During the 2 hours that Sumu was away, Winstia had accepted the fact that she would become his slave. Moreover, she was also making plans in her heart, intending to welcome him in this way when he came back. But she didn't expect that after 2 hours of mental preparation, when she actually did it, she still couldn't say it out loud. What did you say? Sumu really didn't hear clearly, and he looked at Winstia in confusion. She looks much more radiant today than she did yesterday, and her whole mental state has even risen to a higher level. It really looks better the more you look at it. Winstia stirred her hands, and finally mustered up the courage. Master, welcome back. Owner. Sumu looked at her unexpectedly. Winstia, if you don't like calling me that, you can just call me by my name. It doesn't matter. I don't care about those things. I feel like you, and I are more like friends. Sumu's words undoubtedly struck Winstia's heart hard, and her eyes suddenly became firm. No, I'm going to call you Master. Sumu. The little fox is quite stubborn and seems to have his own ideas. Okay, I'm fine with anything you like. He then came to the territory crystal. 1. Absorb 10 lives to become residents of the territory, currently June 10th, not completed, comma. Winstia, 3 slimes, and Roaring Bear. There are exactly 5 living beings, which also confirms Sumu's inference. The giant salamander is the 6th member of the territory. Giant salamander, female sign. Age, 999 years, 10 months, 1 day. Work adaptability, irrigation LV2. Special talent tag, purification, unique. No way. Looking at the age of the giant salamander, Sumu was stunned. 999 years, 10 months and 1 day? This giant salamander is almost 1,000 years old. Is this true or false? I took a look at the giant salamander swimming freely in the silver treasure chest. Its petite body didn't look like a fish that was almost 1,000 years old. Fear. Sumu had a strong feeling that this giant salamander must be extraordinary. Purification. Unique living in water can purify the water source. The purified water source can be drunk directly, and drinking it can restore energy. The only talent. Does that mean only the giant salamander has it? Also, what exactly does this restoration of energy mean? Unable to figure it out, Sumu decided to wait and see. In the future, he would build an artificial lake for the giant salamander in his territory. Winstia. Sumu called out. Here comes the master. Winstia's voice was very soft, and she was trying her best to adapt to her identity and position. I'll give you this little fish first. Please help me take good care of it. Sumu instructed. Yeah, I see. Winstia took a look at the fish in the box. They were quite cute, but she couldn't name them. By the way, give me your hand. Sumu suddenly said. Oh. Winstia was stunned. Can you give me a hand? Her face suddenly flushed. She remembered what she had heard before. Many humans bought Asians as slaves just to satisfy that need. The slaves themselves must obey the master's demands unconditionally, and that aspect naturally includes. Winstia had just changed her mindset, but she didn't expect that day to come so soon. Moreover, it was in a simple environment where there was not even a bed. To be honest, she really didn't. Why is your face suddenly red? Not knowing what Winstia was thinking, Sumu focused his attention on her face. Master, I'm not ready. Winstia bit her lip and said it. Not ready? What's the meaning? Sumu was surprised. He took the initiative to reach out and pull Winstia's hand over, saying, What else do you need to prepare for a handshake? Handshake. Winstia looked at him in surprise. What else? Good. All right. Winstia's face turned even redder. It turned out that she had misunderstood. Without paying attention to her changes, Sumu's attention was now focused on Winstia's status bar. Red Fox Daughter, Winstia female sign. Age, 17 years, 10 months, 21 days. Work adaptability, handicraft LV2, sewing LV2, felling LV1, mining LV1. Special talent tags, unable to escape, charming body. Chapter 12, connect with slime. Let's go mining. Why are there 2 rows of question marks? Does it mean that the tag is not unlocked? Sumu frowned. He was a little confused. This was the first time this happened. After struggling for a while, he gave up and decided to find the answer later. Sumu didn't need to look at the sewing label. He roughly knew what it meant. Anyway, that's not what I meant. Can't escape. Among the Red Fox clan, those with this talent have their charm success rate increased by 30. No wonder that in the morning, Winstia charmed the Roaring Bear with just 1 move. It turns out that her talent comes with a bonus. Sumu nodded. Charming body. With the development of natural charm, the attraction to the opposite sex gradually increases with age. Using charm skills on creatures of the opposite sex increases the success rate by 20. Winstia, what is the success rate of your Red Fox clan's charm technique? Sumu asked. The success rate of charm is actually very low. It's about 10 for opponents of similar strength to me. If they are weaker than me, it's higher. Winstia's face was rosy and extremely beautiful. In fact, her hand had been held and played with for a long time, and this was the first time she faced such a scene. As a subhuman, her emotions were no different from those of humans, and at this moment, shyness occupied her entire heart. Sumu probably understood. He let go of Winstia's hand. I see. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the shelter, leaving Winstia with a head full of questions. After a while, she touched her hand, which was still warm out of curiosity. Excellent. This is also top-notch. After checking the job adaptability and talent tags of the other 2 slimes, Sumu gave his evaluation. These 2 slimes are both labeled as workaholics. Moreover, The male slime that had been chopping trees had an extra label on it. Corporate beast. Corporate animals. Only 1 bale of grass is needed for 100 kilometers. Eat less, work more. Overtime makes me proud. Work endurance plus 40, work consciousness plus 30. 2-item buffs stacked together. I can only say it's awesome. After taking another look at the roaring bear, Sumu's face immediately turned dark. Good guy. Gourmet and lazy, plus slacker, plus clumsy, plus weak constitution. There are quite a few labels, but they are all the opposite of slime, so it's better not to mention them. At noon, after Sumu learned the bonfire-making scroll, he successfully unlocked the making of the bonfire pile. From now on, you only need to light a fire and add wood yourself, and the bonfire will always be there, which is much more convenient. Winstia sat opposite him, watching him turn the grilled fish skillfully, and she sniffed slightly. Does it smell good? Sumu noticed this detail and asked. Winstia nodded slightly, which made Sumu inexplicably feel that she was a little cute and naive. At this moment, the little red fox really looked like a 17-year-old girl. You can't tell it at all under normal circumstances. After all, she has such a great figure. She is a mature queen. By the way, I'm going mining this afternoon. Do you want anything to eat? I'll bring it back for you. Sumu asked. No, anything is fine. All right. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, woo-wah, the little slime handed him the water bag. Have you finished drinking the honey water? More. Woo-woo-woo-woo. The little slime blinked its big eyes and spoke repeatedly, but Sumu couldn't understand what it was saying. But judging from the satisfied expression on its face, it probably doesn't want it anymore. Moreover, Sumu also discovered a detail. Slimes don't need meat or vegetables as food. They only need to drink water. Imagine working hard for 20 hours and then just needing to drink a sip of water from the river to instantly replenish your energy. Would the boss dislike such an employee? Sumu's opinion of slime couldn't be higher. Oh, right, the connection code. Sumu suddenly remembered the treasure he got from the silver treasure chest. If he uses it on slimes, then he should be able to communicate with them, right? Sumu did it right away without hesitation and used the connection code to the little slime. 1 minute later. Little guy, you mean you don't need honey water anymore, right? Sumu asked tentatively. Yes, sir. What finally came out of the little slime's mouth was not a "was" sound, but a soft voice like that of a little girl. Considering that it was only 6 months old, Sumu expressed his understanding. Are those two your parents? Sumu pointed at the large and medium-sized slime resting outside the shelter. Yes, my lord. Do you have any uncles or aunts? Sumu started to calculate his own. After chatting with the little slime, he learned that slimes were born to travel as a family unit, and generally there was very little interaction between the groups. They only help each other when they meet in the wild. So the little slime family only knew that there were traces of slimes in the forest, but they didn't know how to contact them. This made Sumu a little disappointed. However, he did receive another very important piece of news. Slimes and goblins are enemies. As long as we can punish the goblin tribe in the forest, we can establish prestige among the slime tribe. By then, maybe some slimes will come and join us on their own initiative. Master, can you understand what they are saying? Seeing that his master and the little slime had been chatting for a long time, Winstia, who was eating grilled fish, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Of course. Otherwise, if I talk to it for so long, will I just be talking to myself? Facing the little fox girl's curiosity, Sumu spoke with a smile. Amazing. Winstia sighed sincerely. That's natural. How else can I become your master? Facing her admiring eyes, Sumu felt a surge of pride in his heart. Sumu went out. In the afternoon, his first priority is mining. If he tries to finish the workbench, the wooden house will not be far away, and then his territory can be successfully upgraded to level 1. Thinking of this, Sumu became full of energy. The nearest mine is 5 kilometers away, isn't it? Sumu took a look at the map and couldn't help but complain. If only he had a mount at this time, the journey could be shortened a lot. Along the way, the intelligence system sounded 3 times, each time a warning of danger. Thanks to the system, Sumu cleverly avoided danger and arrived at the entrance of the mine. He didn't have many musket bullets, and he didn't want to waste them in a meaningless battle. At least try to minimize the fighting before hitting other weapons. 3-star dangerous information. There are 4 goblins mining 10 meters into the mine. Be careful of them. The intelligence system's prompt sounded again. Sumu's steps trembled as he stepped into the mine. He pressed against the wall, going deeper and deeper, not even daring to use a torch. Chapter 13. Killing and Robbing. Old SIXS attributes are maxed out. Why did the captain send the 4 of us here to mine? Didn't we capture 2 human slaves yesterday? Goblin A complained. Who knows? I heard that the clan leader's daughter took a fancy to that male slave and asked for him at noon. I don't know what he is doing now. Hey. Goblin B said this with a smirk, swinging the pickaxe in his hand to dig. That human female slave is also very good looking, but we, the little minions, are not qualified to get our hands on her. Goblin C said ding ding dong dong, and did not forget to add, what a pity. Back then, our goblin city-states hadn't split up, and we had plenty of human female slaves to enjoy. Don't worry about that. I don't know what happened recently at the edge of the forest. Suddenly, there are more humans. There will be no shortage of human slaves in the future, and even fewer female ones. Our tribe will soon regain the glory of the former goblin city-state. Goblin B suddenly said, is this true? The other 3 goblins were surprised by its words. How do you know so much gossip? Goblin Armor stopped the pickaxe in his hand. Do you think my usual flattery of the captain has no effect? Goblin B smiled. Anyway, I'm telling you, work hard, perform well, and you'll be the first to enjoy the female slaves in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 goblins raised their pickaxes frantically and started digging with a clang. Seeing this, Goblin B was unwilling to fall behind. The entire cave was filled with the sounds of mining. Explosion. At this moment, Sumu was hiding in the shadows in the corner, and he clearly heard the goblins' conversation. He didn't expect that in this different world, besides humans liking subhuman slaves, goblins also liked female human slaves. Moreover, the purpose is not to work, but for that kind of thing. If that's the case, then he won't feel the slightest bit of guilt when he kills goblins. However, Sumu was not ready to take action now. He turned around and walked out of the mine. Time passes by every second. For hours passed. Guys, it's getting dark. Let's get ready to leave. We go back too late. The captain will scold us soon. Goblin B put away the pickaxe in his hand and waved his hand. Good. No. The other 3 goblins put away the items in their hands one after another. They lined up in an orderly manner and walked out of the mine. Hey, something seems amiss out there. When they were almost at the mine entrance, Goblin B, who was walking in front, stopped. What's wrong? 3 more goblins came over. When we first arrived at the mine, there didn't seem to be any grass growing at the entrance, right? Goblin B scratched his head and spoke, his eyes fixed on the pile of withered weeds outside the mine. It seems to be longer. Goblin Armor wasn't so sure. Does it matter whether there's grass or not? Will it affect our walking? Goblin C curled his lips and walked out of the mine with Goblin D. The next moment, screams were heard, and Goblins C and D, who had just walked out of the mine entrance, were thrown into the sky by unknown vines. What's going on? Goblin A was startled. Enemy. Prepare to fight. Goblin B is obviously smarter. He has already taken out a longbow. But it never expected that in the shadows behind it, the black muzzle of a gun was pointed at it. That's right, it's Sumu. He also spent several hours setting up the trap at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, his old 6 attributes were maxed out, and he suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! 2 minutes later, the battle ended without any danger. The bodies of 4 goblins were neatly arranged at the entrance of the mine, and Sumu was looting the items on them. Obtain a special or capsule. Obtain iron or X698. Obtain a fine longbow. Obtain a low-quality longbow. Obtain arrows X223. Get a rough spear. Get rough hoe X2. Obtain 3 rough iron pickaxes. Get rough leather armor. Get a cloth crafting scroll. Obtain 21 copper coins. There are quite a lot of things, but very few of them are truly valuable. As for the iron ore, that was originally Sumu's target. The 4 goblins worked hard for more than 4 hours and dug up 698 pieces of iron ore. If he had dug it himself, he would definitely not have reached this amount. So this time, Sumu still made a lot of money. What's this? Sumu fiddled with the thing in his hand. Special or bag. Can hold 1,000 pieces of iron ore, regardless of weight. I see. He asked why the goblins didn't feel heavy at all after carrying so many ores, and it turned out that there was something specifically placed there. This thing is simply too good for Sumu. After disposing of the goblin's body, he left without looking back. But not long after he left, another group of goblins came into the mine. Horned deer, a common wild animal in the forest, seemingly without much desire to attack. When he was almost at the territory, Sumu saw 2 antler deer drinking water by the river. He thought that he didn't have much leather on his body, and the only thing he could eat tonight was silver-scaled fish. This horned deer cannot be let go. However, at this moment, behind a tree by the river, 2 tall men with blonde hair and blue eyes were observing everything that happened to Sumu. Hey man, I guess the territory we saw earlier belongs to this guy. Shrek lowered his voice and spoke to his companions. It should be. Cook still agrees with his partner's speculation. Then what should we do? Should we go up and kill him now? Shrek put his hand across his neck and made a gesture. But at this moment, Sumu by the river suddenly took out a longbow. Seeing this scene, Cook raised his hand to interrupt his companion and shook his head. Don't do it yet. This guy looks like he has a lot of good stuff. Let's observe first. As soon as Cook finished speaking, Sumu had already killed a horned deer. His movements were quick and decisive, without any hesitation. It doesn't look like the first time killing a monster. Cook's eyes were slightly stern. This guy is not simple. For hours ago, Cook and Shrek left their territory and walked along the river, looking for plant fibers to pick. As long as they have fiber and dig up, or they can quickly upgrade their territory. Finally, after walking for 2 hours, they found a fiber bush not far from the river. The plant fibers picked here can be used directly. However, they found 3 jelly-like blue figures busy in the fiber bush. After secretly observing for a while, Cook and his companions made a bigger discovery. These 3 nameless guys actually led the members of a certain territory. Cook and the other man immediately developed a strong interest in this territory. There are abundant tree resources and a fiber bush, which can be picked regularly every day. It is close to water sources and has a flat terrain. Such a geographical location is simply outstanding. It is very suitable for the early development of the territory. However, Cook and the others did not take action immediately, but hid aside and continued to observe. After a while, the two discovered that there was an indigenous subhuman in the territory, as well as a bear that looked to be quite powerful. The clever Cook quickly realized that the real owner of the territory had not yet appeared. So, they waited patiently and hid behind the tree to observe Sumu. Chapter 14, Your deeds have spread in the slime circle. Obtain deer antlers x2. Obtain 15 pieces of venison. Get deer whip. Get 2 copper coins. Get leather x10. Sumu put the things away with satisfaction. Then he threw the antler carcass to the edge of the forest and turned away. He didn't think much about it. He had dealt with the roaring bear's corpse in the same way earlier. There was nothing special about it. However, Sumu didn't know how extravagant his behavior was. In the current environment where Lord players cannot eat enough and can only rely on wild fruits to fill their stomachs, his actions are simply unpopular with both heaven and man. Look, Shrek, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and was immediately defeated. Fuck, that guy is such a waste. He just killed these 2 deer, took some of the meat, and then threw the carcasses away. Damn it. The muscles on Shrek's face trembled and he cursed. He did the right thing. Cook calmly analyzed the situation and said, the weather is bad now, and without refrigeration, meat cannot be stored for long. If he deliberately stores it there, it might attract some wild animals that feed on carrion and cause trouble for him. This Lord player is very calm and meticulous, definitely not a simple person. Shrek thought about it for a moment and felt that it made sense. If it were our territory, we wouldn't waste it. After all, we already have 20 members. Speaking of this, Shrek straightened his chest and felt proud. Let's go back to the territory first. At this time, Cook made a decision. Don't we want to find a way to kill him and occupy his territory? That guy has a lot of good stuff on him. Shrek was a little confused about his partner's decision. Let's go back first. If we work harder, our territory will be upgraded to level 1. We'll be even stronger then. Also, we need to discuss this with Bruce. After all, the 3 of us are partners now. Cook is a man of great skill and carefulness. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, this guy will only live 1 more day. Hey. Successfully built a workbench. Learn to make scrolls in exquisite wooden houses. Unlock wooden floor crafting. Unlock wooden wall crafting. Sumu took a look and saw that the wooden house only needed wood to be built, and the rest of the materials did not need to be prepared. Moreover, his territory has the most timber. What surprised him was that when he tested it, he found that not only he could operate the workbench, but also Winstia and slime. Sumu guessed that the work on the workbench should be a kind of handmade work. Slime's craftsmanship is LV3, Winstia's craftsmanship is LV2. So, slime works faster than Winstia. After assigning each member a job, Sumu dismantled the simple shelter and prepared to build a cabin. The construction process is not complicated and is roughly the same as the games Sumu has played before, such as Minecraft and Ark. As long as there is a steady supply of materials, he can even build the entire territory into wooden houses. However, Sumu doesn't have that much time and energy, and he still needs to cultivate other lands in the territory to unlock the level 1 territory. Be sure to reserve enough space. Let's build a small cabin first, so it's cozy. Successfully build the cabin and meet the conditions for territory upgrade. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the wooden house was successfully built in the territory before the sun set. Because Sumu unlocked the exquisite wooden house set, his wooden house can be described as luxurious. There are all kinds of wall decorations inside, and there are even candlesticks on the walls that can be lit. In this way, we no longer need to survive in pitch darkness. Furthermore, although the wooden house is not big, Sumu still separated 2 rooms. One is for the slime family of 3, and the other. Besides, the bonfire is lit and dinner is ready. 2-star value intelligence. Your feat of killing goblins for 2 consecutive days has spread among the slime community, making the territory much more attractive to them. Suddenly, a prompt from the intelligence system came to Sumu's mind. What's the meaning? How did the slime tribe know that he had killed goblins for 2 consecutive days? Did they see it? Sumu felt that this information was a bit confusing. Winstia, do you have something to tell me? He caught a glimpse of Winstia, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and his eyes fell on him several times, so Sumu asked first. Master, I'm a little dirty. I want to go to the river to wash tonight. Seeing him ask, Winstia finally plucked up the courage to speak out. She had been wearing this dress for a long time, and the weather was hot and humid today, so she had already sweated while working. She couldn't help but want to wash. Look at me. I was so busy I didn't even notice this. Sumu patted his head, then took out a linen shirt from his backpack and handed it to Winstia. We don't have any special clothes for girls. Wear this first, and I'll find you some clothes later. He picked up the linen clothes from the airdrop, but he modified them for a small reason. But overall it's fine and can still be worn. Thank you. Winstia took it, a hint of joy on her face. Taking advantage of the break from barbecuing, Sumu took a look at the regional chat channel. He found that there were no major topics today, just some ordinary chats. There were still some girls who were unwilling to give up and were calling Sumu's name, begging him to take them with him. But after receiving no response, they gradually lost their enthusiasm. As an outstanding young man who has received 9 years of compulsory education, Sumu has played with many women. For example, Jiao Chan, Daji, Jinji, Maishirenui, Ganyu, Kaching, Hu Tao. So Sumu knows too much about women. He doesn't want to become their tool. Sigma men never fall into women's traps. A dinner that tasted like chewing wax. Without salt and other seasonings, Sumu always felt that something was missing in his life. He had made up his mind that after upgrading his territory, he would try to go to the nearest town to buy some daily necessities. He saw traces of the town on the map, but it was quite a distance away. Before that, some preparations need to be made. After dinner, Sumu was not idle. He continued to make and install the guardrails of his territory. Master, I'm going to take a shower. Winstia came over with a torch. She now calls the word master very smoothly. Moreover, Sumu discovered that she was becoming more and more girlish, and more in line with her 17-year-old age. Her closed heart should have gradually opened up, and she settled down and adapted. Go ahead, be careful, and if anything happens, just yell, and I'll be there right away. After Winstia left, Sumu became more focused. Achieve the territory upgrade goal. Build a simple territory fence. Looking at the enclosed territory, Sumu's face was filled with joy and excitement. The process of creating something from nothing will give people a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you for your hard work. Have a good rest tonight. Sumu touched the little slime's head and spoke while looking at the slime couple. Chapter 15 members plus 6. I'm really just here for treasure hunting. I have to say, the 3 slimes really helped him a lot today. From felling trees to picking fibers, and then to making workbenches. They really worked hard from beginning to end, and they were the kind who never complained. This also gave Sumu a feeling. What will the territory be used for in the future? Isn't slime delicious? Capable, easy to work, eats simply, and doesn't know how to scheme. He is simply the chosen one to be a member of the territory. Master, please rest early. The little slime was really tired. It rubbed Sumu's hand and followed its parents into the room. Why are there several large flames over there? Willow. Sumu had just said a few words to the roaring bear when he caught a glimpse of a flash of orange and yellow light 20 meters away from the corner of his eye. He immediately frowned. However, he did not panic at the first moment. Soon, Sumu saw clearly what the orange-yellow figure was. It's not a will-o'-the-wisp, but fire element, slime. Can change shape, split, and fuse, difficult to kill. Not peace-loving, loves fighting, has a hot temper, and is able to participate in work. Territory members plus 6. Achieve the conditions for territory upgrade. Sumu watched in confusion as the fire elemental slime joined his territory. At this moment, he finally understood the purpose of the previous intelligence system prompts. The love slime has come to me. Could it be that they really saw him killing the goblins? Sir, 3 generations of us are willing to serve you. The fire slime, whose age could not be determined, spoke. Sumu estimated that it should be the oldest among the 6 slimes. Welcome to join us. While speaking, Sumu did not forget to reach out and pat the fire slime's body, and soon the information jumped into his eyes. Fire, slime, male sign. Age, 6 years. Work adaptability, handicraft LV3, firemaking LV3. Special talent tags, battle madness, master's heart, flame body. Sumu estimated that the adaptability to fire-making work should be needed for refining fine iron, and he had a furnace-making scroll on him. At that time, you will need the fire slime's ability to make fire. Battle maniac, increases combat power by 12, and reduces defense by 5. Master's heart, strive for excellence in both work and combat, increasing by 10. Flame body, reduces ice damage by 15. All 3 labels are positive. Sumu checked the other 5 fire slimes one after another and found that except for one with a negative label, the others were basically positive. The negative label is the same as the gluttonous and lazy label on Roaring Bear. Sumu secretly memorized the characteristics of this fire slime. You like to be lazy, right? I'll list you as a key observation target first. 2-star value intelligence. In 5 minutes, a random silver treasure chest will appear by the river directly in front of you. Please go and pick it up as soon as possible. Intelligence tip: if you don't pick up the treasure chest within 2 minutes, it will automatically disappear. Remember, it's right in front of you, and you can keep walking. Time is money. Sumu did not hesitate and took decisive action. But when he rushed to the river, a scream pierced the night sky. Winstia buried herself completely in the river. But because this section of the river was shallow and not very deep, even if she squatted down, she would inevitably expose some of her underwear. Winstia's face instantly turned red, and even her neck was slightly pink. Her voice trembled as she looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. Host. Master, why are you here? Ahem. Sumu coughed tactically, touched his nose awkwardly, and looked away. I said I came here to look for treasure. Do you believe me? It's no wonder Sumu feels guilty. He suddenly appeared and suddenly saw. Even see it a little clearly. Especially the big pink tail of Winstia. Cough cough. Sumu felt his heart beating violently several times. This should be the unique charm of demi-human girls, right? Also, because he was in a hurry to get to the river, Sumu forgot that Winstia was bathing in the river. After all, she took a long time to wash. Another one is, he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. You see, the river is so long, and Winstia happens to bathe in this section, and the treasure chest happens to appear here. It's God's will. I believe it. Winstia's face was still rosy, and her voice was very soft. She didn't dare to look her master in the eye, so she could only lower her head and try to fiddle with her toes to avoid embarrassment. But it's so annoying that I can't see my toes when I look down. Look, I'm really here to look for treasure. Sumu discovered the silver treasure chest that appeared out of thin air, and he pointed at it and spoke. All right. Winstia also noticed the appearance of the treasure chest, but it still couldn't make the blush on her face disappear. Go on, don't worry about me. Sumu waved his hand, then squatted in front of the silver treasure chest. There was a hint of resentment in Winstia's eyes. How could this continue? Who can teach her? Get wheat seeds. Get tomato seeds. Get gold coins X888. Obtain the ranch construction scroll. Obtain 10 capture collars. Obtain slave collar X10. Get 100 musket bullets. There weren't many things, but they were all what Sumu needed. Especially wheat seeds and tomato seeds. Sumu had previously checked the chat channel to see if anyone knew how to obtain the seeds. I didn't expect that the treasure chest would be opened by him tonight. Lucky. Just when Sumu wanted to take a look at the ranch construction scroll, Winstia's voice sounded behind him. Master, I'm ready. Do you want to go back now? There was a hint of shyness in her voice. Sumu turned around curiously and was stunned for a moment. Hiss. Lotus emerging from the water. After taking a bath, Winstia's charm was more than doubled. Especially the linen dress she was wearing, which was sleeveless on both sides, revealing her fair and slender arms. The high-slit skirt clearly reveals her slender and straight thighs. Leg beauty Winstia. Beautiful. It's so stunningly beautiful. 4 words popped up in Sumu's mind. Lotus emerging from the water. Originally, the linen shirt had long sleeves, but Sumu cut the sleeves off last night to wipe Winstia's forehead, so it became sleeveless. As the saying goes, there is no coincidence in the world. The pit that Sumu dug yesterday doesn't seem to be a pit today. Why don't you go back first? I'll take a shower too. Suddenly feeling that the weather seemed to be getting hotter, Sumu said with pursed lips. Okay. As if she felt his gaze, Winstia felt embarrassed. She responded and left in a hurry. After taking a cold shower in the river, Sumu finally suppressed the thoughts that he shouldn't have for the time being. No sooner had he returned to the cabin than the fire that had just gone out began to blaze again. Chapter 16. Surprise Attack. Fierce Counterattack. Wenwensha, what are you doing? Sumu's voice trembled a little. As soon as he returned to the room of the cabin, he saw Winstia hunched over. Oh, master. How come you're back so soon? Winstia suddenly turned over and leaned against the wall. In addition to surprise, her face turned red. Of course boys take showers faster. What the hell are you doing? Sumu held his forehead, a little confused about Winstia's actions. My tail is uncomfortable. Winstia pouted for a rare moment and said aggrievedly. There's no opening at the back of this dress, so my tail is always pressed down. I was thinking about finding the right spot to tear it open and release its tail, but I didn't expect you, my master, to come back. Sumu was stunned. So that's how it is. Let me help you. Winstia hesitated for a moment, pursed her red lips, and said, All right. Putting aside the random thoughts in his mind, Sumu found the right position and used a small dagger to cut a small hole in Winstia's clothes. If you have such a problem in the future, please ask me for help. It will be troublesome for you. When he said this, Sumu felt a little guilty. In fact, Winstia can do the tail pulling thing by herself. But the thing is, he was very curious about what the tail felt like. Yeah, okay. Winstia is unusually well behaved. It's fluffy, just like a normal cat or dog. Winstia's face was already red. She didn't tell her master. The tails of female red foxes are not allowed to be touched by anyone other than their spouse. And to a large extent, the females of the Red Fox clan are willing to let you touch their tails, which means that they have accepted and recognized you from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, there is actually a more important reason. The tail of the female Red Fox is actually, okay, go to bed early. Sumu interrupted Winstia's wandering thoughts. You and I are sharing a room today. There happen to be 2 beds. Is that okay? No problem. Winstia nodded and quietly fanned her still hot cheeks with her hands. Good night. Good night, master. Late at night. The territory is silent. Captain Aiton, this is it. This is where I discovered humans and demi-humans were active earlier. Goblin Rek said to his captain. The tall goblin Aiton, wearing leather armor, observed with a frown, then spoke. It's not too far from the mine. I'm afraid Cress and the other 4 were ambushed and killed by the humans here. After all, no one but cunning humans would use such a dirty tool as a musket. Earlier, Aiton sent 4 of his men to mine. As a result, when he found the mine, he didn't find the goblin, but found the body in the bushes nearby. Aiton was knowledgeable and saw at a glance that the wound was caused by a musket. And the only ones who can use guns in Milieu Forest are humans. Only humans. Aiton naturally connected the murderer of his men with the humans in the territory before him. So what should we do? As soon as Rick heard the word musket, he was immediately scared. He knew how powerful guns were. What are you afraid of? Aiton glared at Rick. I brought 12 of my men with me, and the attack was at night. How could I be afraid of a mere human? You can rest assured. That damn human might still be fast asleep. That's right. After hearing this, Rick felt much more relieved. Divide into 4 teams and surround them from the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. Be careful not to make any big moves. Aiton ordered his goblins. Afterwards, he led a team of 4 to attack from the front. Captain, there's a big bear ahead. Rick discovered the roaring bear lying and sleeping at the entrance of the territory. It's just a stupid bear. Let's be gentle and not disturb it. Let's deal with the humans inside first. Aiton gave the order very calmly, and the group of 6 goblins continued to approach. But their focus was on the front, and they did not notice that their teammates behind them were gradually becoming confused, falling behind, and finally collapsing in the darkness. Captain, where are the people behind us? Rick's surprised voice sounded. It tried its best to lower its voice, but it still couldn't hide the volume of its voice and the shock in its heart. Are you going to die? Aiton turned around suddenly and was about to blame when he found that the player behind him was gone. What's going on? Just as he said this, a burst of fire suddenly exploded on his right side. What followed was the goblin's scream. Captain, it's the fire elemental slime. Rick said, Damn it, why are those guys here? As soon as Aiton finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, and then Rick was shot in the head, and dark green blood splattered all over his face. Damn humans. Aiton saw the culprit at a glance, the cunning human holding a musket in his hand. Who else could it be if not Sumo? Master, be careful. This goblin is not simple. As soon as Winstia's voice sounded, Aiton had already bent his body and jumped, instantly coming to less than 2 meters away from Sumo. Wow, he moved 7 or 8 meters with one jump. It was the first time that Sumu saw such a ferocious goblin, and he was shocked. But Eaton didn't care about that. He threw the spear in his hand with a strong wind, breaking through the sonic boom and attacking the damn human. Careful! Sumu was knocked down by Wenstia. Her reaction was obviously better than that of an ordinary human like him. The spear pierced through the ground and shook violently, with 1/3 of the spear body buried in the ground. Sumu didn't dare to think about what would happen if he was the one being penetrated. Anyway, he just doesn't want to be fucked. Seeing that the attack failed, Eaton jumped to Sumu's side again and grabbed his head with his big hands. Owner! Wenstia's anxious voice sounded, her eyes glowing pink. Sumu, who was in tune with her, already knew what she meant. He pointed the rifle at Eaton's head and pulled the trigger. An enemy attack came suddenly and ended quickly. Looking at the 13 goblin corpses neatly arranged together, some were killed by arrows, some were burned, and some were shot. Sumu let out a long breath. With the intelligence system in place, who can beat him if he uses the same tricks as Lao Lu? Chapter 17, I will be the first to upgrade. Go forward a little in time. After saying good night to her master, Wenstia fell into a deep sleep. But because of her past terrible experiences, her sleep has always been very light. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound on her wooden bed, and something crawled onto it. She was suddenly awakened. The room was dark, but she could still see her master's face clearly in the faint moonlight. Just as Wenstia was about to open her mouth to speak, her master's big hand fell on her face. Her eyes widened at that moment. Wenstia, there's an enemy attack. Don't make a sound. I need your help. Come with me. At this time, the master suddenly spoke in her ear in a very low voice. Then, he bent over and reached out. Wenstia. After a brief moment of surprise, she followed quietly. Recalling what happened before, Wenstia's face became hot again. In order to hide her inner embarrassment, she came to her master. Master, how did you know they would attack us tonight? There was no way to explain the intelligence system, so Sumu could only find an excuse. I killed some of their kind in the mines earlier. These goblins definitely won't let me go. I also guessed they would come tonight. So that's how it is. Master is so smart. Wenstia had no doubt at all. You stinky bear, I asked you to stand guard so late at night, but you actually slept. How abominable. Sumu slapped the roaring bear on the head and said angrily, this guy is really unreliable. The slime was woken up to fight, but it was snoring so loudly that it couldn't be woken up even if we called it. If there were no intelligence system, wouldn't Sumu's territory be in danger tonight? Thinking of this, he got angry. Sure enough, to upgrade the territory quickly, we need to replace some reliable sentinels. The guy with 4 negative labels is really not trustworthy. Roaring Bear whimpered softly, seemingly dissatisfied with the slap. You're still feeling wronged after doing something wrong? Seeing this, Sumu slapped the Roaring Bear on the head again and cursed softly. Tonight, I punish you by making you dig a hole here and bury the goblin corpses in it as fertilizer for me. If you can't do this, I'll eat grilled bear paws tomorrow. Did you hear that? Oh, the Roaring Bear nodded his huge head hurriedly, obviously understanding the significance of the 3 words, roasted bear paws. On the side, Wenstia shrank her neck slightly. She didn't expect that her master, who usually looked kind and good-tempered, actually had a fierce side. Fortunately, I didn't hurt her, otherwise she would be scared. Come inside, Wenstia, Sumu said as he walked towards the wooden house. He had already searched the goblin's corpse and found nothing of value except weapons, so there was nothing more to say. Oh, Wenstia nodded obediently and followed her master's footsteps. I didn't scare you when I called you to get up just now, did I? Sitting on the bed, Sumu thought about it and asked a question. Knowing that he was talking about the sudden appearance on her bed, Wenstia shook her head. No, that's good. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Fortunately, you are here. Sumu praised with a smile. Tonight's battle was easily won, thanks to Wenstia's charm. It should be. A smile appeared on Wenstia's face. Sumu noticed a detail. When the little fox girl is happy, her ears, which were originally standing up, will become limp. I really want to see what it feels like. But Sumu thought about how he had touched the tail not long ago, so he put this idea aside for the time being. The next day, chat channels within the region. Lord, Luo Tianchuan. 2 days. 2 days have passed since the Lord Era, and my Iron Age has finally begun. So excited, brothers and sisters. Here are a few screenshots. Rough iron axe. Rough hull. Rough iron pickaxe. Lord, my. Haha, what a coincidence, I have what you have. My said as he also took a screenshot of his crude iron tools. The two people's actions immediately ignited the regional chat channel, and everyone joined in the discussion. Lord, Qin Sheng. Wow. It seems no one was chatting in the channel yesterday. Everyone was working hard silently. Luckily, I'm not stupid either. I think my territory will be upgraded in a couple of days. Roll it up, roll it up, roll it up as hard as you can. Speaking of which, do you know how to recruit members? All I need now is building cabins, farming, and recruiting members. Lord Qinsheng, you are so stupid to ask this question. Even if I knew, I certainly couldn't tell you. In the current environment, who wouldn't want to be the first to upgrade a territory and see if they can get some rewards? No one will tell you. Lord Luo Wuxi, is this true? There are rewards for upgrading the first territory. Lord Qinsheng's words aroused the curiosity of most people. But before he could speak, a chat replied on his behalf. Slave, Zhang Dehai, it seems to be possible. Yesterday, I was watching the World Chat channel and saw a lot of people talking about this issue. According to our current mechanism, many things are similar to game data. Since it is a fusion of game and reality, there will definitely be first-time rewards. Is my summary good, Brother Qinsheng? Lord Qinsheng, Brother Dehai has excellent intelligence skills. When my territory is upgraded, I'll recruit soldiers and go to the goblin lair to rescue you. Okay. Slave, Zhang Dehai, that's great. Hold on tight. At this moment, in a goblin's lair, Zhang Dehai lay sprawled on the bed, his face filled with despair. Sitting on a stone chair not far from him was a female goblin who was green all over and as round as a ball. Been here for a day? Zhang Dehai felt that he had lost 10 kilograms in one day. I, Zhang Dehai, will never reconcile with this evil goblin in my life. Lord Luo Tianquan, since you all say so, I'm going to make a move. I'll be the first to upgrade my territory. The 2-day experience made Luo Tianquan more confident. Lord Qinsheng, forget it. I should be the first to level up, and the reward is mine too. Lord, to be honest, compared to your progress, I am definitely far ahead. I was just hiding my abilities before. The first place must be mine. It's me. Just as everyone was arguing, a discordant chat appeared. Lord Guotianfei, stop arguing. The first one to upgrade his territory will definitely not be the lord of our dragon nation. It's foreign. Chapter 18 System-wide Announcement. Dragon Nation, Lord Su Mu. Everyone in the regional chat still has an impression of the Lord Guotianfei. Wasn't it the clown who showed off his low-quality crude iron tools the night before last, and was slapped in the face by a lord player named Sumu? Now he came out again after a day's rest, and the first words he said were full of emotion. To be honest, everyone in the channel immediately became unhappy. Lord Muyi, Guotianfei, are you from Dragon Country? Why do you sound so servile the moment you speak? Lord Qinsheng, brother, don't encourage others to be more ambitious and destroy your own prestige. Why can't our Dragon Country Lord level up first? Does it have to be a foreigner? Guofei, it's already the Lord Era, and you're still kneeling. Does your knee hurt? I don't know if my knees hurt, but my spine is definitely weak. Everyone was full of connotation and sarcasm. At the other end of the territory, Guotianfei, who was tapping his toes, was so angry at the chat that his face turned red. But soon he sneered and retorted. Please, you bunch of losers, can you please pay more attention to the World Channel chat? So what if I just like foreigners? Foreigners have brains and know how to unite and develop together as lords. They're much faster than you idiots who only know how to talk big and bully your own people. I've heard that a player named Shrek, a beautiful country lord, has just planted the seeds in the ground. You can successfully upgrade your territory. How far have you come? Why should I compare myself with others? Lord haha, I've heard of the classic. Lord Qinsheng, classic. I have a friend, brothers, take over. Lord Luo Tianquan, classic. I have a roommate. Classic. I have a good brother. As if he had expected it, Guotianfei suddenly took a screenshot. It was clearly what the lord named Shrek said in the World Chat channel. Along with it was a screenshot sent by Shrek. It shows above that 3 of the 4 upgrade tasks have been completed, and only 1 farming task has not been completed. Moreover, Shrek also showed his corn seeds. In other words, as long as they plant the seeds in the ground, they can successfully upgrade their territory. Shrek also revealed that his companions were reclaiming wasteland. In other words, it may be less than half an hour, or even less before they can successfully upgrade. Lord Guotianfei, oh no? Why are you all silent? Don't you like to shout? Don't you like relay races? Keep shouting. Keep relaying. Looking at the silence in the regional chat channel, Guotianfei laughed happily. He felt as if the breath that had been held in his chest for the past 2 days was instantly released. That was so cool. It's better than going to the club to find young models. But at this time, someone spoke in the regional chat channel. Lord Luo Wuxi. So the system announcement hasn't come out yet? Who knows? Maybe it'll be our Dragon Nation's players who end up being the winner. We have a large population of dragons, and even more talented individuals, so don't be discouraged. It seemed like a comforting sentence, but not many people responded or agreed with it. Because everyone saw the time of the chat screenshot clearly, Shrek's speech was 20 minutes ago. That means their seeds have most likely been planted, and they are close to completing the territory upgrade. Lord, my sister, that's unlikely, unless a miracle happens. Lord, Guatianfei. Haha, this lord named Mu Yi may be a bit foul-mouthed, but at least he can face reality. TMD. Mu Yi, who was chopping trees, watched Guatianfei's speech. He cursed, but couldn't refute it. I could only throw the axe on the ground angrily. So infuriating. The first upgrade reward is actually cheaper for foreigners. For Mu Yi, as long as they are players from their dragon country, he will be happy no matter who takes advantage of him. But foreigners just can't do it. If the foreigner takes it, Mu Yi will be miserable for a year. After all, he was a soldier before he entered the Lord Era. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Notice, notice, notice. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Mu Yi was stunned for a moment, then frowned unhappily. Such a complicated system-wide announcement only appeared when they first entered this world. Now it seems that it should be the system-wide announcement caused by the beautiful country lord named Shrek upgrading his territory. But soon, the displeasure on Mu Ye's face turned into shock, and then ecstasy and excitement. Because the first reward for territory upgrade is not for foreigners, but it belongs to their dragon country. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Lord Su Mu for successfully upgrading his territory to level 1. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Lord Su Mu for successfully upgrading his territory to level 1. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Lord Su Mu for successfully upgrading his territory to level 1. The system-wide announcement sounded a total of 10 times. Direct translation into various languages. All Lord players can hear it clearly. The cards are filled up immediately. But it's not over yet. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Lord Su Mu for receiving the system's only territory upgrade reward. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Lord Su Mu for receiving the system's only territory upgrade reward. When this news came out, all the lords were in an uproar. Is there only one reward? Only the first person who upgrades the territory to level 1 has it? This means that there's no chance of getting a second upgrade. As if responding to everyone's doubts, the system-wide announcement sounded again. Congratulations to the American player, Shrek, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 1. This time, the system-wide announcement only sounded once, and then nothing happened. Apart from the announcement of the whole system, there was no mention of rewards. The treatment of the second place is like heaven and earth compared to that of the first place. The difference between clouds and mud. The most exciting thing is that the whole system announcement suddenly sounded again. Because 2 Lord players have successfully upgraded their territories, some system functions have been enabled. Text descriptions of the function will appear in half an hour, and you can check it out at that time. The Lord's Era will become increasingly cruel. Lords, please continue to work hard and strive for rapid development. WTF. Shit. Shrek cursed and scattered the wheat seeds in his hand on the ground. Who the hell is that damn Su Mu? Asshole. He actually upgraded his territory before us, just by 1 minute. Cook and Bruce next to them also had extremely gloomy expressions. Who can accept such an outcome? If the time difference is much bigger, they will feel more comfortable. But the announcements were released one after the other, with only a 1-minute difference. A slight error can lead to a huge loss. The 3 Shrek members were all mentally broken. Damn it, he'd better not let us know who he is. Cook's eyes were fierce and his teeth were gnashed. At the same time, the regional chat channel has exploded. Chapter 19 Tianmu. Actively add friends. Lord, my. Ha as expected. The first one to level up is our Dragon Nation's Lord. Awesome. Lord, Luo Tianchuan. It's almost a minute, right? That beautiful Chinese named Shrek must be pissed off to death, huh? Lord, Qin Sheng. This is so satisfying. Where's that guy from earlier? Why isn't he talking? You didn't even get your pretty daddy reward. Aren't you feeling better? My face is swollen again today. It's so uncomfortable. Looking at the ridicule from everyone in the regional channel, Guatianfei was so angry that his whole body was shaking. The second time, another Lord player named Su Mu. Guatianfei didn't know if this Su Mu was the same Su Mu from 2 days ago, but now he felt nauseous and vomited when he saw the 2 words Su Mu. What a beast. I and Su Mu are sworn enemies. From now on, if you see anyone named Su Mu, kill him. Guatianfei roared fiercely. Doesn't the name Su Mu sound familiar to you? Is he the same guy who showed off his fine iron tools in the chat channel and slapped someone in the face? As soon as this chat came out, The excited people in the regional channel recalled their memories and paused for 2 seconds. Lord, my hiss. It seems that boss is also called Sumu. Could they have the same name? Lord, Qin Sheng. Maybe it was him. He already had fine iron tools at the time, so his work efficiency must have been very high. He's actually from our area? Is this true? Just as everyone was talking, somewhere in the territory of a tree house, Luo Wuxi looked at the regional chat channel. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. Maybe it really is him. By the way, what's the new feature? Curious Luo Wuxi exited the chat channel and continued to fiddle with. At this moment, in the territory, Sumu looked miserable. No way. Big brother, you actually announced my lord's name to the whole world like that? Am I famous now? Sumu had no choice. The system didn't give him the right to choose at all. The upgrade was announced to the entire system immediately. If he had a choice, Sumu would not want to reveal his name. Isn't it better for him to develop slowly? But at this point, there is nothing that can be done. Fortunately, the Lord's name can be repeated. His name is just Sumu. Maybe there are thousands of Sumu in this world? Thinking of this, Sumu felt slightly comforted, and he looked at the territory crystal. Are you sure you want to name your territory, Tianmu? Confirm. Naming successful. The territory has officially expanded to become a village, and Tianmu village is born. Some functions of the territory are unlocked. The Lord's own abilities are enhanced. Recruitment function unlocked. Reputation function unlocked. There were so many notification sounds, Sumu picked some to listen to. Then he checked the new status of the territory crystal. Tianmu village. Territory attributes. Level 1 village. Lord, Sumu. Lord talent, pride of the leader. Lord strength, 28. Leader's strength, 26. Lord agility, 29. Lord's wisdom, 30. Lord skill, insight. Lord's equipment, firearm, refined longbow. Lord charm, 30. Sumu found that his overall attributes had been strengthened. He was wondering why he couldn't level up by killing monsters. It turns out that the ultimate goal is to upgrade the territory. As long as the territory is improved, the Lord's physical ability will also improve. This time, a closed loop was finally formed, and Sumu understood. He quickly checked the conditions required to upgrade the village to level 2. Territory upgrade tips. 1. Absorb 300 lives to become residents of the territory, currently 12 of 300 unfinished. 2. Own 0/30 buildings, unfinished, on the land within your territory. 3. Establish a small militia of 50 people 0/50, not completed. 4. Build a ranch, hunting ground, blacksmith shop, and village outpost, unfinished. 5. Planned agricultural land 0/20, not completed. After completing the above conditions, you can upgrade your territory to level 2, and then unlock the corresponding functions. Sumu could only say that the upgrade conditions were not complicated, but they were time-consuming and labor-intensive tasks. He quickly looked at the rewards given by the system. All attribute enhancement scroll. As the first lord to upgrade your territory, you are entitled to stand out. All attributes will be enhanced after using this scroll. Lord talent expansion bar. As the first lord to upgrade your territory, you are eligible to be different and have an additional lord talent bar added. Territory expansion crystal. After use, the area of your level 1 territory will be doubled. Announcement speakers X3. Your speech will have the effect of system-wide announcement. Reputation scroll. Used to gain 500 reputation. Reputation affects the reputation of a territory. A high reputation attracts more talented people. Furnace upgrade scroll. Upgrades the primary furnace to an intermediate level, unlocking the refined iron refining technology in advance. Obtain the magic skill scroll, Thunderfall. Armament. Unlock 5 random fine iron weapon crafting scrolls. The system rewards are not much, but they are all very practical, and they are things that others may not have. Sumu feels very comfortable. Lord's talent column +1. Gain all attributes +10. Gain 500 reputation. Using territory expansion crystals. Lord, please place your hand on the territory crystal and close your eyes. Following the prompt sound, Sumu closed his eyes. Soon, his consciousness was overlooking his territory with God's vision. With the cabin as the axis, it extends outward for 1 kilometer, which is the land of Tianmu village that can now be used as territory. It is also available land for level 1 territory. And he doubled it, which is 2 kilometers. It's a very large village. Sumu remembered that in the past, walking from the beginning to the end of the village was only a few hundred meters. Now his own village is 2 kilometers long, which is really awesome. Sumu planned a section of the river into his own territory, and after some operations, he solved the problem of land ownership. His idea was simple. Being close to water sources was more suitable for irrigating farmland and more conducive to initial development. After all, as the population grows, people need to eat, right? Food is very necessary. After all, the dragon people have farming genes and blood in their bones. Agricultural civilization is the most awesome. If you don't farm for me, I will farm you. While thinking, Sumu suddenly received a prompt. Lord, Luo Wuxi requests to be added as a friend. What's going on? Sumu remembers that there was no function to add friends. Was it a new update? He quickly clicked to view. Lord, Luo Wuxi, can I add you as a friend? I have some questions. Judging from the name, she seems to be a girl, but I don't know what she looks like. Do you want to accept it? Sumu is thinking. In the wooden house territory, Luo Wuxi stared at the screen, waiting. Among the newly updated features, the functions of adding friends, chatting with friends, and remote trading between lords have been unlocked. However, the items traded cannot be food, living things, or any tools or weapons. It can only be used to make scroll-like things. Moreover, remote money transfer is supported. This update has accelerated the upgrade process of Lord players to a certain extent. After all, at this stage, crafting scrolls are very difficult to unlock. If exchange and purchase are possible, it will undoubtedly greatly promote the upgrade among lords, and the competition will become more intense. What Luo Wuxi values most is naturally the function of adding friends. Chapter 20. Lord Luo Wuxi survives in the tree house. Did he choose to ignore it? Seeing that there was no response for a long time, Luo Wuxi was a little disappointed. She curled up and hugged her legs. As expected, I can only rely on myself. Lord Sumu has accepted your friend invitation. Luo Wuxi's delicate body trembled slightly, and she quickly opened the chat box. Hello, how did you find me? In the small village of Tianmu, Sumu expressed his doubts. He just tried it and searched for the name of a lord at random, and many people appeared. He typed in Sumu's name, and a lot of duplicate names came out. He was puzzled. In such an inaccurate friend system with big data, how did Luo Wuxi find him so accurately? It was precisely because of this curiosity that Sumu accepted the friend request. It's you. You are the first lord to upgrade your territory and receive rewards. On the other side of the tree house, Luo Wuxi had a smile on her face. She actually made the right bet. Sumu was stunned. Doesn't the other party know that he is the first lord to upgrade his territory? Did she just guess randomly? As if sensing Sumu's doubts, Luo Wuxi spoke. Do you remember? You spoke in our regional chat room a few days ago. I had to search through the records for a long time before I found you. I thought it was someone with the same name, but I didn't expect it to be you. You're so amazing. You successfully upgraded so quickly. There was a strong admiration in the girl's tone. Okay, Sumu finally understood. It turned out that he had walked into the trap himself. Is there something wrong with you? Since the game came into reality, Sumu rarely communicated with the Lord players. Seeing that Luo Wuxi had come to him, he thought it was fate, so he just chatted with her. I'd like to ask you, besides crafting, is there any other way to obtain those fine iron tools? Fine iron tools are quite rare and require an intermediate furnace to refine. They are difficult to unlock, so the only way now is to buy them from others. Sumu patiently answered the other party's questions. But, let alone refining it here, I can't even buy it if I want to. You can fight monsters, and there is a certain chance of them dropping. Sumu continued. This time, Luo Wuxi was silent for about 30 seconds before she sent a message. I can't beat them, they are all so strong. Those monsters require weapons made of fine iron to break through their defenses, but I don't have any. Only weapons made of fine iron can break through defense? Is there such a saying? Sumu frowned. Are there no weaker monsters around you? No. Then, Luo Wuxi gave a brief account of her situation. Only then did Sumu understand. It turns out that Luo Wuxi was born in a tree house under a giant tree. Moreover, there are not just one such tree house, but hundreds. There are passages between the tree houses, allowing for communication. Just like the underground kingdom of ants. Luo Wuxi survives and builds her territory in a tree house like this. She is surrounded by ferocious monsters such as tree demons, flower demons, and birdmen. If she is not careful, she may die at any time. Then what are the conditions for upgrading your territory? Sumu asked curiously. If it was really as Luo Wuxi said, then she would not be able to farm or build fences. It's all about killing monsters and then recruiting members. Luo Wuxi said this and sent a screenshot. Sumu took a glance and found that the conditions for upgrading his territory were indeed different. Except for the first condition of recruiting members, Luo Wuxi's other conditions are to kill monsters. As long as you kill enough monsters, you can successfully upgrade the territory level. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Sakura Country Lord, Jono Taro, for successfully upgrading his territory in the extremely cold land. The extreme cold land exists as a special map, and Lord Jono Taro receives a system reward. Sumu was chatting with Luo Wuxi when suddenly a system-wide announcement popped up. And he is the lord of a special map in an extremely cold place and has received a reward. As soon as this announcement came out, the World Channel was excited. So there is such a thing as special maps? Can I get rewards for upgrading a special map for the first time? Some lords and special maps are instantly revived with full health and full of fighting spirit. Did you see the system announcement? You should also be a member of the special map. Sumu sent a message to Luo Wuxi. Yeah, I noticed that too. Having said that, the chat is basically over. After all, Su Mujin couldn't help Luo Wuxi in any way. He checked and found that the newly updated trading system did not support weapons trading. Even if he wanted to take out the musket and trade it with Luo Wuxi, he couldn't do it. Besides, the other party was just a stranger, and Sumu would not be stupid enough to do such a thing. The musket is his greatest reliance so far, and also his most powerful offensive weapon. Sumu, do you have anything like a skill scroll? I think only offensive skills can deal with those monsters. Just when Sumu wanted to end the chat, Luo Wuxi sent another message. Speaking of magic skill scrolls, Sumu actually has one. Just upgraded the territory system reward. Magic skill scroll, Thunderfall. Thunderbolt. Summon a thunderbolt to wipe out the monsters in front of you. To be honest, Sumu has opened treasure chests, picked up airdrops, and fished. He obtained a lot of things, but he had never seen a skill scroll. This is enough to prove the rarity and preciousness of the scroll. Just when he was about to say something perfunctory and ignore it, Luo Wuxi sent another message. This time it also came with a screenshot. Portal Creation Scroll. This is the scroll I found last night while looking for wild fruits. It's the most valuable thing I have. I can use it to exchange. Also, I know the skill scroll must be very valuable. If I find something good in the future, I will definitely repay you as soon as possible. Okay. There was a hint of pleading in Luo Wuxi's tone. Words are sometimes alive. At least Sumu felt her helplessness and loneliness from her words. Are you so sure that I have a skill scroll? Sumu asked. Luo Wuxi replied quickly. Uncertain. But you are the first one to upgrade the territory. I can't think of anyone else who can help me except you. This is a smart woman. Sumu gave his evaluation. What if I say I don't have it now, but I'll give it to you when I find it? I want your portal creation scroll now. Can you do that? Luo Wuxi didn't answer, but Sumu soon received the transaction request from her. That's exactly the portal creation scroll. As long as Sumu clicks to agree, the thing will be his, and he doesn't need to pay any price. You can even directly block and delete Luo Wuxi's friends, as if nothing happened. Inside the treehouse, Luo Wuxi waited quietly for a while. Soon, she found that her transaction had been accepted. She had a smile on her face. As long as Sumu is willing to accept it, it will be fine. What she fears most is that he will choose to refuse. Then she would have no hope. Ding. Transaction request received. Luo Wuxi clicked on the transaction with some surprise. It was clearly a transaction from Sumu. Magic skill scroll, Thunderfall. Thank you. Sumu, thank you so much. Don't thank me. This is a deal between you and me. After thinking about it, Sumu added. Come on. After leaving 3 words, Sumu closed the private chat channel. To be honest, Sumu felt that he had definitely made a profit by exchanging the Thunderfall technique for the portal creation scroll. Because just from the perspective of portal making scrolls and their effectiveness, this thing is simply invincible. As long as we successfully create a portal that can transmit regardless of distance, wouldn't this thing be invincible in delivering armaments in later wars? It's definitely not comparable to a thunder spell. Sumu felt that he had made a lot of money in this exchange. Even if Luo Wuxi did not take the initiative to trade, he would have planned to exchange it. However, now is not the time to think too much. He has been busy all morning and has not eaten anything yet. He is starving. Sumu touched his stomach and prepared to go find something to eat. But at this time, the little slime came to his side. Chapter 21: The Miraculous Effect of Water Element Slime. Little guy, I don't have time to hang out with you. I have to go get some food first. I'm starving. Sumu touched the little slime's head and said, My lord, I know you are hungry. I have something to eat. You can eat it. After the little slime finished speaking, he scratched himself and actually pulled off a piece of jelly-like stuff, then handed it to Sumu like a treasure. What's going on? Sumu was stunned. When he came to his senses, he said, You want me to eat this? Duong duong. The little slime twisted its body in response. The little guy is inexplicably cute and clever, just like a 3 or 4-year-old child. At first Sumu refused, But then he thought of the introduction of the water element slime in the insight technique. Exquisite delicacy? How about giving it a try? After Sumu prepared himself mentally, he reached out and picked up a ball of food and took a bite. His eyes soon lit up, and he felt a sense of fullness. The insight didn't deceive him. The food was really delicious. But, I'm full, take it back. Sumu, who had already tried, rejected the little slime's kindness. The key point is that it was torn down in front of him, which was a bit difficult for him to get over psychologically. He took a bite out of fear of disappointing its kindness. Eating again would be disappointing himself. My lord, am I not delicious? The little guy's question was so abstract that Sumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't do this again in the future, understand? Why? The little slime blinked, like a curious baby. I don't want to hurt you. Sumu patted its head. But I am willing to let adults eat me. The little slime explained in a sweet voice. Sir, my parents said that we water elemental slimes can give birth to a water spirit within our bodies every 3 or 4 days. As long as you eat it, you won't need to eat for 3 or 4 days. The water spirit is redundant to us and will not harm us. Don't worry, sir. Is this true? Sumu was surprised by the little slime's words. Really? Sir, you just ate. Are you full now? Sumu touched his stomach and felt very full. However, he had no urge to eat anything. In an instant, Sumu's eyes were shining as he looked at the little slime. Why does it glow? If it is really as the little slime said, and he collects and stores all the water spirits, wouldn't he be invincible in future marches and battles? You know, the most difficult thing for an army to solve during a march is the problem of carrying food. A small amount of water spirit can last for 3 or 4 days. It's terrifying when you think about it. In order to get confirmation, Sumu also went to ask the slime couple, and the result was a positive answer. And they said that most people don't know that they, the water elemental slimes, have this ability. In order to verify the feasibility, Sumu also asked Winstia to try it as well. Winstia, how are you feeling? Master, it tastes very good and is very filling. Winstia licked her lips with her pink tongue, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. What is this thing from? I'll tell you after it goes into mass production. Sumu didn't know how to explain it to her, so he just answered casually. Oh, Winstia now trusts her master more and more. She is very well behaved and does not ask any further questions about things he is unwilling to talk about. A plan had already taken shape in Sumu's mind. He opened the new function of the territory. Recruitment order. Please set the categories and abilities of the territory talents you need to recruit. Once the settings are complete, the recruitment order will be issued, and the Lord can wait for the news immediately. Note, reputation affects the range of recruitment orders, and charisma affects the favorability of talents. Recruitment orders can only be issued once every 15 days. It is recommended that the Lord threshold should not be set too high to avoid difficulty in recruiting suitable talents at this stage. The explanation of the recruitment order is not difficult to understand. For example, the news that Sumu often kills goblins has spread in the slime circle, and he has already gained a certain degree of fame in the slime circles. If the recruitment order is issued to slimes, many slimes will come to join. Sumu is a liberal arts student, so his comprehension ability is not a problem. What he wanted to recruit were indeed slimes, as well as people with reconnaissance capabilities who could adapt to sentry work. After completing the settings, Sumu sent out the recruitment order. Then he went to ask the fire elemental slimes if they had any magical properties. For example, there are fire spirits or something like that. The answer was negative. Winstia, come out with me later. Yes, master. After arranging slime's work goals, Sumu took Winstia out. His goal today is simple, to get some combat-ready forces. Using the 13 capture collars he had, and the 10 slave collars he had. The map clearly shows this as the habitat of the Thunderbolts, so why don't I see them? The intelligence system's prompt didn't appear either. Sumu was muttering to himself, in the next moment. 2-star dangerous information. You have entered the habitat of the Thunderbolt King Kong. Please be careful of these ferocious beasts. A simple reminder is no longer as effective as before in making Sumu leave or hide. Sumu guessed that it was because his overall strength had improved, so the intelligence system's judgment of Thunderbolt King Kong was also much lower. It seems that the intelligence system is still very intelligent. Winstia, please come closer to me. It's more dangerous here. Sumu lowered his voice and spoke to Winstia beside him. Yes, master. Winstia followed her master closely, their shoulders rubbing against each other. Suddenly, Sumu pulled Winstia over, pushed her against a big tree nearby, and made a gesture to keep quiet. Winstia understood and immediately pursed her lips. Her furry ears moved slightly, and she heard a series of strange bang-bang sounds and low roars coming from the front. We found our target today. Don't alert them, Sumu said in a low voice, but his eyes fell on the two Thunder King Kongs in front of him. Good job. Field battle, right? What is by Rishuan, right? Are you rewarding me, Sumu, by watching an action movie? Sumu rolled his eyes but didn't look away. Of course, he didn't want to look, but he had to always pay attention to the situation ahead in dangerous places and never let his guard down. Host. Master, are they fighting? Winstia asked in a low voice. She saw that her master's eyes never left the front, and she felt a little curious for a moment. Right. It was a fierce fight. The battle was very close. The male King Kong appears to be superior. He possesses an absolute strength advantage. The enemy is unable to resist and can only be pinned to the ground, screaming and struggling in pain. But it seems like I'm enjoying it a bit, Sumu said in his heart. Is it so scary? Winstia smacked her lips. Master, I want to see it too. Minors are not allowed to watch. Sumu retracted his gaze and looked at Winstia in front of him. Only then did he realize that he and his little red fox slave were very close, their bodies almost touching. Sumu understood. It turned out that Winstia didn't want to see it, but was very shy because of being squeezed. He quickly took a step back, but his eyes happened to fall on Winstia's ear. Chapter 22. Defeat the Thunderbolt King Kong. Winstia, I can. Touch your ears. Sumu said what he wanted to say last night. There's no way. The atmosphere has been set to this point. I won't be happy if I don't say anything. Winstia was stunned, and then felt a little nervous. I just touched his tail last night, and now you want to touch his ears? The master's demands seemed to be getting more and more excessive. Winstia muttered to herself. But the master's request could not be refused. What if he feels like a disobedient slave and doesn't like it anymore? During the time in the Dark Merchant's cage, Winstia was very resistant to her slave status. Don't even want to mention it. But now, she has gradually accepted her slave status. Just because it's taken seriously. From the moment her master scolded the slave trader and brought her back to his territory from the cage, she gradually accepted his kindness and her mind was changed. Every day in the territory, Winstia lives with hope. She believed that her master would take her back to the Andia Mountains one day. Winstia, when she didn't respond, Sumu called her again softly. Good. Winstia said as she closed her eyes. This little fox girl. I'm not going to kiss you. Why are you closing your eyes? Thinking in his heart, Sumu stretched out his hand and easily held Winstia's soft ear. It doesn't feel particularly strange, just like touching a cat or dog's ears. The only thing that feels exciting should be the psychological reaction. All right. Sumu let go of Winstia's ear, but found that her little face had already turned red. The pink eyes are watery and very beautiful. Bang bang. There was another sound behind the tree, and Sumu stuck out half of his head to look. No way. So perverted. You just finished that, and now you have changed your target? Is this Thunder King Kong so ferocious? Looking at the King Kong movie with a new heroine, Sumu felt that his three views were somewhat shattered. Master, what are they doing? Why is your posture so strange? When Winstia's voice came, Sumu didn't react at first. Not surprising, old man. Etc. Sumu glanced down. He noticed that Winstia was leaning her head against his chest, her eyes fixed on the battle ahead. He reacted immediately and covered her eyes with his hands. Don't look at that, little fox. I need to see. Winstia reached out to grab her master's hand, but couldn't pry it apart. She could only twist her body slightly in protest. Don't twist and turn in my arms, or I'll be able to bully you. Sumu gritted his teeth and threatened in her ear. It's not possible without threats. Which man can withstand such twisting and turning? Sumu is not a saint either. Perhaps because she understood the meaning of bullying, Winstia became obedient. She stayed obediently in her master's arms and didn't move. Play is play, make noise is noise. Sumu still formulated a detailed battle plan. According to his observation, the philanthropic thunderbolt in front of him should be the king of the tribe. After all, based on the living habits of chimpanzees, only the king has the highest level of mating rights and can engage in promiscuity within the tribe. In this way, we must capture the leader first. As long as we deal with the Thunder King, the rest of the Thunder Kings will be easy. The feedback from the insight technique also confirmed Sumu's guess. When Thunderbolt King Kong was at his weakest, Sumu took Winstia and attacked decisively, fighting with it. The battle is not as difficult as imagined. If I hadn't wanted to keep Thunderstorm King Kong from getting hurt, it would have ended long ago. However, Sumu discovered that after his attributes were improved, his speed and reaction were much faster than before. Especially his strength. He could even make the Thunderstorm King Kong, who was nearly 3 meters tall, take a step back with just one kick. Don't underestimate this step. That's a big step forward. You have to know that the Thunderstorm King Kong has a sturdy body and weighs at least 700 or 800 kilograms. Sumu's kick was equivalent to kicking away a target weighing 700 or 800 pounds. This would have been impossible before. The capture collar failed to be used. The capture collar failed to be used. The capture collar failed to be used. No way. After 3 consecutive failures in catching the collar, Sumu became a little unstable. Every time Thunder King Kong loses his consciousness under the charm of Wednesday. But when the capture collar is almost successful, it always wakes up in time and breaks free from the charming restraints. If you dare to resist me again, I'll shoot you in the head. Sumu has such a bad temper. He immediately took out his musket and pointed it at Thunderstorm King Kong's head, his eyes flashing with coldness. I have to say, this trick really works. Capture successful. Gain the submission of Thunderbolt King Kong. Let's go, Wednesday. Let's continue looking for other Thunderbolts and try to catch a few more. After the territory is upgraded, the combat power required will not be less. Especially since Sumu had his own plans. He didn't want to waste even a second. But at this time, Wednesday suddenly said, Master, didn't you say it was the Thunderbolt King Kong? Then there's no need to capture the other Thunderbolts, right? They'll obey the King's orders, right? Hiss. Sumu stared at Wednesday with wide eyes. Master, what's wrong? Wednesday felt a little uneasy when he looked at her. Doesn't the master want to touch the tail and pinch the ears again? You're so smart, Wednesday. You reminded me. Sumu couldn't help but reached out and pinched Wednesday's little face, praising her. It's so slippery and full of collagen, it feels so comfortable. Master. Wednesday stamped her feet in dissatisfaction and uttered a huff. Okay. Now instead of touching the ears or pinching the tail, pinch the face. The master is becoming more and more thoughtful. I have to say, Wednesday's words were like a wake-up call. Sumu only thought of capturing the king first, but he didn't expect that the king could be used in this way. He immediately gave orders to the Thunderstorm King Kong, asking it to bring its own tribe and surrender. This trick really works. Soon, Thunderstorm King Kong brought members of his tribe back to Sumu. The Thunder King Kong is 2 meters and 34 in height. When they stand together, they appear black and purple, which is very oppressive. Sumu counted them and found that there were 52 in total, including the Thunderstorm King Kong. The other Thunder King Kongs may not obey Sumu's orders, but it has no effect. Because the Thunderbolt King Kong is very powerful in the tribe, it is enough for it to win the support of the people. In time, I believe the Thunderbolt King Kong tribe will also obey his orders. Sumu is not in a hurry. 4-star value intelligence. A human guild is passing through the Myriad forest road 5 kilometers ahead. Their carriages contain creatures nurtured by the Tree of Life. Chapter 23 Robber. Unreasonable Sumu. 4-star value intelligence. A human guild is passing through the Myriad forest road 5 kilometers ahead. Their carriages are hiding creatures nurtured by the Tree of Life. Intelligence tip. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is a notoriously ruthless chamber of commerce in Tianlong City. They made their fortune by plundering other races and trafficking in racial slaves. Sometimes they even rob other chambers of commerce. Intelligence tip 2. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's guards are currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Orcs led by Odok. You might be able to make a killing on this trip. Orcs will never be slaves. Dirty human, let my people go. Otherwise, I, Odok, will tear off your head and offer it as a sacrifice. The Orc Odok raised his giant axe high, his eyes wide open, blocking the way of Yunlong Chamber of Commerce like a god of death. At this moment, his body was covered in blood, and there were many wounds in the exposed muscles of his upper body, but it did not weaken his momentum in the slightest. Instead, it adds a bit of shocking and murderous feeling. Behind Odok were the injured Orc warriors who had fallen to the ground. Obviously, a shocking battle has broken out here. Compared to the Orcs, the situation at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was not much better, and they suffered equally tragic casualties. The only one still standing was the strongest human swordsman in the Chamber of Commerce, Victor. But he also suffered a lot of injuries. A few days ago, Victor accepted a secret mission from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. He will personally deliver this batch of goods and the treasures on the carriage to Tianlong City. Originally, relying on Victor's strength, this mission would have been absolutely no problem. However, they did not expect that they would be attacked twice in succession in Myriad Forest Road. The last battle had just ended and the soldiers had not recovered from their injuries. This time they were directly ambushed by the Orcs. The battle is still so brutal. After a moment of silence, Victor stared at the Orc and said, I can release this cart of Orc slaves, but if you dare to touch the cargo on my cart, I will make you die an ugly death. After some thought, Victor decided to take a step back and release the orc slaves in the car. If he used forbidden techniques, he would be able to eliminate the orcs in front of him. But the price he paid was being weak for several days. Now the team has suffered heavy casualties, and they are still more than 100 kilometers away from Tianlong City. Victor's choice to use forbidden techniques was undoubtedly seeking death and would cut off their future path. Therefore, he chose to seek peace temporarily and seek revenge on the orcs later. Snort. A mist blew out of Otok's nostrils. Who wants those dirty things of yours? We orcs don't want it. You'd better keep your word, Victor said with a sinister look in his eyes. He raised the sword in his hand and wanted to cut the chains that trapped the orc slaves and release the orcs. But at this moment, there was a loud noise coming from the front. Victor subconsciously stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. A 3-meter-tall Thunder King Kong was the first to enter everyone's sight. Then 2, 3. In the end, it was all pitch black. Victor's face instantly turned gloomy. Even when he was at his peak, it would be troublesome for him to encounter so many Thunder King Kongs at the same time. Not to mention now, Victor couldn't guess whether they were friends or foes. Were these thunderbolts helpers of the orcs, or were they third parties joining in the fun? The orc Otik also frowned. He also didn't know what these black gorillas were here for. Do you want to fight them? Bang! As he was speaking, there was a sudden loud noise from behind. Victor's entire body was blown away and fell to the ground 4 or 5 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground red. Yes. Who is it? Sneak attacked me. Victor looked back angrily. A young figure with his face covered and his appearance unclear came into view. This person was holding a musket in his hand, which was the weapon that attacked him. Your armor is really nice. Didn't it kill you? Sumu frowned and spoke. He wanted to maximize Lao Lu's attributes and kill his opponent with one blow from behind, but he didn't expect that the powerful musket could only penetrate the armor. Who are you? Victor held the sword in his hand and struggled to stand up from the ground. Robert. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, he gestured towards the back. Thunderstorm King Kong understood and leaped over, knocking Victor to the ground before he could react. Damn it. When Victor was about to fight back, the masked young man appeared in front of him with a rifle in his hand. The deep and dark barrel of the gun was pointed at his unprotected head. Don't want. Victor was horrified. Bang! Sumu pulled the trigger without hesitation. The great swordsman Victor had his head blown off, and he died beyond all possibility of death. The surviving guards of the Chamber of Commerce saw this scene and realized the seriousness of the situation. They struggled to stand up from the ground. Dahe, kill them. Sumu gave the order. He's out to rob people, so he can't be cruel. Sumu knew very well that the essence of survival in this world is the law of the jungle and strength is respected. If it was him lying on the ground today, would others have pity on him? Obviously not. 5 minutes later, the battle was over and all the human guards had been eliminated by Thunder King Kong and his men. Sumu's gaze fell on the orc Otok. He remembered this big guy. When he first came into this world, wasn't the orc group he met Otok? There seems to be a guy named Lei Sai. Sumu soon saw Lei Sai among the orcs in his hands. It really is them. Release all my people. Otherwise, the fighting will not stop. Otok waved the giant axe in his hand, trying to threaten Sumu. In fact, he was already at the end of his strength and could not hold out for long even if he fought. But the nature of orcs is to fight and not fear death. Even if he dies in battle, Otok will never bow his head. Even if he died in battle, Otok couldn't just watch his people being taken away. Of course, my goal is just the cargo. You can take these orc slaves with you. Little did they know that Sumu's words were even more shocking. Otok was stunned for a moment. The human in front of him was so easy to talk to that it was unbelievable. He clearly said to kill, and he was extremely decisive, but he did not make things difficult for the orcs. Otok couldn't understand why. He is ready to sacrifice. But on the other side, Sumu had already picked up the great sword left by Victor and cut the chain in one stroke. This sword, it's a bit too sharp. Sumu was surprised and he used his insight to look over. Sword of Vic, the sword of the great swordsman Victor, made by the great blacksmith Filiang. This sword is forged with mithril and is extremely sharp. No wonder. You really want me to take him away? Otok spoke in disbelief. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Otherwise I'll regret it. Sumu frowned and urged. Go help. Otok was afraid that the other party would go back on his word, so he quickly went to the cage and cut the chains that bound his people one by one. The orcs are completely liberated and come out in droves. Chapter 24, Big Profit. Fruit of the Tree of Life. Master, why did you let those orcs go? Wouldn't it be better to keep them and work for our territory? After the orcs left, Winstia, who had been hiding in the dark, came to her master. Sumu had a smile on his face, as if everything was within his expectations and control. He turned his head to look at Winstia and replied, "These orcs are violent and wild, and difficult to tame. Their intelligence is different from these gorillas. If they are forced to stay in my territory, they might rebel against me. It will only bring harm and no benefit. So are we just going to let them go?" Winstia raised her doubts. "Didn't they see what you did, Master? Wouldn't this pose a threat to you? What if the helpers from the human city-state come back? You are so smart." Sumu looked at Winstia beside him with satisfaction and smiled. "But I've thought of everything you've thought of. Don't worry, they won't come looking for us." Sumu said. His eyes fell on the traces of the battle on the field, and he was 100% sure in his heart. He had already calculated the decision to let the orcs go, and it was not a momentary act of mercy. Sumu was not that kind-hearted. Okay. Seeing that her master looked confident, Winstia chose to believe him. Dahe twist off their heads. Sumu ordered Thunderstorm King Kong, especially the one I killed with my rifle. Hit him a few more times and smash his head. Don't think it was a gunshot wound. Also, we don't want the carriage. It's too conspicuous. I told you to take everything back. There was no on-site inventory of how much was harvested. Whenever Sumu saw a box and thought it was a good thing, he would let Thunderbolt King Kong take it away. It just so happens that they are very strong and are used as tools to do hard labor. Moreover, Sumu knew very well that the biggest purpose of his trip was only one: the living things that the Tree of Life nurtures. This is the highlight, the existence named by the intelligence system. Soon, Sumu found it, on the carriage in the center. However, when he saw the creatures nurtured by the so-called Tree of Life, he was stunned. It was a dark green fruit entangled and wrapped by various vines. The fruit is very large, about 1.5 meters high and 1.8 meters wide. There was a red light flashing on it, as if some life was rhythmically moving inside. Very weird. Fruit of life. The Tree of Life only bears one fruit every 1,000 years. Life is nurtured within it, and it looks like it will be born soon. It turns out she wasn't born yet. "Little guy, I will be your family from now on. Come back with me. From now on, we'll eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks." Sumu suddenly had an idea, and he didn't care whether the creatures inside could understand him or not. He reached out and touched the vines above. Little did he know that the vine had small thorns. 2 drops of blood flowed out from Sumu's fingers and dripped onto the fruit of life. "Master, are you okay?" Winstia happened to see it and asked worriedly. "It's okay, let's get ready to go back." Sumu didn't notice anything. He waved his hand and returned to the territory. It was already evening when we finished counting the things the Chamber of Commerce had looted. I gained a lot this time. There are many weapons and tools, and they are all made of fine iron. There are all kinds of seeds, flour, fruits, and other grains. Moreover, Sumu also found 10 sets of armor. The armor is probably the same as the one Victor wears. The paint is very shiny, and it looks to have good defensive capabilities. Sumu arranged a set for himself without saying a word. Not only that, he also found a lot of men's and women's clothes, fabrics, and other daily necessities among the goods. These are all what the territory needs right now. What probably made Winstia happiest was seeing the clothes. After all, this way she can change it up frequently. Sumu naturally wouldn't stop her. After all, things that are stolen are meant to be used. In addition, Sumu also looted 2,193 gold coins. This was undoubtedly a small windfall for him. The only thing that disappointed him was that he didn't find anything more valuable, similar to a scroll. However, Sumu is not a greedy person. He is already very satisfied with such a gain. This is also easy to understand why the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's transportation team is not as strong as imagined. Apart from the creatures nurtured by the Tree of Life, there are not many valuable things on it, just some daily necessities. "Master, it's almost evening. Are you still going out?" Winstia walked over and asked, holding the box in her hand. She saw her master wearing armor and commanding the Thunderbolt King Kong tribe to walk out of the territory. "Yes. I have to go out for something important, so I might be back later." Sumu took a look at the box that Winstia was holding, which contained the giant salamander. It seems that she just came back from the river to change the water. The giant salamander was blowing bubbles playfully, and its big eyes were also looking at Sumu's face curiously. "Then I'll put Xiaoyuer away and go out with you. Don't be impatient." Sumu grabbed Winstia. "You stay and look after the territory. I'll take Thunderbolt out. I'll be back soon." "All right. Then, Master, please be careful and stay safe." Winstia warned worriedly. "Don't worry, just wait for me to come back." Sumu smiled, and then he climbed onto the back of Thunderbolt King Kong under the gaze of Winstia. "We need to hurry, so let's use this guy as a mount for now." In the territory of Thunder God, there are many buildings scattered here, such as log cabins, ranches, blacksmith shops, and so on. The prototype of a small village has already been formed, and it is being built very well. Cook, I finally found that damn guy named Su Mu. I have news about him. Come here quickly, Shrek shouted excitedly. Real? Cook walked over doubtfully. Of course it's true, Shrek explained. The news was given to me by a Dragon Country Lord player. He said that the damn Su Mu had a dispute with him 2 days ago. They had a conversation in their own regional chat. He was very sure that it was someone from our area. Hearing this, Cook frowned. This area is quite large, and there's no way we can find him. We can't just wander around aimlessly, right? Isn't that a waste of time? Cook waved his hand and said, Forget it. You should hurry up and get ready. I've already made an appointment with Bruce, and we'll be leaving soon. Let's go find the territory we saw yesterday. He probably has a lot of good stuff there. Shrek grabbed his partner. What if there is such a thing? Can we know each other's location accurately? Shrek said and showed the item in his hand. Cook took it and took a look. Declaration of War symbol. Can designate a Lord player to declare war on his territory. Know the exact location of the enemy's territory after declaring war, winky face. After declaring war, the entire system will be announced, winky face. After declaring war, the results of the victory or defeat will be announced to the entire system. Where did you get this? Cook asked. If Shrek had such a good thing, there was no way he wouldn't know about it. Of course it was given by that Dragon Country Lord player. He's hoping that we'll kill that bastard Su Mu and avenge him. Shrek's face was filled with cunning and greed. He continued. How about it? Let's do it. That bastard probably took a lot of goodies from the system rewards. We have to hurry up, otherwise we'll lose everything. Cook thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Let's do it. I'll go talk to Bruce. Good. Chapter 25 System-wide Announcement. Declaration of War. In the evening, the sun is about to set. The lords finished a day's hard work and stayed in their territory to enjoy the food they made with their own hands. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. The system's announcement sounded again, and the lords listened curiously. They were wondering in their hearts, maybe the lord of a special map had successfully upgraded his territory and received rewards? System-wide announcement. The territory represented by Lord Shrek, Thunder God Village, has declared war on the territory represented by Lord Su Mu, Tianmu Village. From the day of the declaration of war, Laishan Village and Tianmu Village will fight to the death until the final victory is determined and the other side successfully captures the territory crystal. Also, the two territories will be able to see each other's territory locations in real time. The results of this match will be announced to the entire system. Because this is the first declaration of war between territories, the winner will receive a system reward. When this system announcement came out, all the lords were in an uproar. After all, anyone who pays attention to the system announcements will know what the two names, Su Mu and Shrek, stand for. They are the first batch of players who successfully upgraded to level 1 lords. Are we going to do it now? In an instant, lord players flooded into the world chat channel. My goodness, I was still cutting down trees to build a cabin, and they already attacked me. The world of the big guys is simply unfathomable. I finally managed to kidnap 2 goblins as labor, and they already have an army ready to fight. Opening, betting on the scroll. I bet on Su Mu to win. I support Su Mu too. After all, he was the first to level up and receive the system reward. Yes, I support Su Mu too. A group of people who followed the trend and supported Su Mu stood up, but their views were soon refuted. Although I'm a dragon countryman, if we're betting on scrolls, I'm on the foreigner's side. That's what I said. I saw Shrek say in the chat channel today that they have 40 lizard men who can crush rocks under their command. Yeah, I saw the chat screenshots too. Awesome. The lizard men are super powerful, and they're well equipped. But Su Mu has a reward. The rewards are ridiculous. When it comes to fighting, it all depends on whether the army is strong enough, right? And how powerful are the weapons? The system's rewards are definitely related to the territory and will not be given to territory members. I agree with the above. I stand with Shrek and the others this time. Indeed, Shrek and his men must have the confidence and strength to openly declare war. Perhaps the lizard men are just one part of their strength. After everyone's comments, Su Mu's support rate dropped, while Shrek and his support rate soared. Finally, it reached an astonishing 19 hours, 81 minutes. Compared to the world chat channel, the regional chat is equally exciting. Lord Luo Tianchuan. Awesome. The first and second place winners have declared war. Who are you supporting? Lord Muyi. Nonsense. The dragon people will definitely support the dragon people. Su Mu will win. Beat them down. Qinsheng. Didn't you see the world chat? I heard that Shrek's territory has lizard men helping them, and their fighting power is very strong. Lord Muyi. Let him be strong. The breeze will blow over the hills. Let him be arrogant. The bright moon will shine over the river. I will support Su Mu without a second thought. It seems that Brother Mai is a fan of Su Mu. Lord Mu Yi. Of course, Su Mu is the one who fought for our dragon nation. Seeing this conversation, Guo Tianfei in the territory curled his lips into a sneer. It's dragon country. Now it's the fucking Lord Era. The dragon kingdom is already fucking a thing of the past. Just watch and see how Su Mu dies. When the time comes, I'll jump out and sneer at you idiots. A fan, huh? After the first two setbacks, Guo Tianfei grew up. He now knows how to lie in wait, and then seize the best opportunity to strike a fatal blow to the enemy. In fact, Guo Tianfei didn't know whether Su Mu, who offended him a few days ago, was the first Su Mu to upgrade his territory. He simply looked at the analysis of the various lords in the regional chat and felt that it was very likely the same person. But Guo Tianfei was not worried at all whether it was the same person or not. He originally went there for two purposes. One is to get close to and make friends with Shrek and the others. The other is retaliation. The reason why he wanted to make friends was because during the conversation, Guo Tianfei learned that Shrek was from their area. With such a big thigh and being so close, it would be impossible for him not to hug it tightly given his personality. It happened that Guo Tianfei opened a treasure chest in the wild and got a declaration of war, which further strengthened his idea. It would be best if he could help Shrek and the others, but if he can't, at least he can be considered their friend. It has to be said that Guo Tianfei did not learn the skills to upgrade his territory, but he did learn a lot about scheming. At the same time, in the territory inside the tree house, the dirty Luo Wuxi frowned slightly. She had just returned from killing a monster today. After a day of hard fighting, she had already completed 1/3 of the mission. This is great progress. And all this is thanks to the Thunderfall technique that Su Mu gave her. Although to a certain extent, she exchanged it for the portal-making scroll. But in her heart, she always felt that she owed Su Mu a favor. Because the skill scroll is really precious, and the Thunderfall technique is really powerful. Will he not lose this battle because of the Thunderfall technique? Luo Wuxi bit her lip lightly, her tone full of worry. After thinking about it, she pressed her friend in her face. On the shoulder of Thunderstorm King Kong, Su Mu sneered. Declare war. Great. I was just worried I couldn't find you, and you just popped out. Dahe, walk to the right. We're almost at our destination. Oh. Thunderstorm King Kong responded and obediently changed direction. Soon the King Kong army disappeared into the darkness. Cook, Bruce, did you hear the system announcement? We can get rewards if we win. This is so comfortable. Haha. Shrek felt an unprecedented sense of joy in his heart. As a nation that is naturally warlike, he has always wanted to have wars every day and start the S3 season as soon as possible. Therefore, the existence of Lord's Era simply hits the spot in his heart. He felt that he was extremely suitable to survive in such a world. Hearing that, let's quickly check where that guy's territory is and see if it's really in our area. Good. As the owner of the territory, Shrek has the right to review. After taking a closer look, his brows quickly furrowed. What's up? Is it very far away and not near our area? Cook inquired. Even Bruce, who rarely spoke, looked at him. It's nearby. It's really not far away. Shrek scratched his head. It's just that I feel like this location and distance seem familiar. Chapter 26. Su Mu is coming? A crushing attack. Cook looked at the screenshot of the map sent by Shrek, and his expression gradually became interesting. Shit, this is the territory we visited yesterday. Have you forgotten that this river goes all the way west, and there is only one territory? Shrek's face flashed with surprise. After carefully looking at the map for a few times, he quickly became excited. Isn't that just right? We were planning to kill him. I can't forget the beautiful demi-humans in his territory. Their figures and looks simply made me burst. Shrek's expression gradually became vulgar. Thinking of the beautiful female demi-human with a big tail, and then looking at the ugly lizard man in his territory, he became very lustful. Bruce, go gather the lizard man. We're ready to go. Just take advantage of the night when he's off guard and catch him off guard. Cook was very excited. Why excited? Because they had already gotten a rough idea of their opponent's strength yesterday. They were now even more confident. Only Bruce questioned. You've all used the declaration of war talisman. How could the other side not be on guard? How about we discuss this in detail? Bruce is a staunch conservative. He believes that for the territory, the best transition in the early stage is stable development. Only with good development can we support midterm plunder. Therefore, he was the only one in the territory who did not support starting a war prematurely. But it couldn't outweigh the 2 votes from Cook and Shrek. What the hell is this about long-term planning? Shrek said loudly. Once that guy uses up his reward, we'll be left with nothing. You have to know that the first place should belong to us. How could it be the damn dragon people's turn? Right. Cook stood on Shrek's side and comforted him. Bruce, don't worry. We checked that guy's strength yesterday. We can definitely crush him. Besides, only one day has passed. How much can he improve? We must seize the opportunity to strike and not give him a chance to breathe. Bruce hesitated for a moment before nodding. Well, I hope what you say is true. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the territory. What's going on? Bruce stood up nervously and looked outside. My lord, something bad has happened. There's an attack. A dusty lizard man suddenly emerged from the ground and came to report. What attack? Did you get a clear view of the enemy? Bruce's face suddenly changed. He is the leader of the lizard men and has absolute military power in the territory. Most lizard men also listen to him. King Kong, black and purple King Kong. There are a lot of them. At this time, Blake's expression next to him had changed. Because he received a prompt from the system. Not only him, but Bruce and Cook, as members of the territory, also received the prompt. The territory has been attacked by members of Tianmu village led by Lord Sumu. Please defend or counterattack as soon as possible. Before Blake and the other two could react, the wooden gate that had just been installed in the territory was smashed open by the corpses of two lizard men. Then, a 3-meter-tall King Kong descended from the sky in front of them, stirring up a cloud of dust. King Kong roared to the sky and slammed his chest, making loud noises like drums, showing his strength and ferocity. Not only that, in front of Shrek and the other two, King Kong punched the lizard man who came to report the news, causing blood to splatter and turning him into meat residue fertilizer on the ground. This visually impactful scene almost scared the three of them to death. What the hell is this? Shrek and Cook retreated repeatedly, subconsciously drawing their swords to defend themselves, their feet trembling with fear. But an even more terrifying scene is yet to come. In the darkness, more and more King Kongs jumped in from outside the territory. Each of them is as strong as a small tower, and their roars fill the entire territory. Along with it came the screams and wails of the lizard men. The lizard man is no match for Thunderbolt. In terms of size alone, Thunderbolt is equivalent to 2 lizard men. The little lizard man was caught in the hands of Thunderbolt King Kong and was squeezed like a child. Even his bones were crushed. The lizard men were so scared that they peed and shitted and fled into the ground. How could they even think about protecting their territory? This war was almost a crushing defeat. After witnessing the scenes, Shrek and the other two realized the seriousness of the matter. They thought that the lizard men who knew some earth element magic were very powerful, but they never expected that the members of other territories were even more ferocious. Damn it, what kind of horrible guy did you offend? Is this the enemy you mentioned that can be crushed? Where does your damn confidence come from? Bruce watched the lizard men he had worked so hard to recruit being killed one by one. He felt heartbroken and was about to collapse. These are all his soldiers. It took him a lot of effort to persuade them to join the territory. Now it's all gone. How is that possible? How is that possible? Shrek couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Cook, what we saw yesterday was that his territory clearly only had 1 female demi-human and 3 slimes. What's going on now? How come it's like this after just 1 day? He's obviously not that strong, right? Cook's face was solemn, and cold sweat had already soaked the back of his clothes. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. I heard you guys were discussing why I'm so strong. Shrek and the other two were startled. They turned around subconsciously and found that a young man had been standing behind them. Sumu? Shrek gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. But he felt as if he had seen a ghost and was afraid of Sumu in front of him from the bottom of his heart. This devil is destroying his territory and killing the members of his territory. Behind them stood the terrifying Black King Kong. When did you come here? Why did you show up so soon after we declared war? Could it be that you've been targeting us for a long time? Compared to Shrek, Cook is obviously smarter, and he found the crux of the problem. Sumu's territory was clearly some distance away from them. So how did he appear in their territory so quickly? Unless he had been eyeing them for a long time. That's a good question, but you don't seem qualified to ask me to answer it. This one sentence made Cook and the other two look gloomy and embarrassed. The reason why Sumu came to find Shrek and the other two was naturally because of the prompt from the intelligence system. Yesterday, when he was killing antlered deer by the river, he had already received intelligence that someone was secretly observing him and plotting to attack his territory. Sumu's idea was very simple. He just wanted to take the initiative and kill the enemy in the cradle before he could develop. But when the declaration of war appeared, everything became clearer. It was then that Sumu realized that his enemy was actually the second one to upgrade his territory. Sumu naturally also saw the chat in the chat channel, which further strengthened his determination to come and sweep across the Shrek territory. If we don't take the time to eliminate the enemies with development potential, how could he sleep peacefully holding Wenstia? Chapter 27. The battle is over. Do you dare to bet? Sue, things may not be what you think. Please allow us to explain. Cook's expression changed rapidly, and he smiled apologetically and spoke. He knew the current situation. They were obviously at an absolute disadvantage. Only by begging for mercy and gaining the other party's forgiveness can they survive this time. Yes, Sue, please listen to our explanation. Shrek's desire to survive was also full at this moment. His mind was turning quickly, trying to persuade Sumu. Perhaps we could join forces. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the first and second place players could work together seamlessly? Who in the world can be our opponent from now on? The whole world will be ours. No, it's not ours. We are your subordinates, and the world belongs to you. My good brother Sumu, you're worth it. Shrek had just finished speaking when he fell to the ground. Shrek is dead. Sumu shot him in the head without any hesitation. He fell to the ground, bleeding all over the floor. Reason: what I hate most in my life is flatterers. Sumu spoke in a calm tone. Cook and Bruce were both shocked. The dragon people don't play by the rules at all. He didn't say he would kill, but he really did. Sue, we can give you our territory and everything we have. We only hope you can give us a way to live. Cook was so scared that he was soaked all over. It was the first time he felt death so close to him. He tried to use a negotiating tone. I hope you will have mercy and let us go. God bless you. Before Cook could finish his words, he fell beside Shrek's body. I hate God. Sumu pointed the dark muzzle of the gun at Bruce. After surviving in the territory era for so many days, Sumu's mentality has undergone earth-shaking changes. Killing people no longer carries any psychological burden for him. I have the talent of a lord. I am definitely valuable to you. I can help you develop your territory. Bruce swallowed and spoke with difficulty. The heart of the lizard men. As long as I have this lord's talent, all the lizard men in this world will be attracted to me, and I can communicate with them easily. Sumu didn't speak or shoot. He just looked at Bruce quietly. Lizard men are very valuable. They may not be strong in battle, but their talent is finding iron ore. Various valuable iron ores. Bruce knew that every word he said now was to fight for his chance to survive. He must do his best to demonstrate his value. Currently, the lizard men have found me a tin and iron mine. I can give the location to you unconditionally. And with me by your side, your territory will never be short of ores and rare metals. I promise. Sumu suddenly put down the rifle in his hand. Seeing his actions, Bruce's heart finally settled down. He secretly thanked God that he had a trump card. Otherwise, he would have followed in the footsteps of the two unlucky guys, Shrek and Cook. But the next moment, Bruce felt a pain in his throat. Before he could reach out to touch it, blood gushed out like a fountain. He fell to the ground. It's worth a bit, but not much. Sumu muttered to himself. Instead of keeping a time bomb around you, it's better to just kill him. He was not interested in foreign slaves, but if they were beautiful women, he would consider it. The chat on the World Channel is still lively. The lords were eating melons with their dinner. The support rate of Sumu and Shrek has dropped from 19 hours 81 minutes to 3 hours 97 minutes. Among 100 people, only 3 people thought that Sumu could win this battle. Anyone still dare to bet? I'll give you a skill scroll, and I bet Shrek will win. The speaker was a lord from the Sakura country named Kinsaka Shikagawa, and he also provided a screenshot. Skill scroll, Skyfire. Summon a fireball from the sky, dealing a devastating blow. This simple introduction made countless lords feel the power of the skill. No way, you're using such a powerful skill to gamble. Yeah, I see from the description that this is a group attack skill. It's definitely a unique skill at this stage. Can't you see he's just bragging? Now everyone knows Shrek has a better chance of winning, so who would still bet against him? There are still people who understand. That's right, just looking at the name you can tell the country is right. How shameless. He just wants to make you jealous and disgusting. Everyone started to criticize Kinsaka Shikagawa. Ignorant people, I sincerely want to gamble. Please stop making malicious assumptions about me. Kinsaka Shikagawa retorted. Why didn't you come out earlier? Everyone's been discussing this for so long, and you're finally showing your head. Everyone's already made their bets. Who's still going to play with you? Well said, the guy who pierced the steel plate. Do you think everyone else is an idiot? That's right. No one would be stupid enough to bet with you like this. But at this moment, a chat suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. I'll bet with you. Want to? The lords looked and saw that it was a female lord named Luo Wuxi from the Dragon Kingdom. Her speech stood out among the crowd. so much so that everyone could see it at a glance. What am I afraid of? I couldn't ask for more. I just don't know what you can come up with. As soon as Luchuan Gansaka finished speaking, Luo Wuxi posted a screenshot. Undead summoning scroll. After using, you can summon a servant from the undead army to fight together. Disappears after death in battle. Can. The reason why Luo Wuxi stood up to bet was that she couldn't stand the players in the chat channel who were pessimistic about Sumu. In her opinion, Sumu had helped her, was a very nice person, and was very capable. She supports him unconditionally. At this moment, she hoped that Sumu could slap everyone in the face. Although Luo Wuxi herself was unsure whether Sumu could win this battle, but she still chose to do so and gamble with others. In Luo Wuxi's opinion, attitude is often more important than results. Absolutely. The moment he saw the summoning scroll, Kansaka Shikagawa was also excited. Isn't this a free gift? He was just saying it casually, but there really are fools who would bet with him. Girl, don't gamble. Didn't you see the chat? That Lord Shrek is really strong. Yes, we don't want to be trapped by these little bastards. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom are all trying to persuade. But Luo Wuxi turned a deaf ear and took the initiative to initiate a gambling agreement with Luchuan Gansaka. This is a function that the system temporarily updated due to this declaration of war. After the winner and loser are determined, the bet will automatically be handed over to the winner. In Shrek's territory, Sumu just found their territory crystal and happened to see the conversation on the World Chat channel. Chapter 28. Not bad. This woman is really good. Congratulations, Lord Luo Wuxi. The bet agreement has been completed. After the winner is determined, the reward will be sent directly to your transaction column by the system. Please check it carefully at that time. Inside the wooden house, seeing that the gambling agreement had been completed, Luo Wuxi pursed her red lips. She really didn't choose to gamble with Kansaka Kagawa on impulse. I really can't stand Sumu being looked down upon like this. After all, he is the first lord to upgrade his territory, okay? Why do people think Shrek is so powerful, but Sumu has no trump card? Is it because Shrek often surfs and Sumu doesn't? Watching everyone mocking and looking down on Sumu, Luo Wuxi really wanted to fight for him. At the same time, she also hoped that Sumu could be safe and sound in this war. Luo Wuxi glanced at her friend's message, which was still unread. In other words, Sumu hasn't read the message she sent yet. I hope he's just busy. Luo Wuxi murmured softly. What a foolish girl. How foolish. Isn't this just giving the summoning scroll to the little bastard for free? It would be better to give it to one of our own people. That's right, it's better to give it to me. Women are fucking spendthrifts. Right after the betting agreement was completed, all the lords spoke out to express their dissatisfaction, saying that Luo Wuxi was too stupid and was simply giving away gifts. But at this moment, system-wide announcement. The system announcement appears again. System-wide announcement. Lord Sumu successfully broke through Lord Shrek's territory and occupied it. Lord Sumu successfully broke through Lord Shrek's territory and occupied it. A series of 7 or 8 system-wide announcements stunned the lords who were still chatting. No way. The winner is decided so quickly. Is this true? I thought I'd have to wait 10 or 8 days, but how come it's already like this after just 1 hour? Are you guys stupid? Is time the key? The key is that Sumu is the winner. It's Sumu. It's Sumu. It's Sumu. Important things must be said 3 times. Yes, the lords were shocked to realize that the winner was Sumu, who had always been unfavored. It's Sumu who is criticized by everyone. It's Sumu, whose support rate is only 3. I mean, Shrek, who had an army of lizard men, was killed. Holy crap, how ferocious must Sumu be to be able to kill Shrek? It's simply amazing. The first place is the first place, and the second place will never be able to challenge it. I told you, Sumu was the first one to upgrade his territory, so how could he not have a backup plan? Now I'm embarrassed, right? What I hate most in my life is hindsight. Compared with the shocked speeches of the lords, Sumu found the system's prompts more pleasant. Congratulations to Lord Sumu for winning the first war declaration. Lord Sumu will receive a system declaration of war gift pack as a reward. Please be sure to receive it. Comfortable. There's nothing more comfortable than getting a reward for every fight. Congratulations, Lord, for occupying the enemy's territory. From now on, the ownership of the territory will belong to you. Do I need to change the name of the territory? Let's not use it for now. The environment of Shrek's territory was not as good as Sumu's own. He doesn't really want to move here to develop at this stage, so he'll keep the territory for now. I guess no one will come to attack here. In the wooden house territory, the worry on Luo Wuxi's face completely relaxed after hearing the system-wide announcement. Instead, there was a smile. I knew he was strong. Gambling agreement takes effect. Get the gambling reward, please check it out. Luo Wuxi received a prompt from the system. Soon after, she also received a friend request from Kensaka Shikagawa, the lord of Sakura country. Pretty lady, please forgive my joke, but could you please return the skill scroll to me? This is a special map. Monsters are everywhere. I can't survive without it. This is my only support. Please. Kensaka Shikagawa was filled with regret. I regret it so much. He just wanted to show off and be a bit Versailles. Who knew that the winner would be decided in less than 5 minutes of the bet? The World Channel was still bragging about how awesome Shrek was, but it turns out to be a piece of shit. Kensaka Shikagawa's first reaction was to beg, to see if that silly woman would show her maternal instinct and return the skill scroll to him. But when he sent a friend request again, he found that he was blocked by the other party. It's night. After a busy day, Sumu finally saw the small village of Tianmu in front of him. After occupying Shrek's territory, Sumu counted his gains. I found out that Blake and his friends are really poor. The only weapons they had were bows and crossbows, and they only had a pitiful 389 silver coins. The most valuable things in their territory are just some materials, such as iron, ore, and wood. Those things are too heavy to carry, so just put them aside for now. Sumu didn't see any scrolls or anything like that. Probably they were all used by Shrek and the others. It can be said that the most valuable thing that Sumu gets when he goes out is the system reward. There are 5 more lizardman slaves. That's right. Sumu used slave collars to turn the lizardmen into his slaves. He was attracted by their ability to find minerals, and he had Bruce to thank for telling him about this. Otherwise, the lizardmen would not be able to be enslaved at all. Declaration of War, Talisman, X2. Reputation Amulet. Gain 500 reputation after use. Territory Shield. Wrap the territory in it, and protect it from all attacks for 3 hours. Mechanical Tower Construction Scroll. After learning, you will unlock the construction of a tower, a higher level mechanical tower than an ordinary tower. Trap Making Scroll. Unlock trap making after learning. There aren't many things, but it's pretty good. Especially the Mechanical Sentry Tower. Sumu studied it and thought that this should be the most valuable one at the moment. Ordinary watchtowers can only allow people to stand on them for passive defense and to stand guard. This Mechanical Sentry Tower can prevent the enemy from invading from below and can also realize humans shooting from above. It is equipped with a crossbow, much more advanced than ordinary sentry towers. Of course, Sumu didn't make it either, so he didn't know what the effect would be. After using up everything that could be used, Sumu put away the rest. Luo Wuxi sent me a message. Sumu had been busy before and had no time to look at other things. Only now did he realize the message Luo Wuxi had sent him before. He clicked it and took a look. Sumu, you've been declared at war. Are you sure you can handle it? Be careful. This is the first one. About 10 minutes later, Luo Wuxi sent another message. Many people on the World Channel say Shrek and his team are very powerful. You should pay attention to them. You can also read more World Chat when you have time to learn more about yourself and your opponent. If you need help, please let me know. This woman really cares about me. Looking at the message sent by Luo Wuxi, Sumu smiled. Thank goodness I didn't help her in vain. I'm not an ungrateful person. Just as Sumu finished speaking, he received another message from Luo Wuxi. Are you done? How do you know? Sumu asked subconsciously. Message has been read. Luo Wuxi replied quickly. All right. Sumu pinched his chin. The fact that the message had been read was very confusing. Oh, right, here you are. Luo Wuxi suddenly sent a message. Just when Sumu was about to ask what it meant, he received a transaction notification. When I opened it, I saw that it was sent by Luo Wuxi. On it, there is a scroll of summoning the undead. There is also a skill scroll of Skyfire Zhaoyan. Chapter 29 Recruitment Successful. Come rub my shoulders. What do you mean? They suddenly traded 2 scrolls for me. Thank you for your Thunderfall spell. It allowed me to successfully kill monsters. I estimate I can complete the quest in 2 days. I gave you the scroll and thanks. Give me both scrolls. Are you sure? To be honest, Sumu was a little surprised. Are portal crafting scrolls valuable? In fact, in Sumu's opinion, it is very valuable. For example, if he occupied someone else's territory today, and if he had a portal scroll, could he make a portal to enable teleportation between the 2 territories? The answer is yes. So in the long run, the value of the portal production scroll is definitely not low. Moreover, judging from the complexity of the materials needed to make the portal, this scroll may be one of the more difficult to obtain. In Sumu's opinion, he actually made a profit by exchanging a scroll for the portal crafting with a Thunderfall technique, and Luo Wuxi didn't know him anything. But she still felt indebted and insisted on returning the favor, giving him 2 scrolls. This woman has a really nice personality. She is open and generous, and knows how to be grateful. She is worth making friends with. Okay, all for you. Luo Wuxi replied quickly. It was obvious that she had made the decision early on without giving it much thought. After a brief thought, Su Mu pressed the pickup button. However, he only took the undead summoning scroll and returned the Skyfire skill scroll. How? Luo Wuxi sent a message very quickly. You can use it first. I'm not that lacking in skills. There are many monsters around you, and this skill may make it faster to kill them. Try to upgrade your territory as soon as possible, as there might be other lords around you who are eyeing you. If a woman can do this, Su Mu, as a man, naturally cannot lose his composure. Luo Wuxi was silent for a moment before sending a message. Then I'll keep it for now. When I get some good stuff from monsters later, I'll share it with you. Okay. After finishing the chat with Luo Wuxi, Su Mu returned to his territory. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Winstia sitting by the campfire, dozing off and on. The little fox is waiting for me to come back. Su Mu murmured softly, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Su Mu is an orphan. He has lived in an orphanage since he was a child, and he hardly has the feeling of someone leaving the lights on for him, someone worrying about him, and someone waiting for him to come home. Now, for the first time, it materialized in Winstia. She is waiting for him to come home. Su Mu felt warm in his heart. He walked over and squatted down, staring at Winstia quietly. She was wearing new clothes today, a white tulle skirt and pants, and she had a faint fragrance on her body. Her long eyelashes flickered against the backdrop of the dim flames, and a crystal-like bead at the corner of her mouth seemed about to fall at any moment. She looks even more cute and innocent. Su Mu reached out and tapped her nose. At first, Winstia didn't react. Su Mu poked again. As if sensing something, Winstia suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. Owner, you're back. She spoke in surprise, a smile on her face. If you're tired, go to sleep first. Why are you waiting for me at the door? Su Mu scratched her nose and said, It's so late and the master hasn't come back yet. How can I sleep? Winstia pouted her lips, but secretly said in her heart, Master touched my nose. Before, I touched the tail and ears, and now I touch the nose. The owner is getting more and more. Okay, go in and rest. Su Mu interrupted Winstia's wandering thoughts. Okay. Winstia responded, then thought of something. By the way, Master, a group of slimes came tonight and joined our territory. Oh, how many? The recruitment took effect so quickly? Su Mu was also a little surprised. There are 126 in total, 51 of which are fire slimes, 53 are water slimes, and 22 are wood slimes. Winstia pouted and thought for a moment before answering. Wood element. According to this trend, does slime also have earth element, gold element, etc.? What about them? Where did you arrange them? There's no cabin in the territory yet, so I'll let them find a place to rest nearby. I'll make a decision when you return, Master. Not bad, well done. Su Mu praised Winstia. Let's wait until tomorrow. We'll try to build the cabin into a dormitory and give the slimes a place to live. My master and I think the same. Winstia, aren't you sleepy? After lying in bed for a while, Su Mu was planning the future development of the territory. When he turned his head, he saw Winstia looking at him with her eyes open. I was very sleepy, but for some reason I became much more energetic after my owner came back. Really spirited? When asking the question, Su Mu had a sly smile on his face, but Winstia didn't see it. Yes. She answered dully. Come here, give me a shoulder rub. Su Mu chuckled and lay down on the bed. Running around on Thunderbolt King Kong's shoulders tonight almost shook his bones apart. That big black guy is really not suitable to be a mount. You have to find a professional to ride him. Su Mu planned in his mind. Huh? A shoulder rub. Only then did Winstia realize that she seemed to have fallen into her master's trap. Yes, come here quickly. Oh. Winstia got on her master's bed obediently, but her face soon turned red. Master, why are you taking off your clothes? Stupid, how can you press it without taking off your clothes? Su Mu threw his shirt aside and lay back down on the bed. Don't worry, I'll just rub your shoulders. I won't do anything else. Oh. Winstia suppressed her inner shame and placed her hand on Su Mu's shoulder. Not far away, the fruit of life in the corner emitted a red light, and suddenly a crack appeared on its outer skin. Inside the gap, there seems to be a pair of eyes spying on everything outside. However, neither of the two people in the room noticed this scene. Soon, Winstia heard her master snoring evenly. The master is really tired. He fell asleep so quickly. Winstia murmured softly. She carefully moved away from her master and covered him with the quilt. After finishing everything, she went back to her bed and lay down. Chapter 30. Waking up one night and becoming a father. Su Mu felt like he was dreaming. In the dream, a beautiful woman with big eyes and small face. Just when Su Mu wanted to see what was going on, That's right. The dream is over. Sumu opened his eyes and was stunned. Aren't you dreaming? How come there is really a beautiful woman in his arms? What's going on? Sumu was so scared that he sat up from the bed, and the little beauty with blue hair in his arms slipped onto the bed. A moan. The little beauty woke up, opened her azure eyes, stared at Sumu blankly, and showed a cute smile. The two of them just looked at each other, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. After a moment, Sumu moved. He pulled the sheet over the little beauty, covering her body. You? Who are you? At first, Sumu thought that the beautiful girl was recruited by him. But it's not that bold to recruit them, right? Ran onto the bed. Daddy. The little beauty spoke in a childish voice, but the two words she said made Sumu's scalp tingle. Don't yell, I'm not your father. How could I have a daughter as old as you? She looks like she is only 15 or 16 years old, and Sumu is only 22 years old. How could he have a daughter that old? Unless he is able to. Absolutely impossible. Sumu abandoned his ridiculous idea. Dad, you are my father. When she heard that he didn't recognize her, the little beauty's mouth flattened, and she looked like she was about to cry. She crawled over using her hands and feet, hugged Sumu tightly, and hung on him, unwilling to separate at all. What's going on? Sumu became even more confused and disoriented, until he caught a glimpse of the fruit of life in the corner. The large fruit had cracked open, and the inside was bright red, like human veins. Could it be that? As if he had guessed something, Sumu used his insight technique directly on the beautiful girl in his arms. The creature born from the fruit of life, the daughter of life, possesses mysterious abilities beyond your imagination. Really? Winstia, get up quickly. Sumu called for help to Winstia, who was still sleeping next to him. If he doesn't ask for help, he will suffocate to death. After being awakened, Winstia opened her eyes and sat up in a daze. When she saw the little beauty in her master's arms, she became even more confused. Master, where did you go to snatch such a beautiful little sister back so early in the morning? I'll explain it to you later. Hurry up and get her some clothes to change into. Sumu gritted his teeth. The little fox is so curious and asks so many questions. Isn't he having a hard time right now? After having Winstia, Sumu left the cabin as if escaping and went to the river to take a cold shower. It was just dawn and the water was still very cold, which really made Sumu feel difficult. 4-star dangerous intelligence. The goblin tribe is plotting to attack your territory. They will begin their attack in 5 hours. Please be on guard. Intelligence tip. This attack has brought together the entire goblin clan's strength, so don't underestimate them. There are even level 2 and level 3 goblins participating. While Sumu was taking a bath by the river, he suddenly received a prompt from the intelligence system. Goblins were going to attack his territory in 5 hours? Why did those guys suddenly attack? There is no sign at all. Sumu did not delay and quickly changed his clothes and rushed to the territory. Instead of asking why, he might as well build defensive fortifications immediately. But as soon as he returned to the territory, he heard a cry. Master, I can't take it anymore. My little sister is crying so hard and keeps saying she wants to find you. As soon as Winstia walked out of the wooden house, she ran into Sumu who had returned, and she hurried to report the situation. Have you dressed her? Sumu asked about the thing that concerned him most. He didn't want to take 2 showers in a row early in the morning. I'm dressed. Winstia nodded. Okay, I'll go see her. Before Sumu walked in, the daughter of life heard his voice and ran out first. As soon as she appeared, she didn't care about anything else and pounced directly at Sumu. Then he hung on him like an octopus and buried his head in his neck. Dad. Hug. The daughter of life had tears in her eyes and her nose was red from crying. Seeing her pitiful and helpless look, Sumu sighed slightly and reached out to hug her. Hug me, what else can I do? Who made him take back the fruit of life? The little girl was just born from inside, and she probably thought he was her father? Now is the time to be loved. Seeing Sumu hugging the daughter of life, Winstia pouted slightly at the door of the wooden house. Originally, she was the only girl in the territory, so the master naturally cared about her the most. Now, one more appears out of nowhere. Winstia suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. It seemed like she suddenly had someone to compete for her affection. After spending a short time together, Sumu has become much more familiar with the daughter of life. The little girl is just clingy, there's nothing special about her. She's quite obedient. Especially listen to him. Winstia spoke to her several times, but she didn't respond strongly. But Sumu always answered every question. He tried to use his lord talent, pride of the chief, to check her status, and the feedback he got was, daughter of life? Female sign. Age, 16 years, 0 days. Work adaptability? Special talent tag. All question marks. I don't know if it's because the daughter of life was just born from the fruit of life. However, Sumu still got a piece of information. That is, the age of the daughter of life is 16. In other words, she stayed in the fruit for 16 years. Little girl, don't call me daddy from now on, okay? Sumu glanced at the girl of life who was nestling in his arms and said softly, "Why, Dad?" The daughter of life raised her head and blinked her azure eyes, which were filled with questions and doubts. "Because I don't like this name, you can just call me brother from now on." "Elder brother," Sumu emphasized again. The daughter of life obviously thought for a moment before tilting her head and calling out in a cute voice, "Okay, brother and dad." "Sumu, it's my brother. There's no word dad." Sumu's face turned serious and he began to correct him, pretending to be angry. He knew that the daughter of life was very smart and could not be unaware of what he meant. She was just deliberately making trouble for him. "Elder brother," the daughter of life cried out in grievance. She is indeed very smart and has a great ability to read people's expressions. Sumu nodded with satisfaction and reached out to pinch her little face. "Good boy, that's more like it. He is a virgin. How can he be called dad?" Sumu decisively rejected this title. "By the way, I'll call you Susu from now on. This is your name. Do you understand?" Sumu used his rare talent for naming. "Okay." The daughter of life leaned into his arms, and it was unclear whether she really liked the name or didn't care what it was called. But her name was set. Chapter 31 Arrangements and Layout. Waiting for the arrival. Daughter of life. "Susu. What's the name, sir?" Just as Sumu decided on a name for the daughter of life, the voice of the little slime suddenly sounded beside him. His attention was just on Susu, and he forgot that the little slime was also sticking to him. "That is, what do your parents call you?" "That's the name." Sumu thought for a moment and explained. "What do my parents call me?" The little slime rolled his eyes and thought for a while. "Slime. Isn't there any other name for it?" "No, it's just slime." Sumu was stunned. It seemed like he had known the little slime for almost 4 or 5 days, but he still didn't know what it was called. Not to mention him, he doesn't even know about Slime's parents. Suddenly, a scene appeared in his mind. A group of slimes were shouting, "Slime, slime." "That picture is so beautiful. From now on, I'll call you E. It's simple, but it also serves as a name." After thinking for a while, Sumu used his few talents in naming. "Okay, sir," the little slime nodded in response. From its excited tone, you can feel that it is very happy about having a name. "Winstia, do you understand the levels of goblins? Like level 2 or level 3? Thinking that the goblins were about to attack the territory, Sumu decided to find out more about the situation first. "Level 2 or 3 goblin." Winstia pouted and nodded. "Master, I know something. The goblin captain who attacked us that night and leaped so far was a level 2 goblin. It has already evolved once, and its physical qualities are much stronger than those of ordinary goblins." Winstia explained patiently. Level 3 goblins are even more powerful than level 2 goblins. In addition to their physical strength, they can also cast magic. Their IQ is also higher, making them more difficult to deal with. Goblins can evolve. It was the first time that Sumu heard such a statement. After all, he didn't know much about this world. Yes, even slimes have the chance to evolve, but compared to goblins, the chance of a slime evolving is 1 in 1,000, and a goblin's is 20 to 30%. This is how different races become stronger. Winstia seems to know a lot. Just like us, the Red Fox clan, we can also become stronger and stronger, but we need to go through the baptism of battle and have opportunities. It can be said that every life has infinite possibilities. Sumu nodded. He probably understood what Winstia meant. Susu, nestled in Sumu's arms, didn't say anything. She just quietly hugged his neck, blinking her big, ignorant eyes, as if absorbing new knowledge. Go gather your tribe together. I have some work to do." Sumu gave an order. "Yes, sir." One by one, jumping away. Successfully learned trap making. Unlock the wood spike trap. Unlock the fire prison trap. Unlock the quicksand trap. Sumu didn't expect that he had only learned how to make traps as a reward from the system last night, but he actually unlocked 3 types of traps. Plus, each one looks incredibly practical. The spike trap seems to be the simplest, and the only material is wood. The fire prison trap and quicksand trap are much more complicated, and 2 of the materials used are ones that Sumu has never seen before. They are fire tumor and earth fade, respectively. Sumu asked Winstia, but she didn't know where these 2 materials came from. If Sumu didn't understand the levels of the goblins, he might have thought that the wooden thorn trap was enough. But now, he still feels that it is not safe enough. Sumu decided to go out and try his luck. Soon, 135 slimes were assembled. Sumu divided them into 3 large groups, selected 2 captains and deputy captains to lead each group, and then arranged their work. Slime's work is also simple. One group is responsible for cutting trees and preparing materials. One group is responsible for making the parts needed for traps, and one group is responsible for installing traps. Sumu naturally had no doubts about their working ability. After arranging everything, Sumu went out with Dahe and the 10 thunderbolts. Originally, Su also wanted to go out with him, but he persuaded her with kind words and finally promised to go quickly and come back soon, and only then did she successfully get rid of the clingy guy. Although Su is clingy, she is still relatively obedient and sensible, which makes Sumu very pleased. And the reason why Sumu went out was very simple. Go find fire tumor and earth tumor. Based on his previous experience of playing games, the method of obtaining basic materials must not be overly complicated. Fire tumors and earth fades have element symbols in front of them, and are likely to appear on related element monsters. He plans to try his luck. Thunderstorm King Kong, male sign. Age, 10 years, 3 months, 5 days. Work adaptability, felling LV3, carrying LV3. Special talent tags, battle maniac, great strength, commanding temperament. Slimes with adaptability to manual work can also be cut down, but Thunder King Kong cannot be cut down by hand, which is easy to understand. This also made Sumu understand more about the power of slime. It's a panacea. Great strength, increased strength by 20. Leadership temperament, unique to the king of the tribe. Overall ability is 10 higher than that of ordinary tribe members. Fire ape, a monkey that lives on the outskirts of Milieu Forest. It knows fire elemental magic, but not much. Sumu arrived at the nearest gathering place of fire elemental monsters. For Infernape, Thunderbolt is definitely their ancestor. Get monkey meat. Get the fur. By killing a fire ape, Sumu did not get the fire tumor he wanted. Could it be that my estimate is wrong? Sumu refused to believe it and asked Thunder King Kong to order his tribesmen to continue hunting the fire monkey. Sure enough, quantity works wonders. Get the fire tumor. Get the fireball. Fire tumor, a tumor formed on the body of a fire elemental monster. A type of material. Fire explosion ball. The stones on the fire element monsters will cause explosive damage when thrown, etc. This fireball is interesting. According to this description, doesn't it have the same effect as a grenade? Sumu suddenly had an idea. After knowing that fire ape can also explode fireballs in addition to fire tumors, Sumu became interested. So, the fire monkeys in the forest suffered a brutal massacre today. The massacre lasted for more than 2 hours. If Sumu hadn't seen that time was running out, the massacre would probably have continued. After sorting out the spoils, he obtained a total of 68 fire tumors and 108 fireballs. The explosion rate of fireball is much higher than that of fire tumor. After returning to the territory with the things, Sumu hurriedly arranged for the slime tribe to assemble the trap. All preparations are going on in full swing. Just wait for the goblin tribe to attack. Chapter 32. Do you want to make a bet with the master? Report. Chief, I've investigated carefully. The western side of the human territory is the weakest point. There are 2 giant gorillas guarding the front gate. They look quite capable. There's a slime squad guarding the east, and 5 lizard men in the north. It's difficult to break through from the front. I suggest going to the west, which is their weakest link. The goblin spy reported the information he had just obtained. In front of it stood a goblin holding a skull staff, who was over 2 meters tall. Unlike other ordinary goblin soldiers. In addition to being tall, this goblin also has 2 horns on his head and long khaki hair. Apart from its green skin color, it looks very similar to humans. Level 3 Goblin. The chief of the goblin tribe, Oka. The weakest point? Are you sure? Oka opened his eyes and glanced at the goblin spy in front of him. Its casual glance made the goblin spy panic. Right. The information I gather will definitely not be wrong. Although, humans don't know that we are about to attack their territory. Orca's voice was low as he calmly analyzed the current situation. But considering the cunning nature of humans, how could they easily let you see where the weakest point is? Do you think what I said makes sense? The goblin spy thought about it for a moment and felt that it made a lot of sense. It nodded repeatedly. Chief, you are so smart, you are right. Humans are so cunning, they are most likely deliberately confusing us. Our weakest point may be the most dangerous. Oka patted his people's shoulders with relief. Yes, you have a high level of understanding. I think humans have already set up a lot of traps on the west side, waiting for the enemy to take the bait. So the place that seems the safest is often the most dangerous. We must learn to think about things in reverse. The goblin spy's eyes lit up and he knelt on the ground. The clan leader is wise. The whole clan obeys. Oka turned around and raised the skull staff. Humans attacked and killed our people. Should we avenge them? Should. Uniform response. In front of Oka, there were 500 goblin warriors. This is the strongest fighting force of their tribe. Each of the goblins raised their weapons in response, their emotions extremely excited. Okay then, follow my orders. We'll attack from the front. The high-ranking goblin warriors will charge in the front, followed closely by the ordinary goblin soldiers. We are determined to wipe out the human territory. Yes. The mighty goblin army set out. In front of the wooden house in the territory, Sumu was eating some meat and drinking the sweet river water, feeling so happy. The meat with salt and seasoning is really different. Sumu sighed, feeling happy that he had tasted something for the first time in so many days. At this moment, on his left, was Susu, who was standing close to him. On his right was a little slime with round eyes and a curious face. It doesn't eat meat or vegetables, it only drinks water, so it can't understand human appetite. Brother, I want more. I want more. Susu smacked her lips. Her azure eyes fell on the piece of meat in Sumu's hand, and she licked her lips. Didn't I feed you just now? Sumu looked at Susu in surprise. The little girl was quite a eater. It's as energetic as Winstia's first night. Little girl, just eat until you're full. Don't eat too much. Your stomach will feel uncomfortable if you eat too much. He reminded. Not full, not full. I still want it. Susu puffed out her lips and acted coquettishly. She is already pretty and cute. Who can resist her when she acts coquettishly? Anyway, Sumu couldn't bear it, and he couldn't fail to meet her demands. He quickly tore off a piece of meat and put it to her mouth. Susu opened her mouth contentedly and took a bite. Little girl, be careful next time. Just eat the meat. Don't eat my fingers. They're dirty. Sumu glanced at his fingers still stained with Susu's saliva and spoke helplessly. Oh. Susu seemed to agree and understand on the surface, but in fact, this was the 10th time Sumu reminded her. Across from them, Winstia pouted secretly while watching the friendly interaction between the two. She took a bite of the meat, but found that the meat, which was more delicious than usual, was now somewhat bland. Master, haven't the goblins arrived yet? Winstia tried to speak to get her master's attention. Don't worry, I've made all the arrangements. We're not afraid even if someone comes. The most important thing is for you to focus on filling your stomach. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, the ground rolled, and then a lizard man crawled out of the ground. Owner, the goblin horde is coming. The lizardman's name is Shisha, and Sumu believes that he is the most capable of the 5 lizardman slaves. He is also the one he focuses on training. Sumuyun glanced at Shisha calmly and said, I remember. Today is your chance to make a name for yourself as a lizardman. Perform well and demonstrate your worth. If you perform well, I might pardon your slavery and allow you to recruit other lizard men into my territory. No. Shisha did not stay long, and returned the same way after answering. Soon, the deafening shouts of the goblins could be heard around the territory. Master, do we really not need to deploy some Thunderbolt King Kong defenses on the west side of our territory? What if goblins invade from that side? Winstia asked worriedly. She had learned that the territory's weakest defense was on the west side. There were almost no traps, and no Thunderbolt clan to guard them. In other directions, there are traps and fire elemental slimes guarding them. Although Winstia supported her master's decision, she still couldn't help but worry. Winstia, have you ever heard of a saying? Instead of being worried at all, Sumu smiled mysteriously and spoke. What? Warfare is the art of deception. Therefore, when you are capable, pretend to be incapable. When you are using it, pretend not to use it. Sumu smiled as he spoke out the great wisdom left by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. Master, I still don't quite understand. Winstia thought about it for a while, and finally surrendered helplessly. She simply couldn't understand it. How about this? Sumu fed Susu a piece of meat, and a good idea already came to his mind. He kept saying, would you like to make a small bet with the master? I bet the goblins will definitely not invade from the west, but will attack us from the front. If I win, you agree to one condition of mine. How about that? A bet with the master? Winstia pursed her lips, a little hesitant. Master, you need to tell me what the conditions are first. If I win, you kiss me. Sumu was very straightforward. Chapter 33, Real and False. The goblins are defeat. I win, you kiss me. Sumu's conditions made Winstia's face turn red, and she lowered her head in silence. Brother, what does it mean to kiss me? What does it mean? Susu's newborn baby didn't know as much as Winstia, so she asked questions out of curiosity. Next to him also had a look of curiosity in his eyes. Slime doesn't know what it means to kiss me either. Children don't need to understand. Sumu chuckled and didn't explain too much. It doesn't matter if Susu doesn't understand, as long as Wednesday understands. Wensisha, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? Sumu used a clumsy method of provoking her. Master, what if the goblins attack from somewhere else? Would that count on you as well? I'm only right on the positive side. Okay then, Wednesday agreed. The territory has 4 sides, and the west side is obviously weak. No matter how stupid the goblins are, there's no way they can attack from the front where Thunderbolt is standing, and it's obviously heavily guarded, right? They're not that stupid, are they? This is what Wednesday was thinking in her heart. She still felt that she had a great chance of winning. But she soon regretted it. Because the goblin tribe is really stupid. They attacked from the front just as her master had predicted. The goblin warriors who rushed to the front were already trapped in the fire trap. The painful howls came out of their mouths and also reached Winstia's ears. Don't panic. The roar of Goblin Chief Oka was heard. Everyone, listen up. Don't worry about the goblins that have fallen into the fire pit, lest they get burned. Continue the assault. Oka's roar did have some effect. The goblin warriors gradually calmed down, regrouped, and attacked again. But they never expected that as soon as they escaped from the fire pit trap, their hind legs immediately fell into a deep pit full of spikes. Many goblin warriors fell into the deep pit, their intestines pierced and their stomachs ruptured, dying a miserable death. The goblins with better physical fitness escaped from the deep pit, but were also injured by the spikes and bleeding all over the ground. In the blink of an eye, most of the first and second level goblins were killed. But what makes the goblin's scalp tingle is yet to come. The ground beneath their feet suddenly exploded violently for no apparent reason. Many goblins were blown directly into the air and then fell down. This situation is not just happening to 1 or 2 goblins. Moreover, it is extremely random, and there is no way to know when the explosion will occur or where it will occur. Good. It seems that the lizard men, led by Shisha, have performed well. While the battle was raging outside, Sumu in the territory was enjoying Wednesday's shoulder massage in a relaxed manner. At the end, he did not forget to take the time to give a few words of praise. The reason why there was an explosion underground, like stepping on a mine, was naturally arranged by Sumu in advance. He asked 5 lizard men from Shisha to take fire exploders and go underground to detonate them randomly. Blast those goblins so hard that Mom can't even recognize them. At this time, Sumu noticed that Thunderstorm King Kong also started to take action. With a roar from it, the Thunderbolt's tribe ambushing in the forest began to attack from all directions. This incident caused the goblin tribe to be in chaos. The goblin chieftain Oka finally took action. He held up his staff, and a yellowish magic light condensed in it. The next second, the ground cracked and sand and rocks flew everywhere. What a spectacular scene. Seeing this scene, Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect that the goblin who knows magic is so awesome. What a pity. The goblin chieftain is doomed. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot stop the current decline of the goblin tribe. Blame it on being too confident. Fire elemental slime also joined the battle. For a moment, the battle was extremely fierce. Master, why are those goblins so stupid as to actually attack from the front? While helping her master massage his shoulders, Winstia pouted and asked. The Thunderbolt King Kong is clearly standing at the gate of our territory. Are they blind? How could you not see that the front was heavily guarded? She has accepted the fact that she lost. But I still can't understand why the goblin tribe is so stupid. Winstia, if you look at it from a god's perspective, you will naturally think that the goblins are stupid. But this is actually the art of war. No matter who comes, he will be confused by my arrangements. Sumu narrowed his eyes, enjoying the rhythmic pinching of Winstia's small hands on his shoulders, and continued to say, I know the goblin tribe has spies watching our territory. I deliberately gave them the impression that the west side was the weakest. Let the spies spend a lot of time and energy to verify this information and ignore other places. The spies' first thought must have been the same as yours, that the west side was weak and suitable for attack. But when their leader thinks carefully, he will start to wonder why the west side is so weak. Is that reasonable? At this point, Sumu smiled slightly, having successfully put himself into the goblin's perspective. Aren't humans very cunning? Would you deliberately expose your weak side? That must be a trick, right? There must be an ambush or traps all over the west side. Compared to the front, it looks like there's a Thunderbolt King Kong handle, but that's definitely for a deterrent effect. What do you think, considering all factors? Will the goblins attack from the front or from the west? Front. Winstia said these 2 words unconsciously. At the same time, she also understood what her master meant. Master, you are so clever. You have tricked them into running around in circles. Hehe. Sumu was still a little happy to be praised by Winstia. It's just a little trick. The goblin tribe was defeated. Under the head-on confrontation of the fire prison trap, the wood thorn trap, the lizardmen's fire explosion, the Thunder King Kong clan, and the fire elemental slime clan. They were routed. The tribe leader Oka was successfully captured by the lizardmen led by Shisha and escorted to Sumu. Wenstia, take Susu and E back to the cabin. Sumu said, yes, master. Wenstia probably knew what would happen next, so she quickly and obediently took Susu and the others away. Shisha, well done, you've made a contribution. Sumu praised. He didn't expect that the lizard man was very thoughtful and actually knew how to bring the goblin leader to him. Indeed, some strength. Sumu originally judged people by their appearance, but now he has a new understanding of the lizard man. These guys can move freely on the battlefield. They are simply assault vanguards. At least it can be cultivated until there is a better alternative. Just serving my master. Shisha placed one hand on his chest and returned the gentlemanly salute. The goblin chief, huh? Tell me, what are you worth? The value of living. Chapter 34 Susu's amazing ability. Although people have always been in the territory, but Sumu still noticed the strength of the goblin chief. This guy fought Thunderstorm King Kong head-on and was not at a disadvantage at all. He even had the upper hand. Especially the scene where it releases magic is magnificent and powerful enough. The strength is still very strong. If Sumu hadn't known they were coming and made special arrangements, his territory might have been invaded. So, the intelligence system is really powerful and timely. On this point, Sumu was very clear about it. He was neither proud nor arrogant. Cunning human. Did you know from the beginning that we would attack and deliberately set up a trap to confuse us? Tell me now, who is the traitor in our tribe? Oka's voice was hoarse, his tone filled with hatred. It felt that it had suffered a crushing defeat in this battle, which must have been due to the information being leaked. There's a traitor in their group. Now it seems like I'm asking you the value of living? How nice of you to ask me a question back. Sumu snorted and said coldly, despicable humans, the great goblins will never beg for mercy from you. Before Oka could finish his words, a dark gun was pointed at him. Go on. Sumu rolled his eyes. Good guy, he is a prisoner but still doesn't know his position. The muscles on Okalu's face trembled slightly as he thought for a moment. I have a lot of treasures deep in the goblin cave. If you promise to let me go, I can take you there. By the way, the goblin cave is very complicated. Without me to lead the way, you won't be able to find it at all. Even if you find other goblins, they may not be able to find it either. It's very likely that all your efforts will be in vain, and in the end you won't get any treasure. As soon as Oka finished speaking, the sound of a gun was heard. Fearing that the goblin chief was too thick-skinned, Sumu rewarded him with 2 shots. I hate people who don't know their place the most. Even in this situation, they still try to threaten me. Snort. With a cold snort, Sumu stood up from the wooden stool and looked around. Shisha, bury it. Yes. Shisha received the order and left with his companions, driving Oka's body. Sumu's move was quick and decisive. This was something he had planned from the beginning. The life and death of the goblin chief was decided when he asked Wenstia to take Susu into the cabin. It was simple for him to do so. Defeated alien captives, especially their leaders and kings, these levels will not really exist. Another thing is to establish authority in the territory. The scene of him shooting the goblin chief was witnessed not only by the lizard men, but also by many slimes. Slimes and goblins are racial enemies. Sumu's move undoubtedly established his own authority and prestige among the masses. It is still very necessary. Just as Sumu thought, his actions had spread throughout the territory in a short period of time. Post-war cleanup. The goblins that deserved to die died, and those that didn't die were mostly seriously injured, so Sumu simply sent them on their way. If there are slimes in the territory, don't even think about the existence of a large number of goblins. If it is not handled properly, the public sentiment will be easily thrown into chaos. Sumu understood this point. Moreover, compared to the green goblin, the colorful slime is obviously better. The goblin's loot is not of much value, just some weapons, leather armor and the like. Sumu put it away for the time being. Roaring Bear, why are you injured too? Are you going to steal honey? Sumu, who was about to visit the wounded, stopped and looked at the roaring bear in front of the cabin. While fighting and working, this big guy didn't even see a trace of the bear, and he came back with injuries. To be honest, it's no wonder that Sumu suspected it of stealing honey. The roaring bear whimpered twice in grievance, then lay on the ground and stopped talking. From its expression and movements, Sumu saw full of grievances. Good fellow, I just said one thing to you, and you're still feeling wronged. Sumu went forward and took a closer look, and found that the roaring bear's front paw was injured by a knife. The wound was nearly 30 centimeters long and blood was oozing out. You really were injured in a fight. It seems I really wronged you. Sumu frowned slightly, feeling a bit of a headache. The reason was naturally that many of their members were injured in the battle with the goblins. Among them, 15 fire slimes and 23 thunderbolts were injured to varying degrees. Sumu currently has no medicine, let alone any related treatments. So, he is very troubled by the problem of injury. Let me stop the bleeding and bandage you first. If that doesn't work, I'll give you 2 stitches. Seeing that the roaring bear was seriously injured, Sumu also felt pity. After all, he is the first gatekeeper of his territory. So what if there are 4 negative labels? The roaring bear is still commemorative, right? Just as Sumu was about to turn around and go into the wooden house to get the cloth, Susu suddenly came to the side of the roaring bear. Susu, don't touch it. Seeing Susu reaching out to touch the wound of the roaring bear, Sumu couldn't help but remind her. But the next second, he was surprised. I saw a little light green light in Susu's hand. The light is very light, but very dazzling. Then the green light wrapped up the wound of the roaring bear. A magical scene appeared. The bloody wound of the roaring bear has actually scabbed over. Oh my god, Susu, what did you do? Sumu grabbed Susu's little hand in surprise, marveling at her incredible performance. How did you do that? Seeing this scene, Winstia, who was standing at the door of the wooden house, also opened her mouth slightly. She was also very surprised. Susu actually has the power to heal. Brother, I don't know either. But it seemed like I could stop the wound from bleeding, so I did it. The confusion on Susu's face was even greater than Sumu's. Alright. Then can you prevent other people's wounds from bleeding? Sumu was a little excited about the amazing ability that Susu suddenly showed. That should be possible, right? Next, Sumu took Susu to visit, comfort, and praise the wounded. Susu used her powerful abilities to heal the wounded one by one. This action naturally allowed Sumu to gain reputation and loyalty of members again. Susu, are you okay? Do you feel unwell? Sumu touched Susu's pale little face and spoke worriedly. He saw that Susu's treatment consumed a lot of energy. Every time she received treatment, her face became paler. Although he and Susu had not known each other for long. But deep down, he had already regarded this little girl who climbed onto his bed early in the morning as a family member. I feel a little uncomfortable. Susu bit her tender lips lightly, and her whole body looked a little wilted. Why do you feel uncomfortable? Can you describe it? Sumu immediately became nervous. That's right, I feel like my stomach is empty. I'm so hungry. I really want to eat meat. Seeing her brother's caring look, Susu suddenly touched her belly, smiled, and looked cute and innocent. At this moment, a gurgling sound was heard in perfect coordination. That's all. Are you feeling okay otherwise? Sumu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was almost scared to death by Susu. I thought she was really unwell. No, I'm just hungry, really. Susu shook her head. Okay, I'm just hungry. Brother will take you to get something to eat right away. Okay. Chapter 35, Fighting Back to Dig Out the Goblin's Lair. Sumu grilled a barbecue dinner for Susu. After Susu had eaten, she soon fell asleep in his arms. After carrying her back to the bed and covering her with the quilt, Sumu touched her little face, which had regained much of its color. The little girl really helped me a lot. Winstia, please help me take good care of her. I need to go out for a while. He looked at Winstia and instructed. Master, where do you want to go? The goblin's lair. Sumu did not hide his whereabouts. There must be someone else in their lair. To prevent them from retaliating again, I must resolve this matter once and for all today. I know, Master, be careful. 40 minutes later. Sumu brought 10 Thunder King Kongs and 3 lizard men led by Shisha and appeared around the goblin's nest. He had the map of the goblin's lair in his hand, so he found this place easily. He obtained the map when he first killed the goblin, and now it finally comes in handy. Shisha, take your men in to investigate the situation and see how many goblins are still inside. To be cautious, Sumu ordered. Yes, Master. Shisha took the order and quickly went to carry out the mission with the 2 lizard men. 15 minutes later, they came back. Master, there are about 20 goblins inside. All of them are relatively old and weak. Shisha News reported. Humans were also found among them. At the moment, it seems that there is nothing that can threaten our existence. Okay, let's get ready to go in. Sumu waved his hand and prepared to attack. Trust the people you employ and don't employ the people you doubt. Since he chose to use Shisha to gather information, Sumu naturally chose to believe him. There are many corridors in the goblin's lair, and the small branch corridors are even more confusing. Many times, after you walk forward for nearly 500 or 600 meters, you will find that there is either a fork in the road or the end of the road, which is very frustrating. No wonder the goblin chief said that without it leading the way, there was no way to find the treasure. However, all this cannot be difficult for Sumu. In addition to the Paracel Islands, he also has a map in his hand. Soon, Sumu led his army to wipe out the remaining forces in the goblin's nest one by one. He will keep the valuable things and discard the worthless things. This is the goblin chief's room. Could these be the treasures he mentioned? Looking at the unknown materials placed together with a box of gold coins and armor, Sumu frowned, and then cast an insight spell. Omnic metal, a magical metal, perhaps only the clever goblins know its function. There is a lot of intelligent metal, filling 3 large boxes, but unfortunately no one knows what it is used for. This is. Get the blacksmith shop construction drawings. Get the outpost construction blueprints. Obtain the lurks skill scroll. Obtain the ganglon/skill scroll. Obtain the dragon horn knife. Sumu picked up the demonic dragon horn knife and examined it carefully. Dragon horn knife, orange quality. It is said that they cut off the horn of the dragon, canes to make this weapon. It is extremely sharp and may even contain the dragon's resentment. In the small column below, there are notes. Weapon quality, blank, orange, blue, purple, epic, legendary, ancient, and ancient. The last time Sumu robbed a caravan, he stole a sword. The Sword of Vic. The sword was extremely sharp, but unfortunately there was no description of its quality, so it could be considered a blank slate. And the dragon horn knife in front of me actually has color quality. In this comparison, it goes without saying who is better and who is worse, right? However, the only thing that Sumu was wondering about wasn't it made of dragon horns? Why is it only orange quality? Logically speaking, even if it's not legendary, it should be epic quality, right? So what is the reason? The quality of this weapon has only reached orange? I guess this is the goblin chief's treasure. Sumu held the dragon horn knife and felt that it was more and more convenient to use. Okay, from now on this will be my exclusive weapon. Sumu was in an extremely good mood after getting the good stuff. He sorted out the gold coins and found that there were more than 1,000 of them. When he saw the human bones placed in the nest, he knew the source of the gold coins. All in one. Master, what should we do with the humans in the cave? Shisha stepped forward and asked in a low voice. How many people are there in total? 5 women and 1 man. Sumu thought for a moment. Bring them all to me, so I can see them. Yes. Shisha responded and went to do it. This also makes Sumu feel that it is better to have someone with whom he can communicate. For example, Dahe, it is true that the Thunderbolt King Kong can fight, but he cannot execute orders for him. Therefore, it is necessary to have more humans or demi-humans in the territory. Soon, Shisha brought over 5 women and 1 man who were tied up in shackles. 3 of the women are blonde and blue-eyed. 2 women and 1 man with yellow skin and black hair. Are you the lord or the people from that city? Sumu asked. The reason why he asked Shisha to bring people here was largely to see whether they were natives or lord players. Me. I am the lord of the Dragon Kingdom, brother. Zhang Dahai was so excited when he heard Sumu's words that he struggled to crawl forward 2 steps. My name is Zhang Dahai. I was captured here by the goblins. Good deeds will be rewarded. Please let me go. Your name is Zhang Dahai? Sumu focused his attention on Zhang Dahai. He still had some impression of the name Zhang Dahai, a lord player who was previously turned into a slave in the regional chat channel. Sumu didn't expect that he was so close to her. Yes. I am Zhang Dahai. Brother, did you see me speak in the area chat? Zhang Dahai is quite smart. He guessed immediately that Sumu might have seen his speech in the chat channel. I guess so. Sumu smiled. What a funny guy. That's great. Brother, let's go quickly and get out of here. Otherwise the goblins will come back, and we will be in trouble. Zhang Dahai said hurriedly. I don't know what happened today. Many goblins went out and haven't come back yet. That's probably how you got a chance to sneak in. Anyway, let's go out and talk about it first. Zhang Dahai is excited. Over the past few days, he has experienced the ups and downs of life. Every night he is pinned down and toyed with by the hateful goblin princess. But he did not give up and continued to endure it silently. He firmly believed that it didn't matter if his body was dirty, as long as his soul was clean. Zhang Dahai doesn't believe in fate. He only seizes every day. He will fight for even the slightest possibility of turning things around. Finally, Zhang Dahai took advantage of the goblin princess's deep sleep when the guards in the cave were the most lax, and he picked up the long knife. Red knife goes in, green knife comes out. Zhang Dahai killed the goblin princess. He originally thought that he was free, but the lizard man appeared and extinguished his hope of freedom again. He thought he was going to be a slave again. In the end, it was discovered that the boss behind the lizard man was actually a lord player like him. His mood was up and down, But Zhang Dehai at least saw the dawn of hope. Therefore, he was afraid that the goblin tribe would suddenly come back and asked Su Mu to leave quickly. Don't worry, they won't come back, Su Mu said, looking at the two black-haired women behind Zhang Dehai. What about you two? What's your identity? Chapter 36. The second option. Recruit. Don't worry, they won't come back. This sentence contains so much information. Zhang Dehai is a smart man, but he felt shocked when he heard it. Those goblins. Could it be that they offended this big boss and were killed? Is this true or false? Who is this person and why is he so awesome? I remember there were quite a few goblins, right? Zhang Dehai was thinking in his heart, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Mu had changed a lot. He secretly guessed the other party's background in his heart. My name is He Ling, and I'm a lord player from Dragon Country. My name is Zhou Yuqi, and I'm also from Long Country. The two women answered Su Mu's questions separately. When were you brought here? Su Mu continued to ask. To be honest, He Ling and Zhou Yuqi don't look very old. Especially He Ling, who is only about 25 or 26 years old. If it was a foreigner, Su Mu would have killed him. But since he is a dragon countryman, he is not so cruel. If the two of them were of decent character, he would consider helping them. I was captured yesterday. Goblins stormed into my territory, destroyed the crystal, and brought me here without a word. He Ling replied excitedly. She seemed to be more lively and outgoing. Seeing that Su Mu also had black hair and yellow skin, and had no intention of harming them, she felt a lot less nervous. Me too. The more introverted Zhou Yuqi raised her hand. Perhaps because of the experience of being captured by the goblins, she was still in shock and her voice was trembling. Her hair was disheveled, and she always kept her head down and didn't dare to look at anyone. Since you are all from Dragon Country, I will give you a choice, Su Mu said, looking at Zhang Dehai. I will let you leave here, but you can't build a territory nearby. If you can promise me, then you can go. If developed well, the resources nearby will become a great help to Su Mu's territory development in the future. He didn't want the person he let go to become a potential enemy in the future. After all, even though the game is brought to reality, some resources will not be refreshed repeatedly, such as iron, ore, and wood. Resources are also, to a large extent, a trigger for war. For example, I have oil. Boss, can you give me a second choice? Zhang Dehai rubbed his hands and spoke awkwardly. Second choice? What second choice do you want? Su Mu looked at him with amusement. Zhang Dehai has a bit of a comedic effect, and when Su Mu looks at him, he can't help but think of what he said in the regional channel. I think. Zhang Dehai was obviously hesitant, and finally he gritted his teeth. I know, boss, you are the first Lord Su Mu to upgrade your territory and defeat Shrek, right? I want to stay by your side and help you develop your territory. I believe that you, Boss Su Mu, must be in need of someone to run errands for you. I am willing to follow you and serve you at your service. After saying this, Zhang Dehai no longer felt embarrassed and volunteered. Boss Su Mu, my loyalty is absolutely full. I am also very good at my job. When I used to play survival games, I would grind for 72 hours, all for resources. My friends called me Black Slave Brother, but I was really worse than a black slave. Anyway, boss, if you believe me, I will let you see mine. Etc. Su Mu raised his hand to interrupt Zhang Dehai. He put on a serious face and prepared to trick him. Su Mu? Who is Su Mu? To be honest, I really don't know what all this nonsense you're talking about. Hey, Mr. Su Mu, stop making trouble. Zhang Dehai smiled confidently and said, although you only said one sentence in the regional chat channel, no, to be more precise, you sent a picture. But you took out tools made of fine iron. That was only the first day? Who can achieve that level? The first person to upgrade his territory was also named Su Mu. Do you think such a coincidence could happen in this world? I admit there will be. Zhang Dehai spoke eloquently and analyzed rationally. But, in our regional chat channel, anyone who knows my name, Zhang Dehai, must have spoken to me in the channel before. The most obvious thing is the lizard man next to you, sir. Isn't that the former member of Lord Shrek's territory? But now I have become your subordinate, boss. The more Zhang Dehai spoke, the less confident he felt. Because he found that Su Mu's expression was not disturbed at all. On the contrary, he was very calm. You can even see confusion and bewilderment, and his expression is getting uglier and uglier. Did you really recognize the wrong person? No way. Boss, are you really not Su Mu? Zhang Dehai felt a little weak and began to doubt himself. Haha. Su Mu suddenly laughed twice. How? Aren't you very confident? Why are you suddenly weak? That's what I told you. Zhang Dehai patted his chest. Boss Su Mu, your acting skills are too strong, right? You almost tricked me. I even doubted myself so much. You're awesome. Zhang Dehai gave thumbs up repeatedly. Okay, just follow me for now. Sumu paused for a moment. Zhang Dehai knows how to read people's expressions, has a strong reaction ability, and has good logical thinking. He is considered a talented person. Sumu already had a plan in mind as to how to arrange for him. The territory that Shrek occupied by him needed someone to open up new land, and Zhang Dehai was obviously suitable for this role. After all, Sumu couldn't let Winstia go over to open up the wasteland, right? He can't bear to do it. Furthermore, if no one is reclaiming the territory over there, what if it is targeted by someone with ulterior motives? After much deliberation, Sumu decided to bring Zhang Dehai to work for him first. Thank you, Mr. Sumu. Zhang Dehai was so excited that he started talking. From this moment on, I, Zhang Dehai, am Boss Sumu's USB. Boss, you can plug it in wherever you want. Plug and play. Sumu pondered Zhang Dehai's words carefully, but no matter how he thought about it, he felt something was not right. Is he too crooked? What about you? Sumu looked at He Ling and the other person. I want to be by your side too. I can do anything. He Ling understood what was going on from the conversation just now, and she was deeply shocked. She didn't expect that the handsome young man in front of her was Sumu, the first person to upgrade his territory. This is a godlike existence. You know, what do the two words Sumu symbolize at this stage? Absolute strength. As long as the Lord pays attention to the chat channel, I guess no one will not know the value of these two words. He Ling has long been aware of the difficulty of upgrading a territory alone. Now that a thigh appeared, her first reaction was to hug it tightly. I can cook. Can I stay by your side too? Zhou Yuqi finally raised her head and said her first words. But her face was covered with black and dirty marks, so her appearance was really hard to see. You can vaguely see that the eyes are big and there's a lot of white in the eyes. It's okay to be able to cook, but I don't want a stutterer. Sumu was in a playful mood for a rare time and made a little joke. I'm not a stutterer. Zhou Yuqi quickly waved her hands. I just haven't recovered. Can I join your territory? I may not be able to chop down trees or mine minerals, but I cook really delicious food. It's probably not enough to just cook delicious food. Sumu continued. Will you warm the bed? I really need someone who can warm my bed. As soon as Sumu said this, Zhang Dehai next to him had an ambiguous look on his face. Warm bed is good. He also wants someone to warm his bed. Only He Ling's expression remained unchanged. No, no, no. Zhou Yuqi waved her hands repeatedly and spoke in a panic. I really can't do this. But everything else can be learned. Look, you don't stutter anymore. You speak very coherently. Sumu suddenly spoke. Zhou Yuqi was stunned. She immediately understood his intention. Chapter 37. Boss Sumu. Is slime the only thing in your territory? Night. Tiamu Village. The bonfire has been lit. Xiaozhou, the territory was just built not long ago, so it's a bit shabby. I haven't built a kitchen or anything like that, so you can just make do with it and show it off tonight. Sumu pointed to the bonfire in front of him and a black bull hunted by Thunder King Kong, and spoke. He has temporarily brought Zhou Yuqi and He Ling back to the territory. The other three women were natives of Tianlong City, so Sumu let them go back. I see. Zhou Yuqi was no longer as nervous as she was at the beginning. She picked up the small knife on the ground, squatted aside, and started to cut up the meat from the cow carcass. Sumu noticed that her technique was very neat and efficient, and she really looked like someone who cooked frequently. Moreover, when she came back, Zhou Yuqi had already washed her face by the river, and now her appearance was fully revealed. She is a beautiful and sweet girl. He looks to be in his early 20s, full of youthfulness, and should be a college student. Boss Sumu, if you want your territory to say something shabby, then you are really being Versailles. Zhang Dehai looked around and continued. Whose territory is so large at this stage? The cabins are built in an orderly manner. It's already formed into a perfect prototype of a small village. He Ling beside her nodded, expressing her agreement. In fact, what Zhang Dehai said is absolutely correct. It was only after Sumu came back that he noticed that a lot of wooden houses had suddenly appeared in his territory. It looked more like a village than when he left. It was probably built by the slime organized by Winstia during his absence. It's still a long way off. Sumu replied casually. Compared to other lords, this is already awesome. Zhang Dehai suddenly thought of something. By the way, Boss Sumu, are most of the members of your territory slimes or King Kong? He noticed when he first entered the territory. The most common thing in Boss Sumu's territory is slime. There is also a black and purple King Kong. There was no trace of a human being in him. There's no such thing as a human? Then wouldn't every lonely night be unbearably lonely, sir? Speaking of this, Zhang Dehai smiled. Boss, you did the right thing by bringing the three of us back. With us here, you will definitely not be lonely in the future. Just as Zhang Dehai finished speaking, The door of the wooden house behind him was suddenly pushed open. "Brother," a sweet voice sounded. The next moment, a beautiful figure fell into Su Mu's arms under the gaze of the three people. Brother, I miss you so much." Su buried her pretty face, which was as beautiful as a porcelain doll, in the crook of Su Mu's neck. She still had a sweet smile on her face, and she sat on Su Mu's lap without any hesitation, hugging his waist tightly with her hands. "You're lying. When I came back, I saw you still sleeping. How could you possibly miss me?" Su Mu smiled and put his arms around Su's waist, fearing that she would fall if she didn't sit firmly. "No lie. That's what I want to do." Su shook her slender pink and white feet unwillingly, and her body twisted in protest. It's strange to say, Su has never worn shoes since she was born, but her feet have always remained clean. It was as if some invisible force isolated her body from the dirt. Su Mu was most afraid of Su's move. He quickly raised the white flag and grabbed her dangling feet. Okay. Think about it. Stop it, I was wrong about you." Hee. The victorious Su laughed triumphantly and fell silent. On the side, Zhang Dehai and the other two had different expressions when they saw the two interacting. Zhou Yuqi quickly turned her face away and continued with her work. Healing pursed her lips slightly. Zhang Dehai was full of envy. "Oh, it turns out I was just being too sentimental. I thought that Master Sumu really had no popularity around him, but it turns out he was just hiding a beautiful woman in his golden house." "I don't have a beautiful woman in a golden house," Sumu explained with a smile. "Su was sleeping when I first came back, and I didn't have the heart to wake her up." "I understand. No need to explain, sir. I understand. Not to mention that Boss Sumu couldn't bear it. Even Zhang Dehai wouldn't be able to bear it either." Thinking in his mind, he looked at Su and took a look. "Beautiful. It's so beautiful." Zhang Dehai felt that Su in Boss Sumu's arms was so beautiful that it seemed unreal, just like a fairy in a TV drama. He couldn't help asking, "Boss, she's a native, right? Not a human?" "Yeah, that's right," Sumu responded. He didn't want to explain too much about Su. "Brother Sumu is amazing. With her company, your territory won't be lonely even if there's no one else around." Before Zhang Dehai could finish his words, the door of the wooden house was pushed open again. He opened his mouth wide, stunned, and forgot to speak for a moment, because a tall, charming, and beautiful figure appeared at the door of the wooden house. Not only does she have a pretty face, but she also has ears on her head and a big tail that swings around casually. Every special feature that distinguishes him from humans greatly stimulates every nerve of Zhang Dehai. Zhang Dehai couldn't help but curse. "Big brother, your territory even has a man's ultimate dream, a beast-eared girl. Girls with animal ears, the ultimate dream of men. Anyone who has come into contact with the two-spined monkeys and played games, who doesn't like beast-eared girls? There's no way to resist, okay? Woo. Tears of envy flowed from Zhang Dehai's eyes. People really can't be compared. He, Zhang Dehai, started out as a slave, being held down and abused by the fat pig-like goblin princess for 2 days and 2 nights. Look at Boss Sumu again. Not only did he receive a reward for his first promotion, he also lived a perfect life surrounded by beauties, which was envied by countless men. Zhang Dehai felt that his young heart had been greatly hurt. "It hurts." Zhou Yuqi also noticed the movement. She turned her head to take a look, her eyes showing surprise, and then continued to concentrate on her work. "Master." Winstia glanced at Zhang Dehai and the other two, then sat obediently next to her master. Little did she know that her word master would cause another severe blow to Zhang Dehai's heart. No way. Such a beautiful, sexy, and charming beast-eared girl. She is actually a slave? Oh my god. An obedient slave who lets his master do whatever he wants and does whatever he wants. At this moment, Zhang Dehai, who had read countless Age comics, felt that the harm he suffered from being humiliated by the goblin princess was nothing. He was hurt more now than that. It really fits the saying. Some people are born Romans, while others are born cattle and horses. Ignoring Zhang Dehai's envious eyes, Sumu looked at Winstia and asked, "You and them built the wooden house, right?" "Uh-huh." Winstia nodded. "Great job. We Winstia are really capable." Sumu smiled and gave a thumbs up. "When I'm not around, you have the right to lead them in building their territory. I approve." "Thank you, master." Winstia was originally worried that her master would be unhappy when she saw it and blame her for acting on her own initiative. She was worried about this. But no, she also received praise for it. Winstia felt very happy, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. "By the way, master, another slime has joined us. As soon as you leave, they arrive, total." Winstia reports on the situation in the territory after Su Mu left. Chapter 38. Winstia, you don't forget our bet, do you? 1. Absorb 300 lives as residents of the territory. Currently 345/300, completed. Looking at the status displayed by the territory crystal, Su Mu was also a little surprised. A lot of slimes came today, filling up the gaps in the territory's residents in an instant. 2. Own 45/30 buildings on the land within your territory, completed. Now that the 2 conditions have been met, we only need to complete the other 3 conditions, and it will only be a matter of time before the territory is upgraded to level 2. Master, the wooden houses are built based on slime families. If the family is large, I will allocate more land for them so that they can build bigger houses. Also, I have separated the houses of the various elemental slimes in different directions, making it look more neat. Winstia was reporting from the side. Yes, your idea is very good. If it were me, I would do the same. To be honest, Su Mu was very satisfied. Winstia has a bit of the flavor of a little housekeeper, and her ideas and thinking are very economical and practical. Being able to receive continuous recognition from her master, Winstia's fatigue of the day was cleared away, and now she was only happy. Boss Su Mu, can I ask you a question? Zhang Dehai hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Ask, why do you recruit so many slimes into your territory? Is there something special about these little things? Zhang Dehai witnessed the battle between slimes and goblins. The slime was beaten without any chance to fight back. These little creatures are so weak in combat. Why did Boss Su Mu recruit them? A portion of the territory is also designated for them to reside permanently. To be honest, Zhang Dehai couldn't understand it. He couldn't understand it at all. Healing next to him was also very curious. She also looked at Su Mu, wanting to get an answer. Su Mu smiled mysteriously. Of course, Zhang Dehai and the others could not understand the benefits of slime. Water slimes only need to drink water, fire slimes eat fire, and wood slimes eat tree sap. The slime worked hard all day, but Su Mu's territory was not damaged at all. How could a boss not love an employee like this? Of course, Su Mu would not reveal these for the time being. He said casually, because I once gained the ability to communicate with slimes, and these little guys are quite cute, so I decided to recruit some to play with. Zhang Dehai is also a smart guy. He knew that Boss Su Mu didn't trust him, or them, that much now, so it was normal that he didn't want to make some things clear. He did not ask why. You can even communicate with slimes? Is that so awesome? Aren't these little guys just good at whining? Just at this moment, a small blue figure appeared. It came to Su Mu with a duong-duong sound. Sir, are you back after eating? Su Mu spoke with a smile, and he reached out and touched Yi's round belly. Yes, sir. Yi puffed out her belly to make it easier for Su Mu to touch her. Sit next to me for a while. Okay. Yi sat down next to Su Mu. See, I can actually communicate with them, right? Su Mu looked at Zhang Dehai and the other person. Sharp. Zhang Dehai had nothing to say. From his perspective, the slime was also screaming, woo 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 woo. But Boss Su Mu can really achieve cross-racial communication with slimes. Xiaozhou, not bad. The meat you grilled is really delicious. Su Mu gave a thumbs up. Zhou Yuqi's cooking skills are really good. The roasted meat is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fresh and juicy. Compared to Su Mu's cooking skills, she is obviously much better. You can tell from the way everyone eats that their mouths are full of oil. Let's not talk about Zhang Dehai and He Ling for now. After all, no one knows whether they have had enough meals in the past few days. They must be the reincarnation of starving ghosts. But the feedback from Susu and Winstia is also very good. Especially Winstia, except for the first day when she ate wildly. She was usually very gentle and ladylike. It's rare for me to not be a lady tonight. From this we can see that Zhou Yuqi's cooking skills are absolutely fine. Thank you for the compliment. Zhou Yuqi smiled and wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling that all the hard work of the night was worth it. For someone who loves cooking, this is the moment he enjoys the most. Xiaozhou, you should stay in my territory from now on. I need you for my daily needs. Su Mu wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth contentedly and said, It's about food. How can we talk about daily life? Zhou Yuqi blushed slightly, muttered softly for a moment, and nodded. Of course she would love to be able to stay. She probably knows what the environment is like outside now. Boss Su Mu, we don't know how to cook. Are you going to abandon us? To be honest, Su Mu's words made Zhang Dehai panic. Compared with women, Zhang Dehai feels that he has no advantages at all. He can't just stick his butt out, right? Even if he is willing, will Boss Su Mu be willing to use it? He Ling beside Zhang Dehai was also a little nervous. She doesn't want to lose her support. In such an environment, let alone becoming a lord, it's almost like surviving the apocalypse. She doesn't want to be abandoned. I'm not abandoning you. Instead, I want you to develop in the territory I occupied. It has become my tributary territory. Sumu explained. Zhang Dahai, you remember when I defeated Shrek and the others. Now their territory is still empty, and I don't have time to develop it. I can only leave it to you two to develop for the time being. Of course, this is also a time to test your abilities. So that's how it is. Zhang Dahai felt relieved. Don't worry, Boss Sumu. I will definitely try my best to show you my abilities. That would be best. After dinner, Sumu arranged 2 cabins for Zhang Dahai and the other 2 to rest temporarily. Zhou Yuqi asked him if he had any clothes or something, as she wanted a change of clothes. Sumu found a few sets for her to take back. Zhou Yuqi wanted to stay in the territory, so he was naturally more generous. At night, Sumu had to work very hard to coax Su to sleep. He picked her up gently and put her on Wenstia's bed. They would just stay together for the night. He will expand the cabin a little more tomorrow. After all, he is the big brother of a territory, but he doesn't even have his own private space. He has no chance to do anything he wants. Owner. Wenstia's voice came from behind, and Sumu turned around. Have you finished your shower? He sniffed. There is clearly no shower gel fragrance, but every time Wenstia takes a shower, there is a fragrance on her body. It seems to be her own body fragrance. Sumu couldn't describe the feeling of this fragrance. Anyway, it smells good. It made him want to smell it more. Wenstia nodded. Maybe because it was just her and her master, she felt a little nervous and shy. Wenstia's shy and pretty behavior fell into Sumu's eyes. He felt his heart beating faster for no apparent reason, and he quietly moved a little closer to her. Wenstia, have you forgotten something? Did I forget something? Wenstia tried hard to think, and after a while she frowned with a pale pink brow and shook her head. Sumu reminded. Wenstia, you won't forget the bet we made at noon, right? Chapter 39 The Little Fox Training Plan is still a long way to go. With this reminder, Wenstia remembered. When the goblins attacked at noon, she made a bet with her master. If the master wins, she will kiss him. Thinking of this, Wenstia's face turned red. Sumu naturally noticed this change. Looks like you remembered. Wenstia responded softly, not daring to look at her master. Why don't you fulfill your bet quickly? Not to mention, Sumu was still a little looking forward to it. Master, can you close your eyes first? Wenstia came up with a compromise. If her owner had her eyes open, she would be very embarrassed to eat her. Close your eyes, maybe it will feel much better. Knowing that Wenstia was shy, Sumu agreed to her request. Okay, I'll close my eyes. Sumu closed his eyes naturally. He waited for a moment. There's nothing. Sumu couldn't help but speak. Return. Before he could finish his words, he felt a chill on his lips. Sumu trembled all over and opened his eyes. All right. Wenstia had already turned around, not daring to look at her master again. Her fair and slender neck was flushed, adding a touch of charm to her beauty. Wenstia hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to kiss him. She was so embarrassed too. No. Wenstia, I thought you were going to kiss me on the cheek. Sumu blurted out. Oh. Wenstia was stunned. She blinked her pink eyes and looked at her master. Master, didn't you say kiss you? Okay. Now that things have come to this, let's just leave it at that, Sumu said with a smile. Anyway, he is the one who got the advantage, so there is no need to be nice. No wonder Wenstia was so shy. It turned out she had misunderstood. Master, I'm going to rest first. Wenstia was shy and embarrassed, and she ran to the bed in a hurry. Wait. Sumu wanted to grab her hand, but Wenstia moved so quickly that he couldn't catch her hand at all. In the end, he could only grab her tail. Wenstia shuddered and froze in place. Host. Master, what are you doing? It's okay, go to sleep. Sumu let go of his hand. He originally wanted to tease Wenstia, but when he saw her face was as red as a cooked shrimp, he gave up the idea. The cultivation of a little fox that can respond to everything is a long and arduous task. Sumu sighed in his heart. Learn the sneak attack technique. Learn Ganglon Slash. Lying on the bed, Sumu studied all the skill scrolls he had obtained today. At the same time, he also received a prompt. Ganglon Zhan belongs to the wind element skill. The Lord has learned the wind element skill for the first time and successfully bound the wind element attribute. He will no longer be able to learn other element skills. What's going on? Bind elemental attributes when learning skills for the first time? Is there such a saying? Sumu felt a little annoyed when he received the prompt. If he knew this was possible, he would have to learn some awesome elemental properties the first time. For example, thunder, light, darkness, space, etc. Isn't that a bit too much? Sumu looked at the world chat channel and found that almost no one was talking about this issue. Well, at this stage, Those who have skill scrolls are probably making a fortune quietly, so they don't have time to complain in the world chat. Not everyone is Shrek. Thinking of this, Sumu opened his friends. He remembered that the first skill scroll he gave Luo Wuxi was the Thunderfall technique. The one I gave yesterday was Tianhua Zhaoyan, which has the fire attribute. So can she learn? After Sumu asked his question, Luo Wuxi responded quickly. I forgot to remind you, sorry. I've already activated my lord's talent, which allows me to learn 5 elemental skills, so I immediately forgot about this question. I'm so sorry. Luo Wuxi put the blame on herself and kept apologizing. Sumu's original intention was not to question her, but he just wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. After getting the exact answer, Sumu accepted it. Just learn it. The wind element is better than nothing, right? It's okay. I just wanted to check with you. You don't have to apologize to me. You didn't do anything wrong. Luo Wuxi's responses were quick every time. I was thinking of giving you the skill scroll as soon as I got it, and then telling you about it. I didn't expect you to find it first. But don't worry, I don't think it's certain. Maybe there will be treasures in the future that can break this setting. If I have a treasure in this area, I will definitely give it to you first. Then I would like to say thank you first. Communication with Luo Wuxi is always so simple and direct. This woman has a very high emotional intelligence and knows how to be grateful. She is really good. To be honest, Sumu really wanted to meet her in person. On the other side, Luo Wuxi said the 3 words, "You're welcome," and smiled slightly. Soon, a shrill howl was heard. Luo Wuxi quickly closed her friend chat box. After adjusting her breathing slightly, she wiped the blue liquid off her face, then picked up the dead tree staff on the ground and walked into another tree hole. There, a group of withered blue butterfly banshees were waiting for her. Luo Wuxi's battle continues. Sneak attack. Suddenly strike the enemy from behind and deliver a fatal blow. The skill won't be effective due to the huge disparity in strength. Ganglon slash swings forward in an arc of wind, dealing terrifying area of effect wind damage. Even more powerful when used with weapons. Both skills are pretty good. Sumu is quite satisfied. He remembered that he still had a scroll of summoning the undead that he hadn't used, but at this moment. 2-star value intelligence. An airdrop treasure chest will appear 1 kilometer southeast in half an hour. Intelligence tip. The treasure chest will disappear in 10 minutes. Please arrange time to pick it up. Another airdrop treasure chest? Sumu shook off his sleepiness and got up. Master, it's so late. Are you still going out? While Winstia was tucking in the quilt for Susu, she saw her master get up and walk out. Yeah, I'll be back soon. You can take Susu to sleep first. Then be careful. Winstia warned. It's fine. Sumu smiled at her, closed the wooden door and left. Bake. Zhang Dahai jumped up from the bed and looked at Sumu, who appeared at his door in surprise. Boss Sumu, you're going to scare me to death. It's late at night. Why are you coming to my room when you are not sleeping in your own home with Sister Winstia in your arms? No way could it be you, boss. As he spoke, Zhang Dahai shrank back with a look of panic on his face. Get lost. Where does all this drama come from? Sumu rolled his eyes at him. Hurry up and get up. I'll take you somewhere. Okay, Zhang Dahai stood up quickly. Chapter 40. Alien. Crown of Night Charm. Boss Sumu, why did you drag me to such a remote place in the middle of the night? It's too late to try out a wild fight, isn't it? The monsters are probably asleep. Holding a torch in his hand, Zhang Dahai looked around at the surrounding environment, feeling a little nervous and couldn't help but speak. You'll find out when you wait. Sumu glanced at the prompt of the intelligence system without further explanation. It's right here, wait a minute. 2 minutes later, with the help of moonlight, Zhang Dahai suddenly saw a box suddenly appear from the sky and then slowly fall down. He was surprised. He suddenly understood why Boss Sumu asked him to come out so late at night. The airdrop landed successfully. Sumu hurried forward to check. Boss Sumu, is this the random airdrop treasure chest that's often mentioned in the chat channel? Zhang Dahai followed and asked in a low voice. During the 2 nights when he was ravaged by the Goblin Princess, Zhang Dahai passed the time by checking the world chat channel. He also heard a lot of interesting stories from it, and the airdrop treasure chest is one of them. Many lords have said that the appearance of this kind of airdrop treasure chest is very random. Many people are extremely lucky to come across it once and pick up good things from it. Yes, it's the airdrop treasure chest. Sumu did not hide anything. He explained. I brought you out here to broaden your horizons. This world is very random, and you might often find treasure chests or airdrops in the wild. Don't pass up this opportunity. Also, let me tell you, if you see an airdrop, you must pick it up immediately, otherwise it will disappear. It can disappear? Zhang Dahai asked in surprise. He really didn't know about this, and no one mentioned it on the world chat channel. Right. Remember, it will disappear in about 15 minutes. If you see an airdrop treasure chest in that territory later, remember to pick it up as soon as possible. Zhang Dehai nodded heavily, and at the same time, he felt grateful and excited. The fact that boss Su Mu shared this news with him meant that he still had an influence on him. Zhang Dehai secretly vowed to achieve something great. Only one thing this time. The airdrop chest has been opened. But Su Mu didn't find many things like last time. Instead, he only found one thing. He picked it up and took a look at the introduction. Crown of the Night Charm. With this, you are the absolute king of the Night Charm clan. They will obey you, regard you as their king, and follow your lead forever. Below is a brief introduction about the Night Demon clan. Night ghosts are a strange race born in darkness and active in darkness. They feed on the negative energy and dreams of animals. It is an energy body-like existence. Legend has it that the demons were originally derived from the night demons. In folklore, they represent the absolute existence of evil, considered unlucky by the common people. It is an existence more notorious than the demons. Su Mu also saw a line of small words on it. Once you put on the night demon crown, you cannot take it off. As their king, you must bear the karma of their clan. Looking at the black crown emitting mist, Su Mu hesitated about a treasure for the first time. Wear or not wear it? Zhang Dehai, who was standing next to him, also looked at the night charm crown. He didn't see any introduction, but he just felt that this black crown had an inexplicable power that made people's hearts palpitate. That's right, palpitations. At least, when Zhang Dehai looked at it, he couldn't help but feel scared. Boss Su Mu, what is this? Why does my heart beat so fast when I look at it? I'm so scared. Zhang Dehai frowned and spoke. He touched his chest, and his heart was beating as fast as if he had just run 5 kilometers. Are you scared looking at it? Su Mu glanced at him. Really? If you don't believe me, touch my chest. Zhang Dehai rubbed his face while speaking, and the expression on his face was, if you don't believe me, just touch it. This guy? Su Mu rolled his eyes at him. There was no need to touch it, but his feelings were completely different from Zhang Dehai's. Looking at the night charm crown, Su Mu did not feel any fear in his heart, but instead felt a sense of loneliness and ancientness. There is also a subtle sense of intimacy. Su Mu didn't know why he had such a completely different feeling. But it's so metaphysical. Can't explain. I wear it. It was because of this different feeling that Su Mu put the crown of night charm on his head. A magical scene appeared. The moment the crown was on top, it immediately turned into thick black smoke rising into the sky. Then it immediately dissipated in all directions, as if it had never existed. What's going on? Zhang Dehai was stunned and looked around. Su Mu didn't know how to explain it to him. At this time, 3-star dangerous intelligence. The airdrop has attracted the attention of the Myriad Forest White Fox clan. They are forming a small group and are heading here. They will arrive in 10 minutes. The intelligence system's prompt sounded again. Walk. Put out the torch and let's hide first. Su Mu patted Zhang Dehai, then climbed up a big tree using his hands and feet. Zhang Dehai's movements were not so quick and decisive, but they were not slow and sluggish either. He quickly followed Su Mu and hid. 10 minutes later, a clan of white foxes appeared, with furry, pointed ears and large white tails. 4 girls and 1 boy. Like Winstia, they are also demi-humans, but their appearance is far less beautiful than Winstia. This is also the reason why Su Mu chose to stay and observe secretly. He had just heard the intelligence system prompt that it was the White Fox clan, and he couldn't help but associate it with the Red Fox clan of Winstia. He wanted to confirm whether there were any fox subhumans living in the Myriad forest. Really, everything he saw confirmed his guess. Zhang Dehai was watching from the tree with his mouth watering. 4 girls with animal ears. Although she is not as pretty as Su Mu's sister-in-law Winstia, she is still a girl with animal ears, right? And it's in the forest near the territory. Zhang Dehai suddenly felt that there was hope for the future. The people of the White Fox clan walked around, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, they turned around and walked into the forest. Dehai, go back to your territory first. I'll follow them and see. Su Mu whispered in the tree. Okay, then be careful, big man. Zhang Dehai didn't dare to go into Myriad forest late at night. He knew his own strength and didn't want to be a burden to Su Mu. Well, go back and be careful. After giving some instructions, Su Mu jumped down from the tree and quickly followed the White Fox clan into the Myriad forest. The White Fox clan was not very fast, and Su Mu followed them all the way without losing them. However, what surprised him was that the purpose of the White Fox clan coming out at night was to hunt and look for food. Chapter 41, Ye May comes to my side. Su Mu couldn't quite understand. Don't the White Fox clan go out to look for food during the day? Why do you have to wait until night to come? If you're afraid of danger, isn't it more dangerous at night? Do they have the habit of appearing at night? The doubts in his heart made Sumu more determined to follow. Soon, he followed the White Fox clan to their cave. It was a cave, with a large dead tree as a cover. If you don't look carefully, you will never find that there is a cave hidden under the dead tree. The White Fox clan carefully observed the surrounding environment and went into the cave. The reason why Sumu followed all the way was largely because he wanted to get in touch with the White Fox clan and see if he could convert them into labor for the territory. But the White Fox clan was very cautious along the way. Sumu knew that the more cautious a race was, the stronger their defenses would be. If he appeared in front of them like this, it would probably cause panic and they would attack him. After thinking about it, Sumu decided to give up the idea of contact for the time being. He planned to go back and ask Wenstia if she knew about the White Fox clan. We are all foxes, so we should know something, right? On the way back, Sumu felt something was wrong. From time to time, he felt as if there was a gust of cold wind around him. It seemed like there were many pairs of eyes staring at him, and he felt uneasy. But Sumu stopped and looked around, and there was no one around him. Could it be that I've walked too much at night? Sumu muttered to himself. He was now walking in the Myriad forest, and the only light around him was the moonlight shining through the trees. If the trees are denser, you can only rely on your eyesight. Suddenly, Sumu saw two black shadows appear not far ahead. But when he blinked and tried to see more clearly, the shadow disappeared. What's going on? Are you dazzled? Sumu was brave, but at this moment he felt a chill on his back. It can't be that weird, right? He didn't pass by any cemetery or anything like that. Hiss! Suddenly, Sumu took a deep breath and took 2 steps back. It turned out that the black shadow had appeared beside him at some point. But this time it's not 2. But, before Sumu could count them all, the shadows all knelt on the ground and spoke. Welcome our king. Their voices are of unknown gender, as if coming from the void, very ethereal. At this moment, Sumu probably understood. It turned out that his Night Phantom crown was working, gathering all the Night Phantoms in the Myriad forest. He didn't expect the effect to appear so quickly. Moreover, these night ghosts look really weird. They have no form and exist only like a shadow. If they hide in the darkness, you won't be able to find them at all. Get up quickly and leave with me first. After figuring out what was going on, Sumu felt a lot more relieved. Soon, he was followed by a group of black shadows and returned to Tiamu village. Territory members, +40. You come here. Sumu waved to the night spirit closest to him. Yes, my king. Night Phantom, Snod Nun. Age, 398 years, 5 months, 108 days. Work adaptability, none. Special talent tags, rogue, unique, keen sense of smell, combat expert. Sumu didn't expect that there was no adaptability to the job. Stalker, hidden in the darkness, difficult to detect. They are the Watchers of the Night, a talent tag unique to the Night Phantom clan. Sharp sense of smell, able to sense danger and react immediately. Battle expert, with him by your side, your combat effectiveness will increase by 10. The first 2 talents allowed Sumu to find Yi Mei's position immediately. Aren't these guys the best sentinels in the territory at night? With them on guard at night, the security of the territory is greatly guaranteed to a certain extent. Although Sumu has an intelligence system, he can also receive intelligence when danger comes. But the blacksmith must be strong himself. What if the system goes crazy one day and doesn't send him a message? Or maybe as he gets stronger, the intelligence system won't warn him because the risk factor is too low? Therefore, with the appearance of Night Phantoms, there is no one more suitable than them to be the sentinels of the current territory. As for the combat expert talent, it is also easy to understand. To a large extent, it is similar to his passive of Pride of the Leader. Sumu's passive ability of Pride is that under his leadership in battle, the combat effectiveness of all members in the territory will increase by 10. This effect was already evident when he attacked the Shrek territory. It's just too awesome. Thunderbolt King Kong was like he had taken stimulants, and he started beating the lizard man. It's late at night. Regarding the Night Demon clan, Sumu knew that what he saw now was only the surface. If you want to understand this race better, you must first get in touch with it. After temporarily arranging them to keep watch, Sumu returned to his cabin. You haven't slept yet? As soon as he opened the door, Sumu met Wenstia's gaze. Just fell asleep. Wenstia pretended to yawn, turned over and hugged Susu, closed her eyes, and was about to sleep. Fool. Sumu sighed softly. He went forward to tuck in the quilt that had slipped off for Wenstia, and then returned to his own bed. He is not stupid. How could he not know that Wenstia was waiting for him to come back and make sure he was safe before going to sleep? He estimated that if he came back any later, she would have gone out to look for him. The little fox is quite sweet. Sumu sighed in his heart and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Sumu felt something heavy on his body in his sleep, as if something was pressing on him. He opened his eyes and saw. Good job. Susu's entire upper body was pressing on him. I don't know when the little girl came here. Her delicate white hands tightly grasped Sumu's clothes. Her head rested on his chest, and a crystal smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Sleep so soundly. From the perspective of looking down from above, a hint of spring light is squeezed out. Sumu quickly looked away. Why doesn't he dare to sleep in the same bed with Susu? To a large extent, Susu is no longer a little girl. Some of her beginnings put a lot of pressure on him. Sumu quickly stood up, but his movements were so big that they probably startled Susu. The little girl opened her hazy eyes and glanced at him, then said in a daze, "Brother, be good and stop making trouble. Susu is still very sleepy." Susu said as she put her hands around Sumu's neck and squeezed her head into his arms. "Oh, forget it. It's already dawn, let the little girl sleep more." Thinking in his heart, Sumu lay down and patted Susu's back. The little girl is still very well behaved and cute when she is asleep. After watching for a long time, Sumu's mouth corners inadvertently put on a smile. Chapter 42, Subsidiary Village. Speed up infrastructure construction. After breakfast, Sumu sent Zhang Dahai and He Ling to his satellite territory. The one riding on the road was still Thunderbolt King Kong. This also raised Sumu's desire for a normal mount to a higher level. He secretly decided that after arranging Zhang Dahai and the others, he must get a mount to satisfy himself. To Sumu's surprise, the moment Zhang Dahai touched the territory crystal, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Slave, Zhang Dahai attempts to occupy your territory. Boss Sumu, this shows whether I want to occupy this territory. What should I do? Zhang Dahai glanced at Sumu. Don't worry, let me take a look. After searching for a while, Sumu still couldn't find the option to invite the other party to temporarily manage the subordinate territory. Zhang Dahai spoke at this time. Boss Sumu, could it be that the current territory level is not high enough, and the system of rights and responsibilities has not been updated? So there's no way to set up proxy management for subordinate territories. It's possible. Sumu thought about it and felt that it made sense. Some Lord-type games allow you to set official positions and titles. They certainly can. Now there is no way for Zhang Dahai to become the administrator of the affiliated territory, which may be largely because the territory level is not high enough and the system permissions have not been updated. After all, the last transaction chat was also the result of a system update after the territory was upgraded. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Sumu and Zhang Dahai were chatting when the system's announcement suddenly came. Congratulations to the beautiful Lord Aishali for successfully upgrading her territory to level 2 in the poisonous miasma land. The poisonous miasma land exists as a special map. Aishali obtains the system's newborn level 2 territory reward. Because a lord has successfully upgraded his territory to level 2, the system will be upgraded in real time and some functions will be unlocked. Level 2 territory. The people in this beautiful country are so fierce. Zhang Dahai smacked his lips and sighed. Sumu didn't expect that someone would successfully upgrade the territory to level 2 so quickly. However, with 6 billion lords in the world, it is impossible that there are no talents and no adventures, right? To be honest, Sumu could still accept it. By the way, Boss Sumu, I heard that the upgrade conditions for special territories are different from those for our regular maps. Do you know about this? Zhang Dahai said. I've heard of it. From Luo Wuxi's story, Sumu already knew that special maps were different from their ordinary maps. As expected of a big boss. Just as Zhang Dahai finished his sigh, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Lord Sumu invites you to be the village chief of a tributary village. Accept? Reject? Boss, what's going on? Updated. Sumu's eyes fell on the system announcement that had just been updated. This update will be in seconds. Just as you expected, the authority system has been updated. Now I can invite you to manage the affiliated territories on my behalf. Not only has the authority system been updated, but temporary shop gold coin transactions are now also possible. For example, you can put the scroll up for a price, and if the other party can afford it, they can take it away, rather than just limited to exchange. Zhang Dahai was appointed by you as the village chief of the affiliated village. Ownership of the village still belongs to you. You have the right to use all resources in the village. Damn it, boss. Zhang Dahai seemed to be agitated by something and suddenly cursed. I've now become the lord of a level 1 territory. That's awesome. I have finally escaped from my slavery. Ah! The entire territory was filled with Zhang Dahai's hearty laughter. Can you change the name of the territory? Sumu asked. Can. Zhang Dahai tried it. Does the boss have any good name suggestions? You can take it yourself. I will temporarily hand over this territory to you for management and development. Anyway, I brought you a lot of tools and weapons today. I'll come back in 10 days to see how you've developed it. Sumu waved his hand and was ready to become a hands-off boss. To a large extent, he was considering giving the territory to Zhang Dehai to manage to see if Zhang Dehai had the ability. Don't worry, boss. When you come back in 10 days, I, Zhang Dehai, will definitely show you a brand new territory. I swear on my status as a lord. Zhang Dehai pounded his chest until it made a loud thumping sound. He Ling, who was standing by, watched him and Sumu talking and laughing, feeling extremely envious. However, she knew that Zhang Dehai did look more capable than herself. He Ling gritted her teeth secretly. She decided to show herself well. At least, after 10 days, Sumu must see her value. After arranging matters concerning the annexed territory, Sumu left. Returned to Tiemu village. The first thing Sumu did was to gather all the slimes together. He separated the slime with the work blessing label into an independent one. Then some slimes with negative labels and not so good were assigned to cut down trees. After finishing everything, Sumu began to make drastic moves and carry out large-scale construction. A lord upgraded his territory to level 2, which put a lot of pressure on Sumu. The wooden house is sufficient for now. Because of their small size, slimes can't live in many places. Because Sumu already had the ranch construction scroll. So the ranch was soon successfully built under his leadership. Ranch. You can keep animals in it and obtain the resources and materials you want. The role of a ranch is actually very simple. It's just that if you want to drink milk, you have to raise a cow, right? Do you need eggs? You have to raise chickens, right? Blacksmith shop. Outpost. Under Sumu's leadership, the 2 buildings were completed quickly. The role of the blacksmith shop goes without saying. The function of the outpost is to serve as a place for sentries in the village to work and rest. Sumu will temporarily use this place to arrange for the Yeme clan to live in. Anyway, the 2.5-story wooden house looks quite impressive and has quite a lot of space. Before the sun set, Sumu successfully built 4 mechanical sentry towers in the 4 corners of his territory. Fortunately, these buildings are mainly made of wood and metal, and no other materials are required, so he can build them so quickly. At night, a bonfire was lit. Tomorrow we'll plow the farmland, get the militia in place, and then we'll repair the village gate and write the 4 big characters, Tiemu village on it. Then we'll be done. Sumu was planning what to do tomorrow. Brother, you didn't play well with Susu today. Susu leaned against Sumu, her little mouth pouting so much that an oil bottle could be hung on it. She is very bored today. They are all looking for their brothers to play with. It's a pity that my brother is always busy and has no time to take care of her. Susu was also afraid of disturbing her brother. So, at night, she dared to get close to him and complain a little. Susu, be good. Wait until your brother is done with his work these past 2 days and upgrades the territory. Then I'll take you out to play. Sumu pinched Susu's little face and comforted her with a smile. Really? Don't lie. The little girl was easy to coax. After listening to his words, Susu's pouting mouth stopped. No lie. Real. Brother is so nice. Susu hugged Sumu's arm tightly, shaking it constantly and acting coquettishly. Those bright and smiling eyes seemed to be filled with stars in the night sky. On the side, Winstia pursed her lips slightly when she saw this scene. Sometimes she envied Susu. Innocent, carefree, cheerful, and lively, they can express their ideas freely. She can't do it. By the way, Winstia, do you know anything about the White Fox clan? Sumu suddenly asked. Chapter 43, The Past of the White Fox Clan. Urgent information? The White Fox Clan. Master, have you ever seen the White Fox Clan? How do you know about them? Winstia glanced at her master in surprise. Strange? Is there something special about the White Fox Clan? Sumu looked at her in confusion. Of course it's strange. Winstia said. Master, our Red Fox clan has lived in a place in the Andea Mountains for thousands of years. The Andea Mountains are shrouded in mist all year round, and the plants are tall and dense. It is also known by many as the Sacred Mountain, home to many species and creatures, and filled with countless dangers. The White Fox clan is one of the ethnic branches. They originally had quite a number of people. But because they are so low-key, few people know of their existence, and they are not as well known as our Red Fox clan. Winstia whispered about the past she knew. Until one day, humans suddenly broke into the Andea Mountains and began to capture and hunt the members of the White Fox clan. The arrival of humans disturbed the peace of the Andean Mountains. So the creatures in the mountains thought it was all caused by the White Fox clan, and they worked together to drive the White Fox clan out. That happened 100 years ago. No one mentions the White Fox clan anymore, and almost no one knows they exist. I've also heard about it from the elders of the tribe, so I'm really surprised that you suddenly mentioned the White Fox clan, Master. The White Fox clan actually has such a past. Sumu didn't think of it either, but he quickly thought of the key point. Why do humans want to hunt down the White Fox clan? Is there something special about them? If the White Fox clan did not have any special abilities, humans would not have hunted them so extensively. So it can only be that they have great value and interests. Wednesday nodded. Really? The White Fox clan is also known as the Spirit Fox clan. I heard that each of them can cultivate spiritual energy. Where they are, spiritual energy can quickly gather, and the gathered spiritual energy can make plants grow quickly. This ability has also been confirmed. Since their disappearance, the Andean mountains still have abundant spiritual energy, but the growth of plants has been extremely slow. So, the root of plant growth is not just spiritual energy, but also the existence of the White Fox clan. The White Fox clan actually has such abilities. It's against the will of heaven. If what Wednesday said was true, then the White Fox clan's abilities were simply too strong. The wheat seeds that Sumu planted 2 days ago haven't even sprouted yet. This shows that there is no acceleration in farming in this world. It is not like in games where the crops will grow on their own when the time comes. It really needs a growth cycle and requires careful care and protection, like weeding and watering. But what if the White Fox clan joins in? Will the plants grow faster? Winstia, there are white foxes in the Miluo forest. Sumu suddenly spoke. Is this true? Winstia's face was filled with even greater surprise. Really? I went out last night and I saw them. Sumu suddenly became a little excited. By the way, Winstia, if it were you, could you convince the White Fox clan to join our territory? Think about it. If they join us, the crops planted in our territory's fields will also grow quickly. I really need their skills. Winstia was stunned for a moment, then shook her head awkwardly. I'm sorry, Master. I'm afraid I can't. They might resent me. Well, Sumu was surprised to get this answer. Were you, the Red Fox clan, also the ones who drove them out of the Andes mountains 100 years ago? He probably guessed something. Yes. Winstia did not hide it. Our Red Fox clan's natural abilities lie in combat. We were the ones who fought the most battles with humans in the Andes mountains. The White Fox clan caused us to lose many of our fellow tribe members, so our clan leader took the lead in driving them out. Upon hearing this, Sumu felt overwhelmed. I originally thought that the Red Fox clan was just participating in it, so there was still room for maneuver. But I never expected that it was the leader. This is a difficult situation. The White Fox clan is a treasure, yes. But with Winstia around, they are afraid that they will never be able to join Sumu's territory in their lifetime. After all, in a true sense, the White Fox clan and the Red Fox clan may be in a hostile relationship. I'm sorry, Master. Sensing the change in his master's mood, Winstia also became more depressed. Suddenly, she seemed to have made some important decision. Her eyes were firm, and she said, Master, perhaps I have a way to help you gain the favor of the White Fox clan and make them join your territory. Oh, what method? Sumu looked at her curiously. Is the little fox so smart? Is this a good idea? Leave me to them. Winstia slowly spoke out her method. Perhaps they hate the Red Fox clan. If you hand me over to them, Master, you can. Before she could finish her words, Sumu interrupted her by slapping her without hesitation. You are stupid. The slap on the head was not very strong, but Winstia felt a little pain. But rather than feeling pain, she felt more confused. Winstia, don't say that again. Sumu's face was serious, and he seemed to be angry. This made Su, who was sitting next to him, feel a little scared, and she unconsciously shrank her neck. Brother, Su is very well behaved. This is Susu's inner thoughts. She is smart and already knows how to avoid risks. Although you are just a little slave beside me. But in my heart, nothing can compare to you. The White Fox clan's abilities are powerful and perhaps important, but they can't compare to the place you, Winstia, hold in my heart. Do you understand? Sumu spoke every word with firm resolution. He stared at Winstia, speaking the softest words in the fiercest tone. From now on, don't ever say such words about self-sacrifice in front of me. I don't like to hear them. I, Sumu, may not be very capable, but I don't need to sacrifice you for any benefit. Do you understand? Sumu's words left Winstia stunned. Every word he said echoed in her ears, striking her heart over and over again. Winstia only felt her nose sore, and her eyes suddenly felt hot. Do you understand? Sumu's voice sounded again. Understood, Master. Winstia lowered her head and responded. That's better. Sumu smiled and stretched out his hand, reaching towards Winstia's head openly. She didn't hide either. Let the Master's hand touch his ears. Emergency information alert. Emergency information alert. Chapter 44. The demons are attacking. Accidentally opened a dungeon? Uncertain emergency information reminder. The night demons gathered aura has attracted the attention of the demons. Perhaps they will appear in your territory soon. The prompt sounded several times in a row, very quickly. It was the first time that Su-mu faced such a situation. Is there still uncertainty about emergency information? What does this uncertainty mean? Just as I was thinking, a strong wind suddenly blew up in the sky. A strange, evil wind. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked Su-mu appeared. Suddenly, a silver-white light exploded in the black night sky. The light turned into a 1,000-meter-long chasm running from south to north, splitting the sky in two and tearing it apart. The sky is cracked. Extremely strange. After about 30 seconds of silence, a noise came from the crack, followed by a series of black figures flying out of the crack. Birdmen with black wings, faces as pale as paper, and all wearing black soft armor. As Su-mu was shocked, he used an insight spell. Moon Demon Warrior. Ika's the Moon Demon Clan, a branch of the Demon Clan, loves war. Ika's is a brave Moon Demon Clan warrior. Looking at the Moon Demon Clan warriors gathering more and more in the sky, even someone as calm as Su-mu felt his scalp tingling. There are too many. There are almost 1,000 Moon Demon warriors. Owner. Winstia stood up worriedly and looked up at the sky. She was more mature and more perceptive, and knew that the visitors from the sky had no good intentions. And they're difficult to deal with. For a moment, Winstia was filled with worry. She is more worried about her master's safety than her own. The younger Su-su had no idea what was going on. She leaned against her brother blankly, her mouth wide open in shock at the number of birdmen in the sky. The main character is innocent and cute. What's going on? Zhou Yuqi is cooking dinner in the newly built kitchen. She was obviously also attracted by the strange noise outside. She just stuck her head out of the window and was instantly frightened by the scene in front of her, and the fried meat in her hand fell to the ground. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. The sound of the system announcement suddenly sounded. The lords, who had been busy all day, had just sat down to rest when they received the announcement. Who upgraded the territory to level 2 again. This was the first reaction of all the lords. After all, upgrading a first-level territory is no longer a rare thing, and the system will not announce it. Call. Luo Wuxi let out a soft cry and leaned against the wall of the tree house. She reached out and wiped the blue-green blood off her face. Stop the fighting today? Finally, she only had 1 day left to upgrade her territory. Moreover, this time the upgrade is 2 levels in a row. Luo Wuxi, who received the system-wide announcement, also subconsciously paid attention. The battle for territory between humans and demons begins. The Moon Demon Princess Yulilua leads thousands of Moon Demon warriors to invade the Dragon Kingdom Lord Su-mu's territory, Tianmu Village. The demons are powerful and violent. The human race should unite and fight against the demon invasion together to protect the human race's spark. From now on, all lords can voluntarily go to Tianmu Village to participate in the war against the demons. After the war, you will receive system rewards based on your merits. When this system was announced, lords all over the world were shocked. Su-mu himself was also confused. Does this mean that he has opened the copy? All lords can participate in the battle, which will definitely be a big copy in the later stages. But it's still in the early stages, and everyone's territory has just been established. There aren't many members, so how can we join the war? Even if I wanted to join the war, I wouldn't be able to find a place, okay? In fact, it is not that the system overestimates the current lord players. Instead, Su-mu, a level 20 player, accidentally opened a level 80 dungeon. The system said it was also very helpless. Su-mu himself was a little panicked. Needless to say, these moon demons are very powerful, they definitely can't win. The fact that the system can issue these announcements proves that their strength is definitely not comparable to that of 1 or 2 goblins. The most important thing is that the moon demons can fly in the sky. Can Su-mu's attack reach the sky? Obviously not. If they rely solely on the Night Demon Clan, they will never be able to defeat the Moon Demon Clan. The number of opponents has formed an absolute suppression. At this moment, the world chat channel is in full swing. But many people are gloating and making sarcastic remarks. Oh no, now the world's #1 territory is going to become the world's #1 ruin. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ha ha ha, did Su-mu touch the Moon Demon Princess's butt? Why are they targeting him? I think he either touched her butt or peeked at the Moon Demon Princess bathing. Otherwise, why would they suddenly hit him? I knock, dying under the peony flowers. Even as a ghost is still romantic. Awesome, Su-mu is a role model for my generation. I'm a fan. There are many malicious speculations of this type. It seems that Su-mu was the first to upgrade his territory and get the reward, and he was not only admired by the Lord players. Instead, it is a thorn in the eyes and flesh of many people. God, honestly, I want to help, but I can't. I can only wait for him to die and then observe a moment of silence for him. It's obvious that Su Mu is overestimating his own abilities. After snatching the first upgrade and defeating the second-place Shrek, he lost track of who he was and even dared to offend the demon princess. Indeed, the Moon Demon clan, just the name sounds awesome to me. Who says it isn't? There were voices of ridicule from all countries. Everyone thought that Su Mu was definitely finished this time, and his territory was also finished. In regional chat channels, Lord, does anyone know where Su Mu's territory is? I want to go over and help. Lord, Luo Tianchuan, help? Are you going to die? Don't you have a clear idea of your own worth? Lord, Qin Sheng, Brother Luo's words are rough but true. Forget about it, bro. At this stage, if you go there, the fight is already over. They're not even on the same level. Just watch the show. Yes, they are definitely not on the same level right now. I don't know how Su Mu offended the Moon Demon clan. Could it be true, as the world chat said, that he peeped at the Moon Demon princess bathing? That's a huge profit. I just don't know what the Moon Demon princess looks like, but if she's beautiful, it's definitely a huge profit. Serves you right. That guy called Su Mu deserves to die? The Moon Demon clan should kill him immediately. Looking at the regional chat channel, Guo Tianfei was so excited and happy. Guo Tianfei had never met Su Mu, but he had been frustrated by him time and time again. He cursed him in his heart every day. Today, the curse finally came true. Nothing could be brighter than his mood at this moment. Guo Tianfei really wanted to shout to the sky, awesome. But we have to wait until the system announces the results of the battle. But at this moment, a conspicuous chat message appeared in the regional chat channel. Subordinate Lord, Zhang Dahai, stop speculating about Boss Su Mu. He's a very nice guy, okay? Even if he did see the Moon Demon Princess bathing, it must have been accidental. The Moon Demon Princess forced him to watch. Chapter 45, Moon Demon Princess Yu Lilua. Subordinate Lord, Zhang Dahai. Even if Boss Su Mu really did touch the Moon Demon Princess's butt, it must have been because the Moon Demon Princess moved her butt forward and forced him to touch it. Zhang Dahai's two remarks as a brainless fan completely messed up the conversation among the lords in the area chat. You forced him to touch it. Why didn't you just say, forced, he touched it? Haha, this guy is awesome. He even got the punctuation right. The lords began to tease one after another. But soon, they reacted. That's not right. Now is not the time to argue about this, right? Lord, Dahai, when did you finally break free from your slavery? What's with being a subordinate lord now? Yes, you were a slave just 2 days ago. How did your status change today? I was just about to say this. You guys are just pushing me around. Can you please talk about some health topics? The lords still have very deep memories of Zhang Dahai. After all, he is the #1 slave in the regional chat channel. A man who claimed to have been favored by the Goblin Princess. Subordinate Lord, Zhang Dahai. Of course it was Boss Su Mu who saved me from suffering. I'm following him now. What's going on? The lords became curious and asked Zhang Dahai why. They seemed to have completely forgotten about the invasion of Su Mu. And at this moment, Su Mu finally saw the Moon Demon Princess that the system mentioned. Yuli Luo, that tall, cold, and beautiful figure floating above the black sky with the moon as the background. Among all the male Moon Demon warriors, her height is indeed not the most outstanding. But the aura is the strongest. As soon as she appeared, she was surrounded by a mysterious light, like a god. All the Moon Demon warriors consciously moved away hundreds of meters and kept an absolute distance from her. At the same time, the originally noisy Moon Demon warriors suddenly became quiet. He bowed his head respectfully and waited for her instructions. Su Mu had no doubt. As long as Yuliloa gives the order, the Dark Moon Demon clan will immediately destroy his territory. Su Mu looked up at the sky. His eyes met Yuliloa for a moment. Her deep blue eyes are like gems. It looks so good, but good looks come at a price. With just one glance, Su Mu felt as if his soul had been inexplicably shocked, and a strong sense of dizziness came over him. There was a fishy taste in his throat. Su Mu gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and desperately relied on his willpower to resist Yuliloa's terrifying pressure. Look again. Winstia could no longer bear the pressure. She turned her face away and chose not to look at Yuliloa. At Su Mu's feet, Su Su sat on a chair, looking up blankly at the sky. She wasn't affected at all. As if sensing Su Mu's discomfort, Su Su stretched out her little hand and held her brother's big hand. Elder brother, she called out softly, and an imperceptible light green light danced in her hand and penetrated into Su Mu's body. Very sudden, Su Mu felt that his dizziness had subsided. The fishy and sweet taste in the throat was temporarily suppressed. Hand over those filthy bastards. Above the sky, Yulilua spoke, her voice indifferent but cold. Almost 1,000 meters in the sky, Sumu could still hear her voice clearly. Otherwise, my moon demon clan will destroy this place tonight. It's over. This person has absolutely no good intentions. What should I do? Wednestia looked at her master's profile nervously. In the kitchen, Zhou was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. But she had no regrets about joining Sumu's territory. She was just wondering how she could get through this time. Will Sumu hand over the things those scary guys want? But Sumu's next words almost frightened Wednestia and Zhou to death. If you have the ability, then take action. Don't just fly around and talk nonsense. Destroy it quickly and let me see your strength. If you can't, just get out of here and don't embarrass yourself. Sumu shouted towards the sky. He was not as strong as Yulilua, so he could only shout. Damn it. Sumu's performance made Zhou, who was slumped on the ground, swear. No way, big brother. Even if you refuse to beg for mercy, don't provoke her. Why is this happening? Don't you want to leave your body intact? Zhou scalp was numb, and she wanted to cry, but had no tears. She just wanted to be a cook in a safe territory and occasionally study food. Little did I know that my little wish hasn't even started yet, and it seems like it's about to end. Wednestia was also shocked and puzzled. But out of trust in her master, she always felt that there was a reason. Court death. Yulilua's voice was still cold. No emotion could be heard. She raised her slender white hand, and a dazzling silver light condensed at her fingertips. Instant. The ball of light fell towards Sumu below, aiming directly at him. The speed and power are so fast that it's shocking. Owner. Wednestia rushed to Sumu and tried to push him away. But a shocking scene appeared. Bang! The ball of light hit the sky 20 meters above the territory and was offset by a layer of light shield. Yulilua's attack had no effect at all and suddenly disappeared. Above the sky, Yulilua frowned slightly. What's going on? Her attack had no effect on her, as if it was blocked by something. Below, Sumu hugged Wednestia, who ran over, in his arms, feeling her soft and delicate body. Don't worry, everything is under my control. He smiled at Wednestia. Sumu seemed calm and composed, but in fact he was a little panicked, and even nervous just now. 2 minutes ago, when the system issued the announcement, Sumu immediately took out the territory shield that the system had rewarded him and chose to use it. The kind without hesitation. The territory shield can withstand attacks from the outside world for 3 hours. For 3 hours, his territory is invincible and cannot be harmed by any attack. But Sumu had never used it before, so he was skeptical about the function of the territory shield. Now that he saw that Yulilua's attack did not cause any actual damage, he felt relieved. Hey, that girl called Yulilua? You can't do that either. You still want the things in my territory? Stop talking nonsense and attack immediately. Destroy my territory. Let me see your strength. Holding Wednestia in his arms, Sumu shouted at Yulilua, the moon demon princess, who was in the sky. Damn it. Sumu's arrogance angered Yulilua, and she raised her right hand high. Moon demon warriors, attack. Destroy it. Yes. A roar of fury filled the air, and the moon demon warriors, carrying their princess's wrath, charged towards the small village of Tianmu below. Chapter 46, I want her to be angry. I want her to go crazy. Yuliluo. Thousands of moon demon warriors continuously launched attacks on the territory of Tianmu village. The red and black light crashed down like an overwhelming force, carrying with it the terrifying momentum to destroy everything. But no matter what kind of elemental magic it was, when it fell 20 meters above Tianmu village, it was all blocked by a mysterious force. It was like an invisible giant hand, isolating all attacks from the Moon Demon clan. Protect the safety of Tianmu village. The scene before her made Zhou feel like she had escaped a disaster. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her legs, which had been weakened by fear, finally regained some strength. Although it is not clear what happened, it seems to be safer for the time being. Xiaozhou, where's dinner? Why isn't it ready yet? You're such an unprofessional chef. It's already so late. Sumu's voice came. He found the kitchen door and found Zhou slumped on the ground. Huh? Why are you sitting on the ground? It's okay, it's okay. Zhou quickly stood up from the ground. I'm just tired, sit down for a while. She naturally couldn't let Sumu know that she was paralyzed by fear. That's so embarrassing. What about dinner? Haven't you made it yet? All 3 of us are starving. Seeing that she was fine, Sumu asked. You can still eat dinner in this situation? Their attack isn't over yet. Zhou said as she looked up at the sky. In the sky, the Moon Demon clan's attack was still very fierce, with all kinds of lights and noises continuing. In this situation, Sumu actually said he wanted to eat. Can he still eat it? What else? Am I going to starve to death because of them? Sumu shrugged, not affected at all, and urged. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. Serve the food quickly. I'm starving. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuqi finally experienced what it means to be open-minded. The battle in the sky is still fierce and tense. Sumu on the ground is mainly relaxed and leisurely. Not only was he able to eat his dinner, but he also ate it with relish. Not bad. Xiaozhou, you fried the beef on the stone slab and made it taste like steak. It's really the ingredients that limit your performance. I'll take you to the city someday and let you choose the ingredients and utensils. That's really good. Sumu's mouth was full of oil while he ate, and he didn't forget to give a few compliments. Beside him, Susu did the same, and the little girl got the hang of it. Winstia is better, but she's not very ladylike either. Obviously, she was also very hungry after a day's work. Crazy. Madness is contagious. Looking at the three people who were eating voraciously, Zhou Yuqi's scalp was numb. This was the first thought that flashed through her mind. Xiaozhou, don't you want to eat? Sumu suddenly stared at the meat steak in Zhou Yuqi's hand and said, I'm not hungry. Zhou Yuqi swallowed. She was terrified as long as the battle in the sky was not over. So how could she possibly eat? She's not that brave. If you're not hungry, then give it to me, and I'll help you finish it. Sumu said, having already taken the meat steak from Zhou Yuqi. Brother, I want one too. Susu licked her lips, with 2 words written on her face. Want to? I am a foodie. Where's Winstia? I can have a little bit too. Touching her round belly, Winstia felt a little ashamed to say this. Xiaozhou, this isn't enough. Go get some more. Zhou Yuqi couldn't understand. What kind of environment does she live in? Sumu. Big brother. Young lord. They've already reached your territory. Why are you still acting like nothing happened? Can't you just be nervous? What if the Moon Demon clan attacks us soon? Zhou Yuqi felt like she was going crazy. She felt a sense of helplessness, as if the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuchs were. She got up helplessly and hid in the kitchen. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhou Yuqi was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would have a mental breakdown. Above the sky, Yulilua saw clearly what was happening below. The hateful human who provoked her was actually enjoying the food with relish. Not only was he enjoying the food, he was also interacting with the girl next to him with a smile on his face. You feed me a bite, I feed you a piece. Yulilua narrowed her eyes slightly, filled with murderous intent. Hateful humans. He actually didn't take the Moon Demon clan seriously at all. He also didn't take her, the Moon Demon princess, seriously at all. The little expressions on his face and every movement he made Yulilua feel extremely irritated. She wanted to tear his smug face apart. Yulilua looked at the light shields that kept emerging below, and the smart girl seemed to realize what it was. Formation shield. Yulilua had heard that there was an ancient race on the continent. The extremely intelligent elves. The people of this race are very smart. They are not good at fighting, but they are good at setting up various formations. Among them is something called a formation shield. The formation shield can withstand any attack and protect the safety of the land within a certain range. But Yulilua also knew. The array shield is not invincible. As long as the attack reaches a certain intensity, the formation shield will naturally break. At that time, the things inside will no longer be protected and can all be destroyed. Increase the power of your attack. That shield is not invincible. Destroy it. Yulilua's cold voice came, with a hint of suppressed anger in it. She raised her hands high and condensed a huge, silver-white ball of light again. As if sensing their master's anger, the Moon Demon warriors attacked even harder. Below, Sumu saw Yulilua gathering her strength out of the corner of his eye. His little heart couldn't help but beat fast. My goodness, is that Moon Demon princess going crazy because of anger? You have to hold on to the territory shield and don't let it down. In fact, if Sumu said he wasn't nervous, he would be lying. He was just pretending to be relaxed and at ease. Sumu wanted to irritate the Moon Demon princess and make her angry and unstable. All he did was to make her intensify her attacks. Increasing the intensity of the attack can, to a certain extent, greatly consume the power of the Moon Demon clan in a short period of time. After all, if Yulilua didn't go crazy, wouldn't she be doomed if she really argued with Sumu for 3 hours? The 3-hour territory shield will disappear, and their territory will lose all protection. It can be said that everything Sumu did in the territory was not without basis. He just wanted Yulilua to see his smug face and make her angry and crazy. He still wants to gamble. The Moon Gambling Demon clan will evacuate in 3 hours. Boom. Loud noise. Yulilua's attack hit the territory's shield, sending out waves of shockwaves. Somewhat scary, but the territory shield remains strong. The moon demon's attacks are ineffective. Yulilua really doesn't believe it. She gathered her strength once again, this time even stronger and more powerful than before. Chapter 47 Shocking. Sumu actually resisted the Lower Moon Demon Clan alone. Lord World Chat Channel. What's going on? It's been over 2 hours, and the system hasn't announced that Sumu's territory has been destroyed and the people have been killed. That's what I was going to ask. It wouldn't take the demons that long to conquer a small territory, right? Why hasn't the system sent a notification that the battle is over? That's right, why is it so strange? The lords expressed their incomprehension. In their minds, the Moon Demon Clan is equivalent to an adult, and Sumu is equivalent to a newborn baby. When an adult hits a baby, this kind of fight is obviously unequal. Wouldn't it be possible to decide the winner in an instant? Therefore, when the Moon Demon Clan invaded and attacked Sumu's territory, they felt that it was too late to get the result within 10 minutes. But more than 2 hours have passed, and there is still no sign of any announcement from the system. The impetuous lords couldn't help but start chatting again. What do you think? Could it be that Sumu was able to withstand the Moon Demon Clan's attack? The Moon Demon Clan couldn't do anything to him. A rather incongruous chat record appeared. As soon as it appeared, the chat channel became lively. Are you crazy? How dare you even think this? Can Sumu still resist the invasion of the Moon Demon Clan? I'm a demon, big brother. I'm not some chick, duck, or rabbit from outside your territory. That's right. If you don't have the skills, do you need the system to announce it like this? And do you need to gather the power of the human lords to resist the demon attack together? I'm so fucking crazy, I don't even dare to think like this. This chat channel is a place for chatting, not a place for sickness. Dude, I suspect you have delusions, and I have solid evidence. Can a mentally ill person become a lord these days? If I really can't do it, I'll just go to sleep. I'm already daydreaming late at night. The lords all mocked. No one believed that Sumu would survive this battle of demon invasion. No one believed that he could withstand the attack of the Moon Demon Clan. Deep down, they didn't want Sumu to survive. It's very simple. Sumu's existence is already many steps ahead of them. He is currently the person most likely to obtain the level 2 territory reward on the normal map. If he is not here, the mountains standing in the way of the lords will also be gone. Everything will become possible. No one wants him to live. This is the reality. But just when the lords were mocking enthusiastically, the announcement from the system finally came. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Repeated 3 times as always. Very cool. The Moon Demon Clan invasion campaign has concluded. Congratulations to player Sumu's Tianmu village. I knew it. The system announcement was late, but it arrived. How could Sumu possibly stop the Moon Demon? Wait, did the system announcement say congratulations? What's going on? System announcement. Could you please explain it more clearly? Congratulations? What does that mean? The lords all had question marks. However, the system's announcements continue. Congratulations to Tianmu village for successfully resisting the invasion of the Moon Demon Clan and achieving the final victory in the battle. Tianmu village perfectly resisted the Moon Demon Clan battle, achieving a perfect 0 casualty rate. The Moon Demon Clan invasion campaign has concluded, and rewards are officially settled and distributed based on the battle damage rate. Because the battle loss rate is 0, the reward is doubled. Congratulations to Lord Sumu for single-handedly resisting the demon invasion, achieving they fight the demons single-handedly, achievement, and receiving a special medal from the system. The system announcement is over. The world chat channel is going crazy too. What's going on? Sumu won. Shit. How is this possible? Are you cheating? I'm going to report you. Damn it. Are the moon demons really the little chickens, ducks, and rabbits at the gate of my territory? They can't even handle a novice village. The demon clan. The weakling clan. That's hilarious. No one cares about the 0 casualty rate. Just one person? It's just a big deal, okay? Does that mean the moon demons took a look at their territory, triggered a dungeon level, and then left? Nothing happened to their territory? Not even a single soldier was affected? A free reward. This is outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door for outrageous things. It's outrageous to the extreme. Just as the lords in the chat channel were arguing fiercely, in Tianmu village, Sumu sat slumped on a chair, soaking wet. Just 10 seconds. There are only 10 seconds left before the territory shield expires. Since Sumu was born into this world, he has never been as close to death as he is tonight. It felt like a sharp knife was pointed at his throat. The sharp blade had even cut through his skin and could easily cut his throat. But suddenly the blade broke. This is how Sumu felt about the recent invasion of the Moon Demon Clan. He had a brush with death. I dare not imagine that if Yulilua had not evacuated with her moon demon warriors 10 seconds before the territory shield ended. What is the scene like now in the sky above Tianmu village? Sumu is probably gone. A little earlier in time, Sumu sat at the door of the wooden house and drank boiled water leisurely. His face looked calm and composed, but he was actually extremely anxious. There are still 5 minutes left until the territory shield ends. The Moon Demon Clan's warriors actually had no intention of stopping their attack on the territory's shield. Not only did she not stop, Yulilua also showed no intention of retreating. This crazy woman let her men attack for 2 hours and 55 minutes without stopping. The level of madness made Su Mu's scalp tingle. He was racking his brains over what to do next. However, there seemed to be a turning point in the sky. Princess, there's no way to break the outer shield. The soldiers have been attacking with all their might and have absolutely not been slacking off. Guard Captain Winston came to Yulilua sweating profusely. Why don't we just forget about it? His Majesty has already sent a message asking us to return immediately. No. Yulilua didn't even look at Wenderson. That human is deliberately provoking me. He's even more disgusting than those filthy bastards. I will never give up. Tonight, we must break his protective magic circle. Winston frowned, but still reported patiently. Princess, the guys from the Yang Demon Clan are here. Your Majesty, tell us to return quickly. We can't delay any longer. The bastards from the Yang Demon Clan are here. When Yulilua heard the words, Yang Demon Clan, her eyes finally looked directly at Winston. Right. Just receive the message. Yulilua closed her eyes and pondered for a moment, then opened them again. I understand, back off. Yes. Winston quickly stepped aside. Stop, warriors. Yulilua spoke. At this moment, her cold voice sounded like heavenly music to Su Mu. But he still pretended to be calm and unconcerned on his face. He even looked indifferently at Yulilua in the sky. This is the most critical moment. Sumu knows. Damn humans. How dare you stare at me? Yulilua's voice was still as cold as ever. Interesting. This princess will come back. You'd better live well before I come back. Next time we meet, I'm going to gouge out your eyes and cut out your tongue. Yulilua spoke and acted very decisively. With a wave of her hand, the space cracks and chasms were torn open again. Thousands of moon demon warriors sneaked in. Yulilua hadn't left yet. She stared at Sumu quietly. The time of the territory shield is passing madly. Every second passes by. Sumu was anxious, but still looked back at Yulilua without fear. Wait. Yulilua snorted softly and disappeared into the space crack. The moment she left, the territory shield time was completely over. Sumu slumped down in the chair. He had no time to pay attention to the system announcement ringing in his ears. Owner. A soft body gently hugged Sumu from behind. Winstia, ask Xiaozhou to boil a bucket of hot water for me. I'm going to take a bath tonight. Chapter 48 Reward. Lua Wuxi's gift. Su Mushu soaked comfortably in the wooden tub, enjoying the most comfortable bath he had taken in so many days. The previous high mental tension was relieved a lot at this moment. By the way, what is the system reward? Sumu quickly clicked to view. All territory resources will be quadrupled from the original base. Already doubled. 2000 gold coins. Undead Summoning Scroll X40. Random Lord Talent Scroll X2. Sky Shield X2. Magic Crystal X10. Brick Kiln Construction Scroll X2. Blue Brick Making Scroll X2. Exquisite Stone Bridge Crafting Scroll X2. Exquisite Stone House Crafting Scroll X2. Irrigation Water Wheel Crafting Scroll X2. Marcona Infantry Phalanx Training Method X2. Fine Iron Shield Crafting Scroll X2. Many of the system rewards are related to stone products. Sumu also smelled a lot of scent from it. After he upgrades one step, will their house start to be upgraded to a brick house? Sumu picked out a few things he didn't understand and read the introduction. Random Lord Talent Scroll. After using, you will randomly obtain a Lord Talent Scroll. Sky Shield. Build a parallel shield above your territory. Attacks from the sky will not damage your territory. Lasts for 24 hours. Attacks from the sky can't cause any damage? Doesn't that mean attacks from the ground can cause harm? So what is the purpose of this sky shield? To be honest, Sumu didn't understand it at first. Magic Crystal, a mysterious material that is difficult to obtain. When Sumu saw the 3 words, Magic Crystal Stone, he felt a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. That's right. Sumu took a look at the materials needed to make his portal. Magic Crystal X10, Extraterritorial Crystal X10, Magical Mark X5, Loki Slate X20. Really? Sumu was a little excited. He had collected a quarter of the materials for the portal. Marcona Infantry Phalanx Training Method. General Marcona is the greatest military strategist in human history. He left behind Marco's infantry phalanx, which could perfectly withstand cavalry assaults. This was Feng Zhang's training method. This should be a technical training scroll. Sumu currently doesn't even have infantry, let alone dealing with cavalry. Let's take it one step at a time. It's just a small village after all. Oh, and there's also a medal for fighting the demons single-handedly. What's it for? Medal of Fighting Demons. A medal specially awarded to heroes fighting against demons. After the territory wears this medal, the territory's reputation bonus will increase by 15, the hatred of the demons will increase by 10, and the favorability of the demon hostile forces towards the territory will be improved. At present, Sumu cannot see the effect of this medal, so he can only leave it to time. In summary, the gains are not small. It was worth it that he worked so hard to act for the whole night, but Yulila still hated him. After taking a look at his friends' chats, Sumu discovered that both of his friends had sent him messages a long time ago. Zhang Dahai kept asking if there was anything wrong and whether he needed help. Sumu had already responded to him, so there was nothing more to say. Zhang Dahai still has a conscience and knows how to care about him. There is another one, which is Luo Wuxi's. She was also the first to send a message when the moon demons attacked. Sumu, what's going on with the moon demon clan's attack? Can you handle it? How are you? I traded some stuff for you. Can you please see if you can use it? Are you fighting? Why haven't you replied yet? Be careful. I hope you are well. After the battle with the moon demon clan ended, Luo Wuxi was the first to send a message of concern. Luckily you're okay. Amazing. How did you resist the moon demon clan? To be honest, Sumu felt that the relationship between him and Luo Wuxi was more like that of an online friend. We are still not very familiar netizens. But every time she showed concern for him, he felt as if the two of them were good friends who had known each other for a long time. It makes people feel warm in their hearts, especially the things that Luo Wuxi traded to him in a simple and rough manner. After Sumu took a look, he felt that this person was definitely worth making friends with. What Luo Wuxi sent. Medium Undead Summoning Scroll X3. There is a higher chance of summoning higher-level warriors from the undead army. Undead Summoning Scroll X5. Wind Dragon Technique. Summon a terrifying hurricane to clear out the enemies ahead. These are all very practical combat forces. Especially the Undead Summoning Scroll. Luo Wuxi thought she had given him all the ones she had. Is this a scroll thing? Obviously not. It is a heavy emotion and help. Thank you. The problem has been solved perfectly. Thank you very much for your stuff. I don't need them, so I'll return them to you for now. As soon as Su Mu's message came through, Luo Wuxi responded. Has this woman been waiting for his reply? You can keep this. I won't be using it for the time being, so this is my way of thanking you. Thank you? Isn't that too much? These are all good things. It's not that important, really. I get the Undead Summoning Scroll almost every day. Can I get the Undead Summoning Scroll every day? What kind of territory is this? It's so comfortable. Sumu expressed envy. You really don't need it? Don't you need to summon some helpers? Aren't there a lot of monsters around you? Because there are so many monsters, I have plenty of helpers to. Luo Wuxi replied again. Besides, the undead army sounds scary. Do you think it's suitable for a girl like me? So Luo Wuxi doesn't want the undead army because it's scary? Women, I really don't understand. For Sumu, the scroll of the undead was indeed a good thing, because the system also rewarded him a lot. Adding Luo Wuxi's, we can form an undead team. Since you said so, I won't be so pretentious. This is for you. Sumu thought about it and traded the random Lord Talent scroll to Luo Wuxi. Not long. Wow, this is a good thing. Are you really going to give it to me? Words are full of life, and you can tell that Luo Wuxi is really happy and excited. Really, consider it an exchange. Sumu didn't want to owe too many favors to others, and based on Luo Wuxi's performance, she deserved it. Thank you. By the way, how did you drive away the demons? Luo Wuxi asked out of her curiosity. Seeing that everything was fine, Sumu chatted with her for a while longer. At this moment, outside the door, Winstia was carrying a bucket of hot water, her pretty face flushed. The master was taking a bath inside, and as a little slave, Winstia knew that she must do something. For example, help the owner add some hot water. But she hesitated at the door for a long time and still couldn't muster up the courage to go into the house. She was afraid. What if she saw her master's naked body? How awkward and charming would the atmosphere be? So, Winstia hesitated for a long time. Finally, she bit her lip and opened the door. Chapter 49 Summon the Undead Army. Ghost Skeleton Night. Bang! The wooden door was pushed open. Sumu, who had just finished chatting with Luo Wuxi, turned his head and saw that it was Winstia's. Master, is the water cold? I'll get you some hot water. Winstia was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look directly at Sumu and could only look at the ground. The little fox looks so cute when he's shy, Sumu sighed in his heart. He smiled and waved. Come on, my water is indeed cold. Thank you. As Sumu spoke, he reached into the water and adjusted his shorts. Fortunately, he was wearing shorts, otherwise it would be embarrassing to ask Winstia to come over and add water. What if his little Sumu is not honest and scares her? Oh, okay. After responding, Winstia came over with a bucket of water and wanted to pour the water into Sumu's bucket. Little did she know that she was too nervous and not looking at the road, so she stepped on the clothes that Sumu had thrown on the ground. With a scream, the bucket in Winstia's hand slipped, and the hot water splashed on her feet, scalding her so much that she couldn't help but jump forward. With this jump, he landed directly on Sumu's shoulder. Are you okay? Sumu suddenly stood up from the bucket and put his arm around Winstia's waist. No, nothing. Before Winstia could finish her words, Sumu had already picked her up by the waist. Owner. Winstia was startled and put her hand on Sumu's chest. He was shirtless, and her hands were resting on his muscular chest muscles. When had she ever seen a man with his upper body naked? Not to mention that he held her in his arms like a princess. Winstia's heart became more flustered, her face became redder, and she became more shy. Even the whole body was trembling slightly. She thought the master couldn't help it and wanted to do something to her. For example, mandarin ducks playing in the water. Winstia had heard of such things. In fact, options were already emerging in her mind. What to do? Reject? Or agree? Idiot. Are you okay? Sumu suddenly spoke, interrupting Winstia's wandering thoughts. Look, your feet are all burned red. What if blisters form? He poured the cold water in the bucket on Winstia's legs with concern and kept patting her legs with his hands, trying to help lower the temperature of her skin. Winstia's calves are very beautiful, white, and surprisingly elastic. The most important thing is that it is straight and slender, making people love it and want to play with it. But at this moment, Sumu had no evil thoughts in his mind. He was only worried about whether she got burned. Winstia finally understood. It turned out that the owner picked her up to see if her feet were burned. She also thought. Winstia felt both shy and guilty. She actually imagined such a kind master to be a pervert who couldn't control his desires. What was she thinking? For this, Winstia secretly cursed herself several times in her heart. Just soak your feet in it. The water is cold anyway. Sumu put Winstia into the water and then ran out of the bucket. Wait a minute, I'll get some colder water for you to soak in. As he spoke, he went out with the bucket without even having time to put on his clothes. Looking at his anxious back, Winstia felt warm in her heart. Winstia felt that she was being too pretentious. She was so hesitant and shy when she entered the room to bring hot water before. They are all slaves, so these are what they should do. There was nothing. Look at the care her master has for her. And what he said to her tonight because of the White Fox clan. Taking everything into consideration, Winstia felt that she was far inferior to her master. The master treats her well. From now on, I will treat my master better. Come on. Winstia. Winstia secretly encouraged herself, and her mentality changed again. How's it going? Is it better after soaking in cold water? Sumu said with a smile. Yeah, much better. Winstia nodded. Remember, next time you get scalded by hot water, you should immediately use cold water to cool the surface. Don't think it's okay? Blisters are painful and very troublesome. If it doesn't work, I'll let Susu take a look at it for you later. Listening to Sumu's chattering beside her, Winstia didn't feel annoyed at all. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. I understand, master. I'm fine. Unconsciously, her tone had become much gentler, but she herself didn't notice it. In fact, Winstia knew that she was not that fragile. She had been hit by a fireball that had just brushed against her body and was fine. But who can resist such care and tenderness? Can't refuse. Not only will you be unable to refuse it, you will also sink into it. Okay, soak for a while, change your clothes and come out. I'm going to go out and do something first. Yes, master, go ahead and do your work. I can handle it myself. Call me if you need anything. After giving instructions, Sumu came outside. After being invaded by the Moon Demon clan tonight and witnessing Ulilua's power, Sumu's understanding of this world was refreshed once again. This is an extremely dangerous world. We must develop quickly and develop our military branches. Sumu felt that he had a fear of insufficient firepower, and he planned to use all the undead summoning scrolls. Are you sure you want to use the undead summoning scroll? Confirm. As Sumu spoke, the scroll in his hand disappeared, and strange purple-black patterns began to appear on the ground. Without any prompting, Sumu had already seen the pale skeleton standing in the center of the array. An insight spell was cast. Skeleton soldier. An ordinary skeleton soldier in the undead army, but it seems to be missing some weapons in its hands. Disappears after death. Use again. This time, a skeleton holding a dead tree staff and wearing a tattered black wizard hat was summoned. Skeleton mage. A magically contaminated undead skeleton. It is the most skilled enchanting among the undead army, but its body is very fragile. Disappears upon death. Summon again. Skeleton archers. Skeleton soldiers who excel at archery. They are agile and a nightmare for melee enemies, but they seem to lack weapons. Disappears after death. Sumu used up all 46 undead summoning scrolls he had. He discovered that ordinary scrolls of the undead seemed to be able to summon only these 3 types of undead. Now there are 25 skeleton soldiers, 11 skeleton archers, and 10 skeleton magicians in his team. Among them, skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers have no weapons and need to equip themselves. Only skeleton mages are equipped with weapons. Are you sure you want to use the medium-level undead summoning scroll? Confirm. This time, the summoning array pattern was obviously much more complicated than that of an ordinary scroll. Soon, a tall skeleton riding a skeleton warhorse and holding a long scythe appeared in front of him. The skeleton was a bit bigger than the ordinary skeleton soldiers. Its deep red eyes shot through the helmet, which was a bit scary. It is wearing heavy bright silver armor, and its warhorse is also armored, looking majestic. Moreover, the horse's 4 hooves are covered with dark purple nether fire, which is very cool. Ghost skeleton knights. They are devout believers of the god of the dead. Be careful of their charges and scythes, as they will curse and tear you apart. Disappear after death. This is the undead army of my dreams. Looking at the ghost skeleton knight, Sumu was very satisfied. Sure enough, the medium scrolls were much worse than the ordinary ones. Keep calling. Another ghost skeleton knight. When he finally got the last medium summoning scroll, Sumu saw a strange face. A skeleton figure, wrapped in green light, without legs, floating in the air like smoke. The skeleton should not have eyes, but it strangely has a pair of flesh and blood eyes. In one hand it holds a small sickle, and in the other hand it holds a tattered book. Chapter 50, Second Lord Talent, Purgatory Hot Springs. Hello, my new master. The green skull spoke. It was the first of so many skeletons to speak. This made Sumu feel very surprised. A green skull flashed and floated to Sumu's ears with a long and cold voice. It was like something coming from hell, making one's hair stand on end. Trust me, master. With me here, the power of the curse will tear your enemies apart. Your undead army desperately needs me, Madrinza. One day, you'll be so glad you called me out from that damn darkness. He. With a strange laugh, the green skull floated in the air again, watching Sumu quietly. An insight. Hell, Shaman Madrinza. Unique Madrinza was once a respected shaman priest in the tribe. He had healed many people, but because of his outstanding abilities, he was targeted by the Lord of Hell and cursed, becoming one of his thousands of servants. Madrinza contains the power of curse, which will weaken your enemies and make your undead army more powerful. It will completely disappear after death. Only, who understands the value of this? Sumu dared to say that being able to summon Madrinza was definitely a single-shot miracle. After all, this guy seems to need a higher-level undead summoning scroll to appear. Madrinza, from now on, this undead army will be temporarily commanded by you. Sumu pointed at the nearly 50 undead troops nearby and said, At your service, my lord. Madrinza bowed gracefully and saluted like a gentleman. You have much better vision than that damn idiot Sarich. Gia. Sarichi, who is that? Sumu couldn't help but ask. Hush. Madrinza suddenly made a panicked gesture to silence the crowd, looked around, and whispered, My master. Let's not discuss him anymore. He's an ominous guy. Sumu. Hey man, you were the one who brought it up first? Hell Shaman, Mordransa male sign. Age, long time ago. Work adaptability, carrying LV4. Special talent tags, ghost body, ignore gravity, vicious curse. LV for carrying capacity? Doesn't this mean that Madrinza is very suitable to work part-time as a porter? Ghost body, can move freely, ignoring obstacles. Ignore gravity, powerful object control ability, reducing the weight of objects within 10 meters by 50. With just one glance, Sumu confirmed the amazing feature of this gravity-defying device. Mining is not the most difficult thing at the moment. The most difficult part is transporting the overweight ore into the territory. But now with Madrinza's ability, can one trip be reduced to 2? At this point, the part-time position within the Madrinza territory has been determined. Vicious curse. After becoming completely enraged, your abilities increase by 500, and you will die. Sumu. This vicious curse is difficult to comment on. Afterwards, Sumu took a look at the status bars of the other undead skeletons. I found that there was nothing special about the work adaptability. Except for one talent label, Skeleton Constitution, all other talent labels are Battle Maniac and the like. There are also negative labels, but not many overall. It's quite watchable. Moreover, some skeleton archers have the talent of Eagle Eye trait. Eagle Eye trait increases critical hit rate by 15 and weak spot shooting rate by 10. This is definitely a potential talent that a talented archer must possess. Sumu has made up his mind. He will form a team of super skeleton archers who all possess the Eagle Eye trait. It depends on how many undead summoning scrolls you have. If it really doesn't work, try to get closer to Luo Wuxi and exchange more with her. Skeleton Constitution, calcium-based constitution, no dietary needs, just sunbathing every day and photosynthesis. This, Skeleton Constitution, is possessed by all skeletons, and it's very awesome. Are you sure you want to use the Lord's Talent random scroll? Sure. Congratulations on obtaining the Lord's Talent scroll, Purgatory Hot Springs. Purgatory Hot Springs? What is it? Purgatory Hot Springs. If there are undead members in your territory, they can be resurrected without injury after death. Each resurrection grants a 0.5 increase in strength. Limit to 10 deaths per day for the same undead unit. The moment he saw the Lord's Talent, Sumu chose to learn without hesitation. For him at this stage, Purgatory Hot Springs is simply invincible. Sumu himself was planning to prepare an undead army to get through the early stage, and the arrival of the Lord's Talent further strengthened his mind. After all, compared to human armies, these skeletons have no emotions and are easy to control. They are simply perfect. The only drawback is that his IQ is a bit low and his combat power is not necessarily explosive. But now with the Lord Talent of Purgatory Hot Springs, we can take them to level up and make up for their shortcomings. Tonight was incredibly thrilling, but fortunately, it was also very rewarding. Sumu sighed. The benefits and risks are indeed proportional. Brother. Baby. After arranging the undead army, Sumu just walked into the wooden house, and Susu came up to him, mumbling something incoherently. She could hardly open her eyes, but she still kept asking him to hold her. I'm so sleepy that I can't even open my eyes. Why don't you go to bed first? Sumu held her in his arms and touched her little face. The little girl has good skin, smooth and elastic like a peeled egg. Susu, do you want to sleep with your brother in your arms? It's so lonely to be alone. I'm afraid. Susu murmured and squeezed into his arms again. Okay, I'll hold you all the time. Go to sleep quickly. Sumu patted Susu's back like coaxing a child. The little girl's dependence made him feel an unprecedented sense of responsibility. Okay. Susu hugged Sumu, and her breathing became more even. Owner. Winstia pushed the door open and walked in. When she saw this scene, her movements immediately slowed down. It's okay, Susu fell asleep. Sumu said as he picked her up and put her on the bed next to him. Master, will those demons come back to attack us again today? Should we move somewhere else? Winstia said softly. What? Are you scared? Sumu tucked in the quilt for Susu and looked up at her. No. I'm afraid you'll get hurt, Master. Winstia bit her lower lip. Although I don't know what power the Master used to stop them tonight. But this power is definitely not permanent, otherwise you wouldn't need to worry so much, Master. In the territory, Winstia saw the most clearly and understood the power of the demons the most. Compared to Susu's innocence and naivety, she is obviously more mature. I also understand better how difficult it is for my master. Especially after the demons left. Master, you slumped in your chair. I know you must have been under tremendous pressure. I felt sorry for you. That's why I couldn't help but hug you from behind. Taking advantage of the right atmosphere, Winstia said everything she wanted to say. Chapter 51. Winstia's Encouragement. Sumu would naturally never forget that hug from Winstia. It was that hug that soothed his inner restlessness. He also didn't expect that Winstia was so observant and more thoughtful than he imagined. Winstia, you're right. That kind of power is not long-lasting. We were in great danger tonight and almost faced death. But we can't leave this territory. We must continue to develop here. Even if the demons come back again. As Sumu spoke, he couldn't help but reach out and grab Winstia's hand. Don't worry. No matter when, where, or under what circumstances, I will do my best to protect your safety. Because you are very important to me, he said as he glanced at the cute Susu who was already asleep. As the only man in the territory, Sumu felt that the burden on his shoulders was getting heavier and heavier. Winstia suddenly held Sumu's hand and said with a firm look in her eyes, Winstia can also protect the master, and I don't want the master to get hurt. Because the master is also a very important person to me. Wenstia's words shocked Sumu, and then he felt very relieved. Sincere dedication is rewarded. At least, from Wenstia's words, he knew that she had completely accepted his identity. From initial resistance to current acceptance. It was a process that was neither long nor short. The bond between him and Wenstia has become deeper and deeper. The dim yellow light around is swaying in an ambiguous and charming atmosphere. Sumu looked at Wenstia's beautiful face so close to him, and his heart suddenly beat a few times. Suddenly, the charming fragrance of Wendy appeared again, and Sumu couldn't help but sniff. Master. Her voice was very soft, more like a moan, adding a touch of seduction to the charming atmosphere. Wenstia, can I kiss you? Swish. Wenstia's beautiful face suddenly turned red. She wasn't popular originally, but once she asked this question, she couldn't help but become famous. If the master wants to kiss her, then he will kiss her. At most, she won't resist. But why ask such a question? Doesn't he know how embarrassing it is to say such things? This was what Wenstia was thinking. She hummed a word softly. After the kiss, Sumu still felt a little unsatisfied. His head was a little dizzy and not very clear-headed, as if he was being manipulated by something. Owner. Wenstia's voice was filled with tenderness. Susu is still here. Sumu woke up. Something is wrong. Normally he is not such an impulsive person. What happened tonight? Even if he really wanted to kiss Wenstia, he could just kiss her and stop at the right time. But he was absolutely out of control just now and wanted to do something bad to her. Sumu felt a little strange. He's not such an impatient person, is he? Although being a bit lustful is a man's nature. But this is too weird. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Wenstia, is there something strange about the scent you emit? Why do I feel a little out of control every time I smell it? Is that so? Wenstia frowned, then quickly relaxed. She didn't look at Sumu, but said softly, I don't know why either. In fact, Wenstia remembered what her mother once said. The women of the Red Fox clan will have a crush on the opposite sex after they have contact with them. They can't help but feel a sense of pleasure in their bodies, and naturally emit a scent of courtship. This scent is an excellent aphrodisiac for the opposite sex. The more a woman of the Red Fox clan likes someone, and the happier she is, the stronger the fragrance will be and the stronger the effect will be. However, Wenstia didn't know how to tell this embarrassing little secret. Okay. Sumu scratched his head and muttered in his heart. Could it be that I've been suppressing my lust for too long recently? That's not right. I'm a man who can JS for a whole year. Sumu had extreme doubts about himself. Master, can I massage your shoulders? In order to cover up her guilty conscience, Wenstia spoke up. Oh, then I'd be remiss to refuse. Wenstia wanted to give him a shoulder massage, and Sumu couldn't find a reason to refuse. The brief contact just now has already upgraded their relationship. Wenstia seemed not as shy as before and was more relaxed. Thank you for your hard work. The ground needs watering. Sumu's voice rang out. In the afternoon, he still works under the scorching sun. However, hard work pays off. He led the hard-working slimes and spent a whole morning to finally open up and plan out 20 pieces of agricultural land not far from the river. As long as you successfully water the seeds and plant them in the ground, the mission is completed. I'm here, sir. Its entire body was bulging. Its blue body was much bigger than before, and it was filled with river water. It stood in the middle of the land and spurted a stream of water from its mouth towards the sky. The water columns fell in all directions, spraying in all directions like rain, moistening the newly renovated land. This is the unique watering method that is adaptable to slime work. It's perfect. Well done. Sumu's praise triggered ease, praise me quickly, and the little guy vomited even harder. Achieved upgrading territory planning and agricultural land 2020ths. The system prompt came. Sumu took a look and found that the only task left to be completed was to establish a militia team of 50 people. He had tried it before, and the skeleton army also counted in numbers and could be considered a militia. However, including Madrenza, there are only 49 of them. One more to go? Moreover, the system is very tricky. The militia team must be of the same race, and there is no way to just put one person in. Unless Sumu formed a slime militia. Just when he was considering whether to temporarily replace and upgrade, the system announcement sounded. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Lord, Luo Wuxi, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 1. Because the Nightmare Treehouse is located on a special map, you will receive a special map upgrade reward. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Lord, Luo Wuxi, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 2. Because Nightmare Treehouse is a special map, you will receive a special map upgrade reward. 2 promotions in a row. Sumu was surprised by Luo Wuxi's actions. Thinking about it, he pulled out his friend Chad and sent a congratulations. Luo Wuxi's reply was also simple and rude. I have something good to trade with you. Thanks to your Lord Talent Scroll, I got something good randomly. There is a smiley face behind it. Sumu took a look. Advanced Undead Summoning Scroll. There is a chance to summon a general-level character from the Undead Army. Chapter 52 Soul-Catching Doll. Felina. The high-level Undead Summoning Scroll, Luo Wuxi, is simply a timely help. This is exactly what Sumu needs most. After expressing his thanks, Sumu chose to receive it. He still needs to buy time to quickly upgrade the territory to level 2, and then think about how to express his gratitude. Luo Wuxi's 2 consecutive level-ups have already put some pressure on Sumu. If he doesn't hurry up, the level 2 rewards of the normal map will be snatched away. Confirm to use the Advanced Undead Summoning Scroll. Confirm. As Sumu finished speaking, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The surroundings became dark, and there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky. The wind is blowing hard. Immediately afterwards, a complex array pattern appeared on the ground, which was used to summon an army of undead. The force of space is constantly tearing this area apart crazily. Sir, the little slime was obviously afraid of such a scene, and it hugged Sumu's thigh. It's okay, don't be afraid. Sumu squatted down and hugged it to prevent the little guy from being blown away by the strong wind. He fixed his eyes on the center of the formation, wanting to see what it was. Soon, under the tearing of the spatial force, something appeared in the center of the array. Sumu was stunned. No way, big brother. The special effects are all maxed out, and you just summoned a black ragdoll for me? It shouldn't be. At least there has to be a skeleton undead dragon, a lich king, or something like that, right? Soul-catching doll Felina, only one. A rag doll brought to life by the power of the dead. Her name is Felina, and her story is very long. She completely disappeared after her death. Felina? It's not clear what abilities or insight she possesses. Sumu patted Yi's little body. Yi sensibly let him go, and he stood up and walked over. Sumu wanted to get closer and see more clearly. The array pattern has disappeared, and a black rag doll is lying on the ground. The doll looks very worn and old, about 40 to 50 centimeters long. She is wearing a small skirt, and you can vaguely tell from her face that she is a girl. Moreover, she must have been a very pretty female ragdoll in the past. Sumu reached out and picked up Felina, looking at her quietly. Is this thing the legendary general-level existence in the undead army? What's the use of it? Thinking in his heart, he reached out and patted the yellow mud on Felina's face. This was what she got when she was just summoned. Sumu discovered a problem. He tried to use Lord's Pride to check Felina's status bar, but nothing appeared. This is very strange. What's going on? Is it just a doll for me to play with? Or does it require certain conditions to activate it? Sumu was fiddling with the Felina doll, feeling overwhelmed. But soon he thought of going back to the territory to ask Madrinsa. Does this guy know something? When Sumu brought Yi back to the cabin, he discovered that the tree house they lived in had been expanded more than twice its size. The original one-story cabin has now become two-story and looks very nice. All this is thanks to Winstia and Susu. They worked hard all morning to expand the wooden house. Soul-catching doll Felina? Madrinsa looked at the ceiling and thought for a while, then looked at the black dress doll in Sumu's hand several times. I'm sorry, Master. Madrinsa's knowledge is not enough to answer your questions. The undead realm is vast. There are 109 ordinary undead cities alone, each of which contains tens of millions of undead. I know quite a few undead generals, but your soul-catching doll, Felina, is not one of them. All right. Sumu didn't get the answer he wanted from Madrinsa, but he discovered a point. The militia has gathered 50 people. In other words, the soul-catching doll Felina in his hand is considered as one of the members of the territory, and automatically included in the undead team. Sumu casually put the Felina doll on the bed. He had to quickly click on the territory crystal to upgrade. Little did he know that just after Sumu turned around, Felina doll sat up from the bed strangely. Her dark, dull eyes stared at his back until he disappeared. Then she slowly climbed onto the wooden pillow and fell asleep. If Sumu saw this strange scene, he would probably curse at him. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Sakura Country player, Kakawa Kinsaka, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 2. As soon as this news came out, all the lords put down their tools, weapons, and the world chat channel immediately became lively. Damn, the first person to upgrade to level 2 territory wasn't Sumu's? God bless you. This brother, Kinsaka Shikagawa, is really impressive. Awesome. Sumu didn't even get the first level 2 upgrade? Ha ha ha, so satisfying. I don't feel jealous when anyone takes advantage of me, except Sumu, who keeps silent when he takes advantage of me. Who says it's not true? That guy named Sumu took all the good stuff. Isn't that outrageous? Fortunately, someone got there before him this time. Great. I haven't been this happy in a long time. If there's champagne, I'll definitely open a bottle. The chat channel was filled with voices of gloating, both from Dragon Country and abroad. The lords are fighting for one, and anyone can take it except Sumu. In the final analysis, Sumu's name has appeared too frequently in the world announcements recently, and almost all good things are related to him. In particular, the lords from all over the world were still upset about the fact that the Moon Demon Clan's invasion failed last night, and Sumu was rewarded instead. Why does this guy seem to be cheating? The demons gave him a bonus copy for free? That's too much. As a result, Sumu's reputation in the chat channel plummeted, and he became even more envied. Even the lords gave Sumu a nickname, the son of the Lord's Era. They all joked that if there was someone behind the Lord's Era, then Sumu must be this person's illegitimate child. In such a wave, the lords received the news that someone had upgraded before Sumu. They were too happy and excited. But they seemed to be happy and celebrating too early. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Nation player, Sumu, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 2. World Chat Channel. What's the meaning? Wasn't it the second upgrade that wasn't announced system-wide? What the hell is going on with the system? Could it be that they've suddenly changed the mechanics again, giving rewards to the first 2 upgrades as an excuse to give rewards to that Sumu? Huh? Can you play like this? The biological son is confirmed. Damn, this is terrifying when I think about it. Was it Sumu who brought us to this ghost world? Just when the lords were confused and the chat channel was filled with insults, the system announcement appeared again a minute later. System detection shows that Dragon Nation player, Sumu, and Sakura Nation player, Luchuan Gansaka, submitted requests to upgrade their territory to level 2 at the same time. The upgrade time of the 2 lords is unified. Chapter 53 Ways to Obtain Rewards. Territory Battlefield. What does that mean? Can I upgrade my territory at the same time? The system means that both those who break through the steel plate and Sumu will receive the reward for reaching level 2 of the territory. Damn, this is too fake. Could it be that the system has opened a backdoor for Sumu? How can this all be put together? Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. As if responding to the doubts, the system announcement sounded again. Retest confirmed. The Dragon Country Lord, Sumu, and the Sakura Country Lord, Luchuan Gansaka, both confirmed the time at 13 hours 58 minutes and 48 seconds. Because there is only one reward for the first upgrade of the level 2 territory, the system has now decided to determine the distribution of rewards based on territory battlefield battles. Lords, please go to the homepage to check the relevant information. In the wooden house of Tianmu village, Sumu frowned secretly as he listened to the system's announcement. Is it possible? He quickly clicked on the homepage to see the system's explanation. Within 1 hour, Sumu must prepare 100 combat-ready troops in the territory. An hour later, he and 100 soldiers will be teleported to the virtual territory battlefield by the system to engage in a virtual battle with Kenzakuwa, the Lord of Sakura Country. The winning party will receive the first upgrade reward for the level 2 territory. Moreover, Sumu noticed that the Lord's talents and skills can play a role in the virtual battlefield. Except for the Lord who will not die, the members brought into the battle will suffer casualties. The battle ends when all the troops are used up. The side whose Lord has no more troops will be declared the loser. To a large extent, this is also the system's way of preventing the occurrence of the routine of capturing the leader first. It can be said that this is a battle that truly tests the territory's foundation. If the fighting power in the territory is weak, no matter how powerful the Lord is, he may not be able to win the battle. It can be said that the system is comprehensive enough. Are you confident? Luo Wuxi sent a greeting to Sumu. It's a pity that I didn't go out to fight monsters today, so I don't have any scrolls of the dead. Otherwise, you might have more choices. Haha, the higher undead scroll you just gave me is already incredible, okay? I'm not that greedy. Although the soul-catching doll Fiolina didn't know what was going on, Sumu didn't have time to worry about it. Don't worry, it's safe to... Come on. Luo Wuxi also sent a smiley face. After stopping chatting, Sumu went to prepare. System-wide announcement. In order to promote the development of the Lord's territories, speed up the process. This virtual battle will feature a win-lose voting system. The winning Lord will receive a Lord gift pack. Gift pack rewards are random. As soon as the system message came out, the world chat channel was boiling again. Guess the prize? Brothers, there's a Lord pack, so how do I choose? Who should I choose? Brothers, the voting machine is out. Do you want to choose Luchuan Gansaka or Sumu? I think I should choose Sumu. After all, he is the favorite son of the Lord Era. Yes, yes, Sumu just finished dealing with the Moon Demon Clan yesterday. Maybe he has a lot of hidden cards up his sleeve. If you hadn't said it, I would have chosen Sumu. But now that you've said it, I want to choose Lu Chuan Gangban. I understand. Sumu fought against the Moon Demon Clan's invasion last night. I'm afraid it took a lot of effort, right? By the way, does anyone know what the guy who pierces through steel plates is called? Why have I never heard of him? Where did this tough guy come from? Just as the lords were frantically discussing who to vote for, a Korean lord named Han Jisheng suddenly appeared. I'll tell you something in secret. Kansaka Shikagawa's territory is right next to me, and he's very fierce. The territory is full of orcs. Each one is as strong as an ox and can take down a goblin with one punch. No one around our territory is not afraid of him. When this news appeared, there was a brief silence in the channel. Is this true or false? No pictures, no truth. Brother, you're not planning on us joining Luchuan Ganban while you secretly join Sumo, are you? That would be really mean of you. Yeah, if that's the case, you're really bad. Facing everyone's doubts, Han Jisheng directly sent out a screenshot, which showed that he had voted for Kansaka Kagawa using the voting option machine. See? I voted for Kansaka Shikagawa. He's definitely got the talent. He also has skills and has unlocked the Lord's talent. The weapon in his hand is a long-barreled copper spear, which is very powerful. Han Jisheng's tone was very arrogant. If you hadn't just questioned me and not scolded me, I wouldn't have said so much and shared so much with you. Trust me anyway, vote for Kansaka Shikagawa. After Han Jisheng said this, the lords who originally wanted to vote for Su Mu began to waver. But some people are still worried. Brother from the Korean country, you must be quite a tough guy. I'm curious about what the territory of Luchuan Gansaka looks like. Do you have any screenshots? Han Jisheng, good brother, can you take a screenshot and show it to me? I want to see the orcs in the Luchuan Gansaka territory. Yeah, Jisheng Appa is so familiar with Kansaka-sen Shikagawa. He must have seen him in battle, right? Curious Appa. You are so capable. There must be a way, right? Under the flattery of the lords, Han Jisheng felt a little proud. Of course I have what you said, and it's nothing to show you. As he spoke, he sent several screenshots in succession. One is the territory of Kansaka Shikagawa. The wooden houses in the Luchuan Gansaka territory are built very tall, and the layout is staggered. From a distance, it looks like a real village, forming a perfect village. More importantly, there are orcs over 2 meters tall stationed on the outskirts of his territory. Those orcs were all strong and fierce-looking, forming a huge deterrent. The screenshot below shows the back of Kansaka Shikagawa himself in battle. Shikagawa Kansaka raised his hands high, and a huge fireball condensed in his hands, like a fire element magician. It's so cool. It looks really strong. Who knows who is stronger, the lizardmen or the orcs? A lord raised a question. He thought of estimating Su Mu's strength by referring to Shrek's strength at that time. I assent this nonsense. I've seen lizardmen and orcs, and I think orcs can cripple lizardmen. Indeed, the lizardmen and the goblins are about evenly matched. We're just difficult to deal with, but to the orcs, they're nothing. Alright, I suddenly remembered, wasn't Kansaka Shikagawa the guy who participated in the Shrek and Sumo battle bet in the chat channel a while ago? Is it him? The name seems to be the same. I remember betting with a female lord back then. It seems like what Kansaka Shikagawa took out was a skill scroll. Shit, I remember now. I had that good stuff a few days ago. It's absolutely amazing how it can penetrate steel plates. Vote for it. I vote for him. Vote for him. Vote for him. Chapter 54, just charge with your eyes closed. What made Han Jisheng frown was that under his influence and the analysis of the lords, at the last moment, the voting ratio between Su Mu and Kagawa Kansaka was frozen at 22 hours, 78 minutes. 22 is Su Mu. 78 is Kansakawa. Although Luchuan Gansaka was 3 times taller, the clever Han Jisheng still smelled something wrong. What's going on? Haven't I analyzed this with you all? I've even posted screenshots. Why does Su Mu still have such a high approval rating? Han Jisheng felt that he had been tricked. Appa is tall and Appa is short, so Su Mu's support rate must be lower than 5 to be reasonable, right? Why does the rate still reach 22? Didn't the lords on the chat channel praise him a lot? Why did they vote not to trust his judgment? Are you guys stupid? Huh. Shikagawa Kansaka will definitely win. Han Jisheng rolled his eyes and couldn't help complaining. He felt that his young heart had been betrayed. I feel very unhappy. I don't understand either. What's going on? Su Mu's approval rating is still pretty high, huh? Is there any more gossip? I don't know, but I voted for Kansaka Shikagawa. Me too, I support Kansaka Shikagawa. At this time, a Dragon Country lord named Mu Yi stood up. Kimchi, I don't understand why Su Mu's approval rating is 22. Just a reminder, our Dragon Nation's population once accounted for 1/5 of the world's population. As Muyi stood up, more and more Dragon Country lords followed suit and spoke. Damn it, don't you see where you're hitting? The Dragon Country Lord versus the Sakura Country Lord. Do you think our Dragon Country Lord will support the devils instead of his own people? That's right. Sumu beat that thing to death and pierced the steel plate. What the hell is that half-orc? Fuck him. Damn it. Give those people who threw the steel plate a slap in the face. The chat messages became increasingly heated. Our Dragon Lord is just usually taunting Sumu in the chat channel. If a fight really comes to a head, we'll definitely support him. What do you think? That's right. Those who can't distinguish right from wrong are unworthy of being human. You might have to think twice about attacking other countries, but don't even think about attacking the Sakura country. Just go after your own people. So what if Sumu loses? I'm willing to take the bet and not even think about the reward. So what? I'm just supporting Sumu without a second thought. I'm supporting the Lord of our Dragon Nation. Support Sumu. Support the Dragon Lord. Support Sumu. Support the Dragon Kingdom Lord. More and more Dragon Lords uttered this sentence, and the screen was filled with crazy messages, and the formation was unified. Looking at the neat queue in the World Chat channel, Han Jisheng's face instantly darkened, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. However, system-wide announcement. Time is up. Please prepare to teleport Dragon Country Lord Sumu and Sakura Country Lord Luchuan Gansaka. The system will announce the winner as soon as he or she is determined. Kansaka Shikagawa is completely unaware of what is happening in the World Chat channel. All he wants now is to prepare for the battle. Dragon countryman named Sumu, are you ready? Wait until I show you what absolute power is. Snort. With a cold snort, Kansaka Shikagawa chose to accept the teleportation. He can't bear it any longer. Last time, because of Sumu, he lost a skill scroll of Skyfire. This time, Kansaka Lukawa is determined to torture Sumu severely. Get the interest back from him. Accept the transmission. In the small village of Tianmu, Sumu had already made preparations. As the space was torn apart, when Sumu opened his eyes again, he found himself on a piece of yellow mud land. There was a vast desert all around, with no trees to serve as cover, let alone rocks or anything like that. Neither side has any terrain advantage, and the main strategy is to fight until the other side is satisfied. Behind Sumu are 20 fire elemental slimes responsible for firepower coverage and attack. Each of them has the same label, and they are all absolute fighters and warmongers. After that, it was the first charging group, led by Thunderstorm King Kong. Sumu carefully selected all the Thunderbolt King Kongs with potential talents such as Fighting Maniac, Great Strength, and Combat Expert. They are all the elite among the elite. It can be said that negative labels will never appear in Sumu's team. A total of 10 Thunderbolts were selected. Behind Thunderbolt King Kong is a legion of undead. Except for the soul-catching Dolph Yelena, all the undead are dispatched. The skeleton soldiers' weapons include long swords and spears, which were randomly equipped by Sumu. The weapons and equipment in his territory were all looted from goblins, and he would just use whatever he could find. What he was interested in was naturally not the fighting ability of the skeleton soldiers, but his own talent as the Lord of Purgatory Hot Springs. As long as this talent exists, the undead can be resurrected 10 times. This is an absolute bug. It can be said that Sumu had carefully calculated everything. The last group is all Night Phantoms. The combat capability of the Night Phantoms is not weak in itself, and will be even stronger with the blessing of potential talent tags. Bringing them out is naturally for the purpose of providing a backup. It can be said that Sumu thought a lot, made all the calculations, and took into account various situations. Soon, Sumu noticed that the Lord of the Sakura country, named Kansaka Lukawa, was also teleported over. Kansaka Shikagawa is not very tall, and he looks sinister and cunning. Behind him was an army of orcs, very neatly organized. Compared to the ragtag army that Su Mudong cobbled together, the one on Luchuan Gansaka's side looked more like a well-trained regular army. Ha! Looking at the scattered fighting forces behind Sumu, Kansaka Luchuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. His tone was full of disdain. Su Muzang, is this the strength you need to upgrade your territory to level 1 for the first time? The members behind you are really funny. They even brought out the slime. Kansaka Kagawa kept chattering. I'm very curious. How did you, with your strength, withstand the Moon Demon Clan's attacks? Did you agree to be their slave? He looked at Sumu's fighting ability and smiled even more brazenly. Except for the King Kong in front who seems to be able to see, you are really weak. So noisy. Sumu curled his lips and did not argue with Kansaka Kagawa. He continued to calmly analyze the situation on the field. To be honest, Kansaka Shikagawa's strength seems to be pretty good. Sumu felt that this battle might be a bit difficult. Both sides prepare to launch an attack. Following the system's announcement, the orcs from Luchuan Gansaka took the lead in launching a charge. The roar of the orcs shook the earth. Luchuan Gansaka mocked Sumu verbally, but when fighting, he put away his arrogance and took it seriously. He's quite a character. Sumu gave the first evaluation. Fight! Sumu roared and jumped onto the shoulder of Thunder King Kong. The reliable Thunderstorm King Kong slammed his chest and took the lead in charging. The battle is about to begin. However, a scene that surprised Sumu appeared. Two ghost knights actually rushed out of the team and charged forward. They were moving so fast that a cloud of sand was raised behind them. The skeleton horse was stepping on the dark purple netherworld fire, and its momentum was so astonishing that no one could stop it. What? Seeing the orcs charging, Kansaka Lukawa was shocked. Because of the existence of Thunder King Kong, he didn't even notice that there were two such things in Sumu's team. Madrenza, can't help it any longer. The Hell Shaman Madrenza, who had been at the end of the team, suddenly soared into the sky. He bloomed in the air like a green ball of light. Green energy instantly radiated below. Charge! Undead army. Tear apart the enemies who dare to challenge us. Curse them. Chapter 55, Little Kagawa Kansaka. Get him. Curse it. Curse it. Lord Madrenza will make you feel what despair is. Madrenza's slightly crazy voice resounded above the sky of the virtual battlefield. Green light fell, and the orcs who were still charging stopped collectively. Then, their steps slowed down, and their roars were not as fierce as before. What's going on? Kansaka Shikagawa discovered this detail. What did that damn guy in the sky do to my orc army? Sumu, who was sitting on the shoulder of Thunder King Kong, knew best what Madrenza had done at this moment. The power of the curse is an amplification for the undead. But for targets that are not undead, they will be weakened for a certain period of time. The orcs were already weakened, and it was time to attack. Sumu seized the opportunity and waved his hand. Long-range target attack. The fire elemental slimes in the back had already taken their positions. The moment they received the order, they continuously spewed out fireballs from their mouths. In the overwhelming fireballs, there are also the arrows shot by the skeleton archers. The orcs charging in the front were hit one after another, and wailing was heard everywhere. Is the fire elemental slime strong? Actually, it's not that strong. But Sumu's fire elemental slime is different. Everyone who can come here to fight is an elite among elites, and their strength is absolutely unquestionable. But what frightened Kansaka Shikagawa was far more than that. The Ghost Skeleton Knight's charge is already in place. With the blessing of the curse power, the two of them are extremely brave. They swung their sickles and cut off the heads of the orcs rushing in front. Stimulated by the sacrifice and blood of their companions, the orcs also began a fierce resistance. The bloody battle begins. However, the cursed orcs were far less powerful than they were in their prime. Although the skeleton soldiers were not difficult to deal with. But they are not only facing skeleton soldiers, but also the enemy's long-range fire support and sudden surprise attacks hidden in the dark. Several times, the orcs were almost able to get rid of the skeleton soldiers in front of them, but a shadow suddenly appeared from behind and hit them, completely reversing the situation. Night Phantom launches a surprise attack. They always appear exactly where support is most needed. A huge collapse. When he came, Luchuan Gansaka knew that dealing with Sumu was not easy, and he never underestimated the enemy and was arrogant. He didn't even pay attention to the world chat channel and was concentrating on preparing for the battle. But he didn't expect that his currently invincible orc army would be so suppressed in front of Sumu. There are attacks from the sky and fire coverage from the ground. Sumu really has planned everything out and thought of everything. Kansaka Shikagawa gritted his teeth secretly. In such a desperate situation, he did not give up. He summoned the power of the fire element, constantly helping his orc army to maneuver and try to turn the tide of the battle. But Kansaka Luchuan made careful preparations, so Sumu obviously had to take it more seriously. Not only did he carefully select and send out the strongest fighting force, but he also specially familiarized himself with his skills when he came. Stealth attack. After 2 consecutive leaps, Sumu landed next to Kansaka Lukawa. Kansaka Kagawa was shocked. He had just clearly noticed Sumu on King Kong's shoulder, but how come she ran to his side in the blink of an eye? What skill is this? Sumu didn't answer. He had already drawn his dragon horn knife. The strangely shaped weapon exudes a cold aura. Ganglon slash. The answer to Kansaka Shikagawa was these 3 words. A 5-meter-long gust of wind rushed forward with a sonic boom. Kansaka Shikagawa's eyes showed fear. The strong wind has arrived. Puff. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Lord Su-mu for winning the battle in the territory battlefield. Dragon Kingdom Lord Su-mu will receive a reward for upgrading his territory to level 2. Congratulations to the winning lord of the voting contest. The reward package will be airdropped to your account soon, so be sure to claim it. As soon as the system announcement came out, wailing sounds filled the world channel. Fuck. Where's Han Jisheng? Get out here. Is this what you meant by Shikagawa Kansaka's sure win? What a load of shit. I said I was going to support Su-mu, but Han Jisheng led me astray and I voted for Luchuan Gansaka. Me too. If it weren't for that guy, I would have supported Su-mu a long time ago. He's the one who can drive away the demons. That's right, the first person to receive the first promotion. The one who can resist the invasion of the demons. He is the strongest man. Okay. Don't forget, he also defeated Shrek, who was in second place. In the chat channel, foreign lords began to criticize Han Jisheng. On the contrary, Su-mu was lifted to a whole new level by them. He became that man in the mouths of foreign lords. But the severity of the problem goes far beyond that. Some lords were extremely resentful because they were unable to receive the system gift package rewards. Okay. Han Jisheng, right? The lord of the Kimchi Kingdom, right? You just wait. I'll invade every Kimchi Kingdom territory I see. Support. Damn Koreans, just wait. The Kimchi Lord's territory is right next to me. I'm going to unite with the surrounding lords and take him down. Done. Must do. Looking at the messages flashing in the chat channel, Han Jisheng's face changed wildly and finally turned into panic. He never thought that he was just surfing the internet and actually triggered a hidden war copy for the lords of his country. The more Han Jisheng thought about it, the more scared he became. No, I'm going to the one in Shikagawa Kansaka. Han Jisheng stood up and left his territory. However, at this moment, the time of celebration still belongs to the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Fuck. Su-mu is awesome. We are the champions. Little Kagawa Kansaka, little lord of the Sakura Kingdom, take him down. How can he not win? So many of our dragon lords are supporting him. He must win. That's right. When you are happy, shouldn't you thank the lord named Mai? If he hadn't expressed support for Su-mu and our Dragon Nation's own lord in the national chat channel, would we be so united? Yes, I should thank Muyi. He was the one who took the lead. Otherwise, I would still be hesitant. Thanks, Brother Mai. Thank you very much. The power of the demonic dragon hornblade combined with the ganglon slash is too terrifying, isn't it? Su-mu smacked his lips. He was still recalling the scene where Luchuan Gansaka was split into two by him. So strong. In Su-mu's eyes, the skill ganglon Zhan has growth potential, because it can increase its strength according to the strength of the weapon. When Su-mu used ganglon slash with an ordinary long sword, the power was less than half of that of the demonic dragon horn knife. However, using the dragon horn knife, he was able to kill Kansaka Shikagawa in an instant, leaving the opponent no chance to react. Su-mu suddenly felt like he had found a treasure. This was a powerful skill that could be affected by the quality of the weapon. Get the system reward package. Successfully upgraded to level 2 territory. Chapter 56, Tianmu Tribe. Level 3 territory achievement conditions. Without rushing to see what reward he had obtained, Su-mu's hand fell on the territory crystal. Tianmu Tribe. Territory attributes. Level 2 tribe. Lord, Su-mu. Lord Talent. Pride of the Leader, Purgatory Hot Spring. Lord Strength, 78. Leader's Strength, 76. Lord Agility, 79. Lord's Wisdom, 80. Lord Skills. Insight, Sneak Attack, Storm Slash, Wind Dragon. Lord's Equipment. Firearm, Refined Longbow, Dragon Horn Knife. Lord Charm, 40. The village was upgraded to the name of the tribe. In addition, Su-mu's overall attributes have been greatly improved, almost doubling. It seems that the way to become stronger is largely inseparable from the improvement of territory level. However, the charm has not increased at all. It seems that this can only be improved through external forces. Territory upgrade tips. 1. Absorb 3,000 lives to become residents of the territory, currently 435/3000, unfinished. 2. Own 45/150 buildings on the land within your territory, unfinished. 3. Increase the size of the army to 50/450 and develop a set of training methods to refine the 3 types of arms, not completed. 4. Pave roads in the territory and have the ability to build bridges, unfinished. 5. Successfully enjoy the joy of harvest from the planned farmland, unfinished. 6. The territory has basic medical facilities and basic living facilities, unfinished. 7. Wherever the flag points, you are invincible. Design a territory flag and plant it in the territory to show your sovereignty. Unfinished. After completing the above conditions, you can upgrade your territory to level 3 and then unlock the corresponding functions. The conditions for this upgrade are similar to the last one. What surprised Su Mu was the design of the flag. To be honest, the infrastructure in Su Mu's territory is not very good now. The roads are not planned and completed. The main thing is that if one person walks more, the road will be formed. These things really need to be thought about carefully, and how to design them is key. Obtain Territory Reputation Scroll. Obtain 1000 Territory Reputation after use. Territory Reputation affects the external reputation of the territory. The higher the territory reputation, the higher the territory's popularity. P.S. Personal reputation affects territory talent recruitment, and territory reputation affects the population occupancy rate in the later stages. Obtain a scroll that increases all attributes by 20 points. Obtain Territory Expansion Crystals. Obtain 5 Territory Member Medical Ability Development Scrolls, used to develop members' medical skills, providing protection for the territory. Obtain 50 Taming Collars, can be used to capture animals and domesticate them into livestock, providing sustainable development for the territory. Obtain Slave Collar X100. Get 100 Capture Collars. Detected that the Lord's territory members have slimes, lizardmen, undead, thunderstorm King Kong, roaring bear, red fox, plant spirits. Randomly select the undead race and obtain Undead Summoning Scroll X100. Can we still play like this? Su Mu was also a little surprised at the system's final reward. Is the plant spirit referring to Susu? This is all the rewards from the system, which is quite generous. Su Mu is not greedy, and he feels quite satisfied. It's a pity that he can't participate in the win-loss competition, otherwise he can still take advantage of the system. After using the scroll that increased all attributes by 20 points, Su Mu's attributes were improved again. He clenched his fists slightly, and there was a crackling sound from his joints, and his whole body was filled with strength. He felt like he could kill a roaring bear with one punch. After the territory was upgraded from a village to a tribe, Su Mu saw the current territory coverage from the territory crystal. It expanded from the previous 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers. That is to say, after he used the territory expansion crystal, the territory range doubled to 10 kilometers. What is the concept of 10 kilometers? The town where Su Mu used to live was only about 7 or 8 kilometers from south to north, and the scope of his current territory is even larger than a small town in his previous life. He dared to say that his territory was definitely the largest territory so far, because no one has used the territory expansion crystal twice in a row like him. After planning the approximate land use, Su Mu found the lizardman Shisha. Shisha, have you found other lizardmen companions recently? You can try to introduce them to us, because we'll need you in many places. Su Mu said. In the past, wood was mostly used, so it was always the slime tribe that did the work. But now Su Mu wants to plan a set of blue brick roads and move the house as close to the stone house as possible. His territory will need a lot of stone mines in the future. Lizardmen are good at mining, and this is when they are needed. Yes, master. I know there is a group of lizardmen active in the Myriad forest, but I can't convince them to join right now, because they're in a little trouble. Shisha replied. The owner had asked him to keep an eye on things before, so he probably knew some information. Oh, how many members are there in the tribe? What trouble did they encounter? Su Mu remembered that Shisha's manual adaptability was mining level 3. Because he is specialized, he can mine very quickly. This is also the reason why Shrek was so optimistic about the lizardmen at that time. In addition to wood, ore is also a very important resource. There are about 100 members, and they are engaged in an underground war with the bunny tribe. Shisha began to explain. It turned out that Turin, the lizardman chief of another tribe, had a son named Tujeb. A few days ago, Tujebu and his tribe discovered a crystal mine in the wild, and they immediately wanted to bring the news back to the tribe. But they were killed by the members of the bunny tribe on the way. Tujebu died, and another tribe member escaped by chance and brought the news back to the tribe. So, war was declared between the lizardmen and the rabbit tribe. The two tribes have been fighting fiercely in recent days. Compared to you lizardmen, what are the characteristics of the bunny clan? After thinking for a while, Su Luo asked. Like us, the pouting rabbits like to live in underground caves. They are also very good at mining. Are you also good at mining? Su Mu suddenly became interested. That's a great feeling. What he lacks most now is free labor for mining. Can you contact their leader, Turin? I would like to see him. Yes, master. I can help you contact Turin and ask for his advice. Well, just tell it that I can avenge its son. Yes. After Shisha left, Su Mu didn't waste any time. He immediately started using the undead summoning scroll to continue increasing his undead team. In the battle with Kensaka Kagawa, Sumu successfully reaped the benefits. With the existence of purgatory hot springs, the skeleton soldiers who died as cannon fodder have really been resurrected and become stronger. With such a huge bug, it is impossible for Sumu not to get stuck. He had already made plans. From now on, he would let Madrinza lead the undead army out to fight every day, and they would not come back until they died 10 times. If this goes on for so long, won't his undead army still be invincible? Sumu wanted to give a thumbs up to his own wit. Chapter 57 Felina couldn't help but jump up. 99. 100. Too little. 100 scrolls of summoning the undead are not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth now. Sumu took a look at the undead army that had grown stronger again and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the territory expands, he will now need more and more people. This time, 50 skeleton soldiers, 25 skeleton archers, and 25 skeleton mages were summoned. After letting Madrinza take the undead legion out to level up, Sumu finally had time to rest. Susu, where is your sister Wenstia? Where did she go? When Sumu returned to the room, he did not see Wenstia. Only Susu was in the room. He couldn't help but ask. My sister said that it's not good for us to eat meat so often recently. She's going to the edge of the forest to pick some wild fruits for us to have as dinner. Susu said as she fiddled with the Felina soul-catching doll in her hand. She said that since my brother asked, don't worry, she will be back soon and will only be active at the edge of the forest. All right. After hearing her answer, Sumu felt relieved. Wenstia is very smart and clever, so she won't be a problem if she stays at the edge of the forest. Susu, this doll is not for playing with. Seeing that Susu was still fiddling with the Felina doll, Sumu sat next to her and touched her head with amusement. I'm not playing, brother. I'm helping her clean up. She's a little dirty. Susu's voice is soft and sticky. When she saw Sumu coming to her side, she stopped fiddling with the Felina doll and opened her hands wildly, hinting, brother, hug me. Hug. Okay, hug, I'll hug you. Sumu had no way to deal with her acting coquettishly, so he hugged her in his arms and put her on his lap. Susu then continued to play with the Felina doll in her hand with satisfaction, saying delicately, brother, her little skirt is so torn. Can we get her a new one? Sumu took a look. In fact, he had noticed a long time ago that the little black dress that Felina was wearing had many patches on it, the kind that had been sewn and patched again and again. Show me. Sumu took the Felina doll from Susu's hand. After looking at it carefully, he suddenly lifted up the black skirt the doll was wearing and took a look at the structure inside. It looks like this skirt can actually be taken off. Sumu muttered to himself as he continued to fiddle with the Felina doll, observing the structure of the doll thoroughly. Susu watched her brother's actions without blinking. Susu, do you really want to help her change her skirt? It looks like it can really be taken off, so we can make a new dress for her. Before he could finish his words, Sumu was stunned, because Susu lifted up the little skirt she was wearing. You are stupid, Susu. Sumu's scalp felt numb. He reached out and pressed down Susu's skirt, then pinched her little face hard. Silly girl. Woo, brother. It hurts. Susu pleaded pitifully. Sumu didn't use any strength at all, so he knew Susu was pretending. In addition to liking to act coquettishly, the little girl also seems to have made great progress in pretending to be pitiful. Remember, don't do this in front of anyone again, okay? Sumu touched Susu's nose and taught her earnestly. Lifting up skirts in public, isn't that something only little girls of 3 or 4 years old would do? Susu had just been conceived from the fruit of life, and to a large extent, her mentality was no different from that of a little girl. Sumu felt that he needed to teach her something. But you did the same, brother. Susu pouted her little mouth, looking adorable as if she was about to cry. She lay in her brother's arms and sniffed pitifully. It is impossible for her to cry. The little girl just wants to act coquettishly and be coaxed. How is mine the same? Sumu frowned. I'm lifting the dolls. It's okay to lift the dolls, but it's different for you, you know? As Sumu spoke, in order to strengthen Susu's memory, he repeatedly lifted up the black skirt on the Felina doll and then put it down again. This was repeated several times. Dolls won't show their private parts, but people can. Sumu tried to make Susu understand this matter. But Susu obviously didn't understand. Huh? What? Because you're a little girl. Doing this is very ungraceful and will easily expose yourself to people outside, you know? Waha. You won't have to worry about exposing yourself. Anyway, you little girls should know how to protect yourself. So you can't do this kind of thing outside in the future, otherwise your brother will be angry. Sumu pretended to be stern and taught her. He reached out and tapped Susu's head. Little girl, do you know? Okay. Susu nodded her head seriously, and then added, Susu, I understand. Brother, please don't be angry. That's right. Sumu patted her little face and felt very relieved. The little girl finally listened. Brother, Susu has another question. Susu suddenly raised her little hand. Any questions? Ask away. Sumu's tone also softened. Susu, can't you lift your skirt just in front of your brother? Sumu. No way. He actually hesitated. It's a sin, Sumu. Sumu secretly criticized himself in his heart. Well, okay. Susu blinked, not knowing whether she heard it or not. Let's get back to the point. If you want to change Doll's dress, then we'll do it for her, okay? Sumu decided that he would do nothing else for the rest of the time and focus on playing with Susu. After all, the little girl has been pestering him to play for a long time. Okay. Well, let's take off the doll's skirt first, and then use the cloth to measure the size. Sumu started to take action and wanted to take off the skirt of the Felina doll. But at this moment, something strange happened. The Felina doll escaped from Sumu's hand and flew into the air, just floating quietly, looking at Sumu. Susu, W, degree O degree W. Brother, the doll flew away. Amazing. Susu clapped her hands and twisted her body excitedly in Sumu's arms. Of course, Sumu knew that the doll had flown away. He was not a blind fool. However, no one knows the origin of the Felina doll better than him. You can really move. Why didn't you respond when I called you before? Sumu said. Felina doll moved her body, stretched out her hand, and patted her skirt, straightening it out. I have to say, this scene is a bit weird and cute. A doll is pulling up her skirt. Who can imagine this scene in the real world? Hateful. The Felina doll spoke, and it was a female voice. I've been sleeping in doll form, and I have no idea what's going on. Besides, who would risk their life to lift up a baby doll's skirt? That's abominable. After saying this, Felina doll turned 360 degrees in a circle, and then a strange black smoke enveloped her. Next moment, in front of Sumu, Felina's true body appeared. Chapter 58, The Tsundere Undead Doll Felina. Wow, brother, the doll has turned into a human. So amazing. Susu's eyes were shining, as if she had seen something extraordinary and was very excited. Sumu quickly reached out and grabbed her flailing hands, his eyes fixed on the combination of beauty and weirdness. Do you know what kind of collision it is? Sumu knows. Because Felina, who had already appeared in human form, explained to him what the combination of beauty and weirdness was. Felina, who was floating in the air, was about 1.65 meters tall. She had a small face and a girlish look, and looked young. She had a slender figure, and wore a ragged skirt that was about the same as when she was in doll form. The long hair like ink falls down, giving people an impeccable silky texture. Sumu didn't know whether she used too much Rejoice or too little Vidal Sassoon, but her long hair was very silky. However, at this moment, there was a hint of dissatisfaction on Felina's face. She put her hands on her hips, puffed her lips, and her dark eyes fell on Sumu's face, looking like a sulking little girl. Flipping the doll's skirt is my problem. Facing Felina's inquiring gaze, Sumu spoke. But I don't know what you are. If you're like this, can I still lift your skirt up? And can I lift it up again and again? So you mean my problem? Felina suddenly floated in front of Sumu. What else? Sumu shrugged, indicating that he was also innocent and helpless. If you had shown up earlier, I definitely wouldn't have done such a thing. Damn it. Felina gritted her teeth, revealing her big white teeth. In fact, Felina was awake the moment she was summoned. However, she didn't know who the person who summoned her was, or what his personality was like. The suspicious Felina decided not to reveal her true identity and observe the development of everything in the form of a doll. She had originally planned to hide for 7 days and half a month before reappearing in her original form to face her current master. But I didn't expect that my skirt would be lifted up as soon as I came up. There was nothing wrong with having her skirt lifted up, and Felina could accept it. After all, it was just a doll. What was there to see? What she couldn't accept was that the doll's skirt was repeatedly lifted up, and her hateful owner also stared at the doll for a while. She had a clear feeling about all of this. Being stared at wildly, having her skirt lifted wildly, it was as if all this was done to her real body, not just a doll. She has a sense of shame. But she endured all of this. Unexpectedly, her owner would actually take off the doll's skirt in the end. Felina couldn't stand it anymore. What's the difference between this and taking her clothes off in front of her? No difference. So, she exposed herself in advance. It was precisely because of this that she didn't know how to refute Sumu's words. It was indeed she who played with fire first, and she didn't expect to burn herself. Well, if you're so dissatisfied, I can just let you take it off. Is that okay? Seeing that Felina was still sulking, Sumu teased her. No way. Felina turned around and raised her face. She is not stupid, so isn't she the one who suffers the loss? I want it. Brother, I want it. At this time, Su raised her hands crazily, showing her support. Before Su Mu could even speak, she wanted to untie his belt. Little girl, you are crazy. Su Mu quickly held Su's hand. Is Su really a reckless girl? He was joking. Even if Felina was willing, he couldn't do that. But what made him laugh and cry was that Su actually took it seriously. She seems to think this is very funny. No. Why not? At most, I'll just let my brother take it off. Su's sweet voice sounded, with a bit of childishness in it. Su Mu. That won't work either. Hateful. Evil Su, always destroying my Su Mu's faith. Humph. Seeing the two people fighting, Felina snorted lightly, then turned around and disappeared into the wall. After personally educating Su for a while, Su Mu turned around and found that Felina was gone. He knew she wouldn't go far. The undead summoned by him personally all have a subtle bond with him. For example, the reason why Madrinza called him master as soon as he came out was the same. Thinking of this, Su Mu hugged Su, chatted with her, teased her, and soon fell asleep. What? Have you finished getting familiar with our place? 3 hours later, Su Mu saw Felina again. She was sitting in a chair at the door of the cabin, daydreaming. Yeah, I walked around a few times. Felina responded. Have you seen Madrinza? Su Mu asked curiously. Felina walked around for a few times. Maybe she met Madrinza? Yes. Yes, you are all undead, so you should communicate with each other in a friendly manner. Su Mu said casually. I've already had friendly exchanges with it. As Felina spoke, her pale face turned red for some reason. Master, I want to report her. Don't be deceived by her. Madrinza appeared, crying. She wasn't communicating with me in a friendly way. She was killing me. Before Madrinza could finish his words, a dark purple ball of light from Felina blasted it away. Seeing this scene, Su Mu instantly understood what Madrinza was complaining about. Felina's feelings are so strong. Madrinza was killed in one move. Owner, look, this is what she does to me. How can this be called friendly? It's really wrong to bully people, undead. Because of the purgatory hot springs, Madrinza resurrected and reappeared, but its complaints gradually became quieter. After all, Felina over there has already condensed her own energy ball. He was afraid that if he said another word, the energy would hit him at any time. Stop it, Felina. Su Mu frowned and said sternly. I'm right in front of you. Do you want to hit Madrinza right in front of me? He didn't react just now, but now Su Mu can see it clearly. As the supreme being in the territory, he certainly cannot allow anything disharmonious to happen in front of him. Felina's face suddenly puffed up as round as a balloon. She glared at Madrinza several times, seeming to be very dissatisfied with him. The dissatisfaction was shown on his face. Finally, she retracted her energy, snorted softly, and turned her now recovered face away. Thank you, Master, for taking charge of this for me. Seeing this, Madrinza quickly flew behind Su Mu and complimented him. Master is wise. It provoked me first, so I was right to hit it. A voice suddenly sounded behind Su Mu. He turned his head and saw that it was Zhou Yuqi's. What's the meaning? Chapter 59 Tailoring Genius. Max level tailor. Brother Su, it was your men who provoked this guy first. Zhou Yuqi glanced at Felina and continued. It was he who provoked the younger sister first, and then they started fighting. Zhou Yuqi came over and told what she had witnessed. It turned out that not long ago, when Felina was patrolling the territory, she encountered the undead army led by Madrinza. They are all undead. Madrinza is now the leader of the legion. He couldn't help but run to Felina and show off for a while. Then the two undead started fighting after a disagreement. The result is predictable. Madrinza was not even good enough and was killed instantly. Just now, he was killed instantly for the second time. Madlinza, this is the whole story, right? Su Mu glanced at Madrinza. Without Zhou Yuqi's information, he really didn't know that such a thing had happened before. The key point is that Felina herself didn't say anything and didn't explain, so he knew even less. I almost blamed her wrongly. Madrinza rolled his eyes and bared his teeth in embarrassment. That means you hit it right. Madrinza's reaction was obvious, and Su Mu made his judgment. Nah? Hearing his words, Felina raised the corners of her mouth slightly and raised her pointed chin. But Felina, you also did something wrong. At this time, Su Mu continued. If it's just a simple quarrel, you don't have to kill me, understand? You are all in the same territory. You must be harmonious and united. Su Mu felt the pressure from the leader. Not only must we resist external conflicts, but we must also take the trouble to resolve internal conflicts. I didn't mean to kill you. Felina's gaze finally fell on Su Mu's face. It was too weak, So I only used one attack. Sumu. Madrinza. There is no way to refute it. Madrinza really had no way to refute it. He couldn't believe that a hell shaman like him couldn't defeat a little girl like the undead. It's really a blow to the undead. Now he is also very curious about Fulina's origins. Forget it. Anyway, such things can't happen again in the territory in the future. Do you understand, Madrinza? Sumu said. The most important thing for a territory is internal unity. Sumu doesn't want any troublemakers to appear. Yes, my respected master. Madrinza bowed very politely. Sumu's eyes fell on Fulina again. I see. Fulina also responded cooperatively. Sumu was quite satisfied with the performance of the two undead, and the minor conflict was temporarily resolved. By the way, I have a question. Fulina suddenly asked. What's the problem? Why did that guy come back to life after he died? And the same goes for those skeleton soldiers. What did you do to them? This is a fact that Fulina observed. After she killed Madrinza with one blow, her first reaction was that she was in trouble. What should I do? But when she had a headache, she found that Madrinza appeared in front of her again. That guy is resurrected. By that time, Fulina was also confused. The dead cannot be resurrected unless there are special conditions. Fulina was very clear about this. So she was very curious about what was going on. You want to know? I do. Fulina's expression was rarely serious. She was very interested in this question. Then give me your hand. Sumu made his request. Fulina obviously hesitated for a moment, but finally, she simply extended her hand. Sumu didn't hesitate and grabbed it. Of course, he was not trying to take advantage, nor was he such a beast that he would not even let the dead go. Soul-catching doll, Fulina female sign. Age, long time ago. Work adaptability, Taylor LV6. Special talent tags, ghost body, unbreakable time, ominous body, master's hand, etc. Taylor LV6? This. Sumu remembered that the highest level of work adaptability was LV6. That means Fulina is a max-level Taylor? Awesome. Sumu's eyes gradually began to shine as he looked at Fulina. Ever since Winstia and Susu have been around, no one knows what Sumu regrets every day. But he himself knows best. Black stockings. Maid outfit. What's the fun? Sumu couldn't even imagine the scene where Winstia with a long tail put on a maid outfit, black silk, and sexy clothes. Hiss. Just thinking about it in my mind makes me excited and thrilled. No man can refuse. The indigenous clothes of this era did not have these things at all. But now Sumu has Fulina, and with her full-level tailoring adaptability, everything will not be a dream in the near future. Fulina naturally noticed Sumu's glowing eyes. She shuddered, thinking that he wanted to do something to her. She leaned back strategically, trying to struggle away, etc. Sumu didn't let go of her hand because he hadn't finished reading yet. Life without sewing. A cursed undead doll. The more patches on the doll, the stronger the curse and the stronger its own power. Ominous body. Enemies who kill her will be cursed with a vicious curse. The curse is unknown. Master's hand. The crafted items have a 15 chance of being endowed with some special power. Apart from the ghost body, Fulina's other 3 potential talents are all excellent. Sumu said without exaggeration that Fulina is definitely the strongest in his territory at present. This does not require verification. It's been a long time. Fulina reminded. Sumu smiled and let go of her hand. Fulina, you know something about tailoring, right? How do you know? Fulina wondered. She never mentioned this before, right? How did he know? I naturally have my own way. Sumu pretended to be mysterious. But you have to help me sew some clothes later. Is that okay? Although both Fulina and Madrinza were summoned by him. But the two undead have obviously different personalities. As a qualified lord, you must adopt different coping methods when facing subordinates with different personalities. Sumu had never been a lord before, but he had read the 3 kingdoms. Ruling is a science. I can make clothes, but you have to answer my questions first. Fulina's request was not excessive, and Sumu had originally planned to tell her about it. After all, it's something that Madrinza also knows, so it's not that new. Because I have the power to resurrect any of you undead souls within my territory, as long as you die no more than 10 times in a day. Resurrect the dead. Fulina showed a surprised expression for the first time. This is a power only the Lord of Hell has, she said, looking at Madrinza beside her, right? Well, Madrinza rolled his eyes. It seems so. An ability only possessed by the Lord of Hell? To be honest, Sumu didn't even know who the Lord of Hell was. But just listening to the name, it sounds awesome. There's another effect. Every time you die, the undead in my territory will be strengthened. As Sumu spoke, his eyes suddenly turned to Madrinza beside him. Madrinza was suddenly stared at by his master, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. A very ominous kind. Chapter 64 Star, Dangerous Intelligence. Deadly Acid Rain. Ah, ah. In the Tianmu tribe, the wailing sounds of Madrinsa continued to ring out. All right, that's 10 times enough. If you kill me again, I won't be able to revive. Felina, stop. Sumu spoke and quickly called for a stop. In the sky, Felina placed her hands on her waist, a rare smile on her face. She withdrew the shadow energy in her hand, raised her chin proudly, and then landed next to Sumu. Felina, this is more or less tainted with personal grudges. Sumu spoke helplessly. In order to make Madrinsa stronger, Sumu transformed into the Bamboo King and asked Felina to kill it 10 times first. Felina also obeyed the order and really did it. It was that scene that was somewhat bloody, violent, and not suitable for children. Sumu felt a little sorry for Madrinsa. I kill them instantly with one strike. They don't feel any pain. If she hadn't almost been able to suppress the smile on her face, Sumu would have really believed it. Master, my respected master, you must make the decision for me. Madrinsa, who looked like a skull, lay on Sumu's legs and cried. The scene was so beautiful. Okay, Madrinsa, stop crying. I'm killing you for your own good. Sumu said seriously. You will become stronger in the near future. We have a saying in ancient times. When heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, he must first turn off his phone, stop his data, delete his original god, and unplug his internet cable. Only then can he say goodbye to being a poor student and become a top student. As a leader, he could only try to comfort Madrinsa. Winstia, why did you just come back? It was not until the evening that Sumu saw Winstia hurriedly heading towards the territory. Master, I'm going to pick fruit from the tree. Winstia opened the bundle in her arms, which was filled with sweet fruits. But there were no fruits I recognized at the edge of the forest, so I didn't dare pick any. I walked inside, which delayed me a bit. Are you okay? Are you in any danger? Sumu walked up to her and wiped away the dirt on her face. There were no signs of fighting on Winstia's body, but there was some dirt on her face. It may have been accidentally touched while picking fruit from the tree. No. Winstia shook her head, and her little face turned slightly red because of Sumu's gentle actions. Call me next time, okay? The Myriad forest is huge, and I'm worried you might be in danger. Sumu warned. Understood, Master. Winstia smiled. Then she noticed Felina not far away. Master, she is. Her name is Felina. She is the undead spirit I summoned. She will be a member of the territory from now on. You two should get along well. As soon as Sumu finished his introduction, Felina turned around and slipped away, not even giving him time to introduce Winstia. She might be shy, don't mind. He said helplessly. Oh. Winstia looked at Felina's back as she left and nodded. The evening dinner was still prepared by Zhou. Brother Su, do we currently have anything that can preserve meat ingredients for a longer period of time? While eating dinner, Zhou suddenly said. In our territory, there are only the 3 of us and the lizard men who need to consume meat every day. It's not a big problem at the moment, but it won't work in the long run. Because we can't preserve fresh meat, we need Thunder King Kong to go hunting every day. What if you are unable to hunt? Or if you are unable to hunt at all? Zhou continued to analyze. Besides, even if we can hunt every day, the meat that can't be consumed will become smelly and be thrown away overnight, which is really a waste. It's okay if there are few people, but if there are too many people, it will be a huge waste. But if we can find a way to preserve fresh meat, we can reduce waste, and that's sustainable development. The questions raised by Zhou are really crucial. Sumu didn't go into the kitchen, so he couldn't feel it. Now that it was brought up, he thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. It is impossible to use only slimes in the territory all the time. There will always be some other subhumans. For example, if the lizard men from Turin join in, we have to take care of their food, right? Moreover, the target number of members for a level 3 territory is 3,000. We must think about the future. If you make meat into jerky, it can be preserved. I can make it, but it's definitely not as good as fresh meat. It depends on whether you can accept it. Seeing Sumu lowering his head in thought, Zhou spoke again and expressed her opinion. As if she knew what her brother was thinking about, Susu, who was standing next to him, chewed the sweet fruit carefully, not daring to make any loud noise. It took half a day to chew a small hole. Master, I have an idea. Suddenly, Winstia's voice came. Sumu looked up at her and smiled. You want me to find a creature that knows ice magic, right? Yes. Winstia also smiled. She knew that her master was so smart that he would definitely think of it. The temperature in Myriad Forest is over 30 degrees every day, and I'm afraid I won't find any creatures that understand ice magic. Moreover, Sumu estimated that there would be no snow here even in winter. It's very similar to the weather in the south of Dragon Country. Looks like I need to go into town. Sumu made a decision. Go into the city and find a slave trader to see if there are any slaves who know ice magic. I'll also buy some good fabrics to make some clothes for you. Master, we have clothes to wear. That's different. I'll get you some really nice clothes. Sumu smiled slyly. Wednesday, what else could be different? How much more special and beautiful could it be? Wednesday didn't know what her master was thinking. She just thought that her master wanted to be nice to them. 4-star, dangerous intelligence. In 1 hour, deadly acid rain will fall over the area above Myriad Forest. Intelligence analysis. Deadly acid rain is extremely corrosive. Ordinary wooden houses will not be able to withstand its erosion and will be melted. Only stone houses can withstand the attack of acid rain, and the crops in the fields will be destroyed by it. Intelligence tip. Deadly acid rain is extremely dangerous. For your own safety, please immediately take shelter in a cave. What? Deadly acid rain? After receiving the prompt from the intelligence system, Sumu stood up from the bathtub. Master, your water splashed on me. Wednesday pouted and looked at her half-wet upper body with some helplessness. She was just shyly massaging her master's shoulders. But she didn't expect that when he stood up so suddenly, his reaction was so strong that her clothes were soaked. Sorry, Wednesday, I have something urgent to do right now. Please go change your clothes. If it were before, Sumu would have to stop and take in the scenery of Wednesday. But now he obviously has more important things to do. Chapter 61. Lords all over the world are experiencing bad weather. Sumu took a look and found that the stone ore reserves in the territory were only 789. Not to mention that the reserves are already limited. The brick kilns for firing green bricks are currently unable to be completed. Therefore, even if he had the construction scroll for the stone house, he would not be able to complete the construction within an hour. Not to mention, in addition to bricks, building a stone house also requires one more thing. Mix the clay. It's something similar to cement. The production of mixed clay requires 3 types of materials: clay, iron or powder, and crushed calcium powder. Clay is not complex and can be found in sedimentary rocks in the wild. The only thing about crushed calcium powder is that you need to use a lot of bones, animal teeth, and other things to crush and grind them into powder. So, it is really difficult to build a stone house. I hope this acid rain won't last too long. Sumu took out the sky shield that the system had rewarded him with. Originally, he was wondering what the use of this thing was since it could only defend against attacks from above, but not from below. Now I finally found a use for it. Cope with bad weather. Ocean, where are you now? Sumu sent a message to Zhang Dahai. Zhang Dahai was a subordinate lord under him, and, to a large extent, his subordinate. Now that deadly acid rain has appeared, he must understand the situation on his side. Boss, I was just about to report to you. I raided a goblin colony's lair today and got a lot of goodies. I'm still in their lair. Zhang Dahai's tone was very excited, and he seemed to be intentionally showing off his abilities to Sumu. Oh, you can take out the goblin's lair. Sumu was a little surprised. As the first person to dig out a goblin's nest, he certainly knew the difficulty involved. When Zhang Dahai went to the territory to develop, he had no troops except basic tools and weapons. So how did he do it? Well, of course, I can't compare to the big guys. I just have a small nest, with only a dozen or so goblins in total, and I'm the one who benefits the most. Zhang Dahai briefly recounted his experience. It turned out that 2 days ago, Zhang Dahai went out hunting and encountered an injured barren warrior being chased by goblins. Thinking of the unbearable experience of being pinned down by a goblin princess weighing over 200 to 300 pounds, this time, he raised his butcher knife. The goblin who was chasing the bear warrior was killed. Zhang Dahai rescued the bear warriors and won their favor. In order to express their gratitude and seek revenge, the bear warriors joined forces with Zhang Dahai to attack the goblin's lair. Dahai, just stay in the goblin cave tonight and don't go anywhere. Sumu replied a message. On the other side, although Zhang Dahai was puzzled, he did not ask any more questions. Got it, boss. This place is still a ways away from the territory. It's not safe to go out too late. I don't plan to go out either. Well, you'll soon find out why. After chatting with Zhang Dahai, Sumu received a message from Luo Wuxi. I haven't congratulated you on your match at noon yet. Congratulations. Thanks. Sumu had just replied with 2 words when Luo Wuxi's message came. Instant reply? Who were you chatting with just now? Women's damn sixth sense. Sumudu admired Luo Wuxi a little, and he did not hide it. Right? Luo Wuxi paused for a moment. By the way, there's another scroll of the dead today. I'll give it to you. She quickly sent over the transaction. 51 scrolls of summoning the undead, 2 medium scrolls of summoning the undead. Did you go robbing? Sumu expressed surprise. Ha, I wanted to. Thank you again. I really need the scroll of the dead, because I plan to build a dedicated undead team. After Sumu thought about it, he decided to show his hand. If you have any scrolls of the dead in the future, you can give them to me and I can exchange them with you. You can tell me what you need and see if I can help you get it. Luo Wuxi can stably obtain the scroll of the undead. The monsters on Sumu's side don't produce this at all, so it is undoubtedly the best choice for him to cooperate with her. Yes, that's fine. Luo Wuxi agreed without thinking. By the way, will the rain affect you? 1 hour. The moment Sumu erected the sky shield over the entire territory, the deadly acid rain that the intelligence system had warned of arrived as expected. Sumu stood at the edge of the territory, silently watching the outside world. At the beginning, the acid rain falling from the sky was just small raindrops and was inconspicuous. But soon, Sumu saw the changes in the acid rain. A piece of wood gradually became charred under the constant beating of rain, as if it had been corroded by something, and soon it showed potholes. Sumu placed this piece of wood outside on purpose. He wanted to test the intensity of the acid rain and see if it was as abnormal as the intelligence system said. Now he's validated. Indeed, not only the wood, but also the grass outside suffered varying degrees of corrosion. The rain is getting heavier. There seemed to be a faint sour smell in the air, and Sumu covered his nose. After this acid rain, the weather outside will probably change. I hope it won't rain too long. Sumu sighed lightly, turned around and left. At the same time, in a cave 40 kilometers away from the Tiamu tribe, Zhang Dahai witnessed the horrifying scene with his own eyes. The 10 goblin corpses he had just thrown out of the cave were now gradually turning into pus and blood in the rain. All the flesh and blood were eroded by the rain, and bones appeared in front of him bit by bit. The fishy smell mixed with the sour smell made Zhang Dahai's scalp numb. I finally understand why Boss Sumu won't let me out. This is definitely not an ordinary rain. At the same time, the bad weather was not only happening in the Sumu area. Lords all over the world are experiencing their own share of bad weather. Of course, some lords of special maps are excluded. Suddenly, many lords complained in the world chat. Can you believe this? Sulfuric acid is raining down from the sky right here. If I had just walked a little slower, I'd be dead. It happened to me too. One of my brothers was just a slow runner, and now his scalp is gone, and his body is covered in corrosive wounds. It's over. All the crops I just planted are gone. The wooden house I just built melted away before I could even enjoy it. I thought it was just my situation, but I didn't expect it to happen here too. I've worked so hard for so many days, and a rain has wiped out all my hopes. Fuck you. Just as the lords were cursing the acid rain weather, the news from one lord successfully attracted them. Your sulfuric acid rain is nothing. We're raining fireballs here. Chapter 62 5-star value intelligence. Fallen Pegasus. Fireball? Really? In the past, I would never have believed fireballs raining from the sky. But now it's raining rocks here. What reason do I have to doubt it? We have ice hockey here. It's terrifying. I saw a guy get hit by a hockey puck and killed. The rain here is even more terrifying. It can cut people directly. If you run slower, you will die. It's even worse here. Shit. Can you imagine the feeling of having piles of shit hitting you on the head? Yueh. The Tutsao conference has turned into a misery competition conference. The lords in the World Chat channel recounted the hardships they had experienced and were determined to see who was the most miserable. There are also some lords who are unable to speak. They are frantically trying to save their efforts and accumulation over the past few days. Compared to them, at this moment, there is peace and tranquility in the Tianmu tribe. With the protection of the sky shield, acid rain has no effect on the territory. All members of the territory have received the message from the Lord, telling them not to step out of the territory without orders. Put work aside for now and wait for the latest orders. Only the Undead Legion led by Madrenza is still traveling outside the territory to level up. But if we were to say who is enjoying the most in the entire Tianmu tribe, it would undoubtedly be Sumu. Other lords are so miserable, but he is addicted to the gentle countryside. Winstia, massage harder, I'm struggling. Inside the wooden house, the fire flickered and Sumu's slightly ambiguous voice was heard. He was receiving a massage from Winstia, which was very relaxing and refreshing. After a while, Sumu sat up from the bed and stretched his body. No wonder there were so many eunuchs and maids around ancient kings. Who doesn't like the feeling of being served? Now he has only Winstia by his side to help him massage his shoulders, and he feels very good. Winstia, are you okay? Sumu turned around and looked at Winstia. He saw beads of sweat on her forehead and reached out to wipe them off for her. Not bad. Winstia waved her little hands in front of her master. Her cute and adorable look made Sumu unable to hold back, and he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Wenstia's body trembled, and her pink tail shook unconsciously, then swayed and landed on Su Mu's leg again. She did not struggle, but asked softly, "Master, do you smell my fragrance again?" "How do you know?" Su Mu took a deep breath and buried his head in the crook of Wenstia's neck. Little Fox didn't even use shower gel, so how come it smells so good? Even her hair smells nice. As if anticipating what would happen next, Wenstia closed her eyes and raised her head slightly. But she never waited for the moment she imagined. Instead, Su Mu's voice rang in her ears. "Felina, don't go through walls at night. This is scary." Wenstia suddenly opened her eyes. She followed her master's gaze and saw Felina hanging upside down on the ceiling. Only half of Felina's body was exposed, and her long hair was falling down, which was very strange and weird. Wenstia couldn't help but squeeze into her master's arms. "Go on, I'm just curious and came to take a look. Don't worry about me." Felina's voice rang out. Su Mu's head was full of black lines. "Is this your problem? If you hang a 100W light bulb over someone's head, who would still want to continue?" "Master, you guys chat. I'll go see if Su is awake first." Wenstia gently pushed Su Mu away, and being thin-skinned, she made up an excuse to leave. "Is there something wrong with you?" Su Mu looked up at Felina helplessly. "Can't we find a more normal way to chat?" Felina was quite cooperative, and she floated to the opposite side of Su Mu. "Hey, why is it raining outside but we don't feel anything here?" Felina asked. "We haven't been affected at all. Did you do something?" Su Mu frowned slightly. "What do you mean by hello? You should call me master, just like Madrenza." Su Mu noticed that Felina had been in the territory for an entire afternoon and had communicated with him quite a bit. "But I never called him once." This hello further aroused Su Mu's determination to discipline her. "You want me to call you master? Fine. Unless Madrenza and the girl just now are not allowed to call you that." Felina raised her chin. "I don't want to share a nickname with anyone else." Snort. "It's just a name. How can there be any sharing or non-sharing? If you don't call me, I won't answer your question." Su Mu made his attitude clear. "Then I won't ask." Felina puffed up her mouth, and then in a puff of black smoke she turned back into a doll and fell onto the bed. "Dizzy." Su Mu sighed. "It seems that the task of training is a long and arduous one. There's no need to rush. I still have a lot of time to spend with Felina." Thinking of this, Su Mu picked up Felina's doll, patted her face, and then placed her next to his pillow. 5-star value intelligence. A Tizat silver-feathered horse will appear at the southeastern edge of your territory. Intelligence analysis. The Tizat silver-feathered horse is a rare beast spirit on the continent, extremely valuable and rarely seen in a century. Intelligence tip. Tizat silver-feather horse is already injured. Due to acid rain, it has been forced to stay at the edge of your territory. Seize the opportunity. When Su Mu was about to cover his head and go to sleep, a prompt from the intelligence system sounded in his mind. Tizat silver-feather horse. Isn't Su Mu in need of a mount? How could he still sleep after hearing this information? He quickly got up and slipped out. Chapter 63. Tizat silver-feather horse. The dream horse. Late at night, Su Mu rushed anxiously towards the southeast edge of the territory. He didn't want to make a big noise and disturb the Tiansoa silver-feather horse, so he didn't bother the thunderstorm King Kong who was already resting, and chose to continue on his own. So he must walk faster. After all, it's 5-star valuable information. So far, the highest value intelligence Su Mu has encountered is 4-star. Now this 5-star rating means it's more valuable, doesn't it? Su Mu was afraid that if he left too late, the Tizat silver-feather horse would run away and be completely lost. Soon, before reaching the destination, Su Mu saw the Tizat silver-feather horse mentioned by the intelligence system from afar. There's no way not to notice it. The target is too obvious. What kind of horse is that? It lay on the ground. Its body was snow white, and its snow-white skin was shining with silver, which was extremely obvious in the dark night. Its mane is flowing, and its eyes are big and bright. It looks very majestic. Moreover, the difference between it and ordinary horses is that it has a pair of small wings on its back, and it seems that it can fly. The horse is a good horse. Su Mu fell in love with it the moment he saw it. The only regret is that this Tizat silver-feather horse is a foal. Judging from its current physique, Su Mu would say that according to horse age, it is probably only about 6 months old. Totally inadequate for riding. But it doesn't matter if you're not satisfied. Su Mu fell in love with the Tizat silver-feather horse the moment he saw it. It doesn't matter if you can't ride it now. After it's been trained, you'll be able to ride it slowly. Su Mu can still wait for a year or two. After all, who could pass up the chance to own a Pegasus with wings? Must get it. Su Mu approached cautiously, but he didn't expect that the Tizat silver-feather horse was very alert. It turned its head and found the human trying to approach it. The Tizot silver feather horse struggled to stand up from the ground, its silver eyes staring fearfully in the direction of Sumu. Sumu discovered for the first time that the wound under its abdomen, very deep, and it looked like several knife wounds. In addition, there were traces of acid rain burns on the body of the Tizot silver feather horse, and several burn marks could be clearly seen. It seems that the main message of these acid rains is equality for all. You are injured. Don't move. I will take you back to my house for treatment, okay? Little pony, I can make your pain less severe. Sumu tried his best to make his voice sound gentle. He tried to persuade the Tizot silver feather horse and get its permission to approach. After all, a beast spirit that can get a 5-star rating from the intelligence system must have a fairly high IQ, so it should be able to communicate normally, right? But Sumu never expected that the Tizot silver feather horse would not give him any face at all. It suddenly raised its bleeding mouth and roared to the sky. Its body was wrapped in silver light, and wind magic elements instantly gathered around it. A 10-meter-long terrifying gale attacked Sumu like an explosion, as fast as lightning. Sumu's eyes focused, but he remained calm in the face of danger and used his stealth attack technique on a tree not far away. As the figure flashed, the strong wind attack arrived. Where Sumu was just now, a whole area of trees was cut into 2 pieces by the strong wind, very cleanly. Not only that, wherever the attack went, even the grass on the ground was blown away by the strong wind. So terrifying. Not far away, Sumu swallowed secretly when he saw this scene. If he hadn't dodged it, the land and trees would have been his fate. It can be said that Sumu successfully avoided the fatal attack of Tizot silver feather horse entirely by relying on his own calm handling. Fortunately, I was well prepared and knew this trip wouldn't be easy to handle. Sumu couldn't help but complain. The intelligence system gave a hint that Tizot silver feather horse was injured, but no one expected it to have such terrifying strength. Fortunately, he is smart enough. In fact, Sumu also learned the trick of using sneak attacks on trees to successfully avoid attacks during the battle with Kensaka Shikagawa. It was precisely because he had used it before that he could use it so smoothly to dodge attacks. It can be said that Sumu's approach is very bold. If ordinary people use sneak attack, the most they can think of is attacking. No one can think of using offensive tactics to avoid enemy attacks like Sumu. How bold and imaginative. On the other side, the Tizot silver feather horse saw that its attack had failed, so it once again gathered the aura of wind elemental magic and prepared for the next round of attack. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took out his own dragon horn knife. It seems that today's battle is inevitable. Tizot silver feather horse's attack comes again. This time it's even faster than the last time. Sumu used the sneak attack technique again. But compared to before, this time he was moving forward while dodging, instead of retreating. Sumu dodged the attacks while approaching quickly. He had already made up his mind to approach the Tizot silver feather horse, ride it, and control it. But unfortunately, the IQ of Tizot silver feather horse is ridiculously high. It seemed to have understood Sumu's intentions, and while attacking, it also kept increasing the distance between them. As a master of wind element magic, it seems to have its own steps and movements. For a moment, Sumu was unable to get close enough. Tizot silver feather horse couldn't pull away from a long distance. The man and the horse were constantly pulling and consuming each other. As expected of a 5-star valuable intelligence beast spirit, even injured it's still so awesome. Sumu gritted his teeth secretly. He needs to consume energy to release the sneak attack technique. No matter how smart he is, he cannot withstand such consumption. But Sumu still persisted, because he saw that Tizot silver feather horse could not hold on any longer. As long as he could get close to it, Sumu was confident that he could capture the injured creature. But at this moment, something strange happened. A figure appeared out of nowhere in the sky. It's Felina. Felina directly lifted up a dark purple ball of light from the air and threw it towards the Tianhua silver feather horse. Boom! Dusty. The Tizot silver feather horse, which was still attacking, was knocked away and rolled several times on the ground before falling down. Just when Sumu was worried that it would be killed, the indomitable Skyspur silver feather horse struggled to stand up again. It raised its head proudly and screamed towards Felina in the sky. It was as if he was questioning why she attacked him. Provoked, Felina suddenly floated in front of Sumu, ready to attack again. Felina, be gentle, don't kill it. Sumu shouted and warned. He didn't want Felina to say, it was too weak, so I just used one strike. Boom. This time, the silver-feathered horse that was knocked away by Felina was unable to stand up again. Sumu had already consumed nearly 90 of its physical strength. Now, after being attacked twice in a row by Felina, he could no longer hold on. Sumu quickly ran to the side of the Tizot silver feather horse and sniffed its breath. After checking it several times, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Not dead. Chapter 64. A delicious little cake dropped in the toilet. Felina, weren't you in the cabin? Why did you follow me here? After confirming that Tizot's silver feather horse was not dead, Sumu turned his head to look at Felina in the sky. I'm not following you. I was just strolling around. Felina turned her face away proudly, and then without looking at Sumu, she flew away and disappeared into the night. Looking at her quickly leaving back, Sumu couldn't help but smile. Why did Felina suddenly appear? No one knows better than him. Without wasting any time, Sumu took out the taming collar he had just obtained and prepared to use it on the Tizot silver feathered horse. He wanted to see if he could tame the Tizot silver feathered horse into a horse. After all, Pegasus could be considered a domestic animal, right? They're all things for riding, aren't they? Taming failed. It is impossible to domesticate low-intelligence, higher-level life forms. No. Sumu was a little surprised, but he was not discouraged and continued to take out the capture collar. Capture failed. Cannot be used on higher life forms. The same situation as with slime? Sumu thought for a moment, and finally took out the slave collar. I'm relying on you, bro. If you can't do it, I'll have to carry this horse back and lock it up to train it. This is his last ray of hope. Attempt to enslave failed. This time, the system prompt was different from the previous 2 times. It just said failure, but did not say it was ineffective. Sumu is very thin, even thinner than enoki mushrooms. He caught this detail and chose to continue using the slave collar. Attempt to enslave failed. Attempt to enslave failed. 10 times in a row. Sumu's details were finally confirmed. Slavery successful. It really works. But isn't this Tiansuo silver feather horse a beast spirit? Why do slave collars work? Isn't this slave collar used to enslave humans and subhumans? There was confusion in his heart, and he couldn't figure it out for a while. Sumu noticed Madrenza, who had just resurrected not far away. With the help of the undead army, the unconscious Tizot silver feather horse was moved to the door of the wooden house where Sumu was. Tizot silver feather horse, flow male sign. Age, 13 years, 2 months, 20 days. Work adaptability, riding LV5, handcrafting LV2. Special talent tags, chasing shadows, arrogant, self-conceited. The riding skill at level 5 is really high, almost reaching the maximum level. But what is this great pride, this self-righteousness? Both of them are negative labels at first glance. Arrogance, blind self-confidence often leads to failure at critical moments, reducing one's original ability by 10. Self-esteem. People who believe they are extremely superior find it difficult to cooperate with others at work, and their work adaptability is reduced by 20. It was just as Sumu expected. Chasing shadows, very fast, speed increased by plus 30. With the first 2 negative labels at the beginning, Sumu suddenly felt that this pursuit of chasing shadows was not so appealing anymore. He now has a feeling. He was holding a piece of sweet and delicious cake, but unfortunately he was in the stinking toilet, so no matter how delicious the cake was, he couldn't eat it. That feeling is very uncomfortable. At the same time, in the Holy Spirit Roya Peak, tens of thousands of miles away from the Tiamu tribe, a middle-aged man with wings on his back, a strong and tall build, and silver hair slowly opened his eyes from the ice crystal throne. Zora, did you sense his presence? Below, Aina, who also had silver hair and wings, came forward anxiously to ask. She was Zoroark's legal wife. Yes, I sensed it. After Zoroark responded, his eyes suddenly swept towards the figure kneeling on the ground at the bottom. His youngest daughter, Effia. Unlike the snow-white wings behind Zoroark, the wings behind Alfia are black and white. But compared to the different colored wings, the bloodstains all over her snow-white body are the most eye-catching thing. That was whipped out little by a thorn whip that was imbued with the magical power of the wind element. Every whipping can bring out blood and flesh. At this moment, Ifia endured the pain in her body. She stared firmly at her father, who was sitting on the ice crystal throne, her proud face full of stubbornness and indomitable spirit. Ifia, regardless of whether your brother was harmed by you or not, your mission now is to bring him back to me safely. Can you do that? Zoroark frowned and spoke. He really didn't like Ifia's current look and expression, which greatly challenged his authority and might. I don't want it. Afia refused without a second thought. Father, you taught us from a young age that we must never leave Holy Spirit Roya, because the outside world is very dangerous. I have always followed this teaching. So I won't go out this time. Sophia's cold and stubborn voice resounded throughout the palace. My brother ran away on his own. It has nothing to do with me. and I have no obligation to complete any so-called mission. How dare you be so stubborn? Aina suddenly came to Afia like crazy, swinging the thorn whip in her hand wildly. Under the impact of the huge force, Ifia was swept 20 meters away and hit the icicle. The white skirt at her abdomen was scarlet. The whip of thorns is a product of a withered flower demon that took 100 years to condense. It is one of the toughest items on the continent. No matter how powerful your defense is or how tough your body is, it is still no match for it. You bitch. My son left Holy Spirit Roya because of your instigation. Otherwise, how could he dare to leave so easily with his little courage? Aina's noble face was filled with a ferocious expression. It's so dangerous out there. If anything happens to him, I'll make sure you, bitch, are buried with him. He ran away on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Afia's voice was painful, but she was still stubborn. Still talking. Aina whipped again, this time hitting Alfia's wings. Bang! Another whip, this time hitting the leg. Bang! Huh! The sound of whipping continued. From beginning to end, Zoroark did not speak to stop it, but watched everything quietly. Mother, no. Suddenly, a snow-white figure rushed out from the side. Regardless of the danger, she hugged the bleeding Effia and protected her under her body. Please, mother. Stop hitting your sister. Milower, get out of the way. Seeing her daughter lying on top of that bitch Affia, Aina stopped temporarily for fear of hurting her. But her expression was still extremely ugly, and she was even angrier. Mother, please don't hit me. I'm willing to go out and find my brother. Milower looked back at his father on the throne. Father, I can go and find my brother on my sister's behalf. Please let me go and don't punish my sister. Okay. Above, Zoroark nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Zoroa, are you crazy? Aina was shocked. She was about to say something, but was interrupted by Zoroya raising his hand. I'll go. I'll go get him back. Affia opened her eyes and looked weakly at her father sitting on the throne with a cold face, her eyes full of disappointment and pain. It was she who said this. Chapter 65 After the Acid Rain. Polluted River. Brother is awesome. Susu's excited voice came. Susu, brother is tired, can you take a rest? But Susu hasn't had enough fun yet. Susu's voice sounded. She was still very considerate. But if you're tired, brother, we'll rest. Susu is so good. Sumu praised. Not far away. Winstia looked at Susu riding on her master's shoulders, and a smile appeared on her face. She likes this relaxed, happy, and warm gaming atmosphere. Winstia, do you want to come over and play too? Let Susu go into the wooden house to change clothes. As soon as Sumu sat down, he noticed Winstia's gaze and couldn't help but speak. No, I'm so heavy, you'll be very tired, master. As Winstia spoke, she took out a piece of cloth from her arms and reached out to wipe the sweat from Sumu's forehead. She was gentle, careful, and meticulous in her movements. Sumu did not refuse and enjoyed her service while saying, You underestimate your master. I ran with Susu on my shoulders for more than half an hour before I got tired. Your weight is not much different from Susu's. It's not like I haven't held her before. The words, it's not like I haven't hugged you before, successfully made Winstia's face turn a little pink. She said in a low voice. Next time then. Master, you are tired today. Okay. Sumu said as he glanced at the slime next to him. Have you informed the slime tribe not to drink the water in their territory? Sir, I've told you that the tribesmen are all aware of this. Looks cute and adorable, but he is also very reliable in doing things, so Sumu naturally trusts him. He touched its head. Good job, Thank you, sir. Master, how do we solve the problem of our river being polluted? Should we look for water sources elsewhere? Winstia said worriedly beside him. Water elemental slimes can go without food for 3 or 4 days, but only for 3 or 4 days. They still need water after that. Besides, we also need water to drink, and the land also needs water. Earlier, Sumu received a report from Knight Snowed, who was patrolling the territory, saying that the rivers in the territory were polluted. When he went to understand the situation, he found out that, although their territory is protected by the Sky Shield, there is a large section of the river outside the territory, and it's an upstream river. Acid rain continues to fall and shows no sign of stopping until now. The pollution of upstream rivers indirectly causes damage to downstream rivers. When the water element slime went to drink water one morning, it was almost killed by the corrosive river water. Fortunately, Susu was there, and her healing ability healed the injured slime. This is why Sumu played with her for so long. Let's wait until the acid rain stops before we talk about it. Sumu sighed. He knew that lords all over the world were experiencing all kinds of extreme weather. Compared to other lords, he is actually very happy. Even the Nightmare Treehouse map, where Luo Wuxi was located, was not spared. She was surrounded by poisonous gas, and her skin immediately shriveled, dehydrated, and aged as soon as she went out. She was so scared that she hid in the tree house and didn't dare to go out at all. Sumu knew all of this. Oh, Winstia responded and didn't say anything else. She knew that the master, as the highest decision-maker in the territory, must be very troubled right now, and she didn't want to add to his pressure. But at this time, Zhou Yuqi suddenly came over holding a box. Brother Su, do you keep this fish for fun or for eating? Shall we make braised fish tonight for a change? No, Sister Zhou, this is the giant salamander my master raised for me. You can't eat it. As soon as she saw the box, Winstia immediately knew what was inside, and she quickly stood up. This is the fish that the owner asked her to take good care of. How can she eat it casually? Winstia was afraid that her owner would blame her for not taking good care of the giant salamander. Little did he know that when Sumu heard the word giant salamander, his eyes lit up. Yes, how could he forget this thing? The giant salamander has a unique potential talent, which is purification. Purification, unique living in water, can purify the water source. The purified water source can be drunk directly, and drinking it can restore energy. I just don't know if the giant salamander's purification function can purify the river water polluted by acid rain. Winstia, how long has it been since you changed the water for the giant salamander? Looking at the crystal clear water in the box, Sumu couldn't help but ask. When the giant salamander first arrived at the territory, Sumu would occasionally feed it some minced meat. But later on, it was Winstia who took care of her, and he rarely had contact with her. However, judging from the reaction of the giant salamander floating to the surface and blowing bubbles at him, the little guy has more than just a 7-second memory. It remembers him. Master, I change it every day, but I can't change it today. Winstia replied. But I noticed that whenever Xiaoyu's water was changed, it was always very clean, without any impurities at all. If you hadn't told me to take good care of it, I wouldn't have bothered to change it. At this point, Winstia stuck out her pink tongue embarrassedly. I accidentally said what was in my heart. Is that so? Sumu held the box and looked at it for a long time. Suddenly, he reached out and scooped up the water in the box and took a sip. Winstia? Zhou Yuqi was stunned. No way, Brother Su. Although our territory is short of water right now, I stored 2 buckets of water in the kitchen yesterday. You don't have to be so thirsty, right? This is fish water, there's shit in it. Zhou Yuqi turned around and said this. She wanted to get some water for Sumu. Little did he know that Sumu's mouth was now filled with sweetness and acrid taste. But compared to the stimulation on the taste buds, Sumu felt extremely excited and thrilled. Winstia, let's go. Maybe I have found a solution to water pollution. As soon as he arrived at the river, Sumu received the report from Yimei Snow. The acid rain outside the territory has stopped. The acid rain that had been falling for 19 hours finally stopped. Xiaoyuer, is there any solution? Can you purify the corrosive river water here? Sumu held the giant salamander in his hand, his eyes fixed on the deep green river water. He thinks the giant salamander's intelligence must be quite high. After all, it has been reported in its status bar that it has lived for 999 years. The giant salamander gave its own answer. It broke free from Sumu's hands and fell into the river. Owner, Winstia squatted down. Bite it. Little fish, if you can't do it, bite the hook and I'll pull you out. Sumu took out his fishing rod and was ready to rescue at any time. Chapter 66. Nothing happened in Miluo Forest. Is it related to the White Fox clan? Plop. Thump. The giant salamander is fine. Not only was it fine, it fluttered around in the corrosive river for a few times, and then disappeared in front of Sumu. Master, Xiaoyuer is gone. Winstia felt inexplicably sad. After all, she had raised the fish for quite some time and had developed a deep affection for it. It's okay, it will come back. Sumu touched Winstia's head. To be honest, he didn't know whether the giant salamander would come back, and what he said was just to comfort Winstia. But now it seems that the giant salamander can purify acidic rivers. The river needs it. Sumu also needs it to purify the river. The giant salamander can swim freely in corrosive river water without any problems, and its identity is becoming more and more mysterious. According to the latest news from Snowed, a group of cattle and horses appeared in the western part of the territory. They ran into their territory because of acid rain. When Sumu first heard it, his first reaction was that it should be a group of cows and horses. When he reached the edge of the territory, he was stunned. That's right, cattle and horses. Snod was right. Cow horse. A cow with a horse face and a cow body is a female. It has an abundant milk supply and is a common wild animal in the wild. It is often domesticated as a domestic animal. Cow and horse. These are males with cow faces and horse bodies. Their meat is delicious and tender. They are common wild animals and are often domesticated as livestock. This is the feedback from cattle and horses under the insight technique. Not to mention, the combination of these two gives off an inexplicable sense of simple and honest cuteness. After observing for a while, Sumu also knew why they ran to his territory after the acid rain stopped. Eat grass. After 19 hours of acid rain, the vegetation outside was severely damaged. The land was charred, and there was no trace of grass at all. Cows and horses are looking for food and find this place. Winstia, cooperate with me. I want to tame them. Sumu said. There was no way he would refuse this livestock that was delivered to his doorstep. His ranch has been built and is waiting for them to move in. Okay, master. Men and women work together. Work is not tiring. With the cooperation of Winstia, Sumu successfully tamed 45 cattle and horses. Master, look. Winstia wiped the sweat from her forehead and pointed forward. Sumu looked in the direction of her finger, and a huge dense forest soon came into view. It's the Myriad forest. Sumu and the others had unknowingly walked to the entrance of Myriad forest. Another 700 or 800 meters ahead is the Myriad forest. Sumu thought a lot when setting the boundaries of his territory. The reason why he set up the site outside the Myriad forest was that it was close to the forest and rich in resources, and there was another advantage. With the Myriad forest at its back, it can be easily defended and difficult to attack, thus reversing the embarrassing situation of being attacked from all sides. The Myriad forest is full of dangers. If an ordinary army wants to cross the forest and attack his territory, it would be impossible without a certain level of strength. But at this moment, the Myriad forest made Sumu think of not these, but last night, there was acid rain all night long, and the plants around the territory were damaged to varying degrees. But the trees and vegetation in Myriad forest don't seem to have been affected too much. Sumu spoke in surprise. It's not completely unaffected, there is still some impact, but it's not big. Winstia said beside him. It can almost be ignored. Sumu pursed his lips. Master, could it be related to the White Fox clan? Winstia's eyes fell on her master's face. The White Fox clan? Are they that powerful? Sumu raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. If Winstia hadn't said it, he really didn't think of the White Fox clan at first. I don't know either, I just think it's possible. Winstia said. If it's really them, then the White Fox clan's abilities are truly extraordinary. Sumu smacked his lips, with a hint of desire on his face. Naturally, Winstia saw all of this. She turned her head and looked towards the Myriad forest, with a bit more determination in her eyes. Let's go, don't worry about it for now. Sumu turned around and prepared to leave. He still had to take the cattle and horses back to the pasture. With the existence of cattle and horses, we can drink milk and eat beef and horse meat in the territory in the future, and the nutrition will definitely be enough. Moreover, the male-to-female ratio of these cattle and horses is 1:3, which makes them suitable for breeding. Successful breeding can also allow cows and horses to give birth to cows and horses, and the sustainable development of cows and horses. Sumu has also taken the first step in his animal husbandry. He checked and found that the work adaptability of cattle and horses was only 1. Animal husbandry. The rest is nothing special and not worth mentioning. If I had to say one thing, it would be that one of the natural potentials of a cow horse is overnutrition. Drink its milk after being injured to increase your body's recovery speed by 10. Cannot be stacked. The meaning is easy to understand. It simply means that the milk of these cows and horses is very nutritious and can promote body recovery. If the Sumu territory has a large population in the future, this overnutrition label can be used. But now, his territory obviously does not need the face of capitalism. Master, the horse you brought back last night has woken up again. Winstia hurried over and reported. It was very aggressive and wanted to break free from the chain around its neck. Can't break free? Sumu asked. In the morning, Tizot's silver feather horse woke up once. However, even though it was made into a slave by Sumu, it still looked arrogant and said, I am your father. Can Sumu spoil it? Awesome, right? Then I will temper your temper. So, the Tizot silver feather horse was tied to a tree outside the pasture with the iron chain Sumu found in the goblin's lair. It took 5 people to hug the tree, and the chain was as thick as an adult's wrist. Not only that, Sumu also sent Dahe, an exploding bear, to watch it, so he was not afraid that it would suddenly attack and run away. After all, its wounds haven't healed completely yet. I don't think I can break free for now, but I've probably disturbed the cattle and horses in the pasture. It's okay. Just ask King Kong to pull it to the other side, away from the cattle and horses. I understand. Winstia responded and hurried to make arrangements. Night. Felina, I suspect you did this on purpose. Sumu gritted his teeth and said to the Felina doll, "How can anyone be so lucky every time? How abominable." Tonight, just as Sumu tasted the sweet little mouth of Wednesday, when he was preparing to attack for the second time and give a 360-degree French kiss to practice his lung capacity, Felina appeared again and interrupted his good thing again. The Felina doll didn't respond. Sumu could only helplessly place Felina next to his pillow and lie down. His current rhythm of life is to coax Susu to sleep every night, then bathe her, be affectionate with Wednesday, and give her a massage. The next morning, Susu would appear inexplicably on his bed again, hugging him. He didn't know when Susu came over, but she just appeared. This pace of life is simply too great for Sumu. If only Felina could join in instead of interrupting him sometime. Undead dolls or something. Turning off the lights seems to be possible. The next day, under Shisha's guidance, Sumu met Turin, the leader of the lizard men. Chapter 67. Blitz attack on the bunny tribe. The bunny girl's dream is shattered. Outside a cave somewhere in the southeast of Myriad Forest, two bunny warriors with an astonishing 3-to-1 leg-to-body ratio were patrolling outside when suddenly a demi-human with a pink tail appeared in their sight. Who? The two rabbit warriors immediately became alert and ran up with spears in hand, ready to snipe the enemy. But the next moment, their eyes became dazed and they soon fell to the ground. "Well done, Wednesday." Sumu jumped down from the tree above and praised. Wednesday smiled. She was very happy to receive praise from her master. "Master, if you ask me, we should just charge in and kill them all. There's no need to defeat them one by one, right?" Madrenza floated out from behind. It received a mission from its master today, to strike the rabbit tribe. This is not a big task for Madrenza. He just needs to pull out the undead army and fight them. Anyway, I haven't leveled up yet today. Besides, it now has almost 200 undead subordinates. That won't do. Sumu waved his hand and said, "I've asked Turin, the lizardmen leader, and he says the only demi-humans capable of mining nearby are the rabbit tribe. So, the purpose of this trip is not to kill them, but to enslave them." The mining that Sumu was talking about was using his own magical skills to mine, rather than the traditional method of mining with tools. Using tools to dig, any subhuman race can do it. Moreover, mining tasks are very heavy and tools have durability. Part of the mined ore has to be used to repair tools, which is really not cost-effective. Therefore, for the demi-humans in the territory who have the ability to mine, it is equivalent to getting it for free. Don't worry about tools at all. Without any nonsense, Sumu took out the slavery collar and enslaved the bunny warrior in front of him first. The warriors of the bunny tribe were not of a high order, and they were not as powerful as the Tizot silver-feathered horses, so they were easy to enslave. In the back, the lizardman chief Turin saw this scene, but didn't say much. Before coming, he had already made an agreement with Sumu that as long as he could help him get revenge, he would lead his people to join his territory, digging and doing things for him. Of course, revenge is not limited to killing the other party. Slavery is one of them. Sumu had to use all his eloquence to convince Tulin. Originally, this old guy wanted to kill all the rabbit tribes. In the end, he was persuaded by Sumu. Seeing the entire tribe of the rabbits being enslaved, Turin thought it was a kind of revenge after thinking about it carefully. So, they hit it off and appeared here with Sumu's team, gradually going deeper into the cave. Along the way, there was almost no major danger. The Rabbit Clan warriors are all in groups of 3 or 5, so they are easy to deal with. The only thing that disappointed Sumu was that the female demi-humans of the bunny tribe were not good-looking at all. It can also be said that it doesn't grow at all, because they all have rabbit faces and human bodies. However, the women of the bunny clan do have great figures, especially their long legs, with well-proportioned and slender muscles. Any one of their legs is a representative of long-lasting legs. It's not impossible to make a guess, but Sumu is obviously not that kind of person. The complexity of the bunny tribe's nest is far less than that of the goblins. Finally, after spending most of the day's efforts, the invading Sumu was discovered. Saliki, the leader of the bunny tribe, found him with the remaining 20 or 30 bunny tribe warriors. "Cunning human, we have no grudges against you. Why are you killing my people?" There was suppressed anger in Saliki's voice, and her scarlet rabbit eyes stared at Sumu. "Give me a reason. First of all, I didn't harm your people. I just wanted them to shine in their rightful positions." Sumu spoke. "Instead of letting them fight with you, it's better to fight them in the mines. To them, I am their mentor. Secondly, it was Turin the lizard man who sent me here." Sumu grabs the bamboo shoots. Turin was exposed in an instant, which made the muscles on Turin's face tremble as he followed behind. "I knew it." Saliki didn't understand what Sumu said before, but she understood the last sentence. You humans wouldn't target us for no reason. It turns out to be you. Turin, you damned fellow. Are you going to hide behind like a turtle? Saliki found Turin hiding at the back of the group. You, the bunny tribe, provoked us first, so you won't allow us to take revenge. Turin stood up. Nonsense. We, the bunny tribe, were the first to discover the crystal mine. You lizard men are thieves. You stole the crystal mine that we worked so hard to dig. We just caught a thief, and this thief also killed 2 of my people. How do we settle this account? Saliki pointed at Turin and argued passionately. My son discovered the crystal mine. How did it become yours? Turin refused to give in. Also, it was you, the bunny clan, who killed my son. Your people are no match for my son. This is why I want revenge. Thieves deserve to die, said Saliki, and attacked Turin with a sudden move. But Sumu came out and stood directly between the 2 of them, forcing Saliki to stop. Okay, I don't want to talk too much about the grudge between you 2. Sumu looked at Saliki. Saliki, as the leader of the bunny tribe, I'm giving you a choice. Lead the rest of your people to join us, or be defeated by me and enslaved. Turin looked at Saliki with a sneer on his face from behind. Along the way, it probably had a general understanding of the strength of the humans in front of it. It is worthy for the lizardmen to follow. Most importantly, he is now on their side. However, when he heard what Sumu said to Saliki, Turin still frowned. Wasn't it agreed that everyone would be enslaved? How come it has become that as long as you are willing to follow, you can avoid slavery? But what made Turin frown even more was what was below. The always strong-willed Saliki actually nodded in agreement. I am willing to lead my people to join you. No conditions. Hearing her answer, Sumu's mouth curled up slightly. Saliki is a smart patriarch. It seems that he really needs to understand what happened. Let's see whether it's the problem of the lizard people or the problem of the bunny tribe. But it seems that Sumu already has his own ideas. Then let's go back to the territory. Sumu waved his hand and prepared to leave. Sir, you promised me something. Turin stood up at this time, hiding his dissatisfaction. I have already enslaved some of the members of the bunny tribe. If you have anything, please go back first. But Saliki. Okay. Sumu raised his hand to interrupt Tulin. Don't question my decision. Let's go back to the territory first. I know my limits. Following behind the mighty team, Turin's scaly face was full of dissatisfaction and calculation. Chapter 68. I'm a bit more cunning than you. Night. In the Tianmu tribe, several figures were sneaking in the darkness. Have you checked it out? Those people from the bunny tribe were placed in this row of wooden houses. Turin's voice rang out. We've definitely checked it out, Chief. It's this row. Like you, Saliki, the leader of the bunny tribe, lives alone in a small wooden house. His subordinate Allah whispered beside him. Humph. Tulin snorted coldly after taking a look at the cabin's configuration, anger hidden in his eyes. Damn Sumu. Arranging these rabbit people to live in houses exactly like ours is clearly a sign of their disdain for us lizard men. You look down on me, Turin. The legend cursed. I actually believed he would really help me get revenge, but it turns out he was playing a trick on me. Chief, why don't we just leave? Why do we have to stay in his territory and work for him? Allah asked from the side. If you knew why, wouldn't you be the clan leader? Would it be my turn? Turin glanced at him and smiled. Allah scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled apologetically. I've observed this earlier. There's only one human in this territory, and the rest are demi-humans. Tulin said. Moreover, this place is very well developed and has abundant resources. If we can seize the land that was used to develop us, then why do we still need to hide here and there and live like rats? But Chief, our abilities are not enough, are they? Allah said beside him. Although he was a servant of Turin, he knew the worth of his chief and his people. Their strength is simply not enough to occupy this place. Stupid. Of course I didn't mean now, but later. Turin cursed softly, and then a cunning look appeared on his scaly face. Besides, we must occupy them head-on. Can't we use our brains a bit? For example, adding the Myriad flower demon's toxin to their food? That odorless and tasteless poison will gradually eat away at his sanity, allowing us to manipulate and control him at will. When Allah heard about the Myriad flower demon's poison, he shrank his neck unconsciously and his face changed. He knew very well the effect of this poison. Myriad flower fairy is a rare species of flower fairy in Myriad forest. They are full of a toxin that can make people extremely excited, happy, and hallucinate after taking it. If this toxin is taken by people for a long time, it will cause strong dependence or even addiction. Once an addict can no longer take the drug, he or she will become listless, depressed, and even want to die. Allah once saw one of his tribesmen being poisoned by the Myriad flower demon. Because they could not find the toxin to continue absorbing, the tribesmen actually died by hitting the rocks in front of the demon. Therefore, it is very clear how terrible the toxin is, and it can really be used to control people. Allah never expected that his own chief would want to use this to deal with humans. It's really scary. But chief, even if we can deal with the humans, what about the undead in the territory? They're not easy to deal with, are they? Allah raises his doubts. Don't worry, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Turin sneered, calculating to the extreme. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Do you think that if he is gone, those undead will still foolishly target us? You overestimate their loyalty. Allah nodded, thoughtfully. Then chief, what should we do now? Of course I'll go in and kill that bitch Saliki. Tulin said with a sinister look on his face. I can't let go of this anger until it dies. What if the adults blame us? Will they vent their anger on us? Allah thinks a lot. Oh. Turin patted Allah's shoulder vigorously and whispered. That's why I brought the 10 of you out here. You are the most loyal to me. That's what I'm most assured of. In a moment, Allah, do it yourself. Hearing this, a gloom appeared in Allah's eyes. Well, Turin, I regard you as my most beloved and amiable chief, yet you want to take my place. No wonder you told me so much. Asshole. Of course, these are Allah's inner thoughts, and he will naturally not speak them out loud. Let's go. While no one notices, let's do it quickly. Tulin pushed Allah and led the team to the wooden house in front. Who is it? Hearing the noise, Saliki quickly used a tinderbox to light the torches on the wall, and 11 lizard men led by Turin came into view. What do you want to do? Saliki's face changed, and she shouted sternly. What do you think we can do? Turin sneered. Saliki, your people killed my son. If I don't kill you, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. You will die here tonight. You dare? Saliki's voice was quite loud, but she remained calm, trying to attract the attention of the surrounding rabbit tribe members with her loud voice. The Lord has said that we should live in peace, put aside our hatred, and refrain from fighting. If you dare to disobey, aren't you afraid that the Lord will blame you? Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Turin's eyes became increasingly sinister. But the dead can't lie. The mouth is on the body of the living. We can say whatever we want. Let's go together and kill it. Tulin said, and rushed forward, wanting to step on Saliki first. But to his surprise, none of his men moved, and they were all looking at him. Faced with this operation, Saliki also expressed great surprise. What's going on? Lizardmen internal strife? What's wrong with you? Tulin's face darkened, and he said, I told you to come together, don't you understand? None of the lizardmen answered it, and none of the lizardmen moved. Hachalin. Saliki added fuel to the fire at the right time. It seems that you are really not capable. Even your subordinates don't want to obey your orders. Allah, what's going on? Turin looked at his most loyal subordinate. But at this moment, a voice sounded from outside the door. Let me tell you what's going on. Sumu walked in from outside the wooden house, followed by Madrinsa, Night Magic Snowed, and Lizardman Shisha. The moment he saw Sumu, Turin's face changed drastically and his heart sank. He had a bad feeling, an extremely ominous premonition. As if realizing something, Turin's earth elemental magic gathered on his body, and he was about to burrow into the ground to escape. But Snot had already noticed it. He dodged, and the next second Turin fell to the ground spitting blood. What are you? Turin looked at the shadowy Snot in horror. It had never seen anything so strange and powerful. Saisa, Allah, capture Tulin. Ignoring Turin's question, Sumu ordered. By the way, gather all the lizardmen and bunny tribes together for a meeting. Yes. Chapter 69, Kill Turin. Establish your authority. Wandering merchants appear. Good for you, Allah. You actually betrayed me. Looking at Allah, who was close to the Sumu faction, Turin seemed to understand something. It's been betrayed. Its original plan, including looking for Saliki tonight, has been betrayed by Allah to that damn human. You traitor. Turin was tied up, but he still kept on complaining. It stared at Allah, who had betrayed it, and wished it could rip him open. Allah is blind. Okay, Turin, you don't have to shout. At this time, Sumu spoke. It's not Allah who betrayed you, but your selfish tyranny has already caused dissatisfaction among all the people in your tribe. Allah and the other lizard men, they just want a peaceful and stable life. Sumu spoke loudly, his voice reaching everyone's ears. They don't want to be your tools for revenge, oppression of other races, and provocation of war. Nonsense. Turin roared in dissatisfaction. I didn't. Am I talking nonsense? Sumu shook his head and told what he had done tonight. In fact, after bringing the rabbit tribe back to the territory, Sumu tried to recruit some lizard men for questioning. His original idea was to find out the grudge between Turin and the rabbit tribe and mediate between them. But I never expected that I would find a lot of things. It turns out that, just as Saliki said, the crystal mine was first discovered by the bunny tribe. While they were mining, Turin's son Tugab stole a large piece of crystal ore and sold it to a wandering merchant in exchange for weapons and equipment. When the theft occurred for the first time, the rabbit tribe endured it and did not cause trouble for the lizard men. Instead, they quietly strengthened the defense and guarding inside the crystal mine. Unexpectedly, Tujabu tasted the sweetness and wanted to steal again. This time I got caught. During Tujabu's resistance, he also killed 2 defenseless rabbit clan warriors. Why do you say you are defenseless? Because Saliki had ordered the warriors to capture it but not kill it, so as to avoid greater hatred between the 2 races. Tujabu took advantage of this and killed 2 rabbit clan warriors. Saliki couldn't bear it any longer and killed Tujabu. The so-called lizard man went back to complain, but in fact there was no such thing at all. The theft was done by Tujabu alone. Turin knew very well what his son was doing and how he had gotten himself into this fatal disaster. Because the one who coveted the crystal mine was not Tujabu, but Turin. Turin is a war-loving chieftain who often trades weapons with wandering merchants. Under his leadership, the original 800 to 900 lizard men were reduced to less than 150. In just 2 years as the tribe leader, Turin tortured the tribe into this state. Its existence has long caused dissatisfaction among the tribesmen. When Sumu called the lizard men to question him, the first person he found was Allah. Allah is Shisha's cousin, and they are related by blood. At that time, Allah spoke his mind right away and pointed out the harm that Turin had done as the patriarch in the past 2 years. The existence of Allah and Shisha also gave other lizard men a sense of security, so the tribesmen began to complain about Turin. According to Sumu, if Turin did not lead the lizard men to join his territory this time, Allah was ready to revolt against Turin's rule. Compared to Turin's tyranny, Allah only wishes that the race could live in peace and stability around the Myriad forest. This is not only his wish, but also the wish of all lizard people. In the past 2 years, they have witnessed the death of too many relatives and are already tired of war. And Allah is the lizard man who wins the hearts of the people. 90% of the lizard men within the tribe are supporters of Allah, and 10% are neutral. Even their resistance is already being planned. Of course, Sumu was also worried about Turin. He kept Night Ghost hidden in the dark, watching Turin. It can be said that Turin's every move is inseparable from Sumu's surveillance, including what he said to Allah not long ago. Ye may also heard it all. Good guy, he still wants to use the Myriad flower demon poison to deal with him. When Sumu heard this, he had already developed murderous intentions. Turin must not be left alive. Must kill. It can be said that Turin is very cunning, but Sumu is only a little more cunning than him. Not much. When Sumu told everything in front of Turin, the lizard men, Saliki, and the members of the rabbit tribe, they all suddenly realized. So that's what it is. Saliki was truly kept in the dark. She and her people knew nothing. Turin had already collapsed to the ground. Being a cunning man, he knew clearly what would happen to him. Turin, don't be so hated in your next life. One shot. Sumu pulled the trigger of the gun without hesitation. The power of the musket at close range directly shattered Turin's head, and his brains flowed all over the ground. The huge noise also shocked the lizard men and the rabbit tribe. When had they ever seen such a terrifying weapon? They looked at Sumu with awe and fear. From this moment on, I declare that Allah is your new patriarch. Sumu raised Allah's right hand and said loudly, I know what you lizard men want. You just want to live a peaceful and stable life. I can fulfill your wish. All you have to do is work diligently for me every day and complete your tasks. I'll make sure you have enough food and shelter. Sumu, standing in the center of the crowd, spoke with great authority, his momentum firmly in his grasp. With the help of Turin's corpse, his lordly majesty was evident at this moment. This is my promise to Allah, and also to you, the lizard people. Long live the Lord. Allah took the lead in shouting. Long live the Lord. Allah's followers followed in unison. Long live the Lord. Long live the patriarch Allah. For a moment, shouts shook the sky in this small world. This is all a manifestation of the lizardmen's cohesion. The bunny clan, led by Saliki, seems a bit out of place. At this time, Sumu turned his attention to the people of the Jueda tribe. In my territory, I don't want to see fighting and scheming. So I hope you, the bunny tribe, will put aside your past grudges, cooperate well with the lizard men, and work hard. I will treat you the same way I treat them, without any discrimination. Sumu continued. If someone like Turin appears again, I will kill the troublemaker without hesitation, no matter which tribe it is. Because any attempt to disrupt the harmony in our territory is not allowed. Do you understand? I understand. This time, not only the lizardmen answered, but also the rabbit tribe. Thank you, Lord. Long live the Lord. Saliki was also very good at observing people's expressions, and she quickly shouted a few words. Thank you, Lord. Long live the Lord. The deafening cry rises again. After the bunny clan and lizardmen had all dispersed, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Being a leader is tiring to a certain extent. Not only do you need to control the momentum, but you also need to pay attention to the movements of your subordinates, public opinion, etc. at all times. After all, his territory is no longer what it was before, and it is growing bigger and bigger now. There will be more people in the future. Sumu also realized that the territory increasingly needed some rules, clauses, and laws to restrain them. Clear reward and punishment clauses will be more conducive to the healthy development of the territory. And what he did tonight was to work towards that end. 3-star value intelligence. 1 hour later, a wandering merchant will pass by the northwest entrance to Myriad Forest. Intelligence tip: if you have enough money, you can try to trade with wandering merchants. It is said that you can buy a lot of good things from them. Chapter 70 Golden Blueprint. Unlock new knowledge. Myriad Forest. Northwest entrance. The night is dark and the wind is very noisy. Owner, why did you bring me here so late at night? Wednesday's slightly nervous and shy voice sounded. At this moment, she was being knocked down by her master next to a tree, and the distance between them was only a palm's length. The master took a deep breath, and her face was covered with the warm breath from his exhalation, which added a touch of charm and ambiguity. During these 2 nights, because Fiolina would run through the wall from time to time, Sumu and Winstia had to kiss secretly. Now in the wild, without Fiolina's destruction, the two seemed to be liberated. However, in the shadows that they could not see, a pair of eyes were quietly watching everything that happened. Humph. A soft hum. Winstia, you must stay by my side from now on, okay? Sumu's voice rang out, easily audible in the silence. Yes, I understand, master. Winstia responded softly. Suddenly, Sumu patted her shoulder. Let's go. Our target for tonight has appeared. Only then did Winstia realize that her master had not brought her here to play and kiss on a whim. But there really is something. Hello, alien adventurer. I am Kezier, a famous wandering merchant on the continent. You are blocking my way. Are you trying to trade with me? The wandering merchant, carrying a huge bag on his back, spoke up. His eyes fell on Sumu and Winstia, looking at them carefully with caution. But soon, his expression relaxed. Sumu naturally noticed this detail. The fact that Kezel can undergo such a transformation only shows that he is very strong and confident. Come to think of it, how could a businessman who could wander around the continent be without some strength? Mr. Kessel, I've long heard of your great name. I'd like to see the goods you have, is that okay? Of course. Kessel stroked his beard and said with a smile. But I just left Tianlong City, and I don't have much stuff on me. I may not have what you want. As Kessel spoke, he sat down on the ground, took out a handkerchief, and began to place his goods on the ground bit by bit. Seeing this, Sumu quickly pulled Winstia down and squatted down. Golden musket design drawing. With this drawing, any forging apprentice can create an epic quality musket without the involvement of a saint craftsman. 10 times more powerful than ordinary muskets. Golden iron axe design. With this blueprint, even a forging apprentice can create an epic quality iron axe without the involvement of a saint craftsman. The felling speed is 10 times faster than that of an ordinary iron axe. Sumu probably knew that the best quality iron axe currently available was made of refined iron, which he had originally obtained from the dark slave trader. I didn't expect that in addition to this, the quality of the iron axe could also reach the epic level. So awesome. Mr. Kessel, don't you have some ordinary things on you? Sumu couldn't help but ask. He remembered that the lizardman chief Turin had bought weapons from the wandering merchant. He didn't see it either. Most of them were drawings and materials. Adventurer, there are many wandering merchants on the continent. I, Kezier, never have ordinary goods on my shelves. When Kezel said this, his tone was full of pride. So that's how it is. This wandering merchant is not that wandering merchant. No wonder it triggered a prompt from the intelligence system. Sumu continued to watch. Golden brick upgrade scroll. This blueprint can improve the quality of blue bricks, allowing your buildings to have epic quality without the participation of a sane architect. 10 times harder than ordinary blue bricks. The prerequisite for use is that blue brick production must be unlocked. Golden cloth armor design. With this blueprint, even a tailor apprentice can create epic quality cloth armor without the involvement of a holy inquisitor. Defense is 10 times stronger than ordinary cloth armor. Sumu took a quick look and saw a lot of golden weapon design drawings, as well as some potions and other things. To be honest, this was the first time he knew about this thing. It really unlocked new knowledge. For a moment, Sumu was slightly shocked. Mr. Kessel, could you please tell me what colors and qualities the blueprints come in? Sumu raised his own questions. Of course, I'd be happy to answer your questions, adventurer. Chapter 71, Griffin, the value of the portal. Kessel explained patiently. Drawings generally come in 4 colors: green, blue, purple, and gold, with gold being the most popular. If you happen to have a saintly master of life around you, drawings will mean nothing to you. However, there are very few living masters who can be called saints on the mainland. Ordinary people may never have the opportunity to meet them in their entire lives. Then my drawings are treasures to you. Then why can't I see design drawings in other colors? Sumu asked. Unfortunately, the design drawings for other colors have been sold out due to price. Perhaps I'll have them next time we meet. How much are these golden blueprints? When asking this question, Sumu felt a little weak. These things looked like they were beyond his current ability to afford. Really? When Kessel named the price, Sumu gave up. The price of a blueprint of a golden musket is as high as 100,000 gold coins. You know, this is the design of a musket, not a rocket. Ridiculously expensive. After asking around, Sumu found that the cheapest one was the golden brick upgrade scroll, which only cost 20,000 gold coins. Adventurer, I only have 1 golden brick upgrade scroll. If you need it, you can buy it. Kessel said. Furthermore, I can tell you sincerely that the only divine builder on the continent who can craft the golden brick upgrade scroll has already retreated to the mountains. This thing might be out of print in the future. Even I, Kezier, won't be able to get it. Kessel's attitude was quite sincere, and Sumu could not see the temperament of a profiteer on his face. Although unscrupulous businessmen will not show their unscrupulousness on their faces, a person's facial features still have their own considerations. At least compared to the dark slave trader Jonathan, Kesser gives people the temperament of a more elegant and easygoing gentleman. Moreover, Sumu also got an important message from his words. Mr. Kessel, which divine architect created these golden blueprints? Sumu asked. Certainly. Kessel nodded. Except for them, no one on the mainland has this ability. Sumu raised his eyebrows. These words were terrifying when he thought about them carefully. Doesn't the fact that Kessel has these scrolls in his hands mean that he knows many god-level craftsmen at the top of their professions? No wonder he became a wandering merchant, traveling around. Sumu gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Kessel, I want this golden brick upgrade scroll. But, as your new customer, can you give me some discount or something? If it were before, Sumu might have felt reluctant and not considered upgrading the blue bricks. But after experiencing the harsh weather of acid rain, he clearly understood the significance of upgrading blue bricks to gold. The hardness is 10 times higher than that of ordinary blue bricks. This means the defense is 10 times higher. Will you still be afraid if you encounter stronger acid rain, or severe weather such as falling rocks or ice from the sky in the future? Taking a step back, if he uses blue bricks to build a wall to surround his territory in the future, who can easily break into his territory during a territory war? Don't underestimate the 10-fold increase in defense. This is the case with 1 brick. What if the thickness of the city wall in his territory is 10 bricks? I'm sorry, adventurer. My prices are transparent. Many people who have bought from me know that I never raise or lower prices casually. So I can't agree to your request. I can't set a precedent. On the other end, Kessel refused without hesitation. Just as Sumu was feeling disappointed, Kessel spoke again. However, I feel that you, adventurer, are a kind and sincere person. I wonder if you would like a mount. As he spoke, he looked at Wenstia beside him. Obviously, he had noticed her subhuman identity a long time ago, and he also had a clear idea of the relationship between them. I can give you a mount as a gift. This is the fate between the two of us. Nothing else matters. Kessel continued. This mount was injured recently and hasn't fully recovered yet. I can't take good care of it while I'm carrying it. I think you, adventurer, can definitely take care of it for me. Of course, Mr. Kezier, I'm willing to take care of it for you. There was no discount, but there was a mount for free, which Sumu thought was pretty good, so he quickly agreed. Besides, even if the Tizot silver feather horse can be tempered, its physique makes it impossible to ride it for the time being. Sumu really needs a mount now. After the deal was concluded, Kessel and Sumu chatted for a while. Sumu also told Kessel his name, and then he got the golden blue brick upgrade scroll and a cloth bag. Mr. Sumu, you can summon the griffin beast from the bag when the time comes. It is very docile and will not hurt you. I leave its injuries to you. After saying this, Kessel bowed sincerely to Sumu. Please treat it well. Griffin? The name sounds awesome. Sumu patted his chest and quickly agreed. I will, Mr. Kezia. This is a promise between us men. I like what you said. Kessel smiled. By the way, Mr. Kessel, I actually want to ask for some materials. I want to see if you have them or if you know anything about them. Please go ahead. Extraterrestrial crystal, magic patterns, and Loki slate. Sumu repeated the materials needed to make the portal. When Kessel heard this, his eyes lit up slightly, and then he said, Mr. Sumu, are you planning to collect materials for making a portal? Mr. Kezia, you know? Although he had guessed that Kessel might know, Sumu was still surprised. Take a look. Kessel took out a scroll and handed it to Sumu to take a look. Portal creation scroll. Exactly the same as what Sumu got. Mr. Kezia, how much are you selling this for? Kessel held up 5 fingers. 50,000 gold coins. Sumu tried to say something. Kessel shook his head. 500,000 gold coins. Sumu hesitated. It's 500 million gold coins, Mr. Sumu. Kessel said with a smile. Sumu was shocked. No way. 500 million. The portal scroll is extremely precious. If it can be crafted, it can transport people and objects across thousands of miles. Only a few countries in the continent have portals in their main cities. Kessel continued to explain. If we take it to an auction house, this thing might fetch 1 billion gold coins. If the portal's materials weren't so hard to come by, and its crafting wasn't so difficult, its scroll might even fetch 5 billion gold coins. Mr. Sumu, you actually have such a treasure in your hands. It's incredible. Sumu. With Kessel's explanation, Sumu finally realized the value of the portal-making scroll. Then when he used the Thunderfall technique to exchange with Luo Wuxi, he made a huge profit. It was a huge profit. How can a small thunder spell be compared to the value of a portal? What about the materials, Mr. Kessel? Do you have them? Sumu rubbed his hands excitedly. He probably can't afford it, but he can make an appointment in advance, right? Unfortunately, I did have it before, but now I don't. But if you want it, Mr. Sumu, I can help you find it. That's perfect. Next time I come back, I can still see the griffin. Chapter 72. Buff Stacking. Absolutely superb little mount. The wandering trader Khazir is gone. Before leaving, he promised to come back to see the griffin next time. From then on, Sumu's portal materials were finally found. However, making money has become something he urgently needs to pursue. After meeting Kessel tonight, Sumu felt an urgent need for money for the first time. Back in the cabin, Sumu opened the cloth bag and summoned the griffin inside. It is about 3 meters tall, with a yellow lion body and a white eagle head. It has a strong body and obvious muscle lines. The sharp claws on its limbs gleamed coldly, and on its back was a pair of huge eagle wings. Looks very powerful. However, the griffin now had its eyes closed and lay quietly on the ground. There were claw marks of varying degrees on its body, as if it had fought with a formidable monster. Although the wounds had been coated with medicine, they were still shocking. No wonder Kessel wanted to keep it here. It was indeed seriously injured and needed to rest for a while. Sumu used an insight spell. Griffin, with superb hunting skills, it is the little overlord of the sky, able to handle flying requirements in any weather. The only drawback is that it has a big appetite and a short-lasting effect. Sumu glanced at the cloth bag in his hand that once contained the griffin. Mount storage space. There is a small space inside that allows your mount to temporarily activate. It is exclusive to griffins and cannot be used by other beasts. Are there any other good things like this? Sumu was a little surprised, and he quickly put it away. Griffin, female sign. Age, 5 years, 10 months, 21 days. Work adaptability, riding LV3, hunting LV3. Special talent tags, chasing shadows on the wind, workaholic, ignoring wind resistance, master's heart. After taking a look at the status bar of the griffin, Sumu couldn't help but swear. Damn, it's top quality. It's true that the riding level is only LV3, but the value of the griffin is definitely more than LV3. If Sumu remembered correctly, the talent tag of Wind Chasing Shadow was also available to the Tizot Silver Feather Horse, and its effect was Chasing Shadows, very fast, speed increased by +30. Look again. Ignore wind resistance. Wing flight type exclusive wind resistance is a piece of cake. Wings increase flight speed by 15. When these two are combined, the speed is increased by 45. Even if you are riding at LV3, the speed may be similar to that of LV4. But the griffin has 2 other talent tags, Workaholic and Master's Heart. Workaholic, likes work, enjoys work, and makes work enjoyable. Work speed increases by 20 and work endurance increases by 30. Master's Heart, strive for excellence in both work and combat, increasing by 10. Once these buffs are added together, what else can it be but the best? Its gold content is close to that of Tizot's silver feather horse, and may even exceed it. Sumu felt excited. Kezel really left him a good mount. Wednesday, if I wake Susu up in the middle of the night, she won't scold me, right? Sumu secretly observed outside the wooden house for a few times and found that Susu was sleeping soundly in the room. He asked in a low voice. He wanted to wake up Susu to heal the griffin. Because it's worth it. You know, Sumu never asked Susu to treat Tizot's silver feather horse. This shows how much he values and likes the griffin. No, but she will definitely cling to you, master, and let you hold her to sleep. Wednesday smiled and said, but it's almost the same. Anyway, when Susu wakes up in the middle of the night, she always runs to your bed, master. How do you know? Sumu glanced at her. Good job. It seems that the little fox saw Susu climbing onto his bed. Of course. Wednesday covered her mouth and smiled secretly. Could she see a hint of guilt on her master's face? Did I see it wrong? Griffin, please cooperate. We are helping you heal your wounds, okay? You'll soon be pain-free. When Susu was treating the griffin, the big guy woke up. Seeing this, Sumu quickly stepped forward and stroked its head to comfort it. The griffin cried out weakly. Then it glanced at Sumu several times with its eagle eyes, did not resist, and cooperated very well with the treatment. Maybe it saw that the human in front of it had no ill intentions, and its injuries were really getting better. Good boy. Sumu continued to comfort it while thinking in his heart. When upgrading the territory, he obtained the Territory Member Medical Ability Training Scroll from the system. The function of the scroll is, the member who uses it can gain the ability to heal the wounded. As for the strength of this healing skill, it depends on the talent and ability of the learning member. In other words, the more talented a person is, the greater the value of learning the scroll will be. With the existence of this thing, Sumu has, to a certain extent, the ability to train medical soldiers in his own territory. However, he has not chosen the right person so far. Because Sumu didn't know whether there was a medical ability in the job adaptability? If so, is it best to give it to members who have this ability? It was based on these considerations that Sumu did not use the scroll. For now, the territory's healing mission can only rely on Susu. Under Susu's treatment, the griffin's wound, which was still bleeding, has gradually scabbed over and is showing a tendency to fall off. Looking at the griffin's condition again, it seems to be much better. Okay, Susu, that's enough. Sumu quickly called out to Susu to stop, because he found that her face was pale and her condition was much worse than that of the griffin. Susu's treatment consumes a lot of his own strength. The faster the griffin recovers, the more it consumes her. Sumu called a halt to protect Susu, and because he felt sorry for her. Brother, hug me. Susu opened her little hands, her face full of fatigue. In fact, she didn't need to say anything. Sumudu had already stepped forward and held her in his arms. The little girl was not heavy to begin with, and now she looks even lighter. Are you hungry, Susu? Would you like some meat? Sumu asked gently. Not hungry. Susu shook her little head and smiled brightly in Sumu's arms. Susu wants to sleep. Brother promised me that you would hold me tight tonight, or I'd sleepwalk again in the middle of the night. The little girl squeezed hard into Sumu's arms and held his waist tightly. Hearing the word sleepwalking, Sumu laughed. Susu once asked Sumu. She said that every night when she went to bed, Sumu would hold her in his arms and coax her to sleep, and Sumu would sleep with her. But why is it that every time she wakes up in the middle of the night, Sumu is gone? At that time, Sumu jokingly replied, that's because Susu was sleepwalking and you went to sleep on another bed. Don't blame your brother. Sumu didn't expect that Susu had always remembered it, and even reminded her today to hold her tightly. The little girl is so cute. Okay. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Brother will hold you to sleep. Sumu patted the griffin's body and said, get some rest. I'll need your help going into town tomorrow. Chapter 73, Water Source Restored. Set off for Tianlong City. The next day, when Sumu got up, he checked the griffin's injuries and found that it had completely healed and there were no major problems. All this is thanks to Susu. The little girl is really good at treating external injuries and is trustworthy. Master. Wednesday's voice rang out, and she trotted towards Sumu. The river pollution problem has been solved. Go and have a look. Really? Without hesitation, Sumu took Wednesday's hand and prepared to run towards the river. CRI. The griffin next to it suddenly raised its head and cried, then stretched out its wings. Sumu finally reacted. Yes, he can ride the griffin over there and try out what it feels like to gallop across the sky. With the cooperation of the griffin, Sumu easily rode on its back. Wednesday, come up too. Sumu stretched out his hand. Oh, Wednesday responded without refusing. The griffin is big enough for 2 or 3 people to sit on it, not to mention Wednesday. Wednesday, You have to sit in front of me so that I can hold you tight. Otherwise, what if you fall? Flying in the air is no joke. Sumu started talking. I know, master. Winstia, who was originally planning to sit in the back, sat obediently in front of her master and was held in his arms. Seeing her humble, obedient, and well-behaved appearance, Sumu suddenly had an idea. No, it's still not safe. I'm not too sure about you, Winstia. How about you turn around and face me? This way you can hold me, and I can hold you. I think this is the most reasonable way. Master, is this really necessary? Winstia was not shy, but she couldn't help but feel shy when they hugged each other face to face. In addition to their eyes meeting, their bodies were pressed together. When the griffin flew into the sky, there was inevitably some friction and collision. Thinking of this, Winstia felt shy. If that's the case, I'm very worried about your safety. Sumu's face was full of sincerity, as if a sentence was written on it. Winstia, I'm just worried about you. What bad intentions could the master have? Right? Okay. Winstia nodded in agreement. She didn't want to disobey her master and spoil his mood. So good. Sumu chuckled and hugged Winstia's waist from the front. With the beauty in his arms, he felt his chest soften. The griffin soared into the sky, and the huge bumps made Winstia cling to her master. The griffin landed by the river, and Sumu jumped down quickly. There was no time to be affectionate with Winstia, as he noticed that a lot of water elemental slimes had gathered by the river, coming here to drink water. They have not eaten for more than 2 days, which has even affected the storage of timber resources in the territory. However, judging from the slime's hesitation and unwillingness to step forward to drink water, the last incident of water poisoning left a big shadow in their hearts. That's normal. After all, the only flaw of the water elemental slime is that it's a little timid. Sumu took a look and saw that the originally green river water had returned to its previous clarity. In the past 2 days, Sumu has been watching the chats on the World Chat channel. He knows that rivers have been polluted in many places. The problem of drinking water for the lords has become the first problem to be solved in each region, and many lords died because of the bad weather. It can be said that various situations are happening all over the world now, and the lords are overcoming the hardships they encounter. Even Luo Wuxi hasn't contacted him for 2 days. Sumu didn't know whether she was in any danger. He planned that if Luo Wuxi didn't look for him tonight, he would contact her to see if he could. Compared with the misery of other lords, Sumu's territory is still developing in an orderly manner. Now, even the water problem seems to have been solved. What are you doing? Seeing the little slimes bending down and trying to reach into the river one by one, Sumu interrupted them. My lord, I am going to drink some water. They turned around and answered. Everyone is wondering if the river has returned to normal and is afraid to drink the water normally. I'm going to give it a try for everyone. So you want to lead by example? Sumu smiled. Seeing being so cautious, he wondered what the baby was up to. Yes, sir. Then I'll accompany you, Sumu said and squatted down. Let's try to see if this river water is drinkable. Owner, Winstia called out worriedly from the side. The color of the river is normal, but no one has ever tried to drink the first sip of water. When Winstia saw that his master wanted to try it first, he couldn't help but worry. However, Winstia did not stop. She knew that if a territory wanted to unite and increase the loyalty of its members, the lord often needed to lead by example and walk in front. If the owner doesn't dare to drink the first sip of water, the slimes won't say anything to a certain extent, but who can guarantee that they won't be thinking something in their hearts? And what Winstia thought was exactly what Sumu thought. He knew very well that as a lord, if he wanted his subordinates to obey him sincerely, he had to show his attitude and personal charm. Why haven't the slime tribe gone down to the river to drink water yet? Isn't it because there is no one who dares to stand up and take the lead? As the lord, Sumu must be the first to take the lead. Thinking of this, he quickly scooped up a few mouthfuls of river water and drank it, and followed suit. Just like the one I drank before, sweet and refreshing. The effects of acid rain have really disappeared. Everyone, you can drink water now. Our water supply has returned to normal, no problems at all. Sumu stood up and shouted. With his lead, the slimes behind him jumped into the river happily. Winstia, the bunnies and lizard men have all gone to work, right? Yes, they went to the mine together. That's good. Sumu nodded. After the ore is mined, you'll have to take Dahe and the others in Madrinsa to pull it back. With Madrinsa around, the iron ore won't be that heavy, so it'll be easy to pull back. I'll get a few wooden carts later, and that might be a lot better. Master, where are you going? Winstia seemed to have guessed something from her master's words. Yes, I'm going to the nearest Tianlong city to buy some things and see if there are any slaves who can use ice magic. Sumu said, after I leave, the territory will be temporarily handed over to you for management. I will let Felina stay in the territory. There shouldn't be too much danger. Sumu still has confidence in Felina's strength. As long as there is no too strong opponent, there should be no problem. Master, you might as well take Felina with you. She's so strong, she can definitely protect you during your journey. Winstia said, I'm afraid you might be in danger, Master. To be honest, Sumu was only thinking about the territory and never considered his own safety. But in his mind, with the intelligence system in place, his own safety should not be a problem. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be fine. I'll just be out for a while and back soon. I am more worried about the territory and your safety, so Felina should stay. Chapter 74 Imperial Knights. Chivalry. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her master, Winstia tried to persuade him in another way. What about Susu? Master, will you take Susu with you? With Susu here, if we encounter any danger, she should be able to help. No, I'll try to go and come back quickly. That's why I coaxed Susu to take a nap. If he took Susu with him, the little girl would definitely pester him to go here and there. Sumu was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to refuse her. So it's better to be straightforward and go on the journey alone. But Master, if you leave like this, aren't you afraid that Susu will scold you when she wakes up? Winstia was still worried about her master going out alone, so she tried to persuade him. Susu will cry loudly if she doesn't see her master when she wakes up. Then it's time to play your role as a sister, Winstia. Sumu smiled. He naturally saw through Winstia's thoughts. Don't worry, just tell Susu that I will buy her something delicious. As he spoke, he had already arrived beside the griffin. Master, please be careful and stay safe. Remember to eat and rest on time. We will be good. Perhaps because she couldn't say the word, good boy, Winstia suddenly changed her words. We'll be waiting for you to come back. Like a young wife sending off her husband who was about to go on a long journey, Winstia gave him gentle instructions. I see. The griffin soars into the sky. I hope the master can be safe and not encounter any danger. Winstia clasped her hands together and prayed silently. Soon after, until she could no longer see the griffin in the sky, she turned her gaze towards the Miluo forest. Sumu checked the map and found that the nearest town to Miluo forest was Tianlong City. Therefore, the purpose of his trip is Tianlong City. Just as he expected, the griffin is an excellent mount. With the superposition of various buffs, its flying speed is simply amazing. The only thing that could slow down the griffin's speed was not the wind resistance, but Sumu's intelligence system that suddenly sounded. There are still many dangers in flying in the sky. From time to time, the intelligence system will think of 3-star danger intelligence, 4-star danger intelligence, and so on. It's nothing more than a powerful flying monster appearing in front. If it were normal times, Sumu would consider confronting Samsung if it was dangerous intelligence. But now that he was alone outside, he decided to keep a low profile and just get away with it. 4-star dangerous information. A young phoenix is flying ahead. It will encounter you in this airspace in 5 minutes. Please leave as soon as possible. Come again? Sumu patted the griffin and prepared to land, but it seemed that the intelligence system was not ready to let him go. 3-star danger intelligence. A fierce battle is underway among the human race below. The flames of war are very likely to affect you. No way. Clip the chicken up and down. Sumu was just about to turn the griffin around and fly backwards. 4-star dangerous intelligence. A young phoenix bird has appeared in the airspace behind. It seems to be a pair with the one in front. Sumu. 3-sided chicken? What to do? Waiting online, very urgent. After hesitating for 10 seconds, Sumu decisively chose to let the griffin fall downwards. Kodalu, as a member of the Knights of Light, you actually dared to collude with other countries and betray our longing empire. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The Imperial Knight Gabong, holding a silver sword and wearing mithril armor, cursed loudly. You are unworthy of your knighthood. You are unworthy of the training our Dragon Roar Empire has given you. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and coupled with the angry expression on his face, he looked somewhat hideous and terrifying, with an astonishing aura. There were many corpses lying around Gabong. Some of them were human, some were mounts, and some were pets. The bloodstains and horrific scars all over the ground showed how shocking and terrifying the war that had taken place not long ago was. 20 meters in front of Gabong was Kodalu wearing iron armor. Behind Kodalu stood a group of knights holding long swords. Each of them had traces of battle, but they still have the advantage in numbers. There are a total of 130 people. Compared to Kachalu, almost all of Gabong's companions fell down, except for a figure in a black robe who was still standing intact. Gabong, you've tried your best. Why don't you just surrender? Facing the insults, Kodalu remained unmoved. He lowered his eyes and said, Join us, and maybe I can spare your life. After all, It's not easy for the Empire to train a supreme knight. Am I right? Bah, you fart. Gabong spat on the ground. Immediately, he put the long sword in his hand back into the scabbard and pulled out the heavy sword weighing more than 300 pounds on his back. The heavy sword fell to the ground with a dull sound. Gabong stared at Kodalu with disdain on his face. I am a knight of the Empire. I'm not a clown or a traitor like you. Gabong held the heavy sword in both hands, his expression becoming solemn and resolute at this moment. He said loudly, I was born and raised in the Empire. Since I was 6 years old, I have known what chivalry is. Humility, honor, valor, mercy. Gabong repeated the chivalry he had memorized word for word, and everyone present heard it clearly. Loyalty, sacrifice, fearlessness, protection. I, Gabong, am not only a supreme knight, I am also a knight of the Empire. If you want to harm Her Royal Highness today, you must step over my dead body. As soon as he finished speaking, Gabong roared, and the hand holding the heavy sword flashed with silver light, and the ground under his feet began to crack in all directions. With Gabong as the center, an invisible energy is gathering madly. Madman, this guy wants to destroy himself, daring to activate the knight's restriction? The knights behind Koglu were talking, and a solemn look appeared on each of their faces. Is it the knight restriction that only came into effect since the Supreme Knight? It's said that activating that restriction will result in death or cripple. Who says not? He'll only briefly increase his strength, then explode and die. It seems Gabong is determined to die, right? Is it worth it? For that corrupt empire? What a loyal fool. Idiot. Kogla's expression gradually became serious. He also realized that Gabong was risking his life. Fight them to death. Jirbang, what are you doing? Stop it now. Listening to everyone's discussions, Selena, who was wearing a black robe in the back, finally understood what Gabong was doing. Her face suddenly changed and she stepped forward, trying to stop Gabong. But a huge cyclone had already formed around Gabong. The cyclone was so fierce that it blew away the black robe on Selena's head, revealing a beautiful face. Selena majored in magic, so how could a magician's physique possibly withstand such a fierce cyclone? No matter how hard she tried, she could not get close to Gabong at all. In the end, she was blown away by the cyclone and fell to the ground. She could only look at Gabong in despair as the ban had been activated. Chapter 75, The Empire's Youngest Mage. TSK, beautiful big sister. Behind a tree in the distance, Sumu smacked his lips, admiring Serena's beautiful face. If it were someone else, their focus would probably be on Gabong and the battle that was about to break out. Only Sumu was different. His focus was on Selena's face. This damn feeling of relaxation. Sumu mainly adopts the attitude of not getting involved, keeping a distance from others, and watching the fun without getting involved. In his words, what's so interesting about old guys fighting? It's better to look at beautiful women. And Selena's appearance is very pleasing to the eye. 4-star valuable intelligence. The one in danger ahead is Princess Serena of the Dragon Roar Empire. If you lend a hand now, you might gain something. The intelligence system's prompt sounded in Sumu's mind at the right time. Stop messing with the system. In a fight of this scale, you want me to lend a hand and get something in return? The key is that you have to be alive to spend it even if there is a reward. Pooh. No, system, you want to change the host, right? Not to mention the princess. Even if it was the empress, I, Sumu, would not take action. The question is to cherish your life. There are hundreds of people on the other side. Hundreds of people. So what if Selena is beautiful? My little Wednesday, isn't little Susu pretty? Let's not count Felina in this for now. Sumu was daydreaming when he heard movement in front of him. Princess, please leave here quickly. Gabong's firm voice rang out. His blood vessels bulged all over his body, his eyeballs were bloodshot in just a few seconds, and his face turned purple. This is the after effect of the sudden surge in power. Gabong activated the night restriction, and the uncontrollable power in his body was enough to make him explode. Let's go. With a deafening roar, Gabong pulled out the heavy sword from the ground and held it high. His figure flashed, and he rushed forward like a ghost. Prepare for battle. Kodalu calmly gave orders, and the knights in the rear collectively took an offensive stance. Kill. Gabong swung his heavy sword, and a knight in front of him flew out instantly, and only stopped after breaking a huge tree. Seeing this, Kodalu's face changed and he shouted. Collectively close the gap and adopt a defensive posture. The ban will only last 5 minutes. Gabong is already at the end of his strength. Just hold on. Kodaru analyzed calmly. Yes. The knights roared, closing the distance between themselves and their teammates and taking a defensive stance. Boom. Bang. Knight's holy light. Cross slash. Gabong's roar shook the sky. earth-shaking. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by the god of death. Every time he swung the giant sword in his hand, he could reap a life. Wailing sounds were heard everywhere. Calm. Dragon crash. Clang. Violent collision sounds continued to ring. Silver lights splashed in the center of the venue, and violent energy surged wildly. The battle was extremely fierce. This made Su Mu, who was far away, gasp in amazement. Fortunately, he did not listen to the system on impulse. This is a truly fatal battle. Su Mu has a very clear understanding of himself. He is not stupid, and there is no need to risk his life for strangers. Her Highness is protected by my Imperial Knight, Arts Gabong. You, don't even think about hurting her. With a roar, Gabong's heavy sword slipped from his hand. The heavy sword is the knight's main weapon and the knight's glory. The knight always remembers that no matter when or where, he must never let the heavy sword fall from his hand. Even if your arms are cut off, you can't give up the glory that belongs to you. But if one day, the heavy sword that shows the glory of the knight falls, it will definitely mean the end of the knight. Sure enough, the next moment, Gabong's tall body fell heavily to the ground. At the moment before his death, he was still murmuring, "Princess, go quickly, go fast, walk, walk," until there was no sound at all. What a pity, such a loyal person. Hey! Behind a tree in the distance, Su Mu sighed slightly when he saw this scene. Su Mu was indeed shocked by Gabong's loyalty. But the reality is that when Gabong chooses to open a restriction, he is doomed to never return. The reason why he dared to make such a choice was that he wanted to do his best to protect what he wanted to protect. He used his life to practice his spiritual beliefs as a knight. Su Mu expressed his admiration. But the problem now is that Gabong is dead, and there are still about 30 or 40 people on the other side. The leading knight named Kodalu is not dead either. The princess is in danger. Su Mu shook his head and felt even more sorry for Gabong's sacrifice. Su Mu could actually understand why Selena didn't take advantage of the fight to escape. After all, there are corpses of mounts all around. There was nothing left to ride on, so Serena couldn't get far even if she wanted to. Of course, there could be other reasons that he doesn't understand. As she was speaking, Selena had already stood up from the ground. "Princess Serena, surrender and don't resist." Kodalu stood up, wiped the blood from Gabong's face, and pointed his sword at Serena. "For Gabong's sake, I promise not to hurt you. Just come with me to the Nether Abyss Empire." "What if I don't agree?" Selena's voice sounded, and suppressed anger could be heard faintly in her voice. Her eyes fell on Kodalu with coldness. "If you don't agree, then please forgive me," Kodalu said. "I will personally tie you up, Princess Serena, and bring you back to the Netherworld Empire." His voice continued. "I know, Princess Serena, you are a genius magician and the youngest magician in the Empire. But the injuries you suffered previously haven't healed yet, and you can't use magic at all now, so there's no need to resist in vain and only cause more damage. After all, I was once a member of the Imperial Knights, and I don't want to hurt you." "Kodaru, why on earth?" Serena spoke and said, "Why on earth did you want to betray our Dragon Roar Empire? I'm very curious." Kodalu is a knight trained by the Empire and has always been loyal to the Empire. Selena really couldn't understand why he rebelled. The corrupt Empire will eventually fall. Kodalu looked at Serena and said in a deep voice, "For nearly 100 years, the Dragon Roar Empire has revered magic, which has squeezed the living environment of us knights. The current king is a great magician. He is crazy about magic, and he even forgot that his ancestors were born knights. Who was it that fought with his ancestors to carve out the vast and boundless empire? It's us knights, not that damn magician." Kechalu became more and more excited as he spoke. "But now, we knights are not treated as we deserve. He's trying to erase the great achievements of our ancestors. I will never allow this to happen." Kodalu raised his arm and said hatefully, "Rather than allowing a corrupt empire to exist, we should lead the way and completely overthrow it." "Overthrow! Overthrow!" The knights behind him all spoke in agreement. Obviously, dissatisfaction is the most fundamental reason for their rebellion. "Are you here because of the establishment of the Magic Boundary Monument?" Serena seemed to understand something. "Princess, you are very smart." Kodalu smiled, holding the silver sword in his hand, and walked towards Serena step by step. Chapter 76 Magic Scroll. Ice Prison, Eternal Frost Imprisonment. "Princess, I'm sorry." Kodalu had a pair of shackles as thick as a baby's wrist in his hand at some point, and he walked towards Selena step by step. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared. Selena reached out and placed her hand on the collar of her black robe, then unbuttoned it bit by bit. "What's going on? Is this princess taking off her own clothes?" Behind the tree in the distance, Su Mu, who had seen the situation clearly, lived in Bungbu. Not only Su-mu, the outsider, but even Kodalu stopped and looked surprised. Princess Serena, what are you doing? Serena didn't answer his question, but answered it with a cold face. Kodalu, you will pay the price for your disloyalty to the Empire. And you, all of you. This sentence made Kodalu frown secretly. The next moment, Selena had taken off her black robe, revealing the body underneath. Su-mu. Kodalu and the knights behind him were collectively shocked. Soon the shock turned into horror. But no matter what kind of emotion it is definitely not because of seeing a beautiful naked woman or something like that, but because Selena's body is covered with blue and white ice-like scales. Scales covered her entire body, shining like armor. This kind of scale is definitely not something like armor, but more like it grows out of flesh and blood. Snake scales. Su-mu murmured, "Isn't this princess a human?" Clang. Over there, Kodalu seemed to realize that something was wrong, and he drew his sword and rushed towards Serena. But he was still a step too late. A terrifying frost force erupted around Selena, and Kodalu, who was rushing towards her, was blown away. Then, amidst a burst of frost crystals and ice, Selena's body suddenly bounced up into the sky. She actually turned into a creature with a human head and a snake body. She looked down at the knights below, the elemental power condensed into frost gathering around her like mist. At this moment, she was like a god with an ice crystal snake body, sacred and inviolable. Another world version of Baisujin. Su-mu blurted out. Seeing this scene, Kodalu, who was lying on the ground, showed a solemn look on his face, but before he could react, Selena made another move. She didn't know when a scroll-like object appeared in her hand. Magic scroll. Kodalu burst out, and he suddenly used his heavy sword to support his body and shouted loudly. Brothers, launch an attack. We must not let her use the power of the magic scroll. Charge. With a wave of his arm, the long sword in Kodalu's hand glowed silver, and the knight's most classic move was used. Cross-eye slash. Rush. The knights behind drew their swords and rushed forward, determined to stop Serena. But it seems that their reaction time was too late. Or maybe it was because of Selena. She didn't need any time to chant magic at all. She opened her arms, facing the sky, and whispered in a Sanskrit voice. Ice prison. Frost imprisoned forever. In an instant, the temperature in this area, which was above 36 degrees, suddenly dropped to 0 degrees. The power of frost spread madly towards the ground in all directions with Selena as the center. Frost fog rises. Su-mu couldn't see clearly what was happening in front of him. He felt as if he was in the ice and snow. All he could see was cold air, and he couldn't see the direction clearly. The only thing that is certain is that, apart from being cold, he should not have been affected by the attack, and is still safe. Time passes by minute. The thick icy air is gradually dissipating. Su-mu's vision finally began to recover, and he saw clearly what had happened. The knights who were still charging were all frozen, like artistic ice sculptures, maintaining their postures in life. Looking at Serena again, she had already recovered her human form and was now lying on the ground with a face as white as snow. It looks like it will break if touched. Serena's eyes were fixed on the front, as if she was looking for something. Suddenly, her eyes fixed, and despair was already on her beautiful face. Princess Serena, you truly are worthy of being the youngest genius magician in the Dragon Roar Empire. He was able to instantly kill nearly 40 silver knights with one move. Wow, he's really quite skilled. A familiar voice sounded. It was Kodalu's. He walked out from behind the tree nearby, his face covered in frost, and he was still breathing heavily. It was obvious that he had used all his strength to resist the attack just now. I finally understand why the king is paying more and more attention to magic. Kodalu continued. But what a pity. The one who laughs last today will be me, Kachalu. Glory belongs to us knights. Serena didn't say anything. The despair on her face said it all. Kodalu was right. Her previous injuries had not healed yet, so she could not use her magical abilities. Just now, she forcibly revealed her snake body, and with the help of the power of the only magic scroll, she forced her body to use the ice element magic. Without the help of the magic scroll, she couldn't do it. But killing 40 silver knights in seconds was already the best she could do. Her best guess was that Kodalu had been taken along with them. But now it seems that she obviously underestimated the opponent's strength, and he still survived. If Serena hadn't been injured, perhaps Gabong wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. She doesn't need to fall into such a situation. But there are not so many ifs in this world. Selena was so weak now that she didn't even have the strength to answer. Kodalu said to himself, now I understand why the king of the Dark Abyss Empire insisted that we take you back. I always thought the legend was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. The frost Linglong Jiao is sealed in you. The king truly loves you. Ha ha. Kodalu laughed wildly, and he took out the shackles that had appeared before and approached Selena. Sudden, Kodalu frowned, as if he had sensed something, and swung the sword in his hand suddenly backwards. Clang. The sound of swords clashing. Who are you? Kodalu gritted his teeth and resisted, staring intently at the young man with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin in front of him. Ganglon slash. There are only 3 words to answer Kodalu. Bang! Under the huge impact force, Kodalu was blown 5 meters away. Kill him while he is ill. Sumu added a new motto. He didn't care about anything else and rushed forward again with a sneak attack. He slashed at Kodalu again. After continuous fighting, Kodalu's energy was no longer as strong as it was in its heyday. Under the continuous attacks, he repeatedly resisted. In the end, he was defeated and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Stop! As soon as Kodalu shouted, Sumu's dragon horn knife had been switched to a musket and was pointed at his head. Bang! Pull the trigger without hesitation. From the time Sumu appeared to the time he pulled the trigger, only 30 seconds had passed. Chapter 77. Isn't it a pity to bury him like this? 4-star value intelligence. The person in extreme danger ahead is Princess Serena of the Dragon Roar Empire. She seems to have the bloodline of the Frost Dragon and a great secret. If you lend a helping hand and save her from danger at this moment, you may be able to gain her favor and trust greatly. Intelligence analysis. Frost dragons existed in ancient times and are the kings of the ice and snow world. They are extremely rare and possess a strong power of ice elemental power. Intelligence tip. Frost dragons shed their scales every year. Their scales are excellent forging materials. The blood of the frost dragon contains the purest power of ice element, and its use can increase the strength of ice element magic. This is why Su Mu took decisive action. There is no way. The system prompted me for the second time, and this time the analysis was too much and too detailed. Seeing that Kodalu was alone and could not pose any danger, Su Mu decisively chose to take action. Are you okay? Su Mu came to Serena and asked. Serena's eyes fell on Su Mu's face, and she looked at him quietly for a while without answering. Are you unable to speak now? Su Mu tried to ask. Serena nodded with difficulty. She didn't know where the other party came from, nor did she know why he wanted to help her. Now everything was unknown, but she was too weak to speak and find out the truth. The only thing she could feel was that the young man in front of her seemed to have no ill will towards her. Then lie down first. Su Mu stood up and said, Let me search my body to see if there is anything good. He muttered as he came to the body of Kodalu who had just been killed and began to search him. Su Mu is a good man who is frugal and would never waste any opportunity to make money. However, he was a little disappointed. Kodalu doesn't have any so-called storage ring or anything like that. Su Mu searched his entire body and only found 503 gold coins, 23 silver coins, and 10 copper coins on him. I don't know if the other things were lost or what, but there was nothing there. Su Mu was speechless when he saw that an imperial knight was so poor. However, Kodalu's sword is quite good. Knight's Sword Kodaru, a knight's sword engraved with the user's name, blue quality. A blue quality sword, also the highest quality weapon Su Mu has ever seen. However, the sword was very long and not easy for him to use, so he didn't like it very much and threw it into his backpack. Su Mu stood up and looked around. Some of the bodies were frozen, while some were not. There was obviously no chance to search those who were frozen. Su Mu estimated that as long as he exerted force, those ice sculpture-like people would be torn into pieces. Those that are not frozen can be searched. No matter how thin a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. With this idea in mind, Su Mu became busy on the scene. When Selena, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, her face full of surprise. She can't speak. If she could speak, she would have wanted to tell the young man that their advanced troops had already taken away the valuables. After searching around, nothing else was found, but Su Mu had 1,003 gold coins, 592 silver coins, and 366 copper coins on him. Delicious. One mosquito leg may be a small number, but what about hundreds or thousands of mosquito legs? That's quite a bit of meat. Hey, that seems to be where the Supreme Knight Gabong died. Su Mu muttered. He pushed away the frost and snow above and looked down. Really, as he thought, underneath was the dead Gabong. His body was not frozen, but his blood was solidified. Not far away, Selena also noticed this scene. She knew that the young man was checking Gabong's body. Selena frowned, her eyes looking slightly unfriendly. Serena doesn't care about other people, but Gabong sacrificed himself for her, and she didn't want to see his body unable to rest in peace after his death. Serena's brows tightened more and more. She wanted to scold the young man for interrupting her. But soon, Serena's brows relaxed, and the hostility in her eyes completely faded away. Instead, feel gratitude. Sumu is a person with a bottom line. Searching a corpse is not a shameful thing in itself, but he really wouldn't do it to a loyal knight like Gabong. Spiritually speaking, Sumu believes that he cannot do this, so he respects such people. After taking a look at the sky, he found that there was still time, so Sumu took out his pickaxe and started digging a hole in the same place. The speed of his hands after being single for more than 20 years is fully demonstrated at this moment. Soon, he dug a hole. Due to tool limitations, it's not very deep, just enough. Normally this isn't my job, okay? Sumu sighed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and pulled Gabong's body into the pit. Glory Heavy Sword Gabong. The glory sword of the Supreme Knight Gabong, weighing about 300 kilograms, was forged by him personally. The heavy sword is engraved with Gabong's name, and has accompanied him in battle for countless years. It is of purple quality. After just one glance, Sumu picked up the heavy sword with both hands and threw it into the pit. Not far away, Selena's eyes gradually softened as she watched everything happen. But at this moment, a voice that Sumu was familiar with suddenly sounded from behind him. Hey, are you burying him just like that? Isn't it a pity? Hiss. The moment he heard the sound, Sumu turned around and looked. Felina, why did you follow me here if you weren't in the territory? What? That's right, the one in front of Sumu now is the soul-catching doll Felina. The moment he saw her, Sumu was overwhelmed. He was being followed all the way without even noticing. Humph. I go wherever I want, there's no reason why. Felina raised her face slightly, as arrogant and unruly as ever. I'm really defeated by you. Although he said this, Sumu did not blame Felina. For example, when facing the Tizot silver feather horse that night, Felina suddenly appeared. Sumu knew best why she followed him. It's just that I'm worried that something might happen to him, so I follow him to protect him. She didn't say it, but Sumu could understand that this time it was almost certain. There is no way. Felina is such a hypocritical little undead who is hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Sumu couldn't blame anyone even if he wanted to. Hey, answer my question. Felina spoke again. Isn't it a pity to bury him like this? What else? Sumu was puzzled by Felina's question. If a dead person is not buried, can I still resurrect him? But even though he is dead, his soul is still alive. Felina stared at the pit and suddenly said something. Sumu. Chapter 78, Resurrection. Undead Guardian Knight Gabong. Felina, what do you mean by this? Sumu's voice was a little excited. He was very smart, and he sensed something unusual in Felina's words. What do you mean the soul is not yet extinguished? I can resurrect him and let him exist as a ghost. Felina spoke again and dropped another bombshell. His soul is still alive and attached to his weapon. I can see it clearly. Sumu got goosebumps after hearing this. He was not afraid of ghosts, but Felina's casual words made him feel embarrassed after being searched before. Doesn't that mean that the souls of other dead people are also watching him plundering their belongings? Even if we take a step back, Gabong's soul has been watching Sumu digging the pit, then watching him pull his body in and throw his sword in. It's terrifying when you think about it. Don't worry, only those with deep enough obsessions can still wander in the world after death. Ordinary people can't. Felina said. This girl, could it be that he saw through his thoughts? Sumu pondered in his heart, and he straightened his back. How can you bring him back to life? I can tailor him into a dead doll like me. There was no ripple on Felina's face. She said, such a loyal and brave man is suitable to become a ghost after death. Making him into a ghost doll and having him accompany you would be a great help. And don't worry, his loyalty after resurrection will only be directed towards you. Felina had been hiding in the dark and observing, so she naturally knew what Gabong did and said. Sumu roughly understood what Felina said, but the only thing he was worried about was, Felina, has sewing the undead doll harmed your body or your strength? If there is, forget it. I don't really need it that much. Felina was obviously stunned. Then she swayed in the air, her eyes curved, and she hummed. Humph. It's just a small, undead doll tailored. What harm can it do to me? Felina pouted, her face showing a rich expression. You underestimate me, Felina, don't you? I just don't like to act rashly. Not everyone is worthy of being sewn into a ghost doll after death. If I didn't like this guy, I wouldn't have taken action. As Felina spoke, she came to the top of the pit. She waved her slender hands in a very formal manner, as if she was performing a ritual, making obscure hand seals. Soon, a blood-purple array pattern appeared above the pit. Next to the heavy sword, Gabong's dead soul appeared. The moment he saw Gabong's soul, Sumu was also shocked. Felina has something. Gabong's soul was absorbed into the formation pattern in midair. The spell is still going on. There was a thick black shadow needle in Felina's hand. She threaded the needle on Gabong's body like sewing a doll. Sumu felt confused and impressed. He was afraid of disturbing Felina, so he didn't dare to speak and just observed silently. Not far away, Serena looked at everything happening in front of her in shock. She had no idea what was going on. She wanted to ask, but she couldn't speak. But soon, Selena saw Gabong's body rising from the pit, and then sank into the strange formation in midair. A rag doll that looked like Gabong fell from the formation and was held in the hand of the strange girl. Serena was shocked. Here you go, drop some blood on it, and you'll be able to summon your own undead doll. Felina handed the Gabong doll to Sumu. Good. Sumu took it and looked at the doll in his hand. He now vaguely understood why Felina's nickname was the soul-catching doll. This girl's full-level tailoring skills don't make clothes for living people, but for undead dolls. She put the soul into the doll and created a ghost doll that belonged to her. This ability is simply incredible. With her around, Sumu felt that his undead army would still grow stronger even without the undead scroll. The premise is that the use of this ability will not cause any harm to Felina. Sumu glanced at Felina and saw that she had no problem. He cut his finger and dripped 2 drops of blood on Gabong's doll. The next moment, the doll in his hand seemed to have life, broke free from his hand, and flew into the sky. Just like Felina's transformation from a doll to a human, Gabong's undead doll also completed its transformation in the black fog. The undead guardian knight Gabong is willing to serve you, my master. The moment Gabong appeared, he knelt on one knee in front of Sumu with the highest etiquette of chivalry and lowered his head. Unlike Gabong, who is still a human, Gabong now appears to be in a state of nothingness, and he carries the same deathly aura as Madrinsa. The death energy took the form of tangible black air that enveloped him, and the armor on his body faintly glowed with a dark green light, giving him a bit of the feel of a ghost skeleton knight. Pretty cool. Moreover, you can tell at a glance that it is not a human. Get up. Sumu raised his hand. Yes. Gabong's voice was full of energy. After he stood up, his eyes fell on the hole at his feet, thinking. Sumu noticed this detail. That sword belongs to you. Take it. Yes, master. Gabong raised the heavy sword with one hand, and at that moment the green light on his body surged, emitting an astonishing power. From now on, the complete undead guardian knight Gabangcheng. Sumu was happy watching from the side. Not bad. I've gained something before even reaching Tianlong City. After putting away Gabong, who had transformed into a ghost doll again, Sumu prepared to set off again for Tianlong City. It was not early at this time, and they were still about 20 kilometers away from Tianlong City. Hey, this thing is pretty good. Sumu found something good. Magic shackles, made from meteorites from outer space. They are incredibly strong and difficult to break free from. Once bound, you cannot use your magical powers. This was the thing that Kodalu had planned to use to tie up Selena. Sumu didn't expect that this seemed to be the most valuable thing he had seen so far. He quickly put it away before talking. I'm going to Tianlong City. Will you come with me? Sumu looked at Serena and said. Serena nodded. Of course she'll follow along. Not to mention that there are many wild beasts here at night. What if Kodalu has other pursuers? She is in no condition to survive alone. It just so happens that Tianlong City is where she wants to go, which is perfect. All right then. Sumu took out a cloth bag and summoned the griffin. He looked around and found that Felina had disappeared somewhere. I wanted to invite her to ride the griffin, but I didn't even give her the chance. Shrugging his shoulders, Sumu picked up Selena from the ground. Serena. Soon, the griffin soared into the sky. Chapter 79 Serena's Rude Way of Thanking You. This is the first time Sumu has seen a city since coming to this world. Tianlong City was much larger than he had imagined, and it stretched as far as the eye could see from the sky. Moreover, the surrounding walls are 30 meters high, enclosing the entire city. Looking down from above, it is very spectacular and shocking. This also made Sumu feel hot in his heart. He decided that after returning to his territory, he must work hard and try to quickly build his territory into something like this. This is the atmosphere a city should have. His current territory is still far from enough. Sir, flying is prohibited in the airspace within Tianlong City. Please land quickly and enter through the city gate. 2 guards riding flying mounts stopped Sumu. Sorry, I didn't know there was such a rule. Since it was his first time in someone else's main city, Sumu naturally had to keep a low profile. He patted the griffin and landed. Seeing that he came down on his own initiative, the 2 guards turned around and left without saying anything. Can you walk now? As they were about to enter Tianlong City, Sumu glanced at Selena, who was sitting on the griffin, and asked. Not yet. Selena replied in a muffled voice. She has barely recovered 10 now, and it is difficult for her to even move her hands, let alone walk. All right. Sumu didn't say much and picked up Selena from the griffin. While still on the griffin's back, Selena recovered a little and was able to communicate with him. The two also had a brief exchange. On the other side, Selena did not react shyly to Sumu carrying her off the griffin. Her expression was relatively calm. Just now on the griffin, Sumu was holding her and riding. She was in front and he was behind. The two kept touching each other along the way and kept a very ambiguous posture. Although Serena has never had such contact with boys since she was a child. But because of her ice magic, her temperament was naturally rather indifferent. Besides, the cloth robe she was wearing now was put on by Sumu. Compared to these, she had already accepted the hug in her heart. After putting the griffin away, Sumu carried Selena on his back and walked into the city. There were many people coming and going at the city gate, and quite a few demi-humans could be seen, but they were all slaves, carrying goods. There are also tall orc figures among them. They were wearing heavy shackles and were whipped by humans with iron whips behind them. This is the law of survival on this continent. The strong are respected. Sumu has nothing good to say. He walked on the main road of Tianlong City with Selena on his back, looking around and observing. Before coming, Sumu asked Zhou Yuqi to make a list for him to see what daily necessities the territory needed, and he would try to buy them back. Now he is naturally paying attention to the surrounding shops, which will be convenient for him to go out and buy things later. Mr. Sumu, there is a hotel over there. Could you please take me there first? I'm a little tired and want to take a rest. Selena's voice sounded behind him, and Sumu turned his head to look at her. Please. Serena's face was slightly red, and Sumu thought she was unwell. Okay, I understand. Well, thank you very much. The reason why Serena's face was red and pink was certainly not because she was feeling unwell, but it was because Sumu was carrying him on his back. At first, when she was held by Sumu and flying, she didn't feel much. She just felt that the contact between them was too close. And on the griffin, Sumu has always behaved very gentlemanly. All his actions were limited to supporting her and preventing her from falling from the air. It was a perfectly normal contact. Because of this, Selena did not act pretentiously. She felt that she could accept it from the bottom of her heart. But now, the situation of being carried by Sumu is completely different. Selena didn't have the strength to support her body, so she could only lean on Sumu passively. This also caused her body to constantly squeeze and collide with him. Selena was very clear about the feeling coming from her body. But this is not the only thing that is more terrible. She could still clearly feel his hands on her buttocks. When he lifted her up, it felt like someone was really touching her. Taking it all into consideration, she was accustomed to the royal education since she was a child, and her indifferent temperament finally broke down and became shy. I don't know what Serena was thinking. As soon as Sumu walked into the hotel, the waiter came up to him. Hello, sir. I'm Henry, and I'm happy to serve you. Excuse me, do you want to stay in a hotel or have a meal? Henry said as his eyes fell on Serena on Sumu's back. Just one glance, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As a hotel waiter, Henry has definitely met quite a few guests. But the beauty of the woman in front of him still made him feel amazing. This is enough to show how beautiful Selena is. After taking a few glances, Henry looked away reluctantly. Yes, please get me 2 rooms. Sumu's attention was not on Henry. He was observing his surroundings. 2. Henry tried to confirm. He thought the 2 were a couple. Doesn't it seem so now? Yes, 2. Sir, miss, please come this way. Henry made a gesture of invitation. After going up to the room, Sumu asked Henry to bring some food. He hadn't eaten for most of the day and was already starving. After putting Serena on the bed, Sumu just sat down to drink some water when Serena spoke. Mr. Sumu, thank you very much for saving me. It's okay, it's just a small favor. You've already thanked me in heaven. Sumu smiled. But at this time, Selena moved her fingers with difficulty. This was the limit of what she could do at the moment. Soon, a black and purple card floated in front of Sumu. Mr. Sumu, this is a purple crystal card. You can exchange it for 100,000 gold coins at any bank. It's your reward for saving me, etc. There are 100,000 gold coins in this black card in front of me. Serena gave it to him as a reward for saving her. Hiss. Sumu took a breath of cold air. This Princess Serena is simply a rich woman. Sumu is a money lover, and he is really moved. However, as a good young man in the 21st century, if someone gives you a big red envelope, you should at least be polite, right? So, Sumu reached out and took the purple crystal card, frowned slightly, looked at Serena with a serious expression, and said, Princess Serena, you know, I saved you because I have a warm heart. It's an act that doesn't ask for anything in return. Selena was stunned. She didn't expect Mr. Sumu to say such a thing. With his serious expression, she thought about it carefully and suddenly realized. Serena was a little panicked. She realized that her behavior was inappropriate. She quickly interrupted Sumu and said, "No, Mr. Sumu, please don't misunderstand. The gratitude for saving my life is as heavy as a mountain. Of course, cold gold coins are not enough to express Serena's gratitude to you." Chapter 80, Legendary Knight? Legendary God of Magic. Serena explained anxiously, "I don't have any valuable gifts on me. Gold coins are the only thing I can offer. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Sumu. I'm not trying to insult you with dirty money or anything like that. I don't mean that. I know you have a very noble soul, sir." Sumu? He said he was confused? What's going on? He was just being polite. Why was Selena so anxious to explain so much? And dirty money? Sumu wished she would kill him with money. A noble soul? Is Princess Serena a fool? Why does she speak in such a childish way? Sumu was daydreaming when he suddenly found another purple crystal card in front of him. "Mr. Sumu, there are 500,000 gold coins in this card. I was wrong just now. How can a mere 100,000 gold coins express my gratitude?" Serena continued, "I hope you don't mind my rudeness just now. After you get the money, Mr. Sumu, you can go to the auction house to see if there are any treasures you like. Just think of it as a gift from me, Serena, buying it for you." Sumu. No, he was just being polite. You give 5 times more. She is truly worthy of being the princess of the empire. Or, can you be polite again? Of course, this is just some fantasy, and Sumu is naturally not thick-skinned enough to do that. His action just now was really unintentional, but it seems to have been misunderstood. Hey, it's really hard to be polite these days. Princess Serena, since you are so kind, I can't refuse. Why? Sumu sighed. You know, money is something outside of the body. I don't value it. While speaking, the 2 cards had already been put away by Sumu. Selena smiled and didn't say anything, but her eyes looked at Sumu with a much softer look. Mr. Sumu's character is truly upright. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough, otherwise it would have really chilled Mr. Sumu's heart. After all, he saved me, and I tried to insult his character with money. I really am. This is what Selena is thinking at the moment. Unconsciously, Sumu's image in her mind was elevated for the second time. The first time Gao Xiren helped Gubang dig a pit to bury him. Having lived in the palace all her life, Selena rarely went out and was not very good at dealing with people. That's why I did something very straightforward and gave money to express my gratitude. When Sumu said the words, "no reward," Serena reacted immediately and she quickly made amends. However, if Selena knew what Sumu was thinking, she would probably be confused. "Princess Serena, are you hungry?" Sumu was enjoying the food Henry brought to him, and he did not forget to take the time to ask a question. "It's okay, I'm not hungry, Mr. Sumu, you eat." Serena licked her red lips slightly, turned her eyes away from the food, and said, "Also, you can just call me Serena, forget about the princess. By the way, Serena, I heard from the dead knight that you are some kind of wizard. Does this mean you are a magician level?" While eating, Sumu did not forget to ask the questions that concerned him. Sumu had a rough idea of the items and equipment on this continent, and knew how to distinguish their quality. The only thing he couldn't tell was their strength. What supreme knight? What wizard? I am completely confused and bewildered. While Selena was around, he naturally had to ask her carefully. Serena was a little surprised by the question he asked, but she still spoke patiently. Yes, magician means magician level. On this continent, magicians are divided into different levels. Apprentice mage, magical servant, magician, mage, grand mage, holy mage, legendary mage. Each major stage covers 9 minor stages. Sumu nodded, probably understanding. So, Serena, what stage of wizard are you? Me? Serena pursed her lips, thought about it, and didn't hide it. 2 years ago, I became a magician, but because of an injury I received a year ago, my strength has been stuck at the 9th level of magician. That means you've already become a great wizard if you don't get hurt. Sumu didn't know whether the magician was awesome or not, but when he saw Selena casting spells before, she was definitely very strong. Moreover, she was a wizard 2 years ago. The value of this is really amazing. That's about right. Selena's face was calm, without any arrogant reaction. What level is the strongest magician in the Dragon Roar Empire? Sumu asked curiously. Before, when Sumu was walking on the streets of Tianlong City with Selena on his back, he heard some news from street vendors. Tianlong City is a second-tier city under the jurisdiction of the Longyin Empire. The land he is standing on now belongs to the Longyin Empire. Moreover, it is very likely that Sumu's current territory is also within the scope of the Longyin Empire. If he becomes powerful one day, he might be targeted again. The origins of magic in our empire are only a little over 100 years old, and the foundation is not strong enough, so the strongest magician at present is only the Grand Mage. Serena whispered. That's also my mentor. Grand Mage? That means there are 2 more big steps ahead. Sumu had never seen it before, so he didn't know whether it was awesome or not. He would have to wait until he saw it to know. Finally, Sumu asked some questions about careers on the mainland, and Selena answered them patiently. The main professions of this continent are swordsman, knight, and magician. Other types of spellcasters such as summoners, bards, rune masters, and potion masters also exist. However, those are only the occupations of a small number of people. Among them, the ranks of knights are apprentice knight, knight squire, bronze knight, silver knight, gold knight, supreme knight, holy spirit knight, blessed knight, legendary knight. Gabong is a first-level supreme knight. And Kodalu, who was killed by Sumu before, was the golden knight. As a supreme first-level being, Gabong is actually very powerful in combat. Otherwise, he would not be able to exist as the princess's guardian knight. However, before the battle, Gabong was ambushed by Kachalu and took food containing poison, which greatly reduced his strength and reduced him to the level of a golden knight. And Kodalu is also a ruthless person. In order to prevent Gabong from taking the poison, he took it himself. Therefore, the reason why Sumu was able to kill Kodalu was largely because his strength was weakened. After comprehensive evaluation, Sumu felt that his current strength should be between the Bronze Knight and the Silver Knight. But what he is more curious about now is how powerful Gabong's undead doll is. Have you reached the level of the Supreme Knight? If so, he made a lot of money. Chapter 81. Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Buying slaves again. Of course, it was Serena who told Sumu about the matter of Gabong and Kodalu. Sumu didn't know why Her Royal Highness the Princess trusted him so much. Maybe it had something to do with his charm? After all, he is a man with 60 points of charm. Mr. Sumu, I have a question for you. Serena suddenly spoke up. Is it about Gabong? Sumu already had a guess. Right. Is Gabong following you as a ghost now? Yes. Sumu had no need to hide anything. I admired Gabong's character very much, so the undead under my command resurrected his soul. Does he still have any memories? There should be some, but he is loyal to me now. Sumu's words were very clear. Gabong was now his undead soul and would not follow you anymore. I understand. Serena breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. She nodded solemnly. Road. Being able to follow Mr. Sumu in the form of an undead is also an excellent destination for Gabong. I hope you can treat him well. Serena seems quite open-minded, and she seems to know something about the undead too. If ordinary people heard that he had become a ghost, they would probably want to find out the reason, right? Her reaction was quite calm. Sumu thought in his heart and said, I will, don't worry. Yes, thank you. Serena had just finished speaking when a gulp sound suddenly rang out. Huh? What's that sound? Sumu looked at her curiously. He seemed to be able to hear the voice coming from Selena. Soon, there was another gulp sound. Selena's round eyes were rolling around. Her fair face was stained with a hint of blush, and she met Sumu's gaze somewhat helplessly. Haha. Sumu patted his head. I'm sorry, Serena. I was busy eating. You must be hungry too. Let me feed you. The gurgling sound is naturally the protest from Serena's stomach. After all, Sumu was eating heartily beside her, and Selena was watching her, so she would be lying if she said she wasn't hungry. She is just weak, but other body functions are normal. Excuse me, Mr. Sumu. Serena is not hypocritical. Sumu fed her, and she ate naturally. Moreover, she ate in a very ladylike and elegant manner, chewing her food slowly and carefully without letting any food touch her lips. She is truly worthy of being a princess raised by the royal family. She has mastered her temperament to perfection. Indeed, some aristocratic temperament cannot be faked. From beginning to end, Sumu looked at her with admiration. Such a beautiful lady, it would be a shame not to see her. Putting aside other things, just watching more of it will make you feel better. After dinner, Sumu and Selena said something and prepared to go out. Sir, are you going out? Sumu met Henry, the hotel waiter, at the stairs. Well, buy some things. Sumu said casually. Sir, please tell me what you want to buy. I'm very familiar with the area and can help you find the best store for the best deal. No, just some small things. I'll be back soon. Sumu responded casually. Henry is so attentive. He was so attentive that he couldn't help frowning. In the past, what annoyed him most when he went to the store to buy things were the salespeople, not to mention people like Henry. Then take care, sir. Henry was very good at reading people's expressions, so he quickly stepped aside. Afterwards, when he could no longer see Sumu's back, Henry snorted heavily and turned into a room next door with a gloomy face. Sumu did not forget his mission. He came out to buy things needed for the territory. According to the list made by Zhou Yuqi, Sumu bought all of them one by one. Now that he had the money given by Selena, he didn't feel bad at all about spending it. Moreover, the prices in Tianlong City are really not high. Especially when purchasing daily necessities, they are all calculated in silver and copper coins. As small as rice, flour, pots and pans, chopsticks, seeds, seasonings and other things. It took an hour and a half for Sumu to finish shopping for everything from cloth, carpets, mattresses to decorative furniture needed for the cabin. He arrived at the door of the Chamber of Commerce as the cloth shop owner had mentioned. Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Looking at the plaque hanging above his head, Sumu frowned and thought to himself, isn't this the same black-hearted Chamber of Commerce that I robbed before? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Sumu had asked the cloth shop owner before, and found out that there was only one place in the entire Tianlong city that sold slaves. It was the place in front of him. It's just that he didn't expect it to be the territory of Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Hello, sir. I'm Kai Xin, the receptionist at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. How can I help you? A tall woman with a hot body and wearing a long tube top came over. I want to buy slaves. Just as Sumu finished speaking, a group of armored and well-armed men suddenly emerged from the house next door and walked out in an orderly formation. Excuse me, sir. Please wait a moment. Kai Xin twisted her hips and came to the leader, whispering, what's going on now? Things are starting to look promising. Our main force will set out tonight. Brinson, the leader, spoke, his voice suppressed but still loud. It was the orcs who did it. We'll set out tonight and try to teach them a lesson and get the things back. Sumu could hear it not far away, but he pretended not to hear it. What about the other thing? Has that been confirmed? Kai Xin continued to ask in a low voice. Brinson nodded, but didn't say what it was. Then be careful, and wait for your triumphant return. Kai Xin said as she made way. The large group, led by Brinson, filed out. Hundreds of people. Sir, you just said you needed to buy slaves, right? What do you want? Kai Xin came back to Sumu, her beautiful face full of smiles, and her rich fragrance rushed straight into Sumu's nose. I need a slave who knows ice magic. Sumu thought for a moment and continued. And goblin slaves? Do you have any? The reason why he thought of goblins was because of something Sumu had obtained when he robbed the goblin's lair. Ohmic metal. As mentioned above, only goblins know the function of intelligent metal. A hint of surprise flashed across Kaisen's face, and after a moment, she covered her red lips and smiled. Excuse me, sir. We dare not sell slaves like goblins. I believe no guild would dare to sell goblins. However, if you want a slave that knows ice magic, it's quite a coincidence that our Chamber of Commerce just got some 2 days ago. No place dares to sell goblin slaves? Is it because those guys are too smart? Sumu didn't quite understand, but he was smart enough not to ask any more questions. Then take me there. I'll see what kind of slave it is. Yes, please. Chapter 82. Ice Spirit Cat, Clan Lolita Girl. Following Kai Xin all the way, Sumu arrived at the dungeon where the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce held slaves. The smell here is a bit unpleasant, Mr. Nesser. Please be patient. Kai Xin, who was walking in front, turned around and smiled, saying in a charming voice, Yeah, I understand. Sumu nodded, indicating that he understood. The nether in Kaisen's mouth was naturally a name he casually gave. It was because this woman kept asking him to hint at his identity. Then let's go. Kai Xin said this, signaling the guard to push open the heavy cell door. A foul odor hit Sumu in the face, and he frowned slightly. The environment in the dungeon is extremely bad, with dirty water, soil, skeletons, and rats everywhere. In each cell, there were subhuman slaves locked in shackles. Some hid in the corners, some clung to the iron door, and some, hearing the noise, quickly crawled out and looked out. But no matter which one it is, there is desire in their eyes. Because they understand that customers are coming. This was their only chance to get out of this damn place alive. Sir, choose me. I can do anything for you. A female demi-human from the Silver Wolf tribe was shaking the prison door vigorously, trying to attract Sumu's attention. Me too. I can do anything. I can learn whatever I don't know. A female tiger demi-human also demonstrated her value in the same way. She even made seductive gestures and kept winking at Sumu. Please choose me, please. Please. Some were more reserved, clutching the cell door tightly and begging softly. Kai Xin, who was walking in front, seemed to be accustomed to these situations and did not say anything. Sumu was silent. These subhuman slaves did look pitiful, but he had no way of completely saving them. Besides, he is not a savior, So why should he think so far ahead? Miss Kaisen, are all the slaves imprisoned in your dungeon female? Sumu asked casually. Certainly. We at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce are very particular. Our customers don't like the female slaves they bought to serve them to be touched by other men. Look at the guards in our dungeon. They're all women, no men, right? Kai Xian's voice came through, incredibly clear in the confined environment. Sumu hadn't noticed it before she said it, but now he sees that it is true. Starting from the entrance, all the guards in the dungeon are women. Of course, there are some exceptional guests who just like that kind of thing. We naturally have arrangements for that. Could Mr. Nesser be that kind of person? Kaisen suddenly turned her head and looked at Sumu and said something. Hee. Sumu responded with a fake smile and said nothing. Are you kidding? He is not Element Plus and TR. Normal men wouldn't be like this. Hee. Seeing this, Kaisen continued to twist her slender waist and lead the way. Here we are, Mr. Nesser, right here. The ice elemental slave you need is locked inside. Kai Xian stopped in front of a cell. Sumu took a look inside. At first glance, he didn't see anyone there. The second time I looked, I finally saw a petite figure in the shadow in the corner. Hey, little girl, come out and greet the guests. Don't hide in the corner. Kai Xian slapped the prison door with her hands. How many times have I told you that hiding like this will lead to no future? You have to learn from them and learn how to please your future master. This is the hope of survival, you know? There was no response, and the small body in the corner curled up even tighter. What a cowardly girl. Kai Xian shook her head, then took a bunch of keys from the guard, opened the cell door, and walked in. Come out with me now. Someone wants to buy you back. Kaisen pulled the figure inside. No, I don't want it. The figure looked thin, but seemed to be very strong. Kai Xian was unable to pull her out for a while. Finally, seeing this, the two female guards had no choice but to go in and help carry her in front of Sumu. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Nesser. This girl has only been here a short time and is very timid. Kelly smiled apologetically, then shouted. Hurry up and let the guests see what you look like. No, was the hesitant answer. Sumu could tell from the voice that the man was not very old. Not only is she young, but she is also a bit petite. She has long blue hair that falls to her waist. He was wearing a ragged prison uniform. His face was not clearly visible because he lowered his head, but his skin was quite white. I really can't do anything about you. Kelly personally stepped forward and pinched her face, and suddenly, a youthful and cute little face with a little baby fat appeared in front of Sumu. This is a demi-human girl from the Ice Cat tribe in the Mylokia Snow Mountains. Her name is Taoyao, and she knows ice magic. Furthermore, it is said that she was once a servant under a nobleman and is familiar with the procedures of serving her master. Her overall quality and accomplishment are superior to other slaves. Kelly spoke from the side. Sumu's eyes were fixed on Taoyao. I have to say, this Ice Cat girl is really pretty and cute. Especially those gem-like blue eyes, which seemed to contain stars and were shining brightly. Coupled with the panic and fear on her face, she gives people a heart-wrenching feeling of pity, which makes you reluctant to be mean to her at all. No wonder Kelly was still polite to her. I guess he was also moved by her feeling of brokenness. Not only that, Sumu also noticed that Taoyao looked like a little lowly. But her figure is not that of a lowly at all. Taoyao seemed to be very shy, or perhaps it was because of her experiences these days that made her very timid. She kept avoiding looking at Sumu and didn't dare to look directly at him. Needless to say, I looked him in the eye. Sumu also noticed that the blue cat's tail behind Taoyao's but had shrunk into a circle. It's kind of inexplicably cute. To be honest, Sumu was very satisfied and liked it very much. But as a mature customer, no matter how much you like something, you cannot show off your attitude. This is the only way to firmly grasp the initiative. Therefore, Sumu frowned immediately and looked away. Ms. Kaisen, is there only a slave who looks like a little girl? Don't you have anyone older here? Kai Xian smiled and said ambiguously. Mr. Nesser, isn't Taoyao big enough? Are you still dissatisfied with something? Taoyao, who was being held down by the guards, blushed slightly when she heard this. It's just that the lighting was bad and no one noticed. Ms. Kaisen, don't joke around. I'm a serious person. Sumu sighed, a little unhappy. I mean maturity. Chapter 83 Master, hit me. I'm sorry, Mr. Nesser, but Taoyao is the only one in our Chamber of Commerce who can use ice magic. Kaisen said, and you only require ice magic, so you don't have any other requirements, right? Sexy maturity is just an external thing for you, Mr. Nesser. The most important thing is that you need her magic. What do you think? Sumu pretended to be embarrassed and remained silent for a moment, then finally sighed. So how much is she? I have to say that Sumu's acting skills are very good. He interprets a customer's compromise and helplessness vividly. If he were in modern times, he would definitely be an Oscar winner. Kai Exine hesitated for a moment before speaking. 10,000 gold coins. How many? Sumu thought he had heard wrongly. 10,000 gold coins. Kaisen repeated. Sumu's face turned dark. This is not acting, it's really dark. He only spent 5 gold coins when he bought Wenstia. He had thought the dark slave trader was dark enough. I never expected that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is even more evil. How dare you ask him for 10,000 gold coins? Ms. Kaisen, do you think I've never bought a slave? After saying this, Sumu turned around and left without hesitation. Wait, Mr. Nesser, let me explain. Kai Exine hurriedly followed and said, I believe you have just heard me say that Tao Yao was born into a noble family as a servant. Her qualities are inherently higher than those of other slaves. Furthermore, the Ice Cat clan is a relatively rare race. Slaves who understand ice magic are extremely rare in the city-states within a radius of 10,000 miles. Naturally, the price is much higher. Sumu was walking in front. Kai Exin chased after him, trying desperately to explain. The most important thing is that Tao Yao was originally the item we were planning to auction in a few days. Her price will definitely not be less than 10,000 gold coins. Mr. Nesser, if you buy now, you will definitely make a profit. If it were an ordinary slave, it would only cost us around 50 gold coins. We are absolutely not kidding you. Kai Exine had already stood in front of Sumu, blocking his way. Is she really going to be auctioned off? Sumu stopped and asked. Real. Kai Exine took out a poster from her chest and opened it. Sumu understood it at a glance. It was a flyer for the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce auction, which clearly mentioned the auction of Catwoman Tao Yao, and also included her portrait, etc. Sumu didn't expect that this alien world knew how to use gimmicks to attract people to participate in the auction, and even had flyers. Awesome. It was also printed with the starting price of 10,000 gold coins, and Kai Xin did not lie about this. What she gave him was the starting price. Ms. Kaisen, if you sell Tao Yao now, what will you do at the auction? Sumu asked. Kai Xin smiled and said, Then there's no need for you to worry about it, Mr. Nesser. You just need to treat Tao Yao well. In the last sentence, Sumu saw the word sincerity on Kai Xion's face. They say bitches are heartless. Kaisen is a slave seller. She is at least a mama-san. How can she be so kind? Why on earth? Sumu hesitated for a moment, turned around, and walked back. Little girl, follow your new master well from now on. Be obedient and smart. Do you understand? While unclamming Tao Yao in the iron cage, Kaisen gave her harsh instructions. She lowered her voice very low, but Sumu outside could still hear a little. Sister, didn't you say you wouldn't sell me these 2 days? Tao Yao was mumbling something, and her face still had that pitiful and timid look. I'm selling you now for your own good. I think you're a good enough master. Kai Xian patted Tao Yao's face. Besides, you don't want to be bought by some fat-ass pig nobles in a few days and used as a toy or pet, right? Then you really don't have any freedom at all. As she said this, a hint of sadness appeared in Kaisen's eyes. Okay. Tao Yao nodded, and she turned her face slightly, carefully looking at the figure waiting outside the cell. Today's guest is tall and thin and looks good. Much better than the previous guests who came to see her. Tao Yao has seen many guests coming to see the slaves these days. This one should be the most handsome and tallest today. Moreover, compared with other people, Tao Yao did not see anything disgusting in his behavior during the brief contact just now. Mr. Nesser, she will be left to you from now on. Kai Xian said as she handed Sumu a leash connected to Tao Yao's neck. Sumu was stunned. No way. Play like this. Do you really think they are kittens and puppies? And tie it with a rope. Without noticing the expression on Sumu's face, Kai Xian took out another cane and stuffed it into Tao Yao's hand. Mr. Nesser, you can check out now. She's yours from now on. Inside the hotel, Sumu brought Tao Yao back here. He had taken off the leash from Tao Yao's neck the moment he left the dungeon. Are you afraid of me? Looking at Tao Yao, who was kneeling in front of him with her head lowered, Sumu spoke helplessly. On the way back to the hotel, Tao Yao followed him closely with her short legs, not daring to say a word. When Sumu walked faster, it was like she was running. In order to cooperate with her, he even walked slower. It can be said that Sumu is gentle enough. But unexpectedly, Tao Yao seemed to be still very afraid of him. As soon as she entered the hotel room, she immediately knelt in front of him. No, I'm not afraid. Tao Yao answered while shaking her head wildly, and her aqua blue hair almost flew away. Look up. Sumu deliberately made his tone more serious and stiff. Oh, Tao Yao's little body trembled, and she raised her head obediently, blinking her eyes and looking at Sumu. A face full of cuteness. Su Munning noticed that Tao Yao didn't have many dirty marks on her body, and she didn't look like she had been abused. Compared to her, Wenstia's situation was not too miserable. It seems that Kaisen is a pretty good woman. Just when Su Mu was lost in thought, Tao Yao finally spoke. She raised the cane in her hand and handed it to Su Mu. Host. Master hit me. Su Mu. Tao Yao said this because she had seen too many slaves being beaten by their masters. Almost every day, this kind of thing happens in the dungeon. Tao Yao knew that this was a necessary measure for the master to make the slave obey him, fear him from the bottom of his heart, and establish his own power. This is the process that every bought slave must go through. Chapter 80 for the malicious hotel clerk. Su Mu never expected this. One day, he was unexpectedly asked by a cute little girl to beat her with a cane. This scene is happening right in front of him. Tell me, why did you let me hit you? Seeing Tao Yao was about to lower her head again, Su Mu quickly shouted in a low voice. Look up and say that. Oh. Tao Yao raised her head quickly and nervously tightened the cane in her hand. Sister Kaisen said that slaves would be beaten by their masters to vent their anger after being bought back. On the one hand, it is to show the master's majesty, and on the other hand, it is to please the master. Sister Kaisen also said that if I had taken the initiative, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly. So you took out the cane and let me hit you? Su Mu understood. He asked why Kaisen stuffed a vine into Tao Yao's hand in the end. So that's why? Not entirely, Tao Yao said timidly. I've seen many people whipping slaves in dungeons. But master, you didn't bring it up on your own initiative. Sister Kaisen might have been worried about me, so she asked me to take the initiative after I came back. Be more proactive, and Master Kaisen won't hit you so hard. Tao Yao is really naive. She says everything at once. Su Mu was still puzzled. Before, Kaisen was talking to Tao Yao about a bunch of things, and he was curious about what they were. Is this what love means? You keep calling her Sister Kaisen. Isn't it because of her that you became a slave? She's a bad person, isn't she? Su Mu asked tentatively. No. Tao Yao shook her head frantically again. I was captured by someone else, not Sister Kaisen. And when I was in the dungeon, she treated me very well. Many slaves bullied me, so she locked me up alone, gave me baths, and bought me delicious food. She's a nice person. Idiot. Su Mu cursed softly. She treats you well because you are valuable, right? You are so expensive. An ordinary slave costs 50 gold coins, while Tao Yao costs 10,000 gold coins. How many times has it increased? It's a gold nugget. Is that so? Tao Yao blinked her gem-like eyes, then quickly shook her head desperately. That's not right. Sister Kaisen is pretty good. She didn't abuse other slaves. Okay. Su Mu interrupted her. Give me the cane. Oh, hearing this, Tao Yao shrank his neck, handed over the cane obediently, and then squinted his eyes obediently, waiting to be whipped by his master. Seeing this scene, Su Mu smiled. Not to mention, he felt a little sorry for the 10,000 gold coins at first, but now he doesn't feel sorry anymore. Because Tao Yao is so interesting. Open your eyes. Who allowed you to close them? Su Mu spoke. Oh. Tao Yao opened her eyes obediently and looked at Su Mu. She pursed her pink lips, as if she wanted to say something. If you have something to say, just say it. Su Mu saw it. Owner, can you be gentler? Tao Yao is afraid of pain. Tao Yao thought about it and decided to speak her mind. But at this time, Su Mu had already raised the cane in his hand and was about to sweep Tao Yao's body. Tao Yao almost subconsciously wanted to close her eyes again, but she thought of what her master had just said and did not dare to close them. She could only watch the cane coming towards her. She didn't try to hide. She was just so stupid. But unlike what Tao Yao had imagined, the vine just fell lightly on her body and then was picked up again. Does it hurt? Su Mu looked at her with amusement. Of course, he wouldn't really fight. He was just pretending to fight to see Tao Yao's reaction. I didn't expect it to be so cute. No pain. Tao Yao shook her head. It doesn't hurt, does it? Then I'll keep beating you until it hurts. Su Mu pretended to raise the cane. It hurts. Tao Yao reached out and grabbed Su Mu in panic. She looked at him eagerly. It hurts. The little girl is so fun. Su Mu smiled secretly in his heart, then broke the vine in his hand and threw it aside. Since it hurts, I won't hit you. Huh? Tao Yao was stunned. She couldn't believe it. Was her mission of being beaten by her master completed just like that? Master, you really won't hit me anymore? She asked in disbelief. Then let me ask you, why did I hit you? Su Mu asked. Tao Yao raised her face and thought for a moment. Obey orders? You're right if you say so. Su Mu nodded. However, the ultimate purpose of beating you is to make you obedient. So, do you say you will listen to me from now on? Listen. Tao Yao nodded like pounding garlic, and she said seriously. Sister Kelly said that slaves and servants are similar, both need to be obedient. I was very obedient when I was a servant, so now I have to listen to my master too. Then if you listen to me, why would I hit you? Sumu asked back. Huh. Tao Yao suddenly realized, and her gem-like eyes lit up. By the way, who was your master when you were a servant? I don't have a master. I am a servant beside the lady. Master, you are my first master. 4-star value intelligence. A space scroll merchant has come downstairs from your hotel, and he seems to be in some trouble. Intelligence tip. The space scroll merchant specializes in selling scroll-related items. He has a lot of good stuff on him. Perhaps you can trade with him. Tao Yao, go get yourself some water, take a bath, and change into clean clothes. I'll be back soon. I'll buy you something delicious when I come back. After receiving the prompt from the intelligence system, Sumu had no choice but to stop teasing the little slave. There is a long way to go, so there is no need to rush. Understood, master. Tao Yao agreed obediently. Because he had to find the space merchant, Sumu didn't know how long it would take him to come back. He could only knock on Serena's door before going out and ask her about her current situation. Only after learning that she had no problems that needed to be solved did Sumu go downstairs with peace of mind. As soon as Sumu disappeared, the hotel waiter Henry walked out of the next room. Following behind him was a man dressed in gorgeous clothes. Henry, how are your plans for tonight? Mr. Pudong, don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem. Henry turned around and said with a smile. This isn't the first time we've worked together. Do you still not trust me? I'll definitely capture the person for you tonight. Are you sure you're not from Tianlong City? Or some noble? That's for sure. He's a foreigner from somewhere else, with no real backing. Henry patted his chest and assured. Well, you will definitely benefit after the success. Pudong took out a brocade bag from his arms, which was filled with heavy gold coins. Thank you, Mr. Pudong. Henry took it with a smile and quickly stuffed it into his arms. Chapter 85. I will introduce my apprentice to you. Night. In the pub downstairs from the hotel. Come on, let's get the wheat juice ready. Cheers, cheers. Pitin warmly hugged Sumu's shoulders with a big smile on his face. I toast to Uncle Pete. Sumu drank the large beer in his hand in one gulp. His face had already started to turn red from drinking so many beers. Not long ago, after receiving a prompt from the intelligence system, he went downstairs to look for the so-called space scroll merchant, who was Pitin, who was drinking with him now. When I first met Pitin, he was clashing with patrolling guards outside the tavern. Of course, Pitin was the one who was pinned to the ground and beaten. He looked like a destitute old man and was not at all a scroll merchant. Sumu couldn't bear to see this and could only step forward to persuade them. In the end, he used his money power to deal with the guards and prevent the situation from getting worse. It was precisely because of his actions that he won the favor of Pitin. Pitin said he would drag him to the pub and drink a few glasses of wheat juice with him. And then we have this scene. By the way, little brother, I forgot to ask your name. What's your name? Pitin peeled 2 peanuts and threw them into his mouth, then suddenly remembered the key point. Uncle Pete, just call me Nether. Sumu thought about it and decided to continue using his pseudonym. Little did he know that when Pitin heard the name, he was stunned at first, then he hugged Sumu's neck with an ambiguous look on his face, and his mouth was full of alcohol. Nesser. This is a good name. Haha, I like it. Little brother Nesser, ha. Pitin laughed heartily, attracting the attention of many bounty hunter mercenaries in the tavern. Sumu had a face full of question marks. No, what's wrong with his name? Sumu was just wondering when Pitin suddenly came up to him again and whispered in a drunken whisper. Nesser, look at that woman in front. What do you think of her figure and her hotness? Do you like it? Sumu took a look. What Pitin was referring to was a sexy woman wearing a tight leather jacket that clearly outlined her figure. It's just that the woman's figure is too exaggerated, just like those foreign female models whose butts are bigger than pig butts. It's really not Sumu's favorite. I don't like it. It's too old. Sumu told the truth. That's why I say you're young and ignorant. Pitin shook his head and said meaningfully. That's not called old. That's called mature. Mature women are juicy. That's a young girl. Pitin burped. It's incomparable to a young girl. A married woman is more interesting and more interesting. Sumu. If he had not confirmed Pitin's identity with clairvoyance, he would not have believed that such an unscrupulous person was a merchant selling scrolls. What a pity. There's too much fat on the legs. It's not as good as my apprentice's. Speaking of his apprentice, Pitin came forward and hugged Sumu's neck. By the way, Nesser, you're a nice guy? How about I introduce my apprentice to you? She's a master blacksmith and a demi-human, especially her legs. They're so long and beautiful. Pitin chattered on and on. It's because of her that I'm now bored by anyone's legs. How about I introduce them to you? If you can get her, we can drink together every day. The master was so unreliable Sumu didn't dare to imagine what his apprentice would be like. He quickly shook his head and said, "Uncle Pete, forget it. I'm not interested in women. Stop pretending, little bastard." Pitin slapped Sumu on the chest, narrowed his eyes, and cursed with a smile. "His name is Nether, and he says he's not interested in women. Who are you trying to fool? It's settled. Next time I'll have my apprentice come find you and introduce me to you." As he spoke, he picked up the large glass of beer handed to him by the bartender and drank it all in one gulp. Sumu. No, what's wrong with the name he chose just because he thought it sounded nice? Also, Uncle Pete, why are you asking for my opinion now that you have decided to introduce it? Does my reply or not change the final result? Sumu expressed depression. After drinking, it was already midnight. Patern was drunk, and it was Sumu who paid the bill in the end. "Nesser, I'm very happy today. I'll meet you again some other day to continue drinking." Walking on the street, Pitin was staggering and couldn't even stand steadily, so Sumu supported him. Originally, Sumu wanted to go out and buy a scroll, but he didn't expect Peter to play by his own rules. He didn't mention the scroll at all, and even took him out for a drink. In this regard, Sumu also expressed helplessness. He was really a little drunk. "Uncle Pete, I'll get you a room in the hotel. Come in and rest." Sumu shook his head, trying to clear his mind. "No, I want to go back." Pitin waved his hand. "I remember you said you weren't from Tianlong City, right? Where are you going back to? I have a method." As Pitin spoke, he burped again. He rubbed his lips against his chest, then took out a small bag and stuffed it into Sumu's hand. "The scroll you told me about before, Nesser. I haven't been selling scrolls for a long time now, but I'm happy today, so I'll give you some." When Sumu mentioned the scroll before, Pitin was hesitant and did not respond directly. He thought the other party was drunk. It turns out that he had stopped doing the scroll business a long time ago. No wonder this happened. "Uncle Pete, I won't be polite then. Next time you ask me out for a drink, I'll definitely be there for you." Sumu was not a person who would be pretentious or polite, so he put the cloth bag away. "Why are you being so polite to me? I'll find you next time." Pitin patted Sumu's shoulder hard, then staggered forward and was about to fall. Sumu was about to go up and help him. A strange scene appeared. Pitin just disappeared out of thin air. Sumu. Space travel? Sumu thought of this word first. Is Pitin so awesome? After standing on the street for about a minute, he walked into the hotel. "Welcome back, sir." As soon as Sumu entered the door, he met Henry, who was coming towards him. "You've had so much to drink. Why don't I take you back to your room?" "No, I can do it myself." Sumu refused Henry's help. "Okay." Henry smiled and said nothing more. But after Sumu went upstairs, he still sneaked up. At the same time, after leaving Sumu, Pitin appeared on the street on the southernmost side of Tianlong City. At this moment, Pitin's face no longer had the drunken look and blurred eyes that he had in front of Sumu. He stared coldly at the patrolling guards in front of him. "A bunch of rotten bastards. You may not be very capable, but you act like an official and put on airs. I, Pitin, am not someone who will go unpunished even if I'm angry with you." As he spoke, Pitin had already raised a dark purple energy in his hand. Soon, a team of patrol soldiers will mysteriously disappear in Tianlong City. Chapter 86. Fulina. Are you trying to scare me to death? Master, is the water temperature still suitable? Sumu was soaking in the wooden barrel, and Tao Yao's sweet and gentle voice rang in his ears. "Yes, sure." Sumu responded, his mind much clearer than before. Sumu didn't expect that when he came back, Tao Yao had not slept yet and was still waiting for him to come back. Not only that, she also specially prepared a hot bath for him. In Tao Yao's words, she had prepared the hot water for a long time. Every time it got cold, she would go get some hot water and add it, waiting until the owner came back and could use it. When Sumu heard her explanation, he felt warm in his heart. Tao Yao came to his side on the first night, but he didn't expect her to be so sensible and smart. It is true what Kai Xian said. Slaves who have served noble servants have much more experience than ordinary slaves. At least Sumu felt it. The vacancy left by Wenstia's absence from his side was temporarily filled. "Tao Yao, I brought back some chicken bones. They're delicious. Go and eat them. Don't worry about me," Sumu said to Tao Yao, who was standing behind him. The little girl blushed and seemed a little shy and nervous, but she didn't leave him and kept waiting for his orders. "No way. Master, you haven't even finished your bath yet. I can't go eat." Tao Yao fiddled with her hands and answered in a panic. Her eyes wandered, not daring to look at her master's back. After all, this was her first time bathing a man, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Girls and boys are different. During the time that Sumu was away, Tao Yao had already prepared herself mentally. But even so, she still felt that she had behaved badly and was afraid that her master would be unhappy and blame her. Go and eat. I told you to go. This is an order, Sumu said. Tao Yao hesitated for a moment. Oh, master, if you have anything, please call me first. Okay. Wow, the chicken bones the master brought back are so delicious. So happy. Tao Yao muttered to herself, licked her fingers, picked up another piece of chicken bone, and started to eat it with relish. It seems like being a servant is almost the same as being a slave. Being a slave isn't that bad. Master is still fine. He even remembered to bring me some delicious food as promised, and he really did. Tao Yao felt a great sense of satisfaction in her little heart, and her eyes narrowed into slits of happiness. But soon, her happy little face drooped. Tao Yao sniffed, her eyes reddened. Because she still has concerns in her heart. How have you been these past 2 days? If you need any help, please let me know and I will find a solution for you. It was already midnight, but Sumu still sent 2 greeting messages to Luo Wuxi. While taking a bath, he also took a look at the scroll that Pit 10 gave him to see what it was. Random Teleportation Scroll X15. Used to tear open space and instantly teleport you to a random location 100 kilometers away. Can bring 5 people. Fixed Location Teleport Scroll X20. Used to set a frequently used location. Use the scroll again to be teleported to that location. Limited to 1 person. When Sumu saw the Fixed Location Teleportation Scroll, the first thing he thought of was the Return Scroll. The Random Teleportation Scroll is very random, and Sumu can't find how to use it for the time being. With the experience of wandering merchants before, Sumu felt that these scrolls were of great value, so he quickly collected them. Henry, what time is it now? Haven't you finished it yet? Pudong's impatient voice sounded in the room. He had been waiting all night, but Henry still hadn't caught their prey for tonight. Mr. Pudong, please don't be anxious. That foreigner went out drinking tonight and came back quite late. The light in his room is still on. Let's wait a little longer. Henry opened the window a crack and looked out, and soon saw that the lights in the opposite room had just been turned off. He said excitedly, Mr. Pudong, it's okay. That foreigner is resting. Just wait for me. The prey will be delivered to your door soon. It's better if it's what you say. Pudong glanced outside, and then a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, Mr. Pudong. I'll take care of everything. Henry smiled cunningly, his eyes full of calculations. For 5 years, Henry has been working diligently as an errand boy in the hotel. His monthly salary was only 1 silver coin, which was the smallest amount possible and was not enough to support his family of 15. But since he met Pudong, the rich young master of the city lord's mansion 2 years ago, Henry's life has improved. Pudong is rich and powerful. He is not good at anything except being a bit lustful. Henry had no money and no power. He was not good at anything except making money. So, Henry started to set his sights on Pudong. He took advantage of the fact that he was a waiter in a high-end hotel and could always see all kinds of guests, and helped Pudong find prey to sleep with. Make money from him. Because Henry knew some swordsmanship, ordinary people could not deal with him. In the past 2 years, he had killed at least 20 young and beautiful women, if not 30. Every time, it went very smoothly. Because of this, Henry became more and more bold and lawless. Today, when he saw Selena on Sumu's back for the first time, he was completely stunned by her stunning beauty. Henry contacted Pudong immediately. Pudong hadn't touched a woman for a month because of a mission. He had just returned to the city lord's mansion today, so the 2 of them hit it off. Henry bent over and secretly observed Sumu's door. He's so drunk, he shouldn't need a smoke blocker. It costs 2 gold coins per shot. It's ridiculously expensive. Henry muttered to himself, then walked past Sumu's door. Usually when Henry encountered a female guest with a male companion, he would use smoke to knock the male companion unconscious before entering the female guest's room. But today, because he saw Sumu was drunk, he was too lazy to waste time and money on him. Yes, if I had that much time, I might as well give Mr. Pudong more goodies. Maybe if he's happy, he'll reward me with even more. Henry thought to himself and took out a golden pestle. This is the upgraded version that the boss sold him when he went to the black market to buy drugs a few days ago. Unlike the previous colorless and odorless smoke that could make people sleep all night, the smoke this time was a little milder. But the most important thing is that this time it has aphrodisiac effects. Moreover, it is said that the effect is so strong that there is no way to get rid of it without touching a man. Henry put on a face towel soaked in water and then poked the smoke towards the window of Selena's room. Hiss. Felina, are you trying to scare me to death? Could you please let me know in advance next time you show up? When Sumu was checking whether Tao Yao was asleep or not, he turned around and saw Felina behind him. He was almost scared to death by her. Chapter 87. Kill Henry in anger. Complete the transformation. Snap. It was the sound of a door being pushed open. Haha, I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Henry walked in quietly and soon saw Selena lying in the room. Henry didn't look at it carefully earlier, but now that he looked at it carefully, he realized that this face was really amazingly beautiful. There is no flaw at all. Moreover, her temperament is unparalleled. What a pity. It's truly top-notch, and that pervert from Pudong got a great deal. Henry spat and tried to bend down and pick Serena up from the bed. But the hand he stretched out quickly stopped in midair, and then panic and fear appeared on his face. Because Selena, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes, staring at him coldly. Who are you? Why did you come into my room? Selena endured the waves of discomfort in her body and spoke. Her voice was quite loud and had reached her body's threshold. It was obvious that she was trying to make some noise to attract the attention of Su Mu in the next room. It's just that because her body hasn't fully recovered, she can't shout very loudly. Damn it! What the hell is that black market boss selling me? I waited so long, and I didn't even fall asleep. Henry cursed inwardly. But soon, seeing Selena's weak body, the panic on Henry's face quickly turned into viciousness. He decided to go all out and took out the poisonous smoke that he had not yet used up and sprayed it at Selena on the bed. Moment. The whole room was filled with smoke. The black market boss said to only use half the dose. Now I'm giving you a whole one. Are you afraid I can't handle you? Henry had just finished speaking. Oh. Suddenly, a scream was heard. It also belongs to Henry. He was kicked by Su Mu, who broke in from outside and fell against the wall. Fuck you. Su Mu didn't have time to care about the thick smoke around him. He grabbed Henry's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Not long ago, Su Mu received a tip from Felina that there was a dangerous situation in the next room. Just as he was wondering what danger might be, he vaguely heard a sound coming from the next room. It was sent by Serena. Without thinking much, Su Mu rushed over. As soon as he reached the door of the room, he saw a dark shadow spraying something at Serena on the bed. Can Su Mu still tolerate this? He decisively kicked the black shadow. Let me see who you are. Su Mu pulled off the veil and soon saw Henry's familiar face. Asshole. I told you that you have a wretched face and you're always trying to please me. You must have bad intentions. Sure enough, you are looking for death. There was a hint of cruelty in Su Mu's eyes. He was the one who brought Serena to this hotel. Besides, after taking so much money from her, he should at least ensure her safety, right? As a result, the bastard Henry sabotaged the situation and even tried to hurt Selena. For Su Mu, this is definitely a huge provocation. It's a slap in the face. Su Mu turned his head to look at Serena on the bed and found that her face was flushed. She was curled up and twisting restlessly on the bed. She was breathing very heavily, as if she couldn't breathe, and she looked very painful. He frowned immediately when he saw it. What did you do to her? Su Mu let go of Henry's neck. Hurry up and tell me. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Mu twisted his arm and broke it. She's been drugged by my smoke. She'll be fine after a good sleep. Let me go. Henry took a few hard breaths of fresh air and began to explain. Why did you do that? Su Mu continued to press the issue. I saw she was beautiful and I was tempted by her. Henry didn't dare to drag Pudong into the scapegoat. That's all. Didn't someone send you here? No. It's me. Henry begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I was confused for a moment. Please let me go. Please. I won't dare to let you go. I really won't dare to do that anymore. Let you go. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Su Mu lost his patience and his eyes suddenly became fierce. He broke Henry's neck with one force, then opened the window without hesitation and pushed his body out. When Su Mu went shopping before, he had already familiarized himself with the environment below. The place where he pushed Henry down was a closed alley. Moreover, it is the kind that is sealed on both sides. It can be said that if the body did not stink, no one would have discovered Henry's body. Su Mu has no sympathy for a scoundrel like Henry. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Since becoming the Lord, Su Mu has lost many souls under his command. So, one more is definitely not too many. Selena, are you okay? Su Mu came to the bed and tried to help Selena up. Why is it so hot? Su Mu frowned. He felt that Serena didn't look like she was drugged by smoke, nor did she look like she would be fine after a good sleep. She seemed very uncomfortable and very upset. She seemed to be suppressing something, and even her voice was a little coquettish and panting. It's like being moved. Go and close the door. Serena gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. It's already this late, and you're still concerned about whether the door is closed or not? Su Mu glanced at the open door of the room and didn't understand what she meant for a moment. People can hardly breathe, and they are still concerned about whether the door is closed or not. Let me take you to see a doctor, Su Mu said, wanting to pick her up. Don't. Serena stiffened and refused to cooperate, her voice sounding like she was about to cry. Go and close the door. I'm fine. Sumu had no choice but to get up, close the door, and go back to the bed. But at this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. If Serena's body was hot, then his body also became hot. Moreover, he could faintly feel his breathing becoming very rapid, his heart beating abnormally fast, and he seemed as if his soul was about to leave his body. The worst thing is that Serena is still twisting restlessly on the bed. These scenes greatly stimulated Sumu's brain. His thoughts gradually became disordered, and his eyes gradually became bloodshot. Finally, Sumu completely lost his mind and climbed up. Serena's sanity was completely overwhelmed. Compared to Sumu, her situation seemed even more uncontrollable. Her eyes were like water, and the toxicity of the smoke was eroding her consciousness. She took the initiative to reach out and hug Sumu. The contact between the two was like dry wood meeting fire. It ignited instantly. Due to uncontrollable reasons, 25,000 words of detailed description are omitted here to avoid you from saying, I am not good enough. Funny dog head to save my life. Chapter 88. I don't care. I'm not at a disadvantage. Since coming to the Lord's world, Sumu has already formed his own biological clock, so he gets up early in the morning. My head hurts. Sumu slapped his head, slowly opened his eyes, turned his head slightly, and found that it was Selena's pure and beautiful face lying in his arms. She slept peacefully and sweetly, like a sleeping princess with extraordinary temperament. It makes people want to secretly kiss her. Soon, the crazy and lingering memories of last night came back to Sumu's mind. As I recall, he was a serf in the first half of the night and a landlord in the second half. The memories are very messy, but very deep. Is this how I completed my transformation from a boy to a man? Sumu's heart trembled. As he looked at Selena, a sense of responsibility as a man suddenly arose. This is his first woman? No matter what, you have to take responsibility to the end, right? Even though they had only known each other for less than a day, Sumu now found Selena more and more pleasing to the eye. I don't know what the reason is. Besides, it's not because Selena is beautiful. Sumu is not that superficial. It is a kind of faint liking that comes from the heart. Unconsciously, Sumu looked at Serena's sleeping posture and smiled. Baji. Selena suddenly smacked her lips and turned her body slightly, as if she was looking for a more comfortable sleeping position. There was something inexplicably cute about the way she smacked her lips, and in Sumu's eyes, it was inexplicably lethal. It's like the white moonlight goddess who has been indifferent to you for a long time suddenly smiled at you. You can imagine the destructive power. So cute. Sumu's smile became even wider, and he couldn't help but bent down and kissed Selena. It was this kiss that woke Serena up. She stared at Sumu with wide eyes, and the warmth on her face told her what had just happened. She was kissed. Sumu also widened his eyes and looked at her. The two looked at each other without blinking. There is an ambiguous and awkward atmosphere in the air. 10 seconds. 20 seconds passed. Selena stood up first, her face calm and no emotional reaction could be seen. Mr. Sumu, I know what happened last night has nothing to do with you. Selena spoke. Her tone was very indifferent, making Sumu feel as if they had never met before. It was a terrible sense of distance. We were all tricked by a villain and poisoned with an aphrodisiac. This was a mistake in itself, so I won't hold you accountable. But I hope that after today, you can completely forget what happened last night. Don't mention it again, let alone to anyone else. I don't want to hear any rumors in other people's ears. Serena was still talking to herself. Also, I'm very grateful for your help yesterday, but from now on, we're even. No one owes anyone anything. Selena's words made Sumu's brows tightly knitted together, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. After a while, he shrugged, smiled, stood up, and put on his clothes. As you wish, Princess Serena. What does Sumu mean? Anyway, as a man, he won't suffer any loss, so what is there for him to worry about? Although there is a saying in modern society that men should protect themselves when they go out. But Serena had already drawn the line, so there was no need for him to keep pestering her. While thinking, Sumu had already dressed neatly. Before leaving, he said, Your Highness, I hope you will be lucky in the future and find a Prince Charming who is worthy of you. After saying that, Sumu pushed the door open and walked out. After he left, Serena's calm face finally showed some emotion, and her crescent-shaped eyebrows moved closer together. She originally thought that she would not have too many emotional reactions and could still remain calm and indifferent. But she obviously overestimated herself. That's normal. After all, the most important thing was lost in such a confusing environment. If it were any other woman, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to remain calm. Serena felt that she had done well, and she did not break down. For a long time. Selena's brows opened. Her eyes fell on the messy bed. The light pink on the bedding is very eye-catching. There was a hint of sadness in Serena's eyes. The man who took her away left without even the slightest bit of reluctance. Serena didn't know what to feel. She only knew that the last words he said when he left suddenly made her indifferent heart feel a little more painful. It's an inexplicable tingling sensation. Serena didn't know why. After sitting for a while, Serena was about to get up and put on her clothes, but the discomfort in her body still made her frown. It was true that she was drugged by smoke, but her memory was still very clear. Even the scenes and feelings at that time are still in her memory. Finally, Serena endured the discomfort, gritted her teeth, and got up to wash. Just as she was about to leave to find something to eat and replenish her energy, the hotel waitress brought her a meal. "Hello, this is the meal your friend ordered for you. Please enjoy your meal." The guy left. Serena was lost in thought as she stared at the steaming food on the table. At the same time, opposite corner room. "Hey, I fell asleep while waiting." Pudong rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up in bed. He looked around and found that it was already dawn. "Where's that bastard Henry? It's the next morning. Why haven't we seen any movement from him?" Pudong muttered to himself. "You're not going to enjoy it yourself, are you?" The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became. He went downstairs to ask the hotel owner. Only then did they learn that Henry had not come to work early in the morning, and the other guys had never seen him, and they didn't know where he had gone. "Asshole, how dare you cheat me out of my money?" Pudong slammed the table, his face full of anger. He was not angry because he was cheated out of 100 gold coins, but because Henry dared to tease him. "I'll settle the score with you after I finish my work today." "Asshole." Chapter 89. Master, don't want Tao Yao. In Su Mu's room. He is enjoying his lunch comfortably. The one serving him was naturally the adorable, well-behaved, and obedient Tao Yao. "Master, Tao Yao picked up the meat with chopsticks and put it into Su Mu's mouth. Su Mu opened his mouth wide, his face full of enjoyment. Who understands? This feeling of being fed by someone is just too good. Sure enough, it is a pleasure to have an obedient, well-behaved, and sensible little slave. Super invincible enjoyment. Snort. A cold snort was heard. Sumu looked up. Felina was floating in the air, her legs crossed, her face swollen into a ball shape. "Felina, even though you can enjoy the food, you don't have to be full of resentment. You act like I've done something wrong to you." Sumu said. "Tell me what you can eat. I'll help you find it." "It's not about eating." Felina rolled her eyes and said. "You did something dirty last night. I saw it all." Snort. Last night, after Felina reported the news, she didn't see Su Mu come back for a long time. So she went through the wall and took a look next door. You don't know until you see it. It's so scary. The sight of the two figures entangled passionately on the bed made her face turn red. Felina has been a ghost for so long, but she has never encountered such a situation. She was so scared that she ran away. But later, she couldn't resist her curiosity and took another look. Finally, he ran away with a red face. No. Felina's words first made Su Mu stunned, and then he couldn't help but teasing. "You are so perverted. Felina, I never thought you had such a hobby. You said you usually peeked at me and winced at kissing, but you actually like to peek at me doing that kind of thing." Su Mu said. His face suddenly became serious. "But, let me explain to you, it's not dirty. That's called soul communication between people, understand? It is the most primitive and effective way for people to strengthen their connections with each other." Nonsense. After leaving this sentence, Felina turned into a black smoke and disappeared beside Su Mu. Haha. Seeing Felina blushing, Su Mu laughed heartily. "Master, what did you do last night? Didn't you go to bed after taking a shower?" Tao Yao scooped a spoonful of rice and fed it to Su Mu's mouth, but still couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "I went to catch a thief last night." Su Mu ate it in one gulp and said with a smile. "You were sleeping like a pig, so I didn't wake you up." When Su Mu came back from Selena's place, Tao Yao was still sleeping soundly. To a certain extent, she had no idea that he had already spent the night with her last night. Is that so?" Tao Yao's face was suddenly covered with guilt. "I'm sorry, master. I've been so tired lately that I've been sleeping like a log. I won't do that next time, I promise." Tao Yao hurriedly put down her bowl and chopsticks and bowed repeatedly to Su Mu. When she was a servant, she had to stay by her master's side and be on call basically all the time except for sleeping at night. How can there be such a thing as sleeping in? So, when Su Mu told her that she was sleeping in, Tao Yao panicked. "Master, please don't send me back." "Don't you want Tao Yao?" Tao Yao nervously grabbed Su Mu's hand. Tao Yao was raised in an aristocratic family since she was a child. She has a very simple mind and is more easily satisfied. The contact time was short, but she felt that the master in front of her was very good. I spent a lot of money to buy her back, and I never beat her, scolded her, or bullied her, and never made her do anything she didn't want to do. Besides, he would go out and bring her some delicious food. It's really great. She was afraid that her master would dislike her for sleeping in. I am also afraid that my hard-earned little happiness will disappear because of sleeping in. It was because she cared that she was so flustered. You're stupid. Sumu held Tao Yao's small hand in his backhand. He didn't expect that his unintentional words would make her so scared. You are so well-behaved and obedient. How could I not want you? Don't let your imagination run wild. But Tao Yao slept in. I'm sorry, master. I didn't do what I was supposed to do. Tao Yao's big, gem-like eyes were filled with tears. The more she thought about it, the more sad and guilty she felt. I haven't done my part in fulfilling my responsibilities. How dare she sleep in? All right. Don't cry. Sumu quickly pulled her to sit on his lap, hugged her small body, and comforted her. I didn't say you can't sleep in. Don't even think about sleeping in. Our Tao Yao is so obedient and well-behaved that I'll allow you to sleep in every day. So don't cry. I won't send you back, and I won't abandon you, understand? Tao Yao is such a well-behaved and beautiful little slave with an amazing body. Sumu loves her so much that he can't wait to let her go. How could he not want her? The little girl is just worrying about nothing and just loves to let her imagination run wild. However, it also indirectly reflects that she is very insecure. Really? Tao Yao blinked, still lacking confidence. Real. Come on, pinky promise. You know what pinky promise means, right? Holding Tao Yao's soft little body, Sumu stretched out his hand. No. Tao Yao also quickly stretched out her little finger, and the panic and anxiety in her heart were gradually calmed down. After lunch, in order to celebrate Tao Yao's arrival and to soothe her anxious little heart, Sumu took her out of the hotel and onto the street. Tao Yao, let's go shopping and buy some food and things you want to play with, and also buy you 2 sets of clothes that fit you better. Then we'll leave Tianlong City, okay? Sumu spoke. After being away from the territory for just 1 day, he is already eager to return home. He missed Winstia, Susu, and his own territory in his heart. Are we leaving Tianlong City so soon? Tao Yao was a little surprised. Yes, I'll take you back to my home. There's a sister there who's about your age. I think you two can definitely get along well. Tao Yao was silent for a moment. What? You don't want to go back with me? Tao Yao had asked him not to abandon her before, so why was the little girl hesitating when it came to leaving Tianlong City with him? No. Tao Yao waved her hands hurriedly. I want to go back to my master's home with him. That's good. Sumu didn't think much about it. Then let's try to finish shopping quickly and leave. At the same time, in the hotel, Selena stood at the door of Sumu's room for a long time. Finally, she plucked up the courage and knocked on his door. She has already planned to leave here. But before leaving, she felt she should say something. Not getting a response, Selena pushed open the door of Sumu's room. It's empty inside. Are you gone? Serena whispered softly. Suddenly, a feeling of loss enveloped her. Whatever. She turned around and walked out. Chapter 90. The Fall of the Empire. Tao Yao's abnormality. Hey, did you hear? The princess, who had been wanted by the city lord's mansion, actually walked into the trap this afternoon. On the street, Passerby A is chatting about gossip with his friends. Which princess? Passerby B asked curiously. Are you so out of touch with the news? Who else could it be? It must be the 3rd princess of our longing empire, Princess Selena Yanova. Passerby C spoke. That's right. The others have all died long ago. If not her, who else could be the princess? Why would she be so stupid as to walk into such a trap? If it were me, I would have run away long ago. Passerby B asked in confusion. According to reliable sources, Princess Serena has been away for some time. I guess even she herself doesn't know it. During the time she was away from the empire, her father must have been killed, right? No way, it's so magical. Speaking of which, the king of the Dark Abyss Empire is truly ruthless. He's actually been placing spies and traitors around him since 5 years ago. Who says it's not? But it's all caused by lust. The more beautiful a woman is, the more vicious she is at heart. I don't think so. It's all because of that magical boundary monument. Otherwise, why would the knights around the king rebel against him? In the final analysis, he is the one who is seeking his own death. That's right. Without the knights protecting him, what power can a king, a magician, have? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Our city lord is also a magician. Yes, right. Tianlong City is in chaos right now. If we're not careful, we might get implicated. So it's better not to talk nonsense. A, B, C, and D stopped chatting and gossiping. However, at this moment, in the small corner of the clothing store not far from them, Tao Yao, who heard everything clearly, turned pale. What's wrong, Tao Yao? Is it because the clothes in the store don't appeal to you? Why are you hiding here? Su Mu's voice rang out, and he reached out and rubbed the cute baby fat on Ro Tao Yao's face. Not the master. Tao Yao quickly shook her head. I like it. If you like it, then come in. We'll buy it and leave. Oh, Tao Yao answered absent-mindedly. After buying clothes, Su Mu took Tao Yao back to the hotel. He was going to check out and leave Tianlong City. It is almost evening now. If it is any later, the gates of Tianlong City will be closed, and it will be difficult to leave. After thinking about it, Su Mu chose to knock on Selena's door before leaving. Although Serena might not like him very much now. But after all, they are husband and wife for one day. Say goodbye gracefully. No response. Su Mu frowned and pushed open the door of Selena's room. Empty house. Moreover, the room had been cleaned and the beds had been replaced with new ones, which showed that he had been away for some time. Heh. Su Mu raised the corner of his mouth in self-mockery. Then he shrugged and closed the door. Let's go, Tao Yao, let's go home. Oh. Tao Yao responded and ran to his side. What's wrong with you? Su Mu was a sensitive person and he noticed that Tao Yao looked worried. This situation has been happening since I came out of the clothing store. At first, Su Mu thought he was just being sensitive. After all, when Tao Yao went shopping with him and bought delicious food for Su, she was still very happy and her smile never stopped. But now it seems that it's not that he is sensitive, but that there is really something going on. Tao Yao didn't say anything. She seemed to be struggling. Su Mu sat on the chair and held her hand. You're not really reluctant to leave Tianlong City, are you? If it's true, just tell me. Not the master. Tao Yao raised her little face, with mist in her eyes. I wasn't born in Tianlong City. How could I be reluctant to leave this place? Then tell me, what is the reason? When things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. Tao Yao's reaction also successfully aroused Su Mu's curiosity. What's wrong with her? After hesitating for a moment, Tao Yao finally spoke and told the reason. It turns out that Tao Yao was born in the main city of the Longing Empire, Wannos. From the moment she was born, she was a servant specially trained by the king of Longing Empire to take care of his children and descendants. Her task is to serve and take care of the princess's diet, daily life, and grow up with her. As a servant of an absolute noble, Tao Yao has been diligently completing his tasks since he was a child, accompanying the princess. Because the royal family has a shallow relationship and is surrounded by conflicts. The princess doesn't have a very good relationship with her other brothers and sisters, but she is very good to Tao Yao. It can be said that the relationship between the princess and Tao Yao is more like that of sisters. They grew up together, shared their thoughts, ate delicious food together, and cultivated together. Because of this, Tao Yao has always been grateful to the princess. But things changed a year ago. The princess is injured. Because of her injury, she was unable to break through the level. Coupled with the king's doting, the princess was ostracized and looked down upon by her other brothers and sisters. In order to avoid embarrassment for her father, the princess embarked on a journey to find a way to treat her injuries. It was because of this that she and Tao Yao broke up. Half a year ago, a coup d'état took place in Wannos, the main city of the Longing Empire. The strongest knight of the empire, Myriad, led the knights to turn against the Nether Abyss Empire. They drew their butcher knives against their own king. Wannos launched a civil war overnight, and rivers of blood flowed. The army led by the king resisted stubbornly in the castle for 10 days and 10 nights. Myriad's knights couldn't capture the city after a long siege. In the end, the war came to an end because of Princess Levroya. The king was killed by his own wife. On the same day, other princesses and princes also died. The royal family of the Longing Empire was completely purged. Tao Yao escaped during the chaos. Because Tao Yao has been with the princess since she was a child, she also knows magic, so her survival ability is stronger than that of ordinary demi-humans. Tao Yao stumbled across half of the empire. She wanted to find the princess and tell her what the king had told her before his death. This is also the sense of mission that supports Tao Yao along the way. Until one day, she finally heard the news about the princess. Just as Tao Yao was excitedly preparing to set off to find the princess, she was captured by people from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Then there was the encounter with Su Mu. Su Mu listened to Tao Yao's story with a frown on his brow, just because he felt that this princess was very familiar. Tao Yao, what's the name of the princess you're following? Selena. Tao Yao said. Selena Yanova. Su Mu was shocked. It really is a match. Master, I heard some gossip at the door of the shop. They said that Princess Serena was captured by the people from the city lord's mansion this afternoon. The princess must not be aware of the situation in the main city. The city lord's mansion is full of bad people who want to take her head. The empire is now torn apart, and the Dark Abyss Empire is waiting to annex us. The princess has even been captured. She is so pitiful. Also, I heard that the king of the Nether Abyss Empire has put a bounty on the princess, so they want to capture her because she has something they need. Woo woo. The more Tao Yao thought about it, the sadder she became, and she started crying. However, Sumu felt extremely heavy at the moment as he listened to everything. Chapter 91 Desperate Serena. Tianlong City, City Lord's Mansion. In a dungeon specially used to hold criminals. Selena was wearing the magic-suppressing shackles that only slaves had, and she looked ahead with empty eyes. Half a day ago, Selena came to the City Lord's Mansion specifically to seek help. Andrew Nova, the Lord of Tianlong City, is the king of the Longyin Empire and the Earl appointed by her father himself. Selena has met him several times, so she was not too wary of Andrew and just came here. But what Selena never expected was that when she met Andrew, he actually ordered the guards to arrest her and send her to the prison. Selena also asked why, but got no answer. After thinking for a long time in the dungeon, she only thought of one possibility. Andrew, the Lord of Tianlong City, like Kachalu and his men, rebelled against their Longyin Empire. But for some reason, Serena always had a bad feeling in her heart, which lingered in her heart for a long time. Disgusting. These damn prisoners are dirtier than sewer rats. They stink. At this time, a tall and thin man came slowly with his guards. He covered his nose, his face full of disgust, until he saw Serena. A light appeared in his eyes. Princess Serena, long time no see. Do you remember me? I'm Pudong Nova. We met when we were kids. Pudong returned to the City Lord's mansion soon after leaving the hotel. He was furious and thanked the two maids for their hard work. It was not until recently when he came out of the room that he learned from his subordinates that Selena had been arrested. Pudong was extremely excited when it heard the news. He knew that Selena was a famous beauty in the Longyin Empire. She is also the most beautiful among the king's 13 daughters. Now seeing Selena, Pudong's soul is taken away. I want to see Andrew. Selena didn't remember Pudong at all. The only thing she wanted to do now was to meet Andrew and ask him about the doubts in her heart. Pudong felt unhappy when he saw her cold attitude and the look of contempt she showed towards him. To see my father? Pudong sneered, looking at Serena unscrupulously. Princess Serena, that's not right. Serena, are you confused about your current situation? You are a prisoner now. You don't still think you are the high and mighty princess you once were, do you? Serena didn't answer. She knew there was no point in arguing with Pudong. But her behavior was undoubtedly a kind of indifference in Pudong's eyes, which made him very dissatisfied. Selena, do you know that your Dragon Roar Empire is finished? If you want to live, be nice to me, understand? Whether our empire is doomed or not cannot be determined by a few words from you traitors. Selena spoke, but her answer made Pudong laugh out loud. It seems the rumors that you've been out looking for something to heal your injuries are true. You probably haven't been into the city for a long time. Pudong said, pushing open the cell door and walking in. Selena, you must not know. Your Dragon Roar Empire is finished. Your father, Otanyanova, was killed by Princess Levroya herself. His head was hung on the magic boundary marker at the city gate by Knight Commander Mwise for a full 30 days. Nonsense. Selena interrupted Pudong. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? When she said this, Selena's heart started beating wildly for no apparent reason, and she could no longer remain calm. Don't believe me? Pudong spread his hands, his face full of arrogance. It doesn't matter. I'll take you out and ask anyone. Now in the entire Tianlong city, except for you, Princess Serena, who doesn't know about this? Pudong licked his lips and a flash of color appeared in his eyes. But before that, hey. Pudong laughed wickedly, and he pounced forward, trying to hug Selena, but she had already reacted and dodged him easily. Oh, you still dare to hide. I think you don't understand the situation. Only by currying favor with me can you have a chance to survive. I can plead for you in front of my father. Pudong pounced on Selena again, but she dodged him easily again. Since she was little, the king had spent a lot of energy on her training. Serena knew very well what was most important to a fragile magician: movement and positioning. Only by dodging the enemy's close-range attacks could she buy herself time to chant magic. Hateful. Pudong pounces again, Serena dodges again. After being pulled continuously, a violent look gradually appeared on Pudong's face. Finally, because of the small cell, Serena was forced into a corner. At this moment, she has nowhere to hide. Try to hide again, came Pudong's arrogant voice. Pudong, you dare to treat me like this. Aren't you afraid of your father's accountability? Selena, who was always calm, also started to panic. She knew what kind of situation she would face if she was caught by Pudong. In other words, if she wasn't caught by him, her life would still not be easy. Because no one will help her. No one knows her current predicament. She is like a lone boat in the ocean, lonely and desperate. Accountability? Pudong sneered. As long as he doesn't kill you, what can my father do to me? I am his only son. After saying that, Pudong stepped forward and tried to force Serena into his arms. Stop! A loud shout. Pudong was knocked against the wall. Hathaway, do you want to die? Pudong's annoyed voice sounded, and he glared at his half-sister angrily. You're a mess. I'm here on my father's orders. Get out of here. Hathaway glared at Pudong in disgust, then pulled Selena away. Damn bitch. I must find an opportunity to teach you a lesson. Looking at Hathaway's beautiful back as she left, Pudong's eyes were filled with sinister intent. Father, this is what happened. Hathaway reported to her father what had just happened in the dungeon. It seems that Pudong should have told you. Andrew had no intention of punishing his son. He looked at Selena. Is my father really dead? Right. Andrew looked deep and nodded slowly. Selena's body trembled, and her already bloodless face turned even paler. If Pudong's words are only 10% credible, then Andrew's are at least 70 to 80%. After all, she used to call Andrew uncle. He had no right to do so, and there was no need to deceive her with such a thing. At this moment, despair enveloped Serena. She didn't expect that during the time she was away, such a huge change would occur in the imperial city. Her father. He's actually dead. Chapter 92. You dare to touch my woman. The situation in the Longing Empire is now very chaotic. Most of its territory has been annexed by the Minuan Empire, and the other half is under the control of Princess Levroya. The king of the Netherworld Empire said that whoever can capture Serena will be able to gain the right to rule the other half of the territory of the Dragon Roar Empire. Andrew's ambition is naturally not limited to this. He sent people to find out why the king of the Netherworld Empire was determined to capture Selena. Because of this, he also knew that Selena had the blood of the Frost Dragon. To be precise, the Frost Dragon is sealed in Selena's body. Ordinary people may not know how powerful the Frost Dragon is. Andrew understood very well. On the continent, Warcraft is a demonized monster. There is a kind of existence that is different from the monsters, and that is the beast spirit. Beast spirits only exist in ancient legends. They are at the top of the pyramid, both in terms of strength and rarity. Whenever they appear, conflicts will inevitably arise, and rivers of blood will flow between empires. There is no one who doesn't want to gain their power, because they allow you to rule the world. Frost Dragon Jiao is the beast spirit. Moreover, Andrew has learned. The Frost Dragon was sealed in Selena by King Orton and the Great Mage of the United Empire 20 years ago, when Selena was 2 years old. With the blessing of the Frost Dragon's bloodline, Selena's ice magic power will be several levels stronger than that of ordinary ice magicians. Selena was originally a genius. The Frost Dragon, combined with her invincible talent, brings the effect of 1 + 1 = n to the extreme. She is a genius among geniuses. Moreover, the bloodline of the Frost Dragon has more functions than just this. It also allows the knight to gain the power of frost, combining the elements with the blade to become extremely powerful. Andrew was only 46 years old, and he felt that he could become even more powerful with the power of the Frost Dragon. Selena, you only have 2 choices now. One is to cooperate with me and hand over your Frost Linglong Jiao bloodline. One is that I will send you to the Nether Abyss Empire in exchange for most of the Dragon Roar Empire. Andrew spoke, lowering his eyes and looking at Serena. The Frostling Dragon Jiao is something my father gave me. Don't even think about taking it away from me. I will never hand it over. Serena's response was quick. She spoke with a calm expression. The news of her father's death and the fall of the empire made her feel despair and distressed from the bottom of her heart. But she still suppressed her grief and did not show her vulnerable side. Because Selena knew that she was still fighting, Andrew didn't say anything. His eyes fell on Serena's face, and he pondered for a moment. He knew that the bloodline of the Frost Dragon could not be taken away by force. Otherwise, the power of blood will be destroyed. Selena herself must hand it over willingly. This is the most troublesome thing. Father. At this moment, Pudong pushed the door open. He glared at Hathaway beside him resentfully and saluted Andrew. The moment he saw his son, Andrew's eyes lit up instantly. He has an evil plan. Pudong, I heard Hathaway say that you like Serena very much, right? Andrew spoke with a smile. Pudong was stunned at first, but when he saw that his father had no intention of blaming him, he became bolder. Right. Selena is the most beautiful princess in the Empire. I have admired her for a long time. Boom. Boom boom. A violent explosion was heard. No. Enemy attack. Pay attention to protection. Oh. What's going on? The noisy sound made Andrew stand up from his seat. Father, it seems we've been attacked. Enemies are coming this way. Hathaway was standing by the door and could hear it most clearly. Where are the guards? Do they eat shit? How could the enemy get here like this? Andrew is now in the very center of the city lord's mansion, not on the edge. So, when he heard that an assassin had attacked here, he became furious. After all, there are many guards in his city lord's mansion. Father, we were missing a patrol team of guards last night, a total of 120 people. They all mysteriously disappeared in the city. Hathaway replied. So earlier, General Liege sent people out to investigate. Perhaps because of this, the security inside the mansion wasn't strict enough today, which gave the bad guys an opportunity to take advantage. There are 120 fewer patrol guards? Why didn't I know this? Andrew's brows were furrowed. As the city lord, he did not receive the news of the guard's disappearance. Didn't General Legg report to you? Hathaway also expressed surprise. Asshole. Andrew slammed the table. Come on, come with me and see who is so bold as to come to the city lord's mansion and act wildly. Andrew said, looking at his son. Pudong, you entertain Princess Serena here. Teach her to be less stubborn and hard-mouthed. Got it. Andrew gave his son a look and smiled ambiguously. Hathaway frowned secretly in the back, but she didn't say anything. I understand, father. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Andrew's words made Pudong so excited that he didn't know why. He certainly knew what his father was hinting at. Selena, you didn't expect that? After going around in circles, you finally fell into my hands. Pudong rubbed his hands excitedly, and lustful light appeared in his eyes again. Serena's hot body and angelic face are far better than his mate. He wanted to pounce on her immediately, push her to the ground, and love her mercilessly. Pudong, if you dare to come even one step closer to me, I'll die in front of you. Selena stared at Pudong, her voice cold and resolute. Die. You'll die if you dare. Pudong approached step by step, still saying, I don't care. Even if you die, your body is still here, and I can still enjoy the beauty of you, Princess Serena. It's worth it. Pudong's smile is becoming more and more abnormal. But I'm telling you, you're the only one left in the Ivanov family now. If you die, there'll be no one left to avenge your father. His head was hung on the magic boundary monument by Levroy herself for a full 30 days. 30 days. TSK. This is a blood feud. Selena was shocked. Pudong's words deeply hurt her heart, and she clenched her slender hands tightly. Haha. Looking at Serena's reaction, Pudong laughed triumphantly. He thought he had grasped Selena's heart. Pudong suddenly stretched out his hand towards Serena's chest. But at this moment, the door of the study was kicked open. The loud noise scared Pudong so much that he trembled all over. Serena was so shocked by the sudden appearance that she froze in her tracks. She stared at the figure that appeared at the door with her eyes wide open. Damn it, you want to touch my woman? Chapter 93, Kill Pudong. Extreme Escape. 2 hours ago, after listening to Tao Yao's story, Sumu felt very complicated. He already knew that the Serena he met yesterday was the princess Tao Yao mentioned. Serena Yanova. And, most importantly, Serena was his first woman. He was originally angry because of what she said in the morning. But after learning about Selena's family changes and her current situation, the anger that had been accumulating in his heart dissipated. Most importantly, Sumu learned from the hotel clerk that Selena had paid the room fee before leaving, and she had asked about his whereabouts. After not getting an answer, she left. The guy also said that Selena had entered the room where Sumu was. Taking all these things into consideration, Sumu decided that he must go to the city lord's mansion to rescue Selena. Even if the city lord's mansion is a dangerous place, he will go there for Selena today. After Sumu spent a lot of money, he finally got through to the guards at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Moreover, with the help of Fulina, he successfully locked down Selena's location. The assassin attack in the city lord's mansion was a diversionary tactic created by Sumu. Sumu used the undead guardian Night Gabong to create a huge commotion, drawing out most of the guards in the city lord's mansion. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene, he came to the study where Selena was, and saw Pudong trying to reach out to Selena's chest. The words, "You want to touch my woman," were exactly what he blurted out. Sumu didn't dare to think that if he had been a step later, the huge cuckold buff would have been put on his head. Although, Serena did not agree to have any relationship with him. However, as Sumu's first woman, she still holds a very special place in his heart. So at this moment, Sumu was very angry. Who are you? Pudong looked at Sumu with fear, and he reached for the sword at his waist. Ganglon slash. Pudong's response was Sumu's attack. There was anger on his face, and the anger turned into an attack. Clang. Pudong resisted with the sword. But the young man in front of him was so powerful that he forced him back several steps. There's an assassin. Someone come quickly. Pudong's face changed suddenly after the collision. He knew that he was no match for the young man in front of him, so he quickly shouted towards the door, asking for help. But Sumu was very clear about the current situation of the city lord's mansion. There were no guards guarding the door anymore, and they would not be able to get back for a while. Sumu did not hesitate and used the sneak attack, and Ganglon slashed together again. With two screams, the flesh on Pudong's chest had been chopped off, and the blood stained his entire clothes red. As the only male in the city lord's mansion, Pudong has been spoiled by Andrew since he was a child. He has average talent in cultivation and even more average diligence. So, after 25 years, he was just a small bronze knight of the 3rd level. And Sumu's strength is even higher than his. Coupled with the angry buff stacking, Pudong was beaten without any ability to fight back, and soon fell in a pool of blood. Don't. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. Pudong fell to the ground, dying, but he was still struggling desperately. Noisy. What answered him was Sumu's decisive knife strike. Are you okay? Sumu came to Selena's side, hesitated for a moment, and then asked a question. But at this time, Master. Go. That old guy is back. Tao Yao, who had been watching at the door, ran in hurriedly. Tao Yao. Serena spoke in shock. She didn't expect Tao Yao to appear in front of her. Oh. As he was speaking, Tao Yao's small body was knocked away. The one who did all this was Andrew, who had escaped halfway and came back. After Andrew walked halfway, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He had just captured Selena today, and his city lord's mansion was attacked by assassins? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? What a coincidence! After thinking about it carefully, Andrew thought to himself that something was wrong, and he quickly returned to the study. Pudong. Looking at his son lying in a pool of blood, Andrew's eyes were bloodshot and anger was burning in his chest. He summoned his magic wand, and the terrifying ice element energy instantly blasted towards Sumu and others. Boom! The terrifying ice elemental power was completely absorbed by Felina, who suddenly appeared at the moment it hit Sumu. But due to the powerful force, Felina obviously suffered a lot of damage. She had just evacuated from Gabong to Sumu's side. He also lost a lot of strength because of dealing with the guards. Undead. Andrew held the staff in his hand, his brows tightly knitted together. He didn't hesitate and launched an attack again. Go. I'll hold on here first. Leave me alone. Felina's voice rang out, and it was the first time she sounded so serious. This is enough to prove that Andrew is absolutely powerful. Tao Yao, come here quickly. There was no time to think, Sumu yelled. He is also worried about Felina. But he understood even more clearly that if they didn't leave, they would all die. And Felina still has a chance to be reborn. This has to be a choice. Tao Yao used her hands and feet to crawl to her master's side and held his big hand tightly. Sumu didn't hesitate, put his arm around Selena's waist, and took out the random teleportation scroll. This was the escape method he had thought of early on. Directly use the random teleportation scroll to teleport hundreds of kilometers away. Boom! The terrifying power of the ice element attacked, and a horrifying scene appeared for Sumu. Felina was unable to withstand Andrew's attack and was blown away. This old guy is so powerful that it's terrifying. As he was speaking, several ice crystals suddenly attacked Sumu. The cunning Andrew began to change his target. He felt that Sumu was easier to control. But at the same time, Sumu also crushed the random teleportation scroll in his hand. Dark purple light dances. With a crisp puff sound, he, Tao Yao and Selena disappeared from the spot. Hateful. He actually has a space scroll on him. Andrew was knowledgeable and knew immediately what Sumu was using. Oh. The angry Andrew turned his target to Felina. The violent ice element energy filled the entire city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion in this hot summer was as cold as below zero, and the whole area was covered with frost. Felina also turned into frost and dissipated into the air. Chapter 94. The Abyss of the Crack. Heart touched. Under the tearing of the power of space, Sumu and others were randomly teleported hundreds of miles away. Are you all right? Sumu struggled to get up. He took out a torch and lit it, and the dark environment became brighter. Before he could take in his surroundings, he looked at Tao Yao and Selena below him and asked worriedly. They had maintained their current posture since the moment of teleportation, and there was no change after landing. I'm fine. Selena straightened up and looked at Sumu with complicated eyes. Not long ago, facing the news of the fall of the empire and the death of her father, Selena was already desperate enough. In that case, she would still be threatened by Andrew and Pudong. Especially Pudong. She knew very well what dirty things he wanted to do to her. At that moment, for Serena, the despair in her heart could no longer be described. If she wants revenge, she must obey Pudong and Andrew. She wanted to die, but she couldn't avenge her father and the Empire's hatred. No matter which choice she makes, it will be painful for her. So, she was extremely desperate. But just when she was most desperate, Sumu kicked the door in like a savior. At that moment, Selena was shocked and her heart was shaking. Sumu's kick completely shattered the despair and panic in her heart, bringing her a glimmer of hope. For some reason, when Selena saw Sumu appear, she felt a warm and secure feeling in her heart. Just like when she was about to be captured by Kodalu. Just like that night, when she was about to be carried away by the hotel staff. This time, she was in danger again. However, without any exception, he appeared beside her. "Master, you've lost so much blood." Woo woo woo. Tao Yao sat up from the ground. In the light of the fire, she saw the bloody patch on her master's back and cried out in worry. "It's okay, you won't die. You're just injured. Why are you crying?" Sumu forced a smile. He endured the pain and comforted Tao Yao, touching her little face. The moment before he was teleported, he knew that he was hit by Andrew's magic ice cone and was hurt. At that time, he didn't think much about it. He just wanted to protect Selena and Tao Yao under him. Even though he is grimacing in pain now, at least he did it. When Selena heard Tao Yao's words, she quickly came over to take a look, and her face turned ugly. She recalled the scene when Sumu held her and Tao Yao tightly in his arms just when they were about to be teleported. Maybe at that time, he had thought about using his body to protect them at all costs. Serena's heart was touched, and she bit her lip. "Tao Yao, quickly take off his clothes and use the ice magic I taught you to stop his bleeding. I'll be here to guide you." Oh. Tao Yao quickly wiped her tears, then came to Sumu and began to help him take off his clothes. Sumu didn't struggle and cooperated with her. After all, he doesn't want to die like this. His wonderful life has just begun. Luckily, the wound wasn't very deep. Looking at the wound on Sumu's back, Selena breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly commanded Tao Yao to use ice magic to temporarily seal the wound. "Do you have a clean white cloth?" "My storage ring was taken away by them. I don't have these things on me." It was Selena who spoke. When she was caught, the ring on her finger had been taken away. There is not much in Sumu's backpack, but the most is fabric. Soon, Sumu's wound was bandaged. "Not bad. Ice elemental magic can also heal wounds. I don't feel any pain at all now." "That's not treatment." Serena glanced at him and replied. "That only temporarily seals your wound, preventing it from bleeding and numbing your pain. It's not us magicians who can truly heal injuries, but priests and priests, with moonlight priests being the best." "Moonlight sacrifice? What is that?" Sumu was curious. To him, Serena is the know-it-all of this continent. She knew a lot of things that he didn't know. Moonlight priests are believers of the moon goddess and the goddess of life. They are the profession with the strongest healing abilities on the continent. Serena narrated patiently. But there are very few people in this profession, and the moonlight elves are the most numerous. Moonlight elves worship the moon goddess, and they are naturally suited to this profession. "How do you feel about the wound now?" "It's okay." Sumu tried to stretch his muscles. "Master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you got hurt." Tao Yao took the initiative to step forward and hugged Sumu's arm, saying guiltily, "If I hadn't fallen, we would have escaped and you wouldn't have been hurt." Her jewel-like eyes were filled with guilt. "You're stupid." Sumu pinched her face hard and said, "You were knocked away. You didn't fall on purpose. By the way, you were also attacked. Are you okay? Are you injured? Come here quickly and let the master check it out," he said as he hugged Tao Yao's little body and began to check. No. I have nothing to do with the master." Tao Yao was shy. Under the gaze of Her Royal Highness the Princess, she was touched and inspected by her master's hands everywhere, and her shame instantly boiled over. Selena pursed her lips slightly, choosing to look away temporarily and observe the surrounding environment. She had been worried about Sumu's injury so much that she didn't see clearly where they were now. There are cliffs on both sides. There is no greenery around. The ground is all black soil, as if it has been burned. It's so eerily quiet. Why is it here? Serena stood up unconsciously and murmured something under her breath. "Do you know where this is?" Sumu also began to observe the surrounding environment. He was worried that he would get lost and unable to find the way back to his territory. "I know. This is the Rift Abyss at the edge of Miluo Forest. I've been here before, more than once." Serena spoke up. Her voice was very soft, but because the place was so empty, she could hear it clearly. "Why would you want to come here?" Sumu couldn't help but ask. "Because the princess needs to find a way to heal her own injuries." It was Tao Yao who answered. She came to Sumu, held him up with her hand, and became his crutch. Master, you are still injured. Please be careful. Thank you. Sumu patted Tao Yao's head with a smile. His injuries were not serious, and he would definitely be able to walk, run, and jump without any problem, but he was also happy that Tao Yao cared about him so much. Tao Yao is right. The reason I came here so many times is to find a way to treat my injuries. Serena thought for a moment and continued. A year ago, when I was training, I suffered a backlash from my own elemental magic and sustained a congested injury, which prevented me from making any further progress. My mentor found out from the scriptures that I must use the purest fire elemental energy to channel it in order to heal. Chapter 95. You can pick up airdrops here. So my mentor set out on his search, and I followed shortly after. After searching all the way, I finally learned that within the Rift Abyss lives a being possessing the purest fire elemental energy. It's called the Holy Flame Scorching Fire Spirit, Serena said, with regret and sorrow on her face. It's a pity that I've come here many times, but have never encountered any trace of the Holy Flame Scorching Fire Spirit. Because I stayed in the wild for too long, I didn't receive a lot of information and didn't know what was happening. Princess, have you heard everything? Tao Yao suddenly left Sumu and came to Selena and hugged her. Being smart and sensitive, she guessed something from Her Royal Highness the Princess' words. Yes. Serena nodded. By the way, Tao Yao, how did Mr. Sumu become your master? What happened between you? Princess, this is it, listen to me. Tao Yao hugged Selena and slowly told her about her journey. Knowing that they needed space to chat, Sumu did not join in, but strolled away alone. This crack abyss is as quiet as a cemetery, with nothing in it. I don't know if Fulina has resurrected in the territory. Although he knew that Fulina had a chance to be resurrected, Sumu was still worried about her. After all, no one likes the taste of death, and the undead are no different to a certain extent. Therefore, Sumu felt somewhat guilty about leaving Fulina behind to cover their retreat. 3-star value intelligence. Blessed by the Lord of the Abyss, an airdrop will fall 500 meters ahead in 10 minutes. Intelligence tip. The airdrop will disappear in 10 minutes. Please arrange your time to pick it up. There are airdrops to pick up in this godforsaken place. Looking at Serena and Tao Yao who were still hugging and chatting behind them, Sumamai walked forward. At the same time, Kimu tribe. Felina was resurrected here. As soon as she appeared, she was caught by Susu who was sitting on the chair at the door. Sister Fulina, you're back? Where's my brother? Where's my brother? Did your brother come back with you? Susu stood up from the chair excitedly. She ran around, looking around, trying to find the figure she had missed for a long time. But soon, disappointment appeared on her little face. Because she didn't see it at all. Brother isn't back yet. Susu puffed her lips in disappointment, sat back on the chair, and kicked the weeds with her feet. The poor little grass was used as a tool for her to vent her anger. The master hasn't come back yet. Maybe he'll be back soon. Seeing Susu looking aggrieved and about to cry, Felina rarely came to her side and comforted her. But my brother has been gone for 2 days, a total of 38 hours and 21 minutes. He told Sister Winstia that he would go and come back early and bring me some delicious food, but he hasn't come back yet. Susu misses her brother. Okay. Felina sat next to Susu and patted her shoulder. The master did bring you a lot of delicious food, but there was a small accident. Please wait a little longer. He may be back tomorrow. Felina looked around and didn't see Winstia. She asked, by the way, where's your sister? Sister Winstia is just like her brother. Both are bad guys. She also said she had something to do tonight and couldn't come back, and told me to go to bed and rest by myself. Susu was like a little child, feeling aggrieved, and complained to Fulina like pouring beans. So where did she go? Felina asked. I don't know. Maybe he went into the forest. Susu thought about it, and said with her head tilted. In the forest? Felina floated in the air, looking at the Miluo forest in the distance, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Sister Fulina, will you sleep with me tonight? Susu is scared to sleep alone. Felina. Tianlong City. Outside the city lord's mansion, Henry's body was placed in front of Andrew. Sir, this is Henry, the waiter at the inn. I heard that he had a close conversation with our young master yesterday, and the young master has been staying in the inn the entire time. The guards under his command reported the information they had just obtained. All right. Andrew's face was gloomy, and he raised his hand to interrupt his men's report. What I want to know is not these things, but the hotel staff and those damn vendors. Do they remember what that guy looks like? Andrew knew that even if a lot of guards were sent out to the city lord's mansion, ordinary thieves would not be able to enter the city lord's mansion freely. Even if he could get in, he wouldn't be able to find the exact location of the study. Can you still clearly know Selena's whereabouts? Considering all the symptoms, Andrew felt that the only possibility was that the thief was brought in by one of their own people. There is a traitor in their city lord's mansion. Otherwise, the thieves wouldn't know so much about them. Andrew found the guard on duty tonight. After a beating and pressure, the guard who had taken Su Mu's money finally confessed. Following the clues, Andrew found the trace of the thief who killed his son and rescued Selena. It turned out that he had also traded slaves with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and even had traded with many merchants in Tianlong City. He said he remembered. Immediately have the artist draw his portrait. I'm going to issue a wanted notice to the whole city and everyone in it. Andrew ordered. Yes. That's the mayor of Tianlong City, right? How majestic. At this moment, on the third floor of the hotel, Guo Tianfei pursed his lips, his eyes fixed on Andrew who was directing the guards below, his eyes full of envy. The natives are awesome, but I don't know when my territory will reach that level. I'm so damn envious. I'll stop talking. I'll have a good night's rest and buy some supplies tomorrow to go back to the territory and continue developing it. Guo Tianfei returned to the bed and fell asleep. Princess, the master is actually a very nice person. As soon as he heard you were in danger, he immediately prepared to rescue you. Although Tao Yao doesn't know how the princess knows the master, Tao Yao can see that the master really cares about you. When he heard that you were taken to the city lord's mansion, he was completely panicked. Besides, the plan to rescue you was proposed by him. Tao Yao never asked him to do this. Tao Yao's voice rang out. In front of Serena, she madly praised Su Mu and said all the good things about him. The master is very smart and capable. He knew how to bribe the people in the city lord's mansion, and then use some tricks like making a feint to the east and attacking in the west to divert the guards and rescue you, princess. Listening to Tao Yao's story, Selena couldn't help but recall the scene of Su Mu angrily killing Pudong. Chapter 96, Serena's Vulnerable Side. Serena remembered it clearly. At that time, Pudong wanted to touch her breasts, and it happened that Su Mu kicked the door open. He must have seen it at that time, so he was very angry and upset. That's right. Selena suddenly remembered a detail. A barely perceptible blush appeared on her indifferent face. She remembered that Su Mu was shouting, "You want to touch my woman?" Serena was lost in thought when suddenly, "Achoo!" The sneeze sounded, and before Su Mu arrived, the voice had already arrived. "Tao Yao, stop it, stop praising me. I heard you from all the way here. I couldn't stop sneezing." "No way, master." "Did you hear everything Tao Yao said?" Tao Yao's little face turned red in an instant. She didn't expect that her master heard everything she did when she praised him so much. "What do you think? It's quite empty here." Su Mu came up to them with a smile, and he quickly noticed that Selena's shackles had not been removed. "Let me help you cut off the shackles." Su Mu said. "Good." Serena responded, and then she added, "The magic shackles are not so easy to break. It's best to let Tao Yao freeze the shackles first." "Okay." Su Mu did not try to show off, but instead gestured to Tao Yao next to him. Tao Yao also cooperated and cast her own ice element magic. When Su Mu was performing passive healing before, his back was facing Tao Yao, so he couldn't see her using magic. Now that he looked carefully, he realized that Tao Yao's ice element magic was still used quite well. The little girl looks like an ice magician, very imposing. All right. With Tao Yao's cooperation, Su Mu easily broke the shackles on Selena. After hesitating for a moment, Serena was about to say thank you when Su Mu interrupted her. "I just patrolled the area and found no danger or signs of monsters. Let's take a break. Let's try to leave here tomorrow morning." "Okay, master." Tao Yao quickly stood up and came to Su Mu. "Master, you are injured and it is inconvenient for you to sit down. I will help you sit down and apply some magic to reduce the pain of your wound." "Thank you for your hard work, Tao Yao." It's not hard. Master, you don't have to tell me this. This is what Tao Yao should do." As Tao Yao spoke, her little hand fell on Su Mu's back, gently stroking it. Okay. Under the cover of magic energy, Su Mugang's wound, which was still a little painful, became numb again. Looking at the two people in the back, talking and laughing in harmony, Selena suddenly felt a sense of loneliness in her heart. She felt like she couldn't fit in. Even Tao Yao, who had lived by her side since childhood, was like this, and she seemed unable to fit in with Tao Yao either. She is more like an outsider. Although she had just chatted with Tao Yao for a long time, and it was no different from before. But at this moment, an indescribable feeling of loneliness lingered in Selena's heart. Tao Yao is no longer her servant. She is Su Mu's slave. She would definitely stay by his side from now on. But what about her? Where should she go? Selena's eyes were dim. She found a quiet spot and lay down, ready to close her eyes and rest. But a quiet environment is most likely to make people have wild thoughts. The more Selena wanted to close her eyes and rest, the more she couldn't fall asleep. She was usually indifferent and aloof, and her extremely calm and rational mentality when encountering things seemed to be disrupted by the experiences of the past 2 days. Suddenly, Selena felt confused. Extremely confused. Her injuries have not healed yet, so she cannot use magic. There is no knight like Gabong who can protect her. She seemed to have lost her direction. Without help, how should she find the holy flame-scorching spirit to recover from her injuries? And then accumulate energy to avenge her father? All these problems were like a stone pressing on Selena's heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. When she learned of the fall of the empire, Selena didn't cry. When she learned that her father had died tragically, she still didn't cry. But at this moment, as all the emotions and worries weighed on her, a tear fell from Serena's eyes. From childhood to adulthood, Serena has always been a very strong person. Even if practicing magic is tiring. Even though practicing dodging was tiring and she had fallen countless times. Even when she was ostracized by her sisters and brothers, she always faced it with strength and never showed her vulnerable side. But this time, she could no longer be strong. Serena knew that from now on, she no longer had any support behind her. Her beloved father is dead. What are you doing? Just as Selena was immersed in her own emotions, Sumu's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Then a big hand landed on her shoulder and patted her gently. Serena trembled all over. She didn't dare to respond, let alone look back. Because she didn't want others to see her in her current state, and if she opened her mouth it would reveal that she was crying. But Selena never expected that Sumu did not play by the rules at all. He suddenly lay down on his side opposite her, looking at her without blinking. At this moment, it was just like the morning when the two of them looked into each other's eyes. You're crying. I don't. Selena suddenly changed from lying on her side to lying on her back. No wonder I saw it clearly. Sumu supported himself on one arm and looked at Serena again. She refused to admit it even after crying her eyes out. This woman is really stubborn. In fact, when interacting with Tao Yao, Sumu also paid attention to Selena. Because he knew clearly that Serena already knew what happened in his family. Such a huge change is not something that can be easily accepted no matter who it happens to. Although Serena looks stronger. However, no matter how strong a person is, there will always be moments of vulnerability. No, Tao Yao had just fallen asleep when Sumu turned his head and saw Selena curled up, trembling slightly. When he got closer, he realized that she was crying silently. At that moment, Sumu was filled with heartache. No matter what, Serena is his one-day wife. In the morning, her tone of voice was indeed rather unpleasant, but Sumu no longer took it to heart. Being watched, Serena quickly reached out to wipe the tears from her face, then immediately turned around. But the next moment, she felt a pair of strong arms hugging her from behind. She was held tightly in his arms. Serena's first reaction was to struggle, but soon she heard Sumu's gentle voice. Hey, I'm injured. With just one word, Serena stopped struggling. Chapter 97. How about training now? Sumu hugged Selena from behind, and the two did not speak for a long time. Selena's emotions had also stabilized, and she wiped away her tears. Selena, after tomorrow, you will come back to my territory with me. In the darkness, Sumu softly invited. I have a tribe that is developing. It may not be strong enough now, but it will definitely be very strong in the future. Come back with me. I will do my best to avenge your father and the Dragon Roar Empire. Also, everything you need to treat your injuries is in my care. I will find it for you. Sumu continued. From now on, I will be your backer. The strongest support. I won't let you feel lonely. Sumu could feel that when he said these words, Selena's body trembled noticeably. I have your back. The strongest backing. These words, spoken by Sumu when Serena was at her most vulnerable, really touched her deeply. After a moment of silence, Serena tried to turn herself around. Sumu sensed it and did not stop her. Instead, he loosened his hand slightly, allowing her to turn around more smoothly. Selena stared into Sumu's eyes. Are you sympathizing with me? Why should I sympathize with you? Sumu asked back. Then why are you telling me this? Facing Serena's question, Sumu smiled. You haven't forgotten what we did last night, have you? As a grown man, I have to take responsibility for you, right? Why would I run in to save you if you thought the city lord's mansion was so dangerous? Sumu continued. Also, if it weren't for what you said this morning, I would have told you that I would be responsible for you. I don't sympathize with you or feel sorry for you at all, but I really mean it. Serena was silent. She remembered what she had said to Sumu in the morning. As for what I said this morning, I just wanted you to feel relieved. Otherwise, what else can we do? Neither of you nor I want to happen. I don't have any special intentions. I understand now, Sumu said, reaching out to touch Serena's waist and hugging her to him. So, come back to the territory with me. Let's work together to avenge you. Serena knew exactly what this meant. If she nodded, wouldn't that mean she agreed to be Su Mu's partner in the future? But we have no feelings for each other, and you don't like me, right? Serena was still a little hesitant. She and Su Mu have only known each other for a short time. But from beginning to end, she had a good impression of him. Not to mention, Su Mu pulled her out of the abyss of despair again this time. That sense of redemption is at its peak. No woman could resist being treated this way. In the past, Serena might have refused. Su Mu didn't like her, and she didn't like her either. Her personality cannot be compromised. But now, Serena hesitated. She wanted to agree, but she had some concerns. What she was afraid of was that Su Mu just wanted to be responsible for her, and she didn't want to become a shackle that bound others. Selena has a strong sense of self-esteem, and Su Mu obviously knows and sees it. It's just that I don't like her now. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. How can I not like her? Besides, there's a saying in my hometown that goes, love grows over time. As long as time passes, won't feelings emerge? Falling in love over time. This was the first time Serena heard this. After she thought about it carefully, she found that it made sense. Her father and mother's marriage was also decided by her grandfather, and they had never met. But after they got married, didn't they love each other and gave birth to her and other siblings? Just as Serena was about to respond, Su Mu spoke again. If it really doesn't work, let's just cultivate some feelings now. As he said this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Cultivate now? How to cultivate it? Serena obviously didn't understand what Su Mu meant. The next moment, Su Mu made her understand. He took the initiative to step forward and kissed her lips. Selena's body trembled slightly, her eyes widened. Her body instinctively wanted to struggle, but her previous wish emerged in her mind. Deep down, she had actually agreed to go back with Su Mu. If that's the case, why should she struggle or resist? Serena narrowed her eyes in obedience. Last night, because she was drugged by smoke, she didn't even know what kissing felt like. There's no feeling at all. But what was happening now really made her feel it. Very true. With a moan, Su Mu let go of Serena. If he doesn't let go, he will suffocate. That's how you develop feelings, you know? Su Mu spoke with a smirk on his face. Selena's face flushed rarely, and her eyes were a little evasive. She is shy? Or, shall we train it again? Su Mu held her tighter in his arms and spoke softly. Serena's figure is really amazing, with a curvy figure and very tight body, which makes him not want to let go. It's too late, let's rest. Okay, I'll hold you while I sleep. Serena was silent for a moment. 5-star dangerous information. In 1 hour, the holy flame scorching spirit that left will return to the rift abyss. Intelligence tip. The holy flame scorching fire spirit is highly aggressive and cannot be dealt with by the Lord at present. Please leave now. The next day, just as Su Mu finished breakfast and was about to take Selena and Tao Yao away from the rift abyss, the intelligence system rang at the right time. Princess, are you and the master in a relationship? Tao Yao supported Selena, but couldn't help gossiping out of curiosity. She was curious. When she woke up early in the morning, she saw her master and the princess sleeping in each other's arms. At that time, Tao Yao was stunned. But soon, she smiled happily. In Tao Yao's opinion, Her Royal Highness the Princess is in a very miserable state now. The empire has fallen and all her family members have been killed. If she could have someone to rely on, Tao Yao, as a servant, would be very happy and relieved. In Tao Yao's heart, a master who has both good looks and strength, as well as strength and character, couldn't be better. He's perfect for the princess. I don't know, you have to ask him. As she said this, Selena secretly glanced at Su Mu's back. She still hasn't recovered. She still couldn't believe it, but she actually slept in his arms all night as if possessed by some mysterious force. Even when she woke up in the morning, Serena found his hand on her breast. Thinking of this, Serena, who rarely blushed again. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Su Mu walked over. Chapter 98 Capturing the Holy Flame Blazing Spirit. An hour and a half later, Su Mu let the griffin land temporarily in a place that looked relatively safe. He took out some food and drinks and handed them to Tao Yao. Tao Yao, you and Selena, eat something here first. I have something to go out for. Master, are you going somewhere? Tao Yao asked. Will there be any danger? Selena also looked at Su Mu. Obviously, she also wanted to know the answer. I'm fine. I just used the space scroll to go out for a while. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Su Mu didn't explain it clearly. Tao Yao, take good care of Serena. I'll let the griffin go with you. Oh, I see, Master. Tao Yao agreed obediently. Just when Su Mu wanted to use the space scroll, Selena next to him spoke. Be safe. Feeling her worried gaze, Sumu smiled. Good. Not long ago, when Sumu received a prompt from the intelligence system, he immediately made a decision. Using the fixed location teleportation scroll to record the coordinates of the rift abyss, he first took Taoyao and Selena to his safe place. Finally, he teleported back to the abyss of the rift and tried to capture the holy flame, scorching spirit alone. This is Sumu's plan. What he wants to do is very simple. He must protect Taoyao and Selena's safety first. Returning to the abyss of the rift again, Sumu saw at a glance a figure about 2 meters tall, about the size of a human, and covered in flames 500 meters away. The moment he saw it, he finally understood why the land inside the rift abyss was black. The holy flame, scorching fire spirit was filled with flames, and its body was gushing like lava. It radiated high temperature all over, and the air was distorted because of its high temperature. Every step it takes turns the ground beneath its feet into scorched earth. Sumu's insight technique. Holy flame, scorching spirit. For the first time, insight failed to provide clear feedback. From this, we can see that the 5-star danger feedback given by the intelligence system is absolutely true. Holy flame, scorching fire spirit, very dangerous. It is definitely not something Sumu can handle at this stage. But why did Sumu dare to run back without caring about his life? Is he stupid? No. Because he got the courage to appear here from the airdrop last night. Blessing of the Lord of the Abyss X2. Summon the Lord of the Abyss's clone to fight for you. Lasting 1 minute. Despair Cage X2. The cage used by the Lord of the Abyss to imprison prisoners. Set up a territory on the ground that belongs to you and lure the enemy into it, which can greatly weaken its ability and imprison it. After 10 days of confinement, the creatures in the cage will completely fall into the abyss and be used by you. These 2 things are what Sumu got from the airdrop blessed by the Lord of the Abyss last night. With them, Sumu is very confident that he can deal with the holy flame, scorching spirit. Without hesitation, Sumu started to use the despair cage on the ground to control. It's just like making a trap. It's not difficult. The only difficulty is that you must not be discovered by the holy flame, scorching spirit, and you must lure it in. Wind Dragon Technique. After setting up the cage of despair, Sumu used his only long-range skill on the holy flame, scorching spirit from a distance. A tornado-like gale swept forward, disturbing the resting holy flame, blazing spirit. This guy jumped 10 meters high in an instant. It really jumped up, not flew. The ferocity of the holy flame, scorching fire spirit is terrifying. It is definitely the most powerful monster Sumu has ever seen. Come here. Sumu started provoking from a distance. The holy flame, scorching fire spirit was not angry. It was very calm. It summoned the terrifying power of the fire element in its hands, and a wave of heat swept towards Sumu. The speed and fierceness of the attack surprised Sumu. He used the stealth technique almost instantly, but was still affected by the heat wave and part of his clothes were burned. The man fell down in a very embarrassing way. The holy flame, scorching fire spirit is so terrifying. After one collision, Sumu knew that he could not rely on attacking to lure the holy flame, scorching fire spirit into the cage of despair. The holy flame, scorching fire spirit was too fast, and its attack was too swift. There was no way he could dodge the attacks every time. Is it possible that he can only use the blessing of the Lord of the Abyss to summon the Lord of the Abyss to fight for him? While Sumu was thinking, the attack of the holy flame fire spirit came again. This time Sumu had no chance to dodge. Boom! Loud noise. Sumu was blown away. The smoke and dust cleared. Sumu closed his eyes and lay on the ground, motionless. His body was covered with gravel, and his clothes were mostly torn. Last night's wound had burst open, and blood was oozing out of it. From a distance, it looks like it's dead. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds. 1 minute. After observing for a long time, the holy flame blazing spirit made 3 consecutive leaps, easily reaching 100 meters away and landing next to Sumu. Sumu, who was lying on the ground like a dead man, suddenly opened his eyes. He used his hands and feet and performed the sneak attack technique again. Knowing that it had been deceived, the holy flame, scorching fire spirit also became angry. The flames on its body instantly evaporated, and the blaze increased by at least twice. It threw a flaming fist at the hateful human. But 4 shadowy cages suddenly rose from the ground, completely enveloping the holy flame, scorching spirit. Boom! The huge flaming fist shadow hit the cage, but did not cause any substantial damage. Outside the cage, Sumu, who looked extremely embarrassed, had a satisfied smile on his face. It seems that the trick of pretending to be dead is still useful. The holy flame, scorching spirit's previous attack did not hit Sumu head-on, but hit the ground in front of him, knocking him into the range of the Cage of Despair. Sumu simply used a trick to counterattack and tried to lure the Holy Flame Scorching Fire Spirit into the cage. Fortunately, Sumu made the right bet. The successful feigned death caused the Holy Flame Scorching Spirit to relax his vigilance and fall into his trap. Myriad Forest. Outside the tree hole where the White Fox clan lives. Winstia stood beside the tree with a haggard face, waiting patiently for something. She has been waiting here for a whole night. She didn't sleep the whole night. Because deep down, she desperately wants to fulfill her master's wish. To this end, she has been working hard these days. Not long after, a figure walked out of the tree hole. She was extremely beautiful, and apart from the difference in appearance, her body structure was almost exactly the same as Winstia's. They are all subhumans. The only difference is that Winstia's hair is pink, while hers is white. The current patriarch of the White Fox clan. Kokona, go ahead. Our clan will not join any so-called territory or tribe. Our clan has advocated freedom since ancient times. Kokona spoke. Are you really not going to reconsider this? Do you still want to live a life without seeing the sun? Winstia spoke, trying to persuade. As long as you join our territory, all of this is possible. All right. Kokona's expression changed, and she interrupted Winstia harshly. You need to know why our White Fox clan left the Andeas Mountains in the first place. If you hadn't saved Kokolu, do you think I would be having a fair conversation with you right now? Don't even think about telling us what to do. Leave now, Kokona said, and turned back into the cave. Looking at her resolute back, Winstia sighed softly. She planned to leave first, believing there would definitely be another chance to persuade Kokona. On her way back, Winstia discovered that humans had come to Myriad Forest. Still a large group. Chapter 99. The White Fox clan is in danger. Myriad Forest. The large group of people from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce gathered for lunch. Captain, I didn't expect those big orcs to run so fast. I thought they would fight us to the death. Eaton munched on some dry food and spoke casually. The orcs are nothing to be feared, but our situation seems to have changed. It seems the fruit of the tree of life was not taken away by the orcs. The man called Captain had deep eyes as he thought calmly. If Sumu was there, he would definitely recognize that this man was Brinson, whom he had met at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Last night, Brinson led his team to attack the orcs' stronghold at night. The battle was so fierce and sudden that the orcs had no chance to fight back. They were beaten back step by step and finally abandoned their stronghold and fled in a panic. The battle was highly successful, with Brinson taking it with minimal casualties and capturing 15 orcs. But he soon discovered that the fruit of the tree of life was no longer there. Not to mention the fruit. Even the living creatures inside are gone. You should know that one of Brinson's purposes this time is to find the orcs for revenge and take back the things that belong to their Chamber of Commerce. As a result, he discovered that the orcs seemed to be a shield used to confuse their Chamber of Commerce. The ones who actually robbed their Chamber of Commerce's supplies were not the orcs, but someone else. Helplessly, Brinson could only gather the team and set out again. They have other purposes this time, not just about the Tree of Life. What's the big deal, Captain? We have orc captives. At most, we can interrogate them to see if they know any information. Aiton said beside him. That's all we can do. Brinson glanced at the orc captives behind him and continued. Our focus isn't on this right now. Let's capture the White Fox clan first. They already know the value. In the distance, Winstia, who was hiding behind a tree, was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect that the purpose of these humans appearing in Myriad Forest was to join the White Fox clan. Winstia knew that their current location was not far from the tree hole where the White Fox clan lived, and they most likely already knew the exact location. Captain, are you sure there is a White Fox clan? Hasn't this race disappeared a long time ago? We haven't heard of them in recent years. Are we so sure? As a minion, Aiton naturally doesn't know as much as Captain Brinson. We're almost there. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Brinson said this and gestured, and a shackled subhuman flower demon female slave was pushed out from the back. Myriad flower demon slave? Is the White Fox clan related to them? Aiton wondered. Brinson explained the reason to him while eating his dry food. Half a month ago, a hunter caught the Myriad flower demon in the Myriad Forest and sold it to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. As one of the few flower demon demi-humans in the Myriad Forest, the Myriad flower demon is not very outstanding in appearance. However, because it can secrete the Myriad flower demon toxin in its body, it is still liked by many people. In exchange for her freedom, the captured Myriad flower demon proposed to exchange an important piece of information with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. The important news is the location of the White Fox clan, and she can take them there personally. At first, when Brinson and others learned the news, They did not believe what the Miluo flower demon said. The White Fox clan has disappeared for many years. How could they be in the Miluo forest? Brinson thought the Miluo flower fairy was trying to lure them into their own territory and kill them. So much so that they never took it seriously, thinking it was a trick of the Miluo flower demon. Until a few days ago, a strange heavy rain occurred, and most of the plants outside Tianlong City suffered varying degrees of damage and destruction. But the plants in Miluo Forest are intact. It's like two different worlds from the outside world. It was this anomaly that made Brinson think, and he remembered what the Miluo flower demon had said. Perhaps there really is a clan of white foxes in the Miluo Forest. So here they come. The purpose of this trip is to find the location of the White Fox clan. Behind the trees in the distance, Winstia had no time to listen to their stories. She had already run towards the location of the White Fox clan. She must tell them this news and let them leave the tree hole quickly. Princess, it seems like the master has been gone for a long time. Why hasn't he come back yet? Has he encountered some danger? Tao Yao, who was chewing dried meat, looked around, fearing that he would miss the opportunity when his master came back. Serena was also worried, but she still spoke to comfort him. Don't think too much, Tao Yao. Your master is very powerful. He might have been delayed by something. He will be fine. Okay, Tao Yao agreed, her eyes still darting around. By the way, Tao Yao, don't call me princess anymore. I'm not a princess anymore. Serena spoke up. The Longing Empire has fallen, and she learned more details from Tao Yao last night. Now that she has decided to go back to the territory with Su Mu, she feels a little uncomfortable when Tao Yao calls her princess again. How can that be possible? Tao Yao waved her hands. Princess, you will always be Her Royal Highness in Tao Yao's heart. No matter what you become, this will never change. Listening to Tao Yao's words, Selena was also moved. But she still insisted. Tao Yao, I'm already very happy that you think this way in your heart, but forget about the title. From now on, you can call me sister. I'm older than you, so it's just right. Besides, you're following your master, so you're no longer my servant. It's not nice to call me princess. But Tao Yao wanted to struggle, but Serena had already gently taken her hand. Listen to me. The title of princess will bring us danger. It will be targeted by those with ulterior motives, and it won't be good for your master either. Tao Yao tilted her head and thought about it, and found that it made sense. Very well then, princess. It's my sister. Serena corrected her with a smile. Okay. Huh. Tao Yao felt the power of space beside her and turned her head suddenly. Master, you're back. Tao Yao noticed the moment her master appeared. She stood up excitedly, but soon her brows furrowed. Serena also stood up and quickly came to Su Mu. Where have you been? Why are you covered in scars? Even the wounds are torn open. She frowned and wanted to reach out to check Su Mu's wound, but he held her hand back. Look what this is, Su Mu said, with a smile on his face. He took out the despair cage containing the holy flame scorching spirit. The moment the cage appeared, it quickly expanded and then fell steadily to the ground. Serena. Chapter 100 Serena's Way of Expressing Love. Serena was really stunned. Looking at the figure trapped in the cage, like a man of fire, she was speechless for a long time. Selena must know that this is the holy flame scorching spirit that she has been searching for a long time. Now, it appeared in front of her. The only one who could make the holy flame scorching spirit appear was Su Mu in front of her. At that moment, Selena's heart was deeply touched again. She passed the holy flame scorching fire spirit in front of her and came directly to Su Mu. What are you doing? Seeing that she was staring at him, Su Mu was stunned for a moment. Then he pointed at the holy flame scorching fire spirit. The thing you want most, the holy flame scorching fire spirit. Aren't you happy? Su Mu thought that Selena would fly with joy the moment she saw the holy flame scorching spirit, but she didn't, and her reaction was calm. This made him at a loss for words. Too calm, right? Selena didn't say anything, but just reached out her hand and touched Su Mu's face, wiping off the dust and gravel on his face one by one. She moved very gently, even using her sleeves. Tao Yao, who was standing next to her, thought that this should be her job, so how could it be the princess's turn to do it? But she was smart and didn't disturb him, and stayed quietly aside. Where's the clean cloth? Take it out, I'll rebandage it for you. Selena spoke, but still did not mention the matter of the holy flame scorching spirit. Hey, holy flame scorching spirit. You don't even give any reaction? Su Mu waved his hand in front of her eyes. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He had worked so hard to catch it, and he had wanted to make Selena smile, to make her happy and forget about all the annoying things. She didn't say anything. Not to mention, Su Mu himself was quite disappointed. Clean cloth, your wound is bleeding. Serena still said this. All right. Helpless Sumu could only take out a clean cloth from his backpack and hand it to Selena. Come and sit down. Selena took the initiative to hold Sumu's hand. Sumu cooperated with her. For Taoyao, that's it. Then tie the knot, and it will be fine. Selena's technique of bandaging wounds is obviously a level better than Taoyao's. Sumu could even see a beautiful bow. Not bad, Serena. You are a professional doctor, right? Sumu couldn't help but exclaim in praise. No, master. Gong, noticed Serena's eyes, and Taoyao quickly changed his words. Sister Serena trained very hard as a child and was often injured, so she's very experienced in healing and bandaging. There's no doctor in such a big palace? Sumu asked in confusion. As for Serena's identity, does she still need to bandage her own wounds? Aren't there a lot of people rushing to help? That's because, when Taoyao was about to say something, Serena stopped her. All right, Taoyao, go get some water from the river. I want to talk to your master. Okay. Taoyao didn't ask any questions, picked up the full water bag and left. Just say whatever you want to say. Why are you staring at me? I'm a little nervous when you stare at me. After Taoyao left, Serena didn't say anything. She just stared at Sumu. Sumu couldn't help but speak first. Do you remember what you told me last night? Selena finally spoke. Last night. Sumu and Selena talked so much last night. How could he know what she wanted to say? This woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. It's hard to guess. I told you a lot last night. I remember it all, but I don't know what you want to say. At this time, Selena bit her lower lip lightly, and she actually moved forward and leaned into Sumu's arms for the first time. Last night, you said that you would be my backup, my strongest backup. Serena's voice rang out, and her tone was the gentleness that Sumu had felt for the first time. And there is no sense of indifference and distance, like the sunshine in winter, making people feel warm. But what did you do just now? The holy flame scorching fire spirit is something even I wouldn't dare deal with alone. If you just run over there like that, what if something goes wrong? Selena said, meeting Sumu's gaze. You just agreed to be my backup, and you're thinking of going back on your word? You said you wouldn't let me feel lonely. I've lost a lot. At this moment, the clever Sumu finally understood why Selena was not happy or excited when she saw the holy flame scorching fire spirit. In contrast to those emotions, she might be having a little tantrum because of his risky behavior. The source of these little tempers is that she is worried about him. I feel sorry for him too. This is her unique way of expressing her emotions. I'm fine, am I? Sumu's brow softened. He put his arm around her waist and said with a smile. Besides, if I didn't have any confidence, would I dare to go over and deal with the holy flame scorching fire spirit? I'm not a fool. I must have something to rely on. Don't be angry, he said, and patted Serena on the back to comfort her. I'm not angry. I'm just a little emotional. Serena shook her head and leaned back into Sumu's arms. I hope that no matter what danger you encounter in the future, you will remember to take me with you. Compared to the holy flame scorching fire spirit, I hope you are safe and sound. I can wait for healing and everything. Everything will be fine. Okay, I understand. Sumu smiled. What else can he say? At this moment, the only way to respond to Selena's feelings is to hold her tightly. Milieu Forest. In the tree hole of the White Fox clan. Wednestia ignored the guards outside and rushed in. Kokona, if you don't leave now, you'll have no chance. Humans are targeting your race. They are not far away. You are in a very dangerous situation now. Enough, Wednestia. Kokona interrupted impatiently. You don't really think that just because you saved Kokolu and did us a little favor, and I promise not to do anything to you, you can do whatever you want in front of me, right? Do you know that if you break into our clan's territory, even if you have done me a favor, I can still kill you? The members of the White Fox clan around were all staring at Wednestia in the center with eager eyes. The reason why their race left the Andes Mountains and ended up here was largely related to the Red Fox tribe. So they are very hostile to Wednestia. Aunt, don't hurt Sister Wednestia. A petite figure appeared. It was Kokolu, who was rescued from the Czech dragon by Wednestia 2 days ago. The little girl looks about 11 or 12 years old as a human, a little lowly girl with fox ears and a bun. She is short and looks unwell. As soon as she appeared, she stood in front of Wednestia and protected her. Chapter 101. Wednestia. Danger. The moment she saw Kokoro, the sternness on Kokona's face disappeared instantly, and she smiled. Kokolu, I don't mean to hurt her. Can you please go in first? It's time for grown-up talk. Good boy. Kokona signaled the guards around her with her eyes, asking them to take Kokolu away. Don't want. Kokolu ran to Wednestia and hugged her. Although she was still young, she was very protective of her child. Wednestia, please go. Kokona was also very helpless when she saw this. Leave me. I won't bother with you about forcibly entering the clan's territory. Kokona, I really didn't say anything nonsense. There really are humans out there looking for you. Winstia said anxiously. Hurry up and evacuate with your people. Let's return to our territory for the time being. Okay. Return to your territory? Kokona sneered and glanced at Winstia. You have a really good calculation. Can we still get out of your territory? Winstia realized that her words had caused Kokona's disgust, so she said, Then don't go to my territory. Just leave here. The Milieu flower demon knows your whereabouts and has revealed it to humans. If you don't believe me, let your tribesmen go and see. Okay. Kokona raised her hand again to interrupt. I know. I'll send someone to check it out. You go. Leave here. As soon as Kokona finished speaking, her tribesmen who were patrolling outside came running in. Chief. Oh no. Humans spotted. They are moving very fast. Everyone is on horseback, and they are almost here. Just as the patrolling tribesmen finished their report, a violent roar entered the tree hole and fell into the ears of every member of the White Fox tribe. Boom, boom, boom. There were 2 or 3 consecutive roars. Kokona's face also turned ugly. The members of the White Fox clan also showed signs of panic on their faces. Over the years, they have lived in fear every day and have to move to a new tree hole every once in a while. Sometimes they even have to migrate thousands of miles to live in different forests just to prevent humans from discovering their tracks. For this reason, the White Fox clan will not even go out to look for food during the day, but choose to go out at night. Because traveling during the day increases the chances of being discovered by other demi-humans. Once discovered by demi-humans, it is not far from being discovered by humans. It can be said that in order to avoid humans, the White Fox clan has many rules that do not allow. In fact, after meeting Winstia, Kokona has held a meeting among the tribe and plans to move out of the tree hole in the next 2 days and choose a new place to live. Unexpectedly, before they even took any action, humans came to their door. On the side, Winstia secretly clenched her fists, her haggard face full of solemnity. Kokona, it's a human. Do you have any other way to leave? Yes, there is, but... This time it was Winstia who interrupted Kokona, her eyes firm. Take your people away quickly. I can help you drag them away. I'm not from your White Fox clan, and my features are obvious. Even if those humans caught me, they would probably think they were tricked. Hurry up and take this opportunity to evacuate through the back passage. Kokona looked at Winstia deeply. Hurry up, take Kokoloo and go, don't waste time. Winstia said anxiously. She picked up Kokoloo and put her in Kokona's arms. Don't want. Sister Winstia, I don't want you to face those bad guys alone. Can't we go together? Although Kokoloo is young, she knows what it means to be discovered by humans. After all, this is the ancestral precept passed down from generation to generation by their White Fox clan. To the White Fox clan, humans are like a scourge and a beast. Walk. Kokona didn't hesitate. She waved her hand. Then she knocked the struggling Kokoloo unconscious and carried her to the back passage. After years of dealing with humans, the White Fox clan always leaves a way out for themselves. This is the passage behind it. The members of the White Fox clan followed the footsteps of the clan leader. There are not many people in their tribe, so the evacuation was relatively quick. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The stone door outside the tree hole was completely blown open. The world inside the tree hole was completely exposed to the sunlight. Captain, it's open. There are really many passages inside, and it looks like there are traces of a tribe living here. Aiton's excited voice came. If they can really find the White Fox clan and bring them all back, they will make a fortune. You know, slaves of the White Fox clan are absolutely in high demand among the rich and noble circles. Every slave of the White Fox clan could probably be auctioned off for tens of millions. After all, their abilities are very valuable. Quick, go in. Don't let them get away. Brinson waved his hand and shouted loudly. The soldiers at the rear filed in and rushed into the passage. Bang! There was a loud bang. The soldiers at the front were blown away. There's an attack. Be careful. Brinson raised his hand suddenly to stop the troops from the rear from pouring in. Captain, it's her. The sharp-eyed Aiton spotted the pink figure at the door. She attacked us. Huh, that's... Brinson frowned. The figure he saw did not match the appearance of the White Fox clan at all. But this is not the time to think about these things. Quick, go up and help her catch it. The people inside may be evacuating. Brinson is still very smart. Just as he opened his mouth, Winstia threw another fireball in his hand, and the explosion sounded again. Fireball is the weapon that Sumu once used to fight against goblins. This thing is easy to obtain and has great power, so they have always been intentionally accumulating it in their territory. This time, the horrific explosion opened a gap in the cave. Seeing this opportunity, Winstia rushed towards the gap without hesitation. She didn't have many thoughts. She just wanted to buy enough time for the White Fox clan to leave. But the experienced Brinson had obviously seen through her intentions. Don't worry about her. Let's go into the cave. The White Fox clan may be evacuating. Yes. The large army immediately rushed into the tunnel, which made Winstia very anxious. She had originally intended to lure away the human pursuers, but she didn't expect them to fall for it. Winstia could only grit her teeth and take out the fireball again to attack Brinson and the others. Oh shit. Little demi-human, you're looking for death. Brinson was enraged. He jumped on his horse and charged towards Winstia. The horse's speed is so fast that it's shocking. As a 7th level Golden Knight, Brinson's strength is simply not something that Winstia can contend with at the moment. Not to mention, he was riding a warhorse. Within a few rounds, Winstia was knocked to the ground and injured, but she was still stubborn and gritted her teeth, took out the last fireball from her pocket and threw it into the cave. Boom! Another burst of smoke and dust rolled up, once again blocking the advance of the large army. Court death. Undoubtedly, Winstia's behavior completely angered Brinson. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. He raised the sword in his hand and charged again. This time he was going to take the other person's life. Just at this moment, a dark purple light suddenly came from the sky. Chapter 102, Fight. We've had enough of this dark life. Boom! A dark purple light exploded, and in order to avoid it, Brinson had to give up attacking Winstia and turned his horse's head to charge to the other side. Felina. Winstia couldn't help but murmur. She looked at Felina, who appeared in the air in front of her. In addition to disbelief, her face also showed a bit of excitement and warmth. She couldn't imagine that Felina could appear here. How did she know she was here? Also, didn't Felina always dislike her? How did you get here? What are you still daydreaming about? Get up quickly, Felina shouted, then stared straight at Brinson in front of her. Oh. Winstia reacted and quickly got up from the ground. Undead. Interesting, Brinson said, kicking his horse's belly and charging forward. Just as he was about to approach Felina, he suddenly jumped up from the horse and swung the sword in his hand. Holy light cross ii slash. Felina did not dare to be careless when facing the enemy, and used shadow energy to fight back. Boom! The terrifying flames vibrated in the air. After a collision of blows, Felina was at a slight disadvantage. Brinson looked much more relaxed, and he fell directly back onto the horse. Felina, let's deal with him together, Winstia shouted. She knew that the enemy was difficult to deal with, so she did not let Felina fight alone, but planned to fight together with her. Felina was still as arrogant as ever and took the lead in launching the attack. After several rounds, with the joint efforts of Winstia and Felina, Brinson found it difficult to find a breakthrough for a while. Seeing this, Eaton quickly brought his soldiers over to help fight. In an instant, the advantages of Winstia and Felina quickly disappeared. A subhuman and an undead were defeated step by step under massive attacks. Brinson seized the opportunity and once again rode his warhorse to attack Winstia. In his opinion, it was the demi-human in front of him who was responsible for the bad things, and she was his primary target for revenge. Damn it! Felina seemed to have seen through Brinson's intention. She flew towards Winstia at a rapid speed, wanting to escape from the battle temporarily. But the knights led by Aiton didn't give her any chance at all. Winstia was busy dealing with other people's attacks and didn't notice Brinson's fatal blow at all. By the time she reacted, it was too late. Unavoidable again. The attack is about to fall. When Brinson was about to succeed, dozens of vines suddenly sprang out from the surrounding trees, blocking his fatal blow. Who is it again? Brinson was forced to fall off his horse. Kokona. Looking at the figure standing not far away, Winstia was stunned. Didn't she let Kokona go? Why is she back again? Not only did she come back, she was holding Kokolu in her arms. But soon, Winstia discovered that not only Kokona had returned, but other members of the White Fox clan had also returned. They all had determined eyes and seemed to be ready to fight. What's going on? The White Fox clan. Great. Brinson smiled excitedly. At this moment, in Brinson's eyes, the White Fox clan, which has nearly 200 people, are like walking gold coins. Kokona, why are you doing this? Winstia was puzzled. Kokona didn't answer. She controlled the vines and pulled the injured and fallen Winstia to her side. Kokona. As if she had guessed something, Winstia called out softly. We've hidden enough. Winstia. Kokona spoke, her expression calm and composed. Over 100 years. We've had enough of those dark days, hiding like sewer rats. Her eyes revealed determination and fearlessness. Did our tribe do something wrong? No. So this time, we will fight, we will resist. Kokona said, setting her eyes on Winstia. Thank you for everything you have done for our tribe. Now go. Leave here and take Kokoloo with you. As she spoke, she placed the sleeping Kokoloo in Winstia's arms. A little earlier in time, just as Kokona was evacuating with her people, Kokoloo woke up again. At that time, the little girl cried and shouted that she wanted to go back to help Sister Winstia fight the bad guys. Kokona naturally wouldn't allow it. Kokoloo then asked a soul-searching question. Auntie, how long are we going to keep hiding like this? What did our clan do wrong? Why do you keep hiding like this? Why? You are all cowards. Just hide away for another 100 years. I'm going back to save Sister Winstia. I want to fight as bravely as she did. I'm not afraid of death. The unintentional and childish words of children are like bullets that hit the souls of adults. At that moment, Kokona was stunned. Not only her, all the White Fox clan felt the same way and were also stunned. Yes, more than 100 years. Their clan has been hiding from place to place, living in darkness. Even to find food, it has to leave the tree hole at night. But does a day like this have any meaning? Rather than kneeling down in humiliation and begging for survival, Kokona made a decision. Fight. Resist. Kokona raised her hands high, allowing the tribesmen who were afraid of fighting to leave first, and allowing those who wanted to fight to stay. But what moved and shocked her most was that no one from the tribe left, and no one of them was afraid to fight. All members of the White Fox clan reached absolute unity of opinion at this moment. If you want to fight, then fight. They've been through this damn life too. It's better to fight to the death than to hide. So, the White Fox clan, led by Kokona, turned back from the other side. Brothers, gather quickly. The White Fox clan is all here. Brinson waved his arm and shouted. Capture them all alive, and remember not to kill them. Catch one, 10,000 gold coins. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Hundreds of knights picked up their swords and prepared to launch an attack. Go. Seeing this, Kokona pushed Winstia hard, and then she ran forward first. Behind them, members of the White Fox clan followed one after another, without any fear on their faces. War. Kill them. It's because of these guys that we're living in such humiliation. Asshole, let me show you how powerful our tribe is. I've been hiding long enough, you damn bastards. A great war has begun. The knights who were the first to rush into the tree hole also turned back and joined the battle. The sky is full of silver-white light flashing. Hundreds of vines are flying and dancing. The roar was deafening. The roar reached the sky. Chapter 103, A Battle to the Death? Sumu arrives. Kokona's strength should not be underestimated. She faced the strongest Brinson alone and was not at a disadvantage at all. It's a pity that there are still too many knights. Almost 3 times that of the White Fox clan. Moreover, each of them is very powerful, almost reaching the strength of a silver knight. Equipped with sharp weapons, they are even more powerful. At first the battle was still difficult to decide, but as time went by, the members of the White Fox clan gradually fell into a disadvantage. Many of their tribesmen were injured to varying degrees. If Brinson hadn't given the order not to kill them, but to capture them alive, the casualties would have been even more severe. But precisely because of this, the White Fox clan fought even harder. They are not afraid at all and don't care about life or death. Each of them had made up their minds that they would rather die in battle than become slaves. Never become a slave. It was with this determination to fight to the death that the battle was once very stalemate. Captain, what should we do? Aiton yelled. Those white foxes caught us, but didn't dare to kill them. Instead, they kept coming to fight us desperately. If this continues, the brothers will be entangled to death. I see. Brinson gritted his teeth secretly. His eyes fell on Kokona. Then he took out a red pill and swallowed it. This is a special enhancement pill formulated by a pharmacist, which can increase his strength to the next level in a short period of time. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Brinson plans to catch Kokona first. In just 10 seconds, Brinson's aura had risen from Golden Knight to Supreme Knight. Lion II Slash. The rising attack of the Cross II Slash. The huge lion phantom rushed towards Kokona in the distance. Kokona controlled the vines all over the sky to attack. But how could she stop Brinson, who had made a qualitative leap? The vines all over the sky turned into shattered threads under the lion's shadow. Kokona's body was shaken and flew out, crashing under a big tree. Bright red blood slid down the corners of her mouth. Kokona. Winstia appeared out of nowhere and ran to her side. Why haven't you left yet? Kokona frowned and looked at her. Didn't I ask you to take Kokoloo away? Why don't you leave? Don't worry. Winstia pressed her. I've asked my friends to take Kokoro away. I want to fight with you. Winstia stood up again as she spoke, and a burst of red light burst out from her body. The light instantly enveloped her body. Wenstia's foxtail has become extremely thick at this moment, and she seems to be brewing some terrifying forbidden moves. Kokona's eyes trembled, and her pupils suddenly dilated. As a member of the Andean Mountains, Kokona also knows about the Red Fox clan. She saw that Wenstia was trying to forcibly tear open the power restriction and transform into the Red Fox's true form. Kokona knew very well that with Wenstia's current strength, forcibly tearing open the power restriction would indeed greatly increase her strength. But there is only one outcome: die. And, without exception, because every time the Red Fox clan transforms into their original Red Fox form, they need to cut off one of their tails. With her current strength, Wenstia can only develop a tail, and if it is broken, it will be gone. Wenstia's terrifying determination touched Kokona, who stepped forward and grabbed her, forcibly interrupting the spell. Stop it, Wenstia. My race should be protected by me, not you. You too, are you finished? Brinson had come in front of them with a heavy sword in hand and a sinister smile on his face. He looked at them like lambs to be slaughtered. The immense power at this moment is Brinson's confidence. This time, Kokona took a step forward and blocked Wenstia behind him. If someone must die, it should be me, not you. As Kokona spoke, her whole body was enveloped by a burst of bright green light. She suddenly rose into the air and shouted, "My fellow tribesmen, lend me your strength." Yes. Below, members of the White Fox clan responded one after another. In an instant, the green light on their bodies rushed towards Kokona. The White Fox clan also has their own restrictive power. That is to gather all the spiritual power of the tribe members into one person and forcibly increase the power. The consequence of doing this is that all of them have a chance to die because their power is completely absorbed. The root cause is that during the battle, their power will be constantly absorbed. Moreover, the key point is the person who absorbs the power, that is, Kokona. At the very least, her strength will stop here, and it will be difficult for her to advance. In severe cases, the force may break the veins and cause death. However, for the White Fox clan, they no longer want to think about the consequences. At this moment, they just want to enjoy a resounding victory. Even if this is a victory, there will be many casualties. They are also tired of those days when there are no casualties and they have to hide from place to place. Wenstia didn't know what the forbidden power of the White Fox clan was, but she could roughly guess in her heart that it would not be a good ending. Just as she was worrying about how to stop Kokona, a familiar cry suddenly came. Ciarat. Wenstia turned her head sharply, her eyes instantly red, because wherever she looked, she saw that familiar figure. He was riding on a griffin and coming towards this side quickly. Owner, Wenstia excitedly cried out. That's right. At this critical moment, Sumu arrived. The one who led the way for him was Fulina, who was flying in front. After she sent Kekalu back to the territory, she happened to meet Sumu, who had returned. Wenstia, are you okay? Master, I'm fine. Please interrupt her quickly, or she will die. Wenstia pointed anxiously at Kokona in midair. Without asking why, Sumu drove the griffin forward and hugged Kokona in his arms, forcibly interrupting her spell. Bang! Brinson's fully charged attack also arrived just in time. The griffin was attacked, its body became unstable, and it fell downwards. Damn it! Sumu jumped down holding Kokona, his face filled with uncontrollable anger. Sumu still remembers Brinson. People from Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Without any hesitation, Sumu put Kokona down, and then decisively took out the blessing of the Lord of the Abyss. The power of space gathers above this forest. The sky that was bright just now suddenly became dark. A terrifying pressure is coming. Chapter 104. The Lord of the Abyss appears. Suppression. Under pressure. The knights of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce were instantly enveloped in it, sweat dripping down their faces and their calves trembling. Those with a weaker mentality will just collapse completely. Compared to them, the White Fox clan is not necessarily that good. Under the force of coercion, they are equally unable to bear it. The sky, like a chasm, was torn apart, and a voice as if from the ancient abyss came. Lucky boy, you summoned me? Speak. Who do you want me to kill for you? The Lord of the Abyss did not appear, but the voice arrived first. Kill all those bastards in armor. Sumu pointed his finger. As you wish. Without wasting any time, a giant shadowy black hand appeared in the space crack. Suppress. Like crushing an ant, the giant shadow hand pressed forward. The power of coercion suddenly reached its maximum. Puff. Bang. Blood bursts. The Silver Knights of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce had no chance to resist the Lord of the Abyss, and all of them exploded and died. Even the hard armor on their bodies was crushed into pieces. The same thing happened to the drugged Supreme Knight, Brinson. His resistance made his death even more miserable. Blood is spreading across this land. The members of the White Fox clan were extremely shocked, but at the same time, they were also very happy in their hearts. Compared with them, Su Mu was equally shocked. The name of the Lord of the Abyss sounds impressive, but I didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. It feels like crushing an ant. Powerful. So strong. Kid, remember, if you summon me again next time and you're still a bunch of ants, I'll be angry. At the moment when the space crack was about to close, the voice of the Lord of the Abyss came again. Only 2 minutes after Su Mu arrived, the battle was completely over. Winstia, how are you feeling? Su Mu hurried to Winstia's side. He came in such a hurry that he had no idea what was going on. Why is Winstia related to the White Fox clan? But these are not what he cares about now. He is more concerned about Winstia's injuries. Master, I'm really fine. I'll tell you what happened later, okay? Winstia said as she ran to Kokoni's side. Kokona was still weak because her spell casting had just been forcibly interrupted. If she hadn't been supported by her tribesmen, she probably wouldn't have been able to stand steadily. Su Mu's eyes fell on Kokona. The situation was critical just now, and he had no time to observe carefully. Now it seems that the beautiful woman being supported is the leader of the White Fox clan, right? I think her name is Kokoni. Su Mu vaguely heard Winstia calling her. Kokoni, your people are all injured. Do you want to go back to our territory and treat their injuries first? Winstia started to speak, but at the end she suddenly realized and changed her words. It's okay if you don't want to. Just take your people and leave first. Then come find me in the territory. I will bring Kokolu back to you safely. Winstia realized that what Kokona hated most was the idea of joining the territory. She was just worried about the injuries of the White Fox clan and subconsciously asked them to go back to the territory. Afraid that she would be offended, she had to change her words temporarily. However, Kokoni did not directly answer her question. Winstia, is he the owner of the territory you mentioned? Kokona looked at Su Mu behind her. Su Mu happened to be looking at her. Seeing her looking at him, he smiled and raised his eyebrows in response. Kokona, over there, was stunned. Frivolous. A frivolous yet powerful human being. This was her first impression of Su Mu. But the battle ended in less than 2 minutes after Su Mu appeared. His terrifying strength also made Kokona a little interested. Before, they were unwilling to join any faction because of their innate pride and desire for freedom. But after this battle, Kokona has had new ideas. Yes, he is my master and the master of the territory. When Winstia invited Kokona to join the territory, she had already told her a general idea of the territory. So now she doesn't need to explain too much. Winstia, I accept your previous advice. Kokona suddenly said something. Winstia was startled, then seemed to have thought of something, and a bright smile appeared on her face. That's great, Kokona. The master will definitely not let you down. No one knows the meaning of this sentence better than Winstia. Kokoni agreed to join their territory. Wait here, I'll tell the master the good news first. Winstia jumped up to Su Mu and reported. The joy at this moment made her forget the pain from the battle. Kimu tribe. Su Mu had only been away for 2 days, but he didn't expect such a big change after returning. The wooden house where he originally lived has been turned into a stone house. Not only that, the original wooden houses were gradually replaced by stone houses one by one. The lawn that originally had no path has now shown the outline of a path. It has been reclaimed and planned. All that is left is to pave it with blue bricks to turn it into a bluestone path. Not only that, the recruitment was successful again, and more slimes joined the territory. At this moment, Su Mu's territory has 1,523 members. All this is thanks to Winstia. Okay, Winstia, take a break. No need to report. I can see everything. Su Mu was holding Winstia's hand and carefully checking her injuries. When he just came back, Su Mu wanted Su Su to treat Winstia's injuries. However, she declined the offer on the grounds that she had suffered some minor injuries and was not in a hurry, and asked Su Su to treat the members of the White Fox clan first. Su Mu could only let her be stubborn. After all, the members of the White Fox clan were indeed seriously injured. On the side, Selena sat on the chair with Tao Yao and didn't say anything. But the corner of her eye still betrayed her. She seemed to be admiring the scenery of the territory, but in fact her eyes were always on Su Mu and Winstia, especially when they are holding hands. Oh my goodness. My respected master, you are finally back. As he was speaking, Madrinsa, who had led the team out to mine stone, came back. He was so excited when he saw Su Mu. Dear master, I have been working diligently these days while you were away. When can I have a good rest? The dead spirit is going to be tired. I haven't been able to lead the team to level up properly these days. Madrinsa complains bitterly. In fact, he was a little panicked because of the appearance of the undead Knight Gabong. This is a leader who is more bossy than him. Especially today, under Felina's arrangement, Gabong led the team out to level up, and he was responsible for leading the team to pull minerals. Madrinsa was afraid that if he continued mining for too long, his position would be lost. Don't worry, just save some ore for me. Your position will remain yours forever and will not change. Sumu smiled. How could he not see Madrinsa's little thoughts? As soon as he learned from Felina about the Battle of the White Fox clan, he thought about pulling his own undead team out to fight. But I didn't know that Gabong took the team out to level up. In desperation, Sumu could only ride on the griffin to rush. Of course I believe in the master. Madrinsa got the promise and went to collect the ore. Master, what should we do with them? At this time, Winstia pointed her finger at the group of orc captives behind. There is also the Myriad flower demon slave who exposed the location of the White Fox clan. Chapter 105. This family will break up without Winstia. Looking at the 15 orc slaves in front of him, Sumu already had an idea in his mind. He knew how to deal with them. But Sumu really didn't know how to deal with the Myriad flower demon. For a moment, he also fell into deep thought. Sir, a group of orcs have gathered at the gate of the territory, clamoring to see you. Leading them is an orc leader named Lei Sai. The lizardman Shisha appeared. It is now mainly responsible for patrolling and setting traps around the territory, so it receives a lot of information firsthand. So soon, Sumu glanced at Winstia, a little hesitant. Master, go ahead and don't worry about me. Susu will come out soon, and I'll let her help me with some treatment. The clever Winstia had already seen through his thoughts. Okay then, I'll be back soon. Sumu reached out and patted Winstia's hand, smiled at her, and then summoned the griffin. Shisha, take these orc slaves to the door. I'll be waiting for you there. Hurry up. Yes. After Sumu left, only Winstia, Serena, and Taoyao were sitting on the chairs at the door of the stone house. None of the three spoke, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Selena was a quiet person and not good at socializing, so she just sat there by herself and didn't feel anything. On the contrary, Taoyao, who seemed more outgoing, felt a little uncomfortable. She wanted to speak up, but every time the words came to her lips, she didn't know what to say. She could only glance at Winstia next to her out of the corner of her eye. Sister, your name is Taoyao, right? Winstia was a sensitive person. She naturally knew that Taoyao was secretly looking at her. She smiled friendly and took the initiative to speak. Yes. Taoyao was a little reserved. Sister, how do you know my name? Don't be nervous. Winstia took the initiative to reach out and hold Taoyao's hand. The master just told me when he was on the road. You are Taoyao's sister, and she is Serena's sister, right? That's right. Taoyao nodded like a millet pecking at rice, a smile on her face. I've also heard from the master that you must be Sister Winstia, and there's also a younger sister Susu, Sister Yuchi. Right. On the side, Selena, who was listening to the two people's pleasant conversation, subconsciously clenched her slender hands. She knew that if she wanted to integrate into Sumu's life, she had to take the initiative to chat and communicate with the members of the territory. She has also decided to integrate into this big family. But when it came time to actually do it, Selena still didn't dare to take that step. Compared to interpersonal relationships, Selena felt that killing a monster was easier. But her predicament seemed to be noticed, and Winstia took Taoyao's hand and came to her side. Sister Serena, I heard from the master that your ice magic is very powerful, right? Then, with you and Sister Taoyao in the territory from now on, we won't have to worry about the meat spoiling. Winstia took the initiative to build a small bridge of friendship between the three of them. Just as Sumu said, this family has to break up without Winstia. The other side. When Sumu was on the back of the griffin, he had already seen the orc tribe from afar. Their team was huge, and there seemed to be as many as 400 or 500 people. The number surprised Sumu very much. He remembered that the last time he saw a group of orcs, there weren't so many of them. So what exactly happened? I will lead my people to join your territory. As soon as Sumu landed, their leader Lei Sai took the initiative to step forward and told them the ideas and purpose of their trip. To be honest, Sumu was not surprised at all. Ever since he robbed the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce of its supplies last time, Sumu had already laid a trap for the orc tribe. Why did he let the orcs go? On the one hand, Sumu was very clear that the traces and clues from the robbery of Yunlong Chamber of Commerce could easily be led to the orcs. If the people from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce investigate carefully, they will find out that it was the orcs who did it. The orcs robbed their supplies and released all the orc slaves. Therefore, the people from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce would definitely go looking for trouble with the orcs first and would not think that it was Sumu who did it. He can delay time considerably. This is one of Sumu's plans. The second one. Sumu was attracted by the orcs' bravery and labor force. He didn't need to use the Lord's talent, pride of the chief, to know that orcs were definitely very suitable for transportation. Their tall stature and explosive strength make them perfect for transporting. The future development of the territory requires stone and iron ores, which are very heavy things and cannot be separated from orcs. The thunderbolts are species that can only fight and have underdeveloped brains. They are not as suitable for this job as the orcs. Taking all the factors into consideration, Sumu decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and use the help of Yunlong Chamber of Commerce to promote the idea of orcs joining their territory. Under the pressure of retaliation from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, there is a great chance that the orcs will choose to join their territory. However, it was a little different from what Sumu thought. He originally thought that he needed to take the initiative to bring it up. But now the orcs have taken the initiative. I remember your name is Leisai, right? Are you their leader? Can you represent them? Sumu pointed at the huge group of orcs behind him and said, Can. Leisai pounded his chest. I have a question. I remember your previous orc team wasn't that large, right? From Winstia, Sumu learned that the people from Yunlong Chamber of Commerce had already found the orcs first. So he was also very puzzled. If the orcs had the current number of people, they would not be afraid of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, right? Since I've chosen to join you, I'll just say it straight. Leisai glanced at the brothers behind him. We were attacked by humans yesterday. Many of my people died in battle, and some were captured and enslaved. Most of what you see now are orcs who migrated here from the Whale Fall Mountains. When he said this, a hint of anger appeared on Leisai's beastly face. They were also chased all the way here by humans. We have had enough of being oppressed and driven like slaves. We want to resist and join a powerful tribe to develop. My people and I are unwilling to hide in the forest and escape again. So you chose me? Sumu said. Right. Leisai nodded his big head. I've noticed your territory since it started to develop. We met again during the last battle to save our people, and you let us go then. I know you have no ill will towards our race. Chapter 106, a race that is good at cooking? Sumu was a little surprised by Leisai's words. Did they notice it from the moment the territory developed? Doesn't that mean that there are still many people, demi-humans, secretly watching the development of their territory? Leisai, let me tell you. Sumu said seriously. Joining my territory is conditional. You can't just join if you want to. What conditions? For example, you need to complete your work at a fixed time every day, and you can contribute when the territory needs a battle. You must also abide by the rules and laws of the territory and not act recklessly. Sumu explained. I understand everything else, but what's with this fixed time and place every day? Isn't that no different from being a slave? Leisai's beastly face tightened, and he was in trouble. Of course I have to work. That's the most important thing. Sumu rolled his eyes and said, the construction in the territory and the houses you live in all need to be built, right? Building requires materials, right? Materials need to be dug, chopped, and pulled, right? Of course, your daily work won't be difficult. You just need to do your job well. Someone will take care of your food. Seeing that Leisai was not very smart, Sumu could only explain with great effort. There are many ways to solve the food problem, such as organizing your people to go hunting. Before he could finish his words, Leisai interrupted him excitedly. No need to say more. I'm going to join your tribe. Work is work. We have no problem at all. Sumu, etc. Just now, Leisai had an embarrassed expression as if he had eaten a fly. Why did his expression change so quickly when he was told that the problem of eating could be solved? Anyway, that's what the saying goes. Orcs will never be slaves, unless food and accommodation are provided. You can join, but you must tell your people what to watch out for in our territory. If you don't comply, I have the ability and the right to ask you to leave. Don't worry, I understand. Leisai waved his arms. As he was speaking, Shisha appeared with 15 orc slaves. What's going on? Leisai didn't understand what was going on at first. Weren't the tribesmen who appeared before us just captured by humans? How did you get here? First of all, with Leisai's simple mind, he would not think that Sumu was in cahoots with those humans who persecuted them. In the afternoon, I encountered the group of guys who captured your people and had a fight with them. Sumu spoke slowly. Then what? Leisai asked subconsciously. They're all dead. I also specially rescued your people. Sumu said these 2 sentences very skillfully. The sentence, they are all dead, shows his background and strength. The 2 words especially further established his tall image in the mind of the orc beast spirit Leisai. Show a little kindness, but don't forget to criticize. This is the art of being an emperor. Thanks. A hint of determination and gratitude flashed in the beast's eyes, which were as loud as copper bells. After finishing the business with the orcs, Sumu rode the griffin again and returned to the stone house where he lived. The only downside to having a large territory is that you need a mount whenever you go out. Brother, brother. As soon as Su Mu landed on the ground, Su Su threw herself into his arms, arching her little head towards his arms. All right, that's enough, let go. I'm sweating dirty. Besides, aren't you shy with so many sisters looking at you? Su Mu smiled and patted Su Su's little butt, speaking lovingly. The little girl has been sticking to him for a while now, and he quite enjoys this feeling. No. I'm not shy. Su Su struggled, unwilling to leave Su Mu's arms. Brother is not dirty. I miss you so much. The little girl raised her little face and looked at Su Mu with sparkling eyes. Su Su has been away from her brother for 59 hours, 35 minutes, and many breaths. Woo. I won't let go. Su Su said. Like an octopus, she wrapped her legs around Su Mu's waist and wrapped him tightly. Good job. 59 hours and 35 minutes. Su Su, you counted with your little fingers, right? So precise. Su Mu was both amused and moved. Thinking about how he had left without telling Su Su that day, Su Mu no longer pushed her away from him and just treated it as a 100-pound weight training. When he walked over, Su Mu discovered that the atmosphere between Selena, Winstia, and Taoyao was no longer as awkward as before. He knew it must be Winstia's credit. After all, he was relatively familiar with their personalities. By the way, where is the Miluo flower demon assigned to? As soon as Su Mu sat down, he didn't see the Miluo flower demon slave, so he subconsciously asked. I had her taken to the cabin next door and locked up. Master, have you decided what to do with her? Then I'll go and bring her out. Winstia said as she was about to stand up. No, I haven't thought about it yet. Just keep it closed for now. By the way, has Yuchi prepared the meal? Su Mu couldn't help but ask. Not yet. Today, there are more people from the White Fox clan to eat with. Sister Yuchi has a lot more tasks to do. Fortunately, Slime is here to help. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take to finish. Winstia replied. Selena nodded beside her. She felt that Winstia was very familiar with the affairs of the territory, and she wanted to learn from her. Winstia, do you know of any demi-humans of any race that have a talent for cooking? Su Mu asked casually. With an increasing population in the territory, the problem of food also needs to be solved. Now they are still a tribe. There is no family-style eating style. They mainly eat in a big pot. This is also to save food and eliminate waste. Especially the Orcs who had just joined. They joined decisively because of the problem of food. This shows that for many races, solving the food problem is a key issue. I don't know, Master. Winstia was confused for a moment. Cooking is something you can do with your hands, right? As long as I can help with chores, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Su Mu thought about it and agreed. He must have gone crazy. All this can be attributed to the Lord's talent of pride of the chief. Let him think of the work adaptability when he sees a race. Cook. There shouldn't be any race that's good at this, right? I know there's a race that might have this talent. Serena, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Is there really a race with such abilities? Su Mu was surprised. He just said it casually. Is it true? Chapter 107, Ernie Tribe. Little Girl Kokolu. Really? Serena nodded and said. The Ernie tribe, also known as the Tree Spirit tribe, is distributed throughout the continent, with the largest concentration in the Romanis Mountains. The Ernie tree spirits are not good at fighting, they are only good at working. Because they are particularly peace-loving and kind-hearted, the neutral governments of the federations have also included them in the treaties that they can never be hunted or sold as slaves. It can be said that the Ernies are one of the few demi-humans who are prohibited from hunting. As long as the neutral government exists, no country will dare to attack them against their will. And over the years, it has proven the existence of the Ernies. Selena continued to tell Su Mu. Among them, there are many saint chefs and saint doctors, covering nearly 30 of the entire continent. You have to know that the total population of the Ernie tribe is only 100,000th of the human race on the continent. This ratio is terrifying. Su Mu understood what Selena said. It's simply that the Ernies, with their extremely small numbers, have achieved heights in this field that humans cannot reach. Among 10,000 people, only one can become a saint chef. Then, out of 10,000 Ernies, 100 can become holy chefs. That's probably the reason. But Su Mu was more concerned about the neutral government and the so-called treaty that Selena mentioned. Could it be that this world, like their Blue Star Dragon country, also has member states like NATO and the European Union? Does that mean there are also the 5 constant virtues? Selena, have you ever seen a subhuman from the Ernie tribe? Certainly. When talking about this, Serena's eyes were obviously dimmed. The former head chef of our palace was a demi-human from the Ernie tribe. Serena had just finished speaking when she noticed Sumu reaching out and holding her hand, squeezing it. She knew what it meant. Serena smiled at him, indicating that it was okay, and continued. In fact, almost every noble longs to have a professional demi-human from the Ernie clan to serve them. Because Ernie cannot be obtained through illegal means, it can only be obtained through formal and legal channels. Therefore, to be able to hire them to serve you, you must have a certain social status and hold considerable power. Generally, only dukes or royal families have the opportunity to hire demi-humans from the Ernie tribe. Of course, I'm referring to those Ernies who have reached the top of their professions, not ordinary Ernie demi-humans. Sumu nodded. Selena, do you know how far the Romanesque mountains are from us? Very far away, about 1,000,000 kilometers away. Selena answered without thinking. That's not within the territory of our longing empire. Sumu scratched his head helplessly. He was also thinking that since it was not far away, he might as well go and see what the Ernies looked like. But since Serena said it was 1,000,000 kilometers, there was no need to go and see it. At the current flying speed of his griffin, it won't last half a year. In fact, there are also small tribes of the Ernie near the Myriad forest. I have seen them before. Serena suddenly spoke up. Sumu had just felt lost, and Selena's words undoubtedly gave him new hope. He was a little excited. Is it in Myriad forest? But to be precise, it's not the Myriad forest, but the Whale Falls Mountains, which are a little further away from the Myriad forest. Whale Falls Mountains. Isn't that the mountain range where the rest of the Orcs in his territory migrated to? Selena, do you know the exact location? No. The two were chatting when Susu muttered. Brother, I'm hungry. As the little girl spoke, she touched her belly and patted it. The crisp sound made Sumu laugh. By the way, Susu has been saying she's hungry since she finished her treatment. I'm going to see if Sister Yuchi has anything to eat. I'll bring some over first. As Wenstia was about to stand up, Sumu pulled her back. It's okay. I have something to eat for Susu. As he spoke, he took out the snacks he had prepared for Susu from his backpack. Guling honey candy skewers. A small snack similar to longwa candied haws. It's not too surprising in itself, but it is said that honey is produced by a magical beast called the Guling bee, and it is sweeter than the honey produced by ordinary bees. Therefore, the small snacks were sold for 1 gold coin per string. Ordinary families can't afford it. Susu, this is the delicious food that your brother promised to bring you. Tao Yao and I picked it out for you personally. Do you want to give it a try? Sumu put it in front of Susu and spun it in circles to show her, which immediately attracted Susu's attention. Brother, I want. The little girl immediately stretched out her hand and held it like a treasure, and her pink tongue couldn't help licking her lips. It seems that he was attracted by the sweet scent. Then eat quickly, Sumu said with a smile. Susu didn't answer. She couldn't wait to tear open the outer package and start licking it. Is it tasty? Sumu couldn't help but ask. Howchi? It's so late. Susu's little mouth was stuffed full, and her eyes were full of smiles. Wenstia, here's a bunch for you. Sumu took out another string and handed it to Wenstia. The meal isn't ready yet. Let's have a snack first. Thank you, Master. Seeing that she also had a share, Wenstia couldn't suppress her smile. Master, can Tao Yao be eaten? A weak voice sounded beside him, and the little slave Tao Yao, who had been silent, raised his hand. This Guling honey candy skewers was the first thing she had eaten since coming to Tianlong City. It is said that this is only available here and cannot be found anywhere else. Tao Yao had eaten 2 skewers and had already been obsessed with the taste. How could yours be missing? Sumu also handed her one. Thank you, Master. Master is the best. Tao Yao and Susu look about the same age, but Tao Yao looks older in some aspects. But putting those aside, both of them are little girls and can't resist the temptation of candy and honey strings. And yours, Serena. Sumu naturally did not forget to hand one to Selena. He knew that if he didn't hand it over, Selena was the type who really wouldn't ask. Even if she wanted to eat, she wouldn't open her mouth. Thanks. Serena took it. She is the oldest among them and is enjoying the same treatment as them. Serena's brows softened, the corners of her mouth curled up, and she focused on the skewers in front of her. Everyone was enjoying the delicious skewers, but Sumu noticed a small figure at the door of the stone house. She was hiding behind the wooden door, secretly watching Susu and others eating honey skewers outside. The words drooling were written on her little face. Coco. She's almost drooling. If Susu and Tao Yao are considered little girls, then this one is definitely at the level of a little girl. Wenstia, what's her name? Sumu pointed and asked. He saw the little girl once when she was brought back by Felina. She was unconscious at that time. Discovered. Kokalu hid behind the door all of a sudden, hiding her body completely. When Wenstia turned her head, she could no longer see her. Wait a minute. Sumu smiled secretly and said softly. Winstia understood and laughed too. She seemed to have guessed something. Sure enough, not long after, Kekala showed half of her head again. When she found that Sumu and Winstia were still looking at her, she quickly hid again. Haha. Sumu was amused by the childish scene. Kokoro. Her name is Kokoro. She is Kokona's little niece. Chapter 108 Kokoro's Amazing Talent. Kokona. Kokalu, what are you doing here? Kokona's voice rang out. After she healed her injuries, she rested for a while. Just when she was about to come out to see Winstia and Sumu, she saw Kokalu hiding at the door. The little girl seemed to be looking at something. Aunt. Kokalu responded crisply, then quickly changed her position, hid behind Kokonai, and secretly stuck out half of her head to look outside. What are you looking at? Kokonai followed her gaze and saw Sumu and others outside. Little girl, do you want to eat? After Sumu finally put Susu down, he walked towards Kokalu with a string of honey. Kokalu was so shy that she hid behind Kokonai, and this time she didn't even dare to show her head. Kekalu, come out and call for help. Kokona reached out and pulled her. No. Kokala grabbed her aunt's clothes tightly and refused to move. I'm sorry, my lord, she's a little shy. Kokona said helplessly. It's okay, it's normal for a little girl to be shy. Sumu smiled. She's not usually like this, she's quite lively. Maybe there were too many people here today, so she was a little shy. Kokona touched Kokoro's head and explained. She could understand Kokalu's current situation. After all, she grew up in a tribe, so it was inevitable for her to be active. The environment is different now. It is normal for her to be shy and afraid when facing so many strangers. Kokalu, do you want to eat? It's delicious. Look how happy those sisters are eating it. Sumu tried to make his voice sound as gentle as possible as he passed the honey string forward. If you come over, I'll give you one too. How about that? Perhaps it was the scent of Guling honey candy that successfully attracted Kokalu. She finally poked her head out again and sniffed the skewers gently. The nose moved slightly. The little loli's actions were so cute that Sumu couldn't help but smile. Wanna eat? It's very sweet. Really give it to me? Kokalu licked her lips, her big eyes full of desire, craving to eat and greed. For you. Sumu reached out and grabbed her, then stuffed the honey string into her hand. Eat it. With her hand held, Kokalu originally wanted to struggle, but looking at the honey strings in front of her, she really couldn't resist and could only give in. Let your little hand be held. In front of Sumu, the status bar belonging to Kokalu appeared. White Fox Clan, Kokoro female sign. Age, 12 years, 8 months, 26 days. Work adaptability, handicraft LV1, felling LV1, sewing LV3, medical LV6. Special talent tags, soul-enriched body, healing sacred heart, careful cultivation. Medical level 6? So strong. Sumu hurried to take another look. Spiritual body, a talent exclusive to the White Fox Clan. A level higher existence that can gather spiritual energy around it, allowing plants to grow rapidly. The more white foxes there are, the faster the plants grow. The accumulated spiritual energy can improve the surrounding environment. Is there a higher level existence? Does this mean that Kokalu's spiritual body talent is stronger than that of other members of the White Fox Clan? Healing sacred heart. Born with a healing body, using healing magic can increase healing by 100. It seems to have other effects, but they are currently unknown. Careful cultivation. Plants that she carefully cultivates have a 10 chance of giving birth to living creatures. What does it mean to have a 10 chance of giving birth to a living being? Does it mean giving life to plants and then turning them into plant spirits? This ability is incredible. Looking at Kokalu, Sumu's eyes lit up. Except for her medical level 6, the little girl's other talents are all unique. My lord, have you been holding Kekalu's hand for a long time? Seeing Sumu holding Kokalu's little hand with a lewd smile on his face, Kokonai frowned inadvertently. She couldn't help but remind him. Kokalu herself didn't feel anything, and even if she did, she wouldn't feel anything. She was now immersed in the sweetness of the honey strings. Okay. Sumu put his hand away and then looked at Kokona. Miss Kokoni, could you give me your hand? His words made Kokona stunned. What's going on? He just touched Kokoru's little hand with a dirty smile on his face, and now he's asking her for her hand? For a moment, Kokonai thought she had fallen into a wolf's den. Could it be that this lord has some little quirk? Just when Kokona was about to refuse, she found that her hand had been held. Kokona. White Fox Clan, Kokona female sign. Age, 178 years, 2 months, 6 days. Work adaptability, handicraft LV2, felling LV2, sewing LV3, medical LV5. Special talent tags, soul-bearing body, master's heart, commanding temperament. Spirit body, a unique talent of the White Fox clan. It can gather spiritual energy around it, allowing plants to grow rapidly. One is the spirit body, and the other is the treasure body. It seems that among these talents, Kokolu is the most outstanding, and she still has two unactivated talents. From this we can see that Kokolu's talent is really amazing. Kokona's medical skills have also reached LV5, which is an excellent level. This also makes Sumu curious. Do all the white foxes have such high medical skills? However, Sumu figured out one thing. It seems that the potential talents appear, regardless of age, but it requires an opportunity to activate the talent? It seems to be the case. What Sumu couldn't tell was that Kokona looked only about 23 or 24 years old, but she was actually over 100 years old. Fear. On this side, Kokonai's hand was held by Sumu for a long time, and her brows were getting tighter and tighter, as if she was brewing anger. But just when she was about to explode, Sumu let go. All of a sudden, Kokonai was like a deflated ball, wanting to explode but having nowhere to explode. I can only look depressed. Can I have another one? Koko spoke timidly. The little girl raised her eyes and carefully observed Sumu several times before she dared to say this. Want another one? In the current situation, Kokolu is simply a gold nugget in Sumu's eyes. Don't even mention one. You have to give me 100. However, Sumu just wanted to tease the little girl. Of course I can give it to you, but you have to call me Brother Sumu. Little girl, when you ask someone for something, you should at least call them by their name, right? Otherwise, it's very rude. Your aunt must have told you that, right? Sumu said with a smile. Hee. Felina, who had just flown through the sky, heard this and her face turned black. Chapter 109. Maybe he has some thoughts about Kokolu? Felina, do you want it? Sumu didn't notice her dark face. He only noticed that she appeared. Want? Felina took the honey string directly from Sumu's hand and slipped away without looking back. Can the undead eat candy? Sumu originally wanted to tease Felina, but he didn't expect that she really wanted it. Call Sumu brother, Kekalu. Sumu turned around and continued teasing Kokolu. Compared to the others, the little girl is the most fun. Su. Kekalu clenched her fists, and after mustering up her courage several times, she finally uttered a cry like a mosquito. Brother Sumu. Haha. Sumu smiled secretly in his heart. No wonder so many people like to raise a daughter in reality. Sumu used to often raise his daughter online, but now he knows how fun it is to tease a little girl. Too quiet, speak louder. Who can hear it so quietly? Kokolu clenched her fists, puffed up her lips, and finally shouted out loudly. Brother Sumu. This time it was loud enough for Winstia and the others to hear it, and they all smiled. However, after shouting, Kokolu hid behind her aunt again. The little girl is shy again. Here you go, come out. Sumu touched her little fist with the honey string. Oh. Kokolu poked her head out again. After she got the honey string, she handed it to her aunt like a treasure. Auntie, here you go. It's delicious, try it now. When she spoke to her aunt, she was not nervous at all and did not stutter. So much fun. No, keep it for yourself. Kokona's brows relaxed and her eyes softened. She reached out and touched Kokolu's head. Kokona, take it. Sumu said. Kekalu is so obedient and sensible. I'll give you another bunch, and this one is for your aunt to eat. As he spoke, he took out another string and stuffed it into Kokolu's hand. Originally, Sumu thought that Kokolu wanted another skewer because she wanted to eat it herself, but he didn't expect that it was for Kokona. He liked this sensible and cute little girl even more. Thank you, Brother Sumu. Looking at the skewers in her hand, Kokonai said thank you much more fluently this time than the previous 2 times. Good boy. Sumu was still thinking about striking while the iron is hot and wanted to reach out and touch the little girl's head, but she dodged him. It seems that she is still a little afraid of herself. Sumu is not in a hurry about this. There is still a long way to go. During the meal, Kokona, as the patriarch of the White Fox clan, naturally sat together with Kokolu, Sumu, and others. Everyone sat in a circle, and the territory was more lively than ever before. Kokolu, come sit next to me. I'll give you some of my steak. It's seasoned and tastes great. There are also fresh river shrimps, which are very nutritious. Sumu extended an invitation to Kokolu with a smile. Are you going? Kokona turned her head and glanced at her little niece. For so long, Kokonai and his people have not had a proper meal. Tonight's dinner can be said to be the most sumptuous one she has ever eaten in 100 years. Seeing the joy on the faces of her people, Kokona also felt very satisfied in her heart. She was still wondering whether her decision was correct, but now, she felt that she could relax a little. At least at this moment, her people were living better and happier than ever before. No, thank you. Coco looked timidly in Sumu's direction and declined politely. All right. After failing to trick the little girl, Sumu used his power again and took out the herbal nectar drink he bought in Tianlong City. Susu, you've eaten so much, are you tired of it? Would you like a drink? Brother, what's the drink? Susu asked curiously. It's just a nice, sweet sparkling water. Sumu answered patiently. Then I want. Susu reached out to take it, and her eyes lit up after she took a sip. Gulp, gulp. Susu finished the bottle immediately and stretched out her little hand again. Brother, I want more. Okay. This was exactly the effect Sumu wanted. He took out another bottle and handed it to Susu. Not only for Susu, but also for Wenstia, Serena, Taoyao, Zhou and Felina. Sumu gave them all. Only when it came to Kokona, the corners of his mouth curled up again. Kekalu, come and give it to your aunt. It's too far. I can't get there. Kokalu obviously hesitated for a moment, but finally she stood up and walked towards Sumu cautiously. Give it to your aunt. Oh. Kekalu happily took it and gave it to her aunt. Then she returned to Sumu's side and looked at him expectantly. You want it too? Sumu smiled. Kokalu rubbed her little hands. You sit next to me, and I'll give you 2 bottles. Sumu said as he took Kekalu's hand and said, Come on. Kokalu was obviously hesitant, but when she looked at the grass jelly drinks in everyone's hands, she was finally moved and sat down obediently next to Sumu. Kokona didn't say anything about this. But what happened next was far beyond Kokonai's expectations. Sumu is so nice to Kokalu. Not only drinks, but anything delicious, he would share it with Kokalu. Anyway, let the little girl taste everything. After the whole meal, Kokalu's belly was already full. Sumu also considerately took out a piece of cloth and wiped Kokalu's oily mouth. This gentle gesture left Wenstia, Taoyao, and Selena stunned. What is going on? Does Sumu mean that he likes children? The only one who was not stunned was Susu, because she also pestered Sumu to wipe her mouth. Sumu also wiped it. It's just not gentle enough. I wiped it a little hard, Susu cried out in pain. Thanks. Kokalu replied in a muffled voice. I want to say thank you, Brother Sumu. Sumu corrected him with a smile. Thank you, Brother Sumu. After the series of contacts just now, Kokalu is finally not so shy anymore. So good. Sumu reached out and touched Kokalu's head again. The little girl obviously dodged for a moment, but in the end she gave up struggling and let Sumu's hand fall on her hair. Only on the hair. I can't even touch my ears. All of this made Kokona feel uneasy. No way. Does the Lord have any special hobbies? He doesn't have that kind of thought towards Kokalu, right? Why is he so nice to Kokalu? Kokona is terrifying when you think about it. The more I think about it, the more worried I become. But she noticed that there was no extra color in Sumu's eyes, which was why she continued to let Kokalu interact with him without worry. After dinner, Sumu secretly found other members of the White Fox clan to check their status bars. Chapter 110. Is he going to be kept by a rich woman? After looking around, Sumu found that not everyone's medical level could reach LV5. Some members of the White Fox clan do not have it, and some are even only at LV1 or LV2 level, which are very ordinary. It can be said that Kokoro and Kokoni have the best talents. Sumu took a look at the Undead Guardian Knight Gabon. Undead Guardian Knight doll, German male. Age, long time ago. Work adaptability, none. Special talent tags, loyalty, guardian duty, strong shield, self-sacrifice. Loyalty. Loyalty is always 100. There is no possibility of changing one's mind. Guardian duty. With him by your side, your defense will be increased by 20, affects armor. Hiss. Seeing this, Sumu took a breath. This ability to protect one's duties is very strong. This means that as long as Gabong is by his side, he can still get a 20 increase when he wears ancient level equipment in the future. So scary. After Sumu thought about it carefully, he found that this talent was terrifyingly strong in the later stages. Strong shield. When you carry it on your body as a doll, it can withstand fatal blows. Still terrifyingly strong. Imagine if Sumu had Gabong by his side and encountered a legendary knight. He could directly withstand the opponent's fatal blow. Don't underestimate this. Many times, life and death depend on a single blow. Self-sacrifice. Sacrifice yourself to unlock a 200 increase. Death after use. When seeing this, Sumu still felt it was terrifyingly powerful. But he suddenly remembered the ominous body on Felina. Felina, were you killed in the battle at the city lord's mansion that day? Sumu found Felina and asked. Yes, what's wrong? Felina still looked so cold. Sumu saw that she was still holding the honey skewers and grass jelly drink he had given her. Haven't eaten yet. Sorry. Next time I won't let you stay behind to cover our retreat. Sumu spoke solemnly. Tisk, boring. I thought you were going to say something. This is nothing. Felina raised her face proudly. I can be resurrected anyway, so what does it matter? Humph. She snorted softly and floated away without further arguing with Sumu. Looking at her leaving back, Sumu smiled slightly. Felina is actually quite simple at heart, but a little bit arrogant. Moreover, Sumu remembered her talent of ominous body. Ominous body. Enemies who kill her will be cursed with a vicious curse. Ominous curse. So, did Andrew, the lord of Tianlong City, encounter some curse? Night. Sitting in the bathtub that he hadn't sat in for a long time, Sumu raised his head and enjoyed Wenstia's service. These days, Sumu hasn't received Wenstia's bathing and massage services for a long time. Master, why are you sitting like this? Won't it be uncomfortable to keep tilting your neck? Wenstia blushed. Just because Sumu's head is tilted up, his sight will naturally fall on a certain place. She is not a fool who knows nothing. But even so, she did not avoid. Just now, Taoyao wanted to help Sumu take a bath, but was rejected. Sumu specifically asked for Wenstia. So, in Wenstia's heart, she was still very happy. Besides, it's not like she hasn't been touched before. Thinking of this, Wenstia's face turned even redder. There are more and more people in the territory now, especially women. Wenstia felt that there was something more to the relationship between Sumu and Selena. A woman's intuition is very accurate. She felt that Serena's eyes looking at Sumu were not right. But the clever Wenstia asked nothing. If the master wants to say it, then say it. If he doesn't want to say it, then forget it. How can it be uncomfortable? It's very comfortable, okay. Sumu chuckled evilly. Wenstia, can you see your feet when you look down? Owner. Wenstia was so embarrassed that she stamped her feet in embarrassment. She just glanced down and instantly understood what her master meant. She gave him a coquettish look. You've turned bad. Haha. Wenstia's foot stomping was good, and it won Sumu's heart. Master, do you like children very much? Wenstia suddenly asked. Why do you say that? Because you are very kind to Kokoro, master. You seem to like her very much. Everyone saw the interaction between Sumu and Kokolu today. Not only Wenstia, but Serena and the others also have this feeling. It's just that she had the opportunity to bring it up. I like it. How could you not like such a cute little loli? Sumu didn't think much about it and answered casually. Oh, Wenstia responded, but she didn't know what she was thinking about, and her face turned red again. She naturally didn't know that Sumu was just trying to build a good relationship with Kokolu. The little girl is a gold nugget. Just as Sumu was thinking about how to amuse Wenstia, his friend Chat, which had not rung for a long time, started ringing. Sumu hurried to check. But he was soon disappointed, because it turned out to be Zhang Dahai's. What's up? Knock. Boss Sumu, you seem very disappointed. Sumu was stunned by Zhang Dahai's news. Good boy, you can also read minds. Can you see his disappointment from such a distance? If you have something to say, please speak up. Boss, you should come over to my territory tomorrow to take a look. It's been 10 days. I see. Okay, big guy. Sumu had just finished chatting with Zhang Dahai when the friend chat reminder rang again. He subconsciously thought that Zhang Dahai had something unfinished to say, but when he looked, it turned out to be Luo Wuxi's. After so many days, she finally responded. I've recently been trapped in a secret realm and can't get out. I'm constantly in combat mode and can't contact the outside world. Sorry, I'm fine, don't worry. It turned out that they were trapped in a secret place and could not be contacted. Sumu Chai was wondering why Luo Wuxi hadn't contacted him for so long. But he quickly realized that there was such a thing as a secret realm in this world. This is a new discovery. I'm glad you're okay. Finda. By the way, I have a surprise for you. As soon as Luo Wuxi sent the message, Sumu received a transaction notification. He clicked it and took a look. Undead Summoning Scroll X 1359. Medium Undead Summoning Scroll X 152. Advanced Undead Summoning Scroll X2. Sumu. Have you gone to rob the undead? The huge number directly shocked Sumu. Haha. Why do you think I disappeared for so many days? What a pity. It seems that high-level scrolls of the dead are very difficult to obtain. Luo Wuxi expressed regret. Tell me, what do you want from me? I'm afraid I can't repay all the scrolls I have. So how about giving myself to you? Sumu made a joke. On the other end, Luo Wuxi naturally knew he was joking, and she typed out a line of words. I think it's not impossible. I'll support you. Sumu. 4-star value intelligence. Chapter 111 is here. Blessings from the Rain God. 4-star value intelligence. In the next half hour, with the blessing of the Rain God, heavy rain will fall. Intelligence analysis. This heavy rain will benefit the physical strength of living beings, so go get wet. Intelligence tip. Heavy rain lasts for an hour, with only a slight increase in intensity in the middle half hour. Please be careful when getting caught in the rain. While chatting with Luo Wuxi, Sumu's intelligence system suddenly rang. The blessing of the rain god. After carefully reading the intelligence tips, Sumu quickly understood. This means that this heavy rain is good for the body, but it seems that the undead are not included. Wednesday, go and notify everyone in the White Fox clan to gather. I'll go call the others. Sumu suddenly stood up from the bathtub and said, Master, is someone attacking us? Seeing Sumu's big reaction, Wednesday said worriedly, No, it's just a simple gathering. I'll explain it to you later. Sumu said this, put on his clothes and left. Kokona, the master said that he will gather all the members of your White Fox clan in a while. Wednesday brought the news to Kokona. So late. Were we attacked by the enemy? Kokona suddenly became nervous. The master didn't say what happened. Maybe he has something to announce. Okay, I understand. Kokona nodded. Seeing Wednesday about to turn around and leave, she hurriedly called out to her. Wednesday, wait. What's wrong? Wednesday looked back at her. Thank you for today. Kokona slowly said. Thank you for standing up for our tribe when they were in danger and buying time for us to leave. Wednesday smiled back. Then I also thank you for finally leading your people back. It was you who saved me. Also, when we first met, you ignored everyone's advice and let me go without hurting me. I thank you for that, too. A few days ago, Wednesday saw Sumu's desire for the White Fox clan to join the territory. So, she has been looking for the whereabouts of the White Fox clan. Because of this reason, she happened to rescue Kokalu who had escaped, and when she sent her back to the territory, the members of the White Fox clan saw Wednesday and said they wanted to kill her. At that time, it was Kokona who went against everyone's opinion and let her go. Kokona's reason was that she saved Kokoro. But Wednesday knew that it was not just because of this. Okay, I'll go get them together. Kokona looked at Wednesday deeply, turned around and left. At this moment, in the regional chat, Lord, Luo Tianchuan, it's raining again. Luckily, thanks to my last experience, I learned my lesson and hid in a cave. Qin Sheng, I'm actually terrified of rain. Luckily, I built a simple shelter out of stone slabs yesterday to keep out the rain, haha. Lord my who isn't. This world isn't just raining, it's killing people. Even the cabins aren't safe. Similarly, I have already built a place to take shelter from the rain. What kind of Lord world is this? It's simply a doomsday survival. In the regional chat channel, everyone was thankful that they had a place to shelter from the rain. After the bitter lesson of the last acid rain, everyone now not only learned to store water, but also built special places to shelter from the rain. It's just to prevent it from raining suddenly again. Just as the lords were madly complaining, a chat message suddenly popped up. Subordinate Lord, Zhang Dahai. This rain might not be acid rain, right? It might actually be good for us. Why are you so scared? As Zhang Dahai's message came out, there was a moment of silence in the regional chat channel, and then, Qin Sheng, Dahai, you've gotten bad after not showing up for 2 days. You can't stand seeing your brothers doing well, right? You're trying to trick us into getting wet in the rain? Lord, Luo Tianchuan, I can't believe you're such a person, Dahai. Lord, my, Dahai, even I won't help you this time, you've become evil. The three of them still joked a little, but Guo Tianfei, who had not spoken for a long time, appeared. Zhang Dahai just can't stand seeing us get along. How many people died from the last acid rain? He's telling us that maybe this rain will be good for us? Do you think it doesn't hurt to say this? Guo Tianfei lay on the bed in the hotel, with a sinister smile on his face, and did not forget to add one more sentence. Zhang Dahai, you just have bad intentions. Guo Tianfei knew before that Zhang Dahai was recruited by Sumu. He never had the chance to say a few words in the chat channel, but now he finally got the chance. He just can't handle Sumu, but he can still deal with a small henchman, right? As soon as Guo Tianfei opened his mouth, many people in the chat channel came out to scold Zhang Dahai. Zhang Dahai, you deserve to be a slave on your first day. If you really want us to die, could you be less competitive? Who says it isn't? Later development requires a lot of resources. Everyone in the regional channel is a competitor. Zhang Dahai is eager for our demise. Although I don't want to speculate on people's hearts, it is indeed true. Zhang Dahai, you make us feel disgusted. Faced with a bunch of people scolding him, Zhang Dahai was confused. He feels wronged. Subordinate Lord, Zhang Dahai. Brothers, I just mentioned it casually. Do you think it's that serious? If you have the guts, go out and get caught in the rain. And you're just saying it casually. Do you have the guts? That's right. You're too cowardly to say anything. You idiot. Brain damage. Subordinate Lord, Zhang Dahai. Just curse, but don't escalate it into personal attacks. Zhang Dahai felt even more wronged. Watching everyone's speeches, Guo Tianfei was so happy that he fanned the flames. Zhang Dahai, why are you feeling wronged? Aren't you trying to murder us all? If you have the guts, go get caught in the rain and take a screenshot. Do you no longer recognize yourself after following Sumu? That's right. If you have the guts, go get wet in the rain yourself. If you don't get wet yourself, what are you talking about? Everyone is still cursing. Zhang Dehai was also very angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let it rain. I'm going to the forest right now to show you guys. Wait for the screenshots." Although he boasted a lot, Zhang Dehai still hesitated for 10 seconds when he rushed into the rain, until a message appeared in his friend's chat. "Sumu, Ocean, rush in now and get caught in the rain. It will be good for you, trust me." A simple message from Mr. Sumu gave Zhang Dehai unlimited courage. He took off his shirt and rushed forward under He Ling's surprised gaze. At the same time, Sumu, who had just sent a message to Zhang Dehai, also walked into the rain with all the members of his territory. He didn't see the message in the regional chat channel, but just remembered it and notified Zhang Dehai. Chapter 112 has nothing to do with me. It's all thanks to Boss Sumu. During the same time period, the same thing happened to other Lord players in the World Chat channel. They started chatting and took screenshots of how they hid from the rain. Some have already moved into houses made of stone bricks. Some houses are built according to caves. Everyone learned from the experience, and the chat channel was full of joy. Time flies. Until a screenshot appeared. Blessings from the rain god. Congratulations on bathing in the holy rain for 2 minutes. All attributes gain a 10-point bonus. All injuries are healed, and all fatigue is cleared. This screenshot was posted by a Dragon Kingdom Lord, Wu Yufan. The moment the screenshot appeared, the World Chat channel went crazy. Fuck. Is this true? Fuck, isn't this acid rain? How did it become holy rain? Getting wet in the rain can also increase attributes and fully recover from injuries. This. I was just feeling lucky I didn't get wet, and you're doing this to me? MMB. The Lord's cursed. Until a chat appeared. Brothers and sisters, the rain hasn't stopped yet. This chat reminded the Lords, and they all dropped their work and plunged into the rain. 10 minutes have passed. What happened to the promised blessing from the rain god? Why did I get soaked for 2 minutes, and nothing happened? You're nothing, I caught a cold. I'm going to beat you up, beautiful woman. My little brother is frozen and shrunken. What's the blessing of the rain god? Who is that lord in the screenshot just now? Damn you. You're kidding, right? Your mom gets a price hike every time she goes out to buy groceries. Your grandpa gets criticized for playing chess. And you play landlord with the number 3456, but number 7. You bastard. Who knows where the territory of Dragon Nation Lord Wu Yufan is? I'm going to put him on the wanted list and kill him. How dare you lie? Support Jianghu hunting order. The lords were drenched in rain for more than 10 minutes, but it had no effect at all, and their defenses began to break down. This also made Wu Yufan, the Dragon Kingdom Lord who first posted the screenshot, tremble. His initial thought was just to give everyone a hint and show off a bit. He didn't know why it worked for him, but not for others. Just as everyone was preparing to raise funds to have nearby Lord snipe, Wu Yufan, another screenshot appeared. Blessings from the rain god. Congratulations on bathing in the holy rain for 5 minutes. All attributes have been increased by 15 points. All injuries have been healed, and all fatigue has been eliminated. The person who posted the screenshot was also a lord of the Dragon Kingdom. He himself said that he originally did not want to release it. He just wanted to make a fortune quietly. But when he saw that everyone was wishing for Wu Yufan, he felt a little uncomfortable and made a special clarification. Moreover, the Lord also explained that it might be that the rain at a certain stage would have an effect, because now he has no increase in power even if he is rained on. As soon as these words came out, the Lords in the World Chat channel were shocked. They beat their chests and stamped their feet, all angry at themselves for not going out in the rain. Why not take the opportunity to brag about it on the channel? But more Lords were complaining. No way, system. They took great pains to prepare defensive measures, and hid themselves as soon as they saw the rain. And now you tell them that getting caught in the rain is not only harmless, but can actually improve your attributes? So next time it rains, is it better for them to get wet in the rain or hide? All of a sudden, the Lords turned their firepower and cursed the system for being a ripoff. Is this how we play it? A bad rain, a good rain, right? You've all learned how to throw smoke bombs, right? But what is even more devastating is the chat area channel. Lord, everyone has seen the World Chat channel, right? What do you say? Qinsheng, no way? Dehai actually guessed right? Is this true? Lord, Luo Tianchuan. Getting caught in the rain can actually improve your overall attributes, and it even specifically targets a certain time period. Isn't that a bit outrageous? That's right, who knows? If it doesn't work, can we just keep showering? The randomness is too high. It's really disgusting. Don't worry, Zhang Dehai hasn't spoken in a while. He probably didn't get wet in the rain, so he was just talking nonsense. Lord, Guo Tianfei, right? Right. Everyone knows how to talk nonsense. Zhang Dahai is just confused. When typing this sentence, Guo Tianfei was already sweating coldly. He was so afraid that everyone would focus on him, so he just complained about Zhang Dahai again to divert everyone's attention. However, Zhang Dahai is a very vengeful person. He has been watching the chat channel all the time, and he will not tolerate Guo Tianfei. Blessings from the rain god. Congratulations, you have bathed in the holy rain for 30 minutes. All your attributes have been increased by 50 points. All your injuries have been healed, and all your fatigue has been eliminated. Bathed in the complete holy rain, the damage caused by fire elemental magic to you will be permanently reduced by 10. Bathing in the complete holy rain, the water element magic damage is permanently increased by 10. It is detected that the Lord has not unlocked the water element magic, and it will be restored after unlocking. Lord Luo Tianchuan. Lord Qin Sheng. Zhang Dahai arrogantly typed out his words. Guo Tianfei, I've been putting up with you for a long time, huh? Call again. In front of the screen, Guo Tianfei was so angry, but he could only shrink his head and dare not retort. He knew that if he danced happily now, everyone would probably target him. Guo Tianfei didn't want his territory, which he had just built, to be attacked collectively by angry lords. But at this moment, his resentment and anger towards Zhang Dahai increased again, and he also blamed Su Mu for it. Just at this moment, the hotel waiter was knocking on the door outside. What? Guo Tianfei roared impatiently. Sir, there is a wanted warrant. Our city lord has issued it to every guest. I'm sorry to bother you. Seeing that the waiter had a good attitude, Guo Tianfei still opened the door. Wanted. Guo Tianfei picked up the paper. The other side. Zhang Dahai's screenshots made the lords in the chat channel extremely envious. Lord Qin Sheng. Dahai, you're incredibly lucky. You won every bet. Lord my exactly. We were teasing you just now. We were being narrow-minded. Who said it wasn't? Oh, what a pity. This is amazing. This attribute has increased by 50 points. I remember that the level 2 lord is only about this, right? Brother Dahai, next time something good like this happens, could you please remind us? Brother Dahai, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Where is your territory? I'll come find you, okay? I have a 36E, very fierce. Just as the lords were praising Zhang Dahai for his ideas, thinking, and understanding of the situation, and were willing to devote themselves to him, Zhang Dahai silently typed a sentence. Actually, this has nothing to do with me. It's all thanks to Boss Su Mu. Chapter 113. Susu's Nirvana? Ode to Life. Lord my, what's going on? Why did you mention Boss Su Mu? Yes. Lord Qin Sheng. Could it be that Su Mu asked you to go out in the rain? As the lords were discussing, Zhang Dahai responded. I admit that what I said in the chat channel before was partly a gamble. When I told you I was going to rush in and get wet in the rain, I hesitated, but because of what Boss Su Mu said, I rushed in without hesitation. Then I showered for half an hour, and I got a lift. Zhang Dahai became more and more excited as he spoke, and couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. Boss Su Mu's reverse thinking is simply invincible. He said, if it was acid rain that caused such great harm to us last time, then it can't be the same this time, right? As you all know, there are many random events in territory survival. Could rain be one of them? Since it's a random event, a 50 chance is normal, right? Anyway, Master Su Mu is awesome. Zhang Dahai was madly expressing his admiration and appreciation for Su Mu in the chat channel. Unconsciously, Su Mu's image was shaped into an omnipotent god in the chat channel. I'm saying, the thinking of a boss who can first upgrade a territory to the first or second level is beyond the reach of us ordinary people. That's right. If we had that kind of thinking, would we still be useless? I'm so jealous. Zhang Dahai can take off in no time if he has such a big supporter. Damn, I want thighs too. I'm so envious, whoa. Does anyone know where Boss Su Mu's territory is? I want to marry him and give birth to a bunch of monkeys for him. Can't you just give birth to a human? Why do you have to give birth to a monkey? However, even Su Mu himself did not know that his fame in the regional chat channel had increased again. He even became known as Boss Su Mu and God Su. Su Mu didn't have time to care about these things because his attention was still focused on Su Su in midair. Originally, Su Mu and his territory members were getting wet in the rain, and they were getting wet well. Suddenly, something unusual happened to Su Su. First, a soft green light appeared all over her body, and then she suddenly rose into the air, floating quietly. The rain was still pouring down at that time. Su Su was hanging in the air like a goddess, with green light all over her body, which surprised all the members of the territory. Of course, Su Mu was also surprised, but since he knew it was not a bad thing, he did not disturb them, until the rain stopped. A prompt sounded in Su Mu's heart. The blessing of the rain god. The Lament of the Goddess of Life. Congratulations on bathing in the holy rain for 30 minutes and gaining the bonus of the Goddess of Life's chant. All attributes gain a bonus of 100 points, all injuries are healed, and all fatigue is eliminated. Bath in the complete holy rain and receive the praises of the Goddess of Life. The damage caused by fire elemental magic to you is permanently reduced by 15. Water element magic damage permanently increased by 15. Feel the chant of the Goddess of Life, and your vitality will become more vigorous. It is detected that the Lord has not unlocked the water element magic and will be restored after unlocking. Sumu thought that all this was the result of the blessing from the rain god. It was not until he asked Zhang Dehai for a screenshot of his improved attributes for comparison that Sumu discovered the difference. They were both bathed in heavy rain for 30 minutes, but Zhang Dehai's improvement was far lower than his. Sumu is very smart. He immediately noticed the difference. The Ode of the Goddess of Life. It is very likely that it is because of Susu that the Goddess of Life appears in the hymn. After all, when Susu was just born, didn't she have a name called the Daughter of Life? In other words, the blessing of the rain god awakened the energy in Susu's body. Susu has achieved nirvana. The chant of the Goddess of Life is the increase she gave. To verify, Sumu also took a look at his own status. Tiamu Tribe. Territory Attributes. Level 2 Tribe. Lord, Sumu. Lord Talent. Pride of the Leader, Purgatory Hot Spring. Lord Strength, 198. Leader's Strength, 196. Lord Agility, 199. Lord Wisdom, 200. Lord Skills. Insight, Sneak Attack, Storm Slash, Wind Dragon. Lord's Equipment. Firearm, Refined Longbow, Dragon Horn Knife. Lord Charm, 60. Element Enhancement. Water Element, plus 15. Elemental Resistance. Fire plus 15. Really? All the attributes have been added, which is twice as many as Zhang Dehai's. There are even 2 more items, Element Enhancement and Element Resistance. However, the charm is not there, it has not been improved. Selena, Winstia, how are you feeling? Sumu asked. Master, I feel full of energy. It seems that the strength in my body has been amplified. Winstia said. Serena beside him also nodded. Yes, I couldn't cast spells before because of my injury, but now I feel like my injury has healed and my magic power is surging. Selena said as she tried to condense the magic of Ice Element. She really condensed some frost. Okay, don't force it. You haven't fully recovered yet. Sumu quickly stopped her. Selena's injuries mainly depend on the holy flame scorching spirit, and she has not yet officially entered the healing stage. But it would have been better if he hadn't stopped it. Once he stopped it, Sumu's eyes widened. When he was caught in the rain just now, he was highly focused because of Susu and didn't have time to think much. Now, as far as he could see, every woman behind him was soaked, with her clothes clinging to her body. Sumu almost had a nosebleed. The Yin energy is too strong. Sumu said with difficulty. Okay, I'll wait here for Susu to come down. You all go in. Oh. Winstia seemed to realize something, and she turned around and left in a hurry. Serena looked at Sumu meaningfully, then twisted her body and pulled Tao Yao away. After they all left, Sumu bowed awkwardly and sighed. After going through so much, Sumu found that his resistance was getting lower and lower. Sure enough, once something is said, there is no turning back. Brother. Sumu was daydreaming when Susu's voice was heard beside him. Susu, you're down. Do you know what just happened to you? Brother, hug me. Susu seemed very tired. She took the initiative to hug Sumu and squeezed her wet little body into his arms. Brother. Susu, are you okay? This scared Sumu. He grabbed her little hand and thought something had happened to her. But in just a moment, Susu's status bar appeared in front of Sumu again. Chapter 114, Skeleton Earth Dragon. Cult Bone Warrior. Daughter of Life, Susu female sign. Age, 16 years, 0 months, 12 days. Work adaptability, manual level, medical level, comma. Special talent tags, Life Ode, unique. Ode to Life, unique, a hymn to the Goddess of Life. Under her baptism, living beings are healed, their strength is increased, and other amplifications are achieved. Susu's previous condition was full of question marks. Now it's better. There are fewer question marks, but they still exist. The special talent tag has also been unlocked. This life chant looks quite powerful, and the effect should be the same as before. The only thing Sumu was curious about was what kind of release timing was needed. Also, can it be stacked? Brother, I'm sleepy. Just as Sumu was thinking, Susu's voice rang out. He glanced down and saw that the little girl in his arms could hardly open her eyes. Okay, I'll let Winstia change your clothes and then go to bed. Susu put the stick matter behind her for the time being. On this side, Sumu did not rest immediately after coaxing Susu to sleep. Instead, he came to the open space and started using this scroll of summoning the undead. After his efforts, the undead summoning scroll summoned a total of 489 skeleton soldiers, for 20 skeleton mages, 450 skeleton archers. It is basically certain that the undead summoning scroll will only produce these 3 types of soldiers. When using a medium undead summoning scroll, the first 10 that appear are undead ghost knights. It wasn't until the 11th one that something different finally came out. A skeleton of a bony dinosaur about 3 meters tall with extremely sharp teeth. It looks like the bones of a Tyrannosaurus rex, but is not as huge. Similar to Madrenza, it has scarlet eyes, giving it a weird and evil feel. Because of this, it is quite intimidating whether viewed from a distance or up close. Sumu used an insight spell. Skeleton Earth Dragon, a replacement for the Morius Earth Dragon after its death. They are the fastest land-based undead. They excel at surprise attacks. The Skeleton Earth Dragon is summoned by the medium-level undead scroll. Its combat power should be similar to that of the undead ghost knight, but it is far less special than Madrenza. But Sumu's positioning of it is far different. The 3-meter-high Skeleton Earth Dragon can basically be ridden. So could he combine skeleton dragons and skeleton soldiers to create a group of skeleton dragon knights? Sumu immediately started trying. His idea was soon confirmed. Skeleton soldiers can indeed ride on the Skeleton Earth Dragon, but due to their lack of proficiency, bumps and bruises are inevitable. It takes practice and familiarity. With this verification, Sumu could directly announce that his Earth Dragon Knight team had taken shape. Continue to summon. I don't know if he was possessed or what, but the only creatures Sumu summoned were the undead Ghost Knight and the Skeleton Earth Dragon. Haven't seen anything else. However, he still managed to accumulate 91 Skeleton Earth Dragons and 61 undead Ghost Knights with the help of 152 medium undead summoning scrolls. Sumu has made a plan. Tomorrow he will select all the undead skeletons with positive talent labels and then train them to become Skeleton Dragon Knights. The last 2 are advanced undead summoning scrolls. In the light of the array, a giant with a body about 6 meters tall, taller than the cave dragon, appeared. It holds a huge bone shield in both hands, which is an exaggerated 5 meters long. The huge bone shield is formed by skulls, giving people an invisible deterrent force. The skeleton giant's empty eyes looked forward, and his body was shrouded in the dense black air of the undead. The black air strangely formed the shape of armor, enveloping it. Skeleton warrior, shield form in life, they were the incarnations of the Sony giants. After death, they became powerful skeleton warriors. Their shields are filled with the resentment of the lives they have lost. To be honest, this Jugu warrior raised his shield forward like a small mountain. Sumu didn't know how to deal with the attacks. So strong. However, Sumu, also got an important piece of information from this. Among the high-level undead summoning scrolls, there is only a very small chance of summoning someone like Felina. Compared with the Jugu warrior, Felina is unique. Keep calling. This time, it's Jugu warrior again, but in a different version. Kalon warlord, axe form in life. They were the incarnations of the Sony giants. After death, they became powerful skeleton giant warlords. The accumulated resentment of the lives lost under their command is stored on their giant axes. He is about the same height as the gibbon warrior shield form. But in axe form, he holds a giant bone axe that looks like it can split the world apart, which is quite exaggerated. One of these 2 is a defensive form and the other is an offensive form. Sumu finally understood. After temporarily handing over the summoned undead to Madrenza and the undead knight Gabon for management, Sumu went to sleep. But when he passed by Selina's room, he saw the fire inside and couldn't help but look inside. Are you done? Selina's voice came, and she noticed Sumu outside the door. Aren't you going to sleep yet? Sumu pushed the door open and walked in. Ready. Selina said this and turned around gracefully, taking off the small shawl on her body and putting it aside. When she turned around, she found that Sumu was approaching. What are you doing? Selina was startled to find that she had already been embraced by Sumu. I was thinking, aren't we supposed to cultivate feelings? Don't we have to have more contact this evening? How else can I fall in love? The smirk on Sumu's face made Serena understand his thoughts immediately. Despite her indifferent nature, a blush still appeared on her face as she spoke. There's still plenty of time for contact, even during the day tomorrow. You should go back to your room today. It's late. How can this be? Tonight is tonight. Day is day. They are all different, okay? As Sumu was speaking, he had already laid down on the bed, with a look written on his face. Don't try to drive me away. I'm going to sleep in this bed tonight. Serena was amused by his rogue behavior. It's up to you, but don't touch me. The fire went out, and Selena laid down in the innermost part. Soon, she found that her waist was hugged, and Su Mu's voice came to her ears. I'll just hug you and won't move. Seeing that he had said so, Selena didn't know what to say. But soon, she found that Su Mu came up to her and hugged her. Hello? No words all night. Chapter 115 Assigning Tasks. Getting on track. The long night. Wednesday was tired today. She had just fallen asleep when she was suddenly awakened by a strange sound. At first, Wednesday wondered if an enemy had attacked their territory. She was suddenly awakened by fright. Soon, Wednesday discovered that the sound came from the next room. Wednesday remembered that Serena lived in the next room. What was she doing? Why does it make that sound? How strange. It seems like it is being suppressed on purpose. And it seems particularly painful. But it seems particularly comfortable. Pain and happiness. Wednesday didn't understand the source of this sound. She had never heard of it either, and she found it very strange. In fact, after listening for a long time, her face began to turn red unconsciously and her whole body became hot. After all, she was too tired and fell asleep in a daze. The next day, just after dawn, Su Mu walked out of Selena's room refreshed. Inside the room, Selena lay on the bed, her fair and slender hands exposed, and her curvy body covered with a quilt. Cover up her beautiful scenery. Looking closely, her face was slightly tired, but there was a hint of satisfaction in the corner of her mouth. She was sleeping soundly and deeply. It seems that I was in a lot of trouble last night. Su Mu's life is back on track. He must also get the work in the territory back on track quickly. Allah, Saliki, your mission today is still to dig for stone. I need a large amount of stone, or I need you to upgrade all the wooden houses in the territory into stone houses as soon as possible, and then lay blue brick floors. Do you understand? Su Mu gave orders with a serious face. I understand. The lizardmen and rabbit people, led by Allah and Saliki, responded one after another. Understand and get to work. Su Mu waved his hand, and the tribal leader's momentum was firmly under his control. Yes. In the territory, the advanced mining troops filed out. Shisha, I have a new mission for you today. I need tin and iron ore. You need to find me the address of a large amount of tin and iron ore. Can you do it? Su Mu did not forget the water spirit that condensed on the water element slime every 5 days. This thing is absolutely the key to ensuring the supply of materials and food in the territory, both in the future and at the present stage. Su Mu wanted to use tin and iron ore to make cans to preserve the water spirit. You know, there are now as many as 500 water elemental slimes in the territory. It would be a waste if this large amount of water spirit was not used. Yes, sir. Shisha was very decisive and just turned around and left. Madrenza, Gabong, your mission today is to continue leveling up with the large army of undead, but now you will be divided into 2 teams. Su Mu ordered. One is led by you, Madrenza, and the other is led by Gabong. One of you goes to the west, and the other goes to the east. Don't run into each other. Yes, master. At your service, my dear master. Madrenza and Gabong responded at the same time. Among them, Madrenza was the most excited. He was finally free from the hard work of mining and could go out with his large group. Phew, leveling up. Madrenza had been looking forward to this day for who knows how long. Especially the current undead team is much stronger than before. In the past, Madrenza could only command a few hundred undead at most. Now he is the supreme leader commanding thousands of undead. The pride is overwhelming. However, Madrenza was surprised, frightened, and happy about the 2 extra giant skeletons of cult bones. What's shocking is that such terrifying undead spirits were summoned by the master. What he feared was that General Jugu was too powerful and he couldn't defeat him with his current strength. The good news is, no matter how powerful General Jugu is, what does it matter? It is Madrenza who is the leader of the undead army. Also, you will have a mission starting today. Su Mu continued to order. The number of members in the territory is increasing. When you go out to level up, please help with hunting. Starting today, the territory needs to stockpile a large amount of meat. Do you understand? After you finish hunting, report directly to the orc captain, Laisai. He will send someone to help carry it back. Do you understand? Yes, master. Gabong still didn't say a word. Don't worry, master. I, Lord Madrenza, will take care of everything. Also, don't take the Colt Bone War General and the Skeleton Earth Dragon with you. They're too obvious and too big to be a target. Su Mu reminded. Yes. After explaining everything to Madrenza and Gabong, Su Mu found the orc captain Laisai. From the moment he joined their tribe, Laisai no longer had the title of leader. He, Su Mu, was the leader of this tribe. The only leader. Laysai, your mission today is to bring back the mind ore? We don't have any good tools at the moment, except for a wooden cart we looted from the goblins last time. Don't worry, I'll have Slime make a few more wooden carts in the next 2 days. That way it will be easier for you to carry heavy objects. Sumu explained. Also, I'll leave the hunting to the undead. When the time comes, you and your tribe will cooperate, and just need to carry the prey back. Yes, my lord. Laysai grabbed his head with his hands and thought for a while before saying, Sir, I have a suggestion that will significantly increase the speed at which we can transport our goods. Yesterday, Laysai briefly told the orcs under him what they need to do after joining the territory and received a lot of response. There was one suggestion that he thought was more beneficial. Well, he has always remembered it, and now he wants to find an opportunity to say it out. Tell me what suggestions you have. There's a kind of giant ant in the forest. They're not ordinary ants, but giant ants that are almost as tall as you, Lord. They're incredibly powerful and can pull hundreds of times their own weight, making them perfect for hauling cargo. Laysai explained, if we can catch them and pair them with wooden carts of the right size, transporting the ore will be a piece of cake. Laysai, your suggestion is convenient for you guys. Sumu stared at Laysai and said softly, you haven't made it easy for me at all. I still need to tame some giant horned ants. What use do you have for me then? To be honest, Sumu doesn't like members who start thinking of various ways to slack off as soon as they enter the territory. If Laysai is like this, he might as well get out of here. Laysai was no fool. Even though he was straightforward, he could tell that the Lord was angry. He hurriedly explained, my lord, you misunderstood. We, the orcs, can tame the giant horned ants, but it will take us some time to do it. As long as you agree, we can tame it immediately, and it won't delay the or transportation work. After listening to Laysai's explanation, Sumu's expression became much better. The emotional orc is just giving a suggestion, not trying to be lazy. Since you can do it, I allow it. That's great. Laysai was delighted. Chapter 116, The Giant Salamander, is back. Keep your youthful appearance and increase your lifespan. Territory upgrade tips. 1. Absorb 3,000 lives to become residents of the territory. Currently 3532/3000 completed. 2. Own 181/150 buildings on the land within your territory completed. 3. Increase the army size to 450 and develop a training method unfinished. 4. Pave roads in the territory and have the ability to build bridges unfinished. 5. Successfully enjoy the joy of harvest from the planned farmland unfinished. 6. The territory has basic medical facilities and basic living facilities unfinished. 7. Wherever the flag points, you will be invincible. Design a territory flag and set up the flag of your territory. Unfinished. After completing the above conditions, you can upgrade your territory to level 3 and then unlock the corresponding functions. Sumu took a look at the conditions for upgrading his territory. Only 1 and 2 were completed, and the third was half completed. In fact, it is not difficult to complete 4, 6, and 7. Only 5. It is more difficult to enjoy the joy of harvest from planting farmland, because it takes a process from planting to harvesting. Without this process, it would not be possible to complete. The process is time. System-wide communique. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Lord, Luo Wuxi, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 3. As a special map lord, you will receive a reward for upgrading your territory to level 3 for the first time. Sumu. Sumu was just thinking that it would take time for the lord of their ordinary map to upgrade to level 3 territory, but he didn't expect to hear the news of Luo Wuxi's upgrade in the blink of an eye. Besides, only a few days have passed. This woman must have a lot of great luck. Congratulations. Sumu quickly sent a message. Thank you. I'll continue to fight monsters. Wait for my good news. Luo Wuxi responded quickly. She seems to be quite busy. Her map of Nightmare Treehouse is either full of battles or in the middle of battles. Sumu also understood the meaning of her reply. Nothing more than staring at her scroll of the dead. Damn, it really feels like I'm being kept by someone. Sumu smiled bitterly. My lord, I have something to report to you. A voice sounded behind him. Sumu turned around and saw that it was Kokona's. Following behind her was Kokolu. After eating his food yesterday, the little girl was obviously not so afraid of birth anymore. But when I woke up, it seemed that the feeling of yesterday was completely gone. She hid behind her aunt again and poked her little head out to look at Sumu. Hey little girl, did you sleep well last night? Sumu waved to Kekalu and greeted her with a smile. Kokolu responded softly, then hid behind her aunt again. Is there anything you want to report? Only then did Sumu look at Kokona. Yesterday's rain made my people younger and more energetic. Kokona said. What's the meaning? Sumu frowned slightly, not quite understanding. Grandma Haifu, come out. Kokona shouted to the back. Yes, Patriarch. Soon, a member of the White Fox clan came out. Kokona, are all members of your White Fox clan able to maintain their youthful appearance so well? You are over 100 years old, but you look like a 20-year-old human. Your clan member is already a grandmother, but he looks only in his early 40s. Impressive. Looking at Grandma Haifu, who was walking slowly towards him, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. Kokona was slightly stunned when she heard what Sumu said, then she exclaimed, My lord, how do you know how old I am? Well, Sumu thought quickly and acted like a sophisticated person. As the lord of a territory, I certainly have my own methods. Okay. Kokona was a little skeptical, but didn't say much. My lord, Grandma Haifu is actually 900 years old. Our White Fox clan is similar to ordinary elves, and our lifespans are very long. But 1,000 years is already an extremely long life for us. Kokona became more serious as she spoke. You might not know this, but Grandma Haifu didn't look that young yesterday. She still had quite a few wrinkles on her face, looking like a 70-year-old human. But after being caught in the rain last night, she suddenly looked younger. It's not just her, all the elders in our clan are like this. Only the young members of the White Fox clan don't have it. Kokona continued. You, Lord, caused us to get wet in the rain last night, so I don't understand why this happened. Can you explain my confusion? As soon as Kokoni woke up, she received a report from her tribe members, and she went to confirm it. So, after confirming it, she couldn't help but run over to Sumu to find out what happened. You look younger? Sumu looked up and down at Grandma Haifu. To be honest, all he could think of was Su's credit. Ode to life. If Sumu remembered correctly, the system had a message at that time. Feel the chant of the goddess of life, and your vitality will become more vigorous. So, the problem lies with Susu. This little girl can not only increase strength, but also increase lifespan and make people younger. Sumu once again realized how powerful Susu was. Kokona, I can't explain too much to you right now. Let's wait until later. However, I can assure you that there will be absolutely no negative effects or consequences. Don't worry. After hearing Sumu's assurance, Kokona felt much more relieved. In fact, she was so anxious to find Sumu because she was afraid that this power would be harmful to her body and produce terrible side effects. Now that she had received the assurance, she felt relieved. I understand. Thank you, Lord. We're all family. You're welcome. Sumu smiled. Just when he was about to invite Kokona to take a look at the fields, who had not appeared for a long time, suddenly came over. My lord, my lord. Little fish is back. Little fish is back. He shook his body with a duong-duong sound, excitedly pulled Sumu's hand, and was about to run forward. What little fish? It's the little fish you released into the river, sir. It's back. I just found it eating breakfast by the river. Release the little fish in the river? The cute appearance of the giant salamander appeared in Sumu's mind. Walk. Let's go and take a look. Just as Sumu was about to leave, a timid voice came. Brother Susumu, can I go with you? It's Kokolus. The little girl's eyes never left from the moment he appeared. It seems that she is not immune to cute creatures like slime. Sure, come on over. Sumu stretched out his hand to her. He was just planning to take Kokolu to the fields to plant crops, and now she came to him. He was so happy. Oh, Kekolu hesitated for a moment, then handed her hand to Sumu. In the back, Kokona seemed to be hesitant to speak. She always felt that Sumu seemed to be particularly enthusiastic about Kokolu, so much so that she was a little worried about the two of them being alone together. After all, Kokolu is still very small. Chapter 117, The Aftermath of the Rain. Monsters are rampant. Kokolu, do you still want to eat honey skewers? On the griffin, Sumu looked at Kokolu sitting in front of him with an anti-smile on his face. The way the little girl sat obediently in front of him was so cute and well-behaved that people couldn't help but want to tease her and play with her. May I? Kokolu looked back at Sumu, and when she heard the honey strings, her little tongue couldn't help but lick her lips. Sure. Sumu produced a string of honey like a magic trick, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Kokolu couldn't take her eyes off the honey strings. Come with me to the fields later and plant some small plants. Brother Sumu, do you want me to help you speed up the growth of your plants? Kokolu asked. You can do this? Sumu was surprised. He remembered that the White Fox clan's abilities were not released actively. Rather, the environment in which they live will gradually affect the growth of plants. In other words, if there are white foxes living around the farmland, the spiritual energy they accumulate will accelerate the growth of crops. Sumu was preparing to plan enough houses around the farmland for the White Fox clan to move in. But what Kokolu said was different. What she meant seemed to be that she could actively speed up the growth of crops. Okay, Kokolu replied casually. My race has the ability to make plants grow quickly. I've been special compared to other members of my tribe since I was a child. As long as I want, I can actively speed up their growth. My aunt also specifically told me not to tell anyone about my abilities. Could this be the ultimate secret of the spiritual body? Sumu was thinking about it when he noticed that Kokolu in his arms didn't say anything. The little girl covered her mouth and looked at him with a silly face. It seemed that she had realized that she had said something she shouldn't have said. Haha. Seeing Kokolu's reaction, Sumu thought she was even more adorable. Don't worry, your aunt knows she won't scold you if you say that. At most, Brother Sumu promises you that he won't tell your aunt, okay? Okay. Kokolu stuck out her tongue and nodded. For you. Sumu gave the honey skewers to Kokolu. Thanks. Kokolu said thank you very politely. Soon, we arrived at the river. Sumu looked down from a high place and found that a battle had actually taken place by the river. 5 water slimes are fighting a giant frog. No, to be precise, it should be bullfrog. A 1-meter-tall bullfrog. You know, water elemental slimes are extremely docile creatures. Generally, they don't like to fight unless they are really forced into a helpless situation. So for this situation to happen, it must be the bullfrog that took action first. Sumu used an insight spell. Demonized frog. Blessed by the rain god, the frogs in the river have been demonized and transformed into aggressive monsters. Sir, those are my parents. EE suddenly tugged at Sumu's clothes from behind and shouted anxiously. It turns out that the battle situation below has changed. Under the siege of 5 slimes, the demonized frog gradually gained the upper hand and knocked the slimes away. Seeing this, Sumu quickly drove the griffin to fly downwards. Before he landed on the ground, he jumped high and landed, easily killing the demonized frog. Sumu was shocked by his own actions. He could now easily jump up to 7 or 8 meters, which is the height of 3 or 4 floors. Still not trying my best. Moreover, the dragon horn knife was now in his hand, and he could not feel any weight at all. It seems that the attribute increase of 100 points last night was really amazing. Now Sumu can kill these demonized monsters instantly, so it's no wonder that the intelligence system didn't give any clues. Are you all right? Sumu looked at the 2 slimes that had just been knocked away and asked with concern. It's okay. Thank you, sir. That's good. Tell all the slimes coming to the river to be careful. The river may be uneasy recently. Sumu instructed. Got it. The 5 slimes left together. Sir, the giant salamander is right there. EE pointed in a direction, and when Sumu looked over, he saw the giant salamander that he hadn't seen for a long time. The little guy was blowing bubbles leisurely by the river. When he saw Sumu, he wagged his tail and swam towards him quickly. Long time no see, little one. Sumu greeted him. He knew that with the intelligence of the giant salamander, it would definitely understand what he meant. What a cute little fish. Kokolu also squatted down. She wanted to reach out and touch the giant salamander, but she was afraid that it would be scared by her. After hesitating for a moment, the little girl still didn't dare to stretch out her hand. But the desire in her eyes could not be deceived. Seeing this, Sumu took her little hand and put it into the river. The giant salamander came over very smartly and touched Kokolu's hand with its head. Kokolu smiled happily. The little girl is so easy to satisfy. Little guy, do you want to come back with me? Sumu patted the treasure chest filled with water beside him. He had prepared it before coming. If the giant salamander was willing, he would build an artificial lake and keep it in it. You know, we don't know when the next acid rain will occur. If the water is polluted again, we will need the purification talent of the giant salamander. With it around, Sumu doesn't have to worry about water pollution to a large extent. This is also a great treasure. The giant salamander blew bubbles in a cute manner and did not answer, but its actions explained everything. It jumped onto the shore. Sumu quickly picked it up and put it into the treasure chest. There was no need to be so excited about going with him, right? But the following intelligence system prompt made Sumu realize that the giant salamander was not excited, but waiting to escape. 4-star dangerous intelligence. Due to the influence of the rain god's blessing, many animals and fish have been demonized. In 15 minutes, a large number of demonized monsters will appear along the riverbank. Please be prepared to resist and defend against the attack. Intelligence tip. Demonic monsters will appear from time to time. Please be prepared for continuous combat and defense. Hurry back and tell the other slimes not to come to the river. Many demonized monsters will appear here soon. Don't come here today without my order. Sumu ordered. Sir, I understand. They all skipped away one by one. Looking at its leaving figure, Coco puffed up her little mouth. I guess she really wants to have more contact with the equally cute EE. 15 minutes later, under Su Mu's arrangement, Madrinza first brought the first batch of undead troops back to defend. Just as the intelligence system said, the demonized monsters by the river are beginning to become rampant. Many fish-headed monsters, frog monsters, and turtle monsters appear frequently. Chapter 118. Monsters are rampant. The terror of Jugu Warrior. There were many demonized monsters, crawling up the river bank continuously. Su Mu was riding a griffin in the sky and looking down, and the visual experience was even more direct. The entire riverbank, stretching into the distance, is filled with demonic monsters with no end in sight. It's so densely packed that it makes one's scalp tingle. It's normal to think about it. There are so many fish in the river that have been demonized, it would be a lie to say there aren't many monsters. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the demonized monsters is not weak at all, and is much higher than that of goblins. Fortunately, today's skeleton soldiers are no longer the same as before. After these days of death leveling, their strength has increased a lot. The only thing that made Su Mu dissatisfied was that the cooperation between the skeleton soldiers, skeleton archers, and skeleton magicians did not reach the ideal state he imagined. In Su Mu's eyes, the role of the skeleton soldiers is to be cannon fodder in the front battle, to fight with the enemy, and keep the enemy's large forces out. Their function is to buy time for the skeleton magician to cast spells. The skeleton magician serves as the second-tier fire support output. Skeleton archers are more intuitive. They should be used as the third echelon of firepower coverage. Cut off the enemy's path. However, Su Mu did not see such performance in his own undead team. The overall battle looks very messy, and it is completely based on strength. It seems that Su Mu needs to teach Madrinza some combat skills and how to train the undead army. Wind Dragon Technique. Wind Dragon Technique. Su Mu was on top of the griffin, constantly using his magic to attack downwards. Some remaining demonized monsters tried to break out from the encirclement of the undead army. Su Mu's mission is to intercept these guys. Kekalu, hold me tight, don't fall down. While attacking, he did not forget to give a few instructions. Just now, he was in a hurry to find Madrinza and didn't think of putting Kokolu back into the house. The little girl has always been by his side. I know, Kokolu replied in a sweet voice. She held Su Mu's clothes tightly around his waist, but her eyes were staring down without any fear. Wind Dragon Technique. Seeing that a group of demonized fish-headed monsters were about to attack again, Su Mu released his magic again. Originally, he felt that the Wind Dragon Technique was quite powerful, but it was still a little powerless under the large number of demonized monsters. Wind Dragon Technique is a small-scale group attack magic skill and is far from being able to cover a large area. Therefore, every attack has its share of loopholes. Fortunately, at this time, Gabong appeared with the rest of the undead army. His appearance greatly relieved the pressure of the battle by the river. Moreover, Su Mu discovered that the undead army led by Gabong was much better than Madrinza. Their attack pattern is exactly the same as Su Mu's ideal attack pattern. Thinking of Gabong's previous identity, Su Mu suddenly understood. Gabong used to be the captain of the night team and a regular soldier with experience in leading a team. He is not like Madrinza. But Madrinza's strength lies in its ability to amplify the undead legion and curse the enemy to weaken it. Therefore, Madrinza and Gabong each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Owner. Su Mu was paying attention to the battle below when suddenly Wenstia's voice rang in his ears. He turned his head and saw that Wenstia appeared below with members of the White Fox clan, led by Kokona. Master, Kokona and I heard that many monsters appeared by the river, so we quickly gathered people to come and help. Looking at the vast demonized monsters, Wenstia frowned slightly and said, You should have told us that we can fight too. The territory is our common home, and we can protect it together. When Wenstia got the news from EE, she immediately gathered the White Fox clan and rushed here. At the same time, she was still a little unhappy. As a member of the territory was clearly experiencing a difficult battle, but the owner did not inform them in the first place. In Wenstia's heart, she knew that this was a kind of protection from their master, who didn't want them to be hurt. But she also desperately wants to do something for the territory, and she also wants to stay by her master's side. To put it another way, this is already their common home. Yes, Wenstia is right. You can indeed tell us, and we can fight together. Kokona also helped out. This time, it was obvious that she and Wenstia shared the same hatred. Su Mu certainly understood what they meant. He smiled and said, It's not that I won't tell you. It's just that I don't need your help for the time being. No way. Wenstia pointed at the monster in front of her. The fight is almost reaching our territory, And you're still trying to be so stubborn, Master. Lord, you don't have to do this. Since our clan has chosen to follow you back here, it means we already recognize this place. Kokona also said beside him. We are, to a large extent, fighting for all of us. When did you two become so united? Sumu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Winstia and Kokona were talking back and forth. Their positions were so firm and consistent, which was rare. If Sumu didn't know what happened between them before, he would have thought they were sisters. Kokona and I have always been united on the right issues. Winstia said. Right. Kokona nodded. Okay. Sumu spread his hands helplessly and explained. Actually, I'm watching the Undead Legion level up. I want to see if they have any shortcomings so I can correct them. If I get serious, these monsters won't be enough to deal with. Why would I need you? Seeing the doubt on Winstia and Kokona's faces, Sumu shook his head. Since you doubt me so much, I can only use my ultimate move. Madrenza. Sumu shouted towards the sky. My dear master, what can I do for you? Go and bring over the Cult Bone War General and the Skeleton Earth Dragon. Yes, master. Madrenza quickly left. Soon, dust started to rise. The Skeleton Earth Dragon appears as the advance assault force. Wherever they go, demonized monsters will be knocked away. But compared to the Skeleton Earth Dragon, what shocked Winstia, Kokona, and the other members of the White Fox clan even more were the two bone giants that were over 5 meters tall. What kind of undead is this? Looks so ferocious and terrifying. Bang! A terrifying shock came. The bone warrior, in axe form, suddenly took a big step forward, and the huge bone axe in his hand fell to the ground. A dark light vibrated from the ground and instantly killed the demonized monster. Moreover, it is a large-scale, precise, instant kill. The Jugu warrior, shield form, was no less powerful. Sumu originally thought it could only passively defend. Little did they know that this guy smashed a large shield to the ground, and the monsters below were either killed or disabled. Compared with the axe form, the shield form's attacks appear more violent and direct. Chapter 119, King of the River. Mutant Fish Seeds. With the addition of the Horsebone Warrior and the Skeleton Earth Dragon, the demonized monsters on the riverbank are being cleared out at a terrifying speed. The originally tense battle situation was suddenly eased. Look, you guys are really not needed. I said it was to train my undead army. I wasn't lying, and I wasn't trying to be brave. Looking at the surprise and shock on Winstia and Kokona's faces, Sumu smiled. Master, when did these big guys come to our territory? The violent attack of General Jugu did scare Winstia, and she blushed a little because of what she had just said. She thought her master was just trying to show off. Little did they know that the master had already planned the battle situation in his mind. Yes, I didn't see them yesterday. Kokona also expressed doubts. If there was such a powerful existence, shouldn't Sumu have used that method to eliminate the humans who strangled them yesterday? He definitely has more options. Obviously, in Kokona's heart, whether it was Sumu's move yesterday or today, it shocked and surprised her. At this moment, Kokona felt that Sumu was like a mystery. Can't see through. I also want to see what is hidden in the mystery. She was curious. Of course I have my own way. Sumu didn't explain, but kept it a secret. All right, Kokona, lead your people back and do what you should do. We don't need you here for the time being. I understand. Kokona looked at Sumu deeply, then looked at Kokalu in front of him. Kekalu, go back with your aunt. It's dangerous here. No, Kokalu actually chose to refuse. Her choice surprised not only Kokona, but also Sumu. Aunt, please go back. I want to stay with brother Sumu. Sumu. Was Kokalu captivated by his charm? The little girl is finally willing to play with him? Sumu was very surprised. After all, he thought that if Kokonai asked Kokalu to go back, she would definitely not refuse. Go back, this is really dangerous. If you stay, the Lord will be in trouble. Kokona spoke. It's not difficult. Sumu didn't play by the rules at all. Kokona, you guys go back. I'll take good care of Kokalu, don't worry. Kokona. Winstia, Kokoni is gone. Before leaving, Kokonai looked at Sumu deeply. There is so much meaning in that little look. I just realized now that it's not difficult to fool the little girl. The difficult part is that she has an aunt who is as wary of thieves as she is of thieves. Sumu said quietly in his heart. Kokona, you underestimate me too much, don't you? Kekalu is still a little girl. What else can I do to her? What kind of person is that to my Sumu? Damn it. Get mutant fish seeds. What's this? Sumu looked at the things he picked up out of curiosity. Mutated fish seed, the core of a demonized fish-headed monster. It is said that if planted in moist fields, it will produce fish fruit that is comparable to fresh fish. Fish fruit. Can we still play like this? I have to say, This was the first time Sumu had seen such a strange thing. Very magical. However, mutant fish seeds still have value in existence. A large amount of food will be needed in the territory in the future, and this thing can just make up for the large amount of protein retained. Sumu decided to plant one. Madrinza, find a team of skeleton soldiers to help me collect this thing that fell on the ground. Sumu handed the mutant fish seeds to Madrinza and asked him to pick them up according to the instructions. Received, my respected master. Madrinza's execution ability is still very strong, and he turned around to make arrangements. Sumu turned around and found nothing valuable. Nothing valuable could be found from this pile of fish-headed monster corpses. Sumu was a little disappointed. Thinking about the promise I made to Zhang Dahai today, I would go to his territory. He saw that General Zhu Gu was guarding the riverside of his territory, so he left as there was no big problem. Brother Sumu, where are we going? Aren't you going to stay and fight? Kokolu asked in a baby voice in front of Sumu. After being in contact with her for so long, she was finally not as shy and resistant to him as before. Sumu expressed relief. No, I'll take you to see our other territory. Oh, okay. Kokolu responded. Why? Are you still a little disappointed? Sumu discovered something. No. Koko didn't say anything, but it was very obvious on her face. The little girl is very young and doesn't know how to hide her emotions at all. Why is that? Soon, Sumu realized that Kokolu might like watching battle scenes. You know what? It's really possible. Thinking of how her eyes lit up when she saw the battle scene just now, Sumu felt more and more that his guess was right. I didn't expect that Kokolu is actually a warmonger. Looking at Kokolu with long eyelashes and a cute face, Sumu felt that his understanding was refreshed again. At this moment, in the World Chat channel, many people are complaining about the sudden wave of monsters that appeared today. What a sin. I just woke up today and found a bunch of demonized monsters. My newly built territory has been flattened. Over 50 wooden houses are all in ruins. Who wouldn't be miserable? I was still dreaming when suddenly something slipped next to me. I looked up and saw it was a fish-headed monster. I was so scared. I immediately ate the red dates, goji berries, and star anise. 6. Brother, you are really hungry. Not just hungry. I've worked so hard for 15 days, and now everything's back to where it was before liberation. Everything's gone. Those damn fish-headed monsters. What beasts? The ones who suffered were the lords of the riverside territories, right? The inland areas were completely unaffected, right? No way. The dog system is targeting the lords who established territories near our river? Looking at the complaints in the World Chat channel, Sumu frowned, and he couldn't help but worry about his own subordinate territory. For him, the attack wave of demonized monsters had no effect on him at all, because he resisted it. Fortunately, he worked overtime last night to summon all the undead, so he was able to deal with it so easily. But now it seems that it is not only his territory that has been attacked. Instead, most of the territories along the river were attacked. Sumu really didn't expect this. So, how is Zhang Dahai doing? His territory is also by the river. Moreover, Zhang Dahai does not have as much fighting power as Sumu. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but become more worried. Even when others haven't arrived yet, they have already made the worst plans. In this wave of monsters, as long as Zhang Dahai survives, he will make a profit. 5-star Dangerous Intelligence, River King. Chapter 120 The River Lord's Spokesperson. 5-star Dangerous Intelligence. The River King Caesarlin feels that his people are being slaughtered in large numbers, and his anger has reached a bottleneck. In 3 minutes, it will appear near the river in the territory ahead. Lord, please leave immediately. Intelligence Analysis. The River King Caesarlin is the embodiment of rage and brutality. His predecessor was a river python that had cultivated for hundreds of years in the Miluo River. Appreciated by the Lord of the River, the pheasant turns into a phoenix. Intelligence Tip. Caesarlin's current strength is beyond the Lord's ability to deal with. When he was about to reach his subordinate territory, Sumu suddenly received a prompt from the intelligence system. Moreover, it is 5-star dangerous information. This was the highest level of danger intelligence he had ever encountered. Kokolu, there may be danger ahead. How about I leave here? You and the griffin wait for me. I'll be back later. Sumu also has a blessing of the Lord of the Abyss, so to a certain extent, he still has some trump cards and confidence. But it was still too risky to bring Kokolu there. If something happened, Sumu was afraid that he would not be able to explain it to Kokonai. Brother Sumu, I'm not afraid of danger. I want to go with you. Please take me with you. When Kekalu heard the word danger, her eyes lit up. At this moment, Sumu confirmed that the little girl was a born warmonger. He's the very contradictory type. Then you must remember to hold on to me at all times. If there is any danger, I will fly away immediately. Sumu instructed. Kokolu nodded seriously. As if she was afraid that Sumu wouldn't believe her, she turned around to face him and grabbed the clothes in front of him. Brother Sumu, is this okay? Uh-huh. As soon as he arrived at the annexed territory, Sumu discovered a scene that surprised him. Originally, Sumu believed that Zhang Dahai would not be able to resist this wave of monsters. But he found that he still underestimated Zhang Dahai. When Sumu arrived at the river, he saw Zhang Dahai leading hundreds of bear warriors fighting monsters. There are a lot of bearmen warriors, about 700 or 800. Under the leadership of Zhang Dahai, they were all brave and heroic. Not only that, Zhang Dahai also arranged bearmen archers on the watchtower. Wherever a monster successfully broke through, the archers would shoot arrows at the first moment. With such cooperation, the monster tide could not advance at all. Although to a large extent, there are not as many demonized monsters here as in the river on Sumu's side. But Zhang Dahai's performance still won Sumu's recognition. Zhang Dahai, sure. He showed no mercy when killing monsters, and his whole appearance was filled with murderous intent. No wonder so many bearmen warriors obeyed him and were willing to follow him. After all, most subhuman races naturally worship strength and the strong. Sir, there are humans in heaven. It might be an enemy. Suddenly, a bearman warrior discovered Sumu's griffin and roared at Zhang Dahai. The archers of the bearmen tribe immediately turned their bows and arrows around, etc. Don't shoot him. After Zhang Dahai saw Sumu on the griffin clearly, he was excited and panicked at the same time. He hurriedly asked the bearman archers to stop. Don't shoot him. He's my big brother, one of us. As soon as Zhang Dahai finished speaking, a long black shadow suddenly appeared in the river. Then, with a plop, a python thicker than 2 men jumped out of the water. Green-brown scales and cold snake eyes stared quietly at all the bearmen warriors below. The moment it appeared, all the monsters by the river stopped. Fuck, boss. The moment he saw the python, Zhang Dahai couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of Chinese quintessence. The bearmen warriors all raised their weapons cautiously. Only Sumu knew that this was probably not an ordinary python, but the so-called king of the river, Caesarlin. River King, Caesarlin, the absolute king of the Myriad River. He controls all life within the Myriad River and serves as the spokesperson for the River Lord. Really, although Caesarlin below had a snake body, he spoke human words. You lowly humans, are you the ones who massacred so many of my people? Looking at the corpses of the demonized monsters around him, Caesarlin's snake eyes became increasingly cold, and it was obvious that he was suppressing his anger. Hearing what Caesarlin said, Sumu felt a little guilty. Compared to his territory, Zhang Dahai's is probably less than half of his. If Zhang Dahai's crime is considered too much, then Sumu's sin is even more serious. However, judging from the direction Caesarlin just appeared, it is estimated that he has not yet reached the section of the river where Sumu's territory is located. Otherwise, he should actually be looking for Sumu. And Zhang Dahai is obviously the one to take the blame. What kind of monster are you? Can you actually speak human language? Zhang Dahai frowned and spoke. The surrounding bearmen warriors were all looking at him. As the highest-ranking existence in the annexed territory, if Sumu didn't speak, he had to stand up and speak. If he shows fear, the bearmen warriors will probably underestimate him. Therefore, the more times like this happen, the more Zhang Dahai cannot allow himself to appear cowardly. Even though his heart was pounding, even though he knew that the giant snake in front of him that could speak human words was not simple, even though he knew that he could not defeat it. But Zhang Dahai still plucked up the courage and spoke. In his heart, he just couldn't do it. But wasn't their boss Sumu in heaven watching over him? You lowly humans and ugly bearmen, you are not worthy to know my name. Caesarlin refused to answer and had already condensed the terrifying water element energy. Suddenly, blue light radiated towards Zhizhou with it as the center. Boom! The violent energy exploded, and the bear people on the riverbank were directly blown away and fell to the side in pieces. So terrifying. With one move, nearly 1/3 of the bear people were killed instantly. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured. Wow! That big snake is so powerful. On the back of the griffin, Kokolu suddenly clapped excitedly. Don't. Seeing this, Sumu quickly grabbed her little hand. Little girl, can't you tell friend from foe? Don't clap for the snake. Sumu lowered his voice and scolded Kokolu in her ear. Be careful, or the bear people will beat you up. Okay. Kokolu pouted in grievance and didn't dare to say anything. But Sumu and the others were noticed by Caesarlin below because of this action. Who is it? How dare you fly over my head after seeing me? Caesarlin used the magic of water element again, and a big blue ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter was projected into the sky. Chapter 121, Heaven Drops. Tizot Silver Feather Horse Divides. Kaesarlin's attack speed was very fast, and it was a classic unsportsmanlike attack, not giving people any time to react. When Sumu reacted, it was too late. He immediately hugged Kekalu's small body and prepared to jump down. But an unexpected scene appeared. Kokolu suddenly waved her hand, and the wood element energy underneath instantly transformed into hundreds of vines, intercepting Kaesarlin's water ball halfway. Although the vines are not very strong, they are enough to withstand the water ball for a certain period of time. The battle often takes only seconds. This certain amount of time was enough for Sumu to drive the griffin to successfully avoid the attack. Well done, Koko. Sumu held the little girl in his arms and couldn't help but praise her. Kokoro's counterattack made him see the light, and she seemed to have great fighting talent, not like a 12-year-old. Koko proudly showed her two little white teeth, completely unaware of the danger below. Felina, you followed me again. Looking at Felina appearing in the air, Sumu smiled slightly. Why is he so confident every time he goes out? That's why. Felina is always by his side. Felina did not answer. She looked down with a serious expression. She knew that the giant python below was not easy to deal with. Damn humans. You still have time to joke around at this time. You simply don't take me seriously. Sumu's actions obviously alarmed Caesarlin below. He saw a flash of blue light all over his body, and he had actually changed. Caesarlin turned into a monster about 2 meters tall, about the same size as a human, with a snake tail and covered with scales. Suddenly, a blue blade of light appeared in its hand. The next moment, Caesarlin jumped high and headed towards the griffin in the air. The terrifying degree of the jump is frightening. Boss Sumu, be careful. Below, Zhang Dehai shouted worriedly. But he obviously ignored Felina's existence. With Felina around, Kaesarlin's attack obviously couldn't hit Sumu in the first place. Felina was not afraid at all. Facing the powerful Caesarlin, she still rushed forward. The overwhelming shadow energy surged downwards. The dense black death energy entangled Caesarlin, making it difficult to see the fighting scene inside. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. 30 seconds. Felina was blown away like a cannonball and fell heavily to the ground. Soon, she floated up from the ground again. For the undead, she no longer feels pain. I don't know what the pain of fighting is. On the other side, Caesarlin landed easily. Felina, don't surround it with the black death energy. Let's try attacking it together. Sumu jumped off the griffin. He is also not good at air combat, but he can give ground combat a try. Although the intelligence system says that there is no way to defeat Caesarlin, that is only for him personally. Isn't there strength in numbers now? No. Felina came forward again. Brother Sumu, I will help you. Kokolu also got involved. She pulled the vines condensed from the wood element's energy and tried to bind Kaesarin's hands and feet. This idea once again received Sumu's remote approval. The little girl has a fighting talent and a really good awareness. She knows exactly what she needs to do. Just from her idea of wanting to assist, Sumu deserves to praise her highly. Everyone, don't just stand there. Attack it together. Zhang Dehai shouted. Especially archers, get ready to release your arrows. With Zhang Dehai taking the lead, the bearmen who were initially frightened by Kaesarlin's strength once again burst out with high fighting spirit. Together they charged towards the enemy. Under the siege of the crowd, Caesarlin was completely enraged. It roared, and the violent water elements vibrated from its body again. The terrifying force instantly blew away the bearmen around him. Even Sumu and Zhang Dehai are not immune. This guy is so scary. Sumu rubbed his chest and couldn't help but sigh at the power of the 5-star dangerous intelligence. Damn bastards. You have completely pissed off Master Caesar. Caesarlin roared. A scene that made people feel horrified and disgusted appeared. Kaiserlin suddenly opened his mouth and sucked the demonized monster on the ground into his mouth. Suddenly, its body expanded again. The height also increased from 2 meters to 4 meters. 5 meters. It finally stopped at 7 meters. Caesarlin became a big fat giant with broad shoulders and a big waist, much taller than Sumu's Jugu warrior general. And these seem to be the limits of the demonized monsters on Earth, not Kaesarlin's limits. After all the demonized monsters on the ground have been absorbed by it. Sumu never expected that Caesarlin had such a trick. As it stands now, fear is its ultimate combat form. Judging from the strength, the water element energy in Kaesarlin's body has also reached a violent level at this moment. Powerful. Terribly strong. If Caesarlin Sumo felt that he could fight and defeat the minority with the majority before. But now Caesarlin made him feel like giving up resistance. On a certain shovel, this is the difference between a 1-star 5-cost card and a 3-star 5-cost card. You can still fight the former, but you can surrender directly to the latter. This is how Sumu feels now. In fact, it was not just Sumu who felt it. Zhang Dahai and the bear warriors also felt it. Their faces showed solemnity and fear. Hurry up and leave. I'll try to hold it back. Felina spoke. She glanced at Sumu, with determination in her eyes. Need not. This time, Sumu grabbed her. You can't beat it, and going up to it will only lead to your own death. Sumu continued. I told you I won't leave you stranded again. He can run away with Kokolu, but what about Zhang Dahai and the bear people? And what about his dependent territories? Judging from Kaisarlin's attitude, it must find the Tianmu tribe. After all, its people were also massacred there. Thinking of this, Sumu might as well just leave the battle here. He didn't need Felina to sacrifice herself to buy time for him. But, Felina wanted to say something. Don't say but. Sumu already held the blessing of the Lord of the Abyss in his hand. But at the critical moment, a roaring sound came from the sky, followed by a flash of golden and silver light, and a figure appeared. Sumu was stunned. Because what appeared in front of him was the Tizat Silver Feather Horse. How come Tizat Silver Feather Horse appears here? Shouldn't it be inside the Tianmu tribe's pasture? Sumu went to see Tizat Silver Feather Horse not long ago, and that guy still looked very cool. Because of this, Sumu didn't even bother to look at it, and just walked away. Therefore, he remembered clearly where the Tizat Silver Feather Horse was. Wrong. Isn't this his Tizat Silver Feather Horse? Chapter 122. Kill. Simple Ephia. Wrong. This is not the Tizat Silver Feather Horse in Sumu Ranch at all. There is a big difference in both appearance and body shape. Just like horses may have the same breed, but their markings and manes can always be distinguished. The Tizat Silver Feather Horse in front of him looked more noble and elegant, and its body size was also much larger. Moreover, its hair is smooth and snow white, and its body is radiant with a faint glow, just like a glass horse, very sacred. Sumu fell in love with her at first sight. This is his dream horse. It would be so cool if he could ride this Tizat Silver Feather Horse. What monster? Looking at the Tizat Silver Feather Horse that suddenly stood in front of him, Caesar Lin groaned in dissatisfaction. But what answered Caesar Lin was not any words, but a silver-white holy light emitted by the Tizat Silver Feather Horse. Damn it! The opponent attacked without saying a word, and Caesar Lin was furious. He responded immediately, and the terrifying water element energy shot out towards the Tizat Silver Feather Horse in the air. The war has officially begun. Sumu took back the hand that was holding the blessing of the Lord of the Abyss. He also didn't understand why Tizat Silver Feather Horse attacked Caesarlin. But for now, there should be no need to use scrolls. The battle is fierce. Different elemental lights are constantly shining in the sky and on the ground. The terrifying elemental power gathered in this area and then exploded violently. There was originally only one river channel, but it was forcibly divided into several river channels. Those trees that several people might not be able to hold together were directly cut in half. Rock collapse. Sumu then noticed that the intelligence system had recently released information to him about the arrival of the Tizat Silver Feather Jockey Club. But he was fighting at the time and had no time to notice. For safety, Sumu and Kokolu quickly evacuated to a distant place, fearing that they would be affected by the aftermath of the battle. Zhang Dahai also ordered his bearmen warriors to evacuate. 10 minutes later, the war ended. Tizat Silver Feather Horse had the last laugh as the winner. The River Lord Caesarlin was beheaded. After being killed, it returned directly to its original form, still the giant green-brown python. At this time, the silver-feathered Tizat horse fell from the sky. Its eyes fell on Sumu, and its nose twitched visibly. Soon, it walked towards Sumu with graceful steps. Sumu. The feedback the intelligence system gave to Sumu was not dangerous intelligence, but valuable intelligence. But this does not absolutely mean that there is no danger. Sumu was still prepared for the reaction, and he hugged Kokolu's petite body tightly. Felina seemed to have sensed it as well. She floated down from the sky and came to Sumu's side. In the distance, Zhang Dahai and his bear warriors were approaching little by little. He didn't know whether this Pegasus was a friend or an enemy. He only knew that it was terribly powerful. But Zhang Dahai's subconscious reaction was to protect Sumu. Tizat Silver Feather Horse, Afia? This is the feedback from Sumu's insight. He could even see through the River King Caesarlin, but he had no reaction to the Tizat Silver Feather Horse in front of him. From this we can see how powerful this Tizat Silver Feather Horse named Ifia is. It's definitely not something he can handle at the moment. Tizat's Silver Feathered Horse has a very small pace, but he still walked in front of Sumu. You smell like Flo. Where did you hide him? Tizat's Silver Feathered Horse spoke, speaking in a woman's voice. He doesn't sound very old, maybe around 23 or 24. But after experiencing Kokona, Sumu no longer had much idea about the concept of age in this world. A horse over 100 years old can be almost like one in his early 20s, and the Tizot silver feather horse in front of him might also be at the ancestor level. Flo, Sumu repeated. He suddenly remembered that when he checked the information of Tizot silver feather horse before, didn't he put Flo in brackets? Sumu suddenly became a little nervous. He once again produced the blessing of the Lord of the Abyss. Sumu finally saw clearly that the Tizot silver feather horse in front of him was looking for a horse. Who knew if she would hurt him? Flo, do you mean the name of the silver-feathered Tizot horse? Sumu spoke. He didn't deny it. Sumu knew that since the silver-feathered skyspur horse in front of him could find him accurately, it meant that the other party had already obtained the information that he had met Flo. Instead of denying it, why not think about how to fool her? Yes, that's it. Hand it over. It's not something you can handle with your current strength. You'll bring disaster upon yourself. Althea spoke. Fatal disaster? Forget it. Flo had been on his ranch for so long, and no one had ever looked for her. If Sumu hadn't been free these 2 days, he might not have thought of Tizot Silver Feather Mafulo. I'm afraid I can't pay you back. I have contracted it into slavery. It is now my exclusive riding companion. Sumu straightened his back and said this. Effie's strength is terrifying. But Sumu was not afraid. At this time, the more timid you are, the worse things will happen. On the contrary, if you pretend to be confident and know what you are doing, you are more likely to confuse the other party. You actually contracted Flo to be your slave? Ifea's voice deepened, and she seemed to be suppressing anger. She was full of energy, and it seemed that she was about to explode at any moment. Is it strange? Sumu held his head high and chest puffed out, with no trace of fear on his face. Aren't horses meant to be ridden? Isn't it normal to be indentured as a slave? Besides, when Flo came to my territory, he was seriously injured, almost fatally. If I hadn't rescued him, he would have died long ago. Is it your turn to find it? Sumu said this without blushing or feeling any nervousness. If Flo was there, he would probably jump up and argue with Sumu. Damn human, you actually said you saved me? Not only did you fail to save me, you also tied me up like a dog in the pasture with the cows and horses. They were about to shit on my face. The above is the voice of poor Flo. What? Flo is seriously injured, and you saved him? Ifea seemed surprised, but her aura did not diminish in the slightest. Right. Sumu continued to lie without any shame. So don't even think about hurting me. I have Flo's slave contract on me now. If I die, he will die with me. Hearing this, the momentum accumulated in Ifea suddenly dissipated. Seeing her reaction, Sumu was delighted. This Tizot silver feather horse named Afia seems very simple. And what does simplicity mean? What a deception. Chapter 123 The River King's Supreme Scales. I want to see Flo. Afia stated her request. Hearing her words, Sumu fell into deep thought. Afia just said that he had Flo's scent on him, but she couldn't find Flo by the scent. Does that mean that Flo's aura has disappeared? Thinking of this, Sumu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is like this. If not, if Afia had gone straight to his territory, it would have ended badly. Now, Sumu can see that Ifea is a person with a very simple personality. He didn't know why she was so innocent. That wasn't his concern. All Sumu wants to do is how to fool her. After all, whether he can fool Ifea is related to whether he can perfectly resolve the final outcome of the Tizot Silver Feather Horse incident. Sumu spoke. You want to see Flo? Sure, but it depends on whether you can cooperate. I need to do some things in this territory right now, and Flo isn't here. You have to wait until I'm done. How long will it take? Ifea asked directly. Tonight. Okay, I'll come to you before the sun sets. As Ifea spoke, she flew into the sky. She was so fast that in the blink of an eye, Sumu could no longer see her. This speed is comparable to that of a rocket, right? Sumu sighed. After Afia left, Sumagong turned around and prepared to visit his own subsidiary territory. Sudden. 4-star value intelligence. The scales of the River King Kaisaran are excellent forging material. Now that he's dead, why not use them? The intelligence system's prompt sound suddenly rang. Sumu then turned his attention to Kaisarlin's snake body. What the intelligence system is talking about should be the scales on Kaisarlin's body, right? River King Kaisaran's python scales, a very precious forging material, capable of creating soft armor of exceptional quality. This is the feedback from Insight. Dahai, find a few bear warriors to peel off all the scales of this giant snake for me. You can share the meat among yourselves. Sumu pointed at Kaisarlin's body and said, I understand, Master Sumo. Zhang Dahai didn't ask why. He went down and ordered the bearmen warriors to do their job. Taking advantage of this time, Sumu took Zhang Dahai to visit the entire territory. Not long after the last acid rain, the territories of most lords in the world suffered varying degrees of damage. Sumu's territory remained intact because of the sky shield, otherwise it would have been destroyed to varying degrees. But now, as Sumu walked all the way through the annexed territory, he found that the buildings that were destroyed at that time had been repaired. Not only that, Zhang Dahai also built his subsidiary territories very well. The houses are neatly planned, the roads have been cleared, and the watchtowers and other things in all directions have been built very completely. As they walked along, Sumu was very satisfied, so he couldn't help but ask, Dahai, how many bear warriors are there in the territory now? Are there only members of this species in the territory now? That's right, Boss Sumu, there are only bear warriors. Zhang Dahai followed behind Sumu and reported truthfully. There are a total of 865 bear warriors, including me and He Ling. The number of territory members is now 867. We may have lost some lives in the battle against the monsters today. We haven't counted them yet. Someone will report to me soon. It's a big deal if a member gets injured. Does the Ursine tribe have a doctor or something like that who's specifically responsible for treatment? Sumu couldn't help but ask. He knew that as a lord of a territory, the guarantee of basic living within the territory is the guarantee of the members' centripetal force and loyalty. Especially in terms of medical care, if there is no one to treat the wounded in battle, then which soldier will dare to charge to the front in the future? Therefore, the wounded must be protected. Secondly, the families of the victims must be comforted. I guess so. Zhang Dahai pondered for a moment and said, Boss Sumu, I once led the bear tribe to clear out the goblins' second lair. At that time, some members were injured, but we all adopted relatively primitive treatment methods. A more primitive treatment method? For example, Zhang Dahai's words successfully aroused Sumu's curiosity. The bear people will find some herbs and bandage the wounds, but the healing process takes a long time. Zhang Dahai explained. The bear people have been doing this since ancient times. There shouldn't be any big problems, right? Hearing his words, Sumu frowned. Dahai, this won't do. It's great that you're working hard to build the territory, and I'm very satisfied. But you also have to pay attention to the livelihood conditions of the people in the territory, especially the medical care, you know? I understand. Zhang Dahai touched his head awkwardly. By the way, do you know healing magic? Sumu asked again. I know a little. Zhang Dahai had heard someone say in the World Chat channel before that some demi-humans or humans knew healing magic. The existence of healing magic can speed up wound healing and is more useful for injury recovery. From now on, the medical level of your team must be improved. Recruit members who are proficient in healing magic. Sumu said, just waste your recruitment opportunities on these areas. There's no need to recruit other talents. Medical talents will be the most scarce in the future. Whether you can do this well is an important manifestation of the centripetal force of your territory. Zhang Dahai nodded. I understand, Boss Sumu. Well, I went to Tianlong City before and bought a lot of healing potions. I'll give you some later, and you can keep them for future use. Sumu said again. Zhang Dahai was very satisfied with the construction of the annexed territory and regarded the healing potion as a reward. Boss Sumu, have you entered the city? That's awesome. But when he thought of the griffin that Sumu had just ridden, he immediately understood what was going on. With a mount like that, you can go wherever you want, let alone go into the city. Zhang Dahai expressed envy. Yes, and this one. As Sumu spoke, he took out 5 sets of silver armor like a magic trick. This was the armor he got when he hacked into the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Now he took out 5 sets. You keep one of these 5 sets of armor for yourself. As for the remaining 4 sets, whichever Ursine warrior is most proactive and capable will be rewarded. Sumu continued. A territory must clearly define rewards and punishments, and have something to offer. The reason for doing this was because Sumu saw that the clothes and equipment of the Bearman warriors were too shabby. It is obvious that Zhang Dahai has spent all his time on building his territory and has not yet started refining weapons and equipment. Sumu could only help him. Chapter 124. It's over. The little girl has grown crooked. Thank you, Mr. Sumu. Looking at the silver armor, Zhang Dahai was extremely excited. Anything produced by Master Sumu must be a masterpiece. These are all refined steel armor grade, and they are blue quality armor. Zhang Dahai knew a lot about this, so he naturally knew that blue quality was extremely rare and precious at present. Sir, the number of wounded warriors has been counted. At this time, a Bearman warrior came over and reported. What's going on? Zhang Dahai looked at his subordinates who came to report. In this battle, a total of 26 soldiers were killed and 456 soldiers were injured to varying degrees, 286 of whom were seriously injured, and the rest were minor injuries. So many seriously injured? Zhang Dehai frowned. Right. The subordinate continued. That giant snake just now was terrifying. Some of the brothers who were knocked away by it are still vomiting blood. They may have internal injuries, which are considered serious. Normally, only those with broken limbs could be considered seriously injured in the territory. Now that he has an internal injury for no reason, Zhang Dehai is also very worried. He thought of Sumu being by his side and quickly asked for help. Boss Sumu, does the healing potion you bought work on internal injuries? It should be of some use. Let the soldiers gather with the wounded. That's great. Zhang Dehai quickly waved his hands and asked his men to follow him and leave. The healing potion that Sumu bought is actually a substitute for healing magic. The energy contained in it can heal injuries. As for how far he could go, Sumu himself didn't know. Moreover, healing potions are extremely expensive. 10 gold coins per bottle. The annual expenses of an average family in this world are only about 1 gold coin. Can you imagine that healing potions are easily affordable? Sumu bought 2,000 bottles with a wave of his hand. This is all thanks to Selina's 500,000 gold coins. Without Serena, Sumu really couldn't be so generous. However, because of this, a bold idea took shape in Sumu's mind. When his territory is built and he becomes powerful, he will attack Tianlong City. The first thing he did when he entered Tianlong City was to rob the pharmacy. My God, that's such a huge profit. That's right. Thinking of medical treatment, Sumu's eyes suddenly fell on Kekalu. The little girl was sticking out her tender pink tongue and licking the honey strings he gave her. She was sitting on the box, her little feet swinging back and forth, looking so happy. Especially the scene where her little tongue stretches and retracts, which makes her look extremely cute. As if she felt Sumu's gaze, Kekalu looked back, then smiled, and continued to concentrate on eating the skewers. She felt that it was pretty good to follow Brother Sumu. Every day I can see conscious battles, fly around, and eat snacks. Life is simply too good. Kekalu naturally didn't know that Sumu had already set his eyes on her. Kekalu, just focus on eating and don't move. Sumu took out the territory member's medical ability training scroll. This scroll was a reward for him upgrading to the level 2 territory system. Now it is perfectly suitable for Kekalu. Kekalu didn't know what she was about to face. She only saw Brother Sumu, with a smile on his face, suddenly use a scroll on her. That moment, Kekalu trembled all over. Her petite body trembled. Then he looked ahead with empty eyes. Kekalu, this is a medical scroll that can cultivate your medical magic. Don't struggle, just feel it. Sumu's voice sounded beside him. Oh, Kekalu wiggles her feet cutely. However, the system's prompt sounded a prompt in front of Sumu. Scroll used successfully. Because the current target does not have the heart to become a doctor, the targeted training has mutated. What's going on? Don't you have a heart to become a doctor? Culture mutation? Does this mean failure? Sumu felt doubtful. But soon, the system prompt appeared again. Targeted training successful. The target member has mastered a certain amount of healing magic. Kokoro, how do you feel? Sumu quickly took Kekalu's little hand and asked worriedly. This mutation occurred, and it suddenly succeeded, and he was afraid that something might go wrong with Kekalu. Brother Sumu, my head is itchy. Koko's face was droopy. It looks like something is about to grow. Sumu. He guessed that there must be more memories about healing magic in Kekalu's head. That's why she said her head itched. Wow, I think I've mastered healing magic. Kekalu scratched her head. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Sumu, was the scroll you just gave me the one for learning healing magic? About the same. How do you feel now? Can it heal people? Looking at the first injured Barren warrior being carried in at the door, Sumu asked. That should be possible, right? Kekalu said as she jumped off the box. Well, try to heal this warrior. Sumu pointed at a Barren warrior lying on the ground and wailing. The soldier had a broken leg, with bones exposed, which looked very scary. However, a broken leg is a physical injury and is far less serious than internal injuries. As we all know, in the hospital, patients who cannot cry or scream are the most seriously ill and in need of treatment. Those who can still scream usually won't die. But now there is no one else but this Barren warrior, so I can only test the waters with him first. Whoa. Kekalu didn't hesitate. Her little hand suddenly condensed a soft green light, which looked very sacred. Go ahead. Kekalu even added her own sound and pushed the green light towards the Bearman warriors. The next moment, a scene that made Sumu surprised, astonished, and even made his scalp tingle appeared. The bear warrior who was enveloped by the green light did not get any better. He even spit out a mouthful of blood towards the sky, and then fell on the ground with his back, completely silent. Right. The Bearman warrior who had just been screaming in pain stopped wailing. Not only that, his face turned dark and there was no longer any life on his face. Sumu. Kokolu. Success. But why didn't the Bearman uncle stand up? Did I fall asleep because it was too comfortable? At this moment, this is what is in Kokona's mind. The little girl had no idea what was going on. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Sumu, realizing that something was wrong, walked over and tried to smell the Bearman warrior's breath. Chapter 125. Sumu guesses. It's over. It's really over. The Bearman warrior who originally only had a broken leg is now dead. Even the pulse in my neck stopped. And the reason he died was because of Kokolu's healing magic. Sumu was confused. Is this still called healing magic? Suddenly, Sumu thought of the mutation prompted by the system. Could it be that? Sumu's eyes changed when he looked at Kokolu. A scene suddenly emerged in his mind. Koko leaned on her waist and said sweetly, "You bunch of bad guys actually dare to bully my brother Sumu. Let me show you how to heal you. Will you die or not?" Snort. Then, Koko cast a healing spell, and all the enemies on the opposite side were killed. Sumu shuddered. "Hey, boss Sumu, didn't this bear warrior have a broken leg when he was just sent here? How did he die?" He was the least injured among them. Zhang Dahai's voice rang out. He noticed something was wrong as soon as he came back. He carried this Bearman warrior over with his own hands, and he was the least injured among so many warriors. How come he died less than 3 minutes after he left? And his face is black. It looked like he had stopped breathing for a long time. Zhang Dahai suddenly felt depressed. Ahem. Sumu coughed guiltily. He pulled Kekalu into his arms, then quietly covered her mouth, not allowing her to move. Maybe this bear warrior has lost too much blood. Life is so fragile, see. Sumu said seriously. Remember, no matter how well you build your territory, it's useless. You must prioritize people's livelihood resources, especially medical care. Did you see that? This bear warrior taught you a lesson with his own life. We must respect life. Your injuries may seem simple, but missing every detail can be fatal. After being lectured, Zhang Dahai's face turned gloomy. He squatted beside the Bearman warrior and covered his eyes with his hands. Only then did he notice the large pool of blood next door. It seems that it is just as Boss Sumu said, he lost too much blood. Zhang Dahai sighed in his heart. Then he looked at Sumu. I've learned from Boss Sumu that this is all my fault. I didn't lead the territory well. I worked hard to build the territory before because I wanted you to see the value of my existence. From now on, I will definitely work harder to improve the problems that exist in the territory. Looking at Zhang Dahai with a determined look, Sumu reached out and patted his shoulder. The fact that you can think this way proves that you are on the path to becoming a successful and great leader. Do your best. Remember, give this bear warrior a proper burial and treat his family well. Sumu asked again. By the way, is there anyone else in his family? Yes, he has a son. Sumu thought for a moment, then took out a set of silver armor from his backpack. This set of armor is a personal reward I gave to his son. Please bring it to me. No need, Boss Sumu. I will handle the compensation issue. Zhang Dahai quickly refused. He still had the silver armor that Sumu had just given him. He also knows how precious this thing is at this stage. Don't refuse. This is my personal gift. Every soldier who sacrifices his life in battle or makes an accidental sacrifice deserves our respect, not to mention their families. Besides, this bear warrior was indeed an accident. Sumu coughed lightly and couldn't help but look at Kokolu in his arms. There's nothing I can do. It's the little girl's fault. The little girl is his. How can he not help her clean up her mess? Not only do you have to wipe it, you have to wipe it hard. I understand, Boss Sumu. Zhang Dahai's eyes changed, and he was in awe. He looked at Sumu with admiration in his eyes. I, Zhang Dahai, will definitely aim to be like Boss Sumu. I will strive to be a good lord who cares for his subordinates and the people. I want to be a good little brother to Boss Sumu. Zhang Dahai made a secret decision in his heart. In fact, in Zhang Dahai's heart, he has become accustomed to this kind of sacrifice. When he led the bearmen to fight against the goblins, many bearmen warriors died. At that time, not to mention Zhang Dahai, even the bear people themselves had become accustomed to all of this. For them, fighting is destiny. Since it is fate, there will be bloodshed and sacrifice. The bear people have long been accustomed to. Their lives are worthless. The same is true in Zhang Dahai's heart. He has become accustomed to these sacrifices. He even thought that the life of a bear warrior was not as valuable as a set of silver armor. But today, Boss Sumu taught Zhang Dahai a lesson with his actions. Boss Sumu is so awesome that he cares about the life and death of every soldier under him. We'll take them very seriously. As he said, every soldier who sacrifices deserves our respect. These words hit Zhang Dahai's heart hard, making him feel awakened. Yes, if you don't respect the lives of the soldiers, who would be willing to work for you sincerely in the future? Zhang Dahai felt that he benefited a lot. Okay, Dahai, I'm a little busy. After giving you the healing potion, I'll leave. What happens next is up to you. I'll come see you again then. Sumu didn't know that he had become Zhang Dahai's role model. His image in his mind once again became taller. The tall Sumu himself was a little confused and felt a little weak. Okay, don't worry, boss. I'm here in the territory. Come on. Before leaving, Sumu took away the scales from the River King Caesarlin. He did not completely leave the scope of the dependent territory. After all, the sun had not yet set as agreed with Afia, and what he wanted to do most now was to take Kokalu to the forest to find a monster to test it. See if her abilities are really as he imagined. Brother Sumu, did I cause trouble just now? That bear man uncle seemed to have died because of my healing magic? After coming out of the subordinate territory, Kokalu looked gloomy. The little girl was not stupid. She knew she had just gotten into trouble. Kokoro, you didn't mean it, did you? Sumu saw that she looked a little strange and squatted in front of her. Yeah, I don't know why it's like this. Isn't it obviously healing magic? Why did the bear man uncle die when I released him? Kokalu felt very guilty because she had messed up. Seeing her pouting mouth, 2 tears could no longer be held back and slid down from the corners of her eyes. Sumu was so scared that he quickly held her little face and wiped away her tears. He felt a little distressed, but he could only persuade patiently. Kekalu, you don't know what happened just now, so I can understand that you didn't mean it. After all, our Kokalu is so kind. How could she possibly hurt someone? I brought you here to find out what's going on. Coincidentally, this was the goblin with green hair that was walking towards him. Sumu pointed at it. Kokalu, instead of feeling sad and guilty, you should master your own power and comfort the sacrifice of the bear man uncle. The bear man can die, but his death cannot be in vain, right? See that goblin? Use the healing magic you just used on it, and see. Chapter 126, 10-star poison milk cocoa dew. Goblin walking in the forest. Why do I seem to hear someone talking about me? The next moment, the goblin was enveloped by a green light. A terrifying feeling of suffocation came over the goblin, who felt as if his chest was hit by a 1,000-pound rock. Puff! It spat out a mouthful of blood towards the sky, then fell to the ground and died. Until the day it died, the goblin had no idea which bastard had attacked it. Behind the tree not far away, Sumu felt a chill on his neck when he saw this scene. It has been confirmed that Kokalu is indeed a wet nurse, but her milk is poisonous. Brother Sumu, it seems I killed that goblin again. Kokalu opened her eyes wide and looked at Sumu pitifully. Little girl, you really fight the hardest with the cutest tone. Looking at Kokalu, Sumu sighed. Kokalu killed the goblin instantly with one strike. Just don't be too violent. However, Sumu also expressed his understanding. After all, Kokalu has a talent. Healing Sacred Heart. Born with a healing body, using healing magic can increase healing by 100. It seems to have other effects, but they are currently unknown. Healing magic increased by 100. What concept? The treatment can double the effect. But Kokalu's milk grew crooked, and her milk was poisonous. Therefore, the effect naturally becomes double the poisonous milk. It's already poisonous enough, and now it's doubly poisonous. It would be strange if the goblin didn't die. It's just a pity that Kokalu has a medical level of 6, but it can't be used for treatment. Huh. Kokalu obviously didn't understand what Sumu said, and she scratched her head. Kokoro, keep trying other monsters with me. I want to see how far you can go. Oh. Next, Sumu looked for prey in the forest. Goblins are no longer worthy of attention. They are too weak. Sumu found some monsters such as saber-toothed tigers, magic frogs, green-scaled anacondas, etc. to test the strength of Kokalu. She found herself facing the strongest green anaconda. With one healing spell, the opponent fell to the ground. He was not dead, but looked almost dead. In the end, after 3 healing spells were cast, even a monster as powerful as the green anaconda, which was given 3 stars by the intelligence system, was killed instantly. You know, at present, the strength of the goblins is no longer worthy of being prompted by the intelligence system. Therefore, the green anaconda is a 3-star intelligence threat to Sumu. Kokalu killed the green-scaled anaconda in 2 hits, so terrifying. Sumu can be said to have lost a good nurse, but gained a combat and poisonous nurse. Moreover, Kokalu became more and more decisive and skilled in killing monsters. The little girl is simply a natural fighting maniac. Sumu is no longer surprised why Kokalu grew crooked. How can a nanny who has a fighting spirit and is a natural warmonger not go astray? An afternoon passed, and the sun was about to set. Sumu had already accepted Kokalu's identity as a poisonous milk. Alright. Although Kokalu has level 6 healing, she is not qualified to be a nanny. She is still young and has not grown up yet. It's too peaceful. He should find a 36E wet nurse in the future. If all else fails, isn't there still Kokona in the territory? LV5 is not bad either. Sumu comforted himself. You're here. Tizot's silver-feathered horse, Afia, appeared at the gate of the annexed territory very punctually. Come on, take me to find Flo. Afia looked impatient. Sumu did not hesitate. He took Kokalu and jumped onto the griffin and flew towards the Tianmu tribe. The Tianmu tribe is peaceful and quiet. The battle at the river was over. Not only was it over, but even the surrounding corpses had been dealt with. It seems that the Thunder King Kong tribe acts very quickly. After taking a look and finding no problems, Sumu flew towards his stone house. Master, you're back. The first person to see Sumu was Tao Yao. She came up to me with a skipping leap. Master, you've been sweating a lot. Do you want to prepare some water for you to take a bath? Tao Yao put her hands behind her back and looked at her master expectantly. Wait a minute, I'll take a shower after I finish eating. Oh, Tao Yao responded, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Tao Yao, take her back to Kokonai. I have something to do at the ranch. Not noticing Tao Yao's disappointment, Sumu handed Kokalu, who had fallen asleep in his arms, to Tao Yao. When Kokalu came back, she fell asleep in Sumu's arms. It is estimated that the continuous use of healing magic has consumed a lot of her physical strength. Almost like Susu. So, as soon as she got on the griffin, the little girl started to laugh. Oh, don't worry, director. Tao Yao took the Kokalu. Winstia. Sumu shouted. Here comes the master. Winstia, who had just come out of the kitchen, had her eyes lit up and a smile appeared on her face. She trotted over hurriedly, waiting for her master's orders. Sumu leaned close to her ear and whispered something quietly. Do you understand? Oh. Winstia glanced at the Tizot silver feather horse in the distance and seemed to understand something. She smiled secretly. Master, don't worry. She left gracefully. You said you'd take it to Flo. At this time, Afia came over. She had just tried to find Flo's scent, but she couldn't feel it. Afia guessed that it might be related to Flo becoming a slave. After becoming a slave, Flo's aura changed, so she couldn't sense it. I could only vaguely feel the disappearing aura from Sumu. Therefore, now Afia can only rely on Sumu to find Flo. Don't worry, eat first. After dinner, I'll take you to see Flo. Sumu sat down on the chair carefree. Right now, isn't it? Afia was visibly anxious. But Sumu didn't do as she wished. You don't need to eat. I need to eat. I'm starving. As Sumu spoke, he picked up a piece of meat from the table and started to eat it with relish. He kept saying, Flo is eating too. I guess he doesn't want to see you right now. It's better to wait. Ifia was silent for a moment and finally compromised. She waited quietly on the side. Hello, what's your name? Sumu asked knowingly. Ifia did not answer Sumu's question. Is this your first time in the human world? Don't you know that when you ask for help, you have to cooperate? Sumu smiled slightly, and his foxtail almost showed. It's hard for me to help you if you're like this. On the way back, Sumu was already thinking about how to fool Ifia. He had roughly figured it out. Wasn't the Tizot silver feather horse a beast spirit? Such high-end things should exist in places where there are few people, right? Since Ifia is so innocent, does it mean that she has very little contact with humans, or even has never had any contact with humans? It's good that I haven't had any contact with humans, so I don't know how sinister people are. So, Sumu's first step is to test. Sure enough, he tried it out. Chapter 127 Dream Horse. Serena's Sense of Crisis. Afia. My name is Afia. Afia said her name, but he did not specify whether it was his first time in the human world. Afia, that's a nice name, very nice. Sumu praised. By the way, is there anyone else in your family? How did you get here? Do you live far from here? Sumu was still testing. Very far. I came here by traveling through space and traveling on my own. Afia thought about it and answered. Your Tizot silver feather horse is a beast spirit, right? Aren't you able to transform? Why do you keep staying in your current state? Don't you feel tired? To be honest, Sumu had no idea whether the Tizot silver feather horse could transform. He was just saying it casually to test it. Besides, Flo has never transformed. So, Sumu was even more confused. But the naive Ifia was really fooled by Sumu. She really thought that he knew that their clan could transform into humans. No, I'll leave it at that. Afia said. You can't do this. Sumu had a smile on his face and was busy with enthusiasm. In our human world, we value honesty and hospitality. When you come, you are a guest and a friend. You are being too distant. Why don't you turn back into a human, Sit down and have a good talk and a meal. Then I'll take you to find Flo. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Effia. She hesitated slightly. Before coming here, what Ifia heard most was that the human world was very dangerous, and humans were the most dangerous of all, 1,000 times more terrifying than Warcraft. They must not leave Holy Spirit Roa. This is the most education that Effia received. However, now Sumu said in front of her that everyone who comes is a guest, and the human world emphasizes honesty. Effia was confused. At this time, Zhou Yuqi appeared. She brought slime and served the fragrant noodles, stewed meat, and stewed vegetables to the table one by one. Prepare to eat. Zhou Yuqi also glanced curiously at Ifia next to her, because she just noticed that Sumu was talking to the horse. Zhou Yuqi expressed great curiosity. Look, everything is served. This is the delicious food I specially had prepared for you. It would be disrespectful if you don't sit down and eat it. Sumu spoke nonsense seriously. In our human world, what we dislike most is people who don't give us face. Ifia hesitated for a moment, but finally took a step forward. I see. A burst of silver light appeared. Under Sumu's gaze, Ifia turned into a human. The whole process is more or less like Sailor Moon's transformation. In the light and shadow, Sumu clearly saw a curvy figure. The next moment, the appearance of the Ifia people appeared. Effia. Stunning beauty. His eyes were filled with resentment and a hint of pity, and he looked clean and pure. She even has white feathers on her head. With a pair of black and white wings and clothes that look like feathers, she looks like an angel. Especially her high and bulging fullness, which is so far on par with Taoyao. You know, Taoyao is someone that even Selena cannot compare to. Needless to say, Wednesday's beauty lies in her natural charm, and she doesn't need these things to express it. Sumu took a deep breath and marveled at Ifia's beauty. This is simply the dream horse. Wouldn't this person feel a great sense of accomplishment when riding this bike? Come on, sit next to me. Sumu withdrew his gaze and spoke with a smile. Ifia hesitated for a moment before finally choosing to sit next to Sumu. Looking at the food on the table, Ifia sniffed lightly. These were all foods she had never eaten in Holy Spirit Roa. Also, it seems to smell good. You're welcome. Sumu placed the bowl and chopsticks in front of Ifia, then picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and put it in her bowl. Eat if you want to. We don't have so many rules here. He noticed that Effia was sniffing and quickly became enthusiastic. Ifia didn't eat. She glanced at Sumu and found that he had not looked at her anymore. He was eating happily with oil dripping from his mouth. Seems like it tastes delicious. Doubts arose in Ifia's heart. Her eyes were focused on the steak again. After a short silence, Ifia finally picked up the chopsticks and tried to take a small bite. Just with a small sip, Ifia's eyes lit up slightly. It's true that she is a Tizot silver feather horse, but in Holy Spirit Roa, they are not completely vegetarians and still eat meat occasionally. Although sometimes I only eat it once every 6 months. But Ifia actually doesn't have much concept. Because she thinks eating grass and wild fruits is much more delicious than eating meat. But now, Ifia was eating the steak in front of her and found it delicious. She felt that this meat was different from any meat she had eaten before. But as to what the difference is, Ifia can't say. It's just delicious. It tastes good, doesn't it? Sumu said beside him. I don't think there's anything seasoned where you live. Our steaks are seasoned, and they're definitely better than anything you've ever had. Sumu was confident that what he said was well-founded. In the first few days after he came to this world, the barbecue he ate had no taste at all, and it felt like chewing wax. The main thing is to eat enough and not starve to death. When Sumu ate the meat seasoned with salt, chili powder, cumin powder, and other things again, he almost swallowed his tongue. So delicious. The difference between having taste and not having taste is like heaven and earth. Effia responded softly, increasing the frequency of her biting of the flesh. Her actions are the best explanation. Sumu smiled slightly, and his fox-like smile appeared again. Sumu. A call came. Sumu knew who it belonged to without even looking back. In the territory, there is only one person who dares to call him by his name. Serena. Sure enough, Selena soon sat next to Sumu. Her eyes fell on Ifia, who was next to Sumu, and she looked at her carefully. When did you wake up? As Sumu spoke, his hand naturally fell on Selena's long legs. Speaking of leg skills, Selena is currently the only one in the territory who can compete with Winstia. Especially last night, Sumu felt even more deeply. After all, he is the only one who knows the feeling of carrying long legs. I woke up a long time ago. When she said this, even Selena, who was so indifferent and cold, couldn't help but blush. The scenes of last night unconsciously emerged in her mind. Although, she has already tacitly acknowledged her relationship with Sumu. But, she still thought it was crazy. It seemed that she had no way to refuse him. I woke up when Wednesday went out to look for you. I wanted to look for you, but I found that you had left. Where is this going again? Did you bring her back today? Chapter 128, Let It Go. I'll take its place. Today, after getting up, Serena took a long walk around the territory. She was basically familiar with the territory and knew roughly what kind of members were there. Moreover, there was a phenomenon that Selena also noticed. There is a serious imbalance of yin and yang in the territory. Almost all of them are women, and the proportion of men is not large. Apart from the Orcs, there are basically not many men. The entire territory is full of women, and most of them are beautiful women, not to mention those who are closest to Sumu. So, after walking around, Selena found herself feeling a sense of crisis. In the past, she thought she would not worry about emotional matters. But now she is worried. Especially when she saw Afia, Selena's sense of crisis increased again. There is no monogamy in the Longing Empire. Especially those with titles and status. They are always surrounded by beautiful concubines, beautiful slaves, and other servants. Serena had no such concept either. But she still feels a sense of crisis. After all, who doesn't want to be the only one to love you? Who doesn't want to be loved more? Right. Her name is Ai Fia, from the Tizot's Silver Feather Horse clan. She's the guest I just brought back today. Sumu didn't notice Selena's expression, and he introduced them casually. Tizot's Silver Feather Horse. Serena opened her eyes slightly. Is she a beast spirit? Ifia was completely attracted by the food and didn't pay attention to the conversation between the two. Yes, it's the beast spirit. All right. Selena looked at Alfia quietly without saying a word. If it was a beast spirit, she could understand why Sumu brought her back. However, many people may not see a beast spirit once in their entire life. Sumu just went out for a trip and brought back the beast spirit of the Tiansuo Silver Feather Horse. What luck, simply amazing. Selena didn't go into the ranch to take a look. Otherwise, she would definitely notice that there was a Tizot Silver Feather Horse in the territory. Well, I'll tell you more tonight. Sumu patted Serena's leg and then asked, by the way, how's the Holy Flame Scorching Fire Spirit doing? Has healed your injuries? I have recovered quite a bit. I will be able to fully recover tomorrow. As Serena spoke, a layer of frost gathered on her right hand. Didn't you ask Tao Yao and I to build an ice cellar to store fresh meat? Now we can start digging. That's great. I'll arrange for the lizard men to start work tomorrow. A frozen cellar for storing food was a building that Sumu had planned to build a long time ago. When it was time to eat, everyone came to the table one after another. Even Kokona came out holding Kokoro. The little girl seemed to be hollowed out, and she stayed in her aunt's arms. My lord, where did you take Kokolu today? Why does she look so tired after she came back? Kokona seemed to be looking for an explanation. Sumu brought Kokolu with him today, and she was worried all day. As a result, Kokolu came back looking so tired, as if she had been exhausted. It's normal for Kokona to be unhappy. Sumu looked at Kukelu and raised his eyebrows, revealing a smile that only the two of them could understand, and said, Today I took Kokolu to visit another of my subordinate territories. The journey back was a bit bumpy. Maybe she was tired. Before Sumu came back, he had already reached an agreement with Kokolu, so he decided not to tell Kokona about her poisonous milk for the time being. Don't let too many people know for now. You have another dependent territory. This was the first time Kokona heard the news. Not to mention her, even Wednesday didn't know much about it. She just heard about it vaguely. Yes, I'll take you there to see it when it develops in the future. All right. If the fatigue was caused by the bumpy road, Kokona could accept it. By the way, Kokona, is it convenient for you tonight? Shall I come to your room to find you? Or should you come to my room? Sumu suddenly spoke. When he said this, he could feel the eyes of all the women at the table on him. They were all looking at the new member Afia. Now everyone is looking at Sumu. Especially Serena. She showed it most obviously. Let Kokona go to his room late at night? Didn't he say he came to see her? This is what Serena is thinking. What are you going to do? Kokona was also surprised. This. How presumptuous. He let her, a single woman, go to his room late at night. It's no wonder Kokona is imagining things. Wednesday and the others were all having wild thoughts. I have something to discuss with you, don't think too much. Kokona. How could she stop thinking about it? I'll go find you. After thinking about it, Kokona said. After dinner. At Afia's constant request, Sumu finally took her to find Flo. Following previous arrangements, Flo was no longer at the ranch. Instead of being on the ranch, it was placed in a small cabin and was eating dinner. But the chain around its neck remains. Alfia meets Flo. Flo also looked at Afia in shock. It spoke, but its tone was filled with displeasure and disgust. Why are you here? Are you here to see my joke? Every cell in Flo's body resisted Afia. Get out of here. I don't want to see you, bastard. Sumu frowned secretly as he listened. Flo's mouth is as foul as ever, and his temperament is as arrogant and domineering as ever. It's also because the level of this slave collar is too low and it can't restrain this guy properly. Otherwise, it might not be so arrogant after so many days. Get out of here, bastard. Stop laughing at my joke. Flo was still shouting and cursing. The reason I ended up in this situation is because of you, you bastard. Get out of here. Hello. Sumu couldn't bear it any longer. He frowned and shouted. If you keep talking dirty, do you believe I'll beat you up and throw you back to the ranch? These words were still intimidating, and Flo trembled all over. These days, Flo has never given up, but that doesn't mean he can accept life on the ranch. It's so dirty in there. The feces produced by cows and horses every day not only smells extremely bad, but also almost gets on its body and face many times. This was simply unbearable for Flo, who always loved cleanliness. In 2 days at most, it will give in and surrender. Not to mention that damn human wants to ride it. It will do anything. But just when Flo was at his lowest point, he suddenly saw Afia. He felt ashamed and was naturally very excited. My father and that woman asked me to come find you. Afia spoke, her tone much calmer than Flo's. Oh, father knows my situation? Flo sounded a little excited. Then why doesn't he come to see me? But let you come over? Afia didn't answer its question. She looked at Sumu. Please let it go. That won't do. Sumu refused without even thinking. It's my mount now. I have to look after it whenever I go out. How can you just let it go? State a condition, said Afia. No conditions, I just want my mount. Sumu's answer was even more straightforward. Over there, Afia lowered her head and thought for a moment. When she looked up again, she seemed to have made an important decision. Let it go. I'll take its place and become your mount. Chapter 129, Complex Relationship. Agree to be slaved. Let it go. I'll take its place and become your mount. When Sumu heard this, he was a little excited at first. But soon he calmed down. No, is it okay to let this guy Flo go? Considering the severity of this guy's bad breath, Sumu would feel uneasy if he let him go back to the mountains. What if this guy goes back and brings 100,000 Skyspur silver feather horses to wipe out his Tianmu tribe? Even if we take a step back and say that there are not that many people in the race of Tizat silver feather horse, but there are people behind it. The strength of Ifia alone is enough to give Sumu a headache. The only person he could think of who could be compared to Ifia was Uliloa, the princess of the Moon Demon clan. But if Flo is not released, Afia will definitely not stay. She might even run back to complain. The most important thing is that Sumu doesn't know what Ifia's identity and existence is in the Tizat silver feather horse tribe. That Flo kept calling her a bastard, and Sumu had no idea about Ifia's identity. Even if he asked, what Afia answered might not be true. What are you hesitating about? She's already agreed to let me stay. Why don't you let me go right now? Just as Sumu was thinking, Flo's voice rang out. When he heard that Afia was willing to let him go, he was so excited. As long as this bastard stays, he can be free and return to the Holy Spirit Roa. When the time comes, he will definitely complain to his parents. Especially the mother, who loves it so much, will definitely try her best to help it get revenge and redeem all the grievances it has suffered. Thinking of this, Flo felt an urgent desire to leave. He keeps calling you a bastard, and you're going to replace him with yourself? Are you okay? Sumu frowned and said, Who is it to you? Why are you so nice to it? It's none of your business. You just need to agree or disagree. Effia obviously didn't want to answer this question directly. Of course I'm fine. You look much better than this guy. Sumu said, If it weren't for its name, the Tizat silver-feathered horse, a renowned beast spirit on the continent, I would have wanted to trade it long ago. Lowly human beings. You actually think that I am not as good as that lowly bastard. Just wait for me. Snort. Flo was still quite shrewd. He knew that he couldn't offend Sumu at this time, let alone make him angry. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to leave. Therefore, he kept all the curse words in his heart. But I've made a promise to you. Sumu spoke again. You can let it go, but you must wear my slave collar. Can't I just not wear it? Afia frowned slightly. It was obvious that she didn't like the name and identity of slave. Of course not. Sumu refused directly. It's definitely not okay not to wear it. You'll feel comfortable without it, but I won't. You are so powerful. What if you suddenly defect or try to kill me? The slave collar is a means of protection for me. If you don't want it, leave. I won't let you take it, Flo. Ifia lowered her head, obviously in the midst of a fierce ideological struggle. Sumu had silently grasped his blessing of the Lord of the Abyss in his hand. He had made up his mind that if Afia resisted, he would just use the scroll to suppress her. No matter how beautiful a horse is, if you can't ride it, you can't ride it. It's not as important as your life. Aphia, you bastard. Before Flo could even utter the word bastard, she quickly stopped and played the emotional card. Aphia, sister, you are my good sister, please agree to him. A slave collar is nothing. I wear it around my neck. It's nothing. It's just an identity. Besides, you're a pretty girl. As long as you behave yourself, he won't make things difficult for you. Flo was talking nonstop. I'm different. I'm a man. If he's unhappy, he'll really kill me. You don't want your parents' only son to die, do you? You know how difficult it is for our bloodline to survive. Good sister, just agree to him. Flo's pleading softened Aphia's heart. She clenched her fists and bit her lower lip, as if she was still struggling with her final thoughts. Sumu noticed it, but he didn't say anything. He was secretly thinking in his heart. Aphia is actually Flo's sister? Is it yours? But who would call their own sister a bastard? So what is their relationship? Aphia. Seeing that Aphia didn't answer for a long time, Flo exploded again. You bitch. You should know what will happen to you if I can't return to Holy Spirit Roya. If I die, you bastard will be buried with me. The world is so big. Where do you think you can escape to? Flo neighed and roared, bloodshot veins running down her horse's neck. My mother won't let you go? You bastard. You? Give. Me. Hey, hurry. Up. Promise. Flo's words were heartbreaking. If it were an ordinary relationship between siblings, the elder sister would probably turn around and leave after hearing such words. However, when Flo's words fell into Aphia's ears, her face turned pale, and it became the last straw that broke her. Yes, Flo can't go back. Where else can she go in this vast world? If Flo dies, she will be buried with him. No matter where she went, the woman would find a way to find her. This made Aphia, who grew up in an unfair environment, choose to accept her fate. Her desire to struggle and resist fate died at this moment. Slaves are slaves. It's better than going back to that damn place of Holy Spirit Loya and being bullied and beaten every day. I promise you, you can wear a slave collar. Aphia raised her head and gave her answer. Sumu could clearly see the sadness and grief in her eyes, or the lingering deadness. I see. Wait here while I get the slave collar. Sumu said this and turned to leave the cabin. Aphia, you're smart. Seeing that Sumu was not there, Flo immediately became arrogant. Once I return safely to Holy Spirit Roya, I will call for help. Don't worry. Your efforts are worthwhile. I am the future king of our tribe. I have pure bloodline. Only I can lead our race. Flo was attacking, but Aphia ignored him. On the other side, Sumu first came to the place where the Miluo flower demon was imprisoned. Then, he found Knightsnude, Madrenza, and Gabong. You will do this first, then this, and finally that. Sumu arranged their next tasks. Chapter 130. Enslaving Aphia. Kokonai is here. Aphia, this is a slave collar. Put it on first. I will immediately remove Flo's slave collar and release him. Sumu's voice sounded. Fearing that Aphia would pull him, he also explained. You have no choice but to trust me and put on the collar first, or I won't untie Flo first. Aphia seemed to have no intention of negotiating with Sumu. She nodded lightly, then took a step forward and raised her slender white neck. Her neck is very long, like a swan, which is really ornamental. Looking down from a high vantage point, Sumu could even see a view of the peaks. He quickly retracted his gaze. I'm not the one putting it on you. Just don't struggle for a while and wait for the contract to be formed. With Sumu's slave collar, it is generally impossible to successfully contract a being of Aphia's strength. But if she had taken the initiative, the outcome would have been completely different. In a short while, a slave collar belonging to Sumu was put around Aphia's neck. And she herself also felt that there was a certain contractual connection between her and the human in front of her. Okay, I'll do what I promised you. After Sumu finished speaking, he completely destroyed Flo's slave collar in front of Aphia. From the moment it was destroyed, Flo was free, and he couldn't wait to leave this damn place. But Sumu stopped him first. What are you doing? Do you want to regret it? There was annoyance and impatience in Flo's voice. Don't worry, I have no regrets. This is just for your freedom and for my new member, Aphia. Let's have a drink and celebrate. Sumu said as he took out his own herbal jelly drink. This is a drink in our human world. I'm sure you haven't tried it before. It's delicious. Want to try it? Sumu opened a bottle and handed it to Flo. Drinks. Flo had indeed never heard of such a thing, so the young boy put his horse nose close to it and sniffed it. A sweet smell came. It seemed that the smell was very fresh, something he had never smelled before. And you, Aphia? Sumu stuffed a bottle into the hands of the silent Aphia. Let's drink together and celebrate new life. Sumu raised the bottle and gestured. I want the bottle in Alfia's hand. Flo spoke at this time. Well, Sumu didn't expect Flo to make such a request. He looked at it in surprise. Is it not possible? Flo said. Is there something wrong with my bottle? I don't care. As long as Ifia agrees. Sumu shrugged. Change. Ifia exchanged her bottle with Flo, then drank the drink in one gulp without even looking at him. It was the first time she drank this stuff, and Afia's eyes lit up at its special taste. Same goes for Flo. He thought the drink was delicious, but he was so eager for freedom that he couldn't wait to run out. Sumu did not stop the whole process, but when Flo left, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ifia, you will be a member of our territory from now on. Please give me your guidance. Sumu stretched out his hand towards Ifia. Ifia looked at him in confusion. She obviously didn't understand what this meant. Or perhaps she was still emotionally reeling from Flo's departure, and she felt completely empty. This is still the handshake etiquette in our human world. It's a gesture of friendship. All right. Ifia really didn't think much about it, nor did she act pretentiously. She just extended her hand to Sumu. Sumu didn't waste any words and just grabbed it. Soon, Afia's message appeared before him. Tizot Silver Feather Horse, Afia female sign. Age, 20 years, 11 months, 25 days. Work adaptability, riding LV5, handcrafting LV3. Special talent tags, walking on the wind, chasing the moon, stepping into the void, self-contained, heart of a grandmaster. The 4 special talent tags were all ones Sumu had never seen before. Flying shadow, the speed is so fast that even the wind can't catch up with its shadow. Flight speed increased by +60. With just one glance, Sumu understood that stepping on the wind and glancing at shadows was an enhanced version of stepping on the wind and chasing shadows. Flo had the chasing shadows on the wind skill, which only increased his flying speed by 30, while Afia directly increased it by 60, doubling it. In general, Afia is the max version of Flo. Moon Chaser, walk in the void, pause in the void, and increase your flight altitude by 30. Self-contained. During flight, it forms a small protective shield centered on itself, isolating everything outside. It can defend against fatal attacks. Master's Heart. Strive for excellence in both work and combat, increasing by 20. Sumu remembered that there was also a Heart of the Master. Heart of the Grandmaster should be an enhanced version, with an increase of 20. Overall, Ifia deserves the forward evaluation given by Sumu. Dream Horse. This is the horse he loves and his ideal mount. That Flo, with his foul mouth and arrogant temper, is just a piece of trash. There is absolutely no comparison with Ifia. For a moment, Sumu felt that Ifia was more pleasing to the eye. Come on, I'll take you to a place to rest. Sumu said this without letting go of Ifia's hand, and walked forward with her in his hand. Ifia seemed to have no idea about holding hands. She let her hand be held by Sumu without any resistance. This will be your room from now on. You live across from mine. If there's anything you can't solve, remember to come to me. Just come and knock on the door. Sumu patiently instructed. By the way, remember not to leave the territory at will. You know, with it here, I can do anything to you. Sumu pointed at the collar on Afia's neck and did not forget to knock on it. Alfia responded. Sumu didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Returned to the room. Sumu was writing and drawing with a charcoal pencil and was just thinking about the styles of 2 pairs of stockings when Kokona came to him. My lord, what do you want from me? Kokona stood at the door and asked. Come, sit down. Let's have a good chat. Sumu smiled and brought her a stool. All right. Kokona thought about it and sat down. Sumu was a little attentive, and his smiling face made Kokona feel a little strange and disturbed. Kokona is not stupid. She knows that he must have some ulterior motives. Could it be related to Koko? Thinking of this, Kokona frowned secretly. Could it be that Sumu wanted her to hand over Kokolu to him? Does he like Koko? It's not impossible. Ever since he came to the territory, he seemed to have always been very kind to Kokolu. These past 2 days, he either fed Kokolu delicious food or coaxed her with all kinds of delicious food. Today I took Kokolu out to play for a day. All these signs made Kokona feel uneasy. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Chapter 131 Misunderstanding. Sumu is confused. Kokolu is young and good now, but if she waits another 2 years, she will be a beautiful and charming young lady. For the White Fox clan, who have a long lifespan, their adulthood is at the age of 16, which is completely different from the elves who reach adulthood at the age of 200. It can be said that Kokolu will be an adult in 2 or 3 years. She has grown into a slim little girl at the age of blooming and is particularly likable. Kokona had known for a long time that humans particularly liked the body structure of subhumans because it could satisfy their curiosity. Now, She also regards Sumu as such a person. However, Sumu, who was unaware of Kokona's rich mental activity, spoke. Kokona, what do you think of me? Here we go? As soon as she heard the prelude of Sumu's words, Kokona frowned immediately. What do you think of me? Is the next sentence. Are you confident in handing the Kokodu to me? Kokona has already made up her mind that if Sumu dares to make such an unreasonable request, she will leave the territory immediately, without hesitation. It's okay, not that bad. Kokona replied stiffly. Her words made Sumu puzzled. No, did he offend Kokona in any way? Why do you sound so unhappy? Could it be that she got angry because I asked her to come to my room at night? Do you trust me then? Sumu didn't take it seriously and continued to ask. This made Kokona's brows furrow even tighter. It seems to be closer to her guess. And what do you want to say? Kokona looked at Sumu with a leisurely gaze. Are you confident in placing yourself in my hands? As soon as Sumu finished speaking, Kokona stood up. What are you thinking about? I absolutely will not hand Kokolu over to you. Don't even think about it. Looking at Sumu's confused reaction, Kokona was stunned for a moment, then seemed to react. What did you just say? I say, are you confident in handing yourself over to me? Sumu repeated. What's going on with Kekalu? Oh. Kokona was confused. Emotionally, Sumu's target is not Kekalu, but her. He went around in circles and came back in such a long way, and his ultimate goal was actually because of her? That does make sense. She is Kokalu's aunt and the person closest to her. To please Kokalu and be nice to Kokalu, isn't that equivalent to pleasing her and being nice to her? This makes perfect sense. Thinking of this, Kokona's face flushed. She is over 100 years old, but she has never thought about these things. Now that it was brought up, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. No, we've only known each other for a short time. There's no emotional foundation at all. In Kokona's heart, what Sumu said, surrender yourself to me, was understood by her tribe as. It means seeking a mate and intercourse. This is how their species has always understood this sentence. Their way of courtship is so simple and crude. Go if you can. Therefore, Kokona naturally thought that this was what Sumu meant. Only, what kind of emotional foundation is needed for you to learn a medical skill scroll? Sumu was puzzled. This thing doesn't require an emotional basis, right? You want an emotional foundation, why don't you want it? Kokona looked up at him, her face becoming even redder. This thing requires an emotional foundation, otherwise it won't go on. Let's talk about it later. She said unconsciously. How could someone who has known you for such a short time say it so directly? You're so shameless. Sumu, does this have anything to do with being thick-skinned? Seeing Kokona's face getting redder, he couldn't help but frown and put his hand on her smooth forehead. Why are you blushing so much? Do you have a fever? Kokona's eyes widened. Soon, she stood up and distanced herself from Sumu. Why did you start that? No way. I don't agree. Kokona turned around and wanted to leave, but she suddenly thought of something and turned back and said, by the way, you can take Kokoro out to play if you want in the future, but you are not allowed to take her to fight monsters. I know this girl very well. She has been a restless person since she was a child. She has a strong fighting talent, but I don't want her to fight. I just want her to live peacefully, so please. Kokona said and turned away, leaving only a lingering fragrance in the air. Sumu was confused. What the hell? Before he even told her his purpose, Kokona refused. Not only did he refuse, he also walked away. No, I'm just asking you to learn a skill. Sumu was helpless. However, he also understood why Kokalu asked him not to tell Kokoni about her battle today and the poisonous milk. The little girl didn't mean to hide it, but her aunt didn't allow her to fight. She was afraid that after she told it, she would no longer be able to play happily with Sumu. Another thing is that Kokoro's fighting talent is known to Kokona, but she certainly didn't know that she also had a talent for medicine. What's more, she didn't know that her medical talent had been combined with her combat talent and mutated into a 10-star poison milk. I guess Kokoni doesn't know that her own medical skills have reached level 5? This is normal. The White Fox clan has been living in seclusion for so long that they have long lost any members of their clan who understand medical skills. Otherwise, when someone in their tribe was injured in battle, Susu wouldn't have to go through the trouble of treating them. Medical treatment is different from other manual labor. Other manual work can be done as long as you have the tools, but medical treatment requires knowledge of healing magic. Without healing magic, no matter how high the level is, it is all in vain. Unless you were born into a race that is proficient in healing. Obviously, there are no members of the White Fox clan who have healing magic, and they are not a race that is naturally proficient in healing. Anyway, Sumu learned from Kokalu that she had never been exposed to healing magic and did not understand healing. The same goes for Kokoni. It seems that I have to help the little girl hide it for a while, and find a suitable opportunity to confess to Kokona. It's such a pity that Kokona's LV5 medical skill isn't activated. What a waste. No, I have to go find her again tomorrow and do some ideological work. At the same time, in the air above Myriad Forest, 10 kilometers away from Timu tribe, Flo, who had just been freed, stopped flying. His whole body was shaking, his vision was blurred, and his consciousness was a little confused. It seems to be poisoned. Flo shook his head vigorously, trying to see the surroundings clearly. In front of it was a group of shadowy beings, led by 2 undead, in neat formation and in large numbers. Flo's entire horse suddenly became alert. Who are you? Who? He. You guess. Flo was surrounded. Chapter 132, Formation Alliance? Birth. Late at night. Timu tribe is far away. For figures were silently observing everything outside the territory. This territory is quite good. It covers a much larger area than our level 2 territory. What's going on? The first man, a player named Male, a lord from the Kingdom of France, spoke. Maybe they picked up some treasure that can upgrade their territory. A man named Moro next to him spoke up. He was a lord from the United States. I think so. I picked up an airdrop a while ago, and it was because of it that I got the vampires as my troop. A lord at the very edge spoke in a low voice. He was a lord player from Eagle Country, named John. John continued. I've already investigated earlier. There are members of various races around this territory, including thunderbolts, slimes, lizardmen, rabbits, and orcs. The overall strength doesn't look very strong. Actually, I noticed this territory a long time ago, about 4 days ago. What about today? You didn't come to see me today? The one who spoke was the last female lord. She was the lord of the Beer Kingdom. Her name was Irene. You know, the territory changes every day. Maybe he recruited some powerful troops today. That's not the case. John shook his head and whispered, I'm busy dealing with monsters today. How can I have time to come here? Shouldn't I come with you guys at night? John and the other 3 were lords of 4 different countries. They had reached an agreement at the beginning of their birth into this world. Develop and get rich together. Their way of getting rich was to invade other territories, kill other lords, and seize the resources in their territories for their own use. With their close cooperation, the 4 of them developed along the way by burning, killing, and looting. At present, their respective territories are approaching the upgrade conditions for level 3 territories. The only thing that is not satisfying is enjoying the joy of harvest. This obviously takes time to build up. John and his 3 companions were not in a hurry. They had made plans to continue robbing other lords and hoarding their resources in their own territories. As long as you collect the resources well, upgrading is just a matter of time. John discovered the movements of the lizard man on his way to the mine a few days ago. So he followed all the way and found Su Mu's territory. Seeing such a large territory, John suddenly became interested. How about it? Should we attack this territory together? John said. This territory is not small. I'm afraid 2 people can't work together. We need 4 people to work together. Normally, John and his companions would help each other in pairs, but this time the territory they wanted to attack was very large, so working in pairs was obviously not an option. First, we need to know if there's anything worth our while in this territory. We can't just attack blindly, right? It was Male who spoke, a cautious man. I think so too. Moro nodded. I've investigated, and the people who come in and out of the territory the most every day are lizard men. I guess there are a lot of stone and iron mines in there. Besides, the lizard men are one of the few races in the Myriad forest that can find iron ore. With them around, how can we worry about not finding a mine? John said, looking at Moro next to him. And Moro, wasn't one of the ingredients in the magic rocket launcher blueprint you picked up last time, crystal ore? We've never been able to find the crystal mines, but with the lizard men here, are you still worried about not being able to find them? Moro thought about it and felt that it made sense. Although the blueprint for his magic rocket launcher requires not only crystal ore, but also other materials. But at least there is some progress, right? Then I support it. Let's fight if we want. That's great. John smiled. Aaron, Amar, what do you say? I have no problem. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Amar shrugged. Listening to John's words, he was also moved. As long as they can get the magic rocket launcher, the benefits will outweigh the disadvantages for them. Do you think the lord of this territory could be the Dragon Nation Lord player who first upgraded to level 1 or 2, whose name was Su? Irene lifted her big waves. What's your name, Sumu? His territory is more than twice as large as ours. I think he must have received some kind of system reward or something. Irene was very smart, and she thought of a possibility. You know, I heard that Sumu is also from our area. If we attack his territory, it will be more trouble than gain. Moro listened to this and laughed. Wouldn't it be perfect if it was the territory of that guy called Sumu? He must have a lot of treasures on him, right? There are 4 of us, and the combined number of members capable of fighting is about 7,000 to 8,000. Can we still not defeat Emir Sumu? Yes, I think Moro is right. John clapped his hands. If it's Sumu, that would be great. I'll let him know how powerful my Blood Clan's troops are. My Undead Tribe's troops are no less powerful. Moro laughed. So it's like this, 3:1. Irene, there's no need to say anything more. Just cooperate with us. Mael, the big brother, made the final decision. Tomorrow night. Send troops. The next day. Kekalu, look at the little sprouts that have grown from these crops. Can you try and see if there's any way to make them grow longer? After breakfast, Sumu brought Kokalu to the farmland. Kokona didn't know what was going on. The woman hid when she saw him early in the morning. So Sumu brought Kokalu out very easily. After 2 days of getting along, Kokalu was no longer as shy and timid towards him as she was at the beginning, and she was more comfortable calling Sumu brother. Kokalu squatted down and took a look. The crops around her were just beginning to sprout green leaves. But the soil is moist enough, and they grow very well. Brother Sumu, are you planting corn seeds? Kokalu asked. Yes, how did you know? This little bud has just grown, but Kokalu can actually tell what it is. The little girl is really capable. I can sense it. Kokalu stood up and said, Brother Sumu, let me try. However, rapidly growing plants is largely against the grain, so I probably won't be able to get it to maturity in a day. But it could be considered a bit of growth. Mature in 1 day? To be honest, Sumu didn't dare to think so, and his requirements for Kokalu would not be that high. It's okay, Kekalu. Just watch and we'll just grow a little bit. Stop when you get tired. When the time comes, I'll ask your aunt to bring the tribe over here for a walk. Oh, Chapter 133 Kokona's Little Thoughts. Kokalu was waving her flowery hands and was about to practice her energy when she was interrupted by Sumu. Kekalu, just focus on these 2 cornfields. Don't use it on the other fields. I'm afraid it's too much for you. After careful consideration, Sumu decided that all his eggs should be put in 1 basket. I see, Kokalu said, continuing to wave her hands. Soon, light green elements began to gather around her body, and then radiated to the cornfield on the ground. It can be seen with the naked eye that the small corn sprouts have changed and grown into small seedlings about 5 centimeters long. But the growth rate has not stopped. 10 centimeters. 20 centimeters. Sumu was surprised. You can't experience the shock of seeing a plant grow so quickly unless you're there. Kokalu didn't stop what she was doing until she saw the corn plants that were half a person's height. At this time, her face was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her little face was pale. Kokalu, that's enough. Sumu quickly came to her side and held Kokalu's small body in his arms. He could already see that Kokalu had tried her best. The plant has now grown to almost 1 meter and is very lush. Sumu was very satisfied. This was far beyond his expectations. Sumu thought it was amazing that the plant could grow to 10 centimeters, not to mention that it had grown so many times. Brother Sumu, that's probably all I can do now. Kokalu raised her little face and said with some guilt. Maybe my aunt doesn't like me using this kind of strength, so I rarely use it, and I'm not proficient in it. Once I become proficient, I will definitely be able to do better. It's okay, Kokalu, you've done a great job. I'm very satisfied. Sumu reached out and wiped the sweat off her face and said with a smile, Let's go back. I'll reward you and Sister Susu with delicious food when we get home. Just now, Susu kept clamoring to come over, but was rejected by Sumu. The little girl is probably still throwing a tantrum at their house. I have to coax her with delicious food again. Uh-huh. Kekalu nodded, her eyes falling on the corn in the field. Brother Sumu, you need someone to apply some fertilizer. The soil isn't fertile enough to support corn growth. If I fertilize it properly, maybe I can ripen the corn tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Can you come again tomorrow? Sumu looked at Kekalu in surprise. Yes, I'm just tired today. I won't be tired tomorrow if I get enough rest. Kokalu spoke. Little did she know that after hearing her words, Sumu's eyes lit up again as he looked at her. He originally thought that Kokalu's ability would only work once, and after inducing labor once, it would no longer be able to induce labor. Now that he knows he'll be able to do it tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, he's so surprised. If Kokalu's ability were to improve, it would definitely be a heaven-defying level existence. Can she make plants grow against the rules? This is an act of rebellion. No wonder the White Fox clan was persecuted so miserably. Their abilities will indeed lead them into the abyss. Sumu was so excited that he couldn't help but hit Kokalu's little face. You're amazing. Kokalu, I understand. I'll ask Slime to fertilize it when I get back. Sumu knew about fertilizing crops, weeding, and pest control, and he would also arrange for slime to come and check on them every day. Moreover, there is also sufficient fertilizer in the territory. Cows and horses excrete a lot of feces every day. Brother Sumu, Kokolu called out softly, and her originally pale face suddenly turned a little red. Brother Sumu actually kissed her just now, although he must be too happy and too excited. But in Kokolu's little heart, she was still shy. Kokolu remembered that her aunt said that a girl's face should not be kissed casually by others. And ears and a tail. Those are things that cannot be touched by others. Unless it's a spouse. Spouses can be kissed on the cheek, and ears and tails can be touched. However, a spouse is something you only get when you grow up. Kokolu didn't understand. So what is the situation now? Brother Sumu kissed her. Does that mean she will be his spouse from now on? Or is he her spouse? Thinking of this, Kekolu's face turned even redder. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to grow up quickly. However, Sumu was so excited and happy that he didn't notice that Kokolu's face was blood red. After returning home, Sumu arranged delicious food for Susu and Kokolu, and then immediately found slime to arrange the task of fertilizing. Especially those two cornfields are the top priority. Slimes are indeed the chosen workers. Whether they are cutting trees, carrying manure, or applying fertilizer, they always work hard and never complain. If there is an award for touching the boss and employees, Sumu will definitely give it to the slime tribe. After finishing everything, Sumu found Kokona. The woman turned around and left as soon as she saw him. If he hadn't stopped her in advance, she would have run away again. What's wrong, Kokona? You acted like you saw a ghost when you saw me today. Sumu spoke helplessly. Didn't he just let Kokona enter his room once in the middle of the night? Why did he treat him like a plague? If this is the case, Sumu can just take the initiative next time and go to her room, okay? What are you doing? Kokona still didn't dare to look Sumu in the eye. She had been pounding all night since she returned to her room last night. For the first time in over 100 years, Kokona suffered from insomnia. She didn't lose sleep over her racial oppression. She didn't lose any sleep over her race being driven out. Even though she was appointed as the head of the clan in a time of crisis, she still did not suffer from insomnia. The only thing was the conversation she had with Sumu last night, which made her sleepless. As for Sumu, Kokona's first impression of him was that he was not bad. He was decisive and had ideas in doing things. I don't have much other feelings. There is no question of likes or dislikes. But after thinking about it all night with her pillow under her, Kokona felt more and more that Sumu was actually a good person. He is not as hypocritical as other humans. He does whatever he wants. Look, he liked her and wanted to do that with her, so he just asked her to come to his room and told her. Others may think this is hooligan behavior. However, in Kokona's mind, she felt that such behavior was very straightforward and sincere. That's how people of their race do things. If you like someone, just say it and express it. If you can be together, then be together. If you can't be together, then forget it. Kokona admires such straightforward people. After thinking about it carefully, her impression of Sumu improved a bit. Another thing is that as the leader of the tribe, Kokona's tribe's reproductive ability is weak. In addition, the male-to-female ratio within the ethnic group is as high as 10-to-1. Male members of the tribe are extremely rare. This also led to Kokona never being confessed to. She didn't even know what it felt like to have her heart beating. So, for the first time, she couldn't sleep. Chapter 134. What kind of strange clothes is this? Kokona, I actually want you and your tribesmen to stay near our farmland for a while longer. This will help speed up the growth of the crops. What do you think? Not knowing that Kokona was having so much inner drama, Sumu spoke out his thoughts. Oh, Wednesday told me these things before, I know. Kokona said, I will regularly take my people to the farmland every day to gather spiritual energy and speed up the growth of crops. After saying this, Kokona turned around and left quickly. The speed was so fast that Sumu was stunned. However, Sumu did not hesitate. He found Felina and handed her several clothing drawings that he had drawn all night last night. Felina, I told you before that I would make some new clothes for you and Susu and the others to wear. You can ask them to measure each of their sizes. I have all kinds of fabrics, including silk and nylon. Just ask me for it. Sumu talked to himself. He had thought about arranging clothes a long time ago, but he was too busy yesterday and didn't have time to deal with it. I don't need to measure their size. I can tell their size at a glance. My eyes are the best ruler. I have to say, Felina's words were a bit pretentious, but Sumu still convinced him. As far as he knew, Felina had learned the tailoring skills a long time ago. She is not like Kokolu, who is gifted but unaware of it. Simply put, Felina is an old driver. Why are the designs of these clothes so strange? Isn't this skirt too short? What are these little shorts for? Felina looked at the scribbled design in her hand and couldn't help but mutter. And these socks, can they automatically stick to the body without the need for tying strings? And this thing that looks like a fishing net is also a sock. How can a sock look good with a hole that big? The more Felina read, the more confused she felt. White, black, flesh-colored. What are these two lace-like things for? Where do they cover? Why is it only half? Also, what's this triangular, palm-sized thing with very little fabric? Is it a hat? No, the hat will expose your eyes and won't block the sun at all. Sumu had never seen Felina talk so much. She always says less and does more, and today she really said the most words since coming to the territory. Soon, Felina seemed to understand. She glanced at Sumu quietly without saying anything. Hey, you know what a hood is, right? Sumu smiled shamelessly. Abnormal. Felina turned her face away. With her tailoring skills, she just didn't understand it at first glance. How could she not understand it after looking at it a few more times? She had already imagined where these clothes should be worn. Hurry up and get it out. It would be best if everyone in our house has a set. By the way, Winstia and the others have tails. You'd better pay attention to these places when you sew. Sumu ordered. What he worked so hard on last night were, of course, designs for stockings, underwear, and other items. And the must-have maid outfit. Sumu was tired of the tight-fitting clothes, robes, and skirts on this continent. No sense of beauty. It's nothing compared to a maid outfit. After all, who can resist being surrounded by a group of demi-human sisters in maid outfits? It's exciting just thinking about it. There's one last one. Sumu took out the last design drawing and said solemnly, "This is the banner of our tribe. I call it the Mu character banner. It is our tribe's flag and totem. Get this flag out as soon as possible. I want to raise it. This is more important than clothes." Sumu scratched his head until he was exhausted last night before he designed a blueprint for the Mu flag. There is only one word Mu on the flag, and the whole word is written in a dragon-like style, giving people a feeling of flying dragon in the sky and majestic atmosphere. Moreover, the words are elegant and very artistic. Originally, Sumu planned to write the word can, which would be much simpler. But when he thought about it, he realized that many territories would probably have the Tianzi flag in the future. Not only that, there must be quite a few black dragon flags, white dragon flags, and red dragon flags. Since Sumu doesn't want to join the mainstream, it's better to use his name to design something unique. It's quite unique. What color combination? Felina asked. Just watch it. Sumu really hadn't thought about what color the flag should be. He felt they were all the same, so he might as well just trust Felina. No. Felina dropped the word 3 and turned away. As for the tailoring tools, Sumu didn't need to prepare them for her. Felina told him that she had them herself. After explaining everything here, Sumu found Madrinsa and Gabong again. When dealing with monsters yesterday, Sumu realized that the attack method of the undead army led by Madrinsa was too chaotic. The attack was completely unordered by the undead army led by Gabong. We must take advantage of today's opportunity to make adjustments. Led by Gabong, Madrinsa is making appropriate adjustments and studying a suitable military training method. After 2 hours of research, finally, the adjustments were completed. Sumu left with satisfaction as he watched Madrinsa training the undead troops in an orderly manner. The moment he left, the system prompted him that the upgrade condition for his military training had been met. Roads are being paved every day in the territory. As long as there is enough stone, or paving roads is actually very simple. Therefore, the focus of upgrades now is only on bridge and medical construction and basic living construction. These three are the key points. Sumu has a scroll for the bridge, so it can be said that it is not difficult. The only things you need to worry about are medical construction and basic living construction. Medical construction is easy to understand. Isn't it just a hospital? For basic living facilities, Sumu probably wanted hotels, small parks, shops, and the like. To a large extent, bridges should also be considered as basic living construction. But since the upgrade has taken the bridge out separately, it proves that what the system said is not this. Sumu thought about it and felt that he should build a basic living facility that is more suitable for the members in the territory and can meet their needs. Parks and inns should indeed be built. Isn't it great to occasionally visit a park or stay in an inn, which can also promote fertility? Drawing. Sumu has already made plans to stay up late tonight and draw the blueprint of the park. Tonight is shit. Draw it now. Seeing that it was still early for dinner, Sumu simply went back to his room and took out his pen again. But before he had finished a third of the painting, the door of the room was pushed open. Kokona. What's up? Chapter 135. Promise to Kokoni. Kokona's expression was not right. Sumu saw indifference and displeasure on her face, and there seemed to be a hint of anger. Completely different from the previous performance. What's wrong with you, Kokona? Did someone make you angry? Sumu stood up and asked in confusion. You took Kokoro to the cornfield to induce fertility, didn't you? How could you hide this from her? You're such a bastard. Kokona spoke, without even a greeting. Not long ago, she led her tribe to check the farmland and found that there was a cornfield that was growing particularly well. Moreover, Kokona had visited the fields before to observe, so she knew very well what the crops looked like. As a result, after seeing this change, Kokona suddenly became angry. Sumu actually took Kokona to the farmland to induce labor without telling her. You know, Kokona had repeatedly warned Kokolu not to reveal her ability to actively promote plant growth. She didn't expect that the little girl actually told Sumu. How long have they known each other? For a moment, Kokona was angry, but at the same time she had to sigh that girls are really extroverted. I'm afraid Kekelu told Sumu everything. Thinking about it carefully, Kokona immediately came back to find Sumu. So that's what you're talking about. I actually didn't intend to hide it from you. Sumu suddenly realized that he didn't care about being called a bastard, and explained. If I had deliberately concealed this from you, would I have allowed you to take your people to the farmland? But I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Did using this ability cause any harm to Kokoro's body? If so, I was wrong and I apologize. Also, I will never let Kokoro use this ability again. I have to say that Sumu's words were flawless and perfect, and his attitude was also very sincere. After hearing this, Kokona's originally excited mood calmed down a little. To be honest, Sumu's words now showed his concern for Kokolu. Kokona had no way to refute this, let alone get angry. It won't harm Kokoro's body, but it will still kill her, Kokona said with a serious expression. Her emotions have stabilized, and she is not speaking as impulsively as before. It's harmless to her body, but it will kill her? After Sumu carefully pondered this sentence, he seemed to understand something. Kokona, are you afraid that if Kokoro's ability were known, it would bring her death? Is that right? What else? Kokona rolled her eyes at Sumu. Our White Fox clan's ability to stimulate plant growth alone has already brought catastrophic disaster to our entire race. Once Kokolu's abilities are exposed, do you think they won't attract the attention of the major powers on the continent? Then Kokolu will never be free again. As Kokona was talking, her eyes suddenly dimmed. In fact, every 500 years, a member of our White Fox clan will be born who has the ability to actively stimulate plant growth, just like Kokolu. We usually call her the spirit girl. My grandmother was a spirit girl. She also had the ability to actively stimulate plant growth. During the war 100 years ago, she died in order to save us. I don't want outsiders to know about Kokolu's abilities. Otherwise, those who have their eyes on her will dig deep into the ground and use all sorts of tricks to get her to their side. Kokona's eyes fell on Sumu's face. Because the spirit girl's abilities are not limited to what you see now. She is much, much more powerful. What you've seen now is just Kokoro's childhood, and it's only the tip of the iceberg of her abilities. Just the tip of the iceberg? So how powerful is Kokolu's ability? Sumu began to look forward to it. Kokona, you should know very well that blindly running away and blindly giving in will never achieve perfection. Your past 100 years should explain a lot, right? I know, Kokona interrupted Sumu. So I chose to lead my people back to fight when faced with the siege. I chose to walk out of the Milyuo forest and join your territory. I'm trying to find a new possibility, but Kokolu is my bottom line. Do you know why I asked Wenstia to take her away alone? Sumu shook his head. Protect the little ones? This doesn't seem to make sense. Although the number of members of the White Fox clan is not large, there are only a little over 200 people. But there are still other children. Sumu has also seen other children, but none of them are as cute and beautiful as Kokolu. However, it is also very iconic. There are almost no fox-like demi-humans who are too ugly. Because, as long as the spirit girl doesn't die, our race will have the opportunity to nurture new life 1,000 years from now, and we won't be wiped out. Can the White Fox clan survive forever? Kokona said. What do you mean? Is it that Kokolu was with someone else and gave birth to other children? Then you staying will also have the same effect, right? Sumu didn't quite understand what Kokona said. Could a person give birth to a child alone? Kokona didn't know what she was thinking of. Her face suddenly turned pink, and she said in a panic. No. Our White Fox clan was originally a fox tree. Our roots are tree spirits. We are a race nurtured by plants, not foxes. The spirit girl only needs to plant the fox tree, and after 1,000 years the fox tree will transform into a human, just like we are now. Moreover, only the spirit girl can do this. No one else can do it. Sumu nodded. What Kokona said is just like the talent that Kokolu has cultivated with great care. If you cultivate plants carefully, there is a 10 chance of growing living creatures. But what kind of tree is a fox tree? Sumu had never heard of it. Fox tree, is there such a tree? Of course. It's unique to our Andean mountains and got its name because it's shaped like a fox. Sumu didn't expect that after today's conversation with Kokona, he actually learned a lot of secrets about the White Fox clan. These things should be known by very few people, right? Maybe even Winstia doesn't know. It seems that Kokona still trusts him. Thinking of this, Sumu felt a sense of responsibility and he stared into Kokona's eyes. Kokona noticed his sudden change and was stunned. What does he want to do? Kokona, are you confident in entrusting the fate of your tribe to me? I can promise you that. From now on, no one will be able to bully or oppress you and your people unless they step over my dead body. As long as I'm here, I'll be your race's strongest support. I and my territory will protect you. Chapter 136 The Lost Taoyao. Unless they walk over my dead body, I will protect you. Every word of Sumu's firm words fell into Kokona's heart. She looked at him quietly, her eyes trembling, and after a while she turned her face away. I hope you'll keep your word. If it's true, I will safely leave Kokolu to you. I won't ask you about letting her use her abilities. After Kokona finished speaking, she wanted to turn around and leave, but Sumu pulled her back. Hey, wait a minute. What? Kokona struggled, but couldn't break free from his hand. Leaving Kokolu to me isn't the point. The key is you. Are you at ease? Why? Before Sumu could finish his words, Kokona stepped on his foot. While he was in pain, she slipped away without looking back. No, I just asked you to learn a medical scroll. Is that serious? Sumu felt miserable. Shaking his head helplessly, Sumu continued to draw his own drawings. Evening time. When Sumu went down with the blueprint, he ran into Taoyao. Master, what are you going to do now? It's getting late. Should I run the water for you to take a bath? Taoyao placed her hands on her chest, with anticipation in her big eyes, without blinking. Not yet. I need to eat soon and I'll sweat. I'm going to find Winstia first. I'll talk to you later. Sumu said this and walked forward without looking back. Oh. Taoyao looked at his leaving back in disappointment and secretly pouted her lips. Winstia, how are the roads in the territory being paved today? Master, we're almost 80 done. There's still some work left. As long as the quarry can supply it, the slime can work pretty fast. Winstia reported. Now she has become the housekeeper in the territory and Sumu's best helper and supervisor. With Winstia around, Sumu felt very relieved and could just be a hands-off boss. Very good. How's the progress on the cellar? The cellar has been dug, but it's not very big, only about 100 square meters. Winstia knew it by heart and answered Sumu's question. However, the outside of the cellar still needs to be repaired with blue bricks, such as the stairs, so it's not perfect yet. It's already usable inside, and I'm just about to ask Sister Serena and Sister Taoyao to come over and cast some magic. Well done, Winstia. Sumu was very satisfied. He reached out and patted Winstia's head, smiling. Do you know what your current job title should be called around me? What's your name? Winstia asked curiously. Secretary. You're just like my secretary. I feel very safe around you, Winstia. Isn't what Winstia is doing now what a secretary should do in real life? Sumu wanted to get her a hip skirt and a professional outfit. This idea is really good. After Felina finishes her work, he will quickly draw a blueprint. It is best to arrange clothes that can satisfy women's beauty, such as hip skirts, stepmother skirts, cheongsams, etc. Everyone wears different clothes every day. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Master, this is what I should do. Winstia's eyes curved and she smiled. She didn't understand what secretary meant. She just knew that if her master was happy, she would be happy too. On the other side, Taoyao, who had just walked here, saw this scene. Her eyes dimmed and the disappointment on her face became even more intense. Sister Taoyao, where is Sister Serena? I have something to ask you. The cellar needs ice, and I need your magic. When Winstia saw Taoyao, she was the first to speak. Yes, Taoyao, go call Serena. We'll be waiting for you here. Sumu turned around and said, Oh, I know. Hearing the master's order, Taoyao hurried to Selena's room. Selena, are your injuries completely healed? After seeing Selena, Sumu asked with concern. Because she was busy with many things in the territory, she did not participate in Selena's healing process. Besides, Selena also said that she could do it alone and didn't need many people to watch over her while she healed. She only needed to use the purest fire element from the holy flame, scorching fire spirit, to clear her sea of magic that was blocked by ice magic. Sumu is not from this continent, so he has very little understanding of concepts like the sea of consciousness. It is probably equivalent to the function of the Dantian. Selena said that every magician's sea of magic consciousness is different. The deeper the sea of magic consciousness, the stronger the magic power. The more times the magician uses magic, the stronger he will be. Sumu tried to understand it. It probably means the amount of mana. However, the sea of demonic consciousness also includes the strength, depth, etc. of magic. The so-called depth is also easy to understand. For example, magicians of the same level can use powerful forbidden techniques if the other magician has a deep sea of magic knowledge. But yours is shallow, so you can't use it, or you can only use half of it. Selena's sea of magic is also top-notch. Otherwise, how can he be called a genius? Serena didn't answer at first. She glanced at Wednesday and Tao Yao in front of her and found that they were not paying attention to this side. Then she whispered, "Come to my room tonight, and I'll tell you." When she said this, Serena, who was so cold and indifferent, still put on some rouge on her face. She doesn't want to say it either. But last night, she waited in her room until late at night, but Sumu didn't come. He clearly said that he would come to see her in the evening. Maybe it was just a joke in Sumu's mind, but Selena took it very seriously. She was inexplicably disappointed that he didn't come. So, Selena was a little uneasy the whole day. She was wondering why Sumu didn't come last night. She felt that this was her own inner demon, and she had to ask it out and get to the bottom of it. Only then did she ask Sumu to come to her room tonight. Sumu was stunned by Selena's answer. Then he thought about it, leaned over to Serena's ear and blew a breath with an ambiguous look. Okay, tonight for sure. Selena rolled her eyes at him, but inexplicably, she looked more charming and seductive. She was originally a queen-like beauty, and this made Sumu even more anxious. He wanted to go into her room and chat with her right now. When we arrived at the cellar, the lizard men who were working there had already left. Just as Wednesday said, the cellar had been dug and a wooden door had been installed. The only thing left was the outer stairs that had to be paved with blue bricks. Just a little bit of work should be done by tomorrow. There were 7 or 8 buckets filled with water in the cellar. These were all arranged by Sumu to make it easier for the ice to form. Selena, Tao Yao, thank you for your hard work. Sumu pulled Wednesday to the door, leaving enough space for Tao Yao and Selena. The power of frost condensed in a small space. Chapter 137. Effia has difficulty integrating into the group. With the efforts of Selena and Tao Yao. 5 minutes later, the 100 square meter freezing cellar was completed. In fact, Tao Yao is just the icing on the cake. Serena could have accomplished the task on her own without her. This also allowed Sumu to clearly see Selena's powerful strength. It can be said that the scene of using the magic scroll to deal with Kodalu that day is not much different. With such a powerful helper by his side, Sumu's confidence suddenly increased. He had no doubt about Serena's loyalty because they had the closest relationship. After the cellar is completed, it will be more convenient to store fresh meat in the future, and the primary problem in the territory will be solved. On the way back to the stone house, Shisha found Sumu. "Sir, I have found another tin and iron mine. However, there are already humans mining there. Should we take it away, or just forget about it?" When Sumu enslaved Shisha to his side, he had already learned from it that there was a tin iron mine. It's just that the place is far away and relatively close to his subordinate territory, so he told Zhang Dahai the location of the tin and iron mine and asked him to go and mine it. What Sumu asked Shisha to look for 2 days ago was naturally the tin and iron or mine not far from his territory. After all, transporting ore requires a lot of manpower. If it is too far, it will not only be unsafe, but will also consume more resources. The best situation is to find the western iron or mine not far from his territory. Are humans already mining? Sumu frowned, thought for a moment, and asked, "Who is it? Does he look like me? Dark hair or blonde hair?" "It's a bald man," Shisha answered truthfully. Sumu. Originally, he was thinking about seeing whether he was the lord of the Dragon Kingdom or the lord of another country. Shisha directly gave him a bald head, and Sumu really couldn't do anything about it. "Are there many people working in the mines?" he inquired. "I estimate there are about 100 or 200 people working there. All of them are dwarfs. And, sir, I have already found the territory of the dwarfs. Would you like to go and see it?" Shisha said at this time. Have you found their territory?" "Sure, Shisha." Sumu couldn't help but praise. "Well done." Indeed, the intelligence work in the Shisha Islands was done quite well, and they had already found their hometown. Sumu had never told Shisha about these things. The reason it can achieve this level is entirely due to its own understanding. "Thank you for the compliment, sir." Shisha bowed like a gentleman. "Okay, come find me tomorrow, and I'll go with you." "Yes, sir." Not far away, Tao Yao, who was watching the two people talking, had a hint of loss flash across his face again. Especially when Sumu was praising Shisha, the disappointment on her face was more obvious. While having dinner, Sumu learned a piece of news. Afia didn't come down to eat. Moreover, she seemed to have not left the room from morning to night and had not eaten anything. The person who reported the news was Zhou. As the ancient Greek god in charge of the kitchen, Zhou knew very well who had breakfast and who had lunch today. As Ifia was a new member who had just joined the territory, Zhou was not familiar with her. During dinner, Sumu casually asked, "Where is Ifia? Why doesn't she come to dinner?" Zhou just remembered that there was a person named Ifia. She was at the dinner table last night. However, Zhou thought about it carefully before explaining the situation to Sumu. The last two pairs. Sumu was busy all day and didn't ask Ifia to go out. She must have stayed in the territory all day. Zhou stayed in the kitchen all day, and she was sure that she had never seen Ifia. In other words, Ifia never showed up for a single day. Didn't you eat? Or sneaked away? The moment Sumu knocked on Afia's door, he got the answer. You haven't left your room all day? Are you going out now? Alfia looked at him and finally walked out of the room. Then let's go. She thought Sumu was going out and needed to ride her. After one night, she was mentally prepared to be ridden. Ifia has a strong psychological endurance, and she feels that compared with the suffering she has suffered before, the status of a slave nowadays may not be a big deal. However, Sumu was confused at that time, and he stopped her. I don't mean to go out. He continued. But why didn't you come out of your room all day? Don't I go out only when you need me? Ifia glanced at Sumu, with doubts in her dead eyes. Dizzy. Sumu held his forehead and said helplessly, You are not a prisoner. You can walk out of the room. Besides, you can also come out to eat and move around in the territory. As long as you don't leave the territory, I can accept it. As long as I know your whereabouts, it's all right, understand? Sumu grabbed Ifia's hand. Remember, you are not a prisoner. Come on, let's go downstairs to eat. You don't feel hungry even if you don't eat for a day? Speechless. Sumu muttered to himself as he led Ifia forward. She didn't struggle and followed him, but her eyes fell on the back of his head. Thoughtful. Starting tomorrow, even if I don't call you, you have to go downstairs and get your food by yourself, okay? Sumu was still saying. The person in charge of the kitchen is Zhou. You can call her Sister Zhou. She will arrange food for you. Considering that Afia is only in her early 20s, Zhou is definitely her sister. Our clan doesn't need to eat all the time. Afia suddenly said. Man is made of iron, and rice is made of steel. Your people don't need to eat all the time, but you still have to do it. Do you know why? Sumu looked back at her and found that she was looking at him. The two looked at each other, and Alfia shook her head subconsciously. Sumu smiled. That's called satisfying your mouth, understand? Satisfying your appetite is enjoying life, and enjoying life brings happiness. You need to gradually adapt to our current pace of life. Enjoy life. Will it make people happy? Afia repeated these two sentences. You don't even understand what it means to enjoy life, do you? Ifia shook her head. I understand, but I don't know how to express it accurately. Listening to her words, and combining them with what he heard from Flo last night, Sumu seemed to understand all of a sudden. His tone softened, and his eyes softened a bit. One day in the future, I'll let you experience what it means to enjoy life. Let's go, Sumu said, and took Ifia's hand again and led her forward. There is no denying that Ifia must have had a hard life in that place called Holy Spirit Roya. It's simple, but it's a bit miserable. Sumu couldn't bear to bully her anymore. Because he felt sorry for Ifia, Sumu deliberately let her sit next to him during the meal. Whenever Zhou served any new and delicious dishes, he would pick them up for her to try. Prepare some drinks for her too. The girls were naturally curious about why Sumu suddenly treated Ifia so well, but they didn't say anything. Only Tao Yao, she pouted her little mouth, secretly shoveling rice into her mouth, her little brows furrowed for a long time. Chapter 138, Almighty. Tao Yao's Talent. Night. Winstia came in from outside carrying a bucket full of water. When she was outside, the bucket was too light for her. But the moment she saw Sumu in the room, the bucket suddenly seemed to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. She lifted it up with great effort and wanted to pour the water into the bathtub. Let me do it. Seeing this, Sumu quickly took the bucket from her. He was also puzzled. Winstia is not that weak. She can knock the roaring bear away with one punch. Why is it so hard to carry a bucket today? Winstia stood aside with a flushed face, watching her master's actions quietly. She is not without strength. It's just that little girls all have this in mind. They all hope that others can be more considerate and love them more. Master, how about I ask Sister Taoya to come in and help you rub your back? Winstia suddenly said. How? What are you going to do? Sumu glanced at her. No. Winstia quickly waved her hand. I just ran into Taoyao outside. She looked very lost. I don't know what happened to her. I just thought about asking her to rub your back, and then you could ask her and coax her. Tao Yao looks disappointed. What did that little girl do? Sumu frowned. Then let her in quickly. Oh. Winstia took the empty bucket and left in a hurry. At this moment, Tao Yao was hugging her knees. She was sitting alone on the stone steps at the door. Her petite back looked a little desolate and lonely. Sister Tao Yao. Winstia found her. Sister Winstia? Tao Yao responded, then hurriedly wiped the dust off her face in a panic. What did you do? Are you crying? Winstia stared at Tao Yao and found that her big blue eyes were red. No, the wind just blew something onto my face. It was itchy, so I just patted it off. All right. Winstia didn't delve into it. The master wants you to come in and scrub his back. I'm going to trouble you today. Master, are you calling me? A surprised smile suddenly appeared on Tao Yao's little face. Right. Go quickly. As if guessing something from Tao Yao's reaction, Winstia smiled gently and reached out to push her. But, didn't the master just call Winstia your sister? Tao Yao hesitated for a moment. That just asked me to give him some water. The rest is up to you. Go quickly. Don't keep the master waiting too long. Oh. Tao Yao hurriedly walked towards the inner room. Inside the house, Sumu had just finished chatting with Luo Wuxi. As expected, he once again obtained 1,223 undead summoning scrolls, 131 intermediate undead summoning scrolls, and 1 advanced undead summoning scroll from the rich woman. He seemed to be very busy. After Luo Wuxi gave the things to Sumu, she chatted briefly for a few words and said goodbye. This put Sumu under great pressure again. He also owed Luo Wuxi a lot of favors. With so many summoning scrolls, I really don't know how to return them. But his Lord Talent, Purgatory Hot Springs, did not allow him to give up the scroll. Moreover, Sumu was also very curious about how far Luo Wuxi had developed now. Her territory is level 3. At this rate, level 4 won't be far away, right? Also, what type of troops does Luo Wuxi have? In a battle where you can collect more than 1,000 scrolls of the dead, there must be at least several thousand monsters, right? Owner. Tao Yao's timid voice sounded. Sumu immediately turned around and looked at her. There is no bad expression on the little girl's face. Could it be that Winstia saw it wrong? Sumu thought in his heart, but he still smiled. Tao Yao, come and give me a shoulder massage. Oh, good master. Tao Yao walked forward obediently, and her little hand fell on Sumu's shoulder, squeezing it gently. Compared with Winstia, Tao Yao's skills are obviously better. After all, she had been staying in the royal palace and her job was to serve others. Tao Yao, have you gotten used to life in the territory recently? Sumu asked. Do you feel anything bad? It's a habit. Tao Yao nodded, her hands moving nonstop. Master, the sisters in the territory are all very kind, especially Sister Winstia. She is very gentle and tells me everything I don't understand. Tao Yao feels that life here is much freer than living in the palace. What about food? Are you used to it? Sumu asked again. Is there anything you particularly want to eat? I'll ask your sister Zhou to make it for you. No, Tao Yao doesn't have any favorite food. Tao Yao said softly. Sister Yuchi's cooking is delicious. I'm used to it. Master, don't worry. She is used to the eating habits, the living conditions, and the people there are all nice, so why would Tao Yao still feel lost? Sumu was puzzled. He was the kind of person who would raise questions whenever he had any doubts about a standard. He held down Tao Yao's hand that was rubbing his shoulder. Ice Cat Clan, Tao Yao female sign. Age, 16 years, 3 months, 28 days. Work adaptability, medical LV6, pharmaceutical LV5, tailoring LV3, handicraft LV3, logging LV3, mining LV3, sewing LV3, ice making LV3. Special talent tags, Phantom of the Spirit Cat, unique, ice body, master's hand. The moment Sumu saw Tao Yao's innate attributes, he was stunned. Since he returned to the territory, he has never had the chance to check Tao Yao's attributes. After all, his talent, Lord's Pride, can only work within the territory. So, today was the first time that Sumu noticed Tao Yao's talent. This girl is so strong and terrifying. Sumu sighed inwardly. Level 6 medical treatment, and Tao Yao's manual adaptability is the best he has seen among so many demi-human girls so far. They are basically all LV3, there is no level lower than this. Little Tao Yao is actually an all-round player. Sumu was surprised. Especially the 2 areas of pharmaceutical manufacturing and ice making, which were also the first time he saw them. Making ice is easy to understand. Isn't it just knowing ice element magic? Therefore, LV5 level pharmaceutical manufacturing is the key. Sumu had just said that medicines were definitely a highly profitable commodity in this era, but he didn't expect that there would be someone around him who could make medicines in the blink of an eye. But judging from the situation, Tao Yao probably doesn't even know her own pharmaceutical and medical properties. Phantom of the Civet Cat, unique to the Ice Cat clan, increases agility, movement speed plus 15, dodge rate plus 30. Ice Body, Ice Element Magic Resistance plus 50, Ice Element Magic Strength plus 15. Master's Hand. The crafted items have a 15 chance of being endowed with some special power. Really strong. Sumu remembered that Felina also had the talent of Master's Hand. What this means is that Tao Yao Pharmaceutical also has the opportunity to give medicine special powers. Chapter 139. Well-behaved Tao Yao. Positioning. Owner. Seeing that her master was holding her hand without moving, Tao Yao felt shy. She couldn't help but call out softly. Sumu came back to his senses. Tao Yao, I heard from Winstia that you seem a little unhappy, right? Is it because we are in the territory? No, master, I'm not unhappy. Tao Yao shook her head in panic. I really didn't. Seeing that his master was staring at him, Tao Yao lowered his head. Tao Yao? Sumu grabbed Tao Yao's little hand and said softly, you can tell me whatever's on your mind, you know? In the territory, I will treat you like a family member. If you have something that makes you unhappy, just tell me. If you don't tell me, I'm stupid and can't guess. If I can't guess, won't you be sad forever? No, the master is not stupid. Tao Yao is stupid. Tao Yao is a big fool. Tao Yao shook her head and said softly. Her inexplicable cuteness made Sumu laugh. He said in a slightly stern tone, Tao Yao, look up and talk to me. Don't be impolite. Oh, Tao Yao immediately raised her head, blinking her deep blue eyes as she looked at Sumu, with a hint of grievance on her face. If you don't look closely, you can't see it. Tao Yao is very good at hiding her emotions. Tao Yao, we are both stupid. You are the little fool, and I am the big fool. But you have to tell me if you have anything to say, otherwise I might not have noticed your emotions much because I have been busy these past 2 days. Do you know? Sumu's gentle voice made Tao Yao feel even more aggrieved. She pursed her lips, a hint of mist appeared in her big eyes, and she sniffed through her delicate nostrils. Master, am I useless? Don't you like me? Tao Yao's words left Sumu confused. How did she know this? Tao Yao, why do you think I don't like you? Because Tao Yao is useless. Tao Yao whispered. In the territory, the sisters all have work to do, but Tao Yao is the most idle and doesn't have to do anything. Tao Yao recounted what had happened since she came to the territory. Ever since Tao Yao joined the territory, she wanted to help Zhou Yuqi cook and lend a hand during the day, but was rejected. Zhou Yuqi could tell from Tao Yao's actions that she was not familiar with the work in the kitchen, so she asked her to find something else to do. And this is true. Tao Yao does have a lot of work to do serving others. But the only thing she had never touched was the kitchen. Because inside the palace. Then Tao Yao wanted to follow Winstia to familiarize herself with the territory's business and members. But she wandered around for a long time and couldn't find Winstia at all. Or when Tao Yao found Winstia, she was very busy and she couldn't bear to disturb her. Tao Yao went to find Serena again. Little did she know that Serena was busy healing and recovering her body, and had no time to talk to her too much. No matter who Tao Yao looked for, she just couldn't find anything to do. She seemed lonely all of a sudden. At night, I want to fetch water for you, my master, to take a bath. You don't need me. You only need Sister Winstia. It's been like this for several nights, so master, do you not like Tao Yao helping you and me serving you? Sometimes I wonder, since we're all slaves, master, do you prefer Sister Winstia to Tao Yao? Tao Yao said this with grievance. After hearing her words, Sumu understood instantly. It turns out that this little girl is so thoughtful. But at the same time, Sumu was also a little amused. Tao Yao, I don't dislike you. You misunderstood. I asked Winstia to do it because I wanted you to have more rest. After all, you've only just arrived in the territory. You've been exhausted from the journey. You need time to rest and adapt, right? Is it really just like that? Tao Yao looked at Sumu eagerly. Of course, Sumu stretched out his hand and pinched Tao Yao's little face. How could I not like our cute and beautiful little Tao Yao? Tao Yao has baby fat. The feeling of Sumu pinching her little face was so good that he couldn't help but stretch out his other hand and rub her little face hard. It's just Tao Yao. Isn't it good to have some free time? You will have more time to do what you want to do. Fixed. Yidiandu is ready. Tao Yao's face was squeezed, and her words were unclear. The way her blue ponytail swung back and forth was so cute. Haha. Sumu let her go. Speak nicely. Tao Yao knocked her little face against the edge of the bucket and said pitifully. Tao Yao never had a day of leisure in the palace before, and every day was extremely fulfilling. Master, if you let Tao Yao be idle all of a sudden, she won't be used to it. Even if Tao Yao is not allowed to do anything, Tao Tao Yao still hopes to serve the master at night. Okay. Sumu thought something made Tao Yao unhappy. It's because of this that the little girl is really too sensitive. Well then, Tao Yao will never be without work from now on. I have found your location for you. Also, if you want to help me take a bath at night in the future, then you and Winstia can each take a day. How about that? Winstia 1, 3, 5, 7, Tao Yao 2, 4, 6. This little life is simply too magical. No, that's not fair. We should train Effia. She is level 7. That's fair. Sumu thought secretly with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that Tao Yao would be upset because of such a thing. If it were anyone else, they would probably just wish they had nothing to do. Xiao Tao Yao, she is so cute. The more Sumu looked at Tao Yao, the more he liked her. It is hard not to love a person with such a well-behaved and submissive nature. Really, master? Tao Yao's big eyes suddenly lit up, and she said excitedly, "Well, I really have things to do from now on." Certainly. Tao Yao, I will build a clinic in the territory in the future. You will go to the clinic and take charge of it, just like your normal work. Then come to me when you get back from get off work in the evening, okay? A clinic? Tao Yao's face fell in an instant. But I don't know any medical magic, so I'm afraid I can't help you, master. But I can help and learn. Thinking of this, Tao Yao became excited again. Don't worry. Sumu pinched her little face. I will teach you healing magic. As he spoke, his gaze moved downwards and naturally landed on Tao Yao's chest. Well, Tao Yao really deserves to be a wet nurse. But, do you have to be that old to be a wet nurse? In the future, as long as they are at this level, can they be recruited back to the territory to develop medical care? That's not right. Coco is not quite. Sumu spat at himself. Kokoloo is still a little girl. How can she be of any reference value? Sumu secretly decided that he would build a team of nannies that could truly be called the Milk Overlord level. Chapter 140. The Four-Nation Alliance declares war. Live broadcast. I used a scroll of healing magic on you. As your level increases, you will automatically comprehend healing magic. How much you understand depends entirely on your own luck. Also, you have to remember the knowledge that has entered your mind, okay? Yes, Tao Yao understands, master, don't worry. Tao Yao suddenly screamed. What's going on? Sumu was startled by her. Are you feeling unwell? There's no master. Tao Yao figured something out, so she was very excited and couldn't help but shout. Tao Yao's little face turned red, and she looked at Sumu shyly. Okay, you scare me to death. Sumu patted his chest. Right now? Outside the door, Winstia was standing outside, listening secretly. She really didn't want to eavesdrop. It really felt like time was taking a while, so she couldn't help but come over to ask if anything was wrong and if she wanted some hot water or something. Little did she know that as soon as Winstia reached the door of the room, she heard Tao Yao scream. In an instant, Winstia blushed. She doesn't know much, but she knows a little. But a little bit is enough for her to fantasize. Master and Tao Yao won't be like that in there, right? Winstia murmured softly. The imagination in her mind had not stopped. It's not impossible. Tao Yao is so beautiful, well-behaved, and obedient. Maybe she will obey her master if he wants her to. But soon, Winstia thought that her master had been in contact with her for so long, and nothing like that had ever happened to her. Naturally, I won't attack Tao Yao either. Unless Tao Yao herself is willing. Thinking of this, Winstia felt that she was just imagining things, and there was nothing in it at all. Suddenly, another scream was heard. Winstia's hand stopped suddenly. Her face turned even redder, and her heart beat wildly twice. In a hurry, Winstia turned and left. 1222. 1223. Sumu let out a long sigh. After working hard all night, he finally used up all the undead scrolls that Luo Wuxi had given him. The only missing piece is the advanced undead summoning scroll, which is useless. Just as Sumu was about to use it, the intelligence system that hadn't been ringing for a long time suddenly started ringing. Urgent, dangerous information. The attacking army, led by Eagle Country Lord John, is about to appear 10 kilometers outside the territory. At their current marching speed, they will arrive at the territory in half an hour. Lord, please prepare for battle. Intelligence tip. This attack will include Eagle Lord John, Friend Lord Male, Beer Lord Irene, and Beautiful Lord Moro, a total of 4 lords attacking together. Intelligence analysis. A total of 10,562 members of the Four Nations Lords Legions participated in the attack, including vampires, undeads, dwarves, and monkeys. 10,562 members? Are there other races like vampires and undead races? Sumu listened to the prompts from the intelligence system and frowned secretly. So far, the membership requirement for a level 2 territory is only 3,000. In other words, The lords of these 4 countries almost used all their territory's strength to fight him. Moreover, he is the lord of 4 countries? You mean the 4-nation alliance? Interesting. Sumu was not afraid, and analyzed very calmly. So far, the number of members in his territory, plus the undead he had just summoned, was only 4,789. And the number of undead capable of fighting is only 2,681. But does quantity represent strength? Sumu has Jugu warriors, Gubang, and other terrifying fighting forces. Enough. Without hesitation, Sumu immediately spread the notice and prepared for battle. But just as he finished the arrangement, the system prompt sounded. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Lord John of Eagle Country, Lord Irene of Beer Country, Lord Mail of Fran Country, and Lord Moro of Beautiful Country jointly used the joint declaration of war. The lords of the 4 nations formed a 4-nation coalition army, and tens of thousands of members officially launched an attack on the territory of Dragon Lord Sumu. Joint declaration of war symbols are issued until the winner is determined. When this system announcement came out, lords from all over the world were stunned. Soon, the world chat channel became lively. Shit, is this true? A 4-nation coalition with tens of thousands of members launched an attack on Sumu's territory? There's even a 4-nation alliance here? That's really shady. I just want to know, is this Sumu the same Sumu we are familiar with? Could this be his territory? Yes. Is this the Sumu we were thinking of? The lords discussed excitedly. After a hard day's work, everyone finally gets to sit down and naturally enjoys eating melons. Who is Sumu? Do you all know him? Why don't I know who he is? Everyone simply ignored this kind of chat. No way. Sumu, you don't even know who he is? Then go and have fun. At the same time, the lords of the 4 countries, led by John, were also confused. WTF, is this really Sumu from the first ascended territory? John pursed his lips and spoke. How did we offend him? So, should we still fight this battle? Irene looked at them. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Her eyelids were twitching, and she was restless all day. Moro, who has always been fearless, is now hesitant. Until the system announcement sounded again. Because this is the first joint declaration of war, and it is initiated by the lords of 4 countries. The system has temporarily decided to start the first territory battle live broadcast. You can watch it through the screen projection. War has begun. To increase the upgrade speed of Lord players, the system will launch a reward guessing mode. The winner of the guessing game will receive a system treasure chest reward. The winner of the war will also receive generous rewards from the system. System prompt. The declaration of war begins today. If the party that actively declares war does not launch an attack within 5 days, it will be judged as a loss. As soon as this announcement came out, the world chat channel was boiling again. Brothers, what should I do? How should I choose? Waiting online, it's urgent. I'm anxious too. I want to choose Sumu. After all, he's created miracles time and time again, but this time he's facing a 4-nation coalition. What should I do? Brothers, I'm in a dilemma. Indeed, for lords of different nations, over 10,000 members. Damn, it's too hard to choose, right? A big problem was thrown to everyone. Chapter 141, Building Momentum. A battle without any hope. Although I really want to support Sumu, I can't help it. His enemies are too strong. I'm voting for the opposing team this time. +1 to the above. The 4-nation alliance war has over 10,000 members participating. No matter how awesome Sumu is, he's already outnumbered. Yes, without advanced weapons and equipment, and given the geographical conditions, numbers are the absolute advantage to a large extent. I'm the Dragon Kingdom Lord, but I can only vote for the other side. There's no other way. I really want the system's reward. Indeed, judging by the system's tone, the rewards this time should be quite good. I can only vote for the other side. The lords discussed the matter, and based on their understanding and decision-making, the voting ratio suddenly reached 98 to 2. Among 100 people, only 2 believe that Sumu can perform miracles. There are also some people who simply don't take the reward seriously and vote casually. It can be said that almost everyone believes that Sumu, who has repeatedly created miracles, will fail this time. Because his opponent is too strong. The lords of 4 countries. System-wide announcement. The war has begun. Live broadcast starts. Following the system's prompts, everyone clicked on the live broadcast page, and soon they saw the scene from a god's perspective. The flames flickered, the moonlight poured down, and in an environment that was not too dark, the 2 armies had already gathered. They were only 500 meters apart, watching each other. A brown door plaque appeared on the screen. On the plaque, 2 big words Tianmu caught everyone's eyes. The camera switched, and a handsome male face appeared in front of everyone. He stood on the watchtower, with sharp eyes and a tall figure. All of a sudden, the lords watching the live broadcast in front of the screen began to comment. Oh my god, this is Sumu? How handsome. Wow, he looks quite decent, only slightly inferior to me. The above person is not a bitch. Do you dare to post a photo for me to see? What a pity, he is really handsome, but also really unlucky. What's the point of being handsome? You're going to hell soon. So handsome. I really want to marry him. What should I do? I also want to give birth to a baby for him. The infatuated lord became even more infatuated after seeing Sumu's appearance clearly. Just as the lords were discussing, the screen switched again. This time, everyone saw a tall orc standing behind Sumu. He is over 2 meters tall, and his bulging muscles make him look like an iron tower, full of explosive power. The flag bearer of the territory, Orc Laysai. Laysai roared and waved the flag in his hand violently. This is a flag about 5 meters high. There is a big word Mu on the flag. The flag is very delicately made and is embroidered with every stitch and thread. At first glance, it's very three-dimensional. Looking from afar, the dragon pattern on the flag seemed to be about to leap out of it. Extremely shocking. Awesome. He even designed the territory flag. You're worthy of being the first lord. When I saw this flag, my heart trembled violently. Is it my imagination? Has this happened to you? Don't mention it. My heart seemed to tremble just now. The dragon eyes on it seemed to be staring at me. I got goosebumps. Don't mention it. It's true. I'm also very nervous. I thought it was just my imagination, but I didn't expect that we are all the same. Everyone started talking wildly about the flag. This was the territory flag that Felina had just cut not long ago, and it was used by Sumu. The reason why I use it is not because I want to show off in the live broadcast room on a whim. This is because this flag corresponds to Felina's talent, Master's Hand, and it has special power added to the flag. Territory Admiration Flag. Waving the flag possesses terrifying power. It can frighten the enemy, reducing their attack power by 30, their desire to attack by 30, and their attack speed by 10. When Sumu saw the flag, he was very surprised. He used it without saying a word. If for no other reason, Sumu didn't want to expose his strength too much in front of the public. Selena and the others should avoid going if they can. Today's battle will be left to the undead. It's also time to test the undead. Turn the camera again. The lords in front of the screen saw clearly the battle army behind Sumu. All undead. It's dark and I can't see the number clearly. I didn't expect that Sumu's army would be the undead. Haha, I've always been curious, so that's it? The undead are actually quite powerful, but they are a bit fragile. Listen to me, the undead are okay in the early stages, but useless in the later stages. Unless you pile them up in numbers, you're a muggle. I agree with this. I've fought against the undead before. They're so fragile, I could easily break their bones. I agree. I agree too. Who is in favor? Who is against? At this time, when the camera turned again, it was finally the turn of the four-nation coalition led by John. The picture stayed on each of their faces for about 10 seconds, allowing everyone to clearly remember their appearance. Wow, that foreign girl is pretty. Indeed, if I captured her, I wouldn't want to kill her. Looking at this makes me want to kill her and capture her. Wouldn't it be nice to keep her as a slave and have fun after I defeat her? The word play should be emphasized. Is this a serious play for her? Haha. If you really say that, I'm going to invade everywhere. Haha. The lords joked happily, but when they saw the fighting army behind John and his 3 companions, they all fell silent. It's pitch black. It stretches for nearly 1,000 meters. It was impossible to tell their number clearly, and some even entered the forest. The vampires, the undead, the dwarves, and the monkeys, amazing. The war reserve groups of these 4 lords. Luckily, I voted for the Four-Nation Alliance. Meow, the reward is guaranteed this time. Damn it, outnumbered people beating up fewer people is not a fair victory. Who cares? It's not your fault. You're really meddling in other people's affairs. That's right. If you want to blame someone, blame Sumu for being too pretentious. There are so many people who want to fuck him. Those above, do you still dare to capture others? At this moment, in the regional chat channel, the lords were also chatting. Lord, my, sigh. It seems Sumu really has no hope of a comeback. Lord, Qin Sheng. Hey my, aren't you Sumu's #1 fan? Why didn't you support him this time? Lord, Luo Tianchuan. Right? Didn't you just say you supported Sumu? Why are you so cowardly? Lord Mu Yi, who's a coward? I voted for Sumu, okay? But looking at the strength on the field, I really can't beat him. There's nothing I can do. Sumu's troops are undead, and the other side also has undead, and the number of undead troops seems to be about the same. Yes, if the strength is equal, the same type of troops have almost no chance of winning. Sumu, You can no longer create miracles, right? What a shame. A battle with no chance of winning. Chapter 142. Scared to death? That's called strategizing. Understand? Shit, a piece of stinky shit. Originally, I was worried that we wouldn't be able to win, but now, looking at his troops, I'm completely relieved. It was Moro who spoke. After seeing the troops behind Su Mu with his own eyes, he felt more relaxed. He spoke while shaking his head and cursing. Yeah, I was a little worried just now, but now it looks like we can open the champagne. Male had a smile on his face. I've already told you, don't be afraid. It's just the first upgrade of a territory. He's not the lord of a special map, so why should you be afraid? John had a straw in his mouth, and he looked relaxed and calm. I really hope to get the system reward soon. Even though Irene had been a little worried, she now put her heart at ease. If Sumu recruited some powerful troops, she might be afraid. But they are just undead. They also understand the undead and know how powerful they are. Besides, their numbers are absolutely overwhelming. Okay, brothers and sisters, we are ready to go. Get the champagne ready. John jumped onto a large rock in front of him. He looked back at the large group behind him, waved his hand, and shouted, "All troops attack! Attack!" The speaking races repeated. Attack! 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 File out. Starting with the vampires who were extremely fast and good at charging, the four-nation coalition forces launched a charge towards the gate of Su Mu's territory. The roar shook the earth. The terrifying sound waves seemed to be able to overturn Su Mu's territory. The assault troops in front were moving very fast. Soon, they were less than 200 meters away from Su Mu's territory. What's going on? Su Mu didn't even give the order to counterattack? What is he doing? Is he kidding me? I guess it was your first time facing an army of tens of thousands, so you must have been terrified, right? I think so too. He looks dumbfounded. He must be terrified. That's boring. I was expecting him to be able to pull off a comeback, but I was already scared to death before it even started. A comeback? Are you kidding me, bro? Su Mu's current situation is that he's a king with 4 inhuman teammates fighting against 9 people, and he can still turn the tables. Indeed, even a 1,000-point king didn't stand a chance, and my teammates' screens didn't even light up at the start of the game. How can we win this game? What a pity. I thought Su Mu was a bit courageous, but I didn't expect him to be like this. Don't be so boastful. You're like this when you go to work. Don't you see that there's a huge crowd in front of you? How stressful is that? Just when the lords were arguing fiercely, Su Mu finally moved in front of the big screen, raising his right hand high. Lei Sai, the orc waving the territory flag beside him, immediately understood. He puffed out his chest and roared. Come on, come on, come on. Lei Sai's voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. As it shouted, the flag in its hand began to wave wildly. The flag works. The power of the flag suddenly turned into a faint light and radiated out. The vampires at the forefront of the Four Nations Alliance were startled, and their movements paused for a moment. This also caused the large group of vampires at the back to be tripped by the vampires in the front while charging. A large number of them fell down with each trip, and the Blood Clan fell flat on their faces, which also seriously affected the troops following behind. Suddenly, the orderly large army began to fall into chaos. The sudden change made John and the other 3 change their expressions drastically. Stop! Undead army, stop! Don't go any further. Everyone stop! Moro yelled from behind. His roar did have some effect, and the large troops behind him stopped one after another, which prevented the situation from becoming more serious. Although the start was not favorable, the 4 of them did their best and quickly stabilized the army. Fuck! What's going on? The Four-Nation Alliance looks powerful, but they're off to a bad start. Is Su Mu's flag some kind of magical weapon? I saw a faint light radiating from it when the orc waved it. There are still some sharp-eyed lords. Yes, the vampire in front has clearly stopped. I saw that too. That's amazing. We all thought Su Mu was petrified, but little did we know he was planning a strategy, just waiting for you to charge forward and then attack you. It seems we underestimated Su Mu. He handled the situation quite calmly. While the lords were discussing, flames shot up into the sky in front of the screen. It turned out that Su Mu issued an order again, pointing his right finger to the sky. Shoot. After receiving the order, Lei Sai waved the flag and shouted. Moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The skeleton archer pulled the longbow in his hand. The arrow wrapped in flames shot up into the sky and headed towards the vampire in the front. In the sea of fire, the blood clans of the Four-Nation Coalition suffered a heavy blow. Before they could even stand up, the rockets were launched, and there was no way to avoid them. In the firelight, there were constant wailing sounds. Before, when I saw him waving the flag, I was still wondering if Su Mu was just lucky, but now it seems like he's really plotting something. That's right. I estimate the flag's maximum radiation range is about 200 to 300 meters, and the rocket's attack range is the same. Sumu can be said to be taking every step carefully. I agree. Sumu probably waited until they were completely disorganized and unable to fight before ordering the rocket attack. How cruel. Damn. So, Sumu is really not simple. He figured all these things out in such a short time. Who said it wasn't? It's something. It's a pity for Sumu. He is indeed a talent. If the number gap wasn't so huge, he really could have made a comeback. Unless the rockets can keep him supplied, it's still a losing situation. Really. Just as the lords had discussed, Sumu's rockets were simply not enough to meet the demand. Rockets are made of ordinary arrows and gum, similar to torches, and are very simple to make. And gum is a material that has always been available in the Sumu territory, so it is not difficult to make it temporarily. The difficulty lies in the number of arrows. All the arrows collected in Sumu's territory after so many times are only about 10,000. Now, in just a short while, 10,000 arrows have been shot. He's run out of rockets. We don't need to hide anymore. John noticed that the skeleton archer did not shoot again, and he quickly guessed why. The undead troops behind are charging. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Rush, rush. The deafening shouts came again. Being constantly under fire and suppressed would make anyone angry. John and his four-man force launched another attack. However, Sumu remained calm and did not make any move. Chapter 143. I'm showing my cards. Let's finish the fight and go to bed early. Until the frontline troops were once again less than 200 meters away from the gate of Tiamu tribe. Now magicians collectively attack. This time, it was Sumu who roared. The skeleton mage is in action. When the local troops advanced to 100 meters, overwhelming elemental magic came crashing down. Flame, lightning strike, hurricane, land collapse. All kinds of magic fell from the sky and smashed into the troops in the front. Suddenly, the local advanced troops that entered the magic range suffered another major blow. The screams started again. Laisai, Sumu shouted. Laisai next to him immediately understood and waved the flag even more vigorously. At the same time it roared. Knights in the forest. Charge now. We are united as one and will break up the enemy's formation. Laisai's roar was like thunder, exploding in this area. In an instant, a ghost knight with purple flames under his feet quickly jumped out from the forest on the side of the territory. When they are not moving, the dark purple flames are not noticeable at all. But when they moved, the dark purple flames leaped with life like the soul-demanding underworld. The goal is very clear and very cool. The lords in front of the screen were stunned. Oh my god, this is also an undead unit? So cool. It's really cool. I originally thought the undead only had skeleton mages and the like, but I didn't expect there were knights too. Really awesome. Isn't this a level higher than the undead skeleton? How dazzling. It's a pity there are so many, only a few hundred or so. Otherwise, Sumu would have been able to turn the tables. Yeah, what a shame. These undead are terrifying to look at, and their fighting power is extraordinary. Here, the lords are still discussing. In reality, the Ghost Knight's charge is very fast. In the blink of an eye, they launched an attack on the undead army on the side. The undead enemy army finally managed to maintain their phalanx formation, but was dispersed again. The undead scattered. John and the other three finally realized that there was an ambush. Fight! Quick, attack from the side. Don't panic. Moro was busy directing. In front of the screen, the lords were still discussing. When the enemy entered the attack range, Sumu immediately ordered the skeleton magician to attack. This shows that he has a perfect grasp of the range of his magic attacks. He must have trained the undead legion quite a lot. Yes, he took advantage of the enemy's second panic, and then used the skeleton knight to charge from the side, breaking up the enemy's formation. As long as you don't maintain your charge formation, you'll be easily defeated step by step. This is truly a good idea. I thought it was bronze, but it turned out to be king. Sumu is already quite good. He surprised me 3 times in a row. His mentality and decision-making are really awesome. This is a true sense of the overall situation. No criticism. I've become your fan. Such a brilliant plan. Even if I lose, I still have an honor. I hope they don't kill Sumu. He's a talented person. Hopefully. In front of the screen, the lords have changed from watching the show and gloating at the beginning to feeling sorry for Sumu. Although Sumu's battle planning was very brilliant, but it can't match the opponent's absolute advantage in numbers. In this battle, it seems that Sumu has the upper hand. In fact, the final result was still failure. On the sentry tower, Sumu looked at the enemy's formation that had been disrupted, and a smile appeared on his lips. Skeleton soldiers, attack. The skeleton magicians in the rear are providing fire coverage. All-out battle. Following Sumu's command, The undead army under him began to move. The skeleton soldiers took the brunt of the attack and charged towards the enemy in front. The sounds of fighting, the collision of weapons, and the collision of bones continued to ring out. Wave after wave. A sound came. Suddenly, a ghostly figure soared into the sky from within the territory, instantly exposed to everyone's sight. Little undead creatures, let me show you the power of the cursed shaman Madrenza. Who is your real uncle? Take a good look. Madrenza's mouth is as annoying as ever. Curse it. Curse them all, you rude bastards who attacked me in the middle of the night. Madrenza flew all the way in the sky, and dark energy continued to fall. Our army increases. The enemy is weakened. The undead knight Gabong is here. Don't even think about setting foot in our territory. Amidst the host, a roar was heard. Kill! 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 Gabong brandished the giant sword in his hand and fought wantonly among the troops. Every step it takes forward can take the life of an enemy soldier. Its killing-like figure completely shocked John and the other 3 people present. What a terrifying boss. The god of death is possessed. Similarly, the lords in front of the screen were also shocked by Gabong's existence. Not only that, they were even more amazed at the vast battle scene. From a god's perspective, they are watching a thrilling 3D blockbuster at this moment. But soon, the lords found something wrong the more they looked. Oh my god, why are they all skeleton soldiers? The skeleton soldiers on Su Mu's side are so fierce, while the 4 on the opposite side are like porcelain, breaking at the slightest touch? I feel it too. Look, it's all skeleton soldiers fighting one-on-one, and Su Mu can crush the enemy. Did that undead flying around in the sky add some status? The bonus isn't that outrageous. Did you see that? Su Mu's slash at the skeleton soldiers didn't even leave a scratch, while the opponent's was shattered directly. It's really outrageous. I've noticed it a long time ago. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong. The lords all discovered something was wrong. Su Mu's undead army seemed to be on drugs, so fierce. Su Mu's undead army and those of the 4-Nation Alliance are not the same kind of skeletons at all. Apart from the fact that they look exactly the same, they have nothing in common. With that ferocious undead knight here, things seem a bit suspenseful. It's not that big, right? After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Shit. Judging by the current situation, I'm starting to panic. Damn it, I'm panicking too. Is Su Mu really going to be able to turn the tables? Don't panic. We can still crush them with just numbers. Don't be afraid. I graduated from a military academy. Trust me. Right. The enemies are still overwhelming. What are you afraid of? Even if that knight is awesome, can he hold his own against all of them? Maybe those 4 guys still have some hidden cards up their sleeves. Yes. Just when the lords were comforting themselves. On the screen, Su Mu suddenly waved his hand, a little impatient. I originally wanted to practice it and train my troops to see how strong you are. Su Mu spoke in front of all the lords. I didn't expect you guys to be like that. Forget it. I'm going to reveal my cards. Let's finish the fight and go to bed early. As soon as Su Mu finished speaking, all the lords watching the show in front of the screen frowned. They were just about to complain about him and say that he was showing off. But Su Mu didn't give them a chance to complain. He just yelled, "Let's end it. Commander Jugu, you guys go ahead." With Su Mu's roar. Boom. In the darkness, a giant figure suddenly stood up from the territory and was exposed to everyone's sight. That huge axe that seemed to be able to split the world. That huge shield that seems to be able to cover the sky and the sun. Chapter 144 1v4. Battle results available. Gabong's combat power during his lifetime was at the level of Supreme Knight. Very high. But when it became an undead knight, its strength was reduced to only that of a golden knight. The influence of this is naturally because of Fulina. Gabong is her work, and its combat power cannot be higher than that of its creator. However, Su Mu also heard from Fulina that as long as he kept upgrading and becoming stronger, Gabong would also improve along with the strength of his master. Therefore, the Gabong that the lords in front of the screen saw was not the real Gabong, and he was not strong enough to influence the battle situation tonight. But when the Jugu warrior, whose strength was 1 level higher than Gabong, came out, the situation was completely reversed. The 4-Nation coalition led by John did not expect this. The lord who was watching the show in front of the screen didn't expect this. No one would have thought that there were actually 2 huge monsters hidden in Su Mu's territory. The Jugu war axe form is like a god of war. Every time the axe falls, it can take away the lives of a large number of enemies. The Bone Warlord shield form is equally ferocious. It smashes its massive bone shield to the ground, sending horrific shadow energy rushing forward, stunning the enemy. Not only that, its bone shield also perfectly blocked the enemy's arrows. With it around, The territory seemed to have a huge shield out of nowhere, and no harm could penetrate at all. Not long. The battle is almost over. At the door of the stone house in the territory, Selena, Kokona, Afia, Zhou Yuqi, and others did not rest. They sat quietly, waiting for something. At this time, Winstia came back from a distance holding Tao Yao's hand. Look, the master said it's okay, so it's definitely okay. Now you can rest assured, right? Tao Yao nodded, and her heart finally settled down. Before, when Sumu learned that the broadcast would be broadcast live to the whole world, in order to preserve his own strength, he asked Selena and the others to stay in the stone house and wait for news. Don't let them take action. Of course, Serena and the others supported his choice. Even they didn't understand why he did it. Selena was worried about the battle situation on Sumu's side, so Winstia and Tao Yao volunteered to go and check the situation first. How about it? Is everything okay outside? Seeing Winstia and Tao Yao coming back, Selena quickly stood up and asked. She has recovered from her injuries now and is able to fight. Sumu had previously asked her to prepare to go out with him, but he changed his mind halfway. Serena has been worried about his safety. It's not a big deal. It seems the battle on the master's side is almost over. Hearing her words, Serena smiled and felt relieved. Afterwards, Kokona and others felt much more at ease. Then let's go forward together and welcome him back, Serena suggested, looking back. She is a royal princess. Although she is not good at speaking, she often has the aura of a person of high status. Naturally, she became the core among the women. Good. Kokona stood up. Behind, Zhou Yuqi, Ifia, and others followed. Ifia simply wanted to go out and fight, and she currently did not have much sense of belonging to the territory. She is also more taciturn. She just follows whoever says to do something. She has no opinions of her own and is completely a tool. So far, she only has a favorable impression and trust towards Sumu in the territory. Or is it because of what Sumu did to her? However, at this moment, the most shocked and excited person was the Lord in front of the screen. So this is the end? Damn it. Sumu already had this kind of strength. Why didn't he show it earlier? Isn't this just a monkey trick? That's right. He could have killed her in seconds, but he insisted on playing with others and even showed off his skills in front of us. I don't think it's a show of skill, right? After all, no one uses their ultimate right from the start. They usually use a basic attack with a skill attached, right? Reasonable. I think it makes sense too. But the question now is, who are we supporting? Have you thought it through? As soon as this barrage came out, the lords went crazy. Grass. Shit. I just remembered I voted for the Four-Nation Alliance. Damn. What a loser. I couldn't even win a 4-on-1 match, and I even got a quad kill. What a complete loser. I can do this, too. Who can't lose? The battle just now was so exciting that the lords had no time to think about voting. Now reminded by the barrage, they remembered that they had voted for the Four-Nation Alliance, and the voting ratio had reached 98-2. Almost no one thinks that Sumu can win this war. But the fact is, they were slapped in the face. Sumu, who was looked down upon, was the most competitive. He fought 1v4 and won the victory with a record that can be checked. This also means that there are no more rewards. For a moment, all the lords beat their chests and stamped their feet, feeling extremely regretful. I'm telling you, we should support Sumu. He's created miracles time and time again. Isn't that enough? Damn it. I strongly suspect the system deliberately printed out the number of people to confuse us, making us think the number of people is low. Damn it. I think so too. This is a shit system. If you don't want to give out rewards, just say so. What a beast. Just as the lords were cursing, the system's prompt finally sounded. The four-party joint declaration of war ends. Sumu single-handedly resisted the coalition forces of the four lords. During this battle, Sumu killed 3 lords, John, Moro, and Mael, and captured Lord Irene. This action will be recorded in the history of the Lord's development and will be preserved. Lord Development History System unlocked. Lords can go and check out the role of the Lord Development History System. Finally, the guessing game is over. The winners will receive their airdrop treasure chest rewards from the system at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Remember to receive them on time. The winning Lord, Sumu, also received the rewards due from the system. When the system announcement sounded and everything was settled, the lords wailed again. The treasure chest reward just slipped away from them. However, there were also some curious lords who seemed to have noticed something. Wait, killed 3 lords and captured 1. The captured one is a woman, right? I noticed that too, Irene. It should be a woman. Sumujin is newborn. Isn't that a beautiful foreign girl with long wavy blonde hair? I remember she was pretty. It's more than just beautiful. It has a front and a back and a front. It's so beautiful it's bubbling. Shit. Does this mean the real captives are here to play with themselves? If you say so, I will start expanding my territory. As the lords chatted, they became excited. Chapter 145. I'm so happy. It's not too much to give him a hug, right? But at this moment, Sumu was not as they thought. He captured Irene for a simple reason. He needed to know the location of the other 3 people's territories. Moreover, as a girl, Irene is much easier to control than 3 grown men. The yin and yang in his territory were extremely unbalanced, and Sumu was worried about bringing the man back. Therefore, Sumu felt most at ease to leave Irene behind and bring her back to the territory to guard. Sumu, I didn't expect you to be so strong. We underestimated you. Irene stood in front of Sumu, with a musket against her head, and she dared not move. However, even without a musket pointed at her head, Irene still didn't dare to move at all. She had just witnessed Sumu's decisiveness and cruelty. Not long ago, seeing that the situation was hopeless, John, his 2 companions and Irene prepared to escape together. But unexpectedly, the orcs ambushed them again at the place where they fled. Not only did they fail to escape successfully, they were quickly grabbed and brought to Sumu. At that time, Sumu took out his gun without hesitation and quickly killed John and the other 2. He didn't say a word during the whole process. John and the other 2 didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. This decisive and ruthless move shocked Irene. So, even if there was no gun pointed at her head, Irene didn't dare to run again. She knew very well what kind of character Sumu was. He is a devil. Seeing that Sumu didn't kill her immediately, Irene finally mustered up the courage to say something. Do you have anything else to say? Sumu spoke for the first time. His voice was low and slightly magnetic, his eyes still fixed on Irene's face. There was no way to tell his expression, and no way to guess what he was thinking. There's nothing to say. Irene mustered up the courage to look Sumu in the eye. You have an idiom in Dragon Country. The victor is the king, the loser is the bandit, right? Today's result was something we couldn't have anticipated. Since we've already been defeated, you can kill me if you want. Irene's words still had some backbone. Sumu looked at her with a slightly new respect and raised his eyebrows. Oh, you're from Beer Country, and you know the idioms of our Dragon Country? Irene didn't answer his question. Tell me, how did you know? Even though she didn't say anything, Sumu became curious. There's nothing much to say, lest you think I'm begging for mercy. Irene spoke. Haha, that's interesting. Sumu laughed. He looked at Lei Sai behind him. Tie her up with chains and take her back. Yes. Lei Sai obeyed the order and took out an iron chain that was thicker than his wrist, which was specially used to tie up orc slaves, and walked towards Irene. What do you want to do? Seeing the ferocious Lei Sai approaching her, Irene panicked. She took the initiative to put her head against the muzzle of Sumu's gun and tried to pry his hand away from pulling the trigger. Are you really desperate? Sumu pushed Irene away. He hadn't expected that she would have such suicidal tendencies. Kill me if you want, but don't even think about handing me over to the orcs or humiliating me. You bastard. You are not a good person. Irene started cursing. They say that Manhwa is a country of etiquette and that using virtue to win people over is what a gentleman does. How could there be a villain like you? Asshole. Irene knew very well what it would be like to be a captive. She would rather die than be a prisoner. Suffering endless torture. Even his innocence was difficult to maintain. Especially the orcs in front of me. This made Irene think that Sumu wanted to hand her over to these orcs and take her back to play with her at will. If this is true, then she is really no different from falling into a devil's den. So, Irene couldn't help but burst into curse. Sumu also reacted. He smiled and had no intention of scaring Irene. He was anxious to go back and check the reward and report the news to Winstia and the others. I guess they are all very worried about him. Just cooperate and come back with us. I promise not to let them touch you. If you resist, you can't blame me for being cruel. Can you take your promise seriously? Do you have a choice? It seems you can only trust me. Sumu said. Irene gritted her teeth. She is not afraid of death. But if there is still a chance to survive, why not fight for it? If this bastard doesn't keep his promise, the worst that can happen is that she will die again. Thinking of this, Irene stopped yelling and cursing and didn't struggle anymore, allowing Lei Sai to put on her the shackles that only slaves would wear. Lei Sai, send a few female orcs to keep a good look after her. Don't let anyone touch her. Do you understand? She is still very useful to me. Yes, Lord, Lei Sai responded. I see. After tonight's war, Lei Sai has clearly realized the strength of the territory. He is not stupid. I also know that it is nice to take shelter under a big tree. Lei Sai decided that he must hold a small meeting for his orcs tomorrow and let them work in the territory peacefully, without having any bad thoughts or brains. Irene also heard what Sumu said. She finally let go of her worries. Fortunately, Sumu didn't seem like the type of person who would torture or insult prisoners. It seems that she was too excited and blamed him wrongly. Let's go. Sumu said this, waved his hand, and turned to walk towards the territory. He doesn't need to do anything to clean up the battlefield. Someone else will do it naturally. Not long after walking in, Sumu saw Selena and others walking towards him. Except for Kokolu and Susu, almost all the important women in the territory are here. Each of them looked at him with burning eyes, as if they were welcoming a triumphant general. This made Sumu feel extremely happy. He went up to meet her. Didn't I tell you to stay inside the house? Why are you running here? Master, everyone cares about you. Winstia was the first to answer. Because we were so worried about you, Sister Serena mobilized us to come out to greet you. May the Master have a triumphant return. The Master is so awesome, Tao Yao said with a smile. Serena and the others didn't say anything, but what they wanted to say was contained in their expressions and emotions. If you think about it carefully, you will still be able to understand it. Sisters, since we won the battle, everyone is so happy. Sumu spoke, a wicked smile on his lips. It's okay for us to hug and celebrate, right? Sumu said as he took a step forward and took the lead in hugging Winstia, who was in the front. Winstia, being suddenly hugged by her master and under the gaze of so many sisters, Winstia's pretty face turned red. She didn't even dare to look back, for fear of being laughed at. After hugging Winstia, Sumu hugged Tao Yao next to him. Little Tao Yao couldn't escape from her owner's hands at all, and could only be held obediently, still looking silly and cute. Chapter 146, Selena's Attributes. System Rewards. Seeing Sumu holding Winstia, and then Tao Yao, Serena didn't say anything, but her eyes were meaningful. But the next moment, Sumu let go of Tao Yao and hugged her. He even whispered in her ear, "After you take a shower, remember to wait for me to go to your room. Don't close the door." This sentence made Serena, who didn't blush at first, blush instantly. "Don't come over here." Before Kokonai could finish her words, Sumu hugged her. Her whole body stiffened, and she dared not move. This is the most tense moment in Kokonai in more than 100 years. Kokonai was not nervous when she received the order from the clan leader in a critical moment. She was not nervous at all while leading her people to evacuate from the sacred mountain of Andias. She was chased and blocked by humans many times and faced many battles that almost wiped out her clan, but she was not nervous. Only when Sumu hugged her did she become nervous, and her whole body became stiff. At the same time, her heart was still pounding. Kokona's neck was flushed, and she couldn't help but think of what Sumu said to her last night. Fortunately, Sumu quickly let her go. But inexplicably, she didn't know why, but Kokonai didn't feel relieved. Instead, she felt a sense of emptiness. As for why she felt empty, she couldn't explain it clearly. "I want one too." Zhou Yuqi said that she was just there to make an appearance and join in the fun. A sense of ritual. Okay. Zhou Yuqi touched her nose and cooperated. Sumu gave her a friendly hug, and finally when it came to Ifia. To Sumu's surprise, Ifia took the initiative to step forward, gave him a hug, and then let go and looked at him. "Sumu? What's going on?" Sumu didn't understand the situation and looked confused. However, in Ifia's heart, it was too common. She felt that since everyone was doing it, she should do it too. Ifia has never dealt with the outside world. She is interacting with the world in her own way. "Felina, don't run. Come and give me a hug." Sumu saw Felina flying in the air at a glance. He knew that wherever he was fighting, Felina would definitely be there. But the more Sumu spoke, the faster Felina ran, and it was impossible to catch up with her even if he wanted to. In the end, he could only give up. In the rear, the captured Irene was stunned when she saw this scene. She said that she was obviously a great beauty, so why did Sumu have no interest in her at all, and was even unwilling to chat with her? It turns out that his territory is full of beauties. Moreover, each of them is a beautiful demi-human girl. We have all kinds of styles. People who grow up among flowers naturally won't deliberately try to appreciate other flowers. Besides, Erin isn't stupid. She felt that none of these women were simple. The strength that Sumu just showed is just the tip of the iceberg. He lied to them. It even deceived all the lords who were watching the live broadcast in front of the screen. What's the use of the Lord Development History System? Sumu checked the instructions and quickly understood. This is a system that records the Lord's famous wars. The battles that make it to the list are all resounding battles where the few defeated the many, the weak defeated the strong, with twists and turns, and a comeback. This type of battle will be recorded in the list, and the lords can go up to it to understand the cause and effect and check it. Moreover, the battles on the list will be automatically scored by the list system. The settlement is made every month, and the top 3 on the list will receive resource rewards. As for the amount of reward, the system has not yet specified. Because in order to unlock the reward, you must have 10 battles on the list. So far, only the Sumu 1v4 Formation Alliance battle is on the list. Once the top 10 on the list are unlocked, the countdown to receiving rewards will begin. There is nothing wrong with this list for Sumu. On the contrary, the development of territory in the later stage is actually a war of resources in a certain sense. Wherever there are resources, there will be war. Without exception. If the list can continue to provide him with rewards, it will play a role in sustainable development, which is very good. Obtain the Undead Summoning Scroll X 1888. Obtained a medium-level Undead Summoning Scroll X 388. Get Arrow Reward X 100000. Obtain Mithril Armor X 1000. Get Bow and Arrow X 1000. Get Long Sword X 1000. Get a Small Shield X 1000. Obtain Quarry Resources to exchange for scrolls. Obtain Wood Resources to exchange for scrolls. Obtain Iron or Resources to exchange for scrolls. Get the Giant Catapult Crafting Scroll. Get the Giant Crossbow Cart Crafting Scroll. Get the Giant Siege Vehicle Crafting Scroll. Obtain Skill Scroll 100 Blades Whirlwind. Get Slave Collar X 299. Get Taming Collar X 299. Obtain Dark Slave Contract X1. This time, the system rewards really a lot. There are more than 100,000 arrows alone. There are also rewards such as 1,000 armor, long swords and bows. You know, after tonight's battle, the durability of Sumu's undead army's equipment has long been out of date, and many things need to be eliminated. The rewards that the system has given him now just fill some of the gaps. The system probably also knows that after such a live battle, it would be obviously unfair to the Lord if the territory were to suffer another war. So these things can be considered as compensation and temporary protection. I have to say, the system is still fine. I don't know if Sumu is overthinking it. Resource Exchange Scrolls. Each one can be exchanged for 33,333 resources. Wood is nothing special, but it is definitely a great supplement to ore. At present, the daily output of ore in the Sumu territory is only about 8 or 9,000. Now the system rewards are equal to 3 days' output. But what caught Sumu's attention was the last thing. Dark Slave Collar. Ignore the opponent's resistance, ignore the opponent's strength, and directly contract them into a slave, signing a dark blood contract of life and death together. After the contract takes effect, if the Lord dies, the slave dies. If the slave dies, the Lord dies. Please use with caution. Damn. No wonder it's called the Dark Slave Collar, it's really black. After reading the introduction carefully, Sumu couldn't help but complain. This thing kills 1,000 enemies, but injures 800 of its own people. Who would be stupid enough to use it? Useless. Sumu threw it directly into the backpack without even looking at it. After reading the system's rewards, Sumu pushed open Selena's door. Without a trace of surprise, the door opened. Sumu saw Selena's curvy back at a glance. Sumu walked up with a surge of emotion. He sneaked into Selena's room in the middle of the night, certainly not for some superficial purpose. Everything he did was to promote the relationship between the two. Besides, by the way, check out Selena's attributes. When Sumu was checking Taoyao earlier, he remembered that he didn't seem to have seen Selena's attributes. He had plenty of opportunities to check it out before, but unfortunately he was too excited at that time and didn't pay any attention. Well, tonight he must take a good look at Serena. Chapter 147 Absorbing the Holy Flame, Scorching Fire Spirit. Human, Frost Dragon Bloodline, Selena Female Sign. Age, 24 years, 5 months, 19 days. Work Adaptability, Handicraft LV3, Ice Making LV5. Special Talent Tags, Soaring Dragon Body, Soul Affecting Chant, Boundless Demonic Sea, Absolutely Frost Domain. Frost Dragon Body. After transforming into the Frost Dragon, defense is increased by 1,000, immune to Ice Element Magic. The power of Ice Element Magic increases by 300, and all magic releases become group attacks. Invincible. When Sumu saw the introduction of this Linglong body, he was surprised. The improvement is really huge. Defense is increased 10 times, and the player is immune to the same type of magic. Can you imagine it? It is well known that the Magician is a high attack and fragile creature. Now the Magician has increased her defense by 10 times and her attack by 3 times. How terrifying is she? Sumu didn't dare to think about it. If Selena appeared in the battle tonight, the scene would be too beautiful. Fortunately, he had a trick up his sleeve. It's not good for others to know too much about his strength, so Sumu is still very cunning. Spiritual Essence. Elemental Magic casting time is 1 second. Except Forbidden Magic. Selena's talent is still abnormally strong. You know, Why does a magician need a meat shield and frontal output? Because they need time to chant and cast spells. But all of Selena's spells have a casting time of 1 second. So isn't that equivalent to instant magic? When a magician can cast magic instantly, what is the only problem she needs to worry about? Does anyone know? I guess no one knows, but Sumu knows it very well. Blue consumption. In other words, if Selena can solve the problem of large mana consumption, she will be a nearly perfect magician. In this world, what a magician needs to use magic is the sea of magic consciousness. So, is it possible that the next talent is about the mana consumption problem? Sumu looked over. Boundless magic sea. The depth of the magic sea of consciousness is 500 higher than that of ordinary magicians, and the energy consumed by the sea of consciousness when casting magic is reduced by 20. Invincible. Sumu really didn't want to say the word invincible anymore. But at this moment, as a college student who has not yet graduated, he really doesn't know what words to use to describe Selena's incredible talent. Absolute frost domain. After releasing ice elemental magic, it will form its own domain. All living things within the domain will be affected by the freezing weather. Hey, why are you holding my hand? Selena's voice rang in Sumu's ears. He finally came back to his senses, raised his head, and smiled. Why? Now I can't even touch your little hand. You know that's not what I meant. Selena glanced at him, and the corners of her mouth inadvertently curled up in a small arc. She was not stupid and knew that Sumu was just teasing her on purpose. We have done the most intimate things, so what's wrong with touching hands? Sumu took advantage of the situation and hugged Selena into his arms. Before, Serena might have struggled symbolically. But after the intimacy she had experienced 2 nights ago, she had long since given up struggling. However, her body was still a little stiff. You know, she has never been a woman who is dependent on others. In the palace, she might even be a strong person. It is very rare to be able to achieve what we have now. Sumu, do you want to absorb the energy of the holy flame, scorching fire spirit? Selena rested her head on Sumu's shoulder and spoke softly. Absorb the power of the holy flame, scorching fire spirit. What's the meaning? Sumu was confused by her sudden words. Haven't you seen me in my human form with a snake tail before? Yeah, and then what? Sumu seemed to have thought of something, and he held Serena's smooth and slender hand. You mean, you can make me like you? Right. Serena smiled. Do you want to? But I know wind magic. Can it be combined with the fire element of the holy flame, scorching fire spirit? Sumu thought about the fact that he knew elemental magic. His Ganglon Slash, Wind Dragon technique, and the skill scrolls he hadn't learned yet. 100 Blades Whirlwind Slash. They are all wind element skills. Sumu was afraid that after absorbing the holy flame, scorching fire spirit, it would backfire on him. I know you're worried. Serena smiled. But the fire element and the wind element do not conflict. There are still mages in our continent who can perform dual element magic. Who says that just because you know wind magic, you can't also perform fire magic? Serena continued. If you want to absorb the holy flame scorching fire spirit, I can help you absorb it. Then you will obtain the purest flame energy, which will be a great improvement for you. After absorbing the energy, I won't turn into a fireman like the holy flame scorching fire spirit, right? Sumu raised his own questions. He doesn't want to be a fireman, unless it's controllable. Otherwise, if he becomes a fireman, how can he contact the subhuman girls in the territory? For example, when he takes a shower, Winstia or Tao Yao will massage his shoulders. If he became a fireman, there would be no such happiness. Not only that, he couldn't hold Serena like he was doing now. Wasn't that killing him? Sumu would rather not improve his abilities than become that kind of person. You're overthinking it. Sensing his excitement, Serena reached out and patted his chest, comforting him. Not really. Even if it really happens, you will be like me, able to control the energy in your body and become a human whenever you want. Wanting to be something else is what makes you something else. That's acceptable. Sumu thought about it and asked cautiously, do you know the secret method to let me absorb the energy of the holy flame? It won't flip over, will it? Overturn? What does that mean? Selena blinked her silver eyes, obviously not quite understanding the meaning of these 2 words. Sumu couldn't help but be moved by this sudden tenderness and pecked her face. It means failure. Oh, I see. A barely perceptible blush rose on Selena's face. No, don't worry. Absorbing energy is a very simple technique. Okay, I'll take your advice, but before that, do we need to cultivate our relationship again? As Sumu spoke, he grabbed Serena's waist with his right hand, preventing her from escaping. By the time Selena reacted, his big mouth had already kissed her. Not long. In the room, there is already some lascivious music. Right now? The room next door. Tonight. Winstia is staying with Taoyao. The two of them were chatting in bed like little sisters. For example, Taoyao is curious about Winstia's hometown. Winstia was also curious about Taoyao's past. Chapter 148 Father, Mother, I will go and find my sister and brother. As the two were chatting, they suddenly heard an inexplicable noise coming from next door. Hey, Sister Winstia, what's that sound? Taoyao pricked up her ears and stood up, ready to listen carefully. What? Winstia's curiosity was successfully aroused by her, and she stood up and leaned against the wall to listen carefully. Sister Winstia, did you hear that? What's that noise? Taoyao asked curiously. At first, Winstia didn't recognize what the sound was, but soon, as time passed, her face was already full of red. Stop making trouble, Taoyao. Winstia pulled Taoyao to her side. We're not sleeping in this room tonight. Go to your room. Huh? What? The simple Taoyao asked. Hey, girl, you pretend not to understand even though you know. Anyway, just follow me. Otherwise, the master will scold you later. Winstia said, regardless of whether Tao Yaotong agreed or not. She pulled her out. And the simple Taoyao looked innocent. Why does Sister Winstia say she understands, but pretends not to understand? But she really doesn't understand. Arriving at Taoyao's room, Winstia, lying on the bed, could still feel her heart pounding. The heat on her face lingered. Winstia guessed that the sound just now was made by the master and Sister Serena. She probably guessed what they were doing. However, Winstia seemed to have discovered a new world. She didn't expect that her master and the cold and aloof Sister Serena had that kind of relationship. They had actually been brought to that point. Winstia felt a sudden sourness in her heart. It's like the sadness of having something good taken away from you. Sister Taoyao is already like that. Now Sister Serena is the same. But Winstia, she was the first one to follow the master. The more Winstia thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She tossed and turned for a long time, reflecting on whether she was too pretentious and too good at rejecting her master. A sleepless night in Winstia. At the same time, on top of the Holy Spirit Roya Peak, a man with wings on his back and silver hair is standing on the top of the mountain. He looks ahead and seems to be in deep thought. Zoroa, I finally found you, Zoroark. From behind, Aina flapped her wings and landed beside Zoroark. So many days have passed. Why hasn't that bitch Afia brought Flo back yet? Can you still sense our Flo's presence? Is he still alive? Soraya was silent for a moment. Alive. They're all alive. Then why hasn't Flo come back yet? You gave that little bitch Afia the teleportation scroll. She should be able to teleport back in no time, right? Why hasn't our Flo come back yet? Aina anxiously waited for her son's return every day, and her patience was worn away bit by bit. I don't know. Maybe we were delayed a little on the way. Zoroark frowned, with an ominous premonition in his heart that couldn't be shaken off. Could it be that little bitch Effia ran away? She didn't even go to look for our Flo, nor did she go to save our Flo. Aina thought of a possibility, and a sinister glint flashed in her dark eyes. No, I need to use the dimensional mirror to see what's going on. As Aina spoke, she was about to raise a burst of silver-white energy with her hands. You're crazy. Zoroark pushed her away, preventing her from using her power. If you use the dimensional mirror and get discovered by those guys, you know how much disaster it will bring to our race. Asshole. I don't care. Aina hissed. I only want our Flo. I don't care about disasters or not. I'm not afraid of them. Aina was almost going crazy. She fluttered her wings and tried to escape. Of course, Zoroark knew what she was going to do. He quickly caught up with her, stopped her, and held her tightly in his arms. Zoroa, you bastard. Flo is your own son. You only have one child like this. Are you really going to watch him die without helping him? Seeing that he couldn't struggle free, Aina's fist suddenly bombarded Zoroark's chest, making a thunderous sound. Hasn't that been enough? Zoroya shouted and slapped Aina in the face, knocking her to the ground. In an instant, a red palm print appeared on Aina's face. Calm down. Zoroark landed in front of her. Aina didn't say anything, but her state was no longer as crazy as before. I can feel the auras of Effia and Flo. Their auras are not far from each other. Soraya said, what I'm sure of is that Alfia must have gone to look for Flo. Maybe something unexpected happened along the way, so she was delayed for a while. Let's wait a little longer, okay? How long do we have to wait? Aina looked up at Soraya. 1 day, 2 days? Or a week, a month, a year? The more he spoke, the tighter Soraya's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Zoroa, you coward. Aina stared at Zoroark intently. You only have your own tribe in your heart. Damn your own tribe. Have you forgotten how our last child died? Zoroark was silent for a while. Aina was still typing. Back then, you were just like today, making me wait. Wait. In the end, We received the news of Frilo's death. You didn't do anything from beginning to end. What nonsense are you talking about? Zoroark shouted. Didn't I leave Holy Spirit Roya to rescue Frilo? But by the time I got there, he had already died. As his father, shouldn't I be heartbroken? Haha, Ina sneered. Right, you are indeed very distressed. And then you beat that bastard Effia back at me, right? That's really heartbreaking for you. Zoroark was unable to refute Aina's words. After all, he was indeed at fault in this matter. But when the two of them were arguing fiercely, Father, Mother, I'll go find my sister and brother. At this time, a figure walked out from the side. It's Milos. Milor, what's happening here is none of your business. Leave now. Aina shouted. Zoroark's expression changed as he looked at Milo. Milor, are you really willing to go and find your brother and sister? Zoro, what are you doing? Aina stood up from the ground. Are you crazy? Chapter 149, New Conspiracy. Evil Intentions. Soraya didn't look at Aina. His eyes fell on the innocent and lovely Milior and said with a smile, Milo, are you willing? If it's you, you have the ability to travel through space, so there will be no problem. You will definitely be able to successfully bring your sister and brother back. I can do it, Father. Milo nodded and took a step forward. I've just checked it with the dimension mirror. As soon as Milior said this, Aina's face suddenly changed and turned extremely pale. Even Zoroark's expression turned somewhat grim. Milor didn't notice the change in their expressions at all. She just kept talking to herself. Sister Ifia is in good condition. She is sleeping soundly in a very natural environment, and her breathing is steady. But Brother Flo seems to be in a very bad condition. He's been tied up with chains and seems to be being transported somewhere. The journey is very bumpy. Have you checked on both of them? Listening to her nonchalant reply, a look of surprise and profound meaning flashed across Soraya's eyes. No one knows better than him how much energy their clan needs to consume when using the dimension mirror. The farther the distance, the more energy the dimension mirror needs to consume. Even though Soraya is so powerful, he can only use the dimension mirror once a day at most. However, Malor, who is only about 19 years old, can easily control the energy of the dimensional mirror. Not only that, she can use it continuously in one day. You know, even Afia, who is older than Malor, has not been able to unlock this ability. That's right, Father. I've checked. My sister and brother aren't far apart, but they're definitely in two different places. Okay then. Zoroark took a step forward and placed his hand on Milor's shoulder. Milor, the important task of finding my sister and brother is now entrusted to you. You can leave now. Are we leaving now? Milor was a little surprised. Can't we do it tomorrow? I'm not ready yet. Right now. Zoroark was obviously very anxious. Okay, I understand. Malor nodded and lightly drew a purple-brown space wormhole with his hand. Seeing this scene, Zoraya was shocked again. He didn't even know that Malor had grown to this point. Father and Mother, I am leaving. Please take care of yourselves. Malor said this and jumped lightly into the space wormhole. Aina seemed to want to follow, but was pushed to the ground by Zoroark. What are you doing? Stop pretending. Soraya's eyes were sharp as he spoke. Milor has already activated the dimensional mirror. They must have sensed her presence. She must leave immediately. But now, tell me carefully what happened 18 years ago. Milor, how did she get here? At the same time, in the Tianlong City Lord's Mansion, Guo Tianfei followed the two guards and went forward. Tonight can be said to be the most exciting night for Guo Tianfei, because not long ago, he saw Su Mu's face clearly through the live broadcast. Su Mu, the man who had been embarrassing him from the very beginning and secretly put countless obstacles in his way. It's a pity that Guo Tianfei has always coveted Su Mu's strength and has not found a way to retaliate against him. But today, Guo Tianfei finally found it. It all started with the wanted order issued by the City Lord's Mansion. That night, when Guo Tianfei received the wanted warrant, he felt that the face on the warrant looked very familiar. It looks very much like the Lord Player of their dragon country. To be precise, they are not natives of this world at all. But he just looked familiar, and Guo Tianfei had no idea who he was. Therefore, Guo Tianfei had no chance of getting the reward of 100,000 gold coins, and he was always thinking about it in his heart. The reason why I didn't leave Tianlong City is because of this. But in tonight's Four-Nation Alliance battle, Su Mu 1v4 created territory battle history, which made Guo Tianfei very excited. Isn't the person on the wanted list Su Mu? Good job. It turns out that the person Tianlong City has been looking for is that bastard Su Mu. When Guo Tianfei saw Su Mu's appearance clearly, he was extremely surprised. He could no longer stay in the hotel, so he got up at night and went to the City Lord's mansion to ask to see the City Lord Andrew. You said you knew the whereabouts of the people on the wanted list? In the reception hall, Guo Tianfei looked up. Sitting there was the city lord Andrew. But unlike what I had seen before, this time, Andrew completely wrapped himself in a black robe, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Below, Guo Tianfei frowned quietly. So smelly. What a stinky smell. The stench, like that of a rotting corpse, is nauseating. Guo Tianfei was sure that the smell came from Andrew. Hello, our city lord is asking you a question. The guard next to him roared. The sound was like thunder, which scared Guo Tianfei. He quickly bowed and said, Yes, Lord City Lord, it's me. I know who's on the wanted list. Are you sure you're not here for the bounty? Andrew's voice came, very low. You should know that if I find out you're teasing me, you'll die a miserable death. In the past 2 days, I've lost my patience to many scammers. My Lord City Lord, I guarantee with my life that I am not making fun of you. I am serious. Guo Tianfei patted his chest and said, The guy on your wanted list is called Su Mu, and he's from the same place as me. He now has his own territory and a certain amount of power and strength, but if the city lord wants to deal with him, it will definitely be no problem. Guo Tianfei continued. Moreover, from what I know, his territory had experienced a battle not long ago, and it had already suffered considerable losses. If we seize the opportunity to attack, with your strength, Lord City Lord, you will definitely have no problem dealing with him. Seeing Guo Tianfei's detailed explanation, Andrew couldn't tell the truth from the falsehood for a moment. Then tell me, where is his territory? His territory is here. Before Guo Tianfei finished speaking, he suddenly reacted. Lord City Lord, it's hard to tell the exact location. Let me take you there. Oh well. Andrew waved his hand. Ethan, take him to a good guest room to rest. We'll leave tomorrow. Yes. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Guo Tianfei was very excited. He turned around and walked out. But the next moment, he felt a sharp pain. Guo Tianfei looked down and found blood gushing out of his chest. A tree root as thick as a dead stick pierced his heart. Ethan, get down. Yes, City Lord. Ethan bowed and stepped back. Andrew waved his sleeves and pulled back the tree root that pierced Guo Tianfei's heart. Damn foreigners, do you think I really can't deal with you? Andrew stood up slowly, and every step he took, there was black water flowing under my feet. From now on, your memory is mine. Andrew picked up Guo Tianfei's head and squeezed it hard. Suddenly, the brain burst. Chapter 150, It's Never Wrong to Fall in Love Over Time. A terrifying scene appeared. In the reception room of the City Lord's mansion, Andrew was hunched over, chewing on something bright red and tofu-like. If you look closely, you can see that the remaining nerves are still beating. So that's how it is. I understand. In the tribe in the southern part of Myriad forest, Andrew threw the tofu in his hand at his feet and walked forward with a hunched back. Suddenly, he trembled all over and fell to the ground, and the black water spread out from his body again. Andrew's body seemed to be shriveled, and his black robe kept falling down. Early the next morning, Serena opened her eyes and woke up from her sleep. She raised her head slightly and saw Su Mu's face. At that moment, a hint of softness appeared in Selena's eyes, and even her facial features became much softer. In the past, Selena had also thought about what her future husband would be like. What interesting things will happen when they meet for the first time? Selena is not someone who is willing to compromise. Therefore, she would never let the king arrange her marriage. That's why she is still single at the age of 24. However, Selena didn't expect that the person she had imagined thousands of times in her mind had now materialized in front of her. Moreover, the first time they met each other, she was helpless, in trouble, and in desperate need of help. This is exactly the scenario Serena had never imagined. Because it's too ugly. What he saw was not her best and most glorious moment. Along the way, although we have known each other for a short time, many dramatic things have happened. Selena has accepted Su Mu's identity. In her heart, Su Mu is now her husband and her only support. The saying that love grows over time is true. During the time they spent together, Selena had developed a deep affection for Su Mu. It could also be said that the emotions had been established since the day her body was taken away from her. His eyes were fixed on Su Mu's face. Look at his eyebrows, his features, his skin. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Gradually, the corners of Selena's mouth curved up, and she gently leaned her head against Su Mu's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Are you up so early today? Su Mu's voice suddenly sounded, and his big hand fell on Selena's smooth waist. Did it wake you? No. It was my biological clock that woke me up. Su Mu smiled and hugged Serena into his arms. It would have been fine if he hadn't hugged her, but once he did, his arms were filled. Su Mu could clearly feel the smooth skin of Serena. Both of them are still naked. Last night was so intense that I had no time to clean up. I don't know what she felt, but Serena's face suddenly turned pink. So early in the morning? What happened so early in the morning? Sumu smiled evilly. Morning exercises are only suitable for the morning. As he spoke, he had already lowered his head and kissed Serena on the mouth. For a moment, the small room was filled with spring. Irene had a rough night. Not only was she bound in heavy shackles, she also had to endure mosquito bites all night long. She didn't even have a bed to sleep on, only a hard stone floor. Not only that, the most tormenting thing is Irene's psychology. She was always worried about what her situation would be like next. Just thinking about the various possibilities, she is on the verge of collapse and madness. Not that she was afraid. Death is the end of everything. The key is to be afraid of all kinds of torture. When Irene thought of the various types of war movies she had seen before, she felt even more fearful. Shift change. A voice came. You guys go eat. Chief Osai said that we will take over this place now. No. After chatting for a while, Irene saw a tall male orc push the door open and enter, followed by 2 female orcs. When she saw the female orc, Irene felt a lot more relaxed. Hurry up and eat. When we were slaves, we didn't have such good treatment as you. The male orc oddly threw the food in front of Irene and cursed. You're just a prisoner, and you have so much to deal with, and I still have to personally deliver food to you. Audley said, kicking the basin towards Irene. At this time, Irene was facing away from Audley, and he couldn't see her appearance clearly. He only knew that she was a very slender human. Irene didn't answer and still had her back to Audley. Hey, bastard, I'm talking to you. Irene's indifference was a kind of contempt and disregard to Audley, which deeply hurt his heart. This made Audley very angry. Audley, who was already unhappy with the human race, couldn't help but yell. But Irene still didn't answer. She curled up slightly. Talk to me. Fuck you. After being ignored repeatedly, Audley became completely furious. He took a step forward and kicked Irene hard on the back. The orcs themselves were extremely strong, and with Audley using all his strength, Irene had no time to react and crashed directly into the wall. In an instant, the walls were stained with blood. Irene's head was broken. She fell to the ground in pain without saying a word. Asshole! How dare you ignore Master Audley? You're really courting death. Audley cursed as he moved forward again, grabbed Irene by the hair, and lifted her up. You're just a prisoner. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Our leader doesn't say a word. Kill if you want it quickly, no more nonsense. Irene also had a stubborn personality. She looked up and stared at Audley, without a trace of fear in her eyes. The blood flowed down her beautiful face, making her look more hideous, but it still couldn't hide her extraordinary beauty. Audley was stunned. This female prisoner in front of me is so beautiful. Especially her hot body. The high bulging chest, the peach-like buttocks, the white and smooth skin. They are miles ahead of the female orcs in their tribe. Audley swallowed, and the hostility in his eyes gradually turned into lust. Staring into Irene's eyes, she couldn't look away. Audley, don't be impulsive. Stop it, Audley. The leader has instructed us not to attack her. She is the Lord's most important prisoner. Do you want to die? In the back, 2 female orcs stepped forward and tried to stop the furious Audley. Have you forgotten the days when you were enslaved by humans? Audley let go of Aaron's hair and looked back at the 2 female orcs. Chapter 151. Lord, what's your worth? Have you forgotten how the humans treated you when you were captured? Now, you are still pleading for this woman? Where is your self-respect? Where is your dignity as an orc? Audley argued. Do you still have any dignity? The 2 female orcs' faces suddenly changed. Audley's words indeed reminded them of the painful days when they were enslaved by humans. Because orcs are tall and not very good looking. So after being enslaved, they can only do the most tiring, dirty, and difficult work. If the work speed slows down even a little, they will be burned with red-hot irons and whipped with thorny whips. Moreover, humans will deliberately hurt their wounds, which are difficult to heal, repeatedly. Until that part of the skin ulcerated and pus oozed out, it would not heal. At the same time, it is not ruled out that there are some perverted humans who prefer orc women and force them to do things that sell their bodies. What's worse, they will force them and livestock too. Thinking of these experiences and memories, one of the female orcs chose to turn around and walk out. Yes, humans have treated them like this before, so why would they still feel pity for a poor human prisoner? What's wrong with her being tortured a little? As long as I don't die, isn't that enough? Yuli, don't you understand? Ryan has already made his choice. Audley looked at the female orc who was still in the house and spoke. Audley, many human behaviors are indeed shameful, but she wasn't the one who inflicted the harm. She's also a woman. She's innocent too. You can't take revenge on innocent people just because you've been hurt. You should take revenge on those who hurt you. Yuli said, even humans have good and bad people. Besides, our leader has repeatedly warned us not to harm her. I don't want you, oddly, to disobey Chief Lei Sai and be punished. I just want you to be spared punishment. Do you understand? Yuli, if you want to do this for my own good, get out of here. Get lost. Audley didn't listen to what Yuli said. Let's get out. Chief Lei Sai will blame us. Yuli stepped forward and grabbed Audley. Get lost. Audley was so strong that he pushed Yuli out, and she fell heavily to the ground. Yuli, either you should mind your own business or stop using Lei Sai to pressure me. It would have been fine if Lu Sai hadn't been mentioned, but repeatedly mentioning Lu Sai reminded Audley of his previous defeat to Lu Sai, which once again aroused his dissatisfaction and anger. Before coming here and joining the territory here, Audley was the leader of another orc tribe called Ao Wong. Their tribe lives in the Whale Fall Mountains. Not long ago, they migrated south and encountered many battles with humans and were defeated many times due to Audley's wrong command. Audley was becoming increasingly unpopular among the orcs. But because of its powerful fighting ability, the orcs in the tribe did not dare to say much. Later, when their tribe migrated to the Miluo forest, they encountered the orc tribe led by Lei Sai. At that time, among the orcs under Lei Sai's command were a group of rescued female orcs led by Yuli. And most importantly, when Yuli was captured, she was an orc from the King Ao tribe, and she was rescued from the human race by Lei Sai. Therefore, the moment they met Lei Sai, the Ao Wong tribe was faced with the situation of being annexed. The orc solution is also very simple. They worship strength. Their leaders will fight each other. Whoever wins will be the greatest and have the final say. In the end, as you can imagine, Lei Sai won. It naturally became the leader of the two tribes and also proposed the idea of joining the territory of Sumo. At first the orcs resisted, but because of Lei Sai's promise, they tried to choose to believe it. After living in the territory for a few days, they have adapted to this kind of life, and more orcs feel that Lei Sai's suggestion is wise. Lei Sai's reputation among the orcs has been rising again and again. On the contrary, Audley's reputation has plummeted to zero. Before, Audley still felt that he had hope of turning the tables. As long as he could defeat Lei Sai one day, he would be able to regain his position as the leader. But after joining the territory, Audley can be said to have completely lost any hope of a comeback. So, the person he hates the most now should be Lei Sai? It was Lei Sai who took away everything from it. Therefore, when Yuli repeatedly mentioned Lei Sai's name, Audley's defense broke down. Audley, I hope you can calm down and not be carried away by desire and impulse. Yuli wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. This is not only Chief Lei Sai's intention, but also the Lord's intention. Get out. Audley rushed forward, grabbed Yuli, and threw her out, then slammed the door shut. Outside the door, Yuli saw that she was powerless to stop it, so she quickly got up and ran away. Behind her, seeing her leave, Lane hurried to follow. What do you want to do? Looking at Audley walking towards her step by step, Irene frowned. She smelled a malicious scent on this orc. What do you think? Damn the human race. Audley sneered, then reached out and grasped his belt. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, your leader will not let you go. He said last night that he would not hurt me, and I won't allow anyone of your race to hurt me. Irene reminded coldly. Audley sneered. You think you can use that bastard Lei Sai to pressure me like Yuli does? Who the hell is he? I despise him. He's just luckier than me. I could have beaten him. Aren't you afraid of your lord? He said you are not allowed to touch a hair on my head. Seeing that the leader's name didn't work, Irene could only bring up Su Mu's name. Lord. Ha. The sarcasm on Audley's face became even stronger. Sorry, that's even funnier. Audley, don't take the Lord seriously at all. He's just a small lord of the Undead Legion. He's worse than Lei Sai. He has no one to protect him. I can crush him to death with one hand. Hearing this, Irene's expression became even uglier. This is difficult. Not only is the orc in front of him not afraid of his leader, but he is not even afraid of Su Mu. Then what else can threaten it? Just as he was thinking, Audley had already untied his belt. Today, let me have a taste of a human woman. Her delicate skin and tender flesh looked delicious. Audley licked his lips, his eyes full of lust. I haven't tasted it in a long time. I almost forgot what it tastes like. Chapter 152, Irene's Past. I just remember that it was beautiful. As Audley said this, he wanted to take off his pants. Seeing this, Irene suddenly curled up and closed her eyes, trying to protect herself in this way. But at this time, with a bang, the door was pushed open. Damn it! Audley cursed and turned slowly. Yuli, do you really want to see what I'm capable of? Do you also want to experience how powerful I am? I will make sure you can't even get up tomorrow. Fuck you. Before he could finish his words, Audley fell silent. Because he discovered that the person standing at the door was not Yuli, but Sumu. That damn lord. As soon as Sumu finished his breakfast, he rushed to the stone house where Irene was imprisoned. Later, he would go to the tin and iron mine cave with the lizardman Shisha to check it out. So he wanted to force Irene to tell him the location of her other territories as soon as possible to see if it would be convenient. But when he arrived at the stone house, Sumu happened to see Yuli and Ryan leaving in a hurry. After thinking carefully, Sumu suddenly realized that something was wrong, and he quickly ran over. I also heard what Audley said. I can hear it clearly. On the other side, Irene saw that there was no movement, and someone opened the door. She opened her eyes and looked over. I saw Sumu's figure at a glance. Suddenly, a sense of hope that had pulled her back from the brink of despair filled Irene's heart. Unable to hold back, Irene burst into tears, and she couldn't help shouting, "Sumu, save me. This bastard wants to rape me and humiliate me. You promised not to humiliate me like this. You must fulfill your promise as a man." Noisy bitch. Audley was irritated by Irene's snitching and turned around to slap Irene. "Asshole, stop it." A loud shout was heard. Immediately afterwards, Audley was knocked against the wall. The impact was so powerful that it made a thunderous sound, but the wall still showed no signs of being damaged. This is the power of the golden blueprint bricks. If it were an ordinary wall, it would have been knocked through long ago. The one who knocked Audley away was naturally not Sumu, but Lei Sai, who came over. Behind him, Yuli and Ryan followed. "Audley, are you looking for death? I told you not to touch her, do you understand?" The angry Lei Sai grabbed Audley's neck and slammed his head against the wall. After several collisions, General Lei Sai let go of Audley and came to Sumu, whose face was gloomy, with a look of admitting guilt. "My lord, I'm sorry. Because of my mistake, it almost caused a big mistake. I'm extremely sorry. Lei Sai has remembered everything you said." Audley was just confused for a moment. "I hope that, lord." "Okay." Sumu raised his hand and interrupted Lei Sai domineeringly. "No need to say anything. Take it out." "My lord, it is indeed mine." Lei Sai tried to say something, but was interrupted by Sumu again. "Lei Sai, is what I said useless? Or you don't understand what I mean?" "I dare not." Lei Sai quickly bowed his head. If it were before, Lei Sai might not have admitted his mistake so readily. But last night, he had witnessed how decisively and cruelly the Lord treated his enemies. He killed those two human enemies decisively, without asking any questions. One shot took the opponent's life. Even Lei Sai was shocked by such a thundering move. He asked himself that he couldn't do this. Not to mention, the Lord's deployment of troops last night, all of which, in Lei Sai's opinion, was not something he and his tribe could do. Put yourself in Lei Sai's shoes. As the leader, if he faced the situation last night, his tribe would only be unilaterally slaughtered. There is no chance to resist at all. So, everything Sumu did last night shocked Lei Sai. It was also from that moment that Lei Sai was completely convinced by Sumu. In the back, the two orcs, Yuli and Rain, were silent and didn't dare to say anything. They were shocked by the domineering aura revealed by Sumu. "Take it out and keep it under guard," Sumu repeated. "Yes." Reisei turned around and dragged Audley out. This time, he didn't dare say anything more. "By the way, gather all the orcs. Including the orcs who are out working. Assemble everyone. The orcs will stop working for 1 day today," Sumu suddenly ordered. "I understand, my lord." Lei Sai paused and spoke. Then it winked at Yuli and Ryan. The two female orcs immediately understood what he meant and left in a hurry. Lei Sai is out. At this moment, only Sumu and Irene, who was still crying, were in the stone house. Irene was naturally not moved to tears. It was the kind of grievance caused by extreme fear, an emotion that burst out when she saw Sumu and the crisis was over. There's no way to stop this crying. Sumu didn't try to persuade her, but just let her cry. He stood aside quietly. After crying for a full 5 minutes, Irene finally stopped crying. "Thank you. Thank me." Sumu was amused by her first words. "But I brought you here and put you under guard, and I was the one who almost got you hurt. Instead of scolding me, you're actually thanking me? Are you alright? You have a problem with your brain." Irene bit her lip, looking slightly angry, and then she quickly said sadly, "Ever since the day I came into this world, I've understood one thing. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and competition is cruel and fierce. On my first day in this world, I hadn't even crafted a stone axe when I was attacked by a lord. When he saw that I was a woman with no man around, he tried to defile me and even wanted to kill me. But in the end, he didn't succeed. He was killed by a goblin arrow that suddenly appeared. I took advantage of the chaos and ran and ran. I ran for a long time, and I didn't even know where I was. Until another lord appeared. He asked me where I was from. He said it was getting dark and dangerous. Would I like to go with him? I thought he was a kind and gentle man, but he was just like the previous lord, and he still wanted to do the same thing to me. Irene became more and more excited as she spoke, her tone becoming more and more excited. It was also from this previous experience that I understood the importance of a woman's development in this apocalyptic territorial war. Later, in order to protect ourselves, I joined forces with John and others to develop together. Irene recounted her own journey. I know that since this is a struggle between lords, failure is inevitable. I have long anticipated that one day I would be imprisoned. You might also face death. I'm mentally prepared for everything, Aileen said, looking at Sumu. But you, Sumu, are a respectable lord. You kept your promise as a man and did not allow your men to hurt me, trample on me, or insult me. I'm not afraid of failure or death. I'm just afraid of my soul being trampled upon. If that happens, I'd rather die. So, of course I have to thank you. Interesting. Sumu looked at Irene deeply. This girl from the beer country is quite straightforward. How old are you? Sumu asked. Why are you asking that? Curious. 19 years old. The women in the beer country are so mature. They look like they are 24 or 25 at the age of 19. However, after knowing Irene's age, Sumu could understand what she did. You are young and don't have any smart ideas. Okay, come out with me. You're injured. I'll take you to get treated. Chapter 153. If you have the guts, challenge me to a 1v1 duel. Tao Yao, when did you learn healing magic? Looking at Tao Yao, who was treating Irene's head injury, Selena's puzzled voice rang out. In her impression, Tao Yao doesn't understand any other types of magic except ice magic, let alone the very few healing magics. But now, Tao Yao was using healing magic. Selena was very surprised. She thought Tao Yao had encountered some adventure while fleeing. No, Sister Serena, it was the master who taught me. It's because of him that I know how to do it. Tao Yao answered while her hands kept moving. Oh, your master taught you. Selena turned her head and looked at Sumu, who was standing not far away. He was facing away from her, and his back looked a little mysterious and tall. Yes, it was the master who asked me to learn it. He said that when there is a medical clinic in the territory in the future, he would let me be in charge there exclusively, and I would treat it as my job. Tao Yao took the time to answer. So that's how it is. Listening to the conversation between the two, Irene couldn't help but look at Sumu's back. However, at this moment, all the orcs in the territory have gathered in the open space in front of Sumu. Including Lei Sai, there are a total of 479 people. Asshole, why did you gather all the orcs here? Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? Son of a bitch. Audley, who was handcuffed and forced to kneel on the ground, cursed loudly. You damn skinny human monkey. Come and fight your Uncle Audley if you dare. Do you dare? Audley knew that his plea was hopeless, and he also knew that Sumu's current intention was to kill him to serve as a warning to others. Moreover, you can also use this to establish your authority. So Audley's current idea is to provoke Sumu and make him fight him alone in order to have a chance of survival. In fact, Sumu is 1.84 meters tall, and his build is above average among humans, not thin. But he is still far behind the muscular orcs. Audley, shut up. I really gave you face, you bastard. Lei Sai slapped Audley twice in the face, then quickly stepped forward and came to Sumu. My lord, please don't be angry. Audley is a bit mean-spirited, but he's not hopeless. Sumu raised his hand to interrupt Lei Sai. Is everyone here? Already. Okay. Sumu nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Audley's voice came again. Lei Sai, you coward. We orcs have always been self-reliant and strong since ancient times. You are trampling on our dignity by bringing us into the human tribe. You are a coward. You are not worthy to be the leader of our orcs, you damned fellow. I must be blind to give up the position of leader to you. Everyone. Audley raised his neck and shouted. We beastmen were born in the wilderness, from tribes. We fight against the heavens, contend with the earth, and live in harmony with nature. We worship absolute power, yet you are calling a skinny monkey-like human a bullshit lord. Do you think it's funny or ironic that you regard him as your king? Ha ha. Do you find it ironic? Below, the expressions of many orcs were changing. They gradually began to whisper to each other, as if they were talking in low voices. Seeing this, Audley continued to shout. Where is the dignity of us orcs, our orcs? Enough. Audley, Lei Sai roared with a gloomy face. It rushed forward and tried to kick Audley down. But Sumu stopped him. Lord. Lei Sai glanced at Sumu. It could clearly feel Sumu's big hand falling on its hand, and the terrifying power contained in it. It was actually difficult for it to move forward even a little bit. This is simply incredible for Lei Sai, who advocates absolute power. In terms of strength, they have never been defeated by anyone, let alone humans. But now, The Lord can stop it in its tracks with just one hand, unable to move forward an inch. At this moment, Lei Sai's heart was filled with huge waves of fear. Unchain him, and I will meet him in person. Don't you orcs worship strength? I'll just test its abilities. Sumu spoke. The orcs below clearly heard it as well. They all looked upwards and stopped talking. Apparently, they were also curious whether a fight would actually break out. My lord, you are of noble status, so there is no need to take action. Let me, Lei Sai, do it myself. A bastard like Audley is not worthy of your help. Lei Sai, are you deaf? Your most respected lord asked you to remove my shackles. Didn't you hear? Before Sumu could speak, Audley's excited voice rang out again. Or do you intend to disobey the orders of your most beloved lord? Lei Sai, you are such a hypocritical villain. You are disobedient on the one hand, and pretend to be respectful on the other. You are disgusting. Sumu agreed to fight with it, and Audley was so excited. How could he let Lei Sai ruin his good thing? He wished these damn shackles would be opened immediately. The word open was said by Sumu. I see. Lei Sai sighed. This time, he didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, opened Audley's shackles, and said, Audley, believe me, you are seeking death. You made the worst decision of your life, stupid guy. Pooh. Audley spat on the ground and slowly stood up. Get lost, Lei Sai. When I knock your lord to the ground, you'll know who's the boss. I made the wrong decision, haha. Audley said, staring at Sumu with his big eyes. Letting you loosen my shackles was the worst decision he ever made. Damn skinny human monkey. I'm going to tear you to pieces and make you lose face in front of your woman. If you die, they will be mine. Audley glanced at Selena and others behind him. Then he roared and started running towards Sumu frantically. Under his huge size and terrifying strength, it seemed as if the whole earth was shaking. Below, the orcs had begun to cheer wildly. They were just making noise and shouting, as if warming up for the exciting duel that was about to begin. In the back, Serena was watching everything with a frown on her face. Not only her, but also Winstia and others. However, each of them had tension and worry on their faces. Chapter 154, Shock the Orcs. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Although Selena and the others knew that Sumu, the master, was more than capable enough to deal with that bastard orc. Although they knew that Sumu, the master, would not do anything without confidence. But they still worry and feel nervous involuntarily. Brother, come on, beat that guy down. Su, who was afraid of chaos in the world, stood on the chair and waved her fists desperately to cheer for Sumu. Brother, beat that stinky guy. Hee. What are you so proud of? You just farted with my brother. Lulu. Susu was still making faces in Audley's direction, and Winstia was holding her up, fearing that she would fall off the chair. Come on, brother Sumu. With Susu taking the lead, the youngest girl, Kokalu, also made a trumpet shape with her hands to cheer Sumu on. The little girl is a warmonger by nature, and she really likes this kind of scene. Kokonai hugged Kokalu helplessly, and she had to be more obedient. Compared with Susu and Kekalu, other women are much more restrained. Even if they wanted to cheer for Sumu, they could only do so in their hearts. Only Irene, an outsider, was different. She shouted directly, Sumu, you can do it, knock it down. Let it see the power of our Lord. Come on. Behind brother Lei Sai, Yuli couldn't help but said worriedly, Audley is very powerful. Will he be okay, Lord? What if he gets hurt? Lei Sai turned his head and looked at Yuli, then shook his head. Yuli, believe me, it was Audley who was recklessly provoking the Lord. Lei Sai had just finished speaking. Wow. An uproar broke out from all the shocked orcs present. It turned out that Audley, who was charging forward, was thrown over Sumu's shoulder and was easily thrown away. Audley's power is great, but Sumu's strength has been continuously strengthened. With his strength value of nearly 200 points, it is no problem for him to lift a Thunderbolt King Kong. Not to mention throwing Audley out. Audley is far less heavy than Thunderbolt. Moreover, Sumu did not use the force to throw Audley away, but actually pushed him away. Anyone who understands the difference in power can see it at a glance. Especially the orcs below, they feel it most clearly. That's why they make exclamation sounds. Hateful. I was careless. Audley stood up and attacked Sumu again amid the shouts of the orcs. But no surprise. This time, Sumu threw Audley out again. The third time. The fourth time. The fifth time. Audley was thrown out 5 times. He was in a terrible state and began to lose consciousness. It couldn't believe that it had such great power, but couldn't use it in front of this damn human. At this moment, the orcs' cheers were directed at Sumu. What they said were words like, the Lord is mighty, and the Lord is so strong. At this moment, the orcs' worship of strength was fully demonstrated. Audley launched the sixth attack as if he didn't believe in evil. This time he finally succeeded. Its big hand was like a pair of steel pliers, tightly clamping Su Mu's shoulders, making it impossible for him to exert any strength. Su Mu was also straightforward. Since I can't throw you away, then I will knock you away. He punched Audley in the stomach with great force, as if being hit by a steel hammer weighing 400 or 500 kilograms. Audley's huge body flew 20 meters away. Fear. The orc Yuli was surprised. She finally understood what Brother Laysai meant. Audley is really looking for death. This time, Su Mu did not give Audley another chance. He rushed forward and quickly came to Audley's side, punching him with a series of heavy punches. Since orcs worship absolute power, Su Mu will let them see absolute power. He doesn't need to use weapons at all. He can still destroy someone like Audley. The continuous heavy punches, each punch hit the flesh. Each punch was full of impact, and the scene could hear it clearly. Audley had no chance to fight back and was beaten like a dead dog. Su Mu finally threw a punch and hit Audley's head hard, knocking him unconscious. At this moment, Audley was covered in blood and completely silent. Su Mu lifted him up by the head. My lord is truly majestic. The lord is so powerful. He was able to cripple Audley with ease. He's even more powerful than Chief Risei. Too strong. I'll see who dares to criticize the lord again, and who still doubts Chief Laysai's decision. From now on, I will only obey the lord. Me too. Below, the beastmen were discussing one-sidedly, supporting Su Mu. Previously, they would have been cautious or even indifferent about joining the territory. What Su Mu did today has completely shocked and subdued them. Orcs worship strength. What Su Mu gave was the best response. In my territory, I have absolute say. My orders are the absolute rules and laws of the territory. I said no harm to the prisoners. No harm to the prisoners. Su Mu spoke to the orc, still holding Audley's body. But Audley ignored Risei's advice and attempted to use violence and insult the captive. His words and actions disdained me, looked down on me, and even defied and challenged me. Laysai, are there any relevant laws in your orc tribe? How will the orcs deal with Audley if he makes such a mistake? My lord, orcs who make mistakes and disobey discipline will have one hand chopped off. Laysai stepped forward and said. It knew very well that the real show was about to begin. Is that all? Su Mu frowned and glanced at Laysai with some displeasure. Those with serious offenses will be hacked to death on the spot, Laysai quickly added. We orcs are generally very resistant to such behavior that is detrimental to tribal unity, and the punishment is also quite strict. However, in recent years, the tribe has declined and we are short of manpower. We have no choice but to relax a little. Humph, Su Mu snorted coldly. Then tell me, is Audley's situation serious? Serious. Laysai nodded. This time he was straightforward. Laysai had no choice. He wanted to save Audley, but he was such a stupid teammate and was really not worth saving. Since it wants to die, then let it die. Just don't let its race be implicated, and Su Mu vent his anger on it. You are quite decisive this time. Su Mu stared at it. If Laysai continues to procrastinate, he will definitely get angry. Fortunately, Laysai didn't do that this time. He still knew how to judge the situation. Laysai, leader of your orc tribe, I understand your painstaking efforts. You want to protect your own race. Su Mu said. Indeed, you have the responsibility to protect them. But as a leader, you should be able to distinguish right from wrong. People like Audley are like rat shit, becoming parasites of the race. Since it's a termite, it should be removed. What do you think? Chapter 155, Rule of Law Tribe. Predicted my prediction. What do you think? Faced with such a question, what else could Laysai not understand? He quickly took a step forward and knelt on one knee. My lord, I understand. Before, I tried to give Audley a chance to repent, but he really didn't deserve it. It has repeatedly challenged your authority, lord. This behavior constitutes a capital crime. Laysai raised his head and chest and continued to speak vigorously. My lord, you said that you have the final say in everything within the territory. So, how Audley is dealt with is naturally not up to me, but you. Behind him, Yuli also knelt beside Laysai. With the two of them taking the lead, the orcs, sensing the solemn atmosphere on the scene, looked at each other, then followed suit, putting down their tools and kneeling on one knee on the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Mu didn't say anything, but he already understood in his heart. If it had happened before, would the orcs have knelt down so easily? Of course not. It was all because of the fight last night and the beating he had just given Audley. So, this is where the tiring part of ruling a territory comes from. You must always make your subordinates obey you, respect you, honor you, fear you, and be terrified of you from the bottom of their hearts. And what can do this? Strength. Personal charm. Strong personal charm. What Sumu is showing now is not only his strength, but also his personal charm. Lei Sai was quite perceptive, and he understood what Sumu wanted to express. Since it is his territory, it is natural for him to do whatever he wants with Audley. Sumu turned around and waved to Serena and the others. Serena, Winstia, you go in. Take Susu, Kekalu, and the others in. Good. Serena and the others went in, leaving Irene alone outside. Sumu turned around and faced the orc again. This time, without saying anything, Sumu took out the dragon horn knife from his backpack and slashed at Audley's head. In an instant, blood gushed out. Lei Sai. Yuli. Orcs. Sumu held Audley's head high. Blood splattered on his face, staining his face and clothes red, making him look a little weird. But it's even more shocking. The orcs below were not afraid, but instead seemed more excited and thrilled. Obviously, such emotional impact is what they, who admire power, want to see. They will be impressed by those who are brave, good at fighting, decisive, and vigorous. From now on, I will be the absolute leader of the territory and will issue a set of rules for the territory. And the rules are the laws, and everyone must live by the laws. Sumu's voice sounded. I will gradually improve the laws within the territory, striving to create a law-abiding tribe where everyone has laws to follow, obeys them, enforces them strictly, and punishes those who violate them. People like Audley, who are detrimental to internal unity, disobey orders, and are full of evil intentions, will be beheaded without hesitation. Sumu's words were so powerful that every orc present could hear them clearly. He continued, Of course, those who make mistakes will be punished, and those who make contributions will be rewarded. I will have Lei Sai and my men assess each of you or each of your families. Hardworking, outstanding performance, willing to help the old and weak orcs in the territory. I will be selected as a monthly outstanding advanced worker and will receive my reward. Hearing that there would be a reward, the orcs listened more carefully, and they all pricked up their ears. As for the rewards, I can tell you clearly that they are various positions that will be introduced in the territory later. Simply put, your leader Lei Sai's position as leader is a kind of position. Do you want to have privileges? Do you want your life to be better than others? Sumu was still guiding them step by step. Then you must work harder, try harder, and perform even better, so that I can see you and your value. Only in this way can you deserve privileges and a better life. Below, the orcs became excited after hearing the reward. They may be simple-minded, but they still understand the meaning of privilege and position. For example, the current chief Lei Sai, doesn't he have privileges in the tribe? It is also the only orc who can talk to the Lord. Now, an equal condition is placed before the orcs. As long as they work hard, they can obtain positions, obtain privileges, and communicate directly with the Lord. This is undoubtedly a huge temptation for the simple-minded orcs. They were all excited. They can't wait to run to the mine right now and pull the ore as hard as they can to show themselves and let the Lord see their value. It has to be said that Sumu's move greatly boosted the enthusiasm of the orcs. Everyone is talking about it. Do you understand? Sumu roared, his voice drowning out the orcs' discussions. I understand, my lord. The Chinese orcs, led by Lei Sai, responded collectively. Lei Sai knew that from this moment on, his position as leader was in name only. All power will be in Sumu's hands. Lei Sai sighed. He has no complaints, as long as the tribe can develop peacefully, without any more unrest, and no longer be forced into slavery. What if he gave up his position as a leader? And Sumu knew better. The territory needs legislation. Moreover, legislation needs to be put on the agenda quickly. Otherwise, without some deterrent effect, things like what happened to Audley would still happen. Sumu has made plans. Tonight he will work out some simple laws and then implement them. I know what you want to do. After the orcs dispersed, Sumu came to Irene and she spoke first. Then tell me, what do I want to do? Sumu shrugged and looked at her. You want to know where John and I have our territory and whether we have any treasures, right? That's why you kept me here. Smart. Sumu snapped his fingers. But there's no reward. Puff. Irene was amused by Sumu's frivolous and narcissistic look. She was afraid that Sumu would be dissatisfied, so she quickly suppressed her smile. I can tell you. Can you promise not to kill me? Just as Sumu was about to speak, Irene interrupted him. I don't want to negotiate with you, nor do I ask anything in particular of you. I'm begging you, please. Sumu was helpless. This woman really predicted his prediction. He really wanted to say, you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Moreover, judging from her tone, why doesn't she sound like she's begging for mercy, but rather like she's acting coquettishly? What? You beg me to let you go. Do you want to be my prisoner or my slave? Sumu said casually. He thought Irene would be so angry that her chest would heave and then curse at him. Little did they know that this woman didn't have that at all. Instead, she said shocking things and her actions were even more shocking. I've been captured by you. As Irene spoke, she suddenly straightened her chest, highlighting her proud bust to the fullest. She stared at Su Mu with a hint of teasing, a smile on her lips. What about becoming your slave? If you dare to ask for it, I dare to make it happen. Su Mu. Chapter 156 Attack. Dragon Kingdom Lord. Hey, why aren't you talking? Seeing that Su Mu didn't speak for a long time, Irene couldn't help but call out to him. Don't you want me to be your slave? Why are you silent? Are you scared? Su Mu rolled his eyes. He caught a glimpse of Shisha waiting for him, and knowing that there was still something to do, he waved to Lei Sai beside him. Take her away and keep her under guard. I need to go out now. Yes. Lei Sai responded and stepped forward with 2 female orcs. Yuli, go get some handcuffs. Because Irene had previously treated her injuries, the shackles had been removed from her. Su Mu glanced at Irene and stopped her. Forget it, Lei Sai. There's no need to shackle him. Just lock him up and have someone look after him. Are you so nice to me? Irene suddenly said something beside her, with a smile on her face. Glancing at Su Mu, her words were full of teasing. Su Mu didn't answer her. After looking at her, he took Shisha away. Tisk. Eileen pouted in the back, staring at Su Mu's receding figure without blinking, her distinct lip line hooked up in a small arc. Let's go, Lei Sai said to Irene, being much more polite than before. Orcs are just simple, but they are not fools. If he couldn't see that their lord seemed to be interested in this girl, he would be a real fool. Sir, the mine ahead is where the tin and iron ore is located. It contains a very high content of tin and iron ore. The people you see working outside now are the dwarfs. Shisha reported softly in Su Mu's ear. Su Mu responded, but his eyes never left the mine entrance. There stood a group of sturdy little men, each about 1.2 meters tall. They are what the Shisha people call the dwarfs. There's nothing special about it. It looks similar to humans, except that it's a lot shorter. However, the dwarves reminded Su Mu of the dwarves. Are these 2 races the same? Just a different name? Shisha, do you know what special skills the dwarfs have? Or, do they have any special features or abilities? Also, are they called the dwarves again? Su Mu raised his own questions. Sir, the dwarves are good at carrying heavy loads and building houses. Shisha said beside him. I once heard our old patriarch say that many skilled craftsmen who build houses on the continent are dwarfs. They are often invited to participate in activities such as building the main city castle. The gnomes are gnomes, and the dwarves are dwarves. Dwarves are good at blacksmithing, which is different from the gnomes. But in terms of appearance, they don't differ much. To be honest, gnomes live in humid and hot areas, while dwarves live in high mountainous and cold areas. Listening to Shisha's story, Su Mu roughly understood the role of the dwarfs. Simply put, it is suitable for architecture. The houses in Su Mu's territory were all built with the participation of slimes, and they looked very nice. For a moment, he couldn't understand the difference between professionals and amateurs. You need to look at the comparison of the houses built by the 2 to see it. As for the dwarves and midgets, Su Mu probably also understood the difference. That is to say, the actual names are different, and the talents are different. Shisha, where is the bald lord you mentioned? Su Mu asked. If his memory served him correctly, Shisha had said before that the lord was a bald man. Sir, I saw him right there. Look. Shisha pointed forward, and Su Mu looked in the direction of his finger and saw a tall middle-aged man standing there giving orders. What a bald head. Moreover, it is a foreign face. If this is the case, then Su Mu will have no psychological burden in grabbing the tin and iron mines. If it was the lord of his own country, Su Mu might look at the other party's attitude and then consider whether to cooperate or directly persuade the other party to withdraw. But if it's from abroad, then there's no need to even think about it. Shisha, take me to their territory and I'll observe it. Su Mu thought for a moment and spoke. Okay, sir, come this way. Shisha was about to walk out from behind the tree when Su Mu grabbed him. Etc. Su Mu saw that a beautiful girl in her early 20s was walking in front of the big bald man. Black hair and brown eyes are the temperament and face of the dragon people. As soon as the pretty girl appeared, the bald man smiled and started talking to her, and their behavior was like a conversation between a superior and a subordinate. The bald guy is the subordinate, and the girl is the superior. Could it be that this girl is the lord? Su Mu muttered something, and suddenly he remembered his insight. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Fu Ningyu. Heyo, the hunter stranded in the Milyuo forest might have some secrets. With 2 insight techniques, Su Mu completely understood the situation. It turns out that the pretty girl is the lord, and the big bald guy is the native. just when Sumu was thinking about the change of plan and what to do next. 4-star dangerous intelligence. 1 kilometer ahead. A 300-man force is heading this way and will meet you soon. Intelligence tip. The enemy force has as many as 300 people, with the leopard people forming the largest group. Intelligence analysis. Lord, you may not need to leave this place, as the target is not currently aggressive or targeting you. Not aggressive? Does this mean that this group of people are coming for them? Sumu looked at Fu Ningyu in front of him. She was directing the dwarves to move the ore onto wooden carts. It looks like this trip was a successful one, with piles of ore filling up. Because of this, they are very likely to have been targeted. Shisha, you do this first. Sumu whispered some things to Shisha. A moment later, Shisha left here first. After Shisha left, Sumu did not go forward to tell Fu Ningyu the news he had received. He chose to hide quietly and observe. About 15 minutes later, 4 large wooden carts, carrying what appeared to be more than 4,000 pieces of tin and iron ore, began to be transported away. It was at this moment that the attack came. The leopard people mentioned in Su Mu's intelligence system appeared. They are all well-proportioned, and their muscles look full of explosive power. At this moment, they are staring fiercely at the transport team led by Fu Ningyu. Fu Ningyu's face changed, and she looked around as if she was looking for something. Sanbon Yuichi, don't hide anymore. I know it's you. You dare not take responsibility for what you did? Are you all just cowards? Come out quickly. Fu Ningyu frowned and shouted in a delicate voice. In a moment, a figure walked out from behind the tree. It was a thin man wearing glasses. He pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "How did you know it was me? I've already changed my military branch, haven't I? You haven't seen these leopard people in my territory, have you?" Yuichi Sanbon had a sinister smile on his face. Chapter 157 Fu Ningyu's talent as a lord? Your territory and mine are the closest to this tin and iron ore cave. Given your shameless character, I'm afraid you've known for a long time that I'm secretly transporting tin and iron ore, right? Fu Ningyu said, "Yes, that's clever. I also learned this from you dragon people. All is fair in war." Sanbin Yuichi clapped his hands and took 2 steps forward. Since they were born into this world, Sanbin Xiongyi and Fu Ningyu have met many times. Naturally, we have fought each other many times. Especially after the territory developed, the two met and fought more frequently. Among them, the two are at a 50-50 level and neither can do anything to the other. Sanbin Yuichi thought, how could Fu Ningyu, a female student from Manhwa, be his opponent? He blamed Hayao for his many failures. Sanbin Yuichi felt that the reason why he was unable to deal with Fu Ningyu was because she had Hayao, an old indigenous hunter, by her side. Hayao gave Fu Ningyu a lot of development suggestions, so no matter how Sanbin Xiong improved, he couldn't do anything to her. A few days ago, Sanbin Xiongyi learned from his subordinates that his potential enemy, Fu Ningyu, was secretly transporting something into the territory every night. When he learned the news, Yuichi Sanbon immediately arranged for his men to investigate thoroughly. He wanted to see what was going on. Following the clues, they found the tin and iron mine cave and learned that Fu Ningyu had been secretly transporting tin and iron ore at night. At present, Yuichi Sanbon actually has no use for tin ore. Compared with tin and iron ore, what he needs more is iron ore. But Sanbin Xiongyi was still upset about Fu Ningyu's continued mining of tin and iron ore. He felt that the other party could not have dug tin and iron ore for no reason, and must have obtained something good. After thinking about it, Sanbin Yuichi immediately decided to sabotage it. As a competitor, he cannot let Fu Ningyu develop too comfortably. If she surpasses him, he will be the one to be destroyed. Upon closer thought, Yuichi Sanbon has brought the leopard people. He had already investigated and knew that the defense in the mine was the weakest today, and it was also the time when the dwarves were in the mine at the least. If we don't attack now, when will we attack? Warriors of the leopard tribe, come on. Whoever can capture that woman will be the leader of the tribe. Yuichi Sanbon is in command. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Hearing that there was a chance to become a leader, the leopard people began to charge forward. In the distance, Sumu frowned slightly when he saw this scene. As of now, there are no more than 100 dwarfs around Fu Ningyu. Moreover, they seem to have stayed up late mining last night, and they didn't look in good spirits today. Just by looking at the clash between these troops and the energetic leopard people, Sumu could foresee what would become of Fu Ningyu. Although they were all lords of the Dragon Kingdom, Sumu still chose not to take action. He wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and at the same time, he would benefit. Besides, Sumu had no other extra combat power except for Gabong. His main purpose today was to come here to scout the place, and he didn't expect a large-scale battle to occur. Soon, Sumu noticed that there was no tension or fear on Fu Ningyu's face. Not only did she not show any fear, but there was no sign of fear on Hyeo's big bald face either. Compared to their calmness, the dwarfs seemed to be more panicked. They all turned their eyes to their lord, wanting to see what orders she would give. That woman might have a hidden card. Sumu muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Ningyu moved. She took out something from a cloth bag she was carrying and threw it forward. In an instant, a burst of silver light leaped. A surprising scene appeared. Everything that Fu Ningyu scattered turned into silver iron men, and they began to fight with the leopard people. Their number is almost the same as that of the leopard people. What? Yuichi Sanbon had never encountered such a situation before. He had fought with Fu Ningyu several times, but he had never seen her use such means. Today was the first time, and he was very surprised. The Iron Men seemed to be very powerful in combat. They fought with the leopard people, and it took a long time to determine the winner. Sanbon Yuichi, you don't think I dare to transport it like this? I really have no tricks at all, right? Across from Sanbin Xiongyi, Fu Ningyu smiled, with a hint of calculated pleasure on her face. Why did I always transport goods at night before, but dare to do it in broad daylight today? Have you thought it through? Do you really think I have no tricks? You think I don't know you'll come to me? The two consecutive rhetorical questions made Sanbin Yuichi's face turn ugly. A few days ago, Fu Ningyu received feedback from the Sentinels that someone had been secretly observing the movements in their territory at the edge of the forest. After careful questioning, Fu Ningyu found out that they were subhumans of the Muhu tribe. The monkey tribe's demi-humans are famous for their sentry skills. They are agile, small in stature, and very good at hiding in the forest. The Muhu tribe would not observe Fu Ningyu's territory for no reason. She thought about it, and felt that they must have been instructed. After investigation, Fu Ningyu discovered that the Muhu tribe was sent by Sanbin Xiongyi. She was smart, and quickly realized that Yuichi Sanbon knew what she was doing. So, Fu Ningyu chose to play along. So, you deliberately sent some dwarves to the mine to quarry, deliberately creating the illusion that there were not many people in the tin and iron mine, and that the military force was weak. Have you been waiting for me to ambush you and fall into your trap? Sanbin Yuichi frowned, and thought clearly about the cause and effect. It turns out that I have been in a trap all along. This damn dragon country woman. Sanbin Yuichi gritted his teeth secretly. However, Fu Ningyu opposite him gave an even more explosive answer. Not bad, you can still react. But let me tell you something even more desperate. Fu Ningyu slowly spoke. Your territory is probably almost surrounded by my people now. If my estimation is correct, you will soon receive news that the territory has been attacked. As she spoke, Fu Ningyu's lips curled up into a devilish smile. She put her hands behind her back, leaned forward, and winked playfully. It's time to burn your ass, Lord of the Little Life. I call this a feint to the east and attack in the west. When it comes to playing military tactics, our Dragon Kingdom is your ancestor. Hearing her words, Sanbin Yuichi's face suddenly turned pale. Bakayala. As if he had thought of something, Sanbin Yuichi cursed and turned around to run back. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. An arrow was pinned on the path of Sanbin Yuichi's departure, forcibly stopping him. Looking again, the hunter Hayao had appeared in front of Sanbin Yuichi at some point. Chapter 158 Big Explosion. If I die, you won't live. Wow, that hunter native is pretty strong. Sumu couldn't help but smacking his lips. He had been paying attention to the development of the situation and naturally saw Hayao's movement trajectory clearly. When Hayao shot the arrow from 100 meters away, he started at the same time. The arrow falls, and he arrives. Fu Ningyu, are you really going to kill us all? Are you going to do it so ruthlessly? Sanbin Yuichi looked back at Fu Ningyu, his eyes filled with hatred after being plotted against. He has received news that the territory has been attacked. Sanbin Yuichi knew very well how many troops the territory had today. He had been fighting back and forth with Fu Ningyu, relying not on military strength, but on a few cannons. Now that he is not in the territory, who will command the cannon? Sanbin Yuichi led the leopard people to attack, and he thought he had calculated Fu Ningyu. Little did he know that after all the twists and turns, he was the one being plotted against. Moreover, the calculation is very bad. Sanbin Yuichi, you're truly a genius to be able to say something like utterly ruthless. Fu Ningyu recovered from her playful state and said coldly, if it was me who was plotted against today, would you pity me? Would you let me go? Baga. Sanbin Yuichi stared at Fu Ningyu, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Uncle Hayao, kill him. Fu Ningyu gave the order decisively. At the same time, she grabbed the cloth bag at her waist again, and another handful of silver iron men came out. This time, the Iron Man suppressed the leopard man in terms of numbers. Soon, the leopard people were completely suppressed. In the distance, Sumu cast an insight spell on the silver iron man who was fighting. Low-level tin iron soldier, a type of tin iron soldier blessed with special powers, with excellent flexibility. Tin iron soldiers? Are there any other types of soldiers like this? Could it be the Lord's talent? Sumu pondered it carefully. Soon, he turned his gaze to Sanbon Yuichi again and found that he was fighting with Uncle Hayao. Yuichi Sanbon doesn't seem to know magic, but he knows a sword skill. I think the skills he learned should be melee skills like knights. According to Su Mu's observation, they are all lords of level 2 territories, and Sanbon Yuichi cannot compare with him in terms of speed and strength. But that's normal. Now the attribute points of a level 2 lord are only about 60 points each. Su Mu's is nearly 200 points. He is more than twice as powerful as the lords of the same level. Soon, after about 10 rounds of fighting, Yuichi Sanbon was subdued. Uncle Hayao, kill him. Fu Ningyu's voice rang out. I see. Hayao raised the big knife in his hand, but before the knife fell, something strange happened. Yuichi Sanbon seemed to have used some scroll, and a red light emerged from his body. The light is very dazzling and keeps shining. And Yuichi Sanbon's body was also expanding at an incredible speed. You all must be buried with me. Ah. Yuichi Sanbon rushed forward madly. Uncle Hayao, run. Fu Ningyu seemed to realize something. But her cry was still a step too late. Bang! There was an explosion in Yuichi Sanbon. Violent explosion. His entire body exploded. A terrifying energy shock wave, with the explosion of Sanbon Yuichi as the center, spread wildly in all directions. In the distance, Sumu reacted quickly and hid behind a tree. The smoke and dust were so strong that I couldn't see the environment ahead clearly. Sumu didn't know what happened either. He could only roughly guess that it was Yuichi Sanbon who sacrificed himself to cause the horrific explosion. It's a bit like a human bomb. A long time. The smoke and dust finally dissipated. Sumu stuck his head out and looked forward. The battle was tragic. Uncle Hayao is dead. Sumu saw his body blown into 2 halves. The leopard people were even more miserable. They all died. The low-ranking tin and iron soldiers also fell to the ground, not quite sure what was going on. The dwarfs who were transporting tin and iron ore were also affected. Many of them were blown away, resulting in heavy casualties. The truck carrying the iron ore was also in a mess, with tin and iron ore scattered all over the ground. However, these are not what Sumu cares about. What he cared about was, how was Fu Ningyu? Sumu looked around but couldn't find Fu Ningyu. He couldn't help but walk out. After searching everywhere for a week, Sumu finally found Fu Ningyu wrapped in a pile of low-level tin and iron soldiers. It turns out that when I realized that things were not going well, Fu Ningyu's first reaction was to have the tin soldiers form a circle around her to help her resist external damage. It was because of her decision that she did not die. However, due to the powerful aftermath of the explosion, she was pinned down by low-level tin soldiers and suffered considerable damage. At this moment, Fu Ningyu's face was covered in blood, her eyes were closed, and her breathing was weak. It has long lost its former glamorous style. If Sumu hadn't personally checked her breathing, he would have thought she was dead. Hello? Sumu patted Fu Ningyu's face. She whimpered in pain and still did not open her eyes. It looks like he's been hurt quite a bit. Sumu gritted his teeth. Soon, he made a decision. Let's take Fu Ningyu back to the territory to heal his wounds first. This woman can't die. He was curious about what was going on with these low-level tin soldiers. Summons a griffin, picks up Fu Ningyu, and flies into the sky. The moment he flew into the sky, an unexpected scene appeared to Sumu. All the low-level tin soldiers on the ground suddenly shrank, and then they seemed to be summoned by some force and flew back into the cloth bag around Fu Ningyu's waist. Moreover, being very close, Sumu could clearly see what these tin soldiers looked like after they shrank. They are all little men made of tin and iron, not gold beans or silver beans or anything like that. Now, Sumu is even more curious about how to deal with Ningyu. What exactly is this woman's talent as a lord? Without staying any longer, the griffin flew towards the Tianmu tribe. Master, all the roads in the territory have been paved today. The bridge and the infirmary have also been built. Winstia reported from the side. The only thing missing is the park you mentioned, Master, which hasn't been completed yet. It may take another 3 or 4 days. Not bad, very good. Sumu nodded. Winstia, you've worked hard. Sumu said as he wiped the sweat from Winstia's forehead. Being a supervisor is not that easy, so he also understands how hard Winstia's work is. It's not hard, Master. Winstia smiled and obediently enjoyed Sumu's gentle movements. No matter how hard she works, just one word and one action are enough. It is enough to dispel her fatigue of the day. Now that the roads and bridges are built, the only remaining tasks are living infrastructure and the joy of a good harvest. Once these two tasks are completed, Sumu's territory will be able to be upgraded again. When Sumu was about to take Kekalu to the farmland, Tao Yao came out trotting. Master, the sister you just brought back has woken up. Okay, I'll go take a look. Fu Ningyu is awake? Just right. Chapter 159. I know you. Sumu, I know you, Sumo. The first time Sumu entered the room and saw Fu Ningyu, she said this. Because of last night's live broadcast? Sumu guessed. The most likely reason why Fu Ningyu knew him was because she watched the live broadcast last night. After all, many people now know what his face looks like. Sumu couldn't tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. I guess so. Fu Ningyu forced a smile on her pale face. I've seen you speak before when we were chatting in the area. That time, I even sent a chat comment asking you, but unfortunately you didn't reply. Sumu touched his nose and thought carefully, but he had no memory of anything. Maybe I didn't notice. Fine. By the way, my name is Fu Ningyu. Fu Ningyu introduced herself. Fu means to pay, Ning means lemon, and Yu means language. You can call me Lemon. That's what my friends used to call me. Fu Ningyu propped herself up. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a stone house. She remembered what Yuichi Sanbon did in the last moments. Fu Ningyu knew that she was seriously injured and had to be rescued by someone. However, the person she saw at that time was Tao Yao, and she subconsciously thought that she was rescued by the demi-humans in the forest. Only then did she discover that the person who saved her was Sumu. To be honest, Fu Ningyu was very surprised. While she was surprised, she was also inexplicably excited and worried. What excited her was that she met Sumu, a famous celebrity whom she had heard of for a long time. What she was worried about was that it was her first time meeting Master Sumu, and she couldn't gauge his personality, and was afraid that he might have bad intentions towards her. If he really wanted to kill her and occupy her territory, she would have no chance of resistance. Fu Ningyu doesn't want to die? Since she was born into this world, she has been fighting wits and courage with Yuichi Sanbon. What is she struggling so hard to survive for? Live well. But after talking with Sumu for a few words, Fu Ningyu felt relieved. From the conversation, Fu Ningyu could feel that Sumu was not a difficult person to get along with. He doesn't look like a bad guy. How are you feeling now? While Fu Ningyu was thinking with her head down, Sumu spoke. He saw that the blood on her body and face had been wiped clean, and the wound on her forehead had scabbed over. Tao Yao's healing magic is not as powerful as Susu's. Susu's treatment can make people get rid of scabs. However, the price of letting the little girl take action is too high. Sumu doesn't want to tell her stories about Snow White, Black Myth, and Journey to the West all night. It would be better to let Tao Yao do it. Much better. Thank you for saving me. Fu Ningyu smiled slightly, then looked at Tao Yao next to her. And this sister, thank you too. Thank you for your help in treating me. Fu Ningyu knew about the existence of healing magic. That was what Uncle Hayao told her, about the many magics and knights in this world. It is also because of him that Fu Ningyu knows a lot about this world. By the way, Sumu, have you seen the bald uncle next to me? His name is Hayao. How is he? Recalling that Hayao was next to Sanben Yuichi when the explosion occurred, Fu Ningyu's face suddenly changed. She immediately became worried and hurriedly asked Sumu about the situation. It's a pity. Sumu shook his head and said, when I found you, the leopard people who attacked you were almost wiped out, and many of the dwarfs in your territory were also injured. As for the Uncle Hayao you mentioned, his body had been blown in two. Fu Ningyu's face turned pale, her eyes turned red, and her mood immediately became gloomy. It's all me. If it weren't for me, Uncle Hayao wouldn't have died. I shouldn't have let him kill that guy. It's all me. It's all me. Fu Ningyu fell into endless self-blame. My condolences. Just as Sumu finished speaking, Winstia suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Master, the things you had people transport back are here. Where should we put them? Wait, I'll go over there right now. Oh, Winstia nodded and stepped aside. Sumu looked at Fu Ningyu next to him. Are you in good enough condition to get up? Fu Ningyu didn't quite understand why Sumu did that, but she still got up and got out of bed. It seems that Tao Yao's healing magic is getting more and more powerful. Sumu smiled and patted Tao Yao's little face. Yes, master. Tao Yao still has a long way to go. Having said that, Tao Yao nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice, with a smile on her face. It would be great for her to be able to help Sumu. After being praised, Tao Yao felt that she was becoming more and more responsible. She must practice healing magic well and strive to help her master more. Fu Ningyu, actually, I went to the tin iron mine today just for the tin iron ore. After rescuing you, I brought back all the tin and iron ore from your truck. Sumu pointed to the front, where the tin and iron ore that was pulled back by the giant horned ants driven away by Lei Sai and other orcs was placed. 2 days ago, Lei Sai and other orcs had captured 3 giant horned ants, which they said were suitable for transporting iron ore. Under Su Mu's arrangement, Slime has already made 3 wooden carts specially used for giant horned ants, which are specifically used to transport iron ore. With this thing, the speed of transporting iron ore in their territory has increased significantly. Later, when there are giant horned ants, they will be equipped with cars. Fine. Fu Ningyu glanced at the tin and iron ore on the car and said, "Compared to my life, iron ore is nothing." Su Mu saved her life and took her tin and iron ore, which Fu Ningyu thought was reasonable. "I'm glad you think so." Su Mu nodded and continued. "I've had the orcs send your dwarfs back to their territory. Su Mu, do you want to talk to me about the tin iron mine?" Fu Ningyu seemed to have guessed something. At present, there are not many lords who need tin and iron ore. If Su Mu needs it, it will prove that he is useful, and his goal is naturally the right to use the mine. Fu Ningyu was very smart and guessed the reason immediately. "Right. Since we are both lords of the Dragon Nation, I won't waste any more words. I also want the mining rights to the tin and iron mine. Let's mine this mine together. Do you agree?" Su Mu did not keep anyone in suspense and expressed his thoughts. Opposite him, Fu Ningyu smiled bitterly and then said, "Why do you even need to ask me if I'm willing? Given the strength of your current territory, if I don't agree, you can destroy me in a minute, okay? I'd love for you to come and mine with me. Who else would dare covet the mines with you around?" At this point, Fu Ningyu's wry smile turned into a smile. "Besides, I should thank you for your generosity and for being willing to share half of the mine with me. How could I not be willing?" Chapter 160 Lord's Talent, Turning Iron into Soldiers. Fu Ning's words are rough, but his logic is sound. Indeed, with Su Mu's current ability, conquering her territory is definitely not a problem. Not to mention that she is still within his territory. What is the difference between her situation and the meat on the chopping board? It can be said that Fu Ningyu sees the problem very clearly, and she is a smart person. In that case, we will split the mining rights of the mine equally from now on. Agree. Fu Ningyu raised her hand innocently, just like a kindergarten student answering the teacher's question. Su Mu couldn't help laughing because of her. He remembered the scene where she made a face at the Lord of Little Days. This Ningyu is quite interesting. Su Mu, although it may be a bit abrupt, I still want to ask a question. Fu Ningyu pursed her lips and decided to ask the doubts in her heart. What you say? That is. Fu Ningyu said. We just don't know each other. You're sharing the mine with me. Have you ever considered that we might become competitors in the future? And you should understand that as your territory is upgraded, its scope will continue to expand. At that time, your territory may be included in my territory. By then, a war will break out. Aren't you afraid of nurturing a tiger and causing trouble? At this point, Fu Ningyu shrank his neck and muttered a little guiltily. Of course, I don't mean to say that I am a tiger. I'm just curious. Why on earth would you choose this? Is it just because I'm the Lord of Dragon Country? Fu Ningyu was a little panicked. She waved her hands and said, Also, I have to make it clear that I'm not trying to remind you. I don't even think of being hostile to you. Real. I'm just curious. Fu Ningyu stared at Su Mu, wanting to see how he would react and what his answer would be. Suddenly, Fu Ningyu noticed that Su Mu's face turned serious and he looked solemn. Fu Ningyu was shocked. No way. Su Mu didn't think of this level of interest. Did she remind him? Fu Ningyu felt a chill on her back. You reminded me. Su Mu said coldly. Oh, no way. You really haven't thought about this? Fu Ningyu's pretty face immediately turned bitter. She thought that with Su Mu's wisdom and ability, he must have thought of this. Unexpectedly, he really hadn't thought about it? Fu Ningyu felt that she was being too clever for her own good. Wouldn't it be better if she just agreed immediately? Why are you so curious? Woo-woo, then I'm just shooting myself in the foot, right? Fu Ningyu wilted. Indeed. It hit very hard. Su Mu nodded. I think what you said makes sense. Now, I give you 2 choices. One is to join my territory and become my subordinate lord. One is to stay in my territory and become my slave. As soon as he finished saying this, Su Mu's serious expression suddenly broke. Sorry, I'm used to calling myself a slave. Ha. Su Mu laughed to ease the awkwardness. It's over. Now all he talks about is becoming my slave, but it's obvious that he wasn't that kind of person before. Ever since the advent of the Lord's world, it has been either slave collars or servitude collars, and Su Mu has learned to be bad. That's right. He must have been led astray by that woman Irene. After all, she had just finished talking about this matter earlier. Su Mu threw the pot away. On the other side, Fu Ningyu realized that Su Mu was just pretending to tease her with his stern face. You almost scared me to death. Fu Ningyu, who had figured it out, let out a long sigh and glanced at Su Mu resentfully. She was really scared just now. She thought that Su Mu, who had figured it out, was going to attack her. It turns out that he was acting on purpose, and his acting was so real. Fu Ningyu pouted, but couldn't help but smile in her heart. She thought Su Mu had an interesting personality and was an interesting soul. Thinking of this, Fu Ningyu became a lot bolder. Then you haven't answered my question directly. You're not just saying this because I'm the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, are you? What if I were to say that I'm helping you because you're a beauty? Su Mu smiled and said, is this a good reason? Fu Ningyu's pretty face turned slightly red, and the curve of her lips softened, but she still shook her head. Inadequate. Because there are so many beautiful women around you. What she was referring to, of course, was the Winstia and Taoyao that she had seen so far. Actually, I'm curious about your abilities. Su Mu finally got to the point. I've seen your silver tin soldiers fight. You threw out little things the size of beans, and they all turned into fighting soldiers. Is this your lordship talent? That's what I said. Fu Ningyu puffed out her right cheek and muttered softly. I wish it was because I'm a beautiful woman. What did you say? Her last sentence was too soft for Su Mu to hear clearly. Oh, I said it's a lord's talent. I'll add you as a friend and show you. Fu Ningyu said, and sent a friend request to Su Mu, along with a screenshot. Turning iron into soldiers. Touching the iron blocks with your hands can give them vitality, turning them into your soldiers and fighting for you. The higher the iron level, the higher the level of the troops, and it can be given infinitely. Su Mu found this lord's talent very novel when he saw it for the first time. However, there are still some things he doesn't understand. Any piece of iron can give life, so why do you need tin or? Can't ordinary iron or be used? Fu Ningyu was not too surprised that Su Mu could guess that she used tin iron or to give life. Any smart person could guess it. I tried it, and the iron or didn't work well. Fu Ningyu explained. When I acquired this lord's talent, I kept trying to give life to the iron blocks, but later I discovered that apart from their size growing, their appearance didn't change at all. For example, if I give life to a small iron ball, it will become a soldier like an iron ball after it comes to life, not like a human. So, this lord's talent actually has certain shape requirements for the iron block that gives life. I've done a lot of experiments and found that the movements of iron men made from ordinary iron ore are very stiff and far from the desired effect. Only tin iron ore is the best. Because tin ore is more ductile? Su Mu roughly guessed it. Yes. Fu Ningyu continued. Tin iron ore has the best ductility. After I cast the little iron men and gave them life, they became very flexible, and their knuckles and other parts are no different from those of normal people. It is the most suitable iron ore so far. Chapter 161 Fu Ningyu's Potential. Actively join. Su Mu had seen the combat effectiveness of the tin iron soldiers. They were evenly matched with the leopard people and were showing a tendency to suppress them. The strength of the leopard people is such that ordinary skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers cannot compete with them. Of course, Su Mu's skeleton troops are an exception. After all, he has the talent of the Lord of Purgatory Hot Springs, and his undead troops can be upgraded. From this we can see that the combat effectiveness of the tin and iron soldiers was actually very outstanding. More importantly, the ability that Fu Ningyu can bestow upon the iron block is unlimited empowerment. This means there is no quantity limit. In other words, as long as the little iron man exists, he can always be given life and will always fight for her. This lack of limits is, to a large extent, the abnormality of this talent. Moreover, if you think about it more deeply, any piece of iron can be given life. So what if you cast a transformer out of iron? Can it also be given life to fight? What if iron was better? Will the resulting troops be even more powerful? Everything is possible. After all, there is no way that there is only one kind of iron in this world. There may be many kinds of very powerful iron that they have not seen yet. If you think about it carefully, Fu Ningyu's potential is simply unlimited. By the way, when I took you away, your little iron man returned to the bag around your waist. What happened? Su Mu asked. Oh, that one. Fu Ningyu fiddled with the cloth bag around her waist and explained. This is the storage bag I found with my Lord's Talent scroll. It's a special storage space for Iron Man soldiers. As long as it senses that the Iron Man troops have been destroyed and have temporarily lost their combat effectiveness, they will automatically be recovered into space for repair. Fu Ningyu said this and sent another screenshot to Su Mu. It is really called a release bag. Its function is almost the same as what Fu Ningyu said. It is equivalent to an arsenal specially used for recycling. However, the automatic repair feature alone was enough to amaze Su Mu. Can the troops repair themselves automatically? This is awesome. It's similar to his Purgatory Hot Springs, which can revive people. Su Mu? Seeing that Su Mu seemed to be thinking, Fu Ningyu hesitated for a moment, but still called out softly. How? I've thought about what you just said. Fu Ningyu said. I have no interest in being your slave or anything like that. Su Mu, why is it involving slaves again? Is it impossible to overcome the hurdle of being a slave? But Fu Ningyu was still saying. But I am interested in being your vassal lord. Very interested. Can I join you? Fu Ningyu's sudden request to join did surprise and astonish Su Mu. Originally, he also intended to invite Fu Ningyu to join him. However, Su Mu thought it would be better to investigate first. Furthermore, his sudden suggestion seemed to be an attempt to put pressure on Fu Ningyu by taking advantage of the current situation. She is in his territory. Do you dare not agree? After comprehensive consideration, Su Mu gave up the idea of inviting her to join. He didn't expect that Fu Ningyu himself proposed to join him and become his subordinate lord. Do you know what lords and subordinate lords mean? Su Mu felt it necessary to explain clearly. Have you really thought it through? Once you become a vassal lord, you will no longer be a lord, but my man. What do you mean by your people? That's too ambiguous. Fu Ningyu stuck out her tongue and muttered softly. She knew that Su Mu was referring to his subordinates. But it sounds a bit misleading. Fu Ningyu's heart was beating fast. She raised her head and said firmly, I've thought it through. I have no regrets. I want to be your vassal lord. Su Mu looked at her deeply. In that case, you can stay here tonight. I'll take you back tomorrow, he said as he saw the sun was about to set. No, I have something important to do. Can you come with me? Please. Su Mu didn't expect that the important thing Fu Ningyu was talking about was to go back to the mine to collect Uncle Hayao's body. After putting the griffin away, he felt a bit complicated. Fu Ningyu is obviously a person who values friendship. Uncle Hayao was blown to pieces. His intestines were all over the floor, but she searched everywhere, finding his body bit by bit and piecing it together. Her psychological endurance is also very strong. Su Mu also admired her for this. That's right. Su Mu suddenly thought of an important point, and he came to Fu Ningyu's side. Fu Ningyu, did anything special happen between you and Uncle Hayao? I don't think you treat him like a simple lord treats his subordinates. Uncle Hayao is a good man, a very good man. He is really like my uncle. Fu Ningyu lowered her head and concentrated on the action in her hands, still saying, As soon as I arrived in this world, I was attacked by werewolves and almost died. It was Uncle Hayao who showed up and saved me. Not only that, I have had many disputes with Sanben Yuichi, the lord who exploded not long ago. At the beginning, I was no match for him at all. I was almost killed by Yuichi Sanban several times. It was Uncle Hayao who saved me. Later, after I invited him many times, he left his cabin and joined my territory. Fu Ningyu was lost in memories, tears already welling up in her eyes. Not only that, he taught me a lot of knowledge and skills about survival, and also taught me a lot about the world. She choked and said, It's all me. If I hadn't invited Uncle Hayao over and over again, he wouldn't have joined my territory and wouldn't have lost his life. I killed him. Fu Ningyu's shoulders kept shaking. It seems that the bond between Uncle Hayao and her is more like a family in this world. Thinking of this, Su Mu sighed, squatted down, and patted her shoulder. I said if Heo can be resurrected, but he will become an emotionless undead, would you agree? Or do you think it makes sense? What Su Mu was talking about was naturally Felina's ability. Wasn't that how Felina resurrected Gabong back then? Become an undead? Fu Ningyu looked up at Su Mu. There were traces of tears on her face, which made her look so pitiful that it made people want to hug her in their arms and comfort her. This is the lethality of a beautiful woman's crying. But Fu Ningyu's next words made Su Mu stunned. Then am I? Fu Ningyu sobbed. Is it also possible to cast Uncle Hayao's corpse into an Iron Man, and then use my ability to resurrect him? Su Mu. This seems. Chapter 162. Your idea is against heaven. Goblin. Fu Ningyu. Fu Ningyu, your idea is a bit against heaven? Casting Uncle Hayao into a tin soldier? You're really audacious. Su Mu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, You also said how good Uncle Hayao was to you when he was alive, but now that he's dead, you still have to wait for others to fight for you. Fu Ningyu, you are really a ruthless person. Su Mu thought in his heart. Otherwise, Fu Ningyu stretched out her slender fingers, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, Sturu once told me that she could use mercury and iron to protect corpses from decay for 100 years. I was thinking, if she can help me cast Uncle Hayao into a tin iron soldier, maybe in the future I will be able to revive Uncle Hayao into an iron soldier with a soul? Or, what if we find some powerful iron in the future? I can make Uncle Hayao, who has become a tin soldier, even more powerful. Like a robot, you understand? Fu Ningyu became more and more excited as she spoke. She looked at Su Mu eagerly, hoping that he could affirm her thoughts and give her confidence. Let her be more determined to do this thing, etc. Who is Stulu you're talking about? Su Mu frowned. He may not know enough, so he can't understand what Fu Ningyu is saying now. However, he probably understood what she was thinking. Sturu is a member of my territory, a goblin. Uncle Hayao and I rescued her once, so she joined my territory. Fu Ningyu answered Su Mu's questions. However, when Su Mu heard the word gnomish, he instantly became excited. Goblin? Are you sure? What's wrong? Fu Ningyu looked at him. She was surprised that Su Mu was so excited. How could Su Mu not be excited? The last time he went to Tianlong City, he wanted to find the goblins, and now he finally found them. Fu Ningyu, I think your idea is very good, and it will definitely succeed. Now, come back with me to your territory right now and see the goblins first. Fu Ningyu. Following Fu Ningyu's instructions, Su Mu took her back to her territory. Above the sky, Fu Ningyu sat behind Su Mu, her slender hands tightly grasping his clothes, her face slightly flushed. Your territory is quite nice. Those stone houses are quite exquisitely built. In front, Su Mu spoke. The houses in Fu Ningyu's territory are arranged in an orderly manner and have an inexplicable sense of cuteness. Haha, these are all built by the dwarfs themselves. They are suitable for their living height, so the houses are very cute. Then you are Snow White? There are so many dwarfs surrounding you. Su Mu teased with a smile. Hee, now that you mention it, it seems to be true. I just don't know when my prince will appear on a white horse. Fu Ningyu was amused by Su Mu's words. Maybe he's not riding a white horse. Maybe he's flying in the sky. Flying in the sky? Can horses fly in the sky? Then do you think there are dwarfs in the normal world? Fu Ningyu was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Anything is possible in this world. By the way, how is your griffin? Before Fu Ningyu could finish her words, she screamed, lost her balance, and almost fell from the air. It turned out that the griffin in the air was forced to descend quickly in order to avoid the two arrows, causing turbulence. Are you okay? Hold on tight to me, or you'll be doomed if you fall. Fortunately, Su Mu reacted quickly and put his arms around Fu Ningyu's waist. Thank you, thank you. Fu Ningyu's face turned red, and her nose was filled with the scent of Su Mu, which made her even more nervous and her heart beat faster. Don't just say thank you. Tell your sentries to stop shooting. Oh. With Fu Ningyu's appearance, the watchtower below finally stopped shooting, and Su Mu landed safely in the territory. Soon, he also saw the goblin Sturu that Fu Ningyu mentioned. A female goblin about 1.3 meters tall, with a pointed face, long nose, rosy skin, and looks like a gas tank. She also wore a monocle on her left eye, giving her a very intelligent and calm image. Fu Ningyu shared his thoughts with Stulu. I can indeed mix iron and mercury and cast it into a shell to protect Heo's body from decay. However, I cannot guarantee whether your secret technique will have any effect on him. I cannot guarantee whether he can become a tin soldier. If that's the case, are you still going to try? Stulu began to explain. Fu Ningyu looked at Su Mu. Su Mu was stunned. Did this mean that he wanted to give advice or make a decision? This is entirely Fu Ningyu's personal matter, right? To Su Mu, Hayao was no different from a stranger. However, since Fu Ningyu asked, Su Mu still spoke. I think we can give it a try. Although I have the opportunity to turn Hayao into an undead, in reality, it is no different from your tin soldiers. In that case, why not try your idea? Is there really anything worse than being dead? You're right. Fu Ningyu smiled. There's nothing worse than death. Uncle Hayao is already like this. We have to try every possible method. Sturu, please help me. Leave the body here, I can do it myself. It might take 2 or 3 days. Stulu glanced at Hayao's body, thought for a moment, and said, Good. Just as Stulu was about to leave, Fu Ningyu called her again. Wait a minute, Stuart. My good friend wants to ask you something. Fu Ningyu pointed at Su Mu. I hope you can answer this for him. Oh, what's the problem? Sturu looked at Su Mu. I have to say that Fu Ningyu is really thoughtful. From beginning to end, Su Mu never told her that he had a problem and needed to consult the goblin, but she could tell from his reaction that he had a problem. He is really thoughtful. Fu Ningyu winked at Su Mu. Su Mu recalled and quickly said, Ms. Stulu, I'd like to ask what omnic metal is. Omnic metal? Stulu looked at Su Mu unexpectedly. How do you know about omnic metal? Well, I had a chance before and happened to get some omnic metal, but I don't know what it does. Su Mu explained. I think goblins are the smartest and most knowledgeable beings in this world, so I wanted to ask what this thing is used for. I think you must know this, Miss Stullo. Su Mu's words were very well spoken. He praised Stulu and elevated her to a level she had never reached before. Sure enough, Stulu, who had been serious just now, smiled, and the wrinkles on her face were squeezed together. Chapter 163: The World's Status of Goblins. You're right. In this world, we, the goblins, are truly the only ones who know the function of omnic metal. Stulu raised his neck. His not-so-tall height was filled with confidence and pride. Please inform me. I can't tell you right now. Stulu spoke. When Sumu heard this, his face changed. Are all the nice things I just said in vain? When Funing was about to say a few words to help, Stulu spoke again. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but my niece will come here to visit me in a week, and it would be more appropriate for her to tell you then. Because no one understands omnic metal better than she does. A sudden turn of events. Thank you very much. I will visit you again in 7 days. We've already waited for so long. 7 days won't make a difference. Okay, I'll be busy now, you guys go. Stulu waved his hand and turned into the inner room. Let me tell you, Stu's personality is a little weird. If she doesn't want to help you, she really won't say anything. Luckily, you're smart enough to understand the color I gave you and speak politely. After leaving Sturu's residence, Funing said softly. Actually, I've also sensed that her temperament is difficult to grasp. Sumu nodded. In fact, even without Funing's signal, he would still be polite. After all, the status of goblins in this world is that they stand at the pinnacle of knowledge. When he was in the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, Sumu knew that goblins could not be sold as slaves. Their status on the continent is similar to that of the few human beings, and they can be on equal footing with them. Even in some special cases, humans can be sold as slaves, but it is absolutely impossible for goblins. From this point, we can see the special and noble status of the goblins. For this type of person, it is normal to have a bit of personality. Capable people have hard-to-control tempers. Yes, Fu Ningyu said beside him. If I hadn't saved Stulu before, and she happened to be traveling around with nowhere to go, she might not be willing to stay with me. And I tell you, Stu is really smart. She knows how to study a lot of weird machines. But she said that so far, the things she knows are not available in my territory. When I develop to a higher level, she will consider using them. I'm quite looking forward to it. Listening to Fu Ningyu's words, Sumu nodded secretly in his heart. It seems that accepting Fu Ningyu as his subordinate lord was the right thing for him to do. Fu Ningyu's territory has huge potential. In the future, maybe I will become his powerful helper. By the way, Sumu, I attacked Sanbin Xiongyi's territory before. How about we go there together to take a look? I'm still unsure whether it was successful or not. Only we can capture the territory crystal. At this time, Fu Ningyu spoke again. Okay, I'll take you there. Fu Ningyu's face turned slightly red when she thought about riding a griffin together again. Sanbin Xiongyi's territory is not far from Fu Ningyu's territory, about 2 kilometers away. No wonder they had so many friction battles. It was indeed too close. In the sky, Sumu saw the dwarf warriors below at a glance. It should be Fu Ningyu's large group. When they saw the griffin in the sky, they stood up and prepared to shoot. This time Fu Ningyu learned his lesson and showed up first, and the dwarfs then put down their weapons. To a large extent, the combat effectiveness of the dwarves is similar to that of the orcs. However, due to their height disadvantage, they are definitely still short of something. Fu Ningyu understood the situation. Her large dwarf army wiped out a total of 1,096 members of Sanbin Xiongyi's territory. The rest scattered like monkeys when the tree fell, and ran away when they saw that they could not resist. When the large dwarf army arrived, some members of the territory were taking a lunch break, most were working outside, and a small number were taken out by Sanbin Xiongyi to surround Fu Ningyu. Therefore, although it was not easy for them to win this battle, it was also easy. Among them, 365 dwarf warriors were injured and 109 died. Fu Ningyu also personally encouraged his troops and boosted their morale. Why don't you invite me to become your vassal lord? That way, when I capture the crystal, it will be ours. Fu Ningyu looked at Sumu and said, Yeah, okay. Sumu invited her. Soon, Fu Ningyu had become a subordinate lord under him, just like Zhang Dahai. Master Sumu, please support me more in the future. I will be your first subordinate from now on. Fu Ningyu laughed and teased, but soon she seemed to think of something. Oh right. Master Sumu's first subordinate should be Zhang Dahai. I can only be considered your second subordinate. But no matter what, I appreciate your guidance. Fu Ningyu said this and stretched out her hand. You even know about Zhang Dahai? Sumu smiled and stretched out his hand to shake her hand. Fu Ningyu is really funny. With her around, I hope I won't be too bored in the future. Of course, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. It is not known whether what Fu Ningyu said is true or false. Sumu could only laugh it off. The moment Sanban Yuichi's territory crystal was occupied, a prompt sound appeared in front of Su Mu's eyes. Congratulations. Your subordinate lord, Fu Ningyu, has successfully occupied the territory, and your territory has expanded once again. Please take over territory-related matters as soon as possible. Brother Su Mu, I asked my men to investigate. In Sanbang Xianji's territory, besides the resources, the most valuable items should be the 5 cannons. Do you want to pull back your territory? Fu Ningyu pouted, seeming very dissatisfied with the income. Your life is too poor, isn't it? You don't even have a single good thing. After becoming a subordinate lord under Su Mu, the relationship between the two took a step further, and even their ways of addressing each other changed. Fu Ningyu calls Su Mu brother, and Su Mu called her. Lemon, it's getting late. Let's leave first. Put these 5 cannons here for now. Have your men guard them, or take them back to your territory overnight. Like cannons and iron ore, they cannot be stored in the space backpack and need to be transported. This place is nearly 40 kilometers away from Su Mu's territory, which is too far. Even if he asks Lei Sai to rush over overnight, it will take the next day to transport it back. Absolutely unnecessary. Moreover, there were only 5 cannons, which were not considered very valuable in Su Mu's eyes. Okay, then let's go back to your territory, Brother Su Mu, and stay there for one night. Chapter 164. You're not schizophrenic, are you? When Su Mu brought Fu Ningyu back to his territory, he found that Wenstia and others had not eaten yet. Everyone was sitting around the table staring blankly at the food. It's so late, you haven't eaten yet? Su Mu walked over. Wenstia, didn't I ask you to arrange for everyone to eat before I left? What's going on? Master, everyone is waiting for you to come back. Wenstia stood up hastily. I've already conveyed your wishes to everyone else to eat first, but they all want to wait for you. Brother Su Mu, you're finally back. I'm starving to death, woo-woo. Kokalu ran over pitifully, hugged Su Mu's waist, and touched her shriveled belly. Stupid, can't you let your aunt give you a couple of bites first? Su Mu said this as he bent down and picked up Kekalu. The little girl is 12 years old, but she is not overweight. She looks like an 8 or 9-year-old girl and is very easy to hold. Auntie also told me to wait for you. You are not allowed to eat until you come back. This is the rule. Besides, the food doesn't taste good when you're not here. Okay, let's eat quickly then. Su Mu said this and glanced in the direction of Kokona. Kokona was also looking at him, but when she saw his gaze coming towards her, she quickly turned her face away. At this time, Su came over. Brother, you should hug me too. Su also wants it. Before Su could finish her words, Su Mu pinched her face. She could only mumble incoherently. Bag. Uncle wants a bag. What's the little girl doing here, huh? You're much heavier than Kokalu. Su Mu was amused by Su's cute appearance. Come and prepare dinner. Everyone is waiting for you. Serena greeted him with a smile. Good. Su Mu still felt warm in his heart. The detail that Selena and the others waited for him before eating fully demonstrated his status in the territory. No, it's the throne. Family throne. This also made Su Mu's sense of responsibility explode. We must build the territory well, develop it well, and protect them. At this time, Selena's gaze fell on Fu Ningyu, who was a little confused and uncomfortable in the back. She thought about it, walked over, and took Fu Ningyu's hand. Sister, come and have dinner with us. Don't be polite. It's just like being at home. Selena's friendly gesture slightly soothed Fu Ningyu's confused heart. Fu Ningyu also didn't expect that there were so many beautiful women hidden in Su Mu's territory. A top-notch beauty. There are quite a few Asians among them. He simply lives in the midst of flowers. His life is so comfortable. Fu Ningyu was a little uncomfortable seeing so many people. Fortunately, Serena kindly took the initiative to signal her. Yes, Lemon, please sit down and let me introduce you to everyone. Su Mu said as he rubbed Su's little face. Serena is much better now than when she first arrived in the territory. She is becoming more and more like a hostess. Serena is different from Wenstia. Wenstia is more like a good wife to Su Mu, helping him deal with big and small things in life. Selena is more like a woman who supports Su Mu behind his back and can give him good advice when he is confused. There are some differences between the two. One is more intimate, the other is more heartwarming. Is this a new member? Selena has now accepted the fact that Su Mu brings new members to the territory almost every day, even though she knew that the new members were all top-notch beauties. Yes, this is the lord of another territory. She is now my subordinate and has joined our territory. However, in the future, she may not be in the territory very often. I brought her here tonight mainly to let everyone get to know her. Su Mu said and began to introduce. This is Fu Ningyu. You can call her Lemon or Sister Fu or Sister Fu. Lemon, the little girl I'm holding is called Kekalu. and the one whose face I'm pinching is called Susu. Sumu introduced them one by one. After dinner, Sumu brought Kokalu to the farmland again. He induced labor once a day, but he never forgot this. Sumu was also looking forward to the corn in the farmland being harvested soon, so that he could complete the task of upgrading the territory to level 3 for the first time. Looking at the corn stalks that have already produced small flowers, Sumu feels that life is becoming more and more promising. Thank you for your hard work, Kokalu. Sumu touched the back of the little girl's head and said, Brother Sumu, when will you take me out to play in the territory again? So boring. Kokalu looked at Sumu with anticipation in her eyes. Let's wait for a couple of days, until I'm done with these 2 days, okay? Sumu said with a smile. He also knew that life in the territory was somewhat boring. Then we have a deal. Brother Sumu is not allowed to lie to others. Okay. I won't lie to anyone but us, Kokalu, okay? Brother Sumu is the best. Kokalu rubbed her head against the clothes on Sumu's belly. Since the two of them became familiar with each other, Kokalu has done such intimate actions many times. This is enough to prove that Kokalu now has a very high level of trust in Sumu. I don't know if it's because of Sumu's personal charm, or if Kokona also said something to Kokalu. Anyway, the little girl's attitude towards him is very different from before. I heard from Lei-sai that you wanted to see me. You also said that you couldn't sleep tonight because you couldn't see me? Is that true? Is it that exaggerated? Sumu sat on the chair and said as he looked at Irene who was lying on the bed in front of him. Yes. Irene sat up and gave Sumu a charming look. You don't know how much I missed you this afternoon and this night. You are so cruel. If I don't tell you, you won't even come to see me. Why don't you tell me quickly? Have you made up your mind? What is your choice? Ai Lin said, got off the bed, walked to Sumu's side, put her slender hands on the clothes on his shoulders, and moved them a little bit. Be serious and talk. Sumu patted her hand on his shoulder. I'm very serious. What's wrong with me? Aaron asked back with a pout. Come on, you're completely different from the Irene you knew before. Sumu's forehead was filled with black lines. I seriously suspect that you have schizophrenia. TSK, I didn't. Irene spat, and continued to speak softly in Sumu's ear. But you also said that was before. Now that I have a new respect for you, isn't it normal to be a little different? As Irene spoke, she actually leaned over and blew a breath of hot air into Sumu's ear. The tingling and slightly moist feeling made Sumu shrink his neck. If you keep using your hands or your mouth, I'll have Lei-sai put shackles on you to keep you in line. You're the one who can't bear to do it. Irene said. Get lost. Sumu pulled Irene and pushed her aside. Who said I couldn't bear it? You really are good at flattering yourself. Looking at Sumu's stern face, Irene chuckled softly, but didn't get angry at him for pushing her away. Even when he's angry, he's so manly. I love it. Sumu. This woman? Crazy? Wasn't she stunned by the domineering aura that oddly exuded when he punished the orc at noon? Sumu was muttering in his heart, but Irene did something that shocked him even more. She actually sat on his lap all of a sudden. Sumu. Chapter 165 Extreme Struggle with Irene. Aaron, what are you doing? Sumu was shocked. Not only did Irene sit on his lap, she also put her arms around his neck. This woman is too crazy. The difference between before and after shouldn't be too big. How? You're a grown man, and you're scared? I'm not afraid of any woman. Irene cast a seductive glance at Sumu. Would I be afraid? Sumu laughed. If he was cowardly, wouldn't Irene look down on him? That's absolutely not possible. Thinking in his heart, Sumu moved his hand and directly grabbed Irene's smooth waist and pulled her into his arms. Oh. Irene was startled by his sudden movement and slumped chest to chest with him. Your shock absorbers are pretty good. Sumu's voice rang out. Irene was not stupid. She immediately understood the meaning of shock absorber. Her face turned slightly pink, and after a slight hesitation, he leaned on Sumu's shoulder and said, Not bad. So do you like it? Sumu. Good job. Starting to push to the limit? Hello? Do you like it? Seeing that Sumu hadn't spoken yet, Irene said something else. She didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, and she moved her, but to get closer to Sumu. What's the use of liking it? You can't look or touch. Irene, this is a blatant provocation. It's a provocation, not a tease. These are two completely different issues. Then touch it. Irene puffed out her chest. You are allowed to touch it for a while, but as for watching, that depends on your performance later, but I can give you a hint. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Irene's tone was full of teasing. Even an abnormal person can hear it, let alone a normal person like Sumu. His breathing quickened a little. Then I'll really do it, huh? Sumu licked his lips, his face full of mischief. He pinched Irene's chin. Don't regret it, huh? No regrets. Irene smiled slightly, letting him pinch her chin as she looked into his eyes. Sumu raised his hand and stretched it forward. A move. His hand is getting closer and closer to the target. Getting closer. He thought Irene would hide, but she seemed to be determined or had made sufficient preparations. She did not hide, but looked straight at Sumu, letting his hand fall. Final. Damn it. You win. Sumu withdrew his hand. He was almost at the bottom, and since Irene hadn't dodged yet, he had no choice but to admit defeat. It is impossible to touch it. What if I can't explain it clearly? Besides, there is no shortage of beautiful women around Sumu, and he currently has no idea what Irene's purpose is. This beauty trap that comes to your door is not that easy to deal with. If you hold on a little longer, I might lose. Irene smiled. Of course she knew what Sumu meant by lose. Forget it. Seeing the smug smile on Irene's face, Sumu was angry. Get off my legs now. I won't argue with you anymore. Sit for a while. Irene was acting like a spoiled child, her slender hands still tightly clasped around Sumu's neck, and no matter how hard he tried to push her away, he just couldn't. It was impossible for Sumu to use too much strength. It doesn't matter if you get injured, there is no shortage of doctors in the territory. I'm afraid that it might accidentally touch some private parts, and then I'll have to take responsibility. No, your rank is too high. I can't afford to play with you. If you do this again, I'll have a biological reaction. Don't accuse me of being a hooligan then. Sumu threatened. What rank is too high? I'm not all right. When Irene heard what Sumu said, she immediately became unhappy. What I am not happy about is the 4 words level is too high. Not a biological reaction. It's not high yet. The difference between you before and after is too big. Sumu spoke the truth in his heart. But I can tell you, honey traps don't work on me. You know how many beauties are around me. I'm used to seeing a lot of things. I didn't use any honey trap on you, okay? Irene said. Not yet. It's already on the legs, but not yet. Sumu rolled his eyes. No wonder they say that even a beautiful woman can make a hero miserable. These old sayings are really true. He almost shook the morale of the army. Fortunately, he is no longer the same person as when he first entered the Lord's world. Sumu is now a man who has fought and seen blood. His psychological endurance has been greatly enhanced. I'm sincere, okay? Irene suddenly became serious. She stared into Sumu's eyes. Maybe the way I expressed myself was a little too proactive. But that's definitely because you haven't adapted yet. Don't forget, I'm not a girl from your dragon country. In our country, we express our love and affection openly and without reservation. If I like someone, even if I'm a girl, it's always right to take the initiative, right? Sumu was stunned. It's true. He had actually forgotten that Irene was a woman from the beer country. The way their country expresses emotions is different from that of Longwa. Girls from dragon country are generally more reserved, while those from foreign countries are more enthusiastic and proactive. If you think about it this way, it seems that Irene did nothing wrong. However, Irene continued to speak, becoming more and more excited. Besides, it was only after what happened at noon that I showed interest and affection for you. Women naturally like brave, decisive, strong, and capable men. Is there anything wrong with that? What's more, we are now in the Lord's world, where strength speaks louder than words. Is it wrong for a woman like me to like and rely on a strong man? Okay, stop talking. Seeing Irene so excited and her chest heaving, Sumu quickly interrupted her. No, I have to say it. Irene got excited. I really feel uncomfortable if you don't tell me. You said I was high-ranking. I know what you meant. My rank isn't high at all. I've never been in a relationship, let alone had any improper relationship with anyone. You can check it out for yourself. Sumu, the women in this beer country are different. He said this without blushing. Is this something that can be said? Okay, don't get so excited. Just think of it as me saying something wrong and I apologize to you, okay? Don't apologize. Irene pinched Sumu's mouth. Sumu, why are you, a grown man, apologizing to a woman? Irene said. Besides, you're right. I'm so inconsistent. It's normal for you to suspect I have ulterior motives. But I want to tell you, I'm serious. Chapter 166 Magic Rocket Launcher Blueprint. Irene held Sumu's face. So, facing someone so serious like me, you should try to conquer me like a man, to verify what you think, instead of apologizing to me. Sumu. Oh my god. Too fierce. At this moment, Sumu truly felt the difference between women from Dragon Country and women from Beer Country. Is it possible for a girl from Dragon Country to say such vigorous words as Irene? Okay, get off my lap. Sumu patted her waist. Don't want. You're so gentle. Irene frowned and pouted. You have to be more aggressive towards me like you were towards those orcs at noon. I like your aggressiveness at noon. So manly. As she spoke, she looked like a nympho, as if she was recalling Su Mu's masculinity at noon. Su Mu exclaimed, "What a guy. I'm afraid Irene is not an M. Can't you be gentle with her?" At least she confessed her feelings to him, didn't she? Although, Su Mu hasn't accepted it yet. But he is definitely gentle, and he is gentler to his own people. Hurry down. Su Mu pinched his throat stiffly. It's not enough. A curve appeared at the corner of Irene's lips, as if she was on the edge of satisfaction and dissatisfaction. Get out of here. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Su Mu slapped Irene on the butt. Ouch. Irene is in pain. But she smiled and stepped off Su Mu contentedly. That's right. That's the kind of man Eileen like. Su Mu. It's confirmed. Okay, take a rest. Take me back to your territory tomorrow. Su Mu said. To be precise, there are 4 territories, not just one. Irene explained. My territory, John's, Mael's, and Moro's, forms a square, facing each other from a distance. Furthermore, our territories are separated only by a small river. Anyway, we'll know when we go there tomorrow. Su Mu said. Okay. Irene's burning gaze fell on Su Mu's face. If you have anything else to say, just say it. Don't waste my time. I'm busy. Su Mu frowned and his voice unconsciously became louder. There was no way. Irene's eager eyes clearly wanted him to be more vicious. Su Mu could only satisfy her. Moreover, he also guessed that she had something to say. Yes. As Irene spoke, she took out 2 scrolls from her storage space and handed them to Su Mu with a smile. This is the most valuable scroll I have right now. Moro found it in a treasure chest. I've spent all the other treasures, and this is the only one left. For you. Su Mu took it and took a look. Magic Rocket Launcher Crafting Scroll. A rocket launcher with a range of up to 10,000 yards. It's incredibly powerful and can fire 5 rounds in a row for long-range bombing. Magic Rocket Launcher Materials. Crystal or X110. Refined Iron or X150. Magic Essence X50. Composite Lithium Glaze Steel X200. Magic Rocket Launcher Shell Materials. Steel Saltpeter Powder X10. Crystal or X5. Magic Gun X5. This is a crafting scroll for a magic rocket launcher. Moreover, the longest range can reach 10,000 yards. Most people may not be able to understand how far 10,000 yards is, but it is probably just over 9,000 meters. This rocket launcher may not show anything in the early territorial wars, but if it reaches the later stage, it will be a powerful weapon. The enemy was destroyed before they even got close. Su Mu firmly believed that he had not said a word. The truth is only within the range of the cannon. That's the truth. This magic rocket launcher is absolutely valuable. Su Mu quickly put it away. Do you like it? Seeing his quick movements, Irene couldn't help but smile and asked. Nonsense. How can you not like good things? Does he like me or this scroll? Irene asked again. If someone kidnapped me and asked me to exchange this scroll, would you do it? Really? After all, she is a woman. This question will be raised regardless of whether it is domestic or foreign. No. Su Mu spoke without hesitation. Oh. Irene was stunned. It was obvious that she was still not satisfied with this answer. You don't have any feelings for me at all? What are you in such a hurry for? Su Mu glanced at her and said lightly. Do you think if you stay by my side, someone will be able to kidnap you? Or maybe you feel like you've been kidnapped and I don't have the power to rescue you. I'll bring a large army to destroy them in a minute. Okay. Irene was stunned for a moment, and then a charming smile appeared on her face. So domineering. I love it. Su Mu. This woman really likes this tune? Su Mu was thinking about it when Irene suddenly came over. You asked me before why I knew so much about Dragon Country's culture. Actually, I've been in your Dragon Country for a long time, probably about 7 or 8 years. Besides, I really like men from Dragon Country. Okay, I get it. Su Mu interrupted her. If Irene keeps chattering on, he won't know when he'll get some rest tonight. He hasn't even taken a shower yet. Hey, you haven't answered my question yet. Irene stopped Su Mu, who was about to leave. What question didn't I answer? Do you want me to be your slave? Irene looked at Su Mu teasingly. I'm looking forward to you putting the collar around my neck. Su Mu. This. Fairy. Su Mu knew that Irene was just teasing him on purpose. Or maybe, deep down, she really wanted him to treat her like this. But Su Mu absolutely could not stay in this house any longer. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would die here. You know, Irene is beautiful. Faced with her repeated teasing and temptation, Su Mu had to use a lot of effort to grit his teeth and hold on. If she took the initiative, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on. Might as well just run away first. Looking at Su Mu's fleeing figure, Irene giggled from behind. She didn't feel like she did anything wrong. With Irene's personality and ideas, if she likes something, she will boldly pursue it. Whatever she wants, she will do everything she can to get it. Irene is not shy about expressing her emotions. Perhaps when they first met, her impression of Su Mu was only superficial. But after what happened at noon, Irene's opinion of Su Mu did change a lot. Perhaps her current feelings towards Su Mu are still admiration and liking. It's far from the level of love, but Irene feels that it will be soon. Chapter 167, Golden Quality Territory Gate. As soon as he left Irene, Su Mu received a message from Zhang Dahai. Zhang Dahai, Boss Su Mu, I recently entered a secret realm and made a new discovery. Su Mu, have you entered the secret realm? Zhang Dahai, that's right, boss. Last night, when I came out, I realized the chat room was full of discussions about your fight last night. Unfortunately, I'm inside and can't receive any information at all. When he saw this, Su Mu suddenly realized. He asked why he did not receive any greetings from Zhang Dahai regarding the declaration of war announced by the entire system yesterday. It turns out that this kid has entered the secret realm. Su Mu also wanted to say that Zhang Dahai was a heartless guy. Now it seems that I was wrong to blame him. Su Mu, how did you get in? Zhang Dahai, yesterday, when I was bathing in the river, a whirlpool suddenly appeared and scared me. I was about to run away, but I found myself falling in. The suction force of that vortex is so strong, there's no way to escape it. Zhang Dahai was still describing vividly and passionately what happened in the secret realm last night. It tells how he cleverly avoided the monsters, and how he quickly made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, tricked the monsters away, took the treasure chest, and escaped. The scenes are tortuous, bizarre, thrilling, and exciting enough. However, Su Mu was more concerned about. Did you gain anything? Zhang Dahai got 1,000 gold coins, 2 wood element skill scrolls, and 1 lord talent scroll. A scroll for crafting a territory gate, and something I don't know how to describe. Zhang Dahai, Boss Su Mu, you don't know how excited I was when I first saw the Lord's Talent Scroll. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mu received a trade request from Zhang Dahai. Except for the gold coins, everything on it was the income that Zhang Dahai had just mentioned. Vine Cage. Dozens of vines emerge from the ground to attack and trap your enemies. Seed Parasitism. After the vine cage successfully binds the enemy, it can parasitize seeds on the enemy, causing explosive damage. It takes 30 seconds to detonate the parasitic seeds. The more successful vine bindings are, the more parasitic seeds you will get. This is a combination of 2 skills. Moreover, the effects should be good, as it can be considered a group attack magic. Su Mu continued to look down at the Lord's talents. Spirit Control Master. Plants within your territory have a certain chance of growing into combat troops for your territory. When Su Mu saw the Lord's talent, he frowned. Is this Lord talented? Not that strong. Is it weak? It can't be said to be weak. Instead, it's a bit foggy. Is there a certain chance that the plants in the territory will grow into combat troops? What does that mean? Also, what are the odds? 1 is also a probability. 99 is also a probability. Therefore, this Lord's talent is very confusing. However, judging from the name alone, it does sound a bit high-end. Su Mu continued to read. Blue brick making scroll, blue quality. Territory gate, crafting scroll, gold quality. A golden quality territory gate. Su Mu knew that the highest level of drawings was gold. This is what the wandering merchant told him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Dahai actually got something good. Zhang Dahai, boss, these are my gifts to you. Take them. Zhang Dahai sent a message. Is this true? Are you sincere? On this side, Su Mu asked with a smile on his face. Zhang Dahai, of course. I, Zhang Dahai, will kill you with every spit you spit on. Although I am a little heartbroken, if it weren't for you, Boss Su Mu, I wouldn't be who I am today. So keep it. This is the ocean's gift. In the subordinate territory, Zhang Dahai felt distressed, but his eyes were still very determined. Zhang Dahai is a grateful person. He knew that if it weren't for Big Boss Su Mu, he would still be the man who was pinned down by the 200-pound goblin princess and could never get up. Boss Su Mu not only saved him and brought him out of the devil's cave, but also did not despise him and directly handed over the affiliated territory to him for development. His status suddenly changed from a slave to a subordinate lord. Don't underestimate the transformation here. You know, if Zhang Dahai had not been able to develop his territory in the early stages, he would not have had the chance to encounter the bear people, let alone the opportunity to enter the secret realm today. It can be said that without a territory, he had to conquer one himself. At that time, Zhang Dahai was alone and had nothing. How could he conquer a territory? You're dreaming. Without territory, the bear people may not follow him. So, it was Su Mu who gave Zhang Dahai the opportunity. He has always kept this kindness in his heart. Zhang Dehai is not good at expressing himself, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to be grateful. Just like now, he himself hasn't acquired any skills, let alone the talent of a lord. These are all good things. He can just not tell Su Mu and keep them to himself. But he didn't. Faced with such a huge temptation, Zhang Dehai still found Su Mu and shared his gains and joy with him. If Zhang Dehai can achieve this, can Su Mu's vision be smaller? Dehai, I don't want any of these things except the scroll for crafting the territory gate. You can take them back. Zhang Dehai, huh? Boss, that's not right. I'm sincere, big brother, please stop testing me. Su Mu, haha, I'm not testing you, I'm sincere. I have wind elemental skills myself. Once I learn a skill of one element, I can't learn other elemental skills, so you can use the skill scroll. There's also a lord talent. I already have 2 of these. Keep them for yourself. Zhang Dehai, really? Real. Zhang Dehai. Then I won't be polite with you, sir. Next time I enter a secret realm and find something good, I'll share it with you. By the way, boss, don't you want that blue quality blue brick crafting scroll? If used to build a house, it should be much stronger. Zhang Dehai probably didn't understand the quality of the scroll, so Su Mu patiently explained it to him. Holy crap. So, boss Su Mu, you already have gold quality blue bricks. No wonder you look down on my blue ones. Zhang Dehai understood. He was so happy that he got the blue quality blue brick making scroll, but he didn't expect that boss Su Mu had already got the gold one. The blue brick crafting scroll can only be unlocked within the territory. Our 2 territories are far apart, and transporting gold quality blue bricks is too troublesome. You can just use blue quality ones. When your city walls are completed, I'll give you another pair of golden gates. They won't be a hassle to transport. Or, if you want golden bricks for your city walls, that's fine too. Just spend some time and come to my territory to get them. Su Mu sent a message. Thank you, Mr. Su Mu. On this side, just after finishing the chat with Zhang Dehai, Su Mu received another transaction reminder. He thought Zhang Dehai had missed something important, but when he clicked it, he found it was from Luo Wuxi. And there's good stuff. Chapter 168 Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll. Undead Summoning Scroll X2306. Medium Undead Summoning Scroll X631. Advanced Undead Summoning Scroll X2. The ingredients above are all familiar recipes. What Su Mu found most novel was the following. Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll X1. Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll can summon powerful undead dragon creatures. Note, dragons were very powerful creatures in life. Even after becoming undead, they still retain their personalities and remain unpredictable. Please use with caution, as the summoned undead dragon may attack you. This undead dragon scroll is blood red, different from the previous scrolls. After Su Mu saw this, he probably understood it. The creatures summoned by the scrolls before had largely obeyed his orders. But this undead dragon is different. It is very likely that he will not obey orders. Not only that, he may also attack Su Mu. But, the Dragon Clan. Just by hearing the name, you know it's awesome. Rich lady, you're not going into the secret realm again, are you? Su Mu sent a message to Luo Wuxi jokingly. This time, Luo Wuxi brought him a surprise again. There are more than 2,000 scrolls of the undead, and more than 600 medium-sized scrolls of summoning the undead. This is a huge amount of money. It can be said that the undead in Su Mu's territory largely come from Luo Wuxi's summoning scroll. He is a bit like a gigolo, relying on the rich woman, Luo Wuxi. But I have to say, this feeling. Pretty cool. Luo Wuxi. No, I just cleared a map normally. I was busy clearing maps yesterday, so I didn't have time to send you a message about your territory battle. But I know you'll be fine. As the person who has been supplying bullets to Su Mu, Luo Wuxi probably has an understanding of his strength, and she is very relieved. But Su Mu definitely doesn't know. Luo Wuxi also took the time to watch some of last night's live battle. Especially the scene where Su Mu remained calm and composed in the face of danger, commanding the battle calmly. She didn't miss a single thing and saw it all. Needless to say, she naturally voted for Su Mu. This is something that doesn't require any thought. Rich woman, how about we meet in person? Otherwise, I really don't know how to repay you. Maybe I can only promise you my body, Alasta. Su Mu teased again. He didn't expect that when he decided to help Luo Wuxi on a whim, he didn't expect the reward he would get would be so huge. Luo Wuxi had to repay the favor long ago, but she still insisted on doing so. Su Mu felt a little embarrassed. Luo Wuxi. Haha, I'm afraid a face-to-face meeting won't work. At least not yet. My nightmare treehouse requires a territory level of 7 to unlock and leave. There's still this restriction. It was the first time that Su Mu knew that special maps had such restrictions. Luo Wuxi. I just found out about this not long ago, So if you want to meet me in person, just wait. Haha. Luo Wuxi seemed to be in a very good mood and sent messages to Su Mu several times in a row. Haha. By the way, you can't grow vegetables or anything on the map over there, right? Luo Wuxi. That's right, there's no such option. It's all about killing monsters or engaging in lord wars all day long. Okay, then hurry up and upgrade your territory. When you come out, I'll treat you to delicious food and wine. Luo Wuxi, you're so smart. You actually guessed that I haven't had a proper meal in a long time. Of course, my nickname when I was a kid was Smartass. That was universally acknowledged. Chatting with Luo Wuxi occasionally. Su Mu ended his chat with Luo Wuxi only after she said she was going to rest. At this moment, Su Mu really felt like he was in love with an online friend. Although, there is no such relationship between him and Luo Wuxi. But it has that flavor more or less. Su Mu came to Selena's room and pushed open her door. What are you doing? Serena, who was lying on the bed, immediately sat up and gave him a charming look. We just finished that this morning, no more tonight. I need to rest well. I still have to practice tomorrow. Thinking that Su Mu was planning to do something bad, Selena quickly spoke up and stopped him from taking any action. Last night, I was busy until late at night. This morning, Su Mu made trouble again. Selena felt like she hadn't recovered yet. Tonight, she would never let Su Mu touch her. Besides, excessive indulgence is not good for your health. Serena, is this how you think of me? You hurt my heart so much. Su Mu was not angry. He walked over with a smile and held Selena in his arms. Don't play tricks. Selena covered Su Mu's mouth with her hand. I was afraid he would kiss me. Once they kissed, not only him, but she would also become emotional as they kissed. Okay. Su Mu took Serena's hand away from his mouth. I promise I'm not mean. That's more like it. Selena smiled and snuggled into Su Mu's arms. Su Mu naturally put his arms around her waist. He rested his chin on her silver-white hair, gently sniffing the fragrance emanating from her hair, enjoying the little warmth between the two of them. At first, Su Mu felt that Selena was a rather difficult character to approach. But when she took out 500,000 gold coins to thank him, he felt that she was inexplicably cute and silly under her cold and aloof personality. When Su Mu and Selena had sex, perhaps it was out of self-protection, or perhaps she was afraid that Su Mu would feel burdened, so she said such hurtful words unconsciously. But when Su Mu learned that Selena was captured by Andrew from the City Lord's mansion, he was also extremely anxious. His damn sense of responsibility wouldn't allow him to ignore Serena. Su Mu went to the City Lord's mansion without hesitation and rescued Selena under the strict guard. It was because of these things that they formed a new bond. Serena also agreed to try to contact him. During the short time they spent together, Su Mu and Selena's relationship became better and better, and their souls became more compatible. Su Mu only realized at this time that Serena was a kind person with a cold exterior and a warm heart. She is kinder-hearted than anyone else. Su Mu's love for her grew stronger and stronger. I'm ready to absorb the holy flame, scorching spirit tomorrow. You are not allowed to run around. Selena said this in Su Mu's arms. She stretched out her slender hand and patted his chest muscles. Yeah, okay. Dear little Nana, please do me a favor. Su Mu blew into Serena's ear and whispered, it's okay to be busy in a serious way, but not in a casual way. No matter how nice it sounds, it won't work. Serena said. Her cool face is slightly pink, and her lip line is unconsciously soft. It was all because of Su Mu's words, dear little Nana. Chapter 169 Summoning. Devil Dragon Ray Cairns. Dear little Nana. This was not the first time Su Mu called him that. He shouted many times last night and this morning. At that time, Serena couldn't help but call him dear. It's the sweet talk between the two of them when they are being naughty, but in that situation, it is normal to call out any name. Even though Su Mu called her out so casually, Selena still felt a little embarrassed and shy. Fortunately, there was no one around. I'm going to use a scroll to summon an undead dragon. It's said to be a little dangerous, so I want you to go out and protect me for a while. Su Mu said as he played with Serena's little hand. Oh, that's it. Serena was a little surprised. What else? Su Mu looked at her with a smile. No. Serena shook her head, her face turning redder. Of course, she thought Su Mu's ultimate goal was to do something bad. However, she didn't expect that he really wanted her help with something serious. This is a very simple matter. You don't need to come and call me in person. Just ask Tao Yao to come and call me. Serena said. That won't work. I came here in person, didn't I, to enhance the relationship between us and increase our contact? If Tao Yao comes here, it won't have this effect. Can Tao Yao call you little Nana? Dear little Nana. Su Mu hugged Serena tighter in his arms. The amorous man was so cheesy that he kept saying sweet words one after another. You don't think that this is the only way for me to improve our relationship with you? Can it be simpler? Just like now, hugging you and talking, chatting, and sharing what we did during the day. I know. Selena looked at Sumu with tenderness in her eyes. She raised her face and kissed the corner of Sumu's lips. Honey, hey, that's pretty good. Sumu smiled. Our little Nana is very quick-witted. She responds without me even saying anything. After Sumu finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Serena lightly on the forehead. Let me hold you quietly for a while. Yeah, okay. Serena whispers softly. After a warm hug, Sumu brought Selena to the open space outside. In order to finish the job quickly and let Selena rest early, Sumu did not summon the undead, but directly used the undead dragon summoning scroll. This time, the dark purple summoning array pattern did not appear on the ground, but in the sky. The terrifying force of space kept tearing apart, and the small patch of sky above the territory was filled with lightning and thunder. Soon, a claw like an eagle's claw appeared in front of Sumu in the formation. The sharp toenails are black, and the claws are covered with purple-black scales like fish scales. The scales emit bursts of cold light, giving people an extremely hard and cold feeling. Just as Sumu was expecting the undead dragon to reveal more of its true appearance, the dragon claws exposed outside the formation suddenly retracted. Sumu? What's going on? Serena couldn't help but walk to Sumu's side and asked softly. Didn't the summoning succeed? I don't know either. Let's wait and see. Sumu was also confused. Can the summoned undead dragon run back by itself? It's not so unreliable, is it? However, the summoning array pattern did not disappear, so Sumu planned to take another look. This was also the first time he faced such a situation. Waited for about 5 minutes again. Sumu's brows were furrowed as he waited. If the summoning array pattern had not disappeared, he would have thought that the summoning had failed. Serena was fine. She was comforting Sumu and told him to be patient. Finally, a voice came from the array. Damn summoning teleportation array, why hasn't it disappeared yet? You're disturbing this demon king's rest, you know that. Damn it. Who is it? Who on earth has been calling me? A huge dragon head suddenly emerged from the array. A dragon head like a horse. The scales were still purple-black, and the dragon's whiskers were gray and white. Its ink-black eyes were full of impatience as it glanced at Sumu and Selena below. The formation pattern in the sky was about 200 meters away from Sumu, but the moment the dragon head appeared, he still felt a terrifying heat wave. The heat waves came from the nostrils of the undead dragon. It might be the legendary dragon's breath. Is this a giant dragon with a horse's head and a snake's body? The totem dragon of Dragon Kingdom? To be honest, Sumu was a little excited when looking at the dragon head. Because, in such a context, Sumu thought that what would be summoned would be a lizard dragon, that is, a western dragon. He didn't expect it was the eastern dragon. It's the totem dragon of the Dragon Kingdom. You can tell from the faucet alone. However, what surprised Sumu was why the undead dragon had no horns. Where are its antlers? Horse head, snake body, deer horns. No horns. It's you, kid. It's been calling me. How despicable. You've disturbed this demon king's rest. Believe it or not, I will kill you immediately. The undead dragon exhaled a scorching breath with a malicious tone. How can you summon someone like me and dismiss him at will? If you want me to be your servant and do things for you, go back and practice some more. The undead dragon said, stretching out its claws. Seeing this, Selena frowned and immediately took a step forward, the ice element in her body gathering. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. As long as the undead dragon in front of her dares to hurt Sumu, Selena will let it taste her power regardless of whether she can beat it or not. The dragon claw, which was halfway extended, suddenly stopped. The undead dragon's voice of surprise rang out. Why is there a familiar smell? The undead dragon stretched out most of its body and tried to get closer to Sumu. Seeing this, Selena immediately prepared to cast a spell, but was stopped by Sumu. Wait, Serena. Maybe he means no harm. The intelligence system's prompt did not sound. Sumu could probably sense that the undead dragon in front of him probably had no ill intentions. Selena nodded, but her body moved slightly closer to Sumu. She prevented the undead dragon from attacking, and she had enough time to react and immediately released the freezing magic to slow down its attack speed. Taking advantage of this time, Sumu quietly released the insight spell towards the undead dragon in front of him. Undead Dragon Rekainth, a powerful dragon known as the Devil Dragon. His name is Rekainth, and he has many stories to tell. This is the information provided by Insight Feedback. Sumu frowned slightly. The demon dragon Rekainth? Why does this name sound so familiar? It seems familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. Sumu was trying hard to think about where he had heard this before. In the sky, Raycanes spoke. Boy, why do you have the aura of this demon king? Tell me, what is your relationship with me? Have we met before? Chapter 170. The Legend of the Magic Dragon? The sword can be upgraded. Boy, why do you have the aura of this demon king? This sentence immediately woke Sumu up. Yes, his current weapon. Sumu thought about it and took out his dragon horn knife. Is this what you're talking about? Is this knife carrying your aura? A long time ago, Sumu raided the goblin's lair. That time, in addition to saving Zhang Dahai and the others, he also obtained an orange-quality dragon horn knife. This thing has always existed as his weapon. Very useful. Huh. Raycanes suddenly stretched his entire body out from the summoning array. The moment its body appeared, the formation pattern was completely closed. The body length of the Raycairns is about 15 to 18 meters, its thickness reaches 1 meter, and it has 4 claws. It is the standard image of an oriental black dragon. At this moment, Raycanes put his huge head in front of Sumu and looked at the dragon horn knife in his hand. The way it tilted its big head and observed carefully didn't seem like the arrogant dragon just now. Instead, it looks like a curious baby dragon. Sumu found it inexplicably funny. Beside him, Serena couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth, but she still didn't let down her guard. This has the aura of my dragon horn. Raycanes spoke, his tone filled with surprise and unexpected emotion. As soon as it opened its mouth, a terrifying aura came over, and Sumu couldn't help but retreat backwards. It's not that Raycanes has bad breath. Rather, the terrifying heat waves carried by its dragon breath when it spoke and exhaled made people feel extremely uncomfortable, as if they were being baked in a 60-degree environment. You know, he and Raycanes are at a distance. If it gets any closer, the temperature will be even more terrifying. Sorry. I'm trying not to breathe. Raycanes straightened his dragon body, but his eyes were still fixed on the dragon horn knife. Young man, where are you from? Sumu did not brag, and simply explained the origin of the dragon horn knife. I didn't expect that. After hearing everything, Raycanes' expression turned gloomy, and his voice, filled with regret and resignation, rang out. I, Lake Cairns, was only thinking about repaying my gratitude, but I never imagined that my dragon horn would end up in such a state. After all, in her eyes, I am nothing more than a demon dragon. Ha! How dare you treat my precious dragon horn with such disrespect? The sound of Lake Cairns was like a muffled thunder. It flew towards the sky and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. There was lightning and thunder all around. They cut my horns off. Do they deserve it? Amidst lightning and thunder, Raycanes' voice came from the sky. It seems to be venting something? Sumu couldn't understand it either. He just told Raycanes the introduction of the dragon horn knife, and then he went crazy. But fortunately, Raycanes did not destroy his territory. Selena, can you sense the strength of Raycanes? Sumu looked at Selena beside him. The momentum that Raycanes is creating now is not small at all. However, Sumu is not from this world, and he cannot feel Raycanes' current strength. He guessed that if his insight could be upgraded, he would probably be able to see it. But Serena is different. She is sentient. Very strong, stronger than me. Serena looked up at the sky and said slowly, it should be as powerful as a blessed knight or holy mage. Blessed knight? Holy mage? If Sumu remembered correctly, that was the second strongest person from the bottom. There is only one gear above. Legendary knight, legendary god of magic. But Serena continued. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it has a powerful restriction. A powerful dragon can easily reach the strength of a legendary mage or a legendary knight. On our continent, to slay a giant dragon, we need to mobilize dozens of legendary magic gods and legendary knights. The Dragon Clan is one of the most powerful beings on the continent, Serena said, retracting her gaze. Besides, it's different from the dragons I've seen. I've never heard of this kind of dragon, nor have I heard any rumors about the demon dragon Raycanes on the mainland. It's very likely that it doesn't belong to our Longming Empire, but exists in another region. Sumu nodded beside him. He could probably understand what Serena said. Raycairns does not belong to the Western Dragon. It is a representative of the Eastern Dragon and is indeed foreign. The ones Selena had seen were probably lizard dragons or earth dragons, dinosaurs. After a long time, Raycairns, who had vented enough, fell above Sumu again. Sumu was also helpless. With the commotion in the sky above Raycairns, the members of the territory probably knew of its existence. Even Winstia, Taoyao, Kokonai, Kokalu, and others came out of the house. Ifia, who rarely leaves her room, also showed up on her own initiative for the first time. The newly joined Fu Ningyu was also among them. She also looked at Lei Cairns in amazement. No, what happened? How come there is a dragon in the territory? Was it Su Mu who called out? Fu Ningyu was extremely surprised. Young man, since you have the knife made of my dragon horn, it means that you and I are destined to be together. Tell me what you want to ask, and I'll answer you. Lei Cairns spoke. Its name has changed from kid to young man. I can see that you seem to have a lot of questions. Lei Cairns was right. Su Mu had quite a few questions. What I'm curious about is, with your strength, why is the quality of the dragon horn blade in my hand only orange? This should really be made of your horn, right? You said it has your scent on it. Haha, interesting question. Lei Cairns smiled, but it was hard to tell what he meant. Young man, do you understand the quality of weapons? Of course. Su Mu nodded and repeated what he knew about the quality of the weapons. Exactly. Lei Cairns nodded his huge dragon head with satisfaction. Then do you think that the knife made from my dragon horn, Lei Cairns, would be an orange, inferior product? No, Su Mayan said concisely. I am very satisfied with your answer. Those guys used despicable means to forcibly destroy my dragon horns. Lei Cairns gritted his teeth. It's better not to let me know which craftsman made this dragon horn knife, otherwise I will kill him. No, I will cut him into pieces, otherwise I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Lei Cairns said. His eyes fell on the knife in Su Mu's hand. I'm too lazy to talk about the past. From now on, I'm going to improve the quality of this knife. Su Mu. Chapter 171, Dragon Horn Blade Upgraded. Epic Quality. This knife is made from my dragon horn. If the one who forged this sword was a divine craftsman, then he could easily break through to the level of a legendary craftsman with my dragon horn material. But now, the knife made of my dragon horn is only orange quality. There are only two possibilities. Lei Cairns continued in a low voice. One is that my dragon horn was taken by a novice blacksmith for training, and the other is that there are restrictions inside it. Only when these two possibilities are combined can the knife made of my dragon horn be of such poor quality. Today, I will upgrade this dragon horn blade. Lei Cairns' gaze fell on the dragon horn knife in Su Mu's hand. Su Mu understood and handed over the dragon horn knife. A suction force came, and the dragon horn knife in Su Mu's hand slowly floated towards the sky. The next moment, Lei Cairns' huge head rushed towards the dragon horn knife. In a flash of lightning, the huge body of Lei Cairns gradually disappeared into the sword. With a whoosh sound, the dragon horn knife flew into the sky. In the cloudless night sky, several lightning bolts thicker than humans struck down, constantly tempering the dragon horn blade in the air. Below, Su Mu and others watched everything in amazement. So cool. Su Mu was even more excited. Could he foresee to what extent the quality of the demonic dragon horn knife could be improved after such tempering? The thunder and lightning lasted for 5 minutes. The demonic dragon horn knife fell from the sky and stabbed fiercely into the ground in front of Su Mu. Lei Cairns' voice came. Young man, the restriction has been lifted. I will temporarily sleep in the knife for a while. Remember to take good care of this sword. The next time I wake up, I hope to see it differently. Lei Cairns' voice slowly faded away. Su Mu was confused. Oh my god, he fell asleep already? It's rare to summon such a powerful creature. Before I can use it to conquer the surrounding territories, it actually went to sleep? Su Mu wanted to vomit blood. But there was no way. Lei Cairns said that sleeping should be sleeping. No matter how many opinions he had, there was nothing he could do. He just didn't know how long it would take. I'll go up and take a look first. As Su Mu spoke, he came to the front of the demonic dragon horn knife. At this moment, 2/3 of the blade was inserted into the ground, and the exposed part of the blade was still flashing with lightning, as if the previous thunder rhyme had not completely dissipated. Be careful, there's lightning up there. Just as Su Mu was about to reach out and grab the dragon horn knife, Selena's voice sounded beside him. I know. I'll be careful. After Su Mu finished speaking, he grasped the hilt of the knife without any hesitation. Suddenly, a tingling sensation came. Su Mu subconsciously wanted to let go. But he thought, what if the dragon horn knife would be in this form in the future? Does he still want to shake it? Do you still want to use it? Thinking of this, Su Mu did not let go, allowing the numbness to gradually paralyze his right hand. Are you okay? Serena came up worriedly. She was closest to Su Mu, so she could naturally see the clear beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Fine. Su Mu forced a smile and comforted Serena. Don't worry. Having said that, Selena still paid close attention to Su Mu's condition. She could clearly see the dots of lightning on his right hand. This was brought to Su Mu by the demon dragon horn knife. It was discharging electricity, shocking its master. Selena was certain that this was the process of a precious sword recognizing its master. On the continent, Some magical weapons will automatically choose their own masters. Especially for high-quality weapons, if there is a weapon spirit inside, the weapon spirit will choose its own master. Selena knew that the process of recognizing the master would be a bit difficult. If she wanted the magic weapon to recognize her as the master, she had to withstand its test. Thinking of this, she did not speak again to stop Su Mu's insistence, but searched everywhere for Tao Yao's trace. Su Mu felt a horrible stinging sensation in the palm of his hand where it touched the knife handle. Because of Lei Meng, he felt a little numb, but the pain was still there. Su Mu could even smell the aroma of roasted meat. He could feel that the flesh on his hand seemed to be tightly attached to the handle of the knife. The knife is sucking his flesh and blood. The barbecue smell comes from him. Damn it. It's just a knife. Can't Su Mu conquer it? Thinking of this, Su Mu tried to pull it out. So heavy. Su Mu could clearly sense that the weight of the demonic dragon horn knife was now more than one level higher than before. If the previous dragon horn knife weighed only about 30 kilograms, the current dragon horn knife weighs at least 200 kilograms. It has the same function as the heavy sword on the knight's back. However, the blade of the dragon horn knife was as black as ink, and the handle was the same black and purple as the scales on Rikane's body. The blade looks almost the same as before, but the weight has changed dramatically. Oh. With a loud roar, Su Mu reluctantly pulled out the dragon horn knife. The more he pulled it out, the more violent the thunder on the hilt became. Su Mu was completely wrapped in terrifying thunder and lightning, forming a terrifying and weird aura. Finally, the demonic dragon horn knife was pulled out completely. Su Mu held the demonic dragon horn knife high, his right hand still shaking violently. The demonic dragon horn knife has recognized its master. Following the system's prompt, the thunder on Su Mu's body completely disappeared. What didn't disappear was the handle. It seems that this thunder mang will not disappear completely. It should be part of the sword itself. Su Mu raised the demonic dragon horn knife in front of him. A terrifying cold light flashed beyond the inky black blade. The cold light gave Su Mu an illusion that he could easily split the golden blue brick and stone house in front of him into two. Of course, Su Mu would not do that. What if it really split open? Would he have to sleep outdoors tonight? He didn't mind, but with so many women, he couldn't let them all sleep outdoors, right? Su Mu suppressed his inner impulse. But from this we can see how terrifying the confidence that the current state of the demonic dragon horn knife brings to him is. Su Mu couldn't wait to start checking the quality of the dragon horn knife. Dragon horn blade, a Rikane's epic quality owner acknowledged, Su Mu. The story of the dragon horn blade, a precious sword forged from the horn of the infamous dragon on the continent, Rikane's. Due to unknown reasons, this sword was once reduced to orange quality. Now, after being tempered by Lei Cairns himself, it has broken the restriction and restored 2/3 of its strength. Power of the undead dragon. This sword contains the undead dragon, Lei Cairns, who has become the sword's spirit. The more souls that fall, the higher the sword's level will be. Distance to the next quality, 0/100000. Power of Thunder Dragon. Because Lei Cairns is a powerful thunder dragon, after becoming a sword spirit, he gave the dragon horn blade terrifying thunder power. All attacks using this sword will be given the thunder attribute, with an 80 chance of paralyzing the target for 5 seconds. Chapter 172. Capture the Spirit General. Tao Yao will accompany you. Lei Cairns' unique grace. If he senses the sword's owner's life is in danger, Lei Cairns will appear and wipe out everything currently dormant. The dragon horn knife's inherent skills. Thunder roars across the sky. Thunder snakes shake the earth. This is the current introduction of the dragon horn knife. Su Mu could only say, powerful, terribly strong. Moreover, it reaches epic quality in one go, and can be upgraded automatically by killing enemies. This is simply Su Mu's dream lover. Restraining his inner excitement, Su Mu continued to read the skill introduction. Thunderbolt roaring sky, swing forward with a single blow. Dozens of terrifying thunderbolt powers will help you wipe out the enemies in front of you. Cool down 2 minutes. Thunder snake sweep, shake the ground with a knife, and the terrifying power of the thunder snake will swing out through the ground, covering a certain area. This will be your razor trap, and the enemy will be subjected to continuous lightning attacks for 5 minutes. Cooling down, 20 minutes. Still strong. The skills are terrifyingly strong. One is a group attack skill, and the other is a field skill. Looking at the current demonic dragon horn knife, Su Mu was extremely happy. Did you succeed in recognizing your master? Put it down quickly and let Tao Yao treat your injuries. Serena's voice rang out. Good. Su Mu glanced at Selena, grinned, and loosened his hand holding the dragon horn knife. The reason why he was grinning was because he felt the feeling of his skin and flesh being torn apart. Sure enough, the moment he let go of the knife, Su Mu's right hand was already bloody and charred. Looking at the handle of the dragon horn knife again, the torn blood and flesh on it were completely absorbed, and the handle was intact, clean, and dazzlingly bright. Good guy. Su Mu smacked his lips when he noticed this scene. As expected of a sword spirit, he knows how to absorb it. Master, let me help you take a look. Tao Yao held Su Mu's big hand with heartache and used all her strength to perform her healing magic. If it were someone else, Tao Yao might not have gone to such great lengths to treat them. But Master, she certainly hopes that her healing magic can have the best effect. Thank you for your hard work, Tao Yao. Tao Yao is not suffering, but seeing the Master's wound makes Tao Yao feel very distressed. Tao Yao's eyes were red, and she was mumbling softly. It must be very painful. It's okay, idiot. Su Mu smiled, stretched out his free hand, and touched Tao Yao's head to comfort her. Su Mu, what is the quality of this knife now? At this time, Serena asked. With Tao Yao's treatment, she could temporarily hide the worries in her heart. That's Selena's personality. Even if she's worried, she won't show it obviously when there are people around. Epic. I suppose so. Serena nodded, then said, Did Lei Cairns become the sword spirit inside? Did you guess it? Su Mu looked at her with some surprise. Right? Serena explained. The moment you drew your sword just now was actually the process of the magic sword recognizing its master. On the mainland, only weapons of epic quality or above will recognize their master. Besides that, there has to be a sword spirit inside. Your weapon should meet both conditions. Smart. Su Mu exclaimed. Selena is indeed knowledgeable, and Su Mu's knowledge has increased again. After you absorb the holy flame scorching spirit tomorrow, you can use this sword more often and try to get used to it as soon as possible. It will be a great improvement for you. Wait until tomorrow. I'll take it out for a walk later. Su Mu said. Are you so impatient? Selena smiled. Of course you don't understand the excitement and thrill a man gets when he gets the toy he's wanted for a long time. Su Mu's feeling when he got the dragon horn knife is like a man's feeling when he gets a 4090 graphics card and plays Dark Horse. How could he remain quiet with such a precious sword in his hand? He has to go out and show off for a while first. Then I'll accompany you. Serena suggested. Just take a good rest. You still need to resume your training tomorrow. I can do it on my own. Well, be careful. Tao Yao glanced at her master, then at her sister Serena. Finally, she pursed her lips and said, Master, Tao Yao will accompany you. Seeing that Su Mu and Selena were both looking at him, Tao Yao explained hurriedly. If the master is accidentally injured outside, Tao Yao can still help the master heal, right? Going out with Tao Yao is also a guarantee. That makes sense. Selena nodded. You can go out with Tao Yao later. I feel more at ease with her around. Don't underestimate Tao Yao. She knows how to distinguish many magical beasts and which ones are particularly dangerous. With her by your side, you can avoid many unnecessary dangers. Oh, Tao Yao has such ability. Su Mu was a little surprised. If Serena hadn't told him, he really wouldn't have known. How do you think our little Tao Yao came all the way here to find me to avoid danger? Selena said this, reaching out and touching the back of Tao Yao's head lovingly. Tao Yao enjoyed it. Finally, someone recognized her Tao Yao's ability. Tao Yao was very happy and excited, but still pretended to be calm. Okay, then let's go with Tao Yao. Since Selena said so, Su Mu did not refuse. Even if he has a big bug in his intelligence system. For his part, he can also identify various dangers. Tao Yao nodded her head excitedly. She finally had the chance to be alone with her master again. So hard. Tao Yao, before I go out, I need to use all the summoning scrolls first. Please wait for a moment. After the matter of the dragon horn knife came to an end, Su Mu prepared to use the summoning scroll. Use it earlier, level up earlier, and improve earlier. Su Mu always puts this matter first. Master, go ahead. Tao Yao will be waiting for you. Tao Yao squatted obediently on the grass beside her, waiting silently. She is as cute as a kitten. Su Mu smiled and began to summon. It's still the same three-piece set of skeleton soldier, skeleton magician, and skeleton archer. Medium undead summoning scroll summoned a lot of skeleton dragons. It seems that Su Mu's Dragon Knight troops will be born soon. The last 3 higher undead summoning scrolls. When Su Mu used them for the first time, he summoned a new face. A skeleton that looks similar to Madrenza. Both are in spirit form and have no legs. It holds a huge sickle in its hand. Su Mu used an insight spell. Soul Binding General. It has no offensive power. It is the creator of the undead race. Its existence brings a constant stream of new undead to hell. The existence of a soul-binding general with too high a strength will destroy the power of the undead after it is generated. Function: the dead can be immediately captured and transformed into new undead beings. Chapter 173. Kill. Capture the soul. Fine traditions cannot be lost. After seeing the introduction of the soul-binding general, Sumu immediately understood what he meant. At the same time, he was also excited. Now Sumu can only rely on scrolls to summon the undead, and the source of scrolls can only come from the rich woman Luo Wuxi. But with the soul-binding general, the situation has completely changed. He can kill monsters and create undead. After the monsters die, Juling will be able to capture their souls and turn them into new undead beings. Then new undead can die 10 times a day in his territory. So strong. As long as you keep killing monsters, you will continue to generate undead. Unbelievable. Looking at the silent soul-binding general, Su Mu's eyes lit up. Although this thing is not the only one, its effect is huge. The only downside is that it has no attack power. Another thing is it impossible to capture the soul of a being with too high strength? In other words, beings with higher strength than the soul-binding general will become ordinary undead beings after their souls are bound by him. Anyway, that's how Su Mu understood it. For example, the undead guardian knight Gabong beside him. He had the power of a supreme knight in his lifetime, but if his soul was captured, he would become an ordinary undead being. This may also be the difference between Zhu Lingjiang and Fulina. The undead dolls created by Fulina are compressed to a certain level based on the strength of their owner. But the soul-catching general is different. The souls he can catch can only be ordinary level undead. Sumu can understand. There is a difference between mass production and handmade craftsmanship. Therefore, after a powerful person dies, it is better to let Fulina make him into a ghost doll. Continue to use the advanced undead summoning scroll. This time, Sumu was arranged by the system, and the ones summoned continuously were all soul-binding generals, and no new faces appeared. However, Sumu still expressed satisfaction. He had a premonition that next time, he might summon a new and unique representative of the undead. Late at night, in the forest, a dazzling light came, and dozens of thunderbolts suddenly exploded. The bloodbat hanging upside down on the tree was sent away by the appearing Lei Meng before it could figure out what was happening. Fear. Sumu secretly praised. What he just used was naturally the skill that comes with the demonic dragon horn knife. Thunder roars at the sky. He actually took away a large group of monsters. Taoyao, what level of existence was the monster I just killed? Sumu asked. He naturally knew that this was a creature called a bloodbat, but he didn't know its specific strength and had no way of judging the strength of the dragon horn knife. Blood clan bats are pets raised by blood clans in ancient times. Later, they mutated into the current blood-fighting bats, a bloodthirsty beast whose strength is roughly equivalent to that of an 8th-rank knight squire. Taoyao observed for a while and then spoke. Not bad. The 8th rank of knight squire is equivalent to not reaching the level of bronze knight. Sumu was very pleased with Tao Yao's extensive knowledge. That's right. But master, you probably killed 50 or 60 bloodbats with one strike. Their combined strength is too great for even 1 or 2 golden knights to handle. Tao Yao observed the corpses on the ground and began to explain. That's nothing. I just attacked by surprise. Sumu waved his hand. That's not right, master. Tao Yao shook her head. Bloodline bats have very poor eyesight and rely on hearing to locate objects using sound waves. They most likely discovered us a long time ago, and they were in an offensive state just now, but they still couldn't withstand your attack, master. It's not really a sneak attack, it's just that you are so powerful, master. I have to say that Tao Yao's little mouth is really sweet. After hearing what she said, Sumu was overjoyed and became confident. The sword is strong, not me. Sumu said modestly. The sword belongs to the master, so the master is still the strongest. Tao Yao said sweetly. The little girl is really good at talking. Sumu pinched Tao Yao's face. Bringing Tao Yao out is really a good choice. You three, hurry up and capture a soul and take a look. Sumu turned around and glanced at the 3 soul-binding generals behind him. There was no answer, and it seemed that they could not speak at all. The 3 spirits floated towards the area in front of them, which was full of the corpses of bloodbats. A strange scene appeared. Like a soul catcher. Wherever the 3 soul-binding generals went, the sickles in their hands slipped, and the skeletons of the dead broke through the corpses and crawled out. All in the form of skeleton soldiers. Sumu had never even seen a skeleton archer or a skeleton magician. Perhaps a monster like the Blood Clan bat can only capture the soul of an undead in the form of a skeleton soldier. Sumu was watching with great interest when he suddenly felt an amazing softness in his hand. Sumu turned his head and saw that it was Tao Yao's. The little girl was probably frightened by the undead skeleton that crawled out of the corpse and was clinging to him. Tao Yao is inherently fierce. If Sumu didn't feel anything after this, he would be lying. Are you scared? Sumu said softly. A little bit. Tao Yao raised her little face and looked at Sumu, her little face blushing quietly in the dark night. She thought she was quite bold. But seeing something like this happen, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Tao Yao is a little embarrassed. But soon, Tao Yao felt Sumu reaching out and holding her in his arms. Don't be afraid. Tao Yao is petite to begin with, and Sumu hugs her small body, feeling like he is holding a little lowly. Thank you, master. What a well-behaved Tao Yao. I've been hugged, and I still want to thank him. Sumu smiled secretly in his heart. By the way, master, you can go. Tao Yao suddenly raised her head. Little did she know that when she raised her cat ears, they bumped into Sumu's nose, causing a tingling sensation, and Sumu couldn't help sneezing. I'm sorry, master. Tao Yao knew that she had gotten into trouble. She quickly apologized and shrank back. Tao Yao didn't mean it. It's okay, Sumu comforted, but his attention was soon attracted by Tao Yao's ice blue cat ears. Before, Sumu especially liked to touch Wenstia's tail, ears, etc. How come Tao Yao has forgotten this fine tradition? Absolutely not. Fine traditions must be inherited. Tao Yao, can I touch your cat ears? Sumu couldn't help but boldly put forward his unreasonable request. Huh. Tao Yao was obviously stunned by this sentence. But the little girl reacted quickly. She lowered her head hastily and said in a low voice, Tao Yao belongs to the master in her entirety. Master, you can do whatever you want Tao Yao to do, but don't even mention touching her ears. Then I touched it. Sumu raised his hand. Tao Yao responded in a low voice. Sumu reached out and pinched Tao Yao's ears. Soft and similar to Wenstia's fox ears. Sumu pulled and rubbed it, marveling at the magic of the cat-eared girl. But soon, Sumu discovered that Tao Yao's cat ears, which were originally drooping, suddenly stood up. Chapter 174, Troops Stationed. Spying on Intelligence. Tao Yao, what's wrong with your ears? Sumu exclaimed in surprise. He was really surprised by the scene before him. They are both ears, so why doesn't Wenstia's bounce back suddenly while Tao Yao's does? Master, our clan's ears are quite sensitive. Because our cat people have very sensitive ears, we can detect sounds and movements from far away. Tao Yao's face was rosy and adorable, and her big blue eyes were filled with mist, but it was not obvious in the night environment. Her cute look made Sumu unable to help but hug her. From childhood to adulthood, Tao Yao didn't know much about matters between men and women. She's just a happy little maid. But in the dungeon of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, Miss Kaisen taught her a lot of relevant knowledge in order to make her future life easier. At first, Tao Yao was just curious. But the more she knew, the more embarrassed she became. At this moment, Tao Yao only felt a cold sensation on her lips. The master kissed her. Tao Yao clenched her hands nervously. 5-star dangerous intelligence. There are troops stationed in an open area 20 kilometers ahead, threatening your territory. Intelligence tip. The army comes from the Tianlong City Lord's Mansion, currently numbering 5,000 people, and seems to be plotting something monstrous. Intelligence analysis. A large number of troops are coming. Please be careful to prevent uncontrollable situations in the territory. Just when Sumu wanted to taste Tao Yao's little mouth, a prompt from the intelligence system sounded in his mind. Feeling a little disappointed, Sumu immediately let go of Tao Yao, frowned, and began to analyze the prompts from the intelligence system. Someone coming from the Tianlong City Lord's Mansion? Army? Or a large force of 5,000 people? Am I exposed? Sumu was thinking in his heart. But it's impossible. He escaped hundreds of miles away in an instant. How did the city lord Andrew know his identity? Selena has never left the territory recently, and his intelligence system has not received any other dangerous information, so naturally there are no spies or the like. Could it be that the development of my territory has successfully attracted the attention of Tianlong City, and they are preparing to come and recruit me? Or do you want to destroy my territory? Sumu continued to ponder. He read Water Margin quite often, so naturally he knew a lot of illusions. The size of his current territory will indeed attract the attention of those interested. Never mind. Let's go and explore it first. Sumu made a decision. At this moment, Tao Yao, who was in Sumu's arms, quietly watched his changing expression. Owner, did Tao Yao make you unhappy? Tao Yao asked cautiously. She thought it was her own problem. It must be that she doesn't understand anything and makes her master uncomfortable. Sister Kaisen said at that time that if a man is not satisfied, he will frown and will not continue. Tao Yao was thinking in her little heart. No. Sumu thought for a moment and continued. By the way, Tao Yao, you just said that your ears are very sensitive. Can you hear people talking 100 meters away with your ears? Can you do that? Tao Yao was stunned for a moment before nodding and saying, Okay, master. For example, in the stone house where we live, if Tao Yao listens carefully, she can probably sense how many people are in the room by their breathing. I don't know what she thought of. Tao Yao blushed again. She remembered the sounds in the room that night. Although Sister Winstia pulled her away, she was still curious and listened attentively. Even, Tao Yao also heard a blushing name. For example, something like deer and so on. Tao Yao was confused, but she roughly knew what was happening in the room. What really happened between the master and the princess. However, Tao Yao was not jealous. She felt that Su Mu was worthy of Serena. Serena is also worthy of Su Mu. In Tao Yao's little heart, she even felt a little envious of Princess Selena. Let's go, Tao Yao. Come with me to investigate something. After taking a look at the soul binding general who had already completed the soul binding in front of him, Su Mu spoke. Oh, Tao Yao didn't ask anything. It was just what the master wanted to do, so she just went. Soon, a camp somewhere 20 kilometers away. Wow. Master, why are there so many tents here? Tao Yao opened her little mouth and looked at the tents in front of her in surprise. Su Mu's face was solemn, and he did not forget to cover Tao Yao's mouth with his hand. Keep your voice down. Tao Yao nodded her head desperately. Tao Yao, do you see the two men by the campfire in front? Su Mu pointed 100 meters ahead. Tao Yao nodded. Can you hear what they are saying? If you can hear it clearly, listen to it for me, and then repeat it to me. Master, Tao Yao will do his best. Tao Yao clenched her fists and stared at the front with a focused look. About 5 minutes later, the two men stood up, and one of them, who looked like a leader, walked into the big tent in the center. How about it? Su Mu looked at Tao Yao with concern. Master, I just heard it. That subordinate reported to their superior that they saw a black dragon over our territory tonight. They asked him if he wanted to observe it further, or attack our territory before dawn. He also said what the Lord of Tianlong City, Andrew, meant, and also talked about what races exist in our territory and their approximate strength. Tao Yao tried hard to report what she had heard to her master. Are you sure they're talking about our territory? Uh-huh. Tao Yao nodded desperately. Tao Yao is not stupid. Chapter 175, Take the Initiative. Everything is ready. The words Tao Yao is not stupid made Su Mu laugh. He didn't want to laugh in such a serious occasion. But Tao Yao suddenly said this, and it was hard for him not to laugh. Then Tao Yao, did you hear clearly? Are they going to wait until dawn to attack our territory? Tao Yao shook her head. Master, that's what they originally wanted. But because they saw the black dragon in our territory tonight, they decided to wait and see. They will report back to the city lord's mansion before making a decision. Master, have they discovered Her Royal Highness the Princess? Do they know that it was us who ruined their good plans last time? Tao Yao is simple, but also very smart. Su Mu nodded. At this point, we can't rule out this possibility, but it could also be that our territory is growing and has successfully attracted their attention. Anyway, I have to think of some way to deal with it. Although the invaders from Tianlong City do not intend to attack the territory, Su Mu cannot just sit there and wait for death. With a large force of 5,000 people and their strength still unknown, Su Mu did not dare to say that he had a 100 chance of winning. In fact, there is a high chance that they will lose. After all, these are regular troops. If Andrew had come for them from the beginning, he wouldn't have been so stupid as to send some minions to die. Su Mu was the one who killed his son. Therefore, more than 90 of these troops are the elite among the elite. It was exactly as Su Mu thought. This advanced force of 5,000 people is the elite among the elite. Andrew came with the determination to kill Su Mu. The commander leading the team is Hayward, who has the strength of a Holy Spirit Knight. His deputy General Royce also possesses the strength of a Supreme Knight. Moreover, if it weren't for physical reasons, Andrew himself would have appeared here a long time ago. Unfortunately, a war that was bound to begin was temporarily halted because Su Mu accidentally summoned the demon dragon Lei-Canes. Hayward's spies witnessed the demon dragon Rekins in the clouds with their own eyes, and he immediately reported the information to his commander. Because of this, Hayward intends to consult with the city Lord Andrew before deciding whether to go to war. In other words, send more troops. But Su Mu was unaware of all this. All he knew now was that these people were coming for him. If there is no intelligence system, the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. I am in danger. But now, I am in the dark and the enemy is in the light. They are in danger. Su Mu's eyes flashed with sharp wisdom. All is fair in war. If this is the case, don't blame me for not using conventional means. I don't need to engage in a team battle with them at all. Why not have a bloodless battle? Thinking in his heart, Sumu looked at the little Tao Yao. Tao Yao, do you know if there are any magical beasts in the forest that can produce sleepy or dizzy effects? Or is there something that can make people dizzy and unconscious? Is there such a monster? Didn't Selena say that Tao Yao could distinguish the functions and dangers of many magical beasts? Now is the time to test Tao Yao. But this is, of course, just Sumu's plan A. Producing drowsiness or dizziness? Tao Yao thought about it carefully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Master, it's not a Warcraft, okay? Tao Yao knows there's something that, when inhaled, can cause hallucinations and make people sleep for a long time. What is that? Sumu grabbed her hand. If what Tao Yao said was true, then it would be much easier for him to operate. Tao Yao just happened to see it on the way here with the master. It's the pollen of a flower called Siamese flower. Where is it? Is there a lot? Take me to see it. Yes, Tao Yao still remembers the way. About 20 minutes later, under Tao Yao's guidance, Sumu came to a vast sea of flowers. Siamese flower, a beautiful purple flower. Be careful of the pollen attached to the petals. Inhaling it can cause hallucinations and lead to coma. Looking at a large field of Siamese flowers, Sumu was excited. Master, the Siamese flower pollen has a very good hallucinogenic effect. Once, the royal guard knights around Her Royal Highness the Princess fell for it and slept for a whole day and night. You know, the royal guardian knights have all reached the level of supreme knights. Tao Yao explained beside her. Tao Yao, you are really my lucky star. Sumu pinched Tao Yao's little face. But why didn't I notice this Siamese flower when I came here just now? You happen to notice it? Master, that's because you guys don't like pretty things. Tao Yao is different. She's a little girl, so she'll take in the scenery along the way. Tao Yao explained while stamping her feet. Tao Yao was so happy and delighted by her owner's praises that her cattail was almost raised to the sky. But Tao Yao had to pretend to be reserved and couldn't show it, so she could only stamp her feet to vent the joy in her heart. Okay. Sumu scratched his head and smiled, looking at the cute Tao Yao. Next, it's time to assign tasks. Tao Yao was responsible for riding the griffin back to the territory and asked Snowed and Yimei to come for support. Sumu was responsible for staying behind and picking pollen from Siamese flowers. The outline of a big plan has appeared in Sumu's mind, just waiting for him to realize it. First, Sumu picked the pollen of Siamese flowers and then gave it to Yimei to blow into every tent in the camp. Let those soldiers and knights who are sleeping soundly and unable to resist fall into deep sleep. The reason why Yimei was given this task was naturally because of Yimei's own ability. They are good at sneaking up on others and hiding in the darkness, and ordinary people have no way of finding them. Sumu felt most at ease letting them carry out this task. When everyone in the barracks fell asleep, Sumu would pick up a torch and light a fire. He will stage a drama of burning down the entire camp. The enemy is the enemy, and Sumu will never show mercy to the enemy. Snod, lead your men and move carefully. Remember to avoid the patrolling knights outside the door. If there's no chance of a sure kill, don't try to defeat them one by one, lest you arouse their vigilance. Everything is ready. Sumu is explaining the details. Also, be sure to leave a handful of the gum I gave you in each tent for starting a fire. Finally, be careful with that big tent in the center. If it's not necessary, you can just give up. The highest-ranking general lived in the central tent, whose strength was unknown to Sumu. But since he is a powerful person, his alertness must be higher than that of ordinary soldiers. As a last resort, you have to give up. Anyway, when the fire starts, the central government can't escape. My king, please rest assured, I will complete the task. Snod went down with his men. Chapter 176 The Terrifying Power of the Holy Spirit Knight. Late at night, outside the tent. I'm so annoyed. I don't know what's wrong with the city lord. He insists on sending our troops to such a remote place. Patrol Knight A was complaining. Shoo. Don't talk nonsense. If Commander Hayward hears you, he'll kill you. Patrol Knight B quickly looked towards the large tent in the center, cautiously made a gesture to keep quiet, and looked nervous. Yes. Patrol Knight C whispered. You all know that young Master Pudong was killed, and the city lord has been acting strangely lately. At this critical juncture, we should stop gossiping. If we are heard, we will all die. Yawned Patrol Knight A yawned and stopped talking nonsense. By the way, where are the 5 guys from Sloth? Why didn't they come back for so long after going to the bathroom? Patrol Knight C looked around and said, Who knows, maybe they went to smoke the fire snake. Those guys like to be lazy, you know that too. Patrol Knight B said. The 3 of them chatted about Xiaodian, and in this summer night they stayed awake and continued their patrol mission. But in the end, I couldn't resist the sleepiness that swept over me. They reorganized their armaments last night, and then marched all night without getting a good rest. With such a high-intensity march, the patrol knights A, B, and C had already been swept away by the feeling of being trapped. Finally, they leaned against the haystack next to them and gradually fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Sudden, Patrol Knight A felt a burning sensation under his butt. He suddenly woke up and found that the tent in front of him was on fire. The fire was so huge that it spread to the second tent in a blink of an eye. Fire! Fire! Our camp is on fire. Come out and put out the fire. Patrolman A was startled. He stood up suddenly and shouted loudly. But the camp was as silent as a dead pool, and his shouting received no response at all. Hurry up, you two. The camp is on fire. Go and inform everyone. Before he could finish his words, Patrol Knight A froze in place in amazement. Because he found out that his good friend, who he was chatting with not long ago, had been killed and blood was all over the floor. And the murderer is right in front of Patrol Knight A. At this moment, he was holding an inky black knife in his hand. You? Patrol Knight A didn't finish his words when he felt a pain in his back and fell to the ground. The one who killed him personally was Nightmare Snowed. Flames shot up into the sky. The fire spread quickly. 3 tents, 4 tents, 5 tents. Looking at the fire rising into the sky, Sumu knew that he had succeeded. So what if we have 5,000 troops? Tonight, he will burn down the camps for 3 miles. Just as Sumu was secretly delighted, a sonic boom sounded from behind. Almost as a conditioned reflex, Sumu suddenly lunged forward and performed a yellow dog roll. A 2-meter deep sword ravine appeared in front of him, and Sumu's back was already wet. He couldn't imagine that if he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have quit the game and ended the battle. You set this fire? You little thief, what have you done to my soldiers? Sumu turned around and saw a middle-aged knight in casual clothes behind him. The other party was holding a long sword in his hand, his hair was disheveled, and he had a heavy sword on his back that only knights had. Hayward Jarrus. Hayward possesses the strength of a Holy Spirit Knight. He is the right-hand man of Andrew, the Lord of Tianlong City. Looking at the feedback from the insight technique, Sumu frowned. The strength of the Holy Spirit Knight? Sumu's strength before was at most that of a Silver Knight. Even with the enhancement of the Dragon Hornblade, his current strength was at most that of a Gold Knight. Or maybe even higher. But the opponent is the Holy Spirit Knight. That is the Holy Spirit Knight who is superior to the Golden Knight and the Supreme Knight, and he directly spans 2 large sections. A huge gap in strength was placed in front of Sumu. Hurry up and tell me. Seeing that Sumu did not answer, Hayward raised the sword in his hand and swung it out. The terrifying sword energy vibrated and swept towards Sumu, making the fire even more fierce. Hayward's sword energy is too fast. It was so fast that Sumu had no time to react and dodge. He raised the dragon horn knife in his hand and was about to use the skills in it to forcefully resist. Sudden, a figure appeared in front. Boom! The terrifying aftermath shook the area. Felina. Sumu saw a figure in midair blocking the terrifying attack for him. It's Felina. She was knocked from the air to the ground. If the undead also feel pain, Felina, who blocked this attack, would probably be seriously injured. After letting Tao Yao go back, Sumu told her not to come over. So at this moment, Tao Yao is not at the scene. And Felina, the figure who had never appeared from beginning to end, now appeared at such an important juncture to block the attack for him. Sumu secretly tightened the dragon horn knife in his hand, and a murderous look gradually emerged in his eyes. Sumu has always been very cautious, including clearing out the knights patrolling around. He personally took action and dealt with them one by one. Moreover, Snod said that a lot of Siamese pollen was also placed in the central tent. But unexpectedly, the Siamese flower pollen that poisoned the entire camp seemed to have no effect on Hayward. It seems that a war is inevitable. Undead. Hayward frowned. Associating with the undead is not a good thing. Hayward said this as he picked up the sword in his hand and flew towards Sumu. The knights were not on horses, so their speed did not have much of an advantage. But Hayward was not wearing armor weighing 200 or 300 kilograms, so his speed was naturally different. Stealth attack. Sumu was the first to use his skills. Looking at the figure disappearing on the spot, Hayward's body suddenly stopped, and he searched and sensed around. Suddenly, he thrust his sword forward and roared. You're showing off your mere trifles? Next moment, Hayward's face froze, because the long sword in his hand pierced the air. Sizzle. Lightning flashes suddenly. Behind Hayward, Sumu's dragon horn knife hit him right in the middle. But a scene that shocked Sumu happened. Sumu's dragon horn knife slashed at Hayward, but it only penetrated 3/4 of his skin and did not hurt him completely. This is the dragon horn knife, a weapon of epic quality. Putting away the shock in his eyes, Sumu quickly used his skills. Thunder roars across the sky. The terrifying thunder exploded, knocking Hayward's body away and directly overturning the tent in front that had just started to catch fire. The dragon horn knife has an attribute, Power of Thunder Dragon. After successfully hitting the enemy, there is an 80% chance of paralyzing the enemy for 5 seconds. Sumu triggered this attribute, and he used his most powerful skill so far, without hesitation. Good boy. With the strength of a mere golden knight, you can actually hurt me? Hayward slowly stood up from the ground. His clothes were charred and stained with blood, and he looked a little disheveled. Hayward looked at Sumu with eyes full of murderous intent, but also a bit of respect for his talent. If you weren't my enemy, I would really like to take you in as my apprentice. Now die. Hayward pulled out the heavy sword from his back and slammed it to the ground. The vibrating energy waves directly caused the earth to shake. Holy light. As soon as the word Hayward came out, dozens of black shadows suddenly appeared around him and rushed towards him like moths to a flame. It's Ime? Splendid. Boom. A dazzling wave of energy swept across. All the night spirits were blown away. Not only that, the fire in the tent that was raging just now was now largely extinguished by the aftermath. See who can still save you. Hayward drew his heavy sword. Sumu was ready to use his most powerful amulet, Blessing of the Lord of the Abyss. Only, above the sky, a deep crack like a chasm suddenly appeared. Chapter 177 Mysterious Girl. Kill Hayward. Who is it? Hayward stopped and looked at the space crack in the sky with a frown. Not only him, Sumu also looked up at the sky curiously. A pair of tender white feet stepped out from the crack in space, and then a graceful figure appeared. It's a girl with snow-white wings on her back. She looked young, with a beautiful and frosty face, standing above the sky, like a saint. It gives people a cold feeling that can only be viewed from a distance and not desecrated up close. It is extremely sacred. My lord, not a human? Below, Hayward murmured something softly, his brows furrowed even tighter. As for Sumu, he only felt that the girl in the sky gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Just when Sumu was about to use the insight technique, the girl in the sky suddenly looked at him. Just one glance, and Sumu felt his whole body stiffen. This girl actually created a terrifying force of oppression on him that made him unable to move, and cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. The last time Sumu had this feeling was when he was facing the witch Yulala. Yulala was simply invincible at that time, and her strength was like a bottomless pit to Sumu. However, Sumu could roughly guess that as the princess of the Moon Demon clan, Yulala's strength should be at the top of the continent. The mysterious girl in front of him also gave Sumu the same feeling. So terrifying. As Sumu was thinking in his heart, in the blink of an eye, he found that the girl with a cold temperament had appeared less than 3 meters in front of him. Sumu felt that the pressure on him had weakened. He took this opportunity to suddenly use his insight technique. Tizat Holy Spirit Horse. Miloer Tizat Holy Spirit Horse is the ancestor of Tizat Silver Feather Horse. They lived in the ancient times 10,000 years ago and are one of the most ancient species on the continent. This girl's name is Milo. Tizat Holy Spirit Horse, the ancestor of Tizat's silver-feathered horse. Are you here to see Afia? Or are you here to see Flo? This thought arose in Sumu's mind. However, at this moment, Milior's sky-blue eyes fell on Sumu's face, and her pink lips opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Watch your back. Sumu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It turned out that Hayward in the rear launched an attack towards this side. A terrifying silver light came across. Without Sumu's prompt, Milor had already sensed it. Without even turning her head, her wings behind her suddenly vibrated. Boom! A gust of wind formed a wind wall behind Milor, perfectly blocking Hayward's attack. What? Hayward exclaimed. This was a powerful attack from him, yet he didn't even hurt the opponent at all. You know, even if he faced a knight of higher rank than him, Hayward was confident that he could severely injure the opponent with just one blow. Not to mention it was a sneak attack. But now, the mysterious girl in front was not hurt at all, but instead easily disintegrated his attack. Hayward was extremely shocked. But after the shock, he seemed to realize something and looked towards the horses in the distance. Hayward ran away. He is a smart man and knows that there is no need to fight meaningless battles. Being alive is the most important thing. As long as you are alive, everything is possible. He's trying to escape. Don't let him get away. Sumu shouted subconsciously. If Hayward really wants to ride away, he currently does not have the strength to stop him. You won't let him go? Milor suddenly tilted her head and asked expressionlessly. Sumu was stunned. What is going on? Right. Don't let him go. Oh. Myloer responded, and the next moment she disappeared. When she reappeared, Sumu found that she had caught up with Hayward, who was riding a horse 100 meters away. Wow, this comes with flash. Or is it direct space travel? Sumu was surprised by Myloer's speed. The next moment, a silver blade suddenly appeared in Myloer's hand and swung towards Hayward on the horse. Hayward resists with his sword. The sword broke into 2 pieces. Myloer swung his sword again, and the horse was cut in half. Myloer swung his sword again, and the Supreme Knight Hayward fell off his horse with both legs broken. Sumu. Powerful. So strong. This girl named Myloer is so powerful. Sumu felt that this intensity was far greater than the shock she gave him when he first met Afia. That's right, when I first met Afia, she also easily killed the River King Catherine. But what is the strength of Catherine, and what is the strength of Hayward in front? Moreover, Sumu could clearly feel that the girl in front of him, named Myloer, was indeed stronger than Afia. You can feel it. As he was speaking, Myloer had already returned with Hayward and threw him in front of Sumu. Looking at Hayward, who was like a dead dog and had no ability to resist, Sumu picked up the dragon horn knife in his hand without hesitation and slashed at his throat. Hayward died just like that. Until his death, he never imagined that as a Holy Spirit Knight, he would die in such a cowardly and miserable way. And he died at the hands of a foreigner whose strength seemed to be only that of a golden knight. To be honest, Hayward made a misjudgment. When he first saw Myloer descending from the sky and walking towards Sumu, he thought they knew each other and were teammates. So, he decisively launched an attack, hoping to end the battle by surprise. He never knew until his death that Sumu and Myloer didn't know each other at all. This was their first meeting. However, compared to these, Sumu now wanted to know more why Myloer wanted to help him. Why are you helping me? Help you? Myloer looked at Sumu, her expression still calm. Was that just now? Yeah, that's right. Sumu nodded. He guessed that there must be some scent of Afia and flow on him, so Myloer found him. To a large extent, they are not enemies, but they are not friends either. So this is what it means to help, Myloer suddenly said. Her words left Sumu silent. Wow, it turns out that Myloer himself doesn't know why he helped him? Is she just warm-hearted? Or perhaps it is pure to the extreme. If this is really simple, don't blame me for using my trickery. Sumu smiled secretly in his heart. You know where Flo and Afia are, right? Let them go. Myloer spoke. The words she spoke were still in the same style as hers. What is their relationship to you? Sumu asked. Sister, brother. Milo's answer was still concise and to the point, without any unnecessary words. It's true that Afia is with me. I can take you to see her, but I don't know much about Flo. Sumu replied. Chapter 178. One wave after another comes. But you smell like Flo. Milo sniffed her delicate little nose and said. Sumu was puzzled. Afia says he smells like Flo. Milo also said that he smelled like Flo. The problem is, he had only come into contact with Flo a few times, so how come the smell was so strong? Is this kid Flo smelly? The taste is so strong. It's been so long and it hasn't dispersed yet. If you don't take me, I can find it myself. Seeing that Sumu lowered his head and did not answer, Myloer made a gesture to fly into the sky. Hey, wait. Sumu grabbed Myloer's hand. Hiss. This smooth and cool touch. The point is not the coldness, but the smoothness. Wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. Suluo explained. If you're looking for Alfia, I can take you to see her, but I really don't know Flo's whereabouts. I released him not long ago. Effia saw it with her own eyes. If you don't believe me, I can take you to find AI Fia and ask her in person. As Sumu spoke, he quietly squeezed Myloer's little hand. He didn't pinch her to take advantage of her. He was not that superficial. He wanted to test Myloer's character and see if she was as simple as Afia. Afia is like that. She doesn't react at all when you hug her or hold her hand. It seems that in her world, there is no such thing as physical contact between men and women. Compared to Winstia and the others who blush at the slightest touch, Sumu thinks it is because of their living environment. In the environment that Afia and her friends live in, there must be very few people of the opposite sex and things related to love. If Myloer didn't react, it would prove that she had never been out of the human world. In terms of simple character, she should be about the same as Effia. Sumu tried it out. Myloer didn't react at all to his pinching. She just looked down and said, Okay, take me to find her. Okay, Sumu let go of Myloer's little hand. But before that, I need to take care of the important things at hand. Please wait. Besides, Effia is probably still sleeping right now. Sumu picked up the dragon horn knife in his hand and glanced at the tent that was still burning. The fire has gotten much smaller, but some tents have not been completely burned, so Sumu naturally needs to go in and take their lives personally. By the way, let the spirit-catching general capture the soul and use it for his own purposes. This is a large number of undead troops. They must not be wasted. Moreover, there are nearly 2,000 horses nearby, which are a huge source of income. If the fire hadn't scared away a lot of horses, Sumu estimated that there would be more horses. After finishing everything, the sky was already getting bright. Sumu stretched himself and couldn't believe that he had stayed up all night. But the crisis in the territory was resolved, and no one was happier than him. Sumu felt a great sense of accomplishment. Can you take me to find Alfia? Suddenly, Milor's voice came from above, and Sumu looked up suddenly. In the tree above his head, Malor was sitting on it, her little feet swinging casually. At this moment, she was not as cold as before, but more like a girl of her age. However, Sumuju looked down and saw the scenery under her long skirt clearly. My heart beats faster and my nose feels dry. Sumu only felt his blood surging. Milor, she's not wearing any underwear. If this happened under normal circumstances, it would not be a big deal. After all, the skirt is very long and no one would notice. But now she is in the tree. Damn it. Sumu didn't want to think of anything wrong. He also wanted to be a gentleman. But how could he not think of why in this situation? He was also curious. Was it the same with Afia? Is this true for all of their clan? Fortunately, Malor jumped down from the tree the next moment. She probably didn't realize this. Sumu could only cough tactically and take a deep breath. Get ready to go back. I'll take you to see her. Good. Just as the two were about to leave, the intelligence system prompt in Sumu's mind sounded again. Uncertain emergency information reminder. Uncertain emergency information reminder. After 3 quick reminders in a row, Sumu's heart trembled suddenly, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. This kind of prompt sound only appeared once, and that was when Uliloa led the demon army to attack. What is it this time? Could it be another big boss from the Tizat Silver Featherhorse tribe? Danger alert. Moon Demon Princess Uliloa will arrive here in 30 seconds. The intelligence system rang again, giving Sumu no time to react. Uliloa again. Damn it. Could it be that he is bringing thousands of troops with him again? Sumu clearly remembered the harsh words Uliloa said when she left. Next time we meet, I'm going to gouge out your eyes and cut out your tongue. This princess will come back. Sumu always kept these harsh words in mind. In the open space ahead, the crack belonging to the teleportation space appeared again. Just like when Uliloa first appeared, the momentum is still huge. Milo blinked and looked at it curiously. There wasn't a trace of fear on her face. She was simply curious about who was coming. It was completely different from Sumu's solemn and serious mental state. Uliloa appeared. She just stood in the open space not far from Sumu, staring at him. That cannibalistic look made Sumu feel a little cold in his heart. Does this woman really hate him so much? He didn't provoke her or anything. Sumu rolled his eyes, and his heart felt a little relieved. Because this time, Uliloa did not bring his men with him. As long as the thousands of moon demon warriors are not there, Sumu will still have some confidence. Not to mention, there is a little cutie standing next to him now, Milo. Thinking of this, it's not too much for Sumu to hold his head high and chest puffed out, right? He looked back at Uliloa with cold and angry eyes. Uliloa's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. She regarded Sumu's reaction as a provocation and was very dissatisfied. I told you I would come back to find you. Did you remember? Uliloa spoke, her voice devoid of emotion. Who are you? Sumu folded his arms and said lightly. I'm busy managing the territory every day. Who would remember who you are? You? Uliloa gritted her teeth, her emotions finally fluctuating a little, but soon she sneered. Still as sharp-tongued as before. But today, you don't seem as lucky as before. Uliloa said, her eyes fell on Miluoer. She looked at her carefully, then looked away and returned her gaze to Sumu. It doesn't matter if you don't remember me, but I miss you terribly every day. Oh my god. You're so lustful. You think about me every day? You're not secretly thinking of me doing something shameful, are you? Chapter 179, Change of Mentality. Defeat. Sumu had an exaggerated expression of surprise on his face, and he continued his mental verbal attack. Are you secretly in love with me? You are such a shameless demon princess, thinking about a man all day long. Can't you think about something positive? Sumu covered his chest and said with exaggerated regret. Well, since you think of me so much and you're such a beautiful woman, I'll give you a chance. If you confess your feelings to me, I'll agree. You'll stay with me and warm my bed every night. By the way, can you warm the bed? If not, forget it. Uliloa was successfully disturbed by Sumu's frivolous verbal attack. She swung her sleeves violently, her face full of anger. Today is the day for this princess to fulfill the promise she made that day. I'll dig out your eyes and cut out your tongue. I'll see what you have to say. Yulilua raised her brows in anger. A black and purple lightsaber appeared in her hand, and her body turned into an afterimage, coming towards Sumu. Miloer, help. Sumu turned around suddenly, hid behind Miluoer, grabbed her clothes. Sumu also didn't know how strong Miluoer and Yulilua were compared, but at least it can be resisted, right? If that doesn't work, can't he just use the teleportation scroll to escape? Even if we take a step back, there is still the blessing of the Lord of the Abyss. Boom. In a flash, Malor blocked Yulilua's attack with the same silver light blade. Indistinctly, the two seemed to be evenly matched. Seeing Su move from behind, he had a general understanding in his mind. This princess was wondering why you were so bold and fearless today. It turns out you have a helper by your side. Yulilua snorted coldly. Just kidding, I've always been this brave. Didn't I piss you off last time? Sumu stuck half of his head out from behind Malor and continued to output mental energy. Yulilua did not answer Sumu, but looked at Milior. This princess remembers that your Tiansua Silver Feather Horse clan now resides in Xinglinglia, right? Aren't you guys going to come out? Do you know our clan? Malor asked. Even though this girl was surprised, she still looked calm, as if she had no emotions at all. You never get involved in fights between foreign races. Why are you doing this today? Yulilua said. Don't stop me from killing this filthy guy. Get out of the way. No. Miloer shook his head. You can't kill him. He promised to take me to find Effia. Sumu was touched. Good job, Malor, that's right. It's really worth it that I, Sumu, agreed to your request to meet Ifia so easily. Don't worry, let alone meeting Ifia. I agree to your wish to live with Ifia in the territory forever. Just for what you just said. Sumu said secretly in his heart. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, even if Soraya comes here in person, this princess will kill him. Yulilua raised the light blade in her hand and pointed it at Sumu. Do you know my father? Milo tilted his head. Snort. Yulilua did not answer. A dark purple light surged from her body. The sky, which was about to turn white, suddenly darkened strangely. A strong wind blew around her. The horses that Sumu wanted to take back were also scared away by the sudden strong wind, and they neighed and scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Miloer's face became serious for once. She suddenly stepped forward. You hide behind. These words were naturally spoken to Sumu. Yulilua's attack is coming. A thick, lingering black fog swept over, scorching the grass wherever it passed, and all life seemed to have been drained of its vitality. Sumu did not hesitate and immediately used the sneak attack technique to rush to the side. You need to show off when you need to, but you really need to hide when you need to. Now is clearly not the time to show off. This battle, the changing situation, the heaven and earth shook. The rocks are broken and the trees are toppled. Sumu couldn't see clearly how the battle happened. Or perhaps, with his current strength, he simply cannot see the state of the battle clearly. Because Miluoer and Yulilua appeared too fast. Maybe in the blink of an eye, they have fought dozens of rounds. Desire welled up in Sumu's eyes. At this moment, he longed for this powerful power more than ever. If he can reach this level, does he still need to be as passive as he was before facing Hayward? I'm afraid Hayward can be crushed to death with just one hand. Besides, what about the army of 5,000 people? It can be cleared up with just a wave of your hand. Why bother looking for Siamese flowers, dealing with them, and designing? In the past, Sumu felt that territory development was more important than personal strength development. But now, after seeing the earth-shattering battle between Yulilua and Miloer, his mentality changed. He thinks personal strength is equally important. It seems that after this incident, I must improve my personal strength. Maybe Serena is right. Sumu was leaning against it when he suddenly groaned. In the black fog, a figure was knocked out and fell heavily to the ground. As the wind blew, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Sumu saw the true face of the figure clearly. It was Milior. She was defeated in the battle with Yulilua. At this moment, Malor was lying on the ground with blood all over his body. He looked seriously injured, and it was unclear whether he was alive or dead. There was also blood in her wings, and the wounds from the sword could be clearly seen. If the sword wound was a little more serious, the wings would probably be cut off. Sumu's heart trembled, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. He could tell from the rise and fall of Malor's chest that she was not dead, but had fallen to the ground injured. But so what? She was badly injured. That bitch Yulilua was so ruthless when she attacked. Without hiding anymore, Sumu suddenly ran out from behind the tree to Miluoer's side to check on her condition. As if sensing Sumu's arrival, Miluoer opened her eyes. Her eyes now no longer had the spirit they had at the beginning. They were full of fatigue and weakness. I'm sorry, I can't seem to beat her. Why are you still talking at this hour? Take a break and adjust yourself. Don't talk. Sumu said anxiously, and he gave a wry smile to what Myriad said. What are you sorry for? How could she have done anything wrong to him? Also, what seems? The results are out, okay? Malor is just like Afia, both are so silly and cute. They are really worthy of being sisters. You better leave now. Take Alfio away. Milo murmured incoherently. At this time, the black fog dissipated, and Euliloa's figure appeared. She looked a little disheveled and was also injured, but her condition seemed much better than Milo's. This princess has said that no one can protect you today. Euliloa pointed the black blade at Sumu, her words full of murderous intent. A murderous intent. Chapter 180 The Lord of the Abyss withdraws from the group chat. I'll protect your sister. Are you a pervert or something? You keep pestering me. I don't think I've offended you, Euliloa, have I? Huh. You're the type who shouts and screams for war and killing the moment you see me. Are you being reasonable? Sumu cursed angrily. You wild woman. Since he came to this world, he has never felt so disgusted with someone, and now this crazy woman Euliloa is one of them. With someone as filthy as Yime by your side, who else should I kill if not you? Euliloa was holding a black blade. Yime is much better than you. In my opinion, what you did is dirty and disgusting. Sharp tongue. This princess will not argue with you. After Euliloa finished speaking, she shook her body and appeared less than 5 meters in front of Sumu. But at this moment, something strange happened in the sky. A shadow crack appeared in the space, and a huge force of pressure came in an instant. Euliloa stopped and looked up at the sky with a frown. Boy, are you calling me again? A voice came from the crack in space. Naturally, it came from the Lord of the Abyss, who was summoned by Sumu. So you've been stalling all this time. Euliloa's eyes fell on Sumu, and she finally understood why he had just yelled at her. It turns out that there is a backup plan, and they are just delaying time. What else? Sumu glanced at Euliloa and shouted at the space crack in the sky. Kill her for me. Kill this woman. Sumu pointed at Euliloa and shouted out his demands angrily. It seems that the opponent this time is not that good. The voice of the Lord of the Abyss came from above, and he felt Euliloa's strength. I'll let you go this time. You won't have the chance to summon me again anyway. As the Lord of the Abyss spoke, a big hand stretched out from the crack in the void and grabbed Euliloa below. The speed was so fast and fierce that Euliloa felt a strong sense of crisis. She dodged and escaped 100 meters away. The Lord of the Abyss grabbed nothing with one hand and let out a light exclamation. Did I make a mistake? The Lord of the Abyss grabbed again. This time the attack contained a terrifying force of oppression and attacked Euliloa. Afterimages fluttered, and the black fog reappeared. Euliloa fought against the big hand of the Lord of the Abyss. She was already injured because of Malor, so how could she possibly be a match for the Lord of the Abyss at this moment? Soon, Euliloa was grabbed by the giant hand of the Lord of the Abyss. She struggled desperately, but she couldn't get out. Seeing this scene, Sumu finally felt relieved. He was just worried about whether the Lord of the Abyss would make any mistakes, but fortunately, he finally subdued the crazy woman Euliloa. But the next moment, Sumu's scalp went numb. Because of the words of the Lord of the Abyss. Are you from the Moon Demon Clan? I smell the breath of the Moon Demon Clan from you. The voice of the Lord of the Abyss came from the crack in the void. Right. I am the third princess of the Moon Demon Clan, Euliloa. Euliloa squeezed out a word from between her teeth. Your father is Yuchongro? The voice of the Lord of the Abyss spoke again. Euliloa nodded vigorously. She could feel the Abyss Lord's clenched hand loosening little by little. She could finally breathe. Euliloa breathed in deep gulps of fresh air. At that moment just now, she was really close to death. It was the first time that Euliloa felt so close to death. Since she was a child, she has been a fighting genius in the Moon Demon Clan. No one among her peers can be her opponent, and she can easily challenge opponents of higher levels. Therefore, Euliloa is the most valued among so many princesses. But just now, it was the first time that she faced such a terrifying and powerless opponent. Euliloa felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Not enough. She needs to practice even harder. The third princess of the Moon Demon Clan. Your father Yuchongrong and I have been good friends for many years. The Lord of the Abyss voice was filled with nostalgia as he continued. Boy, I can't kill her. Even if I don't fulfill your request this time, you can summon me again next time. After the Lord of the Abyss finished speaking, he loosened his hand, and Euliloa fell from the sky. Sumu was stunned. No way, bro. Can we still play like this? Since she is my good friend's daughter, please don't kill her. Let me summon you next time. The key is, can this woman Euliloa give me the chance to summon you next time? While Su Mu was complaining in his heart, the space crack in the sky had disappeared. The Lord of the Abyss has left the group chat. This guy really means leaving when he says he's leaving. Su Mu did not hesitate. He suddenly stood up from the ground, holding the dragon horn knife in his hand, and walked towards Yulilaw. Logically, the Lord of the Abyss did not kill Yulilaw, but she was also seriously injured because of the previous battle. Not to mention she fell from such a high altitude. Now is the time when Su Mu has the best hope of killing Yulilaw. Kill her while she is sick. The Lord of the Abyss just can't kill Yulilaw. Su Mu doesn't have any rules. Su Mu attacked decisively. He came to Yulilaw's side and raised the dragon horn knife in his hand. He didn't even use any skills and just slashed at Yulilaw's throat. Clang! Su Mu's magic dragon horn knife was caught by Yulilaw with his bare hands. As soon as he chopped it down, Yulilaw opened her eyes. You think I'm injured, and you're the one who wants to touch me? Yulilaw's tone was still cold and angry. Su Mu didn't answer her, because he could already see that Yulilaw triggered the power of Thunder Dragon when she caught the blade with her bare hands, and she was now in a paralyzed state for 5 seconds. The demonic dragon horn knife is a knife that brings equality to all beings. No matter how strong you are, as long as you chop it to trigger the power of Thunder Dragon, you will be paralyzed for 5 seconds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Mu directly used Thunder Roaring at the Sky, his most powerful skill. Boom! This time, Yulilaw was not knocked into the sky, but was embedded into the ground by the terrifying power of thunder. The rubble exploded. Su Mu saw with his own eyes that Yulilaw spat out a mouthful of blood. Without hesitation, he picked up the dragon horn knife in his hand again and chopped it down heavily. Oh! A scream. Belongs to Su Mu. He was knocked away by Yulilaw's swinging arm. This woman was obviously seriously injured, yet she still had such terrifying power. Su Mu was knocked back 10 meters away and smashed down a tree that was so thick that it took 2 adults to hug it. The suffocating pain almost made him unable to breathe. Blood oozed from the corner of Su Mu's mouth. Over there, Yulilaw had already dragged her seriously injured body to her feet. She held the black blade in her hand and walked towards Su Mu little by little. Chapter 181, Dark Contract. Live and die together. Mad woman. Su Mu stood up from the ground with pain. Yulilaw swung the black blade in his hand forward suddenly. An unexpected and fierce attack. Su Mu's pupils suddenly expanded, and he used a sneak attack to the right side, successfully avoiding the attack. There was a hint of surprise in Yulilaw's eyes. She raised the black blade again. But this time, a black and purple shadow energy in the sky swept towards Yulilaw below. Boom! The sudden attack hit Yulilaw hard. She staggered forward and knelt on the ground, spewing another mouthful of blood. It's Felina's attack. She has been hiding in the dark, ready to strike, just waiting for the sure-shot blow. Now, she succeeded. Moreover, this is Felina's strongest attack method. Su Mu was just about to shout, "Well done, Felina," but he didn't expect Yulilaw to suddenly stand up from the ground and chase after Felina in the sky. You're still so fierce even though you're seriously injured. Su Mu smacked his lips. He was holding the dragon horn knife and was about to join Felina in killing Yulilaw. Unexpectedly, Yulilaw's angry attack directly blew Felina away. That's right, Felina's spirit was destroyed directly. It was destroyed by Yulilaw's angry attack. Yulilaw killed Felina in front of Su Mu. Oh, bitch, I'm going to kill you. The anger in Su Mu's heart was completely ignited. He didn't care whether he could defeat Yulilaw now, and rushed towards her with the dragon horn knife. Ants! Yulilaw sneered and fell to the ground, with a black blade ready to help Su Mu attack. However, Su Mu did not follow the usual path. He used the Thunder Snake Earth Cage. In an instant, the entire venue became Su Mu's lightning home court. Lightning snakes flashed on Yulilaw's body, and a feeling of numbness came over her again. She knew clearly that she could not fight Su Mu on the ground, so she wanted to fly into the sky. But how could Su Mu give her a chance? He chopped Yulilaw continuously with the dragon horn knife like a madman, not giving her any chance to escape and leave. After more than 10 attacks, the dragon horn knife in Su Mu's hand was shaken away. Yulilaw's terrifying power is simply not something he can contend with at this stage. Su Mu's knuckles have been cracked. Yulilaw stared at Su Mu coldly, with a sneer on her lips. Any other moves? Just use it. This naked ridicule and disdain made the anger in Su Mu's chest burst out again. He didn't care and used sneak attack to rush forward and came to Yulilaw's side. The last gasp of a dying force. The black blade in Yulilaw's hand slashed out. But the next moment, her body suddenly stiffened. It turned out that the effect of Thunder Snake Earth Cage lasted for 5 minutes and was triggered again, taking effect on Yulilaw. A feeling of paralysis made her unable to move, and she stopped moving. Sumu didn't care about that. He suddenly rushed forward and threw Yulilaw to the ground. He put his arms around her neck and locked his legs around her waist. "Asshole, let me go." The lightning struck. Yulilaw struggled violently, but failed to break free. Yulilaw was a little panicked. "Open. I'll let you go." Sumu's voice came, and his hand retracted forward again. At this moment, he had no intention of taking advantage of others. He just wanted to firmly control Yulilaw and then fight to the death. "Did I kill your whole family or do something to you? Why did you do this? Why are you targeting me like this? Are you going to kill me like this? Son of a bitch. Let go." Yulilaw gritted her teeth. She could feel that Sumu's hand was in very close contact with her. This posture is so ambiguous. Yulilaw is a virgin. How could she possibly bear it? His face had already turned red with anxiety, and the murderous intent in his eyes was even stronger. "Since you want me dead, I must die. Then we'll all die. If I die, you will die too. From now on, we'll die together. Let me see what you can do to me." Sumu said a bunch of words that Yulilaw didn't quite understand, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. Yulilaw struggled hard again. But under the influence of the power of the Thunder Snake, she could not use her current strength, not to mention that she was being held tightly by Sumu in certain places, so she had no way to concentrate on her strength. Go. Dark Slave Contract. Sumu used the system reward he received from 1v4. Dark Slave Collar. Ignore the opponent's resistance, ignore the opponent's strength, and directly contract them into a slave, signing a dark blood contract of life and death together. After the contract takes effect, if the lord dies, the slave dies. If the slave dies, the lord dies. Please use with caution. Yulilaw only felt her neck tighten, as if something was worn around her neck. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible force swept into Yulilaw's body from her neck, and her whole body stiffened. She wants to resist this power. However, this power was so strong that she had no way to resist, and could only passively accept the slave mark given by Sumu. What have you done to this princess?" Yulilaw gnashed her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. Sumu turned over and sat on her. "Wanna know?" This time, it was Sumu who sneered. "Dark Slave Collar, have you heard of it?" Sumu grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, but his angry expression made him look somewhat eerie. "It seems that you don't know. So there's something Yulilaw, the Moon Demon Princess, don't know." Ha ha. Sumu laughed happily, but soon his face turned stern, and he stared at Yulilaw, who was pressed under him. "I'm putting on you the darkest, most dangerous, and most inhumane slave collar on the continent. Once it takes effect, if you ever try to kill me again, you will die." "And I," Sumu said with a devilish smile. "As your master, I can control your life and death, and I can remain unharmed. From now on, you will be at my mercy." Sumu directly modified the effect of the dark slave collar. Although he was angry, his mind was not completely confused. Since Yulilaw didn't know what the effect of this dark slave collar was, did he just say it casually? Yulilaw clenched her fists, her whole body trembling with anger. She, the dignified princess of the Moon Demon clan, had actually been contracted into a slave by an ant-like being. How could Yulilaw, who had always been arrogant and proud, accept this? That's a slave. The most lowly and humble existence in her eyes. Chapter 182. Afia is here. A great victory. The contract is complete. Sumu saw that the light from the collar on Yulilaw's neck had disappeared and returned to normal. He stood up with a smile. "You must be lying to me. I'm going to kill you." Yulilaw grabbed the black blade on the ground and roared angrily. She doesn't believe it. Is there such a slave contract? Kill him. Sumu was not afraid at all. He opened his arms and exposed his chest to Yulilaw. "Stab me in the heart and see if I die first or you die first." Yulilaw moved. She raised the black blade in her hand, but stopped in midair. "How? Don't dare anymore." Sumu's mouth curled up with a hint of amusement, but his heart was beating fast. If this play is not performed well, it will be fatal. If Sumu isn't nervous, then he's lying. "Do you feel that you already have my slave brand and restrictions on you? Feel the collar around your neck and see." Yulilaw's face changed. Sumu was really right. She just felt the mark and restriction of the connection between her and him. An invisible force connected her and Sumu together. This feeling of uneasiness prevented Yulilaw from swinging the black blade. She is afraid. She was afraid that if she really did it, Sumu's next thought would be to kill her. Yulilaw is not afraid of death. She was afraid that she would die, but Sumu couldn't die before her because he was still alive and well. The more Yuliloa thought of his smug face, the more angry and upset she became. She felt that such a death would be meaningless. She subconsciously reached out and touched the collar around her neck, and the restraining power on her body became even stronger. Yuliloa's expression kept changing. The hatred in her eyes when she looked at Su Mu became even stronger. It's so thick that it can't be dispersed. She was now beginning to believe what this fearless bastard said. If he didn't have some confidence in his trump card, how could that bastard be so frivolous, arrogant, and complacent? As a slave, should you look at your master like this? What's that look in your eyes? Huh? Su Mu kicked Yuliloa and knocked her to the ground. Be gentle and considerate to women? Does not exist. Yuliloa wants him to die. After his death, she won't even let go of his territory. Su Mu could foresee all of this. That's the nature of this crazy woman. Not to mention, Yuliloa killed Felina in front of him. Although Felina is a resurrected undead, Su Mu still cannot accept it in his heart. He said that next time, don't let Felina be the last one to leave. This is what he promised. However, this time, Felina died for him again. Su Mu still wants to pity Yuliloa? Just kidding. This kick made Yuliloa so angry that she dug her fingers into the mud. Her body was shaking and her breathing was disordered. Still like this, Su Mu raised his foot and was about to kick him. Yuliloa learned her lesson this time. She turned her face away. Don't go to see Su Mu anymore. You're smart. Su Mu retracted his foot. We can't push Yuliloa too hard. What if she goes too far and fights to the death? Su Mu still felt a little weak. From now on, you are my slave. Call me master and let me hear you. Su Mu spoke again. Roll. Don't even think about this princess recognizing you. I'm not who you say I am. Yuliloa said with her face tilted to the side. Oh, you're quite proud. Su Mu sneered. Do you think you are still Yuliloa, the princess of the Moon Demon clan? From now on, you are just my little slave, Su Mu. I will give you a name, okay? Su Mu pretended to think. From now on, you can be called Chao Chu. You have a stinky face all the time anyway, and I think this name suits your personality and temperament very well. Yuliloa's body trembled suddenly when she heard this. She did not speak or answer. If you don't answer me, I'll take it as your consent. Next time I call you stinky, remember I'm calling you, understand? Kill me if you want, but don't even think about humiliating this princess. Yuliloa's voice was heard, and it could be heard that she was trying her best to suppress her anger. Why should I kill you? Su Mu shrugged and asked. Although you really want to kill me, I, Su Mu, am a reasonable person. I will keep you by my side so that I can slowly find ways to torture you later. Su Mu spat. Pooh, I said wrong. I meant to train you. I want you to change your bad temper. A woman shouldn't talk about fighting and killing all the time. She shouldn't talk about killing the whole family all the time. I can keep you here as a free thug, and you'll also be there to help me and warm my bed. Isn't that good? With so many benefits, isn't it better than me killing you? Don't even think about it. Yuliloa's patience had reached its limit. She suddenly stood up and flew towards the sky. At the same time, the space crack opened. But just as she was about to step into the space crack and escape from here completely, Yuliloa paused. She felt the power of the ban again. The power of this restriction does not allow her to be too far away from Su Mu. What this means is that she has no way of stepping into the space crack. What's going on? Seeing Yuliloa suddenly stop, Su Mu below couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Could it be that because of the slave collar, she can't be too far away from me? Su Mu was very smart. He was wondering why Yuliloa didn't leave even though she was at the final step. Moreover, his guess was almost right. Yuliloa returned to the ground and looked at Su Mu coldly. The power of the ban just now once again made her sure that what Su Mu said was true. It seems you can't leave? Su Mu still looked very proud. The more confident he is, the more Yuliloa will believe it. Su Mu perfectly grasped Yuliloa's thoughts. Yuliloa did not answer. She lowered her face. Snort. Su Mu snorted coldly and ignored Yuliloa. Instead, he stood up and went to Myriad. Poor Myriad. He had to take her back to heal her quickly. Su Mu picked up Myriad's body and was about to leave when a Pegasus came flying in the sky. When she was about to land, she transformed into the figure of Afia. Mylor. Afia spoke hastily. She grabbed Malor's hand, her face full of anxiety. When Afia woke up from her sleep in the territory, she felt the presence of Myriad. She hesitated for a moment, and then tried to find Su Mu to ask him for the opportunity to leave the territory. But there was no sign of Su Mu. Therefore, Afia wasted a lot of time and was always hesitant. It was not until Felina appeared and explained the situation to Selena and others that Afia hurried over here. With her speed, she was also the first one to arrive here. Sister, sister. The weak Myriad opened her eyes a little and shouted with a smile. Milo smiled. This was the first time Sumu saw her smile, and it was quite sweet. It's a pity that before, Malor always had an expressionless and cold look on his face. She only smiles when facing Afia. Owner. Ifia looked at Sumu. This was the first time she took the initiative to call Sumu master, with earnest pleading in her eyes. I know. I'll take Milo back for treatment immediately. Sumu knew what Ifia meant. If he doesn't understand, he's a fool. Alfia nodded sharply. You can go back by yourself. I have a teleportation scroll, and it will be faster than you. Sumu said, looking at Yuliloa who was still standing not far away. You'd better come along. Throwing down a word, Sumu crushed the teleportation scroll. Chapter 183 3 Women, 1 Drama. Settle the dispute. Tiamu tribe. Inside the territory medical clinic with a plaque already hung on it. How about it? Susu, is there something wrong with her injury? Looking at Susu who was treating Milior, Sumu couldn't help but ask. Susu's treatment method is different from Taoyao's, which can be clearly seen when the two of them perform their treatment methods together. Susu's treatment is more like her own innate power, and she can control this power at will. And Taoyao is really just casting magic. In terms of effect, Susu's is the best. Brother, don't worry. No problem. Sumu concentrated on exerting his strength and did not forget to take the time to answer. Taoyao was helping her, wiping the cold sweat from Milo's forehead with a towel. Milo lost a lot of blood, so it will definitely take some time for her to recover. The recovery that Sumu was talking about was reaching her best physical condition, not injury recovery in a broad sense. Sumu felt relieved after getting Susu's answer. He has been busy in the territory recently and has less interaction with Susu. Even when he woke up in the morning, he was sometimes in Serena's bed. So, every morning Susu ran to his room to look for him, but couldn't find him. The little girl was dissatisfied with this. She even asked Sumu directly where he had been so early in the morning. Sumu could only use the excuse that he was busy outside to fool Susu. He didn't dare to say that he was in Selena's bed. Who knows if Susu would sleep between him and Serena the next day after he said that? However, Sumu also felt a little guilty. It seems that I have to tell Susu a bedtime story tonight to coax her to sleep and make up for the recent lack of companionship. Sumu was thinking in his heart, when suddenly Wenstia pushed open the door of the clinic with an anxious look on her face. Master, something bad has happened. The fight has begun. Wenstia said urgently. What's the fight? Sumu frowned. He didn't receive any notification from the intelligence system. Who else dares to attack his territory? It was Yuliloa, Ai Fia, and Felina who you just brought back. They started fighting. Before Wenstia could finish her words, Sumu had already flown away. Damn it. Sumu only remembered to help Milor treat his injuries, and almost forgot about this. When Sumu rushed outside, he found Yuliloa, Ai Fia, and Fu Lingna were fighting fiercely. To be precise, it should be Ifia and Felina who joined forces to attack Yuliloa, who was still injured. Yuliloa is very powerful in herself, and even if Ifia and Felina join forces, they may not be her match. But that was only during her heyday. At this moment, Yuliloa was already injured and exhausted, and her strength was no longer as strong as before. Now she was joined by Felina and Ifia, so she could only passively defend. Sometimes, if you are not careful, you will be attacked several times. Anyway, when Sumu arrived, Yuliloa was in a much more miserable state than before. Serena was there too, but it was obvious she couldn't stop the three of them from fighting. It may also be that she is afraid that if she gets involved, things will get more chaotic and difficult to resolve in the end. Stop! Sumu roared. But his roar was drowned out by the sounds of battle, and Afia and the other two didn't hear it at all and continued to fight. At this moment, Yuliloa was hit by Felina and Ifia in midair, and she fell to the ground. Seeing this, Sumu quickly stepped forward and hugged her, preventing her from getting hurt from falling to the ground. Yuliloa was so angry that she ignored Sumu and pushed him away, wanting to go forward and fight Felina and Ifia for 300 rounds. Yuliloa, come here. Sumu grabbed her and pulled her back. In anger, he used such great strength that he pulled Yuliloa, who was countless times stronger than him, into his arms and held her waist tightly. Behave yourself. Sumu glared at Yuliloa, who was struggling frantically in his arms and shouted. He still looked quite imposing even when he was angry. Yuliloa bit her red lips, turned her face to the other side, and gave up struggling. Felina, Ifia, are you planning to attack me too? Or am I saying that what I said is useless? Sumu glanced at Felina and Ifia who were still in an offensive posture, and spoke in a cold voice. No. Snort. Felina was secretly sulking, crossing her legs in midair. Come down. Sumu spoke again. Hurry up. The three women started a fight in the territory, and many houses and infrastructure around them were affected. Sumu was naturally very angry. Although the houses in the territory are all made of golden quality blue bricks, they are very strong. But gold quality does not mean invincibility. Look, the blue brick and stone road that was just paved was affected to some extent, and some cracks appeared. If it were ordinary blue bricks, they would have torn it down by the three of them. It's impossible for Sumu not to be angry about such a thing. Felina puffed out her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then fell to the ground from midair. Afia. Seeing this, Sumu looked at Ifia. She was the one who hurt Myloar. Afia landed in front of Sumu. She stared at Yuliloa, her eyes flashing with anger and murderous intent. From childhood to adulthood, among the Holy Spirit Roya, Afia and Malor have the best relationship, and she is her closest sister. Now, seeing her closest sister being beaten like this, Ifia naturally couldn't swallow this. After she understood the whole story, she immediately attacked Yuliloa, who appeared in the territory. I must avenge Malor. She was still angry, even though she was stopped by Sumu. Ifia, I assure you, nothing is wrong with Miluor. She will appear in front of you soon, alive and well. Sumu opened his mouth to mediate. Yuliloa did make a mistake, but you and Fulingna just attacked her, so you can vent your anger, right? Now she has become my slave and a member of our territory. Having her work for the territory in the future will be considered as atonement. Humph. Upon hearing this, Yuliloa snorted coldly, her tone filled with contempt and dissatisfaction. I have no such idea at all. Why does she want to atone? Why should I atone for my sins? Yuliloa didn't like this statement. She felt that she was not wrong, and she expressed her resistance. Sumu frowned. He stretched out his hand to push Yuliloa's body, and said fiercely, Yuliloa, behave yourself. Yuliloa clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and finally said nothing, just lowered her head. Not saying anything more was the best Yuliloa could do. Chapter 184, Appeasement. Punishment is necessary. Yuliloa's personality is difficult to deal with, and Sumu doesn't expect to train her well all at once. At the moment, mediating the conflict is the most important thing. He looked at the angry Effia and continued. And Effia, Malor was beaten like this because she was protecting me, so the responsibility also lies with me. If you're really mad, just beat me up and let it go. Sumu said, opening his hands and arms, showing that he had no defenses at all. I don't want to see you fighting within your territory or seeing these discordant things happening. On the side, Yuliloa heard this and looked up at Sumu for the first time, then quickly lowered her head. It's true that Ifia has a simple personality, but she is not a person with low emotional intelligence. Now that things have come to this, she naturally knows what Sumu means. Ifia stared at Yuliloa for a moment, then turned around. Master, please stop talking. I won't attack her anymore. Our Ifia is the most generous and deserves praise. Sumu smiled. Then he looked at Felina and made a gesture to keep quiet. Felina puffed out her lips, rolled her eyes, and said nothing. Yuliloa, you don't have any objections, right? From now on, you are not allowed to retaliate or give Effia a hard time. Do you understand? Even if this matter is over, no more unfriendly retaliation is allowed. Understand? Sumu looked at Yuliloa. He thought it would take some more talking. Little did they know that Yuliloa actually said, I don't know if she has really gotten over it, or is she thinking about revenge after her injuries heal. Sumu didn't know what to say anymore, so he just listed Yuliloa as a key observation target from now on. After thinking it through, Sumu suddenly frowned. Okay, now that I've mediated your conflict, it's time for me to investigate your mistakes. His words successfully drew the attention of Yuliloa, Felina, and Ifia to him. This is the first time they are so united. Sumu cleared his throat and said seriously, You three, don't you know that fighting is prohibited within our territory? Look, those blue brick and stone roads that we worked so hard to pave have all suffered varying degrees of damage and loss from you. Sumu continued. Even if you didn't destroy any buildings, do you realize that your fighting behavior has set a bad example for everyone in the territory? Will all members of the territory from now on be able to fight and cause disputes in the territory like you do? Does the territory still have any decent rules of order? Having said this, Sumu paused for a moment before making his final decision. So, all three of you will be punished. The word punishment made Yuliloa frown, and she subconsciously thought of what Sumu had said before. Yuliloa sneered and thought to herself, Sure enough, after all this time, you're still trying to find another way to torture and humiliate me? You said it so righteously. Afia and Felina said nothing. Sumu announced, Since this is your first offense, the punishment won't be so severe. Just keep you in your room for a day and come out tomorrow at noon. Then today's meal will be cancelled, and you won't have anything to eat. That's it. It was Felina who spoke. She thought Sumu looked serious and that it would be some serious punishment. Is this the result? Grounded for a day? Not to mention one day. She wouldn't mind staying in the room for a month without going out. Besides, she is undead and doesn't need to eat. Afia pursed her lips and said nothing. Because this punishment is not difficult for her. It is simple for them, and for you Liloa, it is even simpler than anything else. She now wishes she had some space of her own to sort out her thoughts. Therefore, house arrest is not a punishment for her at all, but more like a reward. She can't wait. I accept the punishment. Liloa was the first to agree. When she spoke, everyone in the audience looked at her. Liloa didn't care about the look, she just looked at Sumu. You're smart. Sumu snorted lightly. Although he said this, he was actually laughing secretly in his heart. Doesn't he know what Liloa is thinking now? This woman is so impatient. Maybe what she wants most is house arrest. He didn't reveal Liloa's thoughts either. Wednesday, you must arrange a room for her right now. Remember, keep an eye on her and don't let her out. Starve her until tomorrow noon. Sumu's tone was fierce and stern. Yes, master. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Wednesday is a smart little fox. How could she not know what her master means? Hurry to cooperate. I won't go out even if you invite me. This is what Liloa said in her heart. She followed Wednesday and left. Felina and Ifia also went their separate ways. After they all left, Sumu wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a long breath. Are you tired? Selena stepped forward, took out her own cloth and wiped the sweat off Sumu's forehead with a gentle smile on her face. I'm so tired. You don't understand. 3 women make a big show. I have to deal with them all. It's more tiring than fighting the goblins for 3 days and 3 nights. Sumu complained. Managing a government is never an easy task. You have done a great job. Serena soothed. She really had nothing to say about Sumu's handling of the matter. Be disciplined and restrained. Be strict and tense. Punish when necessary, and set an example when necessary. Many times, leaders in high positions need to do this in order to win the support of their followers. I'm so awesome. Why don't you give me a reward? Sumu hugged Selena's slender waist and smiled ambiguously. You've been up all night. You should go get some rest. Selena withdrew her hand. She had already wiped the sweat off her face and gently patted the dust off Sumu's clothes. What are you thinking about? I mean, kiss me. I didn't ask you to reward me like that. Sumu chuckled evilly. Selena gave him a seductive sidelong glance, and that wasn't the kind of reward she was talking about. However, she did not explain, but gently kissed Sumu on the face. Felina, if something like today happens again, don't help me block the attack. I can do it myself. I don't want to see you die in front of me again. Even though you can be resurrected, I still feel bad. In Felina's room, Sumu said as he looked at her concentrating on sewing. Oh, Felina responded, but it was unclear whether she heard it or not. Chapter 185 Sister, we must know our identities. Also, let's forget about Liloa killing you for now and not bother with her. She's very powerful and exactly what I need right now, but I can't control her that well. Sumu weighed the pros and cons and said, if she ever dares to be disloyal to our territory, I will make her pay a heavy price. But if she's still loyal, let's just brush this off, okay? Sumu asked Felina for her opinion in a gentle voice. Sumu couldn't be mean to Felina. After all, she was killed because she was defending him from the attack. Furthermore, every time he was in danger, Felina was always the first to appear by his side. Such a cute, well-behaved and caring undead, there is nothing wrong with it. Sumu is not a person who cannot distinguish right from wrong, and he can't bear to be mean to her. I never held a grudge against her for killing me, don't worry. I'm used to it. Felina said, you lied to me. How could I not bear a grudge? If I were treated like this, I would be very angry. Sumu thought Felina was being stubborn and arrogant, so he quickly said that he could understand. Really not. Felina shook her head. Then tell me why? I just can't stand her putting you. Felina stopped talking at this point. She almost got so anxious that she said what was in her heart. What's wrong with you? Felina spoke too fast and too urgently. Sumu didn't hear clearly, and he was confused. I mean, I just couldn't stand her self-righteousness and blind arrogance, so I beat her up together with Effia. Felina explained. I don't hold a grudge against her. If I hated someone for such a small thing, I would have lived so long in vain. Really, Sumu still didn't quite believe it. Is Felina's reason really that simple? Believe it or not. Felina turned her head and ignored Sumu, continuing with her sewing. Sumu was not angry after being defeated. He continued to say with a smile. By the way, when can you finish the clothes? It's been 2 or 3 days since I asked Felina to sew the maid outfit and stockings. Isn't it time to deliver it? I'll give you some tomorrow. Now hurry up and get out. Felina ordered them to leave. You're interrupting my progress. I'm on grounding right now, you know? Get out, get out. Sumu had no choice but to leave Felina's room. Now that we've talked it out, there's no problem. What he cares most about is what Felina thinks. In Sumu's opinion, Felina has always been a loner and not very sociable in the territory. It is even more special because she is a ghost. After leaving Felina's room, Sumu threw himself on the bed. He had been up all night, and now he can finally have a good sleep. On the other side, Yuliloa looked at her room, which had a bed, bedding, and a desk. It was simple but very clean and tidy. She was very satisfied in her heart. Sumu did not embarrass her as she imagined, nor did he deliberately arrange for her to live in a house with a foul smell or a dirty environment. Compared with the dirty and ugly environment, Yuliloa thinks this simple but warm little room is already a paradise. She lay on the bed, but felt a pain in her body. Yuliloa took a deep breath, then stood up and prepared to find some medicine to treat her injuries from her space storage bag. Unfortunately, I searched around but couldn't find it. Yuliloa left the demon realm in such a hurry that she didn't bring many things with her. Of course, only she herself knew the reason for her hasty departure. Well, if there's no medicine to treat it, then I'll just heal it slowly. Yuliloa has never been the kind of person who would worry about trivial matters, so she sat down cross-legged. In fact, there is another belief that supports Yuliloa to come to the territory. She felt that she could find a way to take off this damn dark slave collar. The world is so big, there must be a way. When the time comes, she will get back what she lost today. This is what Yuliloa planned. Yuliloa thought about it and grabbed the collar on her neck. A restraining force rose up, and she felt an excruciating pain in her body, as if being pierced by thousands of needles. She quickly let go of her hand. The moment she let go, the stinging pain on Yuliloa's body disappeared. It seems that brute force is not enough to solve it. There must be a way. Yuliloa comforted herself. At this time, there was a knock on the door. At first, Yuliloa thought it was the door next door, but after repeated confirmation, she found that it was indeed the door of her room. Who is it? Yuliloa said coldly. Yes, it's me. I'm Tao Yao, the territory's doctor. A timid yet sweet voice sounded from the other side of the door. Tao Yao. Yuliloa had no idea who it was, but she understood what the doctor said. She stood up in confusion and opened the door a crack. Outside, a small and cute Tao Yao was looking up at the crack in the door. Tao Yao is trying very hard. Even her tail is exerting force. What do you do? Yuliloa said coldly. Yes, the master asked me to come here to treat your injuries. Tao Yao was frightened by Yuliloa's cold aura and shrank her neck. But she still looked at Yuliloa bravely. He asked you to treat my injuries? Yuliloa frowned, thinking in her heart. What kind of trick is this? Yes, I am the doctor of the territory. I am very capable. Don't worry, sister. Looking at the innocent Tao Yao, Yuliloa thought carefully and opened the door. Come in. 5 minutes later, Yuliloa discovered that Tao Yao was really just treating her injuries and didn't do anything extra or even say anything extra. The more she thought about it, the weirder it seemed. Sumu must hate her to the core. He must want to humiliate her. How could he possibly arrange for someone else to come and treat her? It can be said that since she was injured and in pain, he should feel happy and fortunate, right? Yuliloa still couldn't believe it. She thought for a moment and said, Little sister, who asked you to come? Yuliloa tried to make her tone sound gentler, because she could see that Tao Yao was soft-hearted and timid. The master asked me to come here. Tao Yao replied without even looking up. Don't be fooled by the master's careless appearance. He is actually very careful and will definitely not forget to tell me about these things. Don't worry, Tao Yao said to herself. Besides, as slaves of our master, we should just do our own thing. The master will treat us well, and he won't abuse slaves like other bad masters do. We just need to do our job well and make ourselves more valuable. I was bought by my master, but he has never hit me once. Besides, my master spent a huge amount of money to buy me. Tao Yao raised her head and smiled sweetly. Master often says that I am 2,000 times more valuable than Sister Wenstia. I am a treasure made of gold and must be treated well. I am very useful in the territory. Yuliloa was silent. Over there, Tao Yao was still talking about some interesting things in the territory and her friendship with Sumu. He really asked you to come here? After the injury was partially healed, Yuliloa sent Tao Yao to the door and asked a question still in disbelief. But at this moment, Tao Yao frowned, pouted her lips, and said in an educational tone, Sister, you can't yell he. You have to be polite and call me master. The master is your master. Tao Yao continued. The most important thing for us is to be clear about our own identity, understand? Tao Yao said this, smiled sweetly, and left. Looking at her leaving back, Yuliloa was stunned. It took her a long time to close the door. Chapter 186 Absorbing the Holy Flame, Scorching Fire Spirit. Taoyao, how is the thing I asked you to do going? Selena looked at Taoyao, who was coming slowly, and asked. Sister Serena, no problem. Everything has been arranged. Taoyao smiled. Well, that's good. Selena nodded with satisfaction and touched Taoyao's head as she did before. Is her injury serious? Serena asked again. It's quite serious, but demons seem to have strong recovery abilities. She recovered faster than Milo. Taoyao replied. Indeed, the demon race's physique is not something we humans can match. Okay, let's get busy. Oh, Taoyao hesitated for a moment, then turned back and whispered. Sister Serena, if the master doesn't know about our arrangement, he won't be angry, right? Serena shook her head and smiled. Don't worry, your master won't blame you. Also, Taoyao, our territory needs a character like you, Lala, who can truly subdue her. It must be your master's idea to make her willingly work for us. When he knows this, he will actually praise us for doing a good job. What if she retaliates against us and harms our territory after she recovers from her injuries? Taoyao whispered worriedly. Serena was silent for a moment. So, we should do this even more. There was a glint of wisdom and confidence in her eyes. Night. Effia was hesitating in the room. She wanted to know how seriously Milo was injured and whether he had regained consciousness. However, she was grounded and could not leave her room. Ifia was a simple-minded person. She just couldn't do it, so she could only pace around anxiously, not knowing what to do. At this time, there was a knock on the door. As soon as Afia opened the door, she saw Winstia waiting outside with food in her hands. Questions and inquiries flashed in Ifia's eyes. Come and enjoy tonight's meal, Winstia said with a smile. Didn't the master say that he wouldn't give us any food? Effia was puzzled. Master, that's just for outsiders. How could he really not give you food? He specifically told me to bring you some food. He asked me to bring more. Come on. Winstia walked into the room and put the food on the table. Eat it while you love it. Effia sniffed. It is the fragrance coming from the food. When she was in Holy Spirit Roa, Afia really had no understanding of the word appetite. She felt that it didn't matter whether she ate or not. But since entering the territory and trying Zhou Yuqi's cooking, it was like opening the door to a new world. If she doesn't eat, Effia will really feel hungry. That should be the result of the gluttony in my stomach being aroused. Now, Afia really enjoys the process of eating. It is indeed a pleasure. She sat on the chair and ate like a lady. The master asked me to tell you that Milo's injuries are healed. She has regained consciousness, but she is still a little weak and needs to rest. You can leave your room and see her tomorrow at noon. Really, Effia was a little excited. She didn't expect that Winstia also brought her news about Milo. Uh-huh. Winstia nodded, then sat next to Afia. By the way, Effia, have you heard of the Andean Mountains? No. Alfia shook her head. I've never been out of my hometown, so I don't know much about places outside. I see. Winstia nodded. Do you miss your hometown? This sentence really stumped Ifia. She hesitated. I have no idea. How could you not know this? Winstia lay on the table, looked at her, and whispered. I miss my hometown very much. My sister is there. It's just that I can't go back now. And you? You and Milo have a good relationship too? Very good. Effia said. Milo is the person I'm closest to back home, and the one I miss the most here. So I'm really happy to see her here. Is that so? Winstia thought for a moment and continued. So you want to live here with her? Ifia paused for a moment before shaking her head and saying, I have no idea. So you like us so much? You know this, right? Winstia said, taking Effia's hand. Milo came to see you. She must want you to go back to her hometown with her, but we all hope that you can stay. So, you have to think carefully. Do you want to stay, or do you want to leave? This is actually what the master wants me to convey to you. Oh. Alfia looked at Winstia in surprise. Is this what the master asked you to convey to me? In Afia's heart, she knew that she was staying to replace Flo, and her future identity would be Su Mu's mount. To a certain extent, he definitely wanted her to stay in the territory. But now, Su Mu asked her to think about it. Did she want to leave or stay? For a moment, Ifia felt confused and didn't know how to express her inner thoughts. Yes, Winstia said. The master said that he knew Milior came to find you, and Milior saved him. If you want to leave, he will let you go. So, he asked me to bring this message to you, so that you can think about it. He will respect your thoughts. After Winstia finished speaking, she patted Effia's hand and said, Think about it, and eat your meal. I'll come back to collect the dishes later. I still need to run the water for the master to take a bath. I see. Just before closing the door, Ifia stood up again. What's wrong? Is there anything else you need? Just tell me. Thank you, Winstia. Effia suddenly spoke. Winstia smiled. Hiss. Call. Su Mu's voice rang out. He was breathing heavily. His skin was red all over, and the meridians on it could be seen clearly. People who don't understand think he is possessed. In fact, this is the after effect of Su Mu absorbing the holy flame, scorching fire spirit. I am coming. The one who answered him was Selena. She suddenly lowered her head and summoned the power of ice magic in her hands. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly, and Su Mu felt much better instantly. He opened his mouth wide and absorbed the flame that was about to be spit out into his body. Originally, Su Mu thought that Selena's method of letting him absorb the holy flame scorching spirit was some kind of magical method. Who knew she would shrink the holy flame spirit and then let him swallow it? Holy flame scorching fire spirit. That's a ball of fire. No, the temperature is hundreds or thousands of times higher than that of ordinary flames. You know, Su Mu was resisting in his heart at that time. But Selena promised that there would be no problems, so he gritted his teeth and did it. Finally, I found that the holy flame fire spirit wrapped in power was indeed not difficult to enter. But before Su Mu could feel happy for a while, his whole body turned red, and the current scene happened. Just hold your breath and concentrate on absorbing it. Don't worry about anything else. Serena's voice rang out. I don't know how long it took. The frost in the room dissipated. Chapter 187 Unlocking Fire Elemental Magic. How does it feel? Seeing that Su Mu's skin had returned to normal, Selena walked up to him with a towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead. No need to wipe. I'll take a shower soon. As Su Mu spoke, he pulled Selena into his arms, hugged her tightly, and slapped her on the butt. I found out I was deceived by you. You said it wasn't painful at all, but you didn't know I was dying of pain. I felt like I was melting with the heat. This is the first time in my life that I've felt such pain. Su Mu pouted and couldn't help complaining. He was still frightened by what he had just experienced. So, if he still felt uncomfortable after one slap, he would slap him again. It hurts. Selena leaned in his arms and said coquettishly, I didn't know it would be like this. After all, it's my first time absorbing the holy flame scorching fire spirit. When I absorbed the frostling long jiao, I felt no pain at all. It's possible that because you already possess the magic of the wind element, your absorption of the holy flame scorching spirit is somewhat hindered. But even if you explain it this way, I still can't forgive you. Su Mu still had a stern face. He understands the principles. But shouldn't his weak heart, which has just suffered, be compensated? So what do you want to do? Selena looked at him with a smile on her lips. She could naturally tell that Su Mu was not really angry. What to do? Su Mu pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and suddenly revealed a wicked smile. Or, as a punishment, I'll give you a bath and scrub my back later. Don't you have Taorao and Wednesday? Selena patted his chest. Wouldn't it be better for them to serve you? They're much more skilled than me, and you'd be more comfortable. That's different. Su Mu held Serena's smooth little hand and whispered in her ear. It's because they're too skilled that it lacks a bit of novelty. If it were you, little Nana, you would definitely do better than them. Don't flatter me. Selena glanced at him with a smile. She is extremely smart. How could she not know Su Mu's little thoughts? Hey, are you willing? Serena hesitated. Okay. Just to satisfy you. This is my dear little Nana. Su Mu held her in his arms contentedly and lowered his head to kiss her nose. You absorbed the holy flame, scorching fire spirit. Have there been any changes in your body? Serena asked at this time. Yes. The system prompted all the physical changes of Su Mu. His overall personal attributes, except for charm, were all increased by 80 points. Moreover, the immunity to fire elements has been increased from 15 to 30. This means that the fire element's skills now reduce 30 of the damage to Su Mu. In addition, he also unlocked 2 fire element skills. Absorbing the holy flame scorching spirit can indeed allow Su Mu to have the ability to control 2 elements at the same time. The more important thing is that Su Mu can now transform. However, before that, Su Mu took a look at his attributes. Tiamu Tribe. Territory Attributes. Level 2 Tribe. Lord, Su Mu. Lord Talent. Pride of the Leader, Purgatory Hot Spring. Lord Strength, 288. Leader's Strength, 286. Lord Agility, 289. Lord Wisdom, 280. Special Status, Burning Spirit. Lord Skills, General Insight, Stealth. Lord Skills, Wind Element Storm / Wind Dragon Technique, 100 Blades Whirlwind / Lord Skills, Fire Element Flame Vortex, Skyfire. Lord's Equipment, Firearm, Dragon Horn Knife. Lord Charm, 60. Element Enhancement, Water Element plus 15. Elemental Resistance, Fire plus 30. This is Su Mu's current attribute bar, which has been greatly improved compared to before. This special state, Burning Fiery Spirit Body, is what Su Mu calls transformation. Flame vortex. Release a flame that sweeps forward. Enemies in the center of the flame will gradually suffer burning damage, and the damage effect will gradually double. Skyfire Shining. There is no need to read this one. It is the fire element magic energy that Su Mu gave to Luo Wuxi before. He didn't expect that it would return to his hands after going around in circles. Su Mu showed his fire elemental magic in front of Selena, but did not actually use it. Probably let her know what the effects are. The fire elemental magic of Skyfire Xiaoyan is very powerful. It is a powerful all-around attack magic. If used well, it can kill enemies over a large area. Selena thinks highly of this fire elemental magic. If this skill is converted into money, how much would it cost? Su Mu tried to ask. Skyfire Xiaoyan is a very famous fire elemental magic. Its magic tome is not easy to obtain. It usually sells for 5 to 6 million gold coins in our empire's auction houses. If it were made into a magic scroll and sold, one could fetch around 100,000 gold coins. Serena thought for a moment and replied. So valuable. Su Mu couldn't believe it. It turns out that Tianhua Xiaoyan was really a huge sum of money back then. Although the portal crafting scroll is much more precious, the Skyfire Xiaoyan is not bad either. Yes. Serena nodded. By the way, I've always been curious. How are these magic scrolls made? Su Mu asked a question that he was quite curious about. Selena had used scrolls of forbidden techniques before. It could be said that it could be cast instantly without any chanting time, and the power was extremely huge. Su Mu has always been curious about magic scrolls. Not every magician on the continent can make a magic scroll. It's made by a specialized person, a profession called a seal master. They will engrave powerful magical inscriptions on the carved talismans, and then we will use them. Serena said slowly. The scroll's power lies in the fact that it doesn't require chanting. Even if a knight holds the scroll, he can still use his own strength to activate it. So powerful. Su Mu expressed surprise. Doesn't that mean that if a knight has a magic scroll, they can be considered half a magician? Serena smiled. Almost, but magic scrolls are very expensive. Ordinary people only use them as life-saving tools and generally don't use them casually. Furthermore, due to the complexity of production, ordinary elemental magic moves are not qualified to be made into magic scrolls. Seal masters disdain to engrave those low-level inscriptions. By the way, can everyone learn to be a seal script master? Su Mu asked curiously. He felt that since Selena was so talented in magic, it would be a good choice for her to become a seal script master. Not everyone can become a seal script master. Chapter 188 The territory needs an excellent blacksmith. Serena said seriously. Being a seal script master is a sacred profession. It requires a very high level of magical inscription sensitivity. This is innate and cannot be cultivated. So, every seal script master is destined to be a person, and there is no way to choose what to become. That's why magic scrolls are so expensive. Little Nana, you don't have any talent for sensing magic inscriptions. Your magic is very powerful, Su Mu said. To be honest, he could see Serena's status bar and knew she was terrifyingly strong. There's nothing I can do. Serena smiled and reached out to stroke Su Mu's face. I do have a good talent for magic, but I don't have any talent for magic inscription sensing. Moreover, a genius with magical inscription sensing doesn't need to know magic at all. He only needs to be able to use inscription sensing to create scrolls. So that's how it is. Then Su Mu understood why there was no connection between the two. A seal script master does not need to know magic at all. He only needs to know how to sense inscriptions. At first he thought that a seal engraver needed to know magic. It's okay. Su Mu hugged Serena's slender waist and pecked her face. God has opened so many windows for you. So he has to close one window to give others a chance to survive, right? You think I'm right? When Selena thought about it carefully, she realized that this was Su Mu's way of coaxing her and praising her in disguise. Her smile grew wider, and she took the initiative to kiss him on the lips. Whatever you say. By the way, let me show you my clone. Wrong, transform. Su Mu said this and stood up and walked to the open space next to him. With a light shout, his whole body was completely covered by flames, as if he was wrapped in magma thousands of degrees. It looks somewhat similar to the holy flame scorching fire spirit, very cool and strange. Su Mu's transformation is similar to Selena's transformation into her original form of Frost Dragon. However, the effects of the two are different. After Su Mu uses Burning Fiery Spirit Body, he is completely immune to fire elemental attacks. And his speed increases by 400 on the original basis, and the fire element attack strength increases by 400. Every attack is accompanied by the element of fire. It can be said that the overall improvement of the scorching fire spirit body is quite a lot. However, this spiritual state cannot be maintained for too long. Once it can no longer be maintained, it will return to its original state and fall into a brief period of weakness. Unless you are in desperate situation, it is not wise to use this burning fiery spirit. It can only be regarded as a means of saving life. Very impressive, Serena said. After showing off his fiery spirit body, Sumu did not forget to take Selena to the bathroom. He had already sent away Winstia and Tao Yao, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Sister Winstia, the master doesn't need us anymore. Tao Yao pursed her lips and muttered. Don't worry, your master is only temporary. Tomorrow night, he will definitely call Tao Yao by name. Winstia patted Tao Yao's shoulder and comforted her. She said this, but she couldn't help feeling a little lost in her heart. This loss is naturally not because of Tao Yao, but it's because of the relationship between Selena and Sumu. The sound coming from the next room that night made Winstia realize that there was a deep relationship between Serena and Sumu. Today, Sumu asked Serena to help him take a bath again. Winstia couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. However, she was kind-hearted and still comforted Tao Yao. By the way, Tao Yao, did you bring food to Ulila tonight? Winstia tried to distract herself with other topics. Here, these are all arranged by the master. Tao Yao will definitely do it obediently. Tao Yao replied. Did she show any signs of improvement? No, she was just surprised and stayed for a long time. Tao Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment. I don't know if she likes eating food. Oh, by the way, I need to go put away the lunch boxes. It's been over an hour. Tao Yao suddenly remembered. Yeah, I want to go to Effie's place too. Both of them remembered what they needed to do and left in a hurry. As for Tao Yao, she received a clean lunchbox, in which all the food had been eaten up. Tao Yao opened her mouth, looked at Yuliluo, then looked at the lunchbox, her face full of disbelief. How could Yuliluo not understand Tao Yao's expression and words? For the first time ever, her face flushed slightly, barely perceptible and fleeting. Soon, she said to Tao Yao in a cold voice. Go away now, don't disturb my rest. Oh, Tao Yao nodded obediently and slipped away with the lunchbox. Call. After Tao Yao left, Yuliluo let out a sigh and reached out to pat her slightly bulging belly. She was just curious about what the food tasted like, so she took a bite. Who knew that once you taste it, you can't stop? He insisted on eating all the food. Thinking of Tao Yao's little expression just now, Yuliluo felt embarrassed. It was the first time for her to eat so much. The kind that makes you eat too much. Burp. Yuliluo burped. Just at this moment, the door was pushed open again. Tao Yao appeared in front of Yuliluo and happened to hear the sound of her burping. In an instant, Yuliluo's face turned red. Well, good night, go to bed early. Leaving a sentence, Tao Yao closed the door, and Yuliluo was alone in the room, messy, embarrassed, and blushing. I've already told you that having Tao Yao and Winstia rub your back and shoulders is 1,000 times better than having me do it, right? You still want to teach me this? The water is almost cold. Serena's voice rang out. That's different. I enjoy the feeling of teaching you. Sumu chuckled. You? Serena patted his back coquettishly. That's right. Our territory needs a better blacksmith. Selena rubbed Sumu's shoulders and said, Oh, what's wrong? You are a magician now. To release magic, you need a good magic wand to assist you to a certain extent. Serena explained. I've seen your skeleton mages. Their current strength is roughly equivalent to that of a 7th level magical servant. But if you can equip them with good magic wands, their magic power can reach that of a 3rd level magician. Is there such a saying? Sumu turned his head and glanced at Selena. This was the first time he heard of it. After all, his skeleton magicians came with magic wands when they were summoned, so Sumu subconsciously thought that they didn't need weapons at all. On the contrary, the skeleton soldiers are different. They need to be equipped with weapons, so Sumu's focus has always been on the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton mage was ignored. Now that Serena brought it up, Sumu noticed. Chapter 189, when will the level 3 territory be completed? It's quite different. Serena said. Just like if I don't have a magic wand now, and can only rely on myself to release magic, my magic power can only be exerted at 70. If I were equipped with a good magic wand, my strength would be very different. You are a magician now too, so the territory needs good craftsmen to forge weapons and increase their strength. It seems so. I've never seen you use a magic wand before. Sumu thought that since he met Selena, he had never seen her use a magic wand to cast magic. He initially thought that such a thing was unnecessary. Who knew it wasn't that it wasn't needed, but that it didn't exist. I used to have a magic wand, but my storage ring was taken away by Andrew in Tianlong City, so I don't have a magic wand now. Serena said. But the key to the problem is not my magic wand. After all, I'm alone. What you need is someone who can improve the overall strength of all members in the territory. So, the magic wand is more important and requires a good forging master. Is the magic wand also forged with iron? Sumu asked curiously. No. Serena thought for a moment before answering. I need to ask the forging master for details, but as far as I know, the forging materials of magic wands are not limited to refined iron. There are many other materials. It's quite complicated. Sumu nodded. I understand. I will find a suitable craftsman as soon as possible. If you have any ideas, you can also recommend them to me. The dwarves are generally the best race for forging craftsmen. However, the dwarves live in extremely cold lands, not on our side, so it's a bit difficult to find them. We might as well focus on the goblin tribe. Serena said. We do have a tribe of goblins here, but it will probably take some time and effort to find them. Wait, the goblins also have forging masters. Sumu thought of the goblins that would appear in Fu Ningyu's territory soon. Could it be that he is a master blacksmith? Sumu knew that what Selena said was true. He also realized that the productivity in the territory was currently very insufficient, and the production of weapons for the skeleton soldiers was a problem. It seems that the master forger really needs to be put on the agenda. Although the goblins prefer inventions and machinery, they are also good choices for forging masters to a certain extent. Of course, it depends on the individual. I'm just giving you some ideas and suggestions for reference. All right. Sumu responded and suddenly waved and held Serena's hand. What? Her hand was suddenly grabbed, and Selena glanced at Sumu. What do you think? Sumu chuckled, then stood up suddenly and pulled Selena into the bathtub. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Korean Lord, Han Ji-dong, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 3. Because he's in the Nightmare Jedi, a special map, he received the map's exclusive first-level upgrade reward. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the American Lord, Johnson, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 3. Because he's in the special map of Red Flame Jedi, he received the map's exclusive first-level upgrade reward. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Sakura Country Lord, Zhao Yizhongchu, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 3. Because it is located on the Desert Cliff, a special map, he received the map's exclusive first-level upgrade reward. At this moment, the World Chat channel has been busy discussing the 3 announcements from the system today. Oh my god, this is the 3rd one today, right? Yes, this is the 3rd one today. Really tough. All of them are lords of special maps. I'm so jealous. I can't even imagine how happy I am to receive the first territory upgrade reward. This means that players on special maps can now get the first level reward after reaching level 3. We players on ordinary maps are really having a hard time. I don't know when we can finally get our hands on it. Yeah, I just realized that the first level 3 upgrade reward for our normal map hasn't appeared yet. The World Lords were discussing this. Of course. Have you ever thought about the upgrade requirements for normal maps? Savoring the joy of harvest? Is this the hardest to level up? Yes, that's it. It means we should plant the land and wait for the harvest. But it takes a quarter to harvest crops normally, right? So we don't know when the level 3 of our normal map will end. That's right. I suspect the system is faulty and is deliberately making things difficult for us ordinary map lords. How could this be accomplished in such a short time? By the time we're done, the people using special maps will probably have reached level 4 territory. Be bold, level 6 and level 7 are both possible. Damn, then won't we be overwhelmed by the people in the special map? As soon as this chat came out, it immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the ordinary map lords in the chat channel. The system isn't playing tricks on us? Then what's the point of us ordinary map lords existing? That's right. When others reach level 7 or 8, attacking our level 3 territory, wouldn't that be easy with just a few hands? Sure enough, the world is unfair. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. I'm going to scold you if you say that. Dog system. Damn. Many lords realize that the major factor restricting the development of territory technology is the territory level. If the special maps are all high level by then, and they are only at level 3 territory, then the battle will definitely be one-sided. Not to mention, others are the lords of special maps, which makes them inferior to others. Don't worry, I have a rumor. It is said that special maps have restrictions. They must reach level 6 territory before they can leave their own map. At this time, someone else stood up and spoke. Is this true or false? It is said to be true. I have a friend who works on special maps, and he also told me about this. That won't work. They'll reach level 6 much faster than us. By then, we might only be level 3. Don't say maybe, it's certain. We need 3 months to complete the harvest. All beings are equal. At this time, Someone said jokingly. All beings are equal? What about Sumu? As someone who has just upgraded to a level 1 or level 2 territory, is it possible for him to break through the shackle? When talking about Sumu, everyone became more excited. After all, nowadays, almost no lord is unfamiliar with this name. Chapter 190. Upgrading to level 3 territory. The collapsed lords. It's the same even if Sumu comes. Like I said, even the Buddha can't stop him. Indeed, the conditions are the same in all normal maps. You still have to wait for the harvest, so let's see who harvests the crops first in 3 months. The same applies even if Sumu comes. Wow, is this my chance to catch up with Sumu? Now that you put it that way, it really makes sense. By the time everyone has all the other conditions in place, all that's left is the harvest, right? Haha, I'm afraid Sumu will be overtaken this time. Also, we all have a chance to surpass him. After knowing that they had a chance to surpass a god like Sumu, the lords were extremely happy. They even forgot that the lord of the special map would most likely suppress them at that time. But just as everyone was chatting, a lord suddenly said, Sumu has always been creating miracles. Don't you think he might be able to create a miracle this time as well? If he were like us, after 3 months, he would be just like everyone else. Would there be any point in us talking about his name? What do you think? After this chat, the world channel was visibly quiet for a few seconds, and then the lords once again started a passionate discussion. Although I admire Sumu, to say he can perform miracles is sheer nonsense. Can crops actually grow faster? That's right, it's a bit far-fetched. I've been to the nearby main city, and I haven't heard of any power that can make crops grow quickly. If they really have this kind of power, they won't use it. So how can it be Sumu's turn? Good boy, so you found a shortcut yourself? The lords finally understood. Yes, I just need to obtain this condition to upgrade the territory to level 3. So I went to the main city to ask, but there is no such power at all. When I asked outside, everyone in the main city looked at me like I was a fool. This is true. I also went to the nearby main city to ask, and they asked if I wanted to buy more fertilizer. Maybe applying more fertilizer will help it grow faster. I also asked this. More and more people are coming forward, saying that they have asked and found that such power does not exist at all. It seems that there are quite a few lords and knights who want to take shortcuts. Although they seem to be chatting peacefully, they are actually developing their own territories every minute and every second. It seems peaceful and there is no dispute, but in fact the smoke of war is always in the air. The power that goes against natural laws has no reason to exist. It seems that no one can take shortcuts. Since Sumu is like this, what are we afraid of? When we get beaten up by the special map, Sumu will get beaten up too. It's the same principle. Brother, is this your way of achieving a moral victory? Are you trying to comfort yourself? Haha, thinking about it carefully, it seems that we are not at a disadvantage. Everyone chatted more happily. They felt that Sumu, who had received the reward as the first to upgrade the territory from level 1 to level 2, was on the same starting line as them. What else could they be dissatisfied with? It doesn't matter to them if they get beaten up. Only people like Sumu would feel frustrated if they get beaten up, right? When everyone thought about it this way, their mood instantly improved and they stopped complaining about the unfairness of the system. The world chat channel is harmonious. Until worldwide announcement. Worldwide announcement. Worldwide announcement. Hey, what day is it today? Is another lord of a special map upgrading his territory. You'll get used to it. This is the 4th time today, right? Go ahead. Go ahead. We've all let it go. Haha. It's all thanks to Sumu. Without him as a comparison, we wouldn't be so happy. Haha. Thanks, Sumu. Everyone line up. Thanks, Sumu. Thanks, Sumu. In the world chat channel, all the lords followed suit, and the words, thank you, Sumu, flooded the screen. But the next moment, congratulations to Dragon Nation Lord Sumu for successfully upgrading his territory to level 3. As the first lord to reach level 3 on a regular map, he received a system reward. Because Sumu performed excellently in upgrading the territory, and the territory was upgraded faster than expected, the reward was doubled. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Lord Sumu. As soon as this system-wide announcement came out, the 4 words, thanks Sumu, in the world chat channel turned into a collective question mark. The screen is full of question marks. At the same time, it was not only the world chat channel that was shocked and devastated, but also the weak hearts of the lords. They were shocked and devastated and couldn't accept it. What's going on? Did I hear wrong? Sumu reached level 3 for the first time? He reached level 3 for the first time? He's on a normal map, just like us. Is this a mistake? First level 3 on a normal map? Successfully harvested crops in less than 10 days? Can someone explain this to me? Damn, he's the system's favorite son, right? Cheating. I want to report. Someone is cheating. TMD. This is a bullshit system. The Overlord players who were devastated and lost their minds expressed their intention to complain and report Su-mu for cheating. But after searching for a long time, they couldn't find any reporting or complaint function in the system. I can only rage helplessly and powerlessly. However, at this moment, Tianmu tribe. Wrong. In the small town of Tianmu, Su-mu smiled as he looked at the world chat channel. See if you still thank me? Su-mu took the time to notice what happened in the world chat channel. When he and Kokolu came to the fields at noon today, they wanted to successfully help the crops grow and mature. He came here last night, and at that time Su-mu discovered that the crops would be mature if they were harvested once more. That's today? So, while Kokolu was displaying her skills, Su-mu hid under the shade of a tree and watched the world chatting, and he noticed that everyone was seeking comfort from him. Su-mu won't agree to this. Why? All the lords want to get rid of him now. Can't they just want to see him do well? Su-mu just didn't do what they wanted, which made them very angry. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully upgraded your territory to level 3. It is now the Tianmu town. Rewards have been issued. Please be sure to claim them. Brother Su-mu. Kokolu came over. The little girl looked very tired after using her ability. Seeing this, Kokonai wanted to come forward and hold Kokolu in her arms so that she could have a good rest. Kekalu, come here, let your aunt hold you. Kokoni opened her hands. Coincidentally, Su-mu also opened his arms at the same time. This is embarrassing. This created a situation where both of them wanted to hug Kokolu at the same time. The problem was immediately handed over to Kokolu. Is she hugging her aunt? Or do you want to hug Brother Su-mu? Chapter 191 Reward. Tianlong City Crisis. Kokolu looked at Su-mu, then at Kokonai. Hesitated. Come here, let your aunt hold you. Kokona spoke softly, with a friendly smile on her face, and waved to Kokolu. Brother Su-mu, hold me. Kokolu threw down a sentence, walked toward Su-mu first, and threw herself into his arms. Moment. The smile on Kokona's face froze. Kekalu actually chose to let Su-mu hug her? No way. Kokona immediately felt that her weak heart had been hit. Is Kokolu still the little girl who has always wanted to cling to her since she was a child? You know, Kokolu has always liked to run around behind Kokona, and sometimes even pesters her for a hug. She doesn't want to hold her, and the little girl is not happy. It's okay now. Kokolu actually chose Su-mu between her and Su-mu. One can imagine the sense of loss that Kokona felt. Not only a sense of loss, but also a sense of resentment. This resentment is naturally because of Su-mu. What kind of love potion did he give Kokolu? The little girl now kisses him more than she kisses her. She is the one who has lived with her the longest, okay. Kokona was jealous and glanced at Su-mu several times. Thank you, Koko. Su-mu rubbed Kekalu's little head and said, Kokolu patted Su-mu's shoulder, and the fox tail swayed left and right. Kokonai felt even more jealous when she saw this scene. Good guy. Wagging the tail is an action that Kokolu will show when she is happy. Now that Kokolu is wagging her tail, doesn't it mean that she is very happy being held by Su-mu? Little girl. Girls are extroverts. Kokona pondered. Tianmu town. Territory attributes. Level 3 city. Lord. Su-mu. Lord talent. Pride of the leader. Purgatory hot spring. Lord strength. 358. Leader's strength. 350. Lord agility. 348. Lord's wisdom. 360. Special status. Burning spirit. Lord skills. General insight. Stealth. Lord skills. Wind element storm / wind dragon technique. 100 blades whirlwind / Lord skills. Fire element flame vortex. Skyfire. Lord's equipment. Firearm. Dragon horn knife. Lord charm. 60. Element enhancement. Water element plus 15. Elemental resistance. Fire plus 30. The attributes have been improved a lot again. Moreover, it changed from the previous Tianmu tribe to Tianmu town. Evolution from tribes to cities. Territory upgrade tips. 1. Absorb 45,000 lives as residents of the territory, currently 9890/45,000, unfinished. 2. Own 235/530 buildings, unfinished, on the land within your territory. 3. Increase the size of the army to 450/10,000, not completed. 4. Enact laws and codes within the territory to regulate the behavior of residents within the territory, unfinished. 5. Build a city wall to cover your entire territory and build the first line of defense, unfinished. 6. Build the city lord's mansion to consolidate your dominance in the territory and highlight your unique identity, unfinished. 7. Build an administrative center and set up some positions in it to make your territory look more administratively capable, unfinished. 8. Actively attack the outside territory and successfully occupy it, making it your subordinate territory 0/3, unfinished. 9. The territory has a sound and complete military production capacity. Weapons, armor, reserves 0/15,000, not completed. 10. A business culture gradually forms within the territory, with bartering or money transactions, unfinished. After completing the above conditions, you can upgrade your territory to level 4, and then unlock the corresponding functions. There are a total of 10 conditions, but Sumu thinks none of them are too difficult at the moment. It seems that the upgrade conditions for level 4 territory are a transitional period, unlike level 3, which requires a long waiting process. Sumu took a closer look from a god's perspective and found that his territory had grown from a small town to the size of a prefecture-level city. The overall north-south length is about 20 kilometers. It's incredible. Sumu remembered that Tianlong City seemed to be less than 20 kilometers from south to north. Does this mean that his Tianmu town is already bigger than Tianlong City? However, Sumu could also understand it. After all, he had used the bonus twice in a row to expand the territory. Otherwise, his territory would be about the same size as Tianlong City. But last night, Sumu heard what Selena said. Their main city, Vannos, is as big as 5 Tianlong cities. Therefore, Sumu's Tianmu town is still quite far away from the real main city. With this in mind, Sumu did not waste any more time, but checked the reward he had just received. Undead Summoning Scroll X 4000. Medium Undead Summoning Scroll X 1666. Warfree Talisman X2. Sky Shield X2. Territory Shield X2. Territory Reputation Exchange Scroll X2. Personal Reputation Exchange Scroll X2. 2 scrolls for crafting Fine Iron Soft Armor. Gold quality. Fine Iron Armor Crafting Scroll X2. Gold quality. 100-Step Bow Crafting Scroll X2. Gold quality. Administrative Center Construction Design Drawings X2. City Lord's Mansion Construction Design Drawings X2. Random Lord Talent Scroll X2. Exchange Scrolls X6 for 3 main resources. The system's rewards are rather fragmented. Sumu looked through the important ones. The rest are just some methods of smelting iron, which is nothing worth mentioning. Sumu felt that the more valuable ones were the Lord Talent Scroll and 3 gold quality weapon and armor crafting scrolls. These things can substantially improve his combat effectiveness. The only pity is that there is no scroll for making a magic wand. Otherwise, he would have really solved the problem of producing magic wands. Just as Sumu was carefully counting the rewards he had just received, a sudden system prompt sounded. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Tianlong City Crisis. The Lord of Tianlong City, Andrew, has become demonized and has begun slaughtering the civilians within. In just one day, Tianlong City has become a living hell, with the people suffering. Lords around Tianlong City, please take up arms and attack Tianlong City. Save the common people from dire straits, and you will have the opportunity to turn Tianlong City into a vassal territory. Receive system rewards. Does this mean opening a copy? Sumu was shocked. What caused the system to make such an announcement was that his territory was invaded by Yulalaw and the demons. Now, Tianlong City has also become a copy, and the system encourages everyone to capture Tianlong City, and can also get system rewards? Don't be too familiar with Tianlong City Sumu. The business there is very mature, with a supply chain already formed, and the area is about the same as his current territory. If he could capture Tianlong City and turn it into his territory, it would definitely be a big step forward for Sumu. And, most importantly, there is already a feud between Sumu and Andrew. Sumu believed that if he did not take the initiative to attack Tianlong City, Andrew would come to kill him one day. Instead of doing this, it is better to take the initiative. Chapter 192 The Girl Riding a Giant Flame Bird. The Lord of Tianlong City has become a demon? Does this mean a dungeon has opened? That should be the case. But where is Tianlong City? Does anyone know? I don't know either. Damn, I finally got a dungeon, but it's not in a nearby city. Isn't that too difficult? Brothers who know where Tianlong City is, hurry up. The dungeon mission is coming. On the World Chat channel, the lords were cursing at each other. However, at this moment, Sumu was riding a griffin and taking Irene to the territory she mentioned. Don't move. Be careful, or I'll throw you off. Sumu's voice rang out. It wasn't that he wanted to speak. It was really because Irene was too presumptuous. She almost squeezed her whole body into his arms. In the sky, on the back of the griffin, the space was already narrow, and Sumu had no way to avoid it. No, you won't throw me off. Irene hugged Sumu's waist, smiling brightly. I know you're reluctant. Get lost. I am a man with a heart of steel, very hard. Sumu said this. His face turned serious and he no longer looked at Irene. Little did he know that this had no effect at all. Irene went even further and directly wrapped her long legs around his waist. The shirting you mentioned? Where is it? Irene's voice rang out. Sumu. That's enough. If you continue like this, I will kill you right here and then, and let you experience the feeling of air shock. Sumu showed his white teeth and said viciously, Don't test a man, especially a man like me who is full of vigor and has tasted the sweetness of the marrow. Sumu was still threatening. Come on. Come on. Ai Lin's slender hands lifted Sumu's collar, her smile still lingering, her voice soft and charming. To be honest, I'm also curious about what air shock feels like. Can you let me feel it? When these words fell into Sumu's ears, it was like a fire that ignited the straw pile. He felt a tingling sensation in his heart, and his breathing became much faster. Is this woman, Irene, now uncooperative? Just thinking about seducing him? Or is it that women in beer country are just so straightforward? While Sumu was thinking, Irene suddenly leaned forward and kissed him on the mouth. Although it was just a light kiss, Sumu could still clearly feel the wetness. Good fellow, you just want to kiss me, but you also stick out your tongue? Isn't this a disgrace to the tongue? What are you daydreaming about? Irene reached out and pinched Sumu's chin. That's too much. Sumu grabbed Irene's hand. I'm the only one who can pinch a woman's chin. When will it be a woman's turn to pinch my chin? Do you think of yourself as the queen? Sumu stared at Irene. Erin is so beautiful. Her facial features are three-dimensional. Her eyes are like gems. Her face is charming and playful, especially her pink lips, which make people want to take a bite. See what it tastes like. I don't consider myself a queen. I don't want to be that either. Irene still smiled. Besides, I've already said that I want to be your slave. Sumu. Sumu knew that Irene's words were somewhat teasing and joking. But the lethality is too strong. Which man wouldn't be moved after hearing this? Sumu no longer suppressed himself. He slowly approached, and his breath hit Irene's face. As if she realized something, Irene, who was always proactive and bold, also became nervous. Her breathing rhythm gradually became irregular, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. Sumu's lips fell. At first, Irene thought Sumu was just trying it out. Little did she know that he was much bolder and greedier than she imagined. Soon, the two of them started chasing each other, you hiding and I attacking. Salivary amylase is converting crazily in each mouth. Sumu's hands gradually became less obedient. Emergency information alert. Emergency information alert. A space crack is about to appear ahead. Someone seems to be about to appear from the space crack. The intelligence system's prompt sounded in Sumu's mind, forcing him to stop his actions. But Irene was already aroused. How could she let Sumu go? She took the initiative to hug his neck and kissed him again. At the same time, a space crack opened in front of the griffin. A giant flaming bird appeared first. Sumu saw it. A giant flaming bird that looked somewhat similar to a phoenix, with a beautiful girl sitting on top of it. The pretty girl was looking at Sumu and Irene in surprise, her mouth wide open, her face full of surprise. It seemed that she was surprised by the intimate scene between Sumu and Irene in midair. Soon, a blush flashed across the girl's face, and a flash of disgust appeared in her eyes as she looked at Sumu and Irene. She drove her big bird away in another direction. The beautiful girl left very quickly. When Sumu reacted, he only remembered that she was very beautiful and her legs looked longer than her life. As for other key points, Sumu couldn't remember them, let alone use the insight technique. He didn't even have the chance to use it. Are you crazy? Someone was watching us just now. We are despised and rejected by others. Sumu looked at Irene in his arms and spoke helplessly. What does it matter? Irene shrugged. Love should be expressed. Just be open and honest. Why hide it? If she wants to watch, she can stay here and watch. I'm not afraid. Sumu. After a moment of silence, Sumu slapped her on the buttocks. Okay, be serious. Look, is that your territory? Sumu could see the territory below at a glance from the sky. Yes, that's my territory. The one not far away belongs to John, and the ones across the river belong to Moro and Imar respectively. It's so close, just across the river. Sumu took a look and continued. If a bridge is built across the river, I wouldn't be surprised if the four of you claim to be working together. It wasn't that close originally, but John suggested that when we expand our territory, we try to move closer to the center. If one side is attacked, we can support each other. And every time we upgrade, we move the territory closer to the center of the four territories. We also try to build buildings and other things towards this point, which is what you see. Aaron explained. Is anyone still active? Sumu had sharp eyes and saw the figure walking below at a glance. Yes, when we attacked your territory, We left some members in our own territory. Not many, only about 1 or 200. Chapter 193. Elf Tribe? Elf Princess Weiweier. At that time, we were thinking about taking over your territory as quickly as possible and then retreating to defend it, but we didn't expect. Having said that, Irene quietly raised her eyes and glanced at Sumu, fearing that he would be angry when he remembered it. Sumutsai is not that stingy. Besides, now that Irene has been conquered by him, why should he be angry? Although, it will take time to test whether it is really conquered. It seems to me that there are more than 1 or 200 people. By the way, what race are you guys staying in the territory? Sumu asked. He is now much stronger than Irene, so to a certain extent, he can see much farther than Irene. The vampires, you've seen them before. They were also on the battlefield that night. Irene replied. She looked down hard. Unfortunately, she could only vaguely see a black and couldn't see much else clearly. It was this gap that made Irene admire Sumu even more. There was admiration in her eyes when she looked at him. There's no vampire down there. Sumu frowned and said, pointy ears, very good looking. Elves. He murmured in his mouth. Elves? Are there elves in our Siamese forest? I really don't know. Irene was also a little panicked when she heard this. Could it be that after we left, they killed all the vampires I left behind and then occupied our territory? It's not impossible. Sumu pursed his lips and thought. He noticed that the people below had obviously noticed him. After all, the griffin was quite large, so it was normal for it to be discovered. In this case, Sumu did not hesitate any longer, patted the griffin, and fell directly below. Princess Vivier, the enemy in the sky has noticed us. What to do? Should we leave or prepare to fight? It seems there are only 2 of them. They don't look difficult to deal with. Fikiel, the elven sentry, ran over first. He bowed and asked softly. In front of him stood a tall, elven beauty. She has an exceptionally outstanding appearance. Even when surrounded by a group of beautiful elven women, she is still the most eye-catching one. It is the most dazzling starlight. Everyone on alert. Weiweier looked at the giant beast descending from the sky, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she gave an order. Don't attack for now to avoid unnecessary fighting. Princess Weiweier, if we don't fight, what if those 2 humans have bad intentions? Fakir said. We attacked first, so at least we have the upper hand. What if they are the masters of this territory? What to do? Weiwei glanced at Fakir. Listen to me. Yes, princess. Fakir shouted to the surroundings. Everyone, be on alert, do not attack. The elves all picked up their weapons the moment they received the order, but did not make any offensive moves. They are all just on guard. Who are you? As soon as Irene got off the griffin, she hurriedly spoke to the elves. Sumu took this opportunity to cast 2 insight spells. Tree Elf, Vivel, the one before you, is the princess of the Tree Elf clan, who has lived deep in the Siam forest for years. Tree Elf, Fikiel, a warrior of the Tree Elf clan. The Tree Elves? It's really rare. Sumu had long been familiar with the elves. He was very curious about what the elves looked like and even wanted to see one for himself. But over the years, Sumu has seen many human and subhuman undead, but he has never seen the elves. Now he saw it. The one in front of him with an extraordinary appearance was none other than the elf princess, Vivier. Sumu couldn't help but keep his eyes on her and looked at her. Just curious, appreciate it. But when Weiweier saw Sumu's behavior, she felt it was very frivolous. We are members of the elves, passing by here, and we don't mean any harm. Please don't be nervous. Weiweier spoke, directed at Irene. This is my territory. How can you come in casually? Also, what about the vampires in my territory? Where are they? Why don't I see them? Irene was still very imposing. After she finished speaking, she began to search around for the vampires in her territory. Finally, she discovered something. The body of a vampire appeared at the gate of the territory, cut in half by a knife. The body was covered with maggots and flies, and it looked extremely disgusting. You actually killed people in my territory. You invaders. Irene's expression changed, and her voice was filled with suppressed anger. She asked why the elves appeared in her territory, and it turned out that they were the vampires who killed her and invaded. Ma'am, you misunderstood. Weiwei hurriedly waved her hands and explained. It's not that we invaded your territory. When we arrived here, we found the body at the door. Besides, we just arrived not long ago and thought it was an abandoned territory, so we decided to come in and take a look. Weiweier didn't lie. When she led more than 200 elves here, she found the corpse outside the territory. Moreover, there were far more than one corpse, and there were many more on the road outside. Out of curiosity, Weiweier brought her people in to take a look around. Before they had even looked around, they met Su Mu and Eileen, who had just returned. So we have the current scene. Do you think I will believe it? Irene snorted coldly, then looked at Sumu. The meaning is self-evident. I want him to decide how to deal with it. After all, there were more than 200 elves present, so it was not easy for her to turn against them all of a sudden. What if Sumu can't deal with them? It can be said that Irene is still very smart and cautious. She could notice the bows and arrows in the elves' hands. Sumu certainly knew what Irene meant. He glanced at the corpses at the gate of the territory and checked if there were any signs of fighting in the territory. Then he shook his head and said, "It's really not them who killed the vampires." Sumu's words instantly eased the tense atmosphere. Weiwei also looked at him for the first time. "Aaron, come and see. It's magic that kills vampires, not bows and arrows or swords." Sumu pointed at the wound on the body and continued. "Look, this area is completely burned. It's obviously caused by fire magic. This fatal wound is not a sword wound, but a knife wound. Prove that the murderer killed your vampires with magic and a knife. And they should only be able to use bows and long swords. The long swords are wooden swords at that. There is no way they can inflict such a wound." Sumu said this, pointing to the weapons in the hands of the elven warriors. They all carried bows and arrows, quivers on their backs, and a wooden sword on their waists. The weapons are very uniform. Chapter 194, The Murderer. The elves are in crisis. Listening to Sumu's analysis, Weiwei nodded and said, "That's right. This gentleman's analysis makes sense. Our clan only uses wooden swords and bows and arrows, and we don't know fire magic. We really didn't kill these vampires. I hope you won't misunderstand and develop a bad impression of us elves." At the beginning, Weiwei only felt that Sumu's eyes made her feel somewhat disgusted and resistant. After all, when they met for the first time, Sumu stared at her intently, which would make anyone feel bad. Weiwei is also a normal person. However, Sumu's analysis was well-reasoned and quick-witted, which made Vivier have a better impression of him. Just a little bit. "Is that so?" Irene frowned, thinking in her heart, who is most likely to attack her territory and attack here. Irene would naturally choose to believe what Sumu said. She didn't dare to go near the body to see, but she didn't suspect that Sumu had any ulterior motives. He had no reason to cover up for the elves, and even less reason to lie to her. "Compared to other things, I'm more curious about why your clan came here." Sumu looked at Weiwei and spoke. "We just happened to be passing by. Let's go now." Weiwei obviously didn't want to get involved in this issue anymore. She waved her hand and wanted to command her elves to leave. But before they could walk out of the gate of the territory, a group of people surrounded them. To be precise, they are a group of muscular minotaurs. The leader was a man who looked like a lord. He was short and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. As expected, there are elves. I thought Kadir was lying to me, but I didn't expect it to be true. Ha! The man with gold-rimmed glasses laughed heartily, his eyes filled with greed. Besides, they are all top-notch beauties. The book is right. There really isn't a single ugly elf. Vivier looked at the minotaur who was blocking her and her people with a serious expression. She roughly counted them and found that there were about 500 or 600 people. Moreover, Vivier had some understanding of the fighting power of the minotaur. They were all demi-humans in the forest of Siam, so of course she knew something about it. In the forest, the fighting power of the minotaurs is not obvious. Their tree elves can even use their body movements and agility to play with the clumsy minotaurs. But that's only in the forest. After all, as tree elves, they can jump onto big trees lightly and are more agile than the monkeys in the forest. Therefore, the bulky minotaurs would not be their opponents at all, and they could kill them with guerrilla warfare. But not in the forest now. If it was a ground battle, the Tauren would have twice as many people as them, so there was no chance of winning at all. Even though Vivier is the princess of the tree elves, she is only about 100 years old. Among the elves, Baisui is just entering adulthood, and his strength is not that strong or outstanding. The truly powerful elves are all over 500 years old. That's why Weiwei's face looked so solemn. At the same time, Sumu used the insight technique directly on the man with gold-rimmed glasses. Li Dong-sik, Lord of the Kimchi Kingdom, Master of the Korean tribe. Tauren, a tyrannical race with brute force, but not particularly intelligent. It turns out he is the Lord of the Kimchi country. What Sumu found a bit strange was why the intelligence system didn't give any prompt when Li Dongji appeared. Logically speaking, even if the other party ambushed here first, the intelligence system would still give a prompt. But now, whether it is the appearance of the elves or the appearance of Li Dongji, his intelligence system has not prompted. Could it be that the system thinks I'm not in any danger, so it didn't sound the alarm? Sumu muttered in his heart. He felt that this possibility was still very high. After all, the system never fails. And the key point is that when the mysterious girl riding the flaming bird appeared before, the system sounded a prompt. Elves, I give you a choice. While Su Mu was pondering secretly, Li Dongji's voice rang out. One is to voluntarily submit to me, become a member of my territory, and call me Lord. One is to be killed by me, or to be taken back to my territory as a prisoner or slave. You have two choices. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. As soon as Li Dongji finished speaking, the elves picked up their wooden swords. The elves themselves are proud and arrogant, and have the pride that belongs to their race. How could they withstand such verbal humiliation? Not to mention the master of the elves. Even Weiwei raised the wooden sword in her hand and stared at Li Dongji with unfriendly eyes. The battle seems to be imminent. The air is filled with the smell of gunpowder. Su Mu was not surprised by the elves' reaction. The elves are a relatively proud race. They would rather die in battle than become slaves or prisoners. It's normal. It seems you don't want to. Li Dongji also understood what the elves meant. He snorted coldly, his face becoming extremely gloomy. In that case, don't blame me. I will capture you all and sell you one by one to the taverns in Feiyun City and make you proud of me. I know that beautiful elves can be sold at a good price in every tavern or guild. Li Dongji seemed to see a flash of golden light in front of him. He had the good fortune to have been to Feiyun City twice and knew that among the slave beauties of so many races, the most scarce and expensive were the elves. It can be sold for 6,000 gold coins each at the auction, but it takes some time. It can be sold at a good price of 2,000 in the tavern, and you can get the money directly. Li Dongji saw many beautiful elves dancing striptease in the tavern, and at that time he became interested in the elves. They are walking human gold coins. A huge fortune. All minotaurs obey my orders. If anyone resists, kill the males and leave the females alive. Everyone attack. Li Dongji waved his hand, and the minotaurs in the back collectively stepped forward and attacked the elves. Their long-distance charge raised a cloud of dust and was extremely powerful. Everyone spread out and shoot arrows. Weiwei calmly commanded. Looking at the axe in the minotaur's hand, Su Mu frowned slightly. The shape of this axe is like a scimitar, very similar to the knife wounds on the vampire's body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bows and arrows are everywhere. At this time, Li Dongji had a magic wand in his hand, and he actually used magic, the magic of fire element. In an instant, 5 fireballs attacked the elves who were still shooting arrows. Li Dongxic's magic continues. Weiwei managed to dodge an attack with her agility, but her tribesmen were not so lucky and were hit by a fireball. In an instant, the fire spread over them. Submit to me, and perhaps you will still have a chance to survive. Li Dongji shouted and continued to cast spells. Be careful, let's leave quickly while the chaos is going on. Irene pulled Su Mu, who seemed to be in a daze. Just at this moment, a fireball hit. Su Mu suddenly raised his hand to block. The small fireball hit him and had no effect at all. 30 fire element resistance works. Wow. Irene looked at Su Mu in surprise. She obviously saw this scene. Su Mu raised his hand to block the attack of fire elemental magic. That terrifying fireball seemed to have no effect on him. Irene looked at the elves around her. They were in bad condition. Very bad. Chapter 195, Skyfire. Full-scale bombing. The tree elves' fighting power on the plains was no match for the minotaurs, and they were quickly suppressed by them. Many male elves were injured. If Li Dongji had not said that the female elf should not be harmed, the minotaur would probably have been even more brutal. If this continues, the tree elf will have only one end. The woman was caught, and the man was killed. Unless, what is the hidden card of the tree elf Princess Weiwei? Su Mu observed it for a while and quickly gave up. Weiwei didn't look like she had any cards up her sleeve at all. Otherwise, she would have taken it out long ago, and there would be no need to put her own people in crisis. Su Mu could probably estimate that those in front of him were not the elite forces of the tree elves, because they are generally young and their skills seem average. It seems that I have no choice but to take action. Aaron, step back. Su Mu suddenly spoke. You want to help them? Let's not do that. Irene grabbed Su Mu's arm. Why don't we take advantage of the chaos and escape, go back to the territory, and bring people back? Now it's just the two of us. What if something unexpected happens? I don't want you to take any risks. Get out of the way. Su Mu's face turned serious. Stop whining. Women shouldn't interfere in men's affairs. I have my own plans. Su Mu knew that if he explained to Irene, he would have to explain a lot. By the time the explanation is complete, the elves will be finished. It's better to be straightforward and be a little mean to her. This woman will fall for it anyway. Sure enough, Irene, who was bullied, was not angry at all. Instead, she looked up at Su Mu with admiration. There was a gleam of love in those eyes. She took a few steps back, walked to the side, placed her hands on her chest, and looked at Su Mu. At this moment, Irene felt that Su Mu was full of masculinity which was what she liked. Admire the strong. That's Irene's true nature. If Su Mu was a weakling, she would probably not even look at him. Su Mu. When talking to M, it is better to be domineering and decisive. It seems that I can't be too gentle to Irene in the future. Su Mu walked forward while thinking in his heart. Skyfire. Su Mu stretched out his hands towards the sky, trying to condense the energy of the fire element. Because he doesn't have a staff, his starting movements are obviously different from those of ordinary magicians. The terrifying power of fire element condensed in Su Mu's hands, and 9 huge fireballs as big as the sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Horrible temperatures are raging across this area. Li Dongji, who was concentrating on releasing fire element magic, noticed the changes in the sky. He immediately frowned, and his expression changed slightly. Son of a bitch, what's going on? Li Dongji cursed. Soon, he realized that the fireball was targeting them, and he suddenly roared. There's an attack. Hurry up and scatter around. Don't get hit by the fireballs in the sky. I have to say that Li Dongji's reaction was very quick, and the moment he issued the order was also fast enough. But the fireballs in the sky didn't give the minotaurs below any chance to disperse. They fell down. This horrific scene also made Wei Wei pale. She subconsciously thought there were other enemies. Then their clan is in real danger. Little did they know that these fireballs were not aimed at them at all. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs kept falling to the ground, like grenades, bombarding the area continuously, and the terrifying heat waves swept and raged. The dust is raised high. Princess, look. Fakir suddenly ran to Vivier and pointed behind him. The fireball in the sky was caused by that guy. Following Fakir's guidance, Wei Wei saw Su Mu casting magic from behind. The power of fire element wrapped him up, giving him a special sacred feeling. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Fakir said. But is he helping us now? Fakir couldn't see the situation clearly. But in the same area, only the Minotaur was bombed, and he and his elves were not attacked. It was obvious that the attack was not aimed at them from the beginning. He should be helping us. Wei Wei's eyes flashed with inquiry and doubt. But I don't know why he did that. Fakir didn't think too much about it. He said happily, Princess, you have good judgment. You prevented us from attacking him. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. The current Minotaur is our fate. Vivier nodded. In fact, she had initially asked her fellow tribesmen not to attack at will because it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and there was no such thing as good vision on her part. In Vivier's mind, she would rather solve the problem peacefully rather than attempt to use war. Of course, when there is no other way, you can only pick up the weapons in your hands. Fecal, quickly get our people to a safe place. Don't go to that area. He seems to be preparing for a second round of spellcasting. Wei Wei noticed Su Mu's actions. That was clearly preparation for casting the spell again. Yes. Fakir did not hesitate either. After responding, he quickly ran to the front to organize his people. And Vivier was still wondering why the young man in front of her wanted to help them. In the back, Irene opened her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Su Mu, who was casting a spell. So strong. Terribly strong. They are all fire element magic. Look at the Lord opposite, and then look at Su Mu's fire element magic. It's completely not on the same level or the same grade. Irene clenched her hands excitedly, her eyes fixed on Su Mu without blinking, as if she wanted to firmly imprint this scene in her mind. 2 consecutive rounds of Skyfire, Zhaoyan bombing. Feeling a little tired, Su Mu stopped. To a certain extent, Skyfire Zhaoyan has no cooldown time. However, Su Mu needs to consume his physical strength to release his skills. The dust has dissipated. There's still a terrifying heat wave around. Su Mu looked up. It was so miserable. The area ahead has become a scorched earth. The charred bodies of the Minotaurs were lying all over the ground. Some Minotaurs did not die, but they were still living in the pain of being burned by flames, wailing incessantly. More painful than death. The continuous bombing wiped out the entire Minotaur army. Su Mu was also surprised by his own strength. Has he grown to this extent? Or is it because of skills? Su Mu thought of a possibility. Wisdom. Currently, his wisdom attribute is as high as 360. But the wisdom of this world seems not to be mana, but the existence that affects the strength of magic. To be precise, it should be understood as magic power. If this is true, then Su Mu can fully understand why his magic attack is so terrifying. His magic power is as high as 360. Among the lords of the same level, there is probably no one higher than him. Chapter 196, The Crisis of the Tree Elves. Dear Su, that guy wants to run away. Su Mu was thinking when he heard Irene's cry in his ears. It turned out that Li Dongji saw that the bombing had stopped and that he was doomed, so he was looking for an opportunity to escape. Now he has run 100 meters away and is about to escape successfully. Sumu will not give him a chance to escape. He suddenly rushed forward with a sneak attack technique, and at the same time took out the dragon horn knife in his hand and threw it forward. A terrifying sound of breaking air came. Li Dongji was pierced from behind by the dragon horn knife and fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. He didn't know how he died. Sumu didn't expect that he could throw so accurately. Surprisingly, the knife went straight through Li Dongji's heart and nailed him to the ground. This violent scene undoubtedly made the elves present feel a chill down their spines. Wei Wei also clenched her fists secretly. She had to admit that she was nervous too. The strength of the young man in front of them was definitely not something that the 200 or so of them could resist, unless the elite forces of their tribe or her mother herself takes action. But a scene that made Vivier and her people even more terrified was yet to come. Sumu was seen holding the dragon horn knife in his hand, constantly reaping the lives of those minotaurs who were not completely dead yet. He ended the minotaur's life as if he was killing a chicken, without even frowning. Wei Wei'er felt cold all over. She felt that the young man in front of her was as ferocious as a demon. Just at this moment, Sumu dealt with all the minotaurs and looked at Viviel. Almost subconsciously, Wei Wei'er took a step back. She was frightened by Sumu's eyes. Sumu? Sumu naturally didn't know that his casual killing of the minotaur had made Vivier afraid of him. In his mind, the minotaur race was so hateful just by hearing its name that he didn't need to feel guilty about killing it. His territory absolutely does not need the minotaur race. Sumu does not like these 3 words. Furthermore, rather than saying that he was cruel in killing the minotaur, it would be better to say that he was also liberating the minotaur. Under Vivier's frightened gaze, Sumu came to her. "Thank you for your help, sir." Although she was afraid, Vivier still forced herself to cheer up because her people were standing behind her. If she is afraid, what will happen to her people? "Fine," Sumu said. "You are tree elves from the elf race, right? Right? Did you recognize our clan?" If it were before, Wei Wei might have still dealt with Sumu. But after witnessing his ferocity and strength, Wei Wei'er gave up the idea and directly admitted it. Since the other party could say the 3 words, tree elves, he must know something about them. Of course, Sumu did not recognize the characteristics of the tree elves. It was his first time seeing the elves, and he didn't know much. Moreover, judging from the appearance of Wei Wei'er and the others, it is impossible to tell what branch of elves they are. He did it purely because of the feedback from insight. "I guess so." Sumu continued. "Don't you tree elves live deep in the Siam forest? Why are you walking outside the forest?" Sumu's words obviously put Wei Wei in an awkward position. She obviously didn't want to tell Sumu the real reason, but under his pressure, she had to hesitate and think about how to refuse tactfully. Or to put it another way, while Wei Wei was hesitating, Sumu's intelligence system started ringing. 5-star value intelligence. The tree elves have been massacred by humans. If you can lend a hand, you may gain the favor of the tree elf queen, Loslia, and her allegiance. Intelligence tip. The tree elves are skilled in archery and swordsmanship, and are the free and easy rangers who roam the deep forests. Their precise and skilled archery skills will bring great benefits to your territory and can cultivate a steady stream of archery talents for your territory. At the same time, the tree elves are good at medical magic, which can greatly help your territory to hatch professions such as healing doctors. The tree elves are also good at animal husbandry, which can greatly promote the development of the territory's animal husbandry. Intelligence analysis. In addition to being massacred by humans, the tree elves' territory has also been subjected to continuous attacks by the fierce demons. The tree elves are caught in a dilemma, and this is the most difficult period. Can it help cultivate a steady stream of archery talents? Sumu felt that the intelligence provided by the system contained a huge amount of information. Maybe it's not what he sees. It seems that he is going to meet the tree elf Queen Loslia. Have you, the tree elves, been surrounded and attacked? Relying on the clues given by the intelligence system, Sumu organized his words and said, "Or is it that the territory where you live has encountered trouble and you need to move to another place to survive? Are you bringing your people out here to find a suitable place to live?" Sumu gave several possibilities in a row, and he felt that the correct answer should be close to 90. Considering the surprise and astonishment on Vivian's face at the moment, Sumu dared to assert that he was right. Indeed, Sumu was right. The reason Vivier came out this time was really to find a place suitable for her family to continue living in secret. Almost everyone on the continent knows that the tree elves like to live in tree houses deep in the forest. This is a habitual way of thinking. Because of this, it is unsafe deep in the forest, and it is easy to be discovered. Anyone with malicious intentions who goes deep into the forest will find the tree elves, without exception. In Wei Wei's idea, she thought, why not do the opposite? Why don't they live in tribes on the plains? Like humans, find a place to build a house, then hide your identity and characteristics and live there for a long time? Perhaps this is the new way out for their tree elf clan. So, Vivier came out with her people. Those who followed her out were all clansmen who had great trust in her. They were her confidants. This is also the reason why Vivier ran into the territory. At first they thought there was no one here, so they wanted to come in and observe. It seems that I guessed right. Looking at Weiweier's reaction, Sumu smiled and continued. You can talk to me. Maybe I can help you, who knows? After a long silence, Weiweier looked up at Sumu. Can I trust you? This elf princess. What a simple-minded person. Listening to her words, Sumu smiled secretly in his heart. It's not that Vivier is simple. She is simply simple-minded and straightforward, and she won't play around with things. Sumu likes to communicate with such people. It is much simpler, and there is no need to be cunning. What do you think? Sumu shrugged and said with a smile. If I want to deal with you, you will probably have to stay here. Chapter 197 The Past of the Tree Elves. Weiweier knew that the other party was right. If he really had any ill intentions towards their clan, they would probably have to leave here today. That's for sure. Thinking of this, Weiweier breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. The reason we are here is to find a place that is more suitable for us to live. At first we saw that the place was deserted and thought it was abandoned, so we broke in. Sumu didn't say anything. He knew Weiweier hadn't finished speaking. Soon, Weiweier briefly told Sumu the whole story. The tree elves are distributed everywhere. As long as there is a forest that is more than 1,000 years old, there will inevitably be tree elves. They have different branches, but they all have the same name. As a primeval forest that has existed for hundreds of millions of years, it is natural that the tree elves live and reproduce here. But for thousands of years, the disputes between the tree elves and humans in the Siamese forest have never stopped. The human race has always tried to capture and trade the tree elves as slaves, which is also the biggest cause of the war. But among the tree elves, every tree elf queen is extremely powerful. So even if there are many strong people in the human race, they still can't take advantage of it. As long as the forest exists, the tree elves will always have the innate advantage of terrain. Humans will have no advantage at all in the depths of the forest where poisonous miasma and insects are everywhere. This is also the greatest reliance of the tree elves. But the dispute that lasted for thousands of years took a turn for the better 500 years ago. The previous princess of the tree elves, Leiluo, fell in love with the mayor of Feiyun City, Fuir. Even the most ordinary members of the tree elves are not allowed to marry outsiders, let alone Leiluo, who is a princess. It is conceivable that this relationship has naturally suffered great external obstruction. However, at that time, Fuir was a very resourceful man. After going through untold hardships, he and Leiluo finally broke the rules set by the tree elves for thousands of years and came together. It was also from that time that the tree elves and the 13 nearby cities signed the non-aggression treaty and peace treaty between the two tribes. Since then, the tree elves have lived and developed peacefully in the depths of the Siam forest for nearly 500 years. Over the past 500 years, the tree elves no longer have to worry about their people being captured by humans or humans being attacked, etc. But all this changed about half a year ago. The human race unilaterally tore up the peace treaty and launched an attack on us. Weiwei's tone was filled with anger. Our friendship has been exchanged for hostility. We were completely unprepared for them and even warmly invited them into our treehouse. Who knew they would turn on us? Weiweier is still talking. In that battle, our queen fought alone against 10 of the human race's greatest masters, killing 6 of them. She also suffered considerable injuries. It was also from that time that our clan and the human race returned to the tense situation of 500 years ago. Over the past 6 months, we have been attacked repeatedly by the fierce demon tribe, resulting in countless casualties among our tribe, adding insult to injury. I thought that since the deep forest is no longer suitable for us to survive, why don't we change our thinking and, like you humans, create our own territory and tribe, then hide our identities and survive in secret to alleviate the losses we've suffered over the past 6 months. Weiweier sighed heavily as she spoke. But my idea was not approved by our queen. So you led your people to sneak out and look for a possibility? This was said by Sumu. Yes. Weiweier nodded, her eyes firm. I have always believed that survival requires flexibility. If you remain unchanged, you will eventually perish. If this place is not suitable, then we can find another place. It's better than waiting to die in one place. Sumu nodded. To a certain extent, Vivier's idea was not wrong. Moreover, he probably guessed why the changes began half a year ago. Feiyun City should also belong to the Longming Empire. Now that the Longming Empire is in name only, the major cities are naturally watching the opportunity and want to dominate the world. It was only a matter of time before the tree elves were implicated. The empire no longer exists, so is the non-aggression treaty and peace treaty between the two races still effective? The results are obvious. Are the fierce demons you mentioned very strong? Sumu asked. He had never heard of the fierce demon clan, let alone understood them. They restrained us. Wei Wei sighed. The fierce demons can control fire just like you do. The poisonous insects in the forest can't get close to them, and the poisonous miasma is useless to them. So they can easily run into our territory and run wild. And in terms of elemental attributes, we wood elves are good at wood. The fierce demons are just the right ones to restrain us because the weapons we use are all made of wood. Sumu probably understood. It turns out that it is because of the elemental attribute restraint. Perhaps I can make your idea come true. Sumu said, what do you think of the territory here? If possible, I would very much welcome you to come and live here permanently. Really? Sumu's words made Wei Weier a little excited. The environment here is next to the river, backed by the forest, and located in the valley, making it very livable. If their family could settle down here, it would be a good place. Certainly. Sumu said. Not only that, I can also help your clan drive away the fierce demon clan and solve your troubles, but the prerequisite is that you take me to see the queen of your clan. I believe that she has more say over the future of your clan than you do. Speaking of the tree elf queen, Wei Weier suddenly became deflated, and her excitement disappeared in an instant. No, she won't agree. How will you know if you don't try? Sumu asked back. Since you've dared to come here, are you still afraid to fight for this glimmer of hope? Wei Weier pondered Sumu's words carefully, and her eyes became firm. Good. I see. Next, Sumu turned the four surrounding territories into his subsidiary territories, and then invited Irene to be the subsidiary lord of the four territories. After doing everything, he settled the tree elves in his territory. Then he left with Irene. Sumu and Wei Weier agreed that they would set out from here tomorrow night and go deep into the Siam forest. As for why it is tomorrow night, it is of course because Sumu has other plans. After returning to Tianmu town, Sumu first went to Miluoer's room to comfort her and see how her injuries were. It just so happened that Afia was there too. Afia, take me to Tianlong City. Good. Afia stood up and was about to transform into Pegasus, but Sumu grabbed her. Wait, we have to take someone else with us. Chapter 198 The Tragedy of Tianlong City. Meeting Kaisen again. I need to go to Tianlong City. You come with me. Sumu spoke, and opposite him was Yulilua. Why? Yulilua glanced at Sumu and spoke habitually. Why so many whys and whys? I'll go first, you come over later. I believe that with your strength, you will definitely find me. Sumu pushed the door open and walked out without continuing to argue with Yulilua. In the back, Yulilua stayed where she was for a while, obviously thinking about whether she should follow Sumu's pace and head to Tianlong City. Territory members plus 4,506. A reminder sounded in Sumu's mind. He took a look and found that it was Gabong and Madrinsa who had returned with the new undead souls that were captured last night. It takes time to capture the soul, so Sumu came back first and left the rest of the work to Madrinsa and the others. Now, the population of his territory has increased by another 4,506, breaking through the 10,000 mark. Let's go. Sumu waved to Ifia, who understood very well and bent down to become the form of Tizat's silver feather horse. It was Sumu's first time riding on Ifia, and he was actually a little excited. He didn't understand why he felt so excited and thrilled. It might have something to do with the fact that Ifia is a demi-human. I'm leaving, hold on tight. Ifia's voice came, and she reminded Sumu on her body. Okay. Sumu subconsciously clamped his legs together. Ifia soared into the sky at a speed as fast as thunder. Before Sumu could react, she was already 100 meters away. The faster the speed, the greater the wind resistance. But because Ifia has self-complete compartment, Sumu is not affected by the wind at all, but feels very comfortable instead. Compared to flying the griffin, he has fallen in love with the feeling of riding Ifia. Riding Ifia is a kind of enjoyment. It is so cool and comfortable. Sumu decided that he must ride Ifia more often in the future. After riding Cullinan, it is really hard to fall in love with Santana. Half an hour later, Sumu had already seen the outskirts of Tianlong City. Compared to riding a griffin, Ifia saved him more than just time. Even the dangers that might arise on the road were passed by. Ifia, prepare to land. Let's not go through the sky. Let's take a look at the situation from the ground first. Sumu ordered. He was not clear about the situation in Tianlong City at the moment, and rushing in all of a sudden would undoubtedly be like asking for death. Sumu is not stupid. He plans to investigate first. Good. Ifia responded and fell downwards. Half an hour later, After Su Mu's investigation, he had some idea. The Sky City now looks very chaotic. The entire city gate was closed, and there were no guards protecting or patrolling the outer edge. Looking down from above, you can see that all the doors and windows in Tianlong City are closed, and there is no one walking on the streets. It is extremely quiet, and there is even a strong smell of death around. I could vaguely smell the odor of a rotting corpse. On the road outside Tianlong City, Su Mu saw many corpses. Their deaths were strange, and their bodies were black. And everyone died by having their heart pierced. The way of dying is unified. You're finally here. Why are you taking so long? Su Mu frowned and glanced at Yulilua, who suddenly appeared beside him. In fact, bringing Yulilua along was just a test by Su Mu. He simply wanted to see if Yulilua would come. The result is obvious. Yulilua appeared here. This is good news for Su Mu. Ifia glanced at Yulilua, who appeared here and didn't say anything. You're not taking me with you, so isn't it normal to be late? Yulilua answered. Su Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Good guy. Yulilua even talks back to him. She no longer had the cold expression of snorting or looking at no one with a cold face. This is good news for Su Mu. I'd like to take you with me, but only if Alfia lets you ride on her. Or, do you want me to hold you and fly with you? If that's the case, I don't mind. We'll go back together later. Seeing Su Mu staring at her with a teasing look on his face, Yulilua turned away without saying a word. Haha. Seeing this, Su Mu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yulilua was secretly unhappy and frowned. She knew what he was laughing at. But she didn't make trouble. 3-star intelligence. There's a group of escaped slaves 500 meters ahead. Help them escape Tianlong City. You might be able to bring them into your territory. Intelligence tip. There are tree elves among the slaves. Bring them back, and perhaps you will earn their gratitude. Intelligence analysis. Among the tree elf slaves is a girl named Ziluar, the niece of the elf queen Loslia. Bring her back, and perhaps you will receive the elf queen's gratitude. If it was just an ordinary slave, Su Mu would not bother to care about it. But if there are people from the tree elf clan among them, he has to take care of it. Moreover, Su Mu was still thinking about how to persuade the elf queen Loslia to join his territory after meeting her tomorrow night. Now, Ziluar's appearance is a perfect opportunity. Su Mu can't miss it. Thinking of this, he took Yulilua and Ai Fia and went forward. Who is it? Kaisen noticed the footsteps. She suddenly became alert and looked back behind her. You, Mr. Ninser? Kai Xian looked at Su Mu, who appeared behind her in disbelief. Beside him, there were 2 beautiful girls. However, they don't look like humans. Su Mu didn't expect that the leader of the slave team indicated by the intelligence system was actually Kai Xian. It was the receptionist he met when he went to Yunlong Chamber of Commerce to buy Taoyao. Kaisen. Ms. Kaisen, long time no see. Su Mu smiled. It's good to have acquaintances, it makes things easier. Ah. Suddenly, a scream was heard, and the slave team fell into brief chaos. A group of slaves approached Su Mu and others. What's going on? Kai Xian didn't bother to reminisce with Su Mu, and quickly pushed away the slave in front of her, wanting to see what was going on. Curson Seville, you are so brave. Reggie, the captain of the patrol guard in silver armor, pointed at Kaisen's nose and said sternly, The Lord City Lord has clearly issued a ban, prohibiting all people from leaving the city, and you actually dared to disobey and secretly take the slaves away from Tianlong City. This is a capital crime. Please cooperate immediately and return with me to await the Lord City Lord's orders. Behind Reggie, there were about 100 night guards. They were all dressed in silver armor, staring intently at Kai Xian and the nearly 100 slaves behind her. Chapter 199, Instigation and Provocation. Clever Kai Xian. Kai Xian obviously knew Reggie in front of her. She frowned and tried to say, Reggie, are you crazy? If you continue to stay in the main city, even your close associates will die, let alone us. Do you think the current Andrew is still the former city lord? He's already a monster, a man-eating monster. Nonsense. Reggie interrupted Kaisen. Our city lord is just practicing magic and wants to be promoted to a higher level. Please don't slander him and create panic. Magic? Kai Xian sneered. Reggie, we've known each other for a while, and you're not stupid. Do you believe that's magic? Even if he is using magic, it is still evil magic. Who would eat people during serious cultivation? Eating a living person's brain in front of the people. Do you think this is a normal method? Seeing Reggie lowering his head in silence, Kai Xian continued. Reggie, wake up. Andrew must kill at least 100 people a day and eat their brains, right? He's become a monster. If you keep working for him, sooner or later you'll become his food. You might as well come with us and leave this damn place. Looking for a new life. Shut up. Reggie interrupted Kaisen again, raising his right hand high. Capture them and bring them before the city lord to await his punishment. Reggie knew that what Kai Xian said was right. City Lord Andrew has turned into a monster. However, Reggie can't let go of his current identity and status. He was a golden knight, in his 30s, and had finally climbed to the position of guard captain through flattery and unexpected opportunities. If he leaves like this, he will have nothing. Not to mention, Reggie's family is still in Tianlong City. He will never leave Tianlong City. After hearing the order, the guards in the rear approached Kaisen and the slaves with weapons in hand. Do you really want to take Reggie's orders and attack us? Kaisen is still doing her best to avoid initiating conflict. You should be aware of the current situation in Sky City. Why don't you take advantage of this opportunity and leave quickly? Once you go back, you will never have the chance to leave. The guards remained unmoved and continued to approach. Kai Xan licked her lips, which had become somewhat dry from talking, and said fiercely, Andrew won't let you go. Don't forget what he said that night. He loves to suck the brains of powerful people. Compared to us, you are his best food choice. Have you forgotten how your former captain, Adar, died? He, a supreme knight, has had his brains sucked out. Sooner or later, you will all become Andrew's food. Wake up. Even though there were only about 100 guards in front of Kai Xian, the number of slaves was twice as many as theirs. If a real fight breaks out, the slaves bound in shackles are no match at all, not to mention that the guards on the opposite side are all elite forces equipped with full weapons and armor. Therefore, Kaisen must persuade them not to attack. Kaisen did succeed. Her words successfully stopped the guards. The scene of Andrew sucking the captain's brain in front of the guards the night before yesterday came to the guards' minds. It also calmed them down. Don't listen to this woman's threats. Hurry up and bring them back. The city lord will reward you. Reggie loudly ordered. Come on, catch them all. Shut up, Reggie. Kaisen saw the guards' reactions. She stared at Reggie coldly and scolded him mercilessly. If Adar hadn't died, you wouldn't be where you are now. Of course you don't want to leave Tianlong City, but they are innocent. Kaisen pointed at the guard in front and angrily scolded Reggie. Are you going to let them all go back and die just because of your selfishness? Reggie, you're so selfish. You're talking nonsense. Reggie's face flushed red, and it would have been more obvious if he wasn't wearing a helmet. But his denial still aroused suspicion and dissatisfaction among the guards in the rear. The guard stopped. In the rear of the slaves, Sumu secretly watched this scene. He was quite appreciative of Kaisen's response. Kaisen is very smart and can judge the situation well. She knows that she will never be able to defeat the night guards by force. The best way to resolve the current predicament is to incite them to rebellion and alienate them through words. Obviously, Kai Xian did it, and the guard's reaction was the best proof. Thinking of this, Sumu turned his gaze to the slaves and looked at them carefully. He was searching for what the intelligence system mentioned, Zilluar, the niece of the tree elf Queen Loslia. Soon, Sumu found it. A little green-haired lowly surrounded by 3 female tree elves. Zilluar, a member of the tree elf clan, Loslia's niece. It's her. Zilluar looks a little older than Kekalu, and both of them have the character Lu in their names. But compared to Kekalu, Zilluar's appearance is hard to describe. This is hard to explain. It doesn't mean that Zilluar is beautiful, but she is round and fat like a ball. Sumu was very skeptical. How could such a person like Zilluar be captured and made a slave? Putting aside other things, how could she get a good price for it like this? Another thing is that Sumu saw quite a few tree elves. Among them, the women of the tree elves not only have outstanding looks, but also have excellent figures. This is due to their guerrilla skills of running on trees all year round, which determines their light body. So far, Zilluar is the only round tree elf Sumu has seen. Sumu felt very abrupt, very abrupt. He thought about it carefully, but still couldn't combine the image of Zilluar with the tree elves running nimbly on the trees and shooting. What do you mean? Reggie's voice came again from the front, and he found that the guards no longer obeyed the orders of him as the captain. Not only that, they also raised their weapons and attacked him. Captain Reggie, I think Miss Kaisen is right. A young guard named Hasid stood up and said to the guards behind him, I believe everyone has seen the scene where City Lord Andrew turned into a monster. If we continue to foolishly follow orders, perhaps it will really be like what Miss Kaisen said. Finally, one day, we will become food for the City Lord. Hassad continued. I believe everyone has witnessed the tragic situation in the city over the past 2 days. Every household is in a state of panic. Who wouldn't want to flee Tianlong City? That's simply a devil's den. Hassad's words were deafening, and the guards thought silently. Chapter 200, Situation in the City. No need to be so troublesome. Taking advantage of this gap, Hassad turned around and looked at Reggie. Noticing his gaze, Reggie nervously took 2 steps back and shouted to himself to encourage himself. Hassard, are you crazy? Do you want to instigate them to attack the captain? You have forgotten the laws of the city lord's mansion. Are you sure you want to commit insubordination? Reggie, just shut up. Seeing this, Kai Xian quickly stepped forward to help Lobby. They are all smart people. Their choice is the right one. They want to live, and you are just a puppet whose mind is blinded by power. In fact, you know better than them what Andrew's situation is like now. Am I right? Kaisen's words hit the point directly, and the guards reacted immediately. As the captain, Reggie is definitely closer to Andrew than them and understands his situation better. And he also showed a guilty conscience at this moment. Why? This shows that Reggie also agrees with what Kaisen said, but he doesn't want to give up his current rights and status. Captain Reggie, I'm sorry. The leading young guard named Hassad stepped forward and took the sword from Reggie's waist. With his leadership, the guards at the rear rushed forward, giving Reggie no chance to resist, and quickly subdued him. Reggie is under control. He was tied to a tree with iron chains and had no way to resist. He couldn't move. Where was the dignity of the captain of the guard? Miss Kaisen, we are actually aware of the situation you are talking about. Hassad said this and looked back at the guard brothers behind him. Everyone looked back at him and nodded. Now, our focus is on the city gate being locked. How did you get out? Why didn't the city guards notice you leaving? Hassad and others were assigned to patrol within the city gate to search for people who had escaped from the city. They knew very well that the city gates were now closed and would not be opened to let people leave without the order of the city Lord Andrew. Therefore, Hassard was curious about Kaisen's appearance here with more than 200 slaves. Ms. Kaisen, don't think too much. Seeing that Kaisen didn't speak at the first time, Hassard continued. We want to ask this question because we still have family members in Tianlong City. Even if we want to leave and survive, we also want to take our families with us and not let them fall into Andrew's hands. I hope you can help me. Is there any other unknown passage that can lead to leaving Tianlong City? Hassard's words were recognized by the guards in the rear, and they all spoke. Miss Kaisen, please help me. Miss Kaisen, I have a new wife in the city. I can't leave her alone and run away. She's still waiting for me to come home. Miss Kaisen, my mother is over 50 years old. It was not easy for her to raise me. I have to take care of her in her old age and see her to the end. I can't abandon her. I hope you can be accommodating. Facing the guards, please, Kai Xen gritted her teeth and said, I know, let me think about it. Hassad quickly raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Kai Xen took a deep breath and said slowly, in fact, our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce has always had a secret supply channel that connects to Tianlong City. With this secret passage, we can reach the interior of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. That's why I was able to evacuate them. Kai Xen said, glanced at the slaves behind him, gritted his teeth, and continued. Let me be frank with you. There are goods and coins from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in the passage. This is also where I am in trouble. The secret passage is a secret of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Kaisen has been working in the Chamber of Commerce and only finally learned about this existence. Moreover, there are a lot of goods and money placed in the passage, all of which are of high value. When the incident happened in Tianlong City, a large number of guards from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce had left, leaving their guarding force depleted. So to a certain extent, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is now empty, with no one to look after the goods and money. It's easy for problems to arise if you bring so many people in. Kaisen knew that human nature could not stand the test. What if the guards in front of her had evil intentions? If the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's assets are damaged, Kaisen will be the first person wanted and strangled by the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce. If she lets some slaves go, the higher-ups in the Chamber of Commerce might not care. It would be a small problem for them, so Kaisen could take a chance. But the money and goods in the secret passage were stolen. Kaisen can't escape death even if she runs to the ends of the earth. The two are completely different. This is also the reason why Kaisen was hesitant at first. I hope Miss Kaisen can help. I will organize the brothers and ensure that they don't take anything from the tunnel. At this time, Hassad spoke up to assure him. The guards around also spoke up, asking Kaisen to believe them, saying that they only wanted to take the secret passage and would not covet the property inside the passage. Just as Kai Xian was hesitating and in trouble, a voice rang out. I have an idea. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Su Mu at a glance. Isn't this the person on the city lord's wanted list? Miss Kaisen, what's going on? Yes, Miss Kaisen. How could you get together with a wanted criminal? Facing the crowd's questioning, Su Mu stood up. Please don't embarrass Miss Kaisen. I just arrived here too. Now, I have a solution to the Tianlong City crisis. Do you want to hear it? As Su Mu spoke, his eyes fell on the faces of the guards around him. What method? Hassad asked on their behalf. Please tell me in detail the current situation of the City Lord's mansion and Andrew's situation. Then I'll go in through the secret passage and kill Andrew without alerting anyone. You don't need to follow me in. Once Andrew dies, the crisis in Tianlong City will naturally be resolved, right? Can you kill Andrew? The guards looked at Su Mu with disbelief. Su Mu is too young. Young men of his age are at most as strong as a golden knight. Can this kill Andrew? Everyone's doubts about Su Mu's ability are not without basis. I'm afraid you don't know why Andrew wants me wanted. Su Mu smiled. I was able to kill his son and leave right under his nose. Do you still doubt my ability? After Su Mu said this, the guards looked at each other and found that it seemed to be true. If he didn't have the strength, how could he have killed Pudong and left, driving Andrew crazy? While everyone was still discussing, a voice rang out. No need to bother. I'll kill him alone. I have to go back and rest after I'm done. Don't waste my time. The one who spoke was Yulilua. She took a step forward and the space crack opened. She left in full view of everyone. Su Mu couldn't stop it.